family, who can understand my ridiculous experience of time travel. I open my eyes to find myself in the world of Naruto as the nearly dying Uchiha are, right in the middle of the massacre night. I immediately started a vent to my cheap dad, and unexpectedly got his Mangekyo Sharingan, only for him to want to silence me. Thankfully, I had a system that faked my death to save my life. How will things develop from here? Let me tell you, I've never been so speechless in my life. I pointed at my cheap dad's nose, and, in front of my brother Uchiha Itachi, I directly yelled, "What kind of dad are you?" Sai, who understands this? I need to start from the beginning. I opened my eyes and realized I had time traveled, and it was the hellishly difficult world of Naruto. My identity? Uchiha are the third son of Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto, and the twin brother of Sasuke. Sound impressive, right? But the key is, I'm frail and sickly, often confined to a small courtyard, and could kick the bucket any second. What's worse is that I time traveled at the perfect moment, right on the night of the Uchiha massacre. Just as I merged with this new body, I heard my cheap parents acting out a tragic farewell. My mom, Uchiha Mikoto, held me gently, so tender that it could squeeze out water. Or, "Don't be afraid, Mom and Dad will always be with you. Together with me to die, huh?" My dad, Uchiha Fugaku, was earnestly instructing my brother, the future slayer of the whole clan, Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, take good care of Sasuke." Goodness, I exploded. Take care of Sasuke, and then bring along this sickly little me to die together? It's all about a family should be together, huh? You two parents really have no regard for me at all. System, come out. I screamed in my heart. My system is as lazy as can be, never shows up unless I'm about to die. Sure enough, it slowly popped up with a bunch of information, summarizing. You are now Uchiha, are sick to the point of death. Your parents plan to take you along to be killed by Itachi. But don't panic, a new player gift has given you a fake death skill, limited to tonight. Fine, having a cheat is good, but dying like this would be too much of a loss. This is the night of the massacre, a classic scene in the making. If I don't stir up some events for an achievement, it would be disrespectful to my time travel. Moreover, I have no feelings for these parents at all. In my memories, I was almost treated as a dead infant when I was born, and it was my brother Itachi who discovered I was still breathing and saved me. For the next 8 years, my care was all managed by servants, and the only one who cared for me was that little Itachi. These two would occasionally glance at me, and it was always to order me not to waste Itachi's time, not to play with Sasuke. Now that I'm about to die, you remember me? Fine. I shook off my mom's hand and wobbled to stand up from the ground, using all my strength to glare at my cheap dad. You want me to shut up? I spoke, my voice both soft and fierce. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, in a family crisis, you don't say a word, you're the biggest traitor. As a husband, you watch your wife waiting to be killed by your own son. What kind of man are you? As a father, your eldest son is forced to become a butcher. Your second son is left in the dark about the future, and now you want to take me, your youngest son who has never even seen the village, to die together. What kind of father are you? I shouted until my voice was hoarse, tears streaming down my face like they were free. Crying is embarrassing, but I'm just an 80-year-old child. Breaking down is a normal reaction. I have to maintain my determined despite physical limitations persona. I'd rather stand and die than kneel and live. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned by my scolding, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly, his chakra almost running out of control. With red eyes, he shouted at me, "Uchiha, what do you understand?" What do I understand? I understand that you give all the good things to Sasuke and Itachi, and only remember me as your son when you're about to die. I cried as I walked towards him, trembling hand pointing at his blood-red eyes. Let's negotiate, my dear father. You've given your life to Itachi, your future to Sasuke. So this Mangekyo Sharingan, just give it to me. I can't be the only one of 3 sons who gets nothing. Fugaku looked at me, listened to the commotion outside, suddenly sighed deeply, and closed his eyes. Fine, I'll give it to you. After all these years, this is your first time asking us for something. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed my hand, and with the other hand, quick as lightning, he dug out his own 2 eyeballs and stuffed them into my palm. Goodness, I was stunned. But the more outrageous operation was yet to come. The moment he gave me his eyes, chakra erupted, and he crushed me with a barrage of pressure, while saying, you got the eyes, but you'll only drag down Sasuke while you live, so just go. Damn. Sending warmth in the front, sending me on my way in the back. This paternal love is truly heavy, almost crushed me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and activated the fake death mode the moment the eyeballs were in my hand. Instantly, my life breath vanished, and I fell limp to the ground. Only then did Fugaku seem satisfied and return to his wife's side, hand in hand, only to be taken away by my good brother with one strike. I lay on the ground, playing dead, my heart already bursting with joy. System, settle up. Completed gift from father. Achievement reached, Points 5,000 well. So, digging out eyeballs counts as a gift? How outrageous are these two? Not even giving me a toy in 8 years. Uchiha Fugakus Mangekyo Sharingan can be exchanged for 5,000 points. I can't use this thing for now. My body was made from materials from the last world of cultivation, incompatible with the chakra system. Exchange it. 10,000 points in hand. I quickly opened the shop, and the first item was something called Spirit Energy Converter, which can convert any energy into spirit energy, a unique item. Original price 1 million. Newbie discount price 10,000. Is this not clearly trying to empty my pockets? Bought it. If I don't buy it, I might end up dead here today. With points cleared, I continued to lay dead. Soon, the first wave of sightseeing group arrived. An old man with half a face wrapped in bandages, leaning on a cane, was clearly Shimura Danzo. When he found Fugakus' eyes were gone, he cursed angrily, then casually dug out his wife's eyes. Throughout the whole process, no one looked at my corpse. Of course, a sickly waste body is not worth a glance. Even a dog would disdain it. Just as Danzo left, another one came. A guy wearing an orange whirlpool mask, Uchiha Bido. He squatted down and patted my face, quite emotional. Little guy, so pitiful, bad luck. Just then my brother Uchiha Itachi walked in. Seeing Abido moving my corpse, his gaze turned icy. Abido continued to fan the flames. Itachi, keeping one brother is keeping two is also keeping. Why not keep him too? So pitiful, never been out of the house. Guess what my brother said? He said, such a waste, keeping him is useless. Father and mother thought of this reason. That's why they would take him along to die. Listen to this. Is this what a brother says? Family. Who understands? Why is the treatment so different for the same brother? Sasuke is treasured, and I'm just a weed. Abido was still acting, crying about Itachi's different treatment, but my brother left without even looking back. Once they all left, the Umbu of Konoha finally arrived, slowly starting to collect the bodies. They carried me out and placed me with a pile of corpses. I thought the timing was right. Just as the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen came over to inspect and feign mourning, I suddenly moved. Wow. Woo-woo. I cried heart-wrenchingly, instantly embodying the image of a pitiful little one who had been protected by my parents' secret technique and had miraculously survived. The old man saw this, his eyes twinkled, and a plan formed in his mind. With Uchiha Sasuke holding off Itachi, my sickly little brother was the perfect hostage to control Sasuke, right? He immediately put on a kind demeanor and had someone take me to the hospital. At the hospital, there were body checks and the members of the Yamashiro family probing my mind. What a joke. My soul, which had been around for hundreds of years, was something they could see through? I was perfectly fine. So, I took the opportunity to activate my spiritual energy converter, frantically absorbing energy and starting my cultivation. When I woke up again and opened my eyes, I saw Sasuke leaning by my bedside, his cat-like eyes wide open and staring intently at me. Aluo. His voice was trembling. I immediately played the role, throwing my arms around him, tears flowing freely. Sasuke? I saw Mom and Dad. They wanted to take me away, but I lost them. I can't find them. I acted like a frightened little one who didn't remember anything. Sasuke fell for it. He thought I had also been dragged into Tsukuyami by Itachi and was heartbroken. He hugged me and comforted me, saying, they have left, but from now on, brother will take care of Aluo. I will definitely take good care of you. All right, at least there was a relative in this world. Later, Sasuke directly confronted the third Hokage, insisting that he should take me to school with him. Wow, my plan of lying at home and cultivating was completely ruined. But thinking about it, it made sense I had to stay close to Sasuke. Otherwise, who knows when my loving brother would sneak back to stab me again. Honestly, my body was also a tough problem. Wanting to get in shape in a short time was just a dream. While I was pondering, Sasuke came in holding a bowl. Let me tell you, his eyes were as red as a rabbit's, as if he feared I would disappear the next second. Upon closer inspection, it was a bowl of ramen, a patient's meal full of oil and carbohydrates. Huh? But Sasuke was thoughtful. He had asked the doctor beforehand, and this bowl was specially made clear broth with just a few noodles floating in it, smelling of chicken soup. Of course, I had to act, so I took a few bites. He handed the leftovers to me, saying, brother, I can't eat anymore. You take it. Who understands family? It's all about feigning weakness to let them think I am merely a burden, ensuring my safety. Sasuke didn't ponder much and quickly finished the remaining noodles. Afterward, he went through the motions of a full physical examination, concluding that while this child is indeed weak, he possesses a resilient spirit and will not perish easily. All right, time to discharge. At the hospital entrance, without a word, Sasuke lifted me onto his back, one hand carrying a large bag of medicine. I must say, that petite silhouette against the setting sun appeared remarkably gallant. Behind him, A few members trailed like a sightseeing group, almost as if they were shouting for a tour of the last Uchiha heir. Upon returning to that empty mansion, he settled me into a tidy room and tucked me under the covers. Then, he dashed off to our parents' room. I couldn't hear him, but I could guess he was crying there. A mere child, forced to mature overnight, pretending to be an adult in front of me. It would be inhumane not to let him shed a few tears. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was secretly watching the live broadcast. After listening to the reports from the the old man's mind was racing, calculating that Sasuke's role as an older brother was firmly established. Splendid. This would make things easier in the future. I asked my system, where did these doctors come up with the conclusion that I was poisoned in the womb? I am simply weak. To which the system replied, as a product of my design, I shall help rationalize your existence. They have even imagined that you shielded Sasuke from poison. Now, you are both his Achilles heel and his power source. Goodness, I thought this script is outrageous. The higher-ups in Konoha are bound to treat this truth as a trump card, ready to use it against Sasuke whenever he misbehaves. Fine, you know how to play. I paid no mind to how long Sasuke might be in an emotional state. Instead, I turned over and continued to sleep, believing that one must cry out their grievances before they can truly shoulder responsibilities. As for me, I would focus on clandestine growth and quietly cultivate my skills. The following day, Sasuke carried me to school. Along the way, the villagers gossiped like a stand-up comedy act, pointing fingers and making snide remarks about how the Uchiha clan should have been eradicated long ago, questioning why only 2 were left. Sasuke's face darkened, and I had no choice but to pretend to sleep on his shoulder. As we approached the school gate, a more explosive scene unfolded. A gaggle of girls, the Sakura Plus, Sakura Pro, and Sakura Pro Max, saw us and erupted in shrieks. I tell you, the decibel level nearly blew off my head. Sasuke's gaze was fierce. Had he not been carrying me, I suspect he would have drawn a kunai. Fortunately, Irika-sensei arrived just in time, dispersing the group of girls and announcing that, per the Hokage's directive, I would remain in the teacher's office during class. Sasuke had initially wanted me to sit in class with him, but upon seeing the girls' eager expressions, he quickly understood that the office was the safer option. He settled me in, pointing to the window of the opposite classroom, and said, "Aluo, if you need anything, just shout for me." Following his gesture, I glanced over to see a golden-haired boy peering in, none other than Uzumaki Naruto, a familiar face. I was quite adept at pretending to sleep in the office, feigning deep slumber while actually chatting with the system and secretly honing my skills. Suddenly, the system interjected. "I advise you not to improve your health too rapidly. Your frail state is what Konoha requires. If you become too lively, they will undoubtedly assign you tasks, forcing you back into a sickly state." Upon hearing this, I understood. It seemed I was being coerced in a living life as a perpetual Lindayu. At noon, instead of ramen, Sasuke brought 2 rice balls. I was puzzled at first, but he soon explained that our home had been confiscated. All our assets were seized, and now we were officially recognized as impoverished citizens of Konoha, surviving on welfare. Thus, our lunch consisted solely of plain rice balls, devoid of even a salted vegetable. Sasuke, with determination, declared that once he had a break, he would go to the mountains to catch rabbits and fish from the river to improve our meals. In the afternoon, I watched him practice shuriken, throwing on the playground, like a little ornament, occasionally cheering, "Sasuke, you're amazing." After school, Sasuke carried me home, and on the way, we encountered Irika-sensei, who was also out shopping for groceries. This kind teacher, noticing our cluelessness, graciously guided us through purchasing vegetables and even gifted us a cookbook. Thus, from that day forth, my previously inept brother began to grapple with the kitchen. The first meal was, how shall I put it, a rather unfortunate combination of tomatoes stir-fried with charcoal and undercooked rice. The taste was indescribable. I forced down a couple of bites, tears brimming. Yet I had to flatter him. "Sasuke, you are my idol." Upon hearing this, his eyes reddened, and he suddenly remembered that I couldn't even read, vowing on the spot to teach me how to read. We embraced, and he burst into tears once more. Just as I was entering a state of serene contemplation, the system suddenly chimed in with a significant announcement. "Uchiha Itachi has learned that you are still alive. It is highly likely that this information was leaked from Konoha." Great! Those old-timers have begun stirring the pot again. Days passed in this manner. Sasuke's culinary skills gradually ascended from the depths of hell to that of a novice. While I continued to feign sleep in the office, serving as a lively presence on the playground. One day after school, as usual, Sasuke came to the office, lifted me from my dreams, and placed me on his back, ready to head home. Just as we were about to leave, a scene unfolded at the school entrance. A pink-haired girl named Sakura, clutching a small box, blushed as red as a traffic light, directly blocking my brother's path. Sasuke, uninterested, barely lifted his eyelids, attempting to sidestep her with a graceful S-shaped maneuver. This action, however, stirred up a hornet's nest as Naruto, the exuberant blonde, sprang into action, blocking Sasuke with open arms. "Sasuke, you've gone too far. Can't you see Sakura is crying?" he shouted, brimming with righteous indignation. Sasuke's face darkened instantly, his gaze conveying a clear message. "Who are you to interfere? Step aside." I lay on his back, my nap disturbed by their ruckus. Feeling the irritation of being awakened from a midday slumber, unable to endure any longer, I tugged at my brother's shoulder and feebly spoke up. "Today is my and my brother's birthday. Can we please go home to celebrate before discussing anything else?" At my words, Naruto froze, staring at my pitiful cat-like eyes, his expression resembling a spilled palette of colors as he bowed repeatedly in apology. I thought, "All right, good to know you're not a bad person. Now let us go. The cake awaits." Sasuke took my hand and walked away without looking back. Passing by the bakery, he spent his meager allowance to buy us a small cake. Once home, we lit the candles, and I made a wish. I must say, my performance was quite sincere. I wished for my brother to grow stronger, to be happy, and to find joy. I nearly moved myself to tears. Then, Sasuke made a simple wish, for Aluo to be healthy and happy every day. We blew out the candles and joyfully devoured the cake, completely oblivious to the red-eyed crow outside, which had been watching us intently for most of the evening. When I returned to my room and settled into bed, I called out to the system in my mind, "System, why the sudden diligence? Is there something happening with Itachi?" The system's icy electronic voice responded, "The host is too weak. There are too many who wish to target you." I roll my eyes, so, does Itachi intend to come and stab me again? The Uchiha Itachi currently cares about only two matters: the safety of Konoha and the growth of Uchiha Sasuke. I pondered for a moment and suddenly realized a shocking revelation. How could Itachi, who was so devoted to his brother, possibly commit the act of slaying their parents? Could it be that before his demise, Shuei used a certain forbidden technique against him? The system paused momentarily before responding. Uchiha Shuei is deceased, beyond the scope of inquiry. Very well, I shall not press you further. Allow me to rephrase my question. Is Shuei's left eye currently in cooldown? Uchiha Shuei's left eye is presently in a state of cooldown. I broke into laughter beneath the covers. Eureka! I knew it. The logic simply did not align. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are indeed fascinating. My excitement surged, prompting me to inquire further. Will my body, is it also of Uchiha lineage? When shall I awaken my eyes and wield their power? The system immediately presented me with a comparative chart, leaving me bewildered. The potential of my body, when juxtaposed with the Uchiha bloodline, was overwhelmingly superior. It would be a waste to practice chakra. Host must first cultivate and enter the chi refinement stage, which will unlock the ability to switch freely between spiritual energy and chakra. All right then, chi refinement stage, no rush. As I was delightfully envisioning the future, Sasuke, who lay beside me, suddenly sat up abruptly, as if awakened from a nightmare. He turned to glance at me, realizing I had twisted the covers into a tangled mess, and cautiously leaned over to properly cover me once more. The following day, Sasuke rose early as usual to prepare breakfast and train. I accompanied him to school. At the office door, I encountered Irika and Mizuki-sensei, greeting them sweetly. Sasuke insisted on personally escorting me to the office's reclining chair, ensuring I was comfortably settled before he leaped out the window to attend class. When I returned home in the afternoon, I sensed something amiss upon entering. My covers, which had clearly been in 3 folds when I left in the morning, now appear to be only 2. "Brother, has someone been in our home?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately grew alert, rummaging through the house and even inspecting the wardrobe, finding nothing amiss. He comforted me, suggesting it might have been a routine check. However, I was well aware, directly calling upon the system. Is it Uchiha Itachi again? Will he possibly want in broad daylight? To rummage through my blankets? To check if the blanket you sleep in is warm, and if your clothes are clean? I was left speechless. What is this? After-sales service after the massacre? Later, during the school break, Sasuke took me to the nearby riverbank to fish for improved meals. I perched on a stone, directing him on where to cast his line. And before long, we had caught 5 large fish. Just as we were preparing to head back laden with our catch, Naruto emerged from the grass on the opposite bank. Damn it, Sasuke. So you come to fish too? My brother, upon seeing him, immediately felt a headache coming on and coldly retorted with a single word. Idiot. Naruto, incensed, splashed through the water towards us. Yet upon seeing me, his expression transformed, and he beamed like a sunflower. Hello, little brother. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I smiled back at him. I am Uchiha Luo, Sasuke's younger brother. This ignited his enthusiasm, and he insisted on getting close, claiming he would cook grilled fish for me next time, exclaiming, I'll show you a trick, little brother. I tilted my head towards Sasuke. Brother, is he older or younger? Sasuke succinctly replied, younger. Naruto, now agitated, protested, hey, I was born just a few months later than you, so I must be older than your brother. I waved my finger playfully in front of him, grinning even wider, but Sasuke and I were born on the same day. So Naruto is the little brother. Naruto's brain seemingly overheated, and he pointed at my brother in frustration, hopping up and down, yet too intimidated to scold me. Sasuke, uninterested in further banter, scooped me up and turned to leave, leaving Naruto bewildered by the riverbank. That evening, while savoring fish soup, I mentioned to my brother, Brother, I do not wish to attend school anymore. The teachers always say I cannot become a ninja, and it is quite bothersome. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately concurred. The next day, while he attended school, I remained at home. I contemplated preparing a meal for my brother as a surprise. However, my acting skills were too convincing. I ended up wilting the vegetables and nearly cut my hand while chopping. The Umbu, watching from the shadows, must have been close to a heart attack, fearing I might set the kitchen ablaze. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily absconded with our oil can while I was distracted. After a lengthy search yielded no results, I was left with no choice but to prepare boiled greens. When Sasuke returned at noon and saw the food on the table, alongside the mysteriously restored oil can in the kitchen, he said nothing, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. As he did so, his eyes grew misty, and he managed to utter, Aluo, thank you. The sight of him, moved by his own imagination, was quite something. After finishing the meal, Sasuke hurried back to school. Alone in the yard, I curled up on an old sofa that Sasuke had salvaged from somewhere, basking in the sun and relishing this rare moment of tranquility. However, I must say, this peace lasted merely a few seconds. To my astonishment, a translucent figure floated beneath my eyelids, casually engaging in a cyber wander in my yard in broad daylight. I quickly called out to my system, Brother, what is happening here? A wild spirit? Is this the cyber manifestation of 2025? The system remained unresponsive. Fine, if I cannot rely on you, then I must take matters into my own hands. With a resolute heart, I closed my eyes and directly exited my body. Hey, my friend, let us converse? The spirit, evidently bewildered, stared at me and then at my body lying on the sofa, thoroughly confused, likely pondering whether he had inadvertently caused my demise. I hastily gestured for him to calm down. No need for alarm. This is a standard procedure. There is an Umbu lurking in the corner. Our conversation here will remain unseen. Upon hearing this, he finally comprehended, beginning to inquire about various matters. Who are those people? Are they from the Uchiha clan? I sighed. They were wiped out. I then recounted the events of that fateful night in a light-hearted manner, highlighting how my parents had cast me aside like a discarded pawn. I tell you, this elder spirit's arm tensed at my words, but when I mentioned my wonderful brother Sasuke, he chuckled along with me. The mention of brother seemed to resonate with him deeply. With pride, he declared, I too have an extraordinary brother, named Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, I realized the delightful coincidence. This individual before me was none other than Uchiha Kwana, Madara's younger brother. I immediately feigned deep contemplation, recalling having heard of Madara, and commenced my performance. I pieced together all I knew about the plot, mentioning how they had collaborated to establish the village only to be betrayed by Senju, how his family had lost trust in him, and how the battle at the Valley of the End had unfolded, embellishing the tale and shifting all blame to Senju. The impact was remarkable. The ancestor was incensed, and his Sharingan flared to life, the three tomos spinning as if igniting sparks. Damn Senju! He ground his teeth, demanding, which generation of Hokage are we on now? I continued to intensify the narrative, recounting the lineage of Hokage. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second, Senju Tobirama, both of whom are brothers. The third is the disciple of the second, and the fourth is the grand disciple of the third. Essentially, they're all within the same family. I added, oh, by the way, the fourth died young, and now the third is back in charge. Quana's expression darkened. I delivered another blow. I also heard of the Nine Tails incident. My brother's classmate, Uzumaki Naruto, has been called a demon fox since childhood. Uzumaki clan? A vessel? Quana's mind raced, and he quickly grasped the crux, realizing they must have sealed the Nine Tails, bullying the Uzumaki clan since they're no longer around. I nodded, continuing to assemble information. Yes, Naruto's golden hair is identical to that of the fourth Hokage, and his mother is Uzumaki Kushina. The sheer volume of information overwhelmed Quana, who began to mentally construct a grand conspiracy within Konoha. He chuckled darkly. And what of the Senju? Are they thriving? I shook my head. Not at all. I heard there is only one Tsunade left, who is the disciple of the third, and she rarely returns to the village, always hiding from debts. I tell you, Quana's reaction was to first freeze in shock, then burst into laughter, his mirth resonating like a wild cacophony, both joyous and maniacal. He felt that the Uchiha clan was no more, yet his adversary, Senju, had also brought about his own demise. This exchange could be deemed a remarkable one-for-one trade, with no loss incurred. After the laughter subsided, he realized something was amiss. Upon glancing downward, he saw that in my spiritual state, I was nearly drifting into slumber. Startled, he hurriedly scooped me up and, with a swift motion, returned me to my physical form. When I next opened my eyes, the sky had darkened. Pondering why Sasuke had not yet returned, I was taken aback to see Izuna, comfortably reclining on my treasured sofa, as if it were his own home. I thought to myself, has this ancestor become attached to our family? It was at this moment that the system chimed in. Uchiha Izuna, current status as an energy entity, harmless. Very well, having an ethereal guardian spirit at home doesn't seem too bad. Just as I was contemplating this, Sasuke returned, a footprint on his shoulder. I couldn't help but chuckle. Did you have a skirmish with Naruto? Sasuke's face flushed, and he awkwardly admitted that Naruto had insisted on preventing him from going home, resulting in a scuffle, followed by being taken away by Iruka-sensei for some moral guidance. As long as he won, that was all that mattered to me. Winning is the ultimate truth. Upon hearing my words, Sasuke instantly felt relieved and cheerfully went off to prepare dinner. As I washed my hands by the sink, Izuna floated over, whispering in my ear, "Your brother is fighting. Why aren't you helping in the kitchen?" I rolled my eyes, thinking, "Brother, can't you see? I'm conversing with you. The Umbu might think I've gone mad." After dinner, while watching Sasuke train and teaching me to read, everything felt normal. When the lights went out, we began our clandestine communication under the covers, writing messages in the palm of his hand. This was our encrypted method of dialogue. I briefly explained the matter of our ancestor, that a spirit had come to our home to teach us the family's secret ninjutsu, and I was eager to learn and then share it with him. Sasuke understood immediately. Without hesitation, he replied with a few words, "Stay safe. Return immediately if something feels off." Family, who truly understands? My brother, I could cry. I responded with "be back soon," and then directly exited my body. Upon emerging, I found Sasuke with reddened eyes. His Sharingan had evolved from single tomo to a double tomo. What a thrilling turn of events. Izuna whisked me away, saying, "Let us go see Hokage Rock." However, we collided with an invisible barrier. Both of us were taken aback. It turned out he was a spirit bound to the Uchiha estate. Enraged, Izuna began to kick the air wall. With no other option, I expended some of my limited spiritual energy to create a temporary exit box, carrying him out. But guess what? As soon as I set him free, he was immediately transported back. Izuna was devastated but refused to give up. Let us try again. I must see what the Hokage building looks like. We continued our antics until we finally reached the Hokage building. What we encountered next was truly shocking. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was leering at a crystal ball, peering into a women's bathhouse. Occasionally, he switched the view to check our courtyard, ensuring all was well, before returning to his voyeuristic activities. Izuna was utterly dumbfounded, likely grappling with a significant moral crisis. We floated up to the rooftop, gazing at the enormous faces of the Hokage. Izuna instantly recognized the two Senju brothers, his spirit trembling with rage. Unfortunately, he couldn't touch the physical realm, leaving him to stew in anger. In a fit of determination, he declared, "Let us go home. I'll teach you to cultivate. Once your brother is strong enough, he will shatter their statues." Back at home, I hurriedly penned the cultivation methods I had learned to Sasuke. We whispered and collaborated under the covers for over an hour, and Sasuke, being a genius, practiced diligently through the night, adeptly mastering the activation of his Sharingan. The next day, when Sasuke went to school, Izuna floated beside me, poking my ethereal face and asking, "Did you tell him I am your ancestor?" What else would I say? I replied assertively, "You look exactly like Sasuke. That's just generational inheritance, you understand?" I even used my spiritual energy to sketch my parents' likenesses for him, revealing that we both inherited our looks from our mother. Izuna gazed at my drawing of Uchiha Mikoto, falling silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Aluo, do you hate them?" I shook my head, replying that harboring hatred was a waste of emotion, unworthy of my time. Izuna studied me with a complex expression, likely concocting a dramatic narrative of my feigned strength. He wished to enfold me back in my body, but I stopped him, insisting, "No, I promise to take you out today. Let us go see the Ninja Academy." Grabbing him, I expertly packed us up and soared off to the school. Inside the classroom, Sasuke was dozing off, while Naruto was already drooling in slumber. Izuna remarked nostalgically, "In our day, we were already on the battlefield at this age. Today, as children live too comfortably. Indeed, it is quite comfortable." I floated outside the window, gently patting Sasuke's head, smiling as I commented, "I heard that back in the day, children as young as 6 were on the battlefield, learning taijutsu and ninjutsu. Now, students graduate with only the body flicker technique, having no exposure to anything else." We exchanged glances, observing this group of 12-year-olds who couldn't even master the body flicker technique, and we both felt a profound concern for the future of the ninja world. To what extent? Let me tell you, it was bad enough that these young children had poor combat skills, but the real issue lay in their ideological indoctrination. I pulled Izuna along and floated to the first-grade classroom window. Can you guess what the teacher was preaching inside? He was extolling the third Hokage as the strongest Hokage. Izuna exploded. That perverted old man? I could only shrug. I explained that his greatest strength lay in outliving all the prodigies, surviving long enough to see them flourish. Then I began to recount the misdeeds of the third Hokage's disciples. Orochimaru defected to conduct research. Tsunade became addicted to gambling. And Jiraiya spent his days lurking in the women's bathhouse for inspiration. Family, who understands? This topic infuriated me. I pressed Izuna, urging him to consider this. What if my brother finds a Konoha wife and we have a precious daughter? Would she have to endure the leering gaze of that old pervert throughout her life? Upon hearing this, Izuna's face darkened, and he immediately resolved to gouge out the eyes of those old fools. I must say, this emotional outburst was quite effective, but little did Izuna know. Once I returned to my body, I was as calm as ever, eating and sleeping without a care. He was left hovering on the rooftop, his entire spirit exuding a sense of disillusionment. That evening, I quickly transmitted the genuine Uchiha cultivation methods I had learned from Izuna to my brother in my dreams. The outcome? Sasuke endured 2 sleepless nights, and the next day, he could no longer hold on, collapsing onto his desk in sync with Naruto's sleeping posture. Suddenly, I heard a chime in my mind. Achievement unlocked. Fateful Bond one, sleeping together in class, rewarding me with 1,000 points. I was taken aback. So my brother could be a slacker and still earn rewards? With my newfound points, I rushed to the system shop, only to discover that I couldn't purchase anything from the ninja world. Instead, I stumbled upon a manual titled Lingxiu Ju, priced at $999, which focused on soul cyber ascension. Wasn't this tailor-made for me? I promptly acquired it and cleverly convinced Azuna that it was my original technique, persuading him to be my test subject. After practicing for more than half a month, the effects became evident. My brother's Sharingan evolved to the double Tomo, and that night when I floated out again, he instantly spotted me. I was so thrilled, floating around him. However, his first reaction was not joy, but concern that I might be discovered. As he grasped my hand to write messages, insisting that I return to sleep immediately. And guess what? The very next day, just as Sasuke was heading off to participate in a field survival training, I had just laid down to exit my body when a dark figure from the Umbu burst in, swiftly whisking my physical form away. I hurriedly instructed Azuna to keep watch and pursued them in my spiritual state, eager to uncover their intentions. My journey took a convoluted turn, leading me to an underground base where Tuanzong, that cunning old fox, handed me over to none other than Orochimaru. The moment Snake Uncle laid eyes on me, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Once everyone had departed, he locked his gaze onto mine, and indeed, he could perceive my very soul. He wasted no time in exposing my secret, declaring that I had already been slain by my father, and that I had returned from the dead. I pondered there was nothing to conceal, so I laid my cards on the table, affirming that my father could not kill me, for I had absorbed his eyes as energy packs. Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of discovery, and he inquired whether this was related to Senjutsu. He commenced to weave grand visions, urging me to follow him so he could teach me the ways of Senjutsu and empower me. Did he think I would fall for such trickery? I shook my head, refusing, for it would surely sadden my brother. In a twist of negotiation, I stipulated that he must provide my brother with training materials, and in exchange, I would accompany him, along with a complimentary soul training manual. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru recognized the lucrative deal and readily agreed. Then, in an unexpected turn, he expelled a large serpent that engulfed my body. I must say, the scene was quite sticky and utterly repulsive. After arranging to meet the next morning, I hurriedly drifted away in search of my brother. Sasuke was engaged in wilderness survival training within the forest when he was taken aback by my sudden appearance. I hastily reassured him not to worry, promising to explain everything at home. I floated beside him, acting as a human guide, indicating where the Umbu were hidden and where clues could be found. Today, the number of Umbu accompanying these students was rather overwhelming. To what extent? Overwhelming enough that just as my brother had secured first place and was utterly exhausted, a boisterous golden-haired whirlwind, Naruto Uzumaki, burst onto the scene, pointing an accusatory finger at my brother and exclaiming, "You scoundrel Sasuke, you must fight me today." Those who understand this know that Naruto had lost countless times, yet never learned his lesson, repeating the cycle like a broken record. My brother, eager to return home to perform for me, had no time to entertain him and attempted to leave with his freshly purchased vegetables. However, Naruto, undeterred, blocked his path with a dramatic flourish. Unable to bear the sight any longer, I let out a wistful sigh, deliberately loud enough for my brother to hear. "You should fight him. After all, you won't see him again at home." I tell you, my words were like fuel to the fire. My brother, already brimming with pent-up frustration, suddenly found himself facing Naruto. In an instant, he tossed his bag of vegetables to the ground, his gaze shifting dangerously. While Naruto was still reciting his declaration of battle, my brother dashed forward and kicked him away with a fierce blow. The ensuing clash was nothing but a chaotic exchange of punches and kicks, devoid of any technique, driven solely by emotional release. I can only imagine the Umbu perched on the rooftops, their eyes rolling in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. The drama of a missing brother had yet to unfold, yet these two unruly children were embroiled in their own quarrel. As expected, within just a couple of minutes, a familiar figure appeared once more. It was none other than our esteemed mediator, Irika Sensei, arriving with impeccable timing, ready to separate the two and deliver a stern lecture on morality. Once Irika-sensei grew tired and departed, my brother seized his belongings and sprinted homeward. Naruto, nursing his injuries, sat on the ground, contemplating existence. And then, dear friends, came the moment worthy of an Oscar. My brother reached the doorstep, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, adjusted his appearance, and then, with a snap, switched to his tender older brother mode. He opened the door and, in a particularly gentle tone, called out, "Allo, I'm home, and tonight we're having noodles." As he called out, he wandered into the kitchen, feigning ignorance of my presence, and began searching both inside and outside the house. His performance was reminiscent of a masterclass in the art of acting, from initial confusion to growing urgency, culminating in him climbing onto the roof and calling my name with a face full of sorrow and despair. His acting was so nuanced that even AI could not replicate such intricate micro-expressions. My home system couldn't help but comment, "Host, you have raised Sasuke poorly. This acting skill. Once you become successful, remember to craft a little golden statue for him." I thought to myself, indeed, life is but a play, and all relies on acting. The drama escalated as my brother burst out of the house, his face pale and eyes red, muttering my name. Coincidentally, he collided with Naruto, who had remained seated. Naruto, overwhelmed, rushed to embrace him, shouting, "Sasuke, wake up." As a result, my brother's eyes fluttered shut, his head tilted, and he fainted from the strain. An UMBU member approached, conducting a routine check, declaring my brother's vital signs normal, attributing his fainting to emotional distress, and promptly transported him to the Konoha hospital. This left Naruto alone on the ground, his face a mask of shock, as he realized he had seen me, my floating soul. It was a disaster. He must have thought something terrible had befallen me, and that it was his interference that led to my brother's plight. Observing Naruto's shattered expression, I felt no inclination to intervene. After all, with the ancient spirit of Chien-Nai idling about, I let him accompany Naruto. The scene shifted to the hospital, where the third Hokage and Tuanzong were engaged in a tense standoff outside, while my brother and I convened for a soul conference within the confines of the hospital room. I temporarily extracted Sasuke's soul, and we perched ourselves on the windowsill beside his physical form, conversing. My brother, furrowed in worry, exclaimed, "Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin. You mentioned he enjoys using talented bodies as vessels. Can we truly be safe in his presence?" I reassured him, "Do not fret. My relationship with him is strictly business. I have discerned that Orochimaru's soul is severely flawed, riddled with afflictions. My plan is for him to provide me with training resources while I assist in tending to his soul, all the while procuring valuable items to send back to you. Currently, Orochimaru serves as my greatest cybernetic power source. I utilize him as a tool, while he covets my soul technology, a reciprocal arrangement indeed. If Konoha offers no opportunities, we shall create our own." After absorbing my words, my brother grasped my hand, reluctant to let go. I could only continue to comfort him, urging him to eat well and rest properly. After the doctor confirmed that Sasuke was merely unconscious and not in serious danger, I cautiously returned his soul to his body. Having resolved matters with my brother, I exited the hospital only to find the spirit of Chien-Nai hovering above Naruto's head, idly attempting to step on his hair. I greeted him and guided Naruto back home. Upon entering, Naruto was eager to confront me for answers, but I swiftly used my spiritual power to pull him onto the bed, wrapping him in a blanket like a spring roll and feigning cries. The UMBU outside, hearing the sound of sobbing, glanced in, presumed he was asleep, and left him undisturbed. In reality, I had drawn him into his mental realm, the infamous underground drainage system of Konoha, with Chien-Nai acting as a guardian. I commenced my lesson. I delivered a triple blow. First, you are not the Nine Tails. Your father is the fourth Hokage, and your mother is a princess of the Uzumaki clan, the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Second, the true Nine Tails resides within you. You are merely a vessel. Third, the third Hokage has been manipulating you since childhood, employing a PUA tactic to ensure you remain bound to Konoha, willingly becoming a tool to protect the village. I assure you, Naruto was utterly devastated. However, he quickly regained composure, understanding that throwing a tantrum would be futile. After all, I had been delivered to the rogue ninja by Tuanzong. What could a defenseless child do? The only course of action available to us was to survive, grow stronger, and seek vengeance. I gazed into his eyes, now ablaze with renewed determination, gave his head a reassuring pat, offering him my final encouragement. Then, with Chienai by my side, I departed with flair. As I emerged from Naruto's realm, standing atop the Uchiha residence, a sudden thought struck me. I pondered for a moment, considering whether I should bestow a grand gesture upon a certain traitorous elder of the Uchiha clan before my departure. I turned to Izuna and inquired, "Ancestor, are you adept in Genjutsu?" Izuna replied affirmatively, yet lamented that as a sole entity, he was incapable of utilizing it. I chuckled. "As long as you can, that suffices. Follow me." We floated directly into the supply room of the Hokage building, where I, like a frenzied hamster, stuffed explosive tags into the system's space. Subsequently, I procured a large bamboo tube and meticulously rolled hundreds of explosive tags into it, crafting a colossal rocket. Izuna, observing from the sidelines, gasped in terror. "Surely, you aren't referring to Uchiha Itachi, are you?" I reassured him, "Not him, but another. Fear not, he won't be killed. Merely laid up for a few days." We then glided to a courtyard where the white-haired Hitaki Kakashi, even in slumber, wore a mask. I explained to Izuna, "Kakashi, our beloved user of a Sharingan, possesses an eye akin to that of a traitor, replete with space-time abilities." I promptly submitted a request through the system, borrowing Izuna's credentials, and unleashed an ultimate Genjutsu upon Kakashi. Within the illusion, I directed a heart-wrenching shonen narrative featuring none other than Obito, his long-cherished yearning, being engulfed by a mass of white, root-like tendrils. Kakashi, unable to withstand this, cried out in anguish, "Obito!" and, as his Mangekyo awakened, unleashed Kamui, drawing away that vile mass. Little did he know, he had dispatched my carefully packaged explosive tag ensemble. Notification: achievement unlocked. Grateful for Kakashi's shocking gift. Achievement reward: 2,500 points. Success. I snapped my fingers and Kakashi, having exhausted his ocular power, succumbed to unconsciousness, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. After briefing Izuna on the aftermath and requesting his assistance in watching over my brother, I concentrated and my soul returned to Orochimaru's underground lair. Uncle Snake, clutching my body's examination report, bore an expression akin to discovering an unparalleled piece of trash. I manifested before him, causing him to pause momentarily before bursting into a flower-like grin, reaching out to pat my head. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, I got straight to the point. "Help me find a place rich in natural energy. I need to harness spiritual power to restore my body." Orochimaru's excitement was palpable, and his movements were swift. By dawn, I found myself submerged in a large vat of nutrient solution, nestled deep within a verdant forest. Embarking on my grand bodily restoration endeavor, Orochimaru and Kimimaro observed from a distance, the former's expression reminiscent of someone who had unearthed living dinosaur fossils, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In contrast to his exhilaration, I, immersed in the viscous nutrient liquid, felt an overwhelming itchiness coursing through my body, leading me to think, "My goodness, this sensation is excessively irritating. It feels akin to the latest cyber scraping technique of 2025. Overwhelmed by the sensation, I called upon the system, exclaiming, "Wait a minute. Didn't we purchase materials for cultivation? Why does this feel more like body refinement? Is the intensity a tad excessive?" The system, brimming with disdain, responded with a line of text. "What are you thinking? Chi cultivation and body refinement are inherently complementary. Besides, with your petite frame, do you expect to develop into a muscular powerhouse? Rest assured, you lack the talent." I expressed my gratitude, acknowledging their rather blunt form of consolation. Feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort in my body, I leapt from the vat, stretched languidly, and felt invigorated. "Chakra, Sharingan, Flying Thunder God, here I come." I performed a set of martial arts moves right in front of the approaching Orochimaru, exclaiming, "Look, Orochimaru, I am fully revitalized." To my surprise, he uttered no words, removed his coat, and wrapped me up like a dumpling, effortlessly lifting me with one hand. Dear readers, I am 9 years old, not 9 months. What about my dignity? I feigned a symbolic struggle, protesting, "Hey, I'm 9 years old, no longer a child." Orochimaru gazed down at me, his smile radiating delight. Indeed, a 9-year-old child. Communication proved futile. I rolled my eyes and dramatically slumped into his embrace, feigning sleep while mumbling, "I am tired." I wished to return to the big room with a soft bed and delicious food. In the next instant, my soul soared back to the Uchiha residence. Upon my return, I spotted Sasuke seated beneath the eaves, lost in thought, having skipped dinner. I floated over, urging him, "Brother, what are you doing? Go eat first." Upon seeing me, Sasuke's eyes lit up, yet he obediently made his way to the dining table. I then returned to my room and opened the system shop. To my astonishment, the wood-release sage body cost 1,000,000 points. Surely, this was beyond the means of a carbon-based life form? Upon further inspection, I noted that the price for multiple shadow clone technique was 300, while the 8 gates technique had plummeted to a mere 100, more thrilling than the roller coaster of the A shares. Rather than exert myself, I spent 2,000 points on the mastery version of Flying Thunder God, and another 500 to unlock a Sharingan. The system attempted to persuade me that I could awaken it myself, to which I simply retorted, "I'm lazy." Instantly, a crimson hue blossomed within my previously ebony eyes, as a black tomo gradually formed. Success. However, a conundrum arose. As a soul entity, I lacked chakra. The Flying Thunder God mark could not be inscribed. System. I require assistance. 1 point for a temporary chakra infusion. The system complied, providing me with the necessary energy, albeit with numerous restrictions, yet it sufficed. I then turned to Sasuke, who had just entered after finishing his meal, grinning mischievously as I placed the Flying Thunder God mark upon his soul. Now, he had a global positioning system, Sasuke edition. He would never be lost again. The system rolled its eyes at my antics, likely pondering the increasing audacity of its host. Sasuke, startled by my action, nearly had his soul jolted from him, and he promptly embraced me. Just then, a voice interjected, "You two, enough already." I looked up to see Izuna returning. Hastily, I shoved Sasuke's soul back, gesturing toward the handsome ghost beside me. "Look, our esteemed ancestor, Uchiha Izuna. A limited edition who passed away too soon." Sasuke appeared bewildered yet politely greeted, though the words failed to escape his lips. Izuna, hands on hips, wore an expression of discontent. Sasuke quickly pulled me close, whispering, "Aloe, don't bully the elder." I sighed. Alas, he is pitiable. He lost his brother. This remark struck a chord with Izuna, as his eyes widened. "Are you implying that Obito has a connection to my brother?" Clearing my throat, I commenced the long-anticipated tale. I recounted how I inadvertently followed a shadowy figure and overheard its manipulative schemes involving Madara, the alteration of our ancestral stone tablet, all in pursuit of an appropriate pawn, with the intention of resurrecting his brother once the plan succeeded, though the dark figure deemed Madara uncontrollable. I elaborated on Kuro's mischief, embellishing the narrative. Both Izuna and Sasuke clenched their fists, especially upon learning that only the eyes of a brother could evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically as he queried, "So, he desires my eyes?" I shook my head solemnly. "Who knows? Perhaps he intends to reserve them for you. After all, to everyone else, I am merely a talentless fool incapable of awakening the Sharingan." Sasuke's gaze grew even more intricate as he scrutinized me. "Aloe, what else do you know?" Thus, I proceeded to recount the Uchiha's conspiracy, detailing Shisui and the profound changes in Itachi before and after Shisui's demise, dropping hints of various intricate details. As I concluded, Izuna abruptly interrupted, "Why did you neglect to mention the most crucial matter?" I slumped in defeat, hugging my knees in silence. The system inquired whether I was merely performing. I confided in it. Performing? This is strategic maneuvering. I must ensure that Sasuke is irrevocably bound to me. Notions of Indra's reincarnation and brotherly destinies can be dismissed. My brother can only be my brother. I require a knowledgeable ally, like Izuna, to validate my tragic plight. Chinai could no longer bear the weight of the truth and directly confronted Zuisu about the events of that fateful night when our clan was annihilated. Our father, Ujitai's son Fuyu, had intended to take me away with a single strike, but it was my unique abilities that allowed me to survive. In an instant, Zuisu broke down, clutching me and crying more sorrowfully than I. He repeatedly apologized, lamenting how he often spoke of our parents' virtues, as if he were stabbing me in the heart. I sighed and patted him gently, saying, "Brother, they simply love you and perceive me as a burden. I harbor no hatred, but it is what it is. Family, after all, is about maintaining emotional stability." Zwisu embraced me even tighter, as if attempting to merge our beings. In a moment of desperation, I summoned my ultimate weapon and smiled up at him, saying, "Brother, I will not perish. I am the burden you cannot shake off." Indeed, the moment I called him brother, he regained his composure. Shun, witnessing our exchange, felt a headache coming on and interjected, "Enough of this. Let us get to the matter at hand. Zwisu still has school tomorrow." That night, while Zwisu's body rested, his spirit accompanied me as I learned how to cultivate. Remarkably, he grasped the concepts quickly. At dawn, upon returning to my body, the first thing I did was rush out to beg for food from TheUchiha. TheUchiha appeared to be in good spirits, taking my hand and leading me to the dining hall. To my astonishment, the hall was filled with an overwhelming crowd of men and women of all ages, gazing at TheUchiha as if he were a deity. Then, in front of everyone, TheUchiha proclaimed, "This is Ujibo Luo, my disciple." I was mid-bite into a piece of bread and nearly choked. "Teacher?" After we sat down, I tilted my head at him and asked, "Teacher?" TheUchiha's serpentine eyes narrowed as he smiled, saying, "Actually, I desired a child, but you would not agree. Our student-teacher relationship is quite pleasant." I laughed outright. "If you dare to be my father, my dear brother would scatter your ashes. Let us just stick with teacher, shall we?" I added, casually informing him, "In the near future, don't expect to defeat Itachi. He is determined to embrace death, while you wish to survive. Your levels of resolve are simply not comparable. Do not go offering your head." TheUchiha was taken aback by my remarks, lost in thought. I paid him no mind and devoured several servings of meat, leaving those around me dumbfounded. After satiating my hunger, I was promptly taken to the training ground. I must say I was utterly exhausted, nearly resorting to meditative sitting. TheUchiha brought me to the testing area, assuring me that once the tests were complete, I could return to sleep. Just as I steadied myself, a muscular man named C.I. Lang Fong jumped out, provocatively pointing at me and challenging, "Let me see why you deserve to be TheUchiha's disciple." Surprisingly, TheUchiha actually encouraged me, saying, "Aluo, defeat him." Very well. I yawned as I approached C.I. Lang Fong, casually employing a minor illusion technique taught by rendering him momentarily blind, and then swiftly struck key pressure points on his body. With that, it was done. Seeing that I had just recovered and my body was still catching up, TheUchiha, without further ado, declared the test over and took my hand to bring me back for sleep. As we walked, I complained, "Teacher, you're being unreasonable. I only just began to cultivate yesterday, and today you've thrown me into battle. I want to grow tall at this rate." Just as we departed, a girl named Duo Yu approached Junma Lu, visibly displeased, stating, "Is he really like this? Lacking any offensive power?" Junma Lu merely regarded her with a calm gaze and uttered a statement that silenced the entire arena. "He is a genius. Until yesterday, he was merely a patient who could not even cultivate chakra." I tell you, the moment Junma Lu uttered those words, the entire training ground fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone regarded me as if I were a monster, likely pondering whether the script had been mixed up. Junma Lu, exuding coolness, made that declaration, challenged a couple of others to a spar, and then walked away as if nothing had happened. Naturally, I was quicker to leave. Returning to the luxurious room TheUchiha had arranged for me. After a hot shower, I collapsed onto the exquisitely soft bed and fell into a deep slumber until noon. In the afternoon, it was TheUchiha's turn to provide me with a special lesson. He began with a series of theoretical discussions on chakra, and then produced a test paper for me to assess my attributes. After several attempts, the paper remained utterly unresponsive. TheUchiha was momentarily bewildered, clutching the paper, his expression filled with confusion about its validity. Unable to contain myself, I reminded him, "That is not a lack of attributes. Teacher, I can convert them. Just show me the data on all attributes, and I'll transform it in an instant." Upon hearing this, TheUchiha leaned closer, his golden serpent eyes fixed intently on me. And I can tell you, the pressure was palpable. Anyone who understands can appreciate that currently, He inhabited the body of a strikingly curvaceous woman, dressed in a rather revealing manner. With him leaning down, my perspective was quite overwhelming. I could only fervently suggest, "Teacher, could we maintain a bit of social distance? Your figure is rather distracting." Deshiwon glanced down, quite self-aware, and retreated a bit, calmly saying, "Oh, this body is nearing expiration. I will change soon." Upon hearing this, an opportunity arose. I eagerly suggested, "Teacher, if you were to change bodies, it would be best to find one with self-healing abilities. For instance, I once saw a humanoid creature resembling a giant white radish while wandering in Muyi. It was pure wood release, and its vitality was extraordinary." Deshiwon's eyes lit up at the mention of a pure wood release body, but he immediately cautioned me against recklessness, stating that such a creature was beyond my reach. Little did he know, I was merely guiding him toward a future body. Concerned for me, he turned and dashed off to a meeting with the Akatsuki organization. As soon as he left, I lay in bed at night, my spirit departing my body and swiftly returning to Muyi. I first checked on my brother's Wasu, who was recklessly training in the yard late at night, leaving himself battered and bruised. On the rooftop, our ancestor Chennai was anxiously pacing. I greeted him briefly before wandering off to find Naruto. I must say, that kid Naruto has become quite astute. He goes to bed early every night, eagerly waiting for me to enter his dreams. As soon as I stepped into his sealed space, he lunged at me like a puppy greeting its owner. I pushed him away, telling him I wasn't dead, but merely temporarily displaced from life. I then turned to the enormous, fluffy Ninetales in the cage beside us, who was sulking, grumbling, with ears perked up. In front of it, I cleverly imparted our Ujibo family's Ling Xiuju to Naruto. You won't believe it, the Ninetales, that crafty fox, memorized every word of the techniques I taught Naruto. Its primary objective was to develop in secrecy. After imparting the knowledge, I slipped away, taking a leisurely stroll through the Hokage building, and then checked in on Shikamaru and the others, who were all being pressured to work hard at home. Alas, only Sakura, with her romantic distractions, still had time to play. Upon returning to Zuisu's side, he was already lying in bed, attempting to practice spiritual cultivation. Though he made little progress that night, his determination was commendable. The following morning, as I watched Zuisu prepare breakfast, I chatted with Jinai. I casually mentioned that the Shi-1's human experiments were actually derived from the teachings of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, who was the pioneer in the realm of scientific research in the ninja world. In his pursuit to study our Ujibo clan, he even went so far as to desecrate the remains of my brother, Ujibo-ban. I assure you, upon hearing this, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope, radiating murderous intent that nearly froze the kitchen. He gritted his teeth, vowing to master the technique of impure world reincarnation, to drag that old thief Senju Tobarama from the Pure Land to face punishment. Days passed, and after a week or so, I had become quite familiar with the Shi-1's base. Jumalu had transformed into my devoted personal attendant, coming in every morning to lift my blanket and drag me out of bed. On that particular morning, I was engaging in playful banter with him, jesting that Orochimaru would likely receive a fierce glare from Itachi during the Akatsuki meeting. Little did I know, my words would prove prophetic. That very evening, while dining, a notification chimed in my mind, revealing two achievements: Uchiha Itachi's wrathful strike and Orochimaru's first experience of death. I nearly choked on my food. Orochimaru had been swiftly eliminated by Itachi. I hurried back to my room, seizing Junmaru and instructing him to squat down. Junmaru looked utterly bewildered as I pressed a finger against the cursed mark on his neck and declared, "Your master, Orochimaru, has been slain by Uchiha Itachi." Upon hearing this, Junmaru's spirit shattered, his chakra spiraling out of control, and he sprouted bone spikes, resembling a porcupine. With these spikes protruding, I forcefully extracted Orochimaru's feeble soul from Junmaru's cursed mark. Lo and behold, with a human head and a snake's body, Orochimaru immediately attempted to strike me, cursing my betrayal. It turned out he'd been boasting in front of Itachi, claiming how obedient and adorable he was, leading Itachi to mistakenly believe he intended to use me as a vessel, prompting Itachi to eliminate him without hesitation. Observing his half-human, half-snake form, I couldn't help but scold. I told you not to provoke him. Orochimaru, feeling quite aggrieved, leaned in to intimidate me. In a moment of reckless bravado, I extended my neck and challenged, "Go on, take a bite. If you can injure me, this body is yours." Orochimaru was taken aback, likely never encountering someone so eager to offer their head. Just then, Junmaru regained consciousness, weakly exclaiming, "Don't bully Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru then produced a scroll from his soul, containing a white zetsu he had casually seized before his demise. I pointed at the scroll, urging him, "Enough chatter, bite it. Once you do, I'll help you switch bodies." With a suspicious expression, Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before decisively sinking his fangs into my neck. And guess what? Orochimaru let out a pained cry, clutching his mouth as he recoiled, his face contorted with agony and confusion. It turned out my body was impervious to his bite. Seeing him subdued, I chuckled and released the white zetsu, swiftly cleansing its consciousness before forcefully inserting Orochimaru's soul into it. The white zetsu on the ground writhed, and before long, a pale-skinned, revamped Orochimaru stood before me. Junmaru quickly handed him a towel. Orochimaru, rubbing his still sore teeth, regarded me with a look of deep resentment. Ignoring him, I ushered both of them out of the room and collapsed into bed. The next day, I shared breakfast with the resurrected Orochimaru, casually criticizing Junmaru for becoming increasingly professional. After the meal, we studied theories in the morning and trained in the afternoon. Orochimaru began experimenting with the wood release of his new body, while I watched enviously. Activating my own would release in the system store for 1,000 points. The system even suggested I could merge with water and earth myself. I retorted, "Isn't that the joy of a wealthy player? Why toil when I can spend points to resolve it?" Ultimately, Orochimaru insisted I demonstrate wood release on the spot. And feeling disheartened, I reluctantly raised my hand, my expression reflecting my resistance. As he showed me the necessary hand seals, I felt that my fingers would soon be intricately tied in knots. I proposed, "Teacher, times have changed. Can we innovate a bit? How about utilizing formless techniques that embody a sense of elegance?" Orochimaru didn't press me, allowing me to try. I thought it would be simple. Lifting my hands without forming seals, several wooden spikes erupted from the ground, comparable in size to shuriken, adorned with spiral patterns. To my surprise, Orochimaru squatted down to pick one up, his gaze akin to that of a collector beholding a rare treasure, muttering, "This spiral form surely possesses strong, armor-piercing capabilities." Then he lamented, "Alas, your chakra is too scant." I retorted, "Is that polite?" To prove myself, I decided to form a hand seal and execute a grand technique. Clapping my hands together, I shouted, "Wood release for Pillar's prison." To my astonishment, a wooden cage rose from the ground, initially praising my innate talent. Orochimaru's expression soured as he struck the wooden pillar, turning green with disbelief. He casually tossed the spiral wooden spike, which punctured the pillar as if it were mere tofu. I hurried to explain, "Teacher, that's different. The former was a one-time use, while this one can be reclaimed." As I transformed the wooden spike back into chakra, Orochimaru's eye twitched, and he asked, "Are you certain this is wood release and not a shadow clone?" I thought to myself, this isn't a shadow clone. It lacks consciousness. On the spot, I conjured 2 wooden shuriken, handing one to Junmaru who was watching nearby, instructing him to find a secluded spot and wait for me. Just as Junmaru departed, a notification chimed in my mind, and I could feel the position of the shuriken, even knowing precisely whether Junmaru was running or jumping. Orochimaru was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Flying Thunder God?" I was about to explain that it was similar yet distinct when suddenly, I furrowed my brow. This is bad. Through the shuriken, I've sensed an uninvited guest. Wait, did you reveal our location to Uchiha Itachi? Upon hearing Itachi's name, Orochimaru wasted no time, snatching me up and sprinting out. I tell you, the scene resembled a burglar breaking into our home. Outside, I immediately spotted a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, sporting black nail polish and glaring at us with his 3-tomo Sharingan, emanating a threatening aura. Junmaru had already succumbed to Itachi's gaze, ensnared in a genjutsu. Orochimaru cradled me in his arms, wielding the grass sword I had transformed using wood release, and shouted fiercely, "Uchiha Itachi, how dare you bully children at my doorstep?" I assure you, upon seeing us, particularly me, Itachi momentarily froze as if his CPU had overheated. He likely believed I had perished long ago. I cooperatively slumped against Orochimaru's shoulder, feigning sleepiness, drowsily glancing at him before disdainfully burying my face back into Orochimaru's embrace. Itachi, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Uchiha Luo, you should be in Konoha." I couldn't be bothered to respond, retorting, "It was the Konoha Ombu who packaged me and sent me to my teacher. If you have an issue, take it up with Danzo." Orochimaru, fanning the flames, recounted all the sordid details about Konoha, revealing how Danzo intended to turn me into a combat puppet. Itachi's expression darkened as he reached for me. Sensing the tension, I quickly squeezed Orochimaru's face, feigning distress, and implored, "Teacher, let's go home. I don't want to deal with him. He had protected me in my childhood, and later, he was the one who sent me to my demise. I harbored no hatred towards him, but I had no desire to see him." This plea effectively left Itachi momentarily speechless, causing him to lower his hand. He began to play the emotional card, stating, "Luo, Orochimaru wishes to use your body as a vessel." I couldn't help but chuckle, turning to him with utmost sincerity, and replied, "Wake up, brother. I'm currently wielding would release, far more fashionable than your Sharingan. Teacher has never desired this pathetic body of mine. Please refrain from overthinking." Having had enough of the theatrics, Orochimaru grabbed me, effortlessly hoisting Junmaru over his shoulder, and turned back towards the base. Uchiha Itachi stood frozen, akin to a stone statue, left to ponder the emotional turmoil within himself, likely replaying the events of that fateful night when his clan was annihilated, reflecting on the exact expression I had cast upon him. My friends, who can comprehend such self-inflicted torment? Observing his stillness, I reassured Orochimaru, stating I could return at any moment using a method akin to the Flying Thunder God. In an instant, I reappeared beneath the tree. Itachi was perched above, weeping tears of blood, a truly pitiful sight. I could no longer bear it, so I directly exchanged for a wooden escape healing technique from the system shop, leaping up to place my hand over his eyes. He asked me what I was doing, and I candidly replied, "You're obstructing the view here. My teacher finds you bothersome." To my surprise, he suddenly apologized, which ignited my anger, and I kicked him off the tree. He regained his footing, utterly bewildered. I jumped down and lunged into his arms, getting straight to the point, hand over the crow of Uchiha Shursui. He was taken aback, questioning my intent for wanting such a thing. I locked eyes with him and stated deliberately, "The crow of Shursui is quite formidable. By the banks of the Nanha River, Uchiha Shursui was ruthless in his approach. He brainwashed you into thinking the village was paramount, even betraying his own brother. I even demonstrated a soul extraction technique to prove my knowledge." At that moment, he was thoroughly convinced, believing my previous indifference stemmed from my discovery of his control. The truth, however, was that his daily murders left a heavy scent on him, which I found distasteful. But that was inconsequential. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. I reached out once more, the eyes, hand them over. He hesitated, fearing I might hand them over to Orochimaru for experimentation. My frustration boiled over. I executed the soul extraction technique, forcefully pulling his soul from his body while cursing. "Why are you so stubborn? Is it easy to be a younger brother? I cannot scold or hit you, and your body is as fragile as paper." Finally, I extracted a crimson-eyed crow. I returned Uchiha Itachi's soul to his body and directly activated the power of his eye. Aloe. Just as Uchiha Itachi called my name, his vision darkened and he collapsed. His frail body, compounded by my relentless manipulation, succumbed to overload and fainted. I tugged at him but found him unmovable. So I shouted toward the entrance of the base, "Orochimaru-sensei, lend a hand. We have a large piece of trash here." Orochimaru had been watching from the shadows, his expression a mix of intrigue and shock, likely startled by my soul extraction technique. He approached to carry Uchiha Itachi, and as we walked back, he inquired, "Can everyone's soul be extracted?" I half-truthfully explained, "It requires the other party to be utterly defenseless, or for someone like you, whose body isn't the original. It's not difficult at all." Upon returning to the base, Orochimaru conducted a thorough examination of Uchiha Itachi and concluded, "The Sharingan is ruined. If this continues, death is imminent. This fellow truly does not wish to live." I sighed. He never wanted to live. His mind was controlled by the crow, and the resistance of memories within his soul must have caused a split in his psyche. Orochimaru became curious about the crow, asking if I had absorbed it. I shook my head. That thing lacks energy. It self-destructs after one use, and once the control is lifted, it vanishes. He then asked about other Sharingan. Can you absorb them? I have quite a collection. I looked at him and made it clear. The eyes extracted from corpses on the night of the massacre are of no use to me. Eyes harvested after death have lost their greatest value. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils filled with curiosity. Greatest value? I explained, to put it plainly, it is merely an emotional amplifier. The Uchiha Sharingan becomes increasingly powerful with the intensity of emotions. However, merely having emotions is insufficient. If your body is as fragile as paper, activating the eyes could lead to immediate demise. We continued this conversation for quite some time, had it not been for Kimimaro calling us for dinner. I felt we could have conversed until dusk. Just as I departed, my unfortunate elder brother, Uchiha Itachi, opened his eyes on the sickbed. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind filled with questions. The control of the crow had ended, yet his thoughts were tumultuous. His memories and emotions were clear, but the filter of Konoha shattered entirely, leading him to question the village's integrity. He began to analyze his current situation, but in the midst of his reflections, he dozed off again. After finishing my meal, I specially prepared a bowl of medicinal soup for clarity and entered his room, waking him up. Elder brother, rise and shine. It's time to eat. A person is iron, and food is steel. Don't sleep too much. Even the gravest matters must be addressed after a hearty meal. Uchiha Itachi sat up, looking at me with a bewildered expression. Aloe, are you happy living here? I can tell you, his expression seemed as if we were still trapped in the past. Only this time it was I bringing him food. I plopped down and began to vent my frustrations. Happy? It's all right, but I'm exhausted. Orochimaru-sensei has overloaded my schedule, filling it to the brim. Mornings are for learning, afternoons for training, and at night, I still have to work overtime. Flying back to check on Sasuke and attending meetings with our young ancestor regarding training issues. Occasionally, I must also visit Naruto to see the Nine Tails. Family who understands. I genuinely fear I might not grow any taller from exhaustion. Although I was complaining, a smile graced my face. My brother, my own brother, smiled at me. Although his smile was more akin to a grimace, with his lips twitching several times, it was indeed a smile. You are in good health. You must work even harder. When you go home to see Sasuke, be cautious. There are dangers among the Konoha folks. If trouble arises, flee at once. He likely had not yet figured out his next steps, but his gaze clearly conveyed one message. He wanted to protect us. That night, as I prepared to project my soul back to Konoha, I specifically laid down the law before Orochimaru and my brother. Elder brother, you must wait for my return. I haven't been home for 2 days, and Sasuke must be missing me. I will inquire about your eyes with our ancestor. So please don't impulsively destroy Orochimaru-sensei's laboratory. Understood? After saying this, I lay back on the bed and slipped away. As soon as I left, those two began their own drama. Orochimaru's smile was sinister, resembling that of someone who had just risen from a grave. The first time I met Itachi, he was just as obedient and understanding. My brother shot him a glare, his disdainful expression almost carving the word "get lost" into his face. Your ability to deceive children has grown increasingly impressive. Aloe has been fooled into thinking you are a good person. He dared not confront Orochimaru, not out of inability to fight, but out of fear. Both of us, his younger brothers, were in someone else's grasp, leaving him no choice but to pretend everything could return to the past. Orochimaru, tired of the charade, retorted with disdain, "What a waste of those good eyes. Aloe is infinitely smarter than you. He is my treasure, one I wish to cradle in my palms." My goodness. With such words, my brother nearly erupted, his 3-tomo Sharingan flaring to life, likely contemplating whether to use Tsukuyami on me. Seeing him poised to act, Orochimaru swiftly changed the topic. Uchiha Itachi, do you know why aloe was so fragile at birth, nearly perishing? My brother froze. This question was commonly attributed to developmental issues in the womb. Why? Orochimaru grinned like a villain. Because you are too exceptional. My brother's mind raced, instantly conjuring countless possibilities. Was it because the eldest son was so remarkable that his parents were forbidden from having another? What kind of logic was that? Danzo had mentioned someone had poisoned your mother. Orochimaru leisurely dropped the bombshell. Unclear who was responsible, but Danzo had once expressed his intent to strike, though he failed to find an opportunity. My brother's face darkened instantly. Danzo and the third Hokage's cronies were all scoundrels. Orochimaru continued to stoke the flames. It might not even be them. Perhaps it was the Hyuga clan? They are known for their internal strife. This matter, did Aloe know? My brother's primary concern shifted to this now. I have not inquired. Orochimaru shrugged. But that little one has always been able to float his soul around. There is no place in Konoha he dares not venture. I suspect he knows more than either of us. After my brother finished listening, he cast a cold glance at the Shiwan and remarked that he should be aware of the nature of the Shiwan, one of the legendary three shinobi. With that, he lay down on my bed and pulled the blanket over himself, signaling his intention to keep watch. The Shiwan, unfazed, approached the door and softly reminded him that his room was next door. Oh, and by the way, Aluo prefers to sleep alone and particularly dislikes having someone too close upon waking. With that, he departed, leaving my brother to ponder alone. As the scene shifted, my soul had already returned to where I sat in the courtyard reporting to Sasuke and our ancestor, Uchiha Izuna. Izuna draped an arm over my shoulder and asked, "Where have you been these past few days? Has Uchiha Itachi settled down?" I sighed and leaned against him. How good could the mood be? It will take time. Indeed, that young lad had also been a victim of circumstances. Izuna pursed his lips and inquired about Uchiha Shirsue's situation. Shirsue's father, Uchiha Kagami, was a direct disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and a staunch supporter of the Will of Fire. Before Danzo snatched away Shirsue's eye, it actually contained his father's eye. Thus, the son of Uchiha Kagami inherited the Will of Fire and subsequently led to the downfall of our Uchiha clan. Izuna was nearly driven to despair. It was once again that Senju Tobirama. I tell you, that old man is the nemesis of our Uchiha clan. I added fuel to the fire, perhaps. By the time of the third Hokage, the Will of Fire had morphed into burning others to illuminate his own home. His precious grandson travels with elite jonin as caretakers. Such grandeur rivals that of a landlord's foolish son, truly the heir of my. Sasuke, overhearing, was filled with indignation, snorting as he leaped up and unleashed a flurry of attacks on the wooden training dummy in the courtyard, each strike aimed at its vital points. Izuna watched with concern and quietly asked, "Was your brother treated this well as a child?" I shook my head. Just an ordinary person. He had no such privileges. Although Uchiha Fugaku was the clan leader, he had no authority to assign a ninja as a caretaker for his son. What was Sasuke like when he acted cute? Izuna suddenly became curious. Just as I was about to respond, I noticed Sasuke's gaze drifting my way, prompting me to swiftly change the subject. What could it be, ancestor? Didn't you ever act cute with your brother? Like asking for a hug, or to be carried high? Before I could finish, I received a slap on the head from Izuna. No, but I would train with my brother, and when tired, I would sleep on the training ground, and he would carry me home. Izuna gently ruffled my hair, lost in reminiscing. He mentioned that his speed was remarkable back then. Yet he still lost to Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God? I shook my head, gazing at him, and in the next moment, he vanished and appeared beside Sasuke in an instant. Izuna's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Can that be learned? In the dead of night, in my bedroom, both Sasuke and Izuna, one large and one small, stared at me with bloodshot eyes and expressions of frustration. Who understands family? Teaching the two of them the Flying Thunder God technique nearly wore my tongue raw, yet each of them seemed more clueless than the last. Izuna, infuriated, raised his hand to strike me, but retracted it upon Sasuke's glare. Sasuke, your brother is your responsibility. I'm losing my temper. With that, he floated out the door to bask in the moonlight on the roof. Though claiming not to learn, His body betrayed him as he secretly practiced. Sasuke embraced me and tousled my hair. All right, as long as you know how to learn, we can practice again when the opportunity arises. You should head back. Your soul lingering outside is not good for your body. Yes, I will go check on Naruto and return. I waved at him and directly made my way to Naruto's home, dragging him into the ceiling space. The great fox, Kyuubi, was secretly training but feigned sleep upon our entrance, though its ears perked up like radar. As soon as Naruto saw me, he enveloped me in a bear hug, brimming with enthusiasm. However, I discovered that Naruto's training had hit a snag, so I glanced at the Kyuubi, plucked a chunk of chakra from the chair, and transformed it into spiritual energy right before its eyes. In an instant, the feigning Kyuubi leapt up, baring its teeth and roaring at us. Had it not been for the cage, it might have devoured us whole. I calmly pressed Naruto's head down. Ignore it. It can't come out right now. All it does is eavesdrop and observe. Yet it has learned nothing worthwhile. You little rascal, who are you calling a thief? The Kyuubi retorted, angered. I am learning openly. I rolled my eyes, too weary to engage, and turned back to continue teaching Naruto. This time, Naruto succeeded swiftly, prompting me to turn and glare at the Kyuubi. The creature's eyes darted around, and it inadvertently confessed. It turned out that Naruto's inability to absorb was entirely due to the Kyuubi intercepting him midway. But its chakra was too potent. The moment a bit of spiritual energy entered, it was assimilated, resulting in no one being able to train effectively. I exasperatedly explained, "You two are now bound. You must learn before you can. Do you understand?" The Kyuubi, deflated by my words, covered its ears with its paws, adamantly refusing to listen. After I left with Naruto, it finally dropped its paws, a conflicted expression crossing its face. To go out, it had to learn new things. Yet learning new things meant Naruto had to grow stronger. Once Naruto became stronger, it would find it even harder to escape. Uchiha and the like truly are the most detestable. After leaving Naruto's home, I checked on Sasuke before returning to my body. As soon as I arrived, I felt something heavy pressing down on me, and, without a second thought, I kicked it away. With a crash, it collided with the wall. Upon closer inspection, I was stunned. "Big brother, are you all right?" I gazed at Uchiha Itachi, who was rising from the floor, a look of shock on his face. I felt a bit guilty. My kick seemed to lack restraint. "I'm fine." My brother was likely bewildered, finally understanding the meaning behind Shiwan's peculiar smile before he left. With a wary expression, he asked, "How did Shiwan know about your sleeping habits? What did he do to your body while your spirit was absent?" I hurried to clarify. He was merely conducting an examination. Previously, to regulate my body, he needed to check before and after every meal, filling up 2 large notebooks with records. My brother's face turned green upon hearing this. That old fox, Shiwan, was far too cunning, using such a method to gain my trust. Noticing the grievance on his face, I pointed to the empty space on the bed. "Big brother, are you still going to sleep? The bed is quite spacious." He didn't hesitate, walking over and lying down. However, in the middle of the night, I, an unsteady sleeper, performed a complete 360-degree spin, wrapping the entire blanket around myself. In the darkness, my brother's eyes were wide open, likely contemplating life. He finally understood why Shiwan had prepared such a large bed for me. The next morning, Jummer knocked on the door promptly. "Aluo, it's time to wake up." I buried my face in the blanket, reluctant to move. Junmaru counted down 3 seconds, and upon finishing, he directly yanked me from my warm cocoon, tossing me into the cold bath prepared for me like a sack of potatoes. Throughout the entire process, he didn't spare a glance at my brother. After all, my brother had once killed Shiwan. After breakfast, my brother accompanied me to the study, watching helplessly as Junmaru threw a pile of scrolls related to puppet techniques at me before departing. He could no longer contain himself and rushed to confront Shiwan. "Shiwan, is this how you teach him?" My brother slammed his hands on the table. "He's just a child. You let him study puppet technique scrolls by himself? What if something goes wrong?" Shiwan leisurely picked up my curriculum and replied, "Your brother is smarter than you think. Oh, today he's learning puppet techniques. Junmaru, go bring Aluo some parts to play with. The poison can wait until next time." "Puppet techniques. You're letting him learn the puppet techniques of Mangekyo now. What of it?" The Shiwan replied with a look of incredulity. He has already completed the foundational ninjutsu. By the way, remember to teach him the new ninjutsu developed by your Uchiha clan in recent decades. The older techniques are unnecessary. Your ancestor personally taught them, so he knows more than you. He's still a child, my brother exclaimed, thoroughly exasperated. Orochimaru suddenly lifted his head, gazing at him with a particularly affectionate expression. Indeed, you are correct. He is still but a child. By the way, are you 14 or 15 this year? My brother, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, snorted coldly and retreated to my room. Orochimaru watched his retreating figure and shook his head, remarking, children truly have such tempers. Meanwhile, I was fretting over the scroll in my hands. The system was still beside me, promoting, Host, if you find it difficult, you can purchase from the system. I roll my eyes internally. I can comprehend. I am merely pondering why they named this white secret technique and that red secret technique. And there's even a black secret technique, isn't there? I just want to criticize the artistic naming skills of the Suna no Sato folk. Are they playing with a color palette? The system continued in my mind, asserting that the names given by the Hokage of Konoha were even more abstract. Goodness. What about the Spiral Flash Super Rindan and the first Hokage's long-winded taijutsu secret, the Super Katon illusion technique, and the Great Shuriken technique? Is there truly someone who can call those out in the midst of battle? It's likely they'd be taken out before they could finish. While I was musing over this, Itachi appeared like a ghost, inquiring, Can you understand everything? Of course, my brother. What kind of intelligence do you think I possess? I nodded and then shook my head. I can comprehend and remember, but I cannot utilize it. Who among my family understands? I possess an abundance of theoretical knowledge. Yet my blue bar is empty and all my skills are grayed out. What a feeling. No matter how strong my soul is without chakra, I am merely a weakling in battle. This matter cannot be rushed. I must wait for Kurama to awaken his spiritual energy for training before I can borrow some power from him. I certainly do not wish to seal a tailed beast within myself. That would amount to a 24-hour surveillance system, and I do not possess the inclination for such attention. Before I knew it, I had turned 10 years old. Teacher Orochimaru announced his intention to broaden my horizons, with the destination set for Suna no Sato. Thus I, a celebrant of my 10th birthday, embarked on this journey alongside my teacher in Kimimaro, stepping onto the soil of the Wind Country. Upon entering the desert, the yellow sand was overwhelming. Teacher Orochimaru disguised himself as a Suna ninja. Kimimaro served as my personal attendant, and I, lo and behold, was a wealthy young master. Yet, who ended up constructing houses with wood release? That would be me. Who built sand barriers with earth release? Still me, standing atop the roof. I observed the leisurely duo below and thought to myself, being a young master is quite constraining. I am merely a tool for creating atmosphere. After completing my task and jumping down, Teacher Orochimaru handed me a scroll stating, Aloe, happy birthday. My heart warmed instantly, and I sweetly exclaimed, Thank you, Teacher Orochimaru. Kimimaro approached with a box, Your Highness Aloe, happy birthday. As soon as I took it, the sandcrafted box crumbled, revealing a stunning bone sword. I thought, brother, your packaging is far ahead of its time, emphasizing instant decomposition. Is it? Seeing Orochimaru and Kimimaro stifling their laughter, I felt quite embarrassed. However, the sword was indeed exquisite, custom-made by Kimimaro using his own bones. I had told him that he should focus on recovering so he could better protect teacher Orochimaru and prevent him from overthinking. This fellow is now constantly contemplating how to transform his bones into the finest materials, emphasizing sustainability. After putting away the gifts, I hurried home to celebrate my brother's birthday. Before leaving, I quietly reminded Kimimaro to keep an eye on our teacher and prevent him from wandering off at night, as it would frighten the flowers and plants. Ever since I taught him about spiritual cultivation, it was as if he had unlocked a new world, wandering around in a dream state, causing Itachi to be frequently disturbed by a floating spirit at night. Eventually, he could no longer bear it and rushed back to the Akatsuki. To prevent our teacher from getting lost, I secretly marked his spirit with a flying thunder god seal for GPS tracking. Teacher Orochimaru handed me another scroll, claiming it was for Sasuke. He firmly believed that Sasuke was also his student. I stored the item carefully and exchanged a knowing glance with him, urging him to behave tonight. Then everything went dark, and I logged off, directly collapsing into his arms. Kimimaro expertly wrapped me in a blanket and placed me on the bed. I could envision the worried expression in his eyes. Now that one is asleep, the other should not float around tonight, right? The next moment, I appeared at the Uchiha estate, directly pouncing on Sasuke, who was meditating in the courtyard. Sasuke, happy birthday. He immediately embraced me back. Aloe, happy birthday. We returned to the room, where I proudly presented all the gifts. This is from teacher Orochimaru. This is mine. And this is, from that man. All right, I need to go get Naruto's gift. I placed everything down, casually snatching the gift Sasuke had prepared for me before dashing away. When I returned, Sasuke was staring blankly at a pile of jars with Izuna, our ancestor. My goodness, these were sent by Orochimaru, eye care products and calcium supplements. We both understood. However, when he took out a bottle of smoothing conditioner, we fell silent. I whispered, is it possible that teacher is afraid we might grow up to have that man's frizzy hairstyle? Sasuke understood instantly, and with a proud expression, he tucked everything away, though his body betrayed his thoughts. As for Itachi's gift, he didn't even glance at it before stuffing it into his bag. Then he unwrapped my gift, a small cat necklace I had carved by hand, containing a chakra storage device. He adored it and put it on immediately. At that moment, I also revealed Naruto's gift, a small fox formed from Kyuubi chakra. I must say, the relationship between Sasuke and Naruto is quite delicate. On the surface, they are sworn enemies, yet behind the scenes, they engage in spiritual skirmishes like elementary school children fighting, while also sharing a mutual understanding. Izuna, our ancestor, offered us verbal blessings and playfully teased Sasuke to call him ancestor, only to receive a disdainful glance in return. These two are truly a pair of comical rivals. I pressed Sasuke's spirit back into his body, leaning beside him as I recounted recent amusing events, accompanying him through the night of his birthday. The following morning, I contentedly logged back into my own body. Upon opening my eyes, I was utterly bewildered. The sky was filled with yellow sand, and outside, a swarm of white clay spiders crawled about, while a blond young man was throwing bombs, exclaiming, "Ha!" I turned to teacher Orochimaru, my eyes filled with resentment. Teacher, is this what you meant by not being disturbed? Outside stood 4 members, Deidara, Sasori, Haiden, and Kakuzu. Goodness, the Akatsuki Star team had come for a team-building exercise, hadn't they? Orochimaru suggested we make a run for it, but I said, wait, let us greet them first. I shouted outside, hey, golden-haired big brother, could you pause for a moment? Upon hearing this, Deidara laughed. Little brother, are you saying I'm handsome? I thought to myself, got him, and immediately switched to sales mode. Indeed, big brother, you are so handsome. With such strong winds and sand, it would be a shame for your skin to suffer. I have skincare products personally developed by my teacher, which protect against sun damage and dryness. Half price for you. I must say, Deidara's expression was akin to when a phone signal drops from 5G to E. I didn't care if he believed me or not. I swiftly took out a plethora of bottles and jars, along with the price list. Kakuzu, the money-loving one, perked up at the prospect of making a profit. Deidara pretended to borrow 30,000 from Kakuzu as bait to catch me. Feigning ignorance, I used the flying thunder god technique to teleport away, securing the money and placing the bottles down, then returning with another teleportation in a seamless flow. Deidara's little spider exploded where I had just stood, resulting in an empty blast, which fortuitously blew one of my skincare bottles into his arms. The Akatsuki quartet was utterly dumbfounded, beginning to argue over who would capture me. Meanwhile, I engaged in mutual flattery with teacher Orochimaru within the barrier. Teacher taught wonderfully. Aloe studied diligently. Jumalu smiled beside me, tidying up the items. After observing the commotion had settled, I sighed and with a look of feigned innocence declared, they are too fierce. Perhaps we should take our leave. Then, with one item in each hand, I waved goodbye and activated the prearranged signpost to teleport us away. Once my strength increases, I shall undoubtedly venture to the Akatsuki to achieve some accomplishments. After landing safely, I joyfully counted the 30,000 Ryo. Teacher Orochimaru gazed at me with a mix of helplessness and concern, inquiring if I had lost my mind over money. I felt deflated instantly. Teacher, having money allows one to accomplish many things. Sasuke in Konoha, despite his Uchiha lineage, lives no better than an ordinary child, as the elders of Konoha have taken all his family's wealth. Teacher Orochimaru patted my head, reassuring me that in 2 years, once Sasuke graduates, we shall find a way to bring him out. I could only nod, deciding to temporarily set aside these troubling thoughts. Thus, the most pressing matter at hand was to avoid the madness of the Akatsuki and safely make my way to Mangekyo. I must tell you, my persona was that of a wealthy heir from the land of rice fields, eager to experience life in the desert while also assessing the market to see if I could promote Orochimaru's technological products. Before our departure, Jumalu, my versatile butler, astonishingly performed a one-handed juggling act, quickly preparing breakfast of fried eggs and noodles, complete with vegetables and meat, achieving an impeccable nutritional balance. As I slurped my noodles, I complimented him. Jumalu, you are quite capable. Such skills are wasted if you do not further your education at a culinary academy. Observing him transform into a top-tier butler, I felt a surge of accomplishment. Jumalu had a variety of titles for me. Outsiders called me young master, while in private, he addressed me as a Luo. If he were to call me Uchiha Luo, it would surely mean I had gotten myself into trouble again. Once we became familiar, my playful side emerged, teasing him during our meal. Whether I like it or not is inconsequential. What matters is that teacher likes it. You won't believe it. Jumalu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he turned to teacher Orochimaru. The three of us took a lengthy detour, leisurely making our way to Mangekyo. Upon arriving at the village entrance, my theatrical inclinations surged. Clad in a seemingly simple yet exorbitantly priced white outfit, I brandished a gem-studded backpack, running and jumping towards the gate while shouting, Jumalu, hurry up! Your young master is about to run out of steam. Yunmalu trailed behind, wearing a look of exasperation that seemed to say, what do family members understand? At that moment, Mangekyo Ninja leaned in to whisper to the guard, likely introducing me. This walking ATM. Upon hearing this, the guard's eyes lit up as if he had encountered a deity, showering me with warmth and hospitality, offering travel brochures and friendly inquiries. Jumalu, ever the professional, presented our forged top-tier credentials from the land of rice fields, underscoring our noble lineage while emphasizing the need for discretion. The two guards, captivated, conjured an elaborate narrative of a secret visit and noble intrigues, their smiles radiant, nearly rolling out the red carpet for us. Once settled into the inn, I sensed a presence above me. I quietly approached Jumalu and whispered, did I reveal anything? He calmly replied, echoing my words, not at all, young master. You're merely an ordinary wealthy individual. I realized it was not my acting skills, but rather the imagination of these ninjas that was remarkable. All right then, I would continue my performance. Less than half an hour into our stay, I could no longer contain my excitement and pulled Jumalu onto the streets. I switched to buying mode, acquiring everything intriguing, with Jumalu struggling to carry all the items. By the end of the afternoon, the entire street recognized me as the charming child with a generous spirit. While browsing, I spotted two individuals, a sister with 4 high-reaching hair buns and a brother whose face was painted theatrically. The sister poked him with a fan, and they whispered as they approached me. I was caught in a dilemma, unsure where to dine for dinner, while Jumalu critiqued my indecision, recalling how I had similarly purchased everything earlier. Just then, I began to pitch my business plan. Jumalu, this place with such fierce winds, is a prime market for our beauty products. Everything from hydration to whitening, a comprehensive approach to skincare, ensuring ladies regain their beauty. Before I could finish, a voice interrupted. Hey kid, are you still dreaming? It was the brother with the painted face blocking my path. I shot him an annoyed glance, uninterested in engaging, and smoothly turned to the beautiful sister beside him, smiling sweetly. Pretty sister, your skin is so radiant. It must be natural beauty. However, you should still protect it from the sand. Here, as a token of our first meeting, I offer you a set of our unreleased trial products. This one is for protection, and this one is for repair. I hastily placed several small glass bottles into her hands while explaining their usage. You should have seen her expression, a mix of surprise and delight, as she protested, but her hands betrayed her desire. No girl can resist being called pretty sister, especially when free skincare products are involved. After gifting her the items, I swiftly pulled Junma Lu away, concealing my deeds. That night, just as I lay down, an enormous crash echoed outside. Then came the familiar, spine-chilling chakra fluctuation. Goodness, the one-tail Shikaku was rampaging. My spirit soared to investigate. And guess whom I encountered? Teacher Orochimaru. He too was wandering in spirit form. I drifted over to him and asked, "Teacher, you can't be serious? Are you interested in Shikaku?" He averted his gaze, claiming he was merely passing by, unaware that AI Luo had fallen asleep. I hardly believed him. The seal on the one-tail was already unstable. Once AI Luo fell asleep, Shikaku would surely break free. Without hesitation, I grasped Teacher Orochimaru's spirit and urged him, "Teacher, take it easy. I will check first. We cannot let a life be lost. I am responsible for this spirit departure issue. After all." Just as I departed, Teacher Orochimaru rose from his bed, donned Sunagekyo's ninja attire, and muttered, as a member of Sunagekyo, "I have an obligation." I paid him no mind and dove into AI Luo's mental realm. There, I found a small, red-haired bundle curled up in a corner, crying amidst walls of sand. I approached and patted his head, startling him as he asked who I was. "I'm just a passerby," I replied. He sobbed even harder, urging me to leave, claiming the place would be destroyed. I sat beside him and said, "If it gets destroyed, so be it. If you're tired, just take a break." At that moment, a woman's spirit approached, frantic. It was AI Luo's mother, Karura. She implored AI Luo to wake up, warning that outside, the Kazekage had ordered his demise. Yet AI Luo, poor child, was utterly heartbroken. He gazed vacantly at his mother, saying, "Uncle Yashimaru lied, saying you hated the village, which is why you gave me this name. Now that the village is being destroyed, shouldn't you be happy?" Karura was overwhelmed, never expecting her brother would say such a thing to her child. As the conversation deepened, AI Luo timidly grasped my arm, as if I were his only lifeline. He confessed that everyone wanted him dead, and living held no meaning. Karura wished to comfort him, asserting that everyone loved him. Yet she could not voice it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I knew I had to intervene or this child would be lost. I sensed my body being moved, so I quickly stood up, pressed my hand on AI Luo's small head, and whispered urgently in his ear, "AI Luo, listen, living brings hope for the future. Even if no one loves you, you must learn to love yourself. The love sought after is far too cheap. Once you ascend to the highest of heights, countless individuals will eagerly profess their affection for you." Having uttered this thought, I hastily returned to my body. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found myself being embraced by Junma Lu, sprinting across the rooftop. The inn where we had just stayed had collapsed. I glanced back and was astounded to see a lush green plant, starkly contrasting in black and white, rapidly burrowing into the ground. What a sight! I immediately shouted at the top of my lungs. "There's a plant, an exceedingly peculiar one. This burden must be borne by him." Meanwhile, Shikaku had ultimately been subdued once more. Just as Chiyo and the others prepared to seal Gaara as well, he opened his eyes. Instantly, a layer of sand enveloped him, taking on the form of his mother, Karura, and shielding him from all assaults. He rose, his gaze filled with an unprecedented hatred, fixated intently on his father, Raza. Family. Who can comprehend this? I felt as if, inadvertently, I had pushed this child towards darkness. His current demeanor, calm yet vengeful, seemed to triple his intellect and aura. My internal system rapidly reviewed the situation, explaining that the appearance of Orochimaru had frightened Gaara, combined with my own words and the provocation of his mother-esque spirit. Ultimately, Shikaku, prior to being sealed, had bestowed upon Gaara a package of hatred education, deftly shifting all blame onto Raza and Sunagekyo. As I was pondering this, I turned my head and lo and behold, Orochimaru, utilizing the identity of a ninja, was inadvertently nudged by a companion, causing him to lunge forward and land directly upon the sand spikes below. Even in his attempt to escape, his demise was rather ridiculous. Such acting would surely secure him a seat at the Oscars. The aftermath of that chaotic night took an extensive time to clean up. The innkeeper, in tears, apologized to us for the collapse. We relocated to a new inn, where Juima Lu guarded me throughout the night. The following day, the streets appeared as if nothing had transpired. Business continued as usual, and smiles greeted us everywhere. Truly, this is the essence of a ninja village, maintaining emotional stability. I observed Juima Lu as he organized the application materials for opening a store and suddenly had an epiphany. I inquired, Juima Lu, how many chain stores must we establish to sustain Orochimaru's extravagant research model? Supporting Sasuke is manageable. Simply providing food and lodging with sufficient funds suffices. However, sustaining Orochimaru's endeavors requires not just money, but gold bars. Juima Lu was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon transformed. Upon mentioning that this was for Orochimaru's scientific pursuits to ensure he could focus on his research, Juima Lu's eyes sparkled with determination, radiating an aura of ambition, instantly transforming from a laid-back caretaker to the king of making money. I lay in bed, laughing heartily. Indeed, Orochimaru's charm is undeniable. By evening, we ventured out for a meal. What a coincidence it was. As we entered the restaurant, we spotted Temari and Kankuro seated at a nearby table, with 2 tables empty beside them. The script was far too conspicuous. As soon as we sat down, Temari cheerfully approached. Handsome little brother, do you remember your sister? As she spoke, her gaze dimmed momentarily, likely recalling Gaara. However, she quickly regained her composure, concocting an excuse about skincare products she had delivered the previous day being stolen, and then asked me, little brother, you mentioned opening a store in Sunagakure. Does that mean there will be many skincare products available? Absolutely. However, I must say, these skincare products are merely a stepping stone. My true grand scheme lies ahead. Naturally, I couldn't divulge this to her. I immediately switched to a facade of childlike innocence, nodding and shaking my head, pretending to be profound as I said, there are a few, but I can no longer gift them to you, big sister. Want to get it for free? Not a chance. If you wish to pry information from me, you must first reveal your identity as the Kazakage's daughter. To my surprise, Temari was quite astute. Upon hearing that I wouldn't give it for free, she immediately became anxious. No. I'm not asking for a gift. I'll take 2 sets, one for myself and one for an elder. Goodness. She even feared I wouldn't believe her and began describing her experience with a trial product from the previous night, asserting that after using it before bed, she awoke to find her skin as smooth as a peeled egg. Family, who understands? This sister's thought process is truly unique. She equates purchasing a skincare product with optimizing the next generation's genes, declaring that she must be perfect inside and out to find a good partner and bear good children. This is quite a far-fetched notion, yet I appreciate her enthusiasm for sales. Feigning fear of her snatching my bag, I leaned back slightly, and she genuinely became agitated, dramatically pulling out her wallet to make a purchase. I have money. Well, that was precisely what I was waiting to hear. I leisurely retrieved my bottles and jars from my bag, pulled out a small notebook, and began calculating. 1 set for 20,000, 2 sets for 30,000, 3 sets for 60,000 for a complete set of 6 pieces, totaling 260,000. 2 sets. I shall kindly offer you for 520,000. Big sister, are you certain you want 2 sets? At that moment, I fixated on her eyes, eager to observe her expression of financial pain. What happened? Astonishingly, she didn't even blink, pulling out the money without hesitation. After completing the transaction, she praised me for being adorable, claiming I was a conscientious merchant, believing the effects would surely be worth millions. With the money in hand, I beamed with joy. Temari handed the items to the already astonished Kankuro, instructing him to hurry home, the authoritative tone contrasting sharply with how she had addressed me moments earlier. She then plopped down at our table, frantically trying to ingratiate herself, recommending store locations and offering to look out for me. Within the course of a meal, we grew quite familiar. I also took the opportunity to recount my semi-true tragic backstory, the tale of being confined as a child, cared for by an elder brother, and later encountering a great teacher, all of which elicited a maternal response from Temari, who patted her chest and assured me, "Dear Arrow, rest assured, in Sunagakure, I will use my fan to send those who bully you all the way to the land of fire." I glanced at the small fan at her waist, unable to suppress a jest. "Sister, is that fan strong enough?" She paused for a moment, then boldly replied, "No worries, a larger one is already in production. The one that hits Kankuro doesn't even hurt. It lacks presence." Following her gaze, I observed Kankuro at another table, his face flushed with anger, likely internally screaming. I didn't feel pain. I simply dared not voice my anger. The Uchiha family values brotherly respect, while the sibling relationship in Sunagakure clearly emphasizes genuine damage. After our meal, we arranged to meet the following day to inspect the store. Temari reluctantly escorted me several miles out of the village before returning. Once she departed, I revealed to Junma Lu, "Temari is the Kazakage's daughter." Junma Lu nodded, sharing all the information he had gathered, including that Gaara was a Jinchuriki, and that night, Shikaku had gone berserk. I felt a sense of empathy, realizing that Gaara's plight was even more tragic than my own. Just as we were walking, a loud shout echoed from behind us. "Stop right there." As I turned around, lo and behold, it was Ai Luo. A mere sand clone stood there, lonely and forlorn. Junma Lu instantly drew his bone weapon, fully alert. I patted his shoulder, signaling that all was well, and then approached Ai Luo. This child must have summoned immense courage to catch up with me, and upon seeing me approach, he became so nervous that his words stumbled. After a long pause, he finally managed to ask, "Will you come again?" Oh dear! Who among my kin could fathom the depth of that gaze? It was enough to melt one's heart. I stepped closer, emulating my elder brother, and gently ruffled his sandy head, smiling as I replied, "Of course, I will return. My shop is right here. In a month, I would come back with the ninja escort goods." Upon receiving my affirmative response, Ai Luo's sand clone dissipated in a flurry, presumably satisfied as it returned to its original form. I felt quite moved at the moment. But lo and behold, just as I turned to leave, Feng Ing Luo Sha and his mother, the elderly Chiyo, emerged from the sand. I tell you, from start to finish, this was but a grand performance. A product launch directed by teacher Orochimaru, intended for Feng Ing. The product was my unique ability to soothe the Jinchuriki and Junma Lu's unparalleled combat prowess. That old fox, Luo Sha, regarded me as though I were a rare artifact, utterly disregarding Ai Luo as his son, viewing him purely as a tool. Of course, what they did not know was that all of this was part of our grand scheme. The scene shifted, and Junma Lu and I found ourselves feasting on barbecued meat at the borders of the land of fire. Who was seated across from me? The sole form of teacher Orochimaru, his half-human, half-snake appearance twisted and turned, exuding a sense of abstraction. I mused that it was now 2025, and teacher, your performance art is indeed ahead of its time, leaving even Junma Lu in a daze throughout the entirety of the event. As I handed the grilled meat to Junma Lu, I pulled back the snake tail of the teacher's soul form that attempted to stroke Junma Lu's head, exclaiming, "Teacher, where have you left your body again? If you don't return soon, that white Zetsu body will spoil." Teacher Orochimaru then reluctantly explained that he was indeed carrying his body, asserting that it was quite useful and could last for several hours without issue. Junma Lu, completely oblivious, had been acting the part all along to appear natural. Only now did he realize that this trip to Sunagakure, from the shop opening to our unexpected encounter, was all scripted. I reported to the teacher my plans for the future. In a month, I would return to Sunagakure for a month's stay, ostensibly to manage the shop. But in reality, I sought to learn Chiyo skills in poison crafting and antidote making. After discussing serious matters, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to bring them back to the base. After bidding farewell to the teacher and Junma Lu, I hurried home to check on my proud elder brother. Upon returning to the Uchiha estate, my ancestor Izuna floated over, appearing anxious. "Aloe, you have returned." Sasuke has been practicing the Flying Thunder God technique these past few days, but something seems off. His Sharingan keeps activating uncontrollably. I rushed over to find Sasuke puffing up his cheeks and glaring at Izuna, but he calmed down upon my arrival. He warned me to be cautious, claiming that the umbu tailing us outside seemed to be an expert. When I phased through the wall to investigate, lo and behold, it was Kakashi with his white hair, intently reading a manga while crouched atop a tree. I peeked at his Sharingan, and, good heavens, the chakra fluctuations were a chaotic mess. To be fair, this situation was indeed my fault. After all, I had gifted him a time-space explosion package. Now, his eyes were akin to a ticking time bomb, and the third Hokage dared not let him leave the village, fearing he might blue screen mid-mission. The system informed me that Danzo had attempted several times to extract that eye, but the third Hokage had thwarted him each time. I disregarded Kakashi, floated back inside, and urged Sasuke to try the Flying Thunder God technique once more. Indeed, as he teleported, his two-tomo Sharingan activated as if on autopilot, displaying a mixture of reluctance and embarrassment on his face. Upon inspection, I discovered that Indrazil was at play, attempting to subtly infiltrate his soul while Sasuke employed advanced space-time ninjutsu. Fortunately, the soul nurturing we had provided him over the past 2 years had not been in vain. His soul had developed a nascent resistance. I immediately formed several hand seals and pressed them against his forehead, granting him a stronger soul protection buff to temporarily shield him from Indra's signals. Sasuke sighed in relief, looking at me with determination in his eyes. "Don't worry, brother. I'm not that fragile." I certainly believed in him. My brother was destined to pierce the moon. However, there was still a matter of greater importance that I needed to attend to personally. I coaxed Sasuke to sleep, then floated to the rooftop with Izuna, disclosing ancestor. "Protect my brother well tonight. I must venture out for something significant." Izuna ruffled my hair, understanding instantly. "Go ahead, but be safe and avoid mishaps." First, I floated to Naruto's home and greeted him. Naruto, ever loyal, offered to release Kurama if danger arose, for the beast was idle anyway. The sealed Ninetales lazily flicked its ears, signifying its tacit approval. Once the rear was secured, I hovered above Konoha, surveying the area. The third Hokage was at home, entertaining his grandchild. Splendid. Danzo? To my surprise, he was not at the root base today, having returned home instead. I floated to the Shimura family estate, and to my astonishment, it was festooned with decorations. It turned out that Danzo's grandson had been born. He was cradling the newborn, his face wrinkled with joy, radiating warmth as his family rejoiced together. At that moment, I felt my composure shatter. Why? Why should the one who destroyed Sasuke's family happiness revel in familial bliss? Why were their loved ones allowed to smile so blissfully unaware? They did not deserve it. Their relatives, too. In that instant, my eyes slowly transformed into a crimson three-tomo. It was time to deliver a surprise gift to that old fool, Danzo. I tell you, as I floated into his bedroom, the old man was engrossed in account books, surrounded by layers of rude assassins, exuding an air of invincibility. Yet, as he turned a page, a blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan appeared directly on the page, the three tomos spinning. Danzo's pupils dilated in shock, and he cried out, "Uchiha, sure sway." Naturally, he recognized it, having one embedded in his own eye. I seized the opportunity to deliver his death sentence in Shursue's voice. "Danzo, today marks your demise." You won't believe it. The old fool remained defiant, tearing away the bandages covering his eye to reveal a matching Sharingan, boasting, "A mere Jinjutsu cannot affect me." "Cannot affect you?" I chuckled. I must say, the performance was just beginning. I first conjured an illusion of Uchiha Kagami to frighten him. He boasted that he had seen through it while frantically forming hand seals. However, with a snap, the Jinjutsu dissolved, leaving Uchiha Kagami still present. The old fool was momentarily bewildered, realizing that he had personally dispatched Uchiha Kagami long ago. He quickly regained his composure, realizing it was still a Jinjutsu. Then, I intensified the illusion. I commanded the Uchiha Kagami illusion to transform into a root ninja stationed on his rooftop, and with a mighty crash, it broke through the ceiling and leaped outside. When Danzo rushed out to investigate, he found two identical figures staring back at him, wide-eyed, with a single command. The surrounding root ninjas converged, but as they fought, they all transformed into identical copies. I tell you, That scene was reminiscent of a chaotic team-building exercise featuring the true and false Monkey King. Danzo's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. His mind was reeling, and he issued a lethal command. Don't move. Kill everyone here. The root ninjas, or rather, my illusionary ninjas, simultaneously looked up, confusion etched on their faces. Upon observing the reaction, Tuanzong became even more incensed. He hastily formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of wind release, akin to a machine gun. Yet to his dismay, not a single adversary was struck. Infuriated, he performed yet another release. Remarkably, the illusion was dispelled, and he found himself back in his chamber, clutching that tattered document. Unbeknownst to him, an unseen hand had never strayed from his Shursue's Sharingan. I was in no rush. Lacking chakra? No matter. The Nine-Tails chakra I had obtained from Naruto offered an endless supply. Thus, I dragged him into the illusion, released him for a breath, and pulled him back in. I subjected him to the likes of Uchiha Shursui, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, and the Nine-Tails transformed Kushina Uzumaki, presenting him with a veritable buffet of Konoha's illusions, tormenting him into a state of delirium and agitation. As midnight approached, the moment was ripe. I unleashed my ultimate technique, Kodoame Tsukumi. I had his subordinates deliver a crate filled with letters, all detailing his son and clan's treacherous designs against him, colluding with foreign villages, and planning to assassinate him that very night to overthrow Konoha. Upon perusing these missives, Tuanzong was utterly stupefied. The very foundation he cherished most, the roots of Konoha, were now rotten from within. How could he endure such treachery? The most audacious twist was that, having been tormented by my prior illusions, he subconsciously believed this was yet another trial of illusion. He thought he was still on the fifth layer, convinced that by making the right choices within the illusion, everything would return to normal upon awakening. His family, who could comprehend his plight, remained oblivious. With this deluded mindset, he expressionlessly summoned the entire Shimura clan, and before his most loyal roots, he coldly commanded them to act. In that instant, hundreds of masked root ninjas sprang forth from every direction, descending upon the unarmed Shimura clan with savage brutality. The scene was a veritable river of blood. Tuanzang's son and grandson were among the casualties. He even dispatched men beyond the village to eliminate every clan member currently on missions. By the time the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived in haste, the massacre had concluded. The Shimura clan was no more. At the moment Tuanzong completed his orders, I withdrew my influence. As his awareness returned, he beheld the lifeless bodies of his kin strewn about, leaving him in a state of shock. Moments later, with a resounding pop, his Shursui exploded in his socket. His transplanted Sharingan arm followed suit, erupting in a chain reaction until it was rendered useless, like a withered branch. In his darkest hour, I felt insufficiently entertained and decided to manifest as the specter of Uchiha Kagami, drifting before him to deliver a hellish VIP announcement. Tuanzong, I and Lord Second await you below. These words shattered his mental defenses completely. As I hovered above, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen assisting the dazed old man, a wave of satisfaction washed over me. My inner AI remarked on the situation, cautioning me that excessive use of chakra could harm my physical form, urging me to return. Very well, I was weary. After bidding farewell to Naruto and the Nine-Tails, I rejoined Sasuke. To my surprise, Sasuke was awake, his double Tomo Sharingan awaiting my return. He revealed he had dreamt of the entire massacre of the Shimura clan. My AI quickly assessed that a lingering essence of the Sage of Six Paths had permitted him to witness these events through bloodline resonance. What was the old man attempting? To instill doubt in Sasuke regarding my murderous intent and create a rift between us? Such notions were foolish. Sasuke merely clung to me tightly, his voice muffled. Aluo, don't take such risks again. We have ample time. My heart melted at his words. Upon my soul's return to its rightful place, a ruckus ensued on Sasuke's end. He directly confronted Izuna's spirit. Izuna, is your brother insane? Look at my brother. For me, he annihilated his enemies. What of you? What do you contribute besides chaos? Izuna, enraged, attempted to strike him, only to have his hand pass through harmlessly, creating an amusing spectacle. Meanwhile, as my spirit re-entered my body, I was so exhausted I could barely keep my eyes open. Upon finally opening them, I was greeted by Orochimaru's enlarged visage looming beside me, his eyes filled with sorrow. I promptly shoved him away. Orochimaru-sensei, act normally. I am utterly drained. Allow me a moment of rest. Oh, by the way, Tuanzong was responsible for the annihilation of the Shimura clan himself. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes widened in shock, utterly petrified. He must have spent the night pondering how I orchestrated Tuanzang's self-destruction. The following morning, Kimimaro rushed in with news from Konoha, only to find Orochimaru still lingering by my bedside, gazing at me with a mixture of longing and grievance, resembling a heartbroken spouse deceived by a scoundrel. It was quite unsettling. Unable to withstand it any longer, I drowsily explained. It was merely using Tuanzang's sure sway against him, reflecting his own techniques back upon him. However, the chakra drain was immense. Had it not been for Naruto's chakra charger, I would not have dared to engage in such a feat. Orochimaru finally grasped the situation, only to realize my Sharingan remained activated, causing him considerable alarm. He reached out to ruffle my hair, muttering, "You reckless child, having trained for such a short time. You dare challenge that old monster who has trained for over 60 years. Do you not fear the consequences?" With my head resting on his hand, I suddenly inquired, "Sensei, if I were to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and eradicate the Sarutobi clan, would you be displeased?" He paused for a moment, sighed, and replied, "No. At most I would simply choose not to watch." His words were sufficient for me. I closed my eyes, prepared to catch up on sleep. But Kimimaro promptly lifted me from my bed, insisting I eat first. Very well, when under someone else's roof, one must comply. I hastily consumed my breakfast and fell back asleep, only to awaken 2 days later, feeling as though I had been reset. Subsequently, I was relocated to a secluded village in the land of rice, where my public persona was that of a wealthy young master protected by samurai since childhood. I must say, less than a week into my stay at the new mansion, my elder brother Itachi appeared, clad in the Akatsuki's black robe adorned with red clouds. He looked remarkably handsome. However, he was not alone. Lurking in the corner was a white Zetsu. Without hesitation, I summoned vines that swiftly ensnared it like a mummy, draining it of its life force. My brother sighed. "I told you not to consume everything. Be cautious of an upset stomach." Oh dear brother. This was precisely a nourishing meal, rich in protein. Once inside, my brother got straight to the point. "Did you orchestrate the incident with Tuanzong?" I reclined on the sofa, feigning innocence. "Not at all. I possess no such capabilities. Allow me to clarify. I merely facilitated a minor assistance, allowing Shursui-S I to witness a grand display of fireworks on behalf of its previous owner." My brother's face drained of color, for he likely recalled the harrowing events of that fateful night involving Shursui's Koto Amatsukami. With a psychological burden weighing heavily upon him, I quickly preempted any self-sacrificial notions, warning him against engaging in any melodramatic acts of self-destruction, for it would necessitate great effort on my part to retrieve him from the Pure Land and have my teacher resurrect him, which would be quite inconvenient. Most importantly, Sasuke would be devastated. Only those who understand the complexities of emotional healing through familial bonds can appreciate this. Indeed, upon mentioning Sasuke, he promptly yielded, nodding obediently to live a good life. After concluding that discussion, I ventured to the land of wind to seek fortune. In Sunagekyu's bustling commercial district, I opened a store, lavishly decorated to reflect my wealth. On the day of the grand opening, the spectacle was simply extraordinary. I transformed into a stunning beauty with long, flowing black hair, donning a delicate white dress, and barefoot, I descended the staircase amidst a shower of flower petals. At that moment, the entire Suna village left me utterly astounded. Yet, what consumed my thoughts was, "Toko, please expedite the achievement for dressing as a woman." The next instant, a notification chimed. "Achievement unlocked. Shallow visual aesthetics, 10,000 points awarded." Well, the system certainly had no qualms about critiquing me, stating I garnered 1,092 fans in mere minutes. The conclusion was clear. Humans are indeed visual creatures. This instance was a manifestation of aesthetic capital. After I returned upstairs to remove my makeup, a gust of sand swirled in through the window, coalescing into Gaara. He scrutinized me for a protracted moment before uttering, "You are not a woman." Of course, as if I were unaware, I crossed my legs, showcasing the transformation technique I had recently learned. "Come, have a seat. What would you like to drink?" Mayu materialized like a specter, delivering refreshments. While Gaara sipped his drink, he suddenly remarked, "They harbor ill intentions." I understood he referred to the higher-ups of Suna, yet this young lad displayed genuine concern for others. I patted him reassuringly. "No worries. I'm merely here to earn some W. Everything else is trivial." In gratitude for his warning, I presented him with a rare potion that could enhance physical training, a non-commercial item. He accepted it without hesitation, promptly applying the elixir to his arm before commencing to play with the sand. It was akin to a kitten engaging with a feather toy. He was using the sand to strengthen his arms. At that moment, I realized the ridicule of Shikaku by QB as a foolish raccoon was not unfounded. After experiencing positive results, I offered him another potion to take to Fuyu. Business must be conducted with the village, and I couldn't let the child bear the expense. Later, Moyu furtively inquired if I truly intended to sell these discarded items to Suna. I assured her that the instructor had no objections, and these were merely remnants of our leisure, not affecting personal use. Lo and behold, just days later, she was astounded by a box full of money, her gaze towards me akin to that of a devotee beholding a deity. In just over 10 days, the merchandise was sold out. The purchasing power of Suna's women is truly formidable. When I departed, Gaara even came to bid me farewell, with Shomaru acting as his escort. I must tell you, along the way, Shomaru was utterly bewildered. While we set up pots and pans to prepare a feast, she nibbled on dry rations, her little eyes filled with envy. Upon returning to my grand mansion in the land of rice, her jaw nearly dropped. After sending them off, Junru, my all-purpose butler, approached me with a grave expression, stating, "Young master, Lord Orochimaru has not slept for 3 days." My heart sank. It seemed this research fanatic had once again become consumed by his work. Without hesitation, I employed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Orochimaru. To my astonishment, his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He seized me and dragged me to the experimental table, exclaiming, "Look, Junmaru is saved." Upon activating my Sharingan, I discovered he had indeed made significant progress with White Zetsu. We both dove headfirst into our research, neglecting our basic needs. By the next morning, as we finally emerged from the laboratory, the moment I laid eyes on Junmaru, my excitement surged. I dashed towards him, exclaiming, "Come here, let me see." Then, with a swift punch, I knocked him down, carrying him back to the lab. Orochimaru was rendered speechless behind us. I urged him to eat while I began preliminary treatment for Junmaru. The most audacious move was extracting half of Junmaru's soul, making him witness his own body being operated on, all while he had to memorize the treatment steps. When Orochimaru returned and beheld this scene, he nearly suffered a heart attack, rushing over to take over. It turned out that Junmaru bore a curse from an ancient sage in his bloodline, which I was not in a position to confront directly. Ultimately, it was Orochimaru who took the reins, implanting several external batteries created from White Zetsu's regenerative abilities into Junmaru's body, complemented by a modified curse seal, stabilizing his condition. After placing him in a nutrient pod, I suddenly recalled that I was initially dispatched to persuade the instructor to take a break. Ironically, I ended up pulling an all-nighter myself. Orochimaru yanked me from the laboratory and tossed me out, instructing me to sleep. Fine, sleep it is. Upon awakening, well-rested and nourished, I went to swap shifts with Orochimaru, sending him off to rest, while also requesting Moyu to call Shugo. Transforming the curse seal was indeed a cerebral challenge. The system even suggested a ludicrous idea, proposing that I dress as a woman once more and flaunt it before Sasuke, assuring me of yet another significant achievement. I flatly rejected the notion, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Sasuke is still a child. What if I leave him with psychological trauma?" As we chatted, Shugo arrived. This hulking figure was exceptionally earnest. Upon seeing Junmaru in the nutrient pod, his eyes sparkled with excitement. while I checked the sealing technique on his back that suppressed his sage transformation. I listened to his gossip. He mentioned, "Your Highness Aluo, Mayu said that Junmaru, worried about your lack of rest, has been poking the wall with his own bones in frustration." Instantly, a vivid image formed in my mind, a white-haired, cool kid squatting in a corner, looking utterly forlorn as he poked the wall with a bone. What an adorably amusing sight. Who would have thought Junmaru had such a peculiar hobby? This was merely what Mayu had relayed. I hadn't witnessed it myself. The earnest Shugo emphasized again that he was uncertain if this incident truly occurred. It was merely hearsay. Nevertheless, I had no intention of meddling in Junmaru's whimsical interests. It was inconsequential to me. I patted Shugo on the shoulder, suggesting he lie down nearby, and once Orochimaru awakened, we would commence work on a new cursed seal. As for me, I reclined on the sofa with a newly sprouted twig, delving into the energies contained within. I must say, Shugo's innate sage physique is genuinely remarkable, yet regrettably, his hardware configuration is top-notch, while his software, his soul strength, falls short, leading to frequent crashes. The system also indicated that his soul is akin to being welded onto the motherboard, unable to be removed. He could only grow and upgrade at a snail's pace, reminiscent of my own sluggish download of Elden Ring 2. Just as I pondered this, Orochimaru glided over like a specter, seemingly having awakened from his slumber, appearing quite revitalized. He immediately fixated on the twig in my hand, inquiring, "What is this?" I replied, "A byproduct of Shugo's sage techniques," and handed the twig to him. "This fellow possesses immense potential, but struggles with control. Therefore, I suggested, teacher, instead of delving into soul-black technology, let us focus on practical matters and develop a cursed seal that enhances control." Orochimaru inspected the twig, casually submerging it in a vial of potion. Thus, yet another item was added to our to-do list. Subsequently, we began a comprehensive examination of Shugo, collecting some cells and chakra, officially launching a new research project. Those who understand academia will know that Orochimaru and I were merely engaged in a scholarly discussion. Our differing viewpoints led to a slightly heated exchange, leaving Shugo, the child, utterly dumbfounded. When he exited the laboratory, he likely felt frightened and immediately asked Moyu if we fought daily. Goodness, by the time we spent an all-nighter finalizing the new cursed seal, the entire base's atmosphere had shifted. Rumors had morphed to claim that I'd been thrashed by Orochimaru with a wooden sword for not studying diligently. I truly couldn't clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River, all because Shugo happened to witness Orochimaru casually grabbing the wooden Kusanagi sword. That rascal Orochimaru, upon seeing my exasperated expression, wore a grin that could split his snake eyes, clearly delighted. He even remarked, "I wonder if Sasuke looks this adorable when he throws a tantrum." I shot him a glare, and after dinner, slipped back to my room. In the days that followed, I entered 007 mode, serving Orochimaru diligently, organizing the wealth of knowledge gleaned from Suna. By the end, I had the system set to an AI work mode, waking me and putting me to sleep on a strict schedule, more punctual than military training. So when Junmaru returned, fully integrated with a new cursed seal, bouncing back as my part-time butler, he was taken aback to see me waking up, washing up, and eating right on time. "Aluo, you can actually wake up on time?" he exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. I tilted my head, adopting the most innocent expression, and replied, "Well, since the butler is absent and the teacher works so hard. Junmaru, starting tomorrow, you shall be the one to wake me. This routine is too exhausting. The system has returned, and we can once again embrace our leisurely existence." Junmaru stood there, petrified, as he touched the cursed seal on his neck, perhaps contemplating whether my return was merely to enable him to indulge in his slothful habits. Thus, a year passed in tranquility, but shortly after my 11th birthday, the restless spirit within me could no longer be contained. "Orochimaru-sensei, focus on your research at home. I shall take you out to play another time." I waved goodbye to him at the base's entrance, turning to make my escape. That rascal Orochimaru leaned against a tree, watching me dash away, and in a fit of annoyance, he slapped the tree trunk. Immediately, my face materialized on the bark. gazing back at him with an expression of grievance. "Sensei, be gentle. If you break me, I'll have to come back to fix it." He seemed taken aback by my cleverness, and, after a moment's hesitation, poked my tree-bark visage with his finger, lowering his voice to say, "Take care of yourself. Return soon, and do not place too much trust in Uchiha Itachi." At that moment, I thought to myself, is your reflex a tad sluggish, Sensei? I had known about this long before. When Itachi had visited me previously, Orochimaru had a private conversation with him, inquiring who would receive the Mangekyo Sharingan should both Sasuke and I require an upgrade. Itachi had responded rather decisively, "Give it to Sasuke." His reasoning was that I possessed would release, thus would not go blind. This logic infuriated Orochimaru to the point of expelling Itachi from the base and forbidding him from returning. Let me tell you, I had witnessed this entire incident live, down to Orochimaru shaking with anger. However, I felt no particular emotions. Was it not only natural for Itachi to choose Sasuke? It was akin to me being unaware that they were the only pure-blooded Uchiha left. I rubbed my tree face against Orochimaru's finger and reassured him, "Do not worry. I am merely off to conduct some business. If I cannot win, I can certainly flee." Meanwhile, my original self had already run quite far. Spotting Itachi leaning against a tree, awaiting my arrival, I bid farewell to Orochimaru and fully returned to my consciousness. "Are you alone here?" Itachi furrowed his brows as I approached. "I can manage on my own. Junmarlu must stay behind to keep an eye on Sensei. I fear he might lose himself in the laboratory and forget to eat or sleep," I explained while continuing forward. Upon hearing this, Itachi silently noted it down. Not long after, I spotted the towering figure of Hoshigaki Kisame waiting ahead. Let me tell you, this tall fellow bears a slight resemblance to a fish. Yet he is genuinely honest. I dashed toward him, circling around his form twice, tugging at his massive sword, Samahata, and began to exchange pleasantries. "Mr. Kisame, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, I have perused your dossier. You are as formidable as a tailed beast." Seeing the honest man flustered, he waved his hands, insisting it was not that exaggerated. As we walked, I could not help but gossip about Itachi. "Mr. Kisame, is it tedious going on missions with my elder brother? Is he not a man of few words, relying solely on his piercing gaze during battles?" Itachi, standing nearby, averted his gaze, providing no hints. Kisame could only state the truth. Itachi-san does not speak much and occasionally overuses his eyes, yet he always remembers the locations of the dumpling shops we pass. Upon hearing this, I immediately turned and rolled my eyes at Itachi. "No wonder you keep reminding me to be cautious. It was all about yourself. You are still young," he retorted after a lengthy pause, managing to squeeze out such a universal excuse. 16 is quite an achievement," I scoffed. On our way, I idly kicked pebbles, only to inadvertently send one flying at a lurking enemy ninja, clad in a Kumogakure vest, yet I recognized that aura. He was from Konoha's Umbu, having surveilled my family during the massacre years ago. Itachi promptly stepped in front of me. I leaned out from behind him, activating my crimson 3-tomo Sharingan, and cheerfully inquired, "Brother, shall I engage, or will you?" "I shall take care of this," he replied, stepping forward. I stood behind him, cheerfully cheering him on. The Umbu, likely bewildered by my antics, shot me a glare. Oh no, he glared at me. "Brother, the Umbu ninja from Konoha is glaring at me." I swiftly raised my finger and formed a hand seal. In the next moment, a barrage of water arrows erupted from behind the ninja, skewering him like a sieve. Itachi was taken aback, glancing back at me with a hint of sorrow in his eyes, as if pondering, how did my younger brother come to utilize water release? Using fire release, outdoors risks, igniting forest fires, I shrugged, and we must protect our homeland of the land of rice. Kisame, however, was unfazed by this explanation. Fixating on my hands, "How did you perform the hand seal just now?" "Oh, it's a simplified version from Orochimaru's new research, still in the testing phase." I continued on my way, my spirits soaring. Upon learning this, Kisame expressed admiration, marveling at the breadth of Orochimaru's research projects, ranging from beauty products to forbidden techniques like wood release, truly encompassing all facets. I chimed in, "Indeed, Sensei works tirelessly to support our large family. My heartfelt admiration left Kisame momentarily speechless, resorting to glancing at Itachi for guidance. Itachi, however, did not hesitate to respond. Orochimaru is not only lacking in character, but also in intellect. His twisted psyche does possess some utility. With that, Kisame resigned himself and quietly approached my side, likely thinking it was safer to converse with me. After walking for some time, we took a break by the riverbank. Kisame plunged into the water to catch fish while Itachi sat, waiting for our meal. I dipped my feet into the water, relishing the pleasant sensation. Once the fish were grilled, Kisame even sprinkled chili powder on my portion, and let me tell you, it was delectable. After satisfying our hunger, we pressed onward, reaching the village of Mangekyo before nightfall. Upon arriving at the village entrance, I quickly spotted two conspicuous figures hiding behind a tree, one a wild-haired blonde and the other resembling a carnivorous plant. With a swift body flicker, I confronted Deidara. Beautiful golden-haired big brother, it's good to see you again. This time, allow me to treat you to fireworks. Deidara, startled, yelped and bolted, calling out, "Stay away from me." The last time he had nearly blown me to bits, only to return home and receive a lesson in Jinjutsu from Itachi, likely leaving him with lingering trauma. I caught up with him, firmly grasping his shoulder, locking eyes with my Sharingan, and with a swift motion of my bone sword, I ensnared him in a Jinjutsu. Before I could fully enjoy my playtime, Kuro and Shiro emerged from the ground, catching the limp Deidara. "The leader requests your presence." I grimaced and returned to Itachi's side, entering Mangekyo together. As we walked, Itachi educated me about the rain in Mangekyo, a technique of pains that allows him to monitor the entire village. I casually remarked, "With the constant rain here, the humidity must be quite high. One could easily develop rheumatism in old age." The moment I spoke, I recalled that Nagato's legs were indeed immobile. But who is Nagato? I do not know him. Itachi, however, took no offense and instead expressed curiosity about how I knew so much. Of course, I asserted confidently, Orochimaru Sensei focuses solely on research. Any failed or semi-finished products must be developed further by me to adjust their effects and sell them for profit to support our family. My declaration startled a figure lurking beneath a nearby eave. Kakuzu, the CFO of Akatsuki, fixed his gaze upon me, his eyes gleaming as if illuminated by two light bulbs. Failed product can still be sold? Absolutely. I tilted my head at him. Failed products merely do not align with Sensei's original goals, yet they possess intrinsic value. If they are valuable, they can be exchanged for money. Let me tell you, Kakuzu was essentially my internet spokesperson. Upon hearing me speak of profiting from Orochimaru's experimental failures, his expression nearly conveyed that he would adopt me as his long-lost brother, who understands family. I have finally found someone who appreciates transforming waste into treasure and managing frugally. His gaze toward me was as warm and welcoming as my own toward his wealth. Meanwhile, his companions were deemed mere spendthrifts in his eyes, particularly those two artists, who were likened to financial black holes, and the origami angel sister, another money burner. I could practically feel Kakuzu wanting to embrace me in tears, lamenting that the only ones who did not trouble him were Haiden, Itachi, and Kisame. Although a few individuals may be lacking in intellect or appear somewhat intimidating, at least they refrained from squandering money. My companion and I engaged in speculative conversation, traversing topics from cost-saving measures to the myriad absurd behaviors of reckless spenders. By the time we stood before Pain, my plans for a transdimensional business empire alongside Jiao were nearly finalized. Xiao Nan, witnessing our exchange, appeared utterly bewildered, discreetly inquiring with Gue Jiao about the situation. Her expression resembled that of someone who had just witnessed a husky inexplicably tackling advanced calculus. Gue Jiao, equally perplexed, sighed and remarked that perhaps we had encountered kindred spirits. After listening to our dialogue, he likely felt his ears were growing calloused. He noted that in discussions of finance, we were akin to brothers separated at birth, especially when lamenting the extravagance of spendthrifts. The atmosphere was so harmonious that even Itachi's piercing glares proved ineffective. Is this the power of money? Valuable lessons were learned. Upon meeting Pain, I stepped forward with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Greetings, uncle. I am Uchiha, a student of Orochimaru-sensei, here to represent our esteemed boss in business matters." Pain, looking down at me, seemed equally perplexed, likely pondering how Orochimaru's sinister demeanor could produce such a jovial disciple. Noticing his expression, I understood he found my chatter excessive. Thus I cut to the chase. "Uncle, let us dispense with pleasantries and summon the one who manages the finances for negotiations. I must dine afterward. Gue Jiao has already piqued my interest in several restaurants in the Rain Village." With that, I turned to Jiao Du, signaling him with a glance. It would be futile to engage in lofty ideals with Pain. I, a diligent provider, prioritized monetary matters above all else. Jiao Du, immediately grasping my intent, responded, "Follow me. I will take you to dine first." He regarded me as if I were a walking gold nugget, his mind racing with ideas to revitalize the failures within the Akatsuki. At the noodle shop, we dined and conversed. I deliberately asked him, "Uncle Jiao Du, why do I get the impression that you are the only one invested in this business?" His chopsticks nearly snapped as he began a passionate tirade. "They know nothing. All they do is spend money. The meager earnings from missions are hardly enough for their extravagances." I slurped a mouthful of noodles, the spice reddening my face, and wholeheartedly agreed. "It is indeed challenging. I have long told my mentor that I shall become a merchant. The pursuit of violence lacks technical merit." Jiao Du shook his head, imparting wisdom. "Young one, being a merchant is no easy task. You must possess the strength to protect your wealth." I pointed to myself, earnestly analyzing. Look at me, endowed with talent and diligence. Gaining wealth while growing stronger is not a hindrance. I may be a bit young, but give me a few more years, and I shall possess both riches and power. To my surprise, Jiao Du nodded earnestly, contemplating the advantages he had accrued over the years. After our meal, we sought a conference room, spreading our plans and documents across the table, officially commencing our business negotiations. All outsiders were instructed to wait outside, including Pain and Itachi. Outside, Xiaonan resumed her gossip with Itachi, inquiring if I was the fabled weakling once deemed a liability by the clan's elders. Naturally, Itachi remained silent. Then, the most shocking revelation occurred. The black and white entity, resembling a specter, emerged from the wall, seizing the moment to deliver a cutting remark. I remember that fateful night when the Uchiha clan was decimated. Itachi had declared that the weak should not live, as they would only become burdens. Who among us can endure such insolence? I burst through the conference room door, my three-tomo Sharingan locking onto him. "Allo!" Itachi attempted to intervene. Too late. I instantly transported myself to the opposite side, yanking the black and white entity from the wall by his foliage, while my bone sword rested against his neck. The swiftness of my movement left them only feeling a flicker of chakra before I had changed positions. Hey, let's not be hasty." The black and white entity raised his hands, feigning victimhood, continuing to prattle. "I did not lie. That night, Itachi gazed upon your corpse and uttered those words. Akatsuki was present." Akatsuki? My focus shifted immediately. Goodness, Uchiha Obito had emerged so early? The system informed me that I bore the blame, as my actions had skewed the narrative. Well, this world had already been twisted beyond recognition. The black and white entity continued embellishing. "Indeed, Obito, a prospective member, was also one of your Uchiha clan. He assisted in the demise of many that night, seeking to extract the Sharingan." I sheathed my sword and released him, returning to Itachi's side, calmly stating, "Oh, so there was a collaborator. Why did you not mention this, brother?" The black and white entity was utterly dumbfounded, pointing at me and then at Itachi, his expression seemingly questioning my mental faculties. I flashed him a smile, casually tossing my bone sword. "This is old news. Why the surprise? Your intelligence gathering leaves much to be desired." Unperturbed, he pressed on, "Aren't you afraid he might one day kill you?" My response was delivered with the gravitas of an actor. Even if he desired my demise, it would not alter the fact that he is my elder brother. Can one sever blood relations so easily? At that declaration, silence enveloped the room. The black and white entity muttered that something was amiss with the Uchiha before sinking into the earth to escape. Presumably, He would return to analyze whether my mental state had been altered by the first Hokage's cells. Itachi's heart must have been tempestuous, yet his visage remained stoic. He placed a hand on my shoulder, leading me back to his residence. I, as if nothing had transpired, naturally inquired, "Brother, what shall we have for dinner tomorrow? Sasuke mentioned you could cook, and I wish to sample your culinary skills." The more nonchalant I appeared, the more unsettled Itachi seemed, his mind likely a whirlwind. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. "Very well, I shall prepare something delectable for you tomorrow." Xiao Nan, observing our retreating figures from the window, mused, "Uchiha Itachi is beyond salvation. The intuition of a woman. That child is exceedingly dangerous." I relished that assessment. After concluding matters with the Akatsuki, I swiftly returned to Konoha, appearing in Sasuke's room. I presented the dishes prepared by Itachi. "Here, taste this. I managed to make that black entity flee twice today." As he ate, he cautioned, "Do not confront him directly. Your safety is paramount." After a few bites, he halted, clearly recognizing the flavor. I smiled. "Go on, I've had 2 servings already." He resumed eating, but added, "Do not place too much trust in him." As we conversed, our ancestor, Izuna, drifted back, immediately noticing the troubling scene and lamenting our clandestine feast. Just as I was about to retort, an unsettling sensation washed over me. He carried with him a trace of another soul's energy. I swiftly drew him close. "Ancestor, where have you been wandering? Whom did you encounter?" He appeared perplexed. "I merely visited the Hokage Tower to see the 3rd Hokage and then checked on that foolish Naruto." I sprang to my feet. "Stay here. I must investigate." I first visited Naruto, who was sleeping soundly, undisturbed. Then I floated to the Hokage Tower and finally atop Hokage Rock. I spotted a man with long black hair, curled up in a state of melancholy. My mind reeled. System, what has happened to this world? Why does it resemble a marketplace, where beings appear at will? Who might he be? Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. The system informed me that this was yet another masterpiece of my mentor, Orochimaru. He had conducted a new Edo Tensei experiment at dusk, and upon summoning the first Hokage's soul, it had fled on its own. I truly despair. How long had it been since I left home? And already it was spiraling out of control. I floated before Senju Hashirama, who looked at me, his expression tinged with grievance, and asked, "What do you think of Konoha?" How could I respond? I immediately switched to a sarcastic mode, declaring, "Konoha, a splendid place fervently devoted to the annihilation of clans." He was momentarily taken aback. I began counting on my fingers. "First, your Senju clan is no more, with only your granddaughter Tsunade remaining. Oh, and your grandson was reduced to mere fragments, while your son-in-law had his innards hollowed out, leaving your granddaughter fainting at the sight of blood." Observing his shocked expression, I continued to deliver the blows. "Then there is the Uzumaki clan gone. Following that, our Uchiha clan has also met its demise. Thoroughly eradicated by your student Tobirama Senju with the will of fire." His fists clenched tightly, his voice trembling, he asked, "Is there more?" With a sense of pride, I pointed at myself. "The Shimura clan? I was responsible for that. Now only Danzo remains. Oh, and the next target is the Sarutobi clan. The Hyuga clan is also under consideration, given that they once spectated our clan's extermination with their Byakugan, fearful of letting even one escape." Senju Hashirama appeared utterly flabbergasted and urged me not to involve the deceased in the affairs of the living. I chuckled, tossing a small stone into the air. Indeed, the deceased should not meddle. "So, as the deceased first Hokage, are you prepared to return to the Pure Land? Or will you linger here to watch as I slowly dismantle your beloved Konoha?" When he attempted to grasp me, his hand merely passed through my form. Just as he was about to impart some profound wisdom, a notification from my system chimed in my mind. "Host, Orochimaru has attempted again, this time targeting Tobirama Senju, and is heading towards Konoha." At that moment, I wished to return home and swing Orochimaru's snake tail like a windmill. Had he become addicted to this? Now, with both the first and second Hokages present, this family drama was about to escalate into a grand event for the entire server. Noticing my change in demeanor, Senju Hashirama curiously inquired about my distress. I replied, curtly, Senju Tobarama has arrived. It's bothersome. He paused momentarily, asking, which Senju? Your brother. The second Hokage. Tobarama Senju. I am beyond furious. He invented the Edo Tensei. Seeing my disdain for them, he tried to appeal to emotions. I also feel guilty about Izuna. But that was on the battlefield. I interrupted him. Indeed, it was a battlefield, where it is kill or be killed, quite normal. So, my disdain for your clan, and my desire to destroy what you hold dear, is there anything wrong with that? We are, after all, enemies. He insisted that the two clans had reconciled. I laughed. Did you consult my ancestor's opinion when you founded your village? Your reconciliation has nothing to do with my ancestor Izuna. Right, ancestor? No sooner had I spoken, I leapt back, and Izuna appeared in an instant, embracing me tightly, his gaze fixed on Senju Hashirama, filled with an ingrained hatred. Indeed, their reconciliation had no bearing on me. I had no intention of allowing them to converse. As soon as Senju Hashirama opened his mouth, I knew he would bring up Uchiha Madara, which I could not allow. I clung to Izuna's leg, initiating my performance. Ancestor, you can use the Flying Thunder God, and you kept it from me. You've changed. Do you have another child out there? The expression on Izuna's face was one of both fondness and guilt. What could he say? Ah, yes, I was just worried about you, and suddenly I could do it. He couldn't possibly confess that it was because he dreamt every night of stabbing Tobarama Senju and would often kick that statue in the Valley of the End, leaving coordinates behind, could he? Who would understand that reasoning? If he revealed it, what would become of the dignity of Uchiha Izuna? While I was engaged in this tug-of-war with my ancestor, I casually mentioned, by the way, that old man Tobarama Senju has returned. Though he hasn't arrived yet, perhaps he has been dead too long and has lost his way. Upon hearing the name Tobarama Senju, Izuna's expression turned icy. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama was still trying to summon his brother. Izuna unleashed a barrage of swift moves. You speak of my brother? What do you intend to say? Was it not enough to deceive him into trusting you, to stab him in the back, and then erect two statues to celebrate his demise? Celebrate the death of the man who, for your sake, could set aside his grudge against his own brother? I can tell you at that moment, Senju Hashirama's face turned green, and he fell into an emo state, lost in memories. Yet the next second he abruptly shifted gears, telling Izuna to return to the Pure Land, reaching out towards him. I thought to myself, oh no, but Izuna used a substitution technique to evade. Little did I know, these two were playing a diversionary tactic. In a flash, Tobarama appeared behind me, seizing my throat. Goodness, one was pressing my head down while the other locked my throat. The Senju brothers were providing me with top-tier VIP service. I looked at Izuna with innocent eyes. Ancestor, you moved so fast. What am I to do? Izuna floated calmly beside me, exuding an air of tranquility. What to do? Seal them, or if it's too troublesome, just disperse them. Can you believe this? Is that even human talk? The Senju brothers were still deliberating, one suggesting a sealing technique, worried about the consequences with Madara, while the other proposed dispersing them to eliminate future troubles. Ultimately, they realized neither could act upon me, leading to a system crash. I sighed, fine, I'll handle this. I tell you, just as Tobarama was ranting about the despicable Uchiha, crimson runes surged forth from my hands, ensnaring both of them like a heavenly binding rope, swiftly compressing them into two tiny points of light, which I absorbed into my palm. The sealing was complete. Suddenly, everything went dark, and I lost consciousness. When I regained awareness, I found myself in the palm of a colossal, semi-transparent, black-armored giant. I assure you, my dizziness was feigned. My mind was ringing with achievement rewards. A whopping 19,000 points at my disposal. What a thrill! However, upon seeing me faint, Izuna became frantic, unleashing his spiritual energy, summoning a mutated Susanoo to catch me. Goodness, if he hadn't managed to stabilize me, he would have shattered Hokage Rock, leaving the statues of the second and third Hokages in ruins. He held me and began to shake. Aloe, wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, Sasuke will activate his Mangekyo. At the mention of Sasuke, I jolted upright as if resurrected, realizing that the brother complex was firmly in his grasp. As we floated home, Sasuke stood in the courtyard, and upon seeing me materialize, He immediately laid down on the ground, pretending to sleep. I must mention, there was an umbu on the roof. Kakashi, he was restraining his subordinates, probably thinking, what on earth is this Uchiha brat doing with his midnight performance art? I hurried over to Sasuke, soul exiting my body to explain, placing all the blame on Izuna. Brother, it wasn't my intention to stir trouble. It was my ancestor who couldn't resist upon seeing his enemy and dismantled Hokage Rock. Sasuke sighed, holding me close. Next time you encounter danger, just run. Fleeing is not shameful. I was taken aback. Why did that sound so familiar? Sasuke awkwardly gazed up at the sky. Orochimaru said that. He said it was you who said it. I pondered for a moment. Wait, how did the Senju brothers get out? I suddenly realized, Orochimaru. I instantly pinpointed his location. Upon arrival, the base was nearly demolished, and Orochimaru was lamenting with Kinshiki. Without a word, I seized his arm and, with a swift motion, yanked his soul out. Orochimaru was utterly bewildered. I remained silent, fixing him with my large, watery eyes. Once my eyes turned red, I began to cultivate my emotions before returning him, then found a spot to sit and declared in a tone of someone abandoned by the world. The teachers have gone to Konoha. They intend to kill me. In response, Orochimaru's soul shot out again, enveloping me in a tight embrace, filled with concern. I nestled my face against his shoulder, embarking on my masterful ploy. Teacher, I nearly couldn't return. Woe is me. Let me tell you, my mind is berating me. Host, you know how to make Orochimaru feel guilty. Of course, when dealing with such a scientific madman, is reasoning of any use? It is imperative to evoke guilt, to make him regret, to instill a sense of indebtedness. Sure enough, Orochimaru immediately faltered, fervently apologizing, vowing never to conduct reckless experiments again. Seeing that my objective was achieved, I yawned and said, Teacher, I'm feeling sleepy. I shall take my leave now. Please have Jumaru keep an eye on you. With that, I vanished in an instant, concealing my achievements in obscurity. As my soul returned to its rightful place, I sensed someone on the bed. Without a second thought, I delivered a swift kick. A dull thud resounded, and when I opened my eyes, lo and behold, Uchiha Itachi was pressed against the wall. I was struck by a wave of acute embarrassment and could only feign ignorance. Big brother, what brings you here? In this modest bedroom, I comprehended. Itachi approached, squatting by the bedside to observe me, his gaze complex, akin to a challenging mathematical problem. He likely discerned my exhaustion and surmised that something had gone awry in Konoha. Yet, he refrained from inquiring. At that moment, I felt as though he had come to a realization. Perhaps he finally understood that I bore him no animosity, not out of magnanimity, but simply because, in my eyes, he seemed rather inconsequential. I tell you, his identity as my blood-related elder brother had been unilaterally revoked that very night. My eyelids were heavy with fatigue, and in a daze, I casually tossed him a bombshell. Big brother, our ancestral figure has obliterated Hokage Rock. With that, I closed my eyes, succumbing to slumber. Let him ruminate on it alone. I sensed Itachi carefully covering me with a blanket, then sitting like a guardian at my side. He must have been concocting an elaborate saga in his mind, pondering the upheaval in Konoha and the trauma to my spirit, creating a vivid narrative. Just as I drifted into a peaceful sleep, a notification chimed in my mind. Achieved a new milestone. Daidara's artistic reverence. Reward, 2,000 points. Oh, it seems that the fireworks display I showcased to that golden-haired gentleman had, quite literally, ignited his CPU, granting him a newfound appreciation for art. Truly a remarkable transformation. I pondered whether I had corrupted an artist. However, I deemed it merely as artistic guidance. The system ignored my musings and promptly displayed a line of red text. Host, a friendly reminder, you still require 11,000 points for your desired purchase. Fine, y comprende 11,000. I shall continue my slumber. The sky could fall, but I would awaken first. The following day, I slept until noon, rolling on the bed with my blanket 8 times before finally rising. Upon exiting, I was taken aback to find Uchiha Itachi donning an apron and cooking. The visual impact was akin to witnessing Pain attempt his driving test. I immediately donned my trademark, excessively sweet smile. Big brother, good afternoon. He instructed me to wash my face, assuring me that the meal would soon be ready. While I washed, I felt his gaze behind me shift from gentle to rigid. He had likely grasped the notion that my innocent smile was a wholesale product for the world, unregistered and unaccounted for, with no special privileges for him. During our meal, I pretended to inquire, Big brother, has that golden-haired gentleman awakened? Did I perhaps strike too hard? I hope he isn't angry. Itachi paused, his expression tense. He wishes to kill you, and you still concern yourself with him? I turned away, adopting a light, emotionless tone. He did not kill me, big brother. Let me share a secret. Thus far, all those who have truly sought my life have perished. The atmosphere became palpably still. I could sense his entire being freezing in contemplation. He must have recalled that fateful night of the clan massacre when my father had aimed to kill me. He understood. The reason he could still stand here, answering to me as big brother, was purely because he was merely a bystander then. As I stepped outside, Itachi's gaze behind me was so complex it could inspire an 8,000-word dissertation. He had finally comprehended that, in my eyes, Sasuke, Naruto, and Gaara were friends, whereas our ancestor, Izuna, was family. And his identity as my elder brother was fundamentally no different from that of Deidara, merely a title. Upon exiting, I encountered Konan. Instantly, I switched my demeanor, smiling innocently. Beautiful elder sister, are you here to find my big brother? Konan regarded me with a probing gaze. No, I'm here to find you. Find me? Was she seeking to meet that puppet master? I inquired casually as I followed her. Konan hesitated, likely taken aback by my directness. She intended to explain, but I cut to the chase. Yes, Pain, the living corpse, super cool. We arrived at a stone door, which opened to reveal Nagato, the Deva path, alongside the masked figure known as Obito or Uchiha Obito. Once the door closed, my smile vanished in an instant. Obito's Sharingan bore down on me like a spotlight, and he spoke with an air of seniority. Uchiha Lo, there are matters that should remain unsaid. I retorted, indeed, they should not be spoken by me. Thus, our ancestor, Izuna, wishes to discuss certain matters with you personally. Please inform me when you are available, lest I, a mere child, exhaust myself relaying messages back and forth. Wouldn't you agree? Who do you speak of? Obito was momentarily flabbergasted, his eyes wide with disbelief. He must have been pondering how Black Zetsu claimed Izuna had perished long ago. I enunciated each word with clarity, my voice measured yet penetrating. I refer to my ancestor, the dashing and gentle Izuna Uchiha, who awaits you. What a sight to behold, impersonating our revered Madara, only to face the wrath of Izuna. Obito's countenance darkened. Water could have dripped from it. He cannot possibly still be alive. I had no desire to argue further, flicking my fingers as a seed fell to the ground, instantaneously transforming into a vine chair upon which I reclined, crossing my legs. Whether he lives or not, you shall soon find out. Now, what do you seek from me? Do not take too long, or my elder brother may come looking for me. Pain, observing our tense standoff, interjected calmly. As the leader of the Akatsuki, I invite you to take Orochimaru's place and join our organization. I nearly laughed aloud upon hearing this, scrutinizing him for a considerable time before responding slowly. You craft quite an enticing proposal. However, I am here to negotiate business, not to serve as your laborer. Given the financial state of your organization, it is not that I look down upon you, but it is simply too dismal. The entire operational model of your group exudes the essence of an AI-generated image. At first glance, it appears impressive, but upon closer inspection, it is riddled with flaws. Do you understand? Obito exploded. You brat, do you realize where you currently stand? You have no right to choose. Oh, I raise my hand. A kunai inscribed with sealing techniques spinning in my fingertips. You should recognize this, yes? Flying Thunder God. As soon as the words left my mouth, the kunai vanished. In the next moment, it appeared right before Obito's mask while I pressed the other hand against his mask. Obito instantly phased out of existence, my hand passing through. He dodged aside, his voice seething with suppressed rage. You little brat, are you provoking me? I was already back on my vine chair, casually twirling the kunai in my hand, smiling sweetly. I merely wish to convey that I can go wherever I please. Spatial seals and the like are ineffective against me. Therefore, if we are to collaborate, let us converse properly, without any underhanded tricks. Pain remained silent for a moment, before gesturing for the door to be opened. Outside, Conan and Itachi were waiting. I rose to my feet, the rattan chair turning to dust, and, as I approached the door, I suddenly turned back, flashing a youthful, innocent smile at Daito. By the way, Faye, do you fancy those momentarily blooming, exceptionally beautiful fireworks? They pack quite a punch, and might shatter a fragment of space in an instant. As the door closed behind me, I could hear Daito's frantic yells and the sound of him banging against the walls. Hey, Kakashi, I've taken care of that burden for you. No need to thank me. As I strolled along the path, Itachi reminded me not to provoke Ban too often. I responded with a nonchalant, while my heart brimmed with joy. Suddenly, a notification chimed in my mind. Achievement unlocked. It's all Daito's fault caused by his eyes. Reward, 3,000 points. Goodness, with such a title. Have you been watching those old idol dramas, system? Just 8,000 points more, let us keep at it. I pulled Itachi along to seek out Deidara. Upon seeing me, the golden-haired lad recoiled in fear, as if a mouse encountered a cat. Why, you're not allowed to glare at me. I swiftly approached and seized him. Big brother, don't run away. Have you used the skincare products I sold you? How effective were they? The moment art and explosions were mentioned, Deidara promptly forgot his fear induced by the illusion, chattering away excitedly and insisting on taking me to a clay sculpture shop where he bought me a cat figurine. Later, I spent several hours negotiating business with Kakuzu. During dinner, I was still lecturing him. Uncle Kakuzu, you need to expand your mindset to make money. Kakuzu, exhilarated, felt his multiple hearts racing. What young master Aluo says is right. If there's a path to wealth in the future, you must take me along. Achievement unlocked. Kakuzu's advancement. Expand your mindset to earn big. Reward, 2,000 points. Not bad, just 6,000 more to go. The next day, we went out for barbecue, and Itachi and Hashigaki joined us. Itachi mentioned he would be heading to the Land of Water with Kakuzu and the others the following day. I told him not to worry about me, as I planned to visit the Land of Wind to see Gaara. As I spoke, I handed him a flying thunder god kunai. Crush it when you reach the Land of Water. I need to replenish Kakuzu's supplies. The flying thunder god technique truly is a divine skill for home, travel, and even for nefarious deeds. Thinking of ninjutsu reminded me of Senju Tobarama, whom I confined in a small dark room. Although he bore a grudge against our Uchiha clan, his scientific mind was indeed a treasure. How could I persuade him to willingly assist me in my research? That was a dilemma. Deidara, upon hearing I was going out for fun, wanted to join, but when he learned it was the Land of Water, he immediately lost interest, reminding me to bring back local specialties. This guy truly considers me one of his own, even planning to create a clay cat as a return gift. After bidding farewell to Itachi and the others, I decided to linger in the Rain Village for a few more days. After all, some people and achievements are worth savoring, and I wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. The rain continued to fall. I deliberately refrained from using chakra to shield myself from the rain, feigning a sense of abandonment as I walked slowly in the downpour. Sure enough, Conan appeared. Why are you sad? She asked. I kept my head down, my voice hollow as I replied, What is a village? She hesitated for a moment before beginning to speak of guardianship, dreams, and world peace. I lifted my head, the three-tomo Sharingan manifesting, the hatred in my eyes unmasked. When I am the one cast aside, the one sacrificed, your so-called guardianship becomes the greatest evil to me. For the sake of dreams. Personal interests. I interrupted. Are personal interests insignificant? Why, then, is Pain the leader of the Akatsuki and not someone else? Conan was momentarily at a loss for words. I turned on my heel and walked away. After a while, I used my technique to transmit my voice to her ear, because pain is stronger than them. ISNT. In essence, there is no such thing as lofty dreams or guardianship. It's merely the will of the strong. My words provoked Conan, who shouted my name and flew to my dwelling, kicking the door open. I was wrapped in a blanket, extending a finger to point at the corner. Sister Conan. There are eyes watching me. It's quite terrifying. There stood Pain. Conan panicked and shouted, Pain, don't look into his eyes. I peeked out from the blanket, a look of disdain on my face. Come on, a mere 3-tomo Sharingan, facing your so-called ultimate evolution of the Uchiha eyes, the Rinnegan, poses no threat at all. As soon as I uttered this, before Pain could react, Konan erupted, her voice pitched high. What do you mean? What do you mean by the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha eyes, the Rinnegan? Nagato is the child of a certain member of the Uzumaki clan who escaped during the clan's destruction. You should know that children with the Uzumaki bloodline are the best vessels for these eyes. There is also a child with the Uzumaki bloodline under Orochimaru's care, saved from some scoundrels by him during a quest for materials. Aluo exchanged glances with Pain, curling up under the blanket, leisurely recounting tales of the Uzumaki. Spoiling the future is ethereal, which is why he enjoys discussing the past with certain characters. What are you trying to say? Konan approached Pain, coldly scrutinizing Aluo, eager to decipher his meaning. I merely feel discontent. My ancestor, Izuna, would be quite unhappy if someone impersonated his brother and had his eyes transplanted to a stranger. Thus, I need to enlighten you about whose eyes these originally were and stir up some trouble for Uchiha Daitu and Kurizetsu. Aluo, with one hand outside the blanket, ruffled his damp hair and briefly explained how these eyes came to be. You were right. Strength is the foundation of everything, and currently, you lack the ability to seize these eyes from me. After a moment of silence, Pain seriously regarded Aluo, articulating his understanding of the current situation and advising the Uchiha lad not to disrupt his plans. I can't seize the eyes. My ancestor is now a spirit, and he doesn't covet the Rinnegan. A perfectly good pair of Sharingan has been turned into this. He find it quite distasteful. Aluo sighed, expressing their disdain for the Rinnegan. The Sharingan is so much more aesthetically pleasing. Why resort to those wooden cells that make them look so ugly? In their occasional chats, he and Izuna had mentioned several times that they unanimously believed the circular Rinnegan was utterly unattractive and detrimental to one's appearance. Spirits can continue to exist. Can you converse with the deceased? Konan gazed at Aluo in shock, seemingly understanding why he could instantly recognize that Pain was not alive. This is Yahiko's corpse. If Yahiko's spirit were still here, could a living corpse retain its spirit in the Pure Land? Aluo was unsure of Yahiko's spirit's whereabouts, but he was merely bluffing, so he spoke carelessly. At most, I could extract some flesh and blood from Yahiko's body for a reincarnation technique and see if I could draw the spirit out. Under normal circumstances, dragging Yahiko's spirit from the Pure Land shouldn't be difficult. If it truly couldn't be retrieved, then I'd have to consider other possibilities. Is it possible for him to come back to life? Konan's thoughts took a leap, and when she looked at Pain again, her perspective shifted slightly. If the body is alive, then if we let the spirit return, could we not resurrect him directly? Even if the spirit returns, what difference does it make? He died before your eyes, and the current Akatsuki is not entirely under your control. Are you planning to see him become a sacrifice once more, showcasing the value of death? Aluo bluntly shattered Konan's expectations. He indeed hoped that Yahiko would return, allowing this trio to reunite once more. Regrettably, the system emerged, unequivocally informing him that, after inspection, it was impossible for the trio to come together. To resurrect Yuin, Nagato would have to employ the Rinne rebirth technique, which would ultimately lead to his demise. Thus, the trio could never be complete. What does this imply? Pain recalled Yuin's death at that moment. He seemed to grasp the concept, though not entirely comprehended it. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is said to awaken only when one witnesses the death of their most significant person. The initial state of the implanted Rinnegan is one of dormant power. Alo spoke leisurely, urging Nagato and Konan to listen attentively. The reason behind Yuin's death was fundamentally that it served as the key for Nagato to unlock the power of the Rinnegan. At that time, either Yuin or Konan had to perish. Chapter 91. Acquiring the Soul Shield and discussing Pain with Nagato. Pain's fingers clenched tightly, and though he opened his mouth to speak, he restrained himself. It was they who orchestrated Yuin's death to facilitate the awakening of Nagato's eyes. That false Uchiha Madara, that absolute being thus. What ideals or goals could hold any significance when one's strength pales in comparison to the adversaries? They merely become pawns in someone else's game. with their perceptions and decisions shifting in accordance with the movements of others. This was the essence of a formless existence persisting for a millennium. Whether it be you or I, we are all but pieces on the board. Aloe chuckled to himself, recognizing that he too was merely a pawn. The notion of a millennium, an existence devoid of form, could perhaps preserve a fragment of Nagato's sanity. However, what achievements might arise from this? New achievement unlocked. Nagato and Conan. Yuin, we miss you. Reward. 2,000 points. New achievement unlocked. Conan, the fallen angel. Reward. 3,000 points. New achievement unlocked. Nagato, the prophesied child of darkness. Reward. 3,000 points. Aloe nestled beneath the covers, appearing dejected, yet he was pondering the true implications of the three achievements. The first was comprehensible. They desired Yuin's return, hence the aspiration for his resurrection. The second, Conan's fall into darkness, was unsurprising. However, system, could you clarify whether the prophesied child in darkness refers to Nagato as well? The prophesied child is Naruto, but Nagato was long recognized by Jiraiya as the prophesied child. Hence the reward for this achievement in darkness is not substantial. The system kindly reminded Aloe to examine the reward points, revealing the concept's worth. The points were indeed minimal, amounting to merely one Senju Tobarama. Aloe internally scoffed, directly equating Senju Tobarama to a unit of measurement. Sealing a soul that would not manifest in the early stages is indeed of low value. Yet this does not imply that Senju Tobarama is without merit. How to utilize it effectively depends on the host's capability. The system earnestly sought to affirm Senju Tobarama's significance. It was not due to his weakness, but rather the ceiling's minimal relevance. I shall contemplate how to maximize its utility. With such reminders from a system, Aloe acknowledged the necessity to dedicate time to thoroughly explore the usage of Senju Tobarama. Nevertheless, the immediate focus was not this. It was the acquisition of the desired item. Moreover, after the purchase, he would have an additional 2,000 points as a reserve. Host spends 50,000 points to purchase the Soul Shield, which requires charging before use. Energy type is unrestricted. Current points held by the host, 2,000. The Soul Shield was procured. While its defensive capabilities were not exceptionally robust, it could absorb damage proportionate to the energy expended upon entry. The damage assessment would be based on the system's calculations, regardless of whether it stemmed from chakra, spiritual energy, or sage techniques. In essence, it implied that I would need to invest money to gain an advantage. Yet the anticipation was thrilling. Aloe resolved that once he departed from Yuin village, he would invest some spiritual energy to test it. However, that was not feasible at the moment, as the two opposers before him, embodying the roles of villains, could potentially descend into darkness once more, leaving him utterly perplexed as to their next moves. Uchiha Luo, what course of action will you pursue? After a protracted contemplation, Nagato approached, standing before Aloe. Perhaps they were all mere pawns, but what of it? Were those who fancied themselves as the players not also pawns in a larger game? Moreover, the fact that he could converse with them suggested that this young man sought to treat them as pieces on his board as well. Currently, his only aim was self-enhancement. And like your previous objectives, it was essential that this world experience suffering. Of course, the one I have set my sights on to endure such pain is Konoha. Aloe lifted his gaze, meeting Pain's eyes. He had articulated much accrued points, and thus, the next step was to deliberate with the leader of the Akatsuki organization regarding their collaboration in inflicting pain upon the world. You seek vengeance. Conan interjected, wary of Pain being swayed by this young man. Konoha had issued orders, compelling Uchiha Itachi to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Thus, this young man's desire for Konoha to suffer did not align with their objective. What difference does it make? The root cause of the suffering inflicted upon Yuin village initially stemmed from Konoha's upper echelons, who, in pursuit of trivial power struggles, cast many into an inescapable vortex of pain. Aloe's lips curled in a semblance of a smile, yet certain sorrowful emotions hindered his ability to genuinely express joy. Conflicts among ninja villages were commonplace. However, the upper echelons of Konoha, particularly that man Danzo, had wrought too many calamities and suffering. You are correct. Konoha is often hailed as the first ninja village, purportedly a sanctuary for ninjas to live in peace, yet countless tragedies have arisen because of Konoha. As Nagato recalled Konoha, he closed his eyes, also reminiscing about the individual who once taught them. The ideal of peace was imparted by him. Yet, Konoha had brought forth too much turmoil. He was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a disciple of the third Hokage, and a mentor to the fourth Hokage. His position destined that, should they cross paths again in the future, they would inevitably stand as adversaries. For the reason that, when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara initially established the village, the moment it was founded, Senju Hashirama was forsaken. He proclaimed that for the sake of the village, all could be sacrificed. Therefore, to ensure a better life for the villagers, an abundance of resources was requisite, and the ninja world was finite, with resources being limited. Subsequently, the various village leaders initiated conflicts between villages over resources. Alo rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head as he engaged Nagato in a thorough analysis of the fundamentals of warfare. Just as the Akatsuki organization sought to instigate events, they too required financial backing. Villages operate similarly. Only with resources can they nurture ninjas, and once ninjas are cultivated, they can continue to procure the resources they need. These resources could be monetary, personnel, or various ninja tools and techniques. Chapter 92, Nagato and Konan. We must transform the world into the image that Yuin adored. Uchiha Luo, your refusal to join our Akatsuki is truly a waste. After Pain departed, Konan approached, seating herself beside the bed, gently pulling back the covers. Observing the pitiful child curled beneath the blanket, she afforded him a rare smile, tucking the blanket around him once more. You all are rogue ninjas, but I am not. Alo nestled comfortably in the covers, gazing at Konan while revealing a crucial piece of information. The young master led a comfortable life. He was not a ninja, thus could not become a rogue ninja or a member of the Akatsuki. Why do you not wish to be a ninja when you possess ninjutsu? Konan realized that she could now easily comprehend the essence of the child's words. Previously, I had mentioned to Jiao that being a ninja does not yield a fortune. It is far more lucrative to be a merchant. Perhaps he truly does not desire to become a ninja? The pursuit of ninjutsu and the quest for strength are merely means to protect oneself and those dear to them. These aspirations are independent of the title of a ninja. In the minds of many, ninjas are perceived as formidable beings. However, Xiaonan, you are well aware that as long as the price is right, the Hidden Leaf Village will knowingly send ninjas to their demise. Aluo lay lazily in his bed, engaging Xiaonan in a conversation that was far from tense, albeit lacking in cheerfulness. There is no issue with being a ninja. After all, the predominant combat force in this world consists of ninjas. Yet, this does not confine him to that singular path. Striving for independence, he aims to diverge from a storyline that has already predetermined his identity. You are an Uchiha, a clan long renowned as a powerful lineage of ninjas. Xiaonan, sitting at the edge of the bed, affectionately patted Aluo's hair, not truly believing that this little one could shed the identity of a ninja. For as soon as he steps outside and declares himself an Uchiha, the immediate reaction from all will be to recognize him as a ninja. Before the Uchiha surname was made public, I was simply young master Aluo, the wealthiest heir of the land of rice. Aluo beamed with joy. Although currently, only the land of rice and the land of wind held a certain impression of his identity. He was confident that soon he could expand his chain of stores across various nations. The land of water had Jiao and others, and he planned to contract with smaller neighboring countries. His ambitions were set on the land of earth and the land of lightning. As for the land of fire, he had no desire to venture there just yet, as it would inevitably lead him to interact with Konoha. Before Sasuke graduated from a ninja academy, he wished to avoid causing any chaos. Previously, he had inquired of Sasuke whether he wished to be a ninja, to which Sasuke had responded that the Uchiha clan must always have a ninja. Thus, the goal was to ensure Sasuke became a ninja, one who would seek vengeance for the Uchiha clan. Aluo had always endeavored to protect Sasuke's aspirations, hence he was willing to wait a few more years. Everyone has their own ambitions. Should you ever wish to become a ninja, there are ninjas in Yuin village as well. It is not necessary to become a rogue ninja. Orochimaru has already established Otogakure, providing many choices. Xiaonan found herself rather fond of this child. Indeed, the awkwardness she had previously felt was due to his remarkable performance. Yet her intuition sensed the facade. Now that the conversation had become clearer, she viewed Luo merely as a charming child with a hint of pridefulness, especially now, as he clearly required care, still kicking off his blanket as he slept. When the thought arises, I might consider it as well. After all, I have many options and the freedom to act on whims. Xiaonan, would you like to check on Nagato? After all we have discussed, do you think he might hide away and weep? Yahiko cannot comfort him. You're the only one by his side. Luo wished to take a nap, but under Xiaonan's increasingly tender gaze, he felt a sense of discomfort even while covered by the blanket. He hastily sought a reason to coax Xiaonan outside. He would not cry. While Xiaonan said this, she promptly stood up and exited the room. Nagato, on the other hand, might genuinely shed tears. He is such a gentle older sister. Luo tugged at his blanket, rolled over a few times, mumbled softly, and then closed his eyes to sleep. In slumber, Luo's spirit transcended his physical form, pursuing Xiaonan into the secret chamber where Nagato resided. As Xiaonan entered the room, she approached Nagato, who had his head bowed in tears, and embraced him. Nagato, we can do this. We will avenge Yahiko, and we can awaken this painful world to embrace sunlight and warmth, she said as tears streamed down her cheeks. Once, they believed that Yahiko's death was a conspiracy orchestrated by Hanzo of the Salamander, leading Nagato to seek revenge after awakening his powers. Yet, Hanzo was merely a pawn in a larger scheme, all intended to force Nagato to awaken the powers of the Rinnegan, thereby fulfilling the hidden agendas of those manipulators. Yahiko will return. I apologize. Once we have transformed this world, and the future becomes beautiful, we will bring Yahiko back. The darkness before dawn must not be witnessed by him. Nagato lowered his head, resting it on Xiaonan's shoulder, and after much contemplation, made a decision. They wished for Yahiko's return, but this world, fraught with despair and suffering, would not be one he would cherish. Let them first cleanse it of its afflictions. Once the world is transformed, they would welcome Yahiko back to live in a realm of happiness and beauty. Nagato, I will be by your side. We shall walk together. And when the world flourishes, we will reunite with Yahiko, the three of us together, Xiaonan affirmed, sharing the same sentiment as Nagato. Having grown up together, their level of understanding did not require much conversation. Luo floated nearby, scanning Nagato's frail form, and then slipped away. With his achievement in hand, he took a brief respite, for tomorrow he would be ready to depart. The chain of stores in the Land of Wind was nearing its opening. Chapter 93. In Sunagakure. Gaara waits show by TheUchiha. I have come to intrude once more. Luo arrived at Sunagakure a few days after leaving Yuin village, making his way directly to the house of Shobai. After knocking on the door, Kanjuro opened it with a hint of impatience, and upon seeing Luo, his expression turned slightly awkward. Luo was already accustomed to Kanjuro's disdain and waved before darting inside to find Shobai. Little Luo, you've snuck away alone again, haven't you? Last time you left without a word, and when I came to your shop, your staff had no idea you had disappeared. Shobai was in the kitchen cooking when she heard Luo's voice and emerged, spatula in hand. Last time was due to an unexpected incident. My teacher fled again, and I had to go home to catch him. Please don't be upset. Beautiful show by TheUchiha. This time I brought you a gift. It's the latest product, not yet officially on sale, that enhances the glow of the skin. Luo presented a small gift box, bringing it before Shobai. Luo had always been adept at charming others, regardless of gender. After all, he was handsome, sweet-tongued, and his smiles were genuine, with gifts always delivered at the right moment. You little rascal, you must let someone know next time. I worry about you. I will accept the gift. Since you are here, help me with a favor. Please take these cookies to Gaara. That fool Kanjuro was once again driven out by Gaara. Shobai smiled as she accepted the gift, and then produced a bag of freshly baked bear-shaped cookies for Luo to deliver to Gaara. As for Kanjuro, he could remain at home and enjoy cookies. I genuinely worry that if he goes, he might not only fail to deliver the cookies, but could also be scolded by Gaara. Sure thing. Show by TheUchiha. Are you preparing something delicious for lunch? If Gara hasn't eaten, I'll bring him over. Aluo grasped the cookies, casting a glance at the kitchen before dashing out the door under Shobai's beaming gaze. Gara, Shobai TheUchiha said to come over for lunch. She made these cookies specially for you. And didn't he prepare any for me? Aluo called out as he walked a few steps and arrived at Gara's home. Gara lived alone, initially in a rather secluded location. It was only after Shobai volunteered to come live nearby that they became neighbors, separated by just 2 walls. When there were no missions, Shobai would cook at home, and both Kinjuru and Gara would partake, with Aluo also receiving a share during his stays in Mangekyo. However, the task of delivering cookies often left Kinjuru feeling rather melancholic, as he could easily be swept away and flung out by Gara's sand. I have heard everything, and you need not always side with them. Luo leapt from the second floor's windowsill. Although his words still carried a hint of disdain, he earnestly accepted the cookies, opening the package and sharing them with Aluo. He understood that Aluo always wished for him to lead a better, happier life. As for family, he felt indifferent. However, since Aluo had taken the time to speak with Shoju on his behalf, he did not want Aluo's efforts to go in vain. Thus, it evolved into this arrangement where he could accept the food Aluo prepared, though he would occasionally throw a tantrum. As for dining together, that would only occur when Aluo was present. When Aluo was not around, Shoju still found herself unable to suppress her fear upon seeing him, while Kinju Lang became even more timid, wanting to flee at the sight of a mere grain of sand. They were all making efforts, and the cookies were delicious, exactly to Luo's liking. Aluo picked up a cute bear-shaped cookie and savored it slowly, reclining against the soft sofa that welcomed him. Yes, the taste was delightful. Luo settled onto the sandy sofa, placing the cookies between them, indulging in casual conversation while munching. In truth, they were both quite earnest. It was sufficient that they were trying, which was not a bad thing. It was merely an experience. If they liked it, they would keep it. If not, they would move on. Aluo nestled comfortably in the spacious sofa, observing Luo's dark circles and chuckling. It was evident that he could sleep, yet those dark circles never seemed to fade. It was endearingly charming. Well, it was acceptable, not overly bothersome. Luo, with a dazed expression, contemplated for a moment and nodded, indicating that it was somewhat satisfactory. At least he was not bored anymore. The two engaged in quiet chatter in the courtyard, nibbling on cookies until Shoju called them in for dinner. The fact that Aluo could befriend Luo and that the 3 children of the Feng Ying family could engage in basic interactions was precisely the outcome that the higher-ups of Sha'in village were pleased to see. After dining at Shoju's house, Aluo and Luo strolled outside, with Shoju and Kanjiolang staying behind to prepare for their mission the following day. The wealthy individuals in the Wind Country were few. Thus, establishing these shops required the protection of ninjas. Over the past 2 years, Luo had begun to familiarize himself with various affairs in the Wind Country, as Aluo was involved in business and thus had a deeper understanding of this realm. The two wandered around Sha'in village, eventually finding a secluded spot where they rested atop a mound of yellow sand. Merchants issued tasks to ninjas, who in turn earned money. Ninjas accepted tasks to protect merchants or shops, enabling merchants to continue profiting. This formed a mutually beneficial cycle, which is why Aluo's shop was highly favored in Sha'in village. Ninjas relished the tasks assigned by this wealthy young master. The recent construction of new shops and numerous escort routes were all directly linked to tasks issued to the village, allowing Aluo merely to await the arrival of individuals to accept them. Wasn't he that splendid? With ninjas earning money, they would then spend it at his family's shop, where goods catered to the needs of all, accessible to anyone with wealth. Aluo hoped that ninjas could prosper, as their wealth would in turn enrich his family's business. Although many products were available to the common folk, much of Orochimaru's research still leaned towards the ninja series. Consequently, the money ninjas earned from them often found its way back to Orochimaru's establishment. The more one understood, the more one realized how alluring their products were to ninjas. Next, will your shop be opening in other locations? Luo, sitting beside Aluo, quietly enjoyed the breeze for a moment before he could not resist asking. He knew Aluo's dream was to have his family's shops spread across the 5 great nations. Currently, the shops in various regions of the Wind Country were nearly ready, just waiting to open. He wished for Aluo to earn a substantial profit. Yet if Aluo became preoccupied with other ninja villages, he would have no time to visit him. Yes, those smaller nations have already found partners to handle things. But for the larger nations, I must personally assess the environment. Aluo explained his current progress. A gust of wind swept by, and he leaned against AI Luo, tilting his head to gaze at the setting sun. The vast desert, bathed in golden sands, accompanied the descent of the sun. Regardless of where you go, exercise caution. Although you are not weak, sometimes harm does not stem from direct attacks. He could not stifle his friend's dreams. So AI Luo could only share various ninja techniques he had learned in the past. Perhaps he did not know much, but he only wished for Luo to be more informed and vigilant, ensuring his safe return home. AI Luo, do you wish to become the Fenging? Luo suddenly posed the question as the sun dipped below the horizon. Did AI Luo still aspire to be the shadow of the village? The next Fenging is mine. Yet AI Luo stood, smiling as he surveyed Sha'in village before locking eyes with Luo. He could not voice it, but he knew Luo would comprehend his meaning. The Fenging, who had orchestrated assassination attempts against him since childhood, was still alive. Thus, he had to wait a few more years. Once he found the opportunity, he would repay all those years of assassination attempts. Chapter 94. Journey to IWA Shinobi Village. Ashuitu. AI Luo. Shoju. When I open shops in other places, I will have someone bring you gifts. Luo waved goodbye to AI Luo and the others. After spending a few days in Sha'in village, he, accompanied by the trio of AI Luo, Shoju, and the leading ninja Maki, traversed the Wind Country, overseeing the establishment of over a dozen shops, finalizing their openings and stockpiling goods. Initially, AI Luo was not on a mission. He did not feel compelled to do anything he disliked. However, since Shoju and Kanjiolang accepted a task, he tagged along for a leisurely stroll with Luo, gaining insights about various locations in the Wind Country. Maki, previously the captain of Shoju's team, remained unchanged. This time, he directly escorted AI Luo's team to the agreed-upon location at the border of the Earth Country. Luo was heading to the Earth Country, specifically IWA Shinobi Village. His goal was to establish a chain of shops throughout the ninja world, and it was time to accelerate the pace. Young Master Luo, we are the IWA Shinobi tasked with escorting you. I am their team leader, Hey Tuesday, a girl from IWA, with short black hair and clad in fishnet stockings, approached Luo with a radiant smile as he crossed the border towards them. This was her first mission since becoming captain, and it had to be executed flawlessly. Moreover, this recently rumored exceedingly wealthy young master was truly adorable when he smiled. Hello, Hey Tu, I am Luo from the land of rice, a merchant, and I will rely on you to take care of me during the upcoming journey. Luo greeted Hey Tu with an endearing smile, sweetly calling her sister. His affable demeanor caused Shoju, who had not yet turned to leave, to twitch her eyebrows in irritation. This little rascal, Shoju had long realized that Luo was a sweet talker, charming everyone with his pleasant words. With a huff, Shoju turned and departed. AI Luo glanced briefly at the IWA Shinobi team before also turning to leave. Kanjiolang, with a conflicted expression, could not discern whether Shoju was genuinely upset. Naturally, she was not angry. After walking quite a distance, Shoju happily remarked that Luo's charming demeanor and sweet words would serve him well in IWA Shinobi Village, so there was no need for concern. Indeed, Luo's experience mirrored her words. During their journey, he was frequently asked by Hey Tu whether he was hungry or thirsty, and she would inquire if he was tired, offering for the ninjas to carry him if he was fatigued. Hi to TheUchiha. If you have something to say, please speak directly. Your inquiries along this journey have surpassed even that of my family steward, and I find myself somewhat apprehensive. As Aluo observed Haitu approaching with 2 roasted rabbit legs, he quietly inquired about her intentions. Her exuberance throughout this journey had indeed been rather intimidating. "Oh, I assure you, I do not wish to frighten you. I merely desire for you to understand that the ninjas from Yanin Village take their missions and clients quite seriously," Haitu explained, handing one of the rabbit legs to Aluo and sitting beside him to elaborate on her sincere intentions. She bore no malice. Rather, in the past 2 years, they had received various intelligence regarding Sunagakure. Beyond the monetary rewards offered by this young master, the significance of the goods was paramount. Everyday items for men and women, cosmetics, skincare products, and health supplements might not be enough to pique the interest of ninjas. However, each of the great ninja villages has left behind a few spies. The secret items that could enhance ninjas' abilities and assist in their training were what all the ninja villages coveted. Thus, upon learning of this Aluo's escort mission, the TheUchiha promptly arranged for his granddaughter Haitu to lead the way, providing a cordial reception and escort for this merchant-minded Aluo. The objective was to entice him to establish a shop in Yanin Village and procure some of those non-saleable items for their village. While there were suggestions of seizing or holding hostages, the TheUchiha ultimately dismissed these notions. If they could genuinely retain him, would Sunagakure willingly release him? Clearly, there existed some hidden forces at play in his protection. Rather than exhausting themselves in creating an uncertain adversary, it was wiser to procure him with monetary means. They should not covet sole possession. As long as they could acquire what others possessed, that sufficed. I believe the ninjas of Yanin Village are quite admirable. TheUchiha is not only beautiful, but she is also gentle and a wonderful elder sister. Aluo nodded vigorously, conveying the sincerity of his words. "Ah, well, thank you," Haitu replied shyly, her cheeks flushing at the compliment. She had heard that this young master was well-liked and praised by people of all ages in Sunagakure merely through his words. Despite knowing he might extend such compliments to anyone, she couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness upon hearing them. Perhaps I should introduce him to my grandfather once we return. They might find common ground, as they are both quite charming. The journey to Yanin Village was uneventful, devoid of any mishaps, not even encountering any mountain bandits. Upon entering the gates of Yanin Village, Aluo admired the various stone structures, gaining further insight into the architectural styles of the great ninja villages. Konoha was adorned with trees, Sunagakure was dominated by sandstorms, while Yanin Village was characterized by its stony landscape. He had also visited Kirigakure previously, delivering goods to Kakuzu and spending a few days there, enveloped in mist. Perhaps only the Kumogakure from the Land of Lightning stood as an exception, as thunder and clouds could not define architectural style, and thus could not embody their names. "Grandfather, this is Aluo, my adorable little brother," Haitu exclaimed upon spotting her grandfather, dressed in casual attire. She rushed over to greet him, pulling him towards Aluo while making the introduction. "Hello, I am Aluo, a merchant," Aluo said, looking at the elder Anoki, who was momentarily taken aback as they exchanged curious glances before he initiated the greeting. This third TheUchiha seemed to be quite an intriguing old man. He wondered if they would not compete for food during their time together. "Aluo, my dear, although Haitu is a few years older than you, she is indeed quite beautiful. Is she not?" Anoki scrutinized Aluo for a moment, and after forming a partial conjecture, he suddenly grinned, seemingly intent on suggesting a way to foster a closer relationship. "Indeed, TheUchiha is very lovely, rivaling even the girls in my family. However, her skin could use some improvement. It is understandable that ninjas might have rough skin, but proper care is still essential. I heard that TheUchiha enjoys." Aluo leaned closer to Anoki and whispered about the rumor concerning Haitu possibly having a romantic interest. He subtly mentioned that his own home had many girls, thus dissuading the elder from harboring unrealistic hopes for his granddaughter. As for his own girls, they were from the Orochimaru household, and such matters did not need to be overly clarified. After all, they were all gentle elder sisters from his time in Oda Ninja Village. Chapter 95, Yanin Village. What others have, they too must possess. That little rascal. What do you mean Haida's skin is not good? The skincare products she uses are secretly brought back from Sunagakure. Anoki glared, visibly displeased. His granddaughter was in no way lacking, In both appearance and talent, she was the finest. However, he had inadvertently let slip about some merchants acquiring skincare and health product from Mangekyo, which was not something he should have mentioned. Could it be that you were referring to my family's products? Aluo teased, poking Noki on the shoulder. Old man, are you so bold as to speak of acquiring goods from Mangekyo in public? I said nothing of the sort. You must have misheard. Anoki shook his head, denying any allegations. Yet, this young lad was rather straightforward. If he were to announce his intentions to open a shop here, wouldn't that eliminate any awkwardness for everyone involved? Is that not the case? I thought our health products might be useful for you, old man. It seems the market here in Yanin village may not be very promising. Aluo mused, glancing around at the bustling streets filled with passers-by. He observed the villagers' attire and expressions, forming a general understanding of their state. Economically, Yanin village might be slightly better off than Mangekyo. Who said we don't need them? Oh, my back! Anoki exclaimed, jumping in frustration and clutching his waist. His old back was indeed a constant source of trouble. Previously, he had someone sneak in some health products meant for alleviating elderly back pain from Mangekyo. Although the effects were minimal, it had nonetheless been a delightful discovery for him. Now, this little rascal was undoubtedly trying to provoke him. Is it not so? You can't use your age to extort others. Aluo retreated a couple of steps, keeping his distance. You little rascal, do you not understand the virtue of respecting the elderly? I am of considerable age. Anoki grumbled, supporting himself as Haitu, aware of his playful antics, rushed over to assist him. With his granddaughter by his side, Anoki cast a sidelong glance at Aluo, his eyes wandering, lost in thought. You mentioned respecting the elderly, yet I am still quite young. Aluo shot back, unceremoniously meeting the old man's gaze. Who fears whom, between the old and the young? Haitu, sensing the playful banter, decided to register their task first. As for the banter between the elder and the younger, it was inconsequential. After all, a conflict was unlikely to erupt. Even if it did, her grandfather, at his age, would not resort to violence against a child. TheUchiha has run away from you. Aluo pointed towards the direction Haidu had gone, reminding Anoki that his granddaughter had left. She clearly does not wish to engage with you. Aluo teased. Little rascal, when do you intend to open your shop? Anoki retorted, shifting the conversation back to business. Naturally, in a bustling street where foot traffic is abundant. Do you have any valuable suggestions, TheUchiha? Aluo inquired, observing the old man's bewildered expression, wondering if he truly believed Aluo was unaware of his identity. Since you are coming to Yanin village to open a shop, how could you possibly overlook certain crucial information? Do you really think you can argue with me? Daimyo felt utterly perplexed by what this child meant. Everyone knows he is the TheUchiha. Surely, he should display a modicum of respect. Haikidoji mentioned that her grandfather is the TheUchiha, and during their journey, she recounted numerous tales about her grandfather. Observing Daimyo's eager anticipation to hear more, Aluo decided to pause, leaving him in suspense. Clarify what she said. Wait a moment. You little rascal, Daimyo exclaimed, hastily pursuing the boy who had taken off. As they walked, he relentlessly inquired about Haikido's words. The elderly man and the young one found themselves in a bustling street, where they entered a specialty restaurant, engaging in conversation after satisfying their hunger. During this time, they exchanged significant insights regarding Aluo's shop and specific non-sale items. At the bill's settlement, Daimyo insisted that, as an elder, he could not allow a child to treat him, so he graciously took care of the meal. Furthermore, he extended an invitation for Aluo to dine at his home, praising his granddaughter's culinary skills. However, Aluo had no intention of getting too close to the TheUchiha's family, lest the old man overthink things. Future matters required further discussion. And for now, Aluo took up residence in a local inn in Yanin village. That evening, upon returning home, Daimyo wore an unusually serious expression. He summoned several clan leaders and elite jonin from Yanin village for a clandestine meeting. Grandfather, regarding Orochimaru, it seems Aluo has no intention of concealing anything. He has mentioned it a few times during our journey, albeit without naming names, he reported. Haikido stood nearby, providing a detailed account of their conversations along the way. Information about Aluo's teacher and the development of certain items had become quite clear. The child is intelligent, as long as he refrains from uttering that name. Konoha will not come knocking. However, Konoha currently relies on its previous reputation alone. Huangtu sat in a chair, producing a document containing information sourced from a Luo of the Land of Rice. Speculations regarding a Luo's identity range from being the child of the Land of Rice's lord to being Orochimaru's offspring, or even a child abducted from Konoha by Orochimaru. Yet, none of these theories had concrete evidence. Nonetheless, this child represented Orochimaru and engaged solely in business matters, which was already semi-public information. The grievances between Orochimaru and Konoha have nothing to do with us. What we desire are the auxiliary potions developed by Orochimaru, and we must ensure that Mangekyo does not monopolize them. The price still required negotiation, as this boy's initial quote was rather steep. Price is not the issue. Business requires gradual discussions. Engaging in business with a child should not lead one to underestimate him. Clearly, this child possesses exceptional qualities to represent Orochimaru in negotiations. The high-level meeting in Yanin village continued, with a Luo's spirit hovering nearby, absorbing their discussions and noting that the proposed price exceeded his expectations slightly. He felt satisfied and decided to raise his initial bottom line a tad. After all, one must aim to maximize profit. The construction of Odanin village was underway, and expenses had considerably increased. If he did not earn a bit more, he might struggle to accommodate Orochimaru's demands. Chapter 96. Hiration, merely a means of travel. Tsuchikage, you are disrespectful to the young. After several days, a Luo finally settled on the pricing for the current products for sale. The ninjas of Yanin village, at Daimu's behest, engaged in a drawn-out negotiation. They employed every tactic imaginable, save for threats and coercion, and even sent Haikido to accompany him for leisure, extracting his words. However, being merely an 11-year-old child, he did not incur significant losses. You little rascal, there is still profit to be made. If you had lowered the price earlier, I wouldn't have to worry about it daily at my age. Daimyo chuckled, thoroughly pleased with the price. For him, the difference between a bit more or a bit less was negligible, yet he relished witnessing the child's flustered and helpless demeanor. Moreover, in business, one must ensure that the other party also profits. If they do not earn, they will not engage. However, if they earn slightly less, he could gain slightly more. The old man was indeed shrewd. Do not bully me, old man. I need a couple of days to prepare for the opening. I will personally bring the first batch of goods, and your ninjas can escort the supplies back from the Land of Rice. Luo waved dismissively, unwilling to engage further with the grinning elder. Do not run off, you little rascal. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Daimyo called out as Luo opened the door, reminding him not to forget dinner before strutting away. This elder preferred not to walk. Hey, kudoye, could you put up a curtain between me and your grandfather during dinner? Watching him eat makes my stomach hurt, Luo remarked as he stepped outside, expressing his disdain for Daimyo without reservation. A dirt wall to shield him would suffice. Haikido smiled and nodded, pleased with the rapport between Luo and her grandfather, who had not had anyone to play with for many years due to his age and status as Tsuchikage. Years ago, Deidara had been similar, often at odds, but still able to share laughter and conversation. She wondered how that fellow was faring. How could he become a rogue ninja? Initially, it was merely because his research on explosive clay was too perilous, leading him to reside outside the village. Yet one day, he unexpectedly became a rogue ninja. At this moment, Deidara was in the Rain village, experimenting with the latest variations of clay. The collaboration was finalized, and the store's decoration was swiftly completed with the ninja's assistance. 3 days later, Luo was seen off by Haikido at the entrance of Yanin village. Yet, within an hour, he reappeared unexpectedly at the village gate, holding a girl with red hair. Luo, you are too much. Could you not have just given me a hug? Xiangling glared at Luo as she was set down, irate. She had expected to be taken along for fun, yet he had merely grabbed her by the shoulder, which she found utterly humiliating. No, Luo huffed, turning away. Despite Xiangling being a young girl, it did not prevent him from rejecting close interactions with her. Having been found by Orochimaru earlier than in the original storyline, and due to her physical condition and previous injuries, she was often subjected to various tests and psychological guidance from Orochimaru. Consequently, Xianglin held great respect for Orochimaru and exhibited a much livelier disposition than in the original plot. However, her infatuation tendencies occasionally surfaced, as evidenced by Junmaru suffering from her whims. Of course, there were other underlying reasons as well. At that time, Orochimaru had found Xianglin alongside Junmaru, who had intervened to eliminate the rogue ninjas from Kusagakure, who had bullied her, thereby making Xianglin perceive Junmaru as exceptional. Aluo, you must not forget about me now that you are outside. You must have other sisters. Sensing the gaze of surrounding ninjas, Xianglin adjusted her glasses and lowered her head, pulling at Aluo's sleeve to lament how unfairly he treated her. TheUchiha is quite wonderful. You'll meet her shortly. Alo nodded, observing the hurriedly arrived Haitu with an endearing smile. Your return was remarkably swift. Haitu glanced at Alo, who had changed into a new outfit and brought along a girl, uncertain if the child had truly returned home. In such a brief span, no matter how fast one is, completing a round trip seems implausible. The Flying Thunder God technique is quite useful. I brought her maid along as well. She hasn't ventured outside much and is a bit timid. Alo pointed at Xianglin, who was hiding behind him, having clarified her identity and role with just a few words. I am not causing a ruckus. But Xianglin understands that when she is brought out to play, she must be cautious. However, what about being a maid? Is she destined to become the second TheUchiha? Flying Thunder God? Haidu's gaze flitted between Alo and the maid. Can such matters be casually discussed? The technique of Flying Thunder God, upon being mentioned, might elicit certain memories among the shinobi of Iwagakure. It is said to have been created by the second Hokage and popularized by the fourth Hokage, making it exceptionally convenient for travel, provided one has a location marker. Were it not for this assurance, I would not dare to announce that we can officially commence operations tomorrow. Alo appeared genuinely oblivious, leading Xianglin forward with one hand while explaining the Flying Thunder God technique to Haitu. You learned this just to travel? Haidu's eye twitched twice. She was no longer certain if this Flying Thunder God was the same as that from a decade ago. Nevertheless, her internal conflict subsided after a moment. When the TheUchiha received the news and arrived, the old and young engaged in a discussion regarding the suitability of the Flying Thunder God for travel, ultimately concluding that this wealthy young master's indulgences and luxuries were beyond their comprehension. Moreover, they harbored doubts about the man standing behind the young master and how he had chosen to educate him. Such a prodigy of ninjutsu. Yet he had opted to become a merchant solely focused on earning a living. Chapter 97. Returning home, Orochimaru is once again in the laboratory. Young master, let us depart. I do not wish to linger in Iwagakure any longer. You promised to take me to explore other regions of the land of Earth. Within merely 3 days of entering Iwagakure, Xianglin clung to Alo, insisting on leaving. Alo, brother, take her out to play first, and while you're at it, finalize the location for the shop. Sister will take care of arranging for its construction. Haitu had grown weary of this situation. The primary transaction had been completed, and she did not want this red-haired girl to continue viewing her as a hypothetical adversary. Although Alo claimed he had no romantic intentions towards the girl, his indulgent demeanor revealed more than it concealed. Sister Haitu, I shall continue to trouble you. Alo did not deliberately deny anything, and upon Xianglin's urging, packed his belongings that very day, accompanied by a throng of Iwagakure ninjas, embarking on their journey through the land of Earth. After a month of traversing the land of Earth, the locations for the shops and their operations were all determined. Finally over, Xianglin exclaimed upon returning to the underground base of the Sound Ninjas with Alo, then dashed away. Playing the role of a spoiled and infatuated girl for an entire month had truly exhausted her. Xianglin, after spending a month alone with young Master Alo, do you feel utterly fulfilled? TheUchiha approached Xianglin, seizing her by the arm to inquire about her experiences during their outing. Next time such an opportunity arises, you should take it. Though he is quite handsome, the pressure is overwhelming. Such a presence is best admired from a distance. Being too close makes me feel as if I am nothing but refuse. Xianglin leaned against TheUchiha, confiding her grievances. She was fond of handsome men, but not if they were Alo. The kind of strength that could shatter her heart at any moment. coupled with meticulous observations that could discern her mood, always led to gentle and considerate comfort whenever she felt down. Everyone is the same, and besides, those items we deem useless. Young Master Aloe exchanges for substantial sums to support his family. TheUchiha, observing Xianglin's discontent, sought to console her. Xianglin, I believe we are merely somewhat inferior when compared to young Master Aloe, but in most respects, we are still quite exceptional. Xianglin listened, somewhat dazed. And when TheUchiha finally finished speaking, she felt compelled to voice her dissent. Just like those cultivation-enhancing potions that have been discarded by us. Yet after Aloe took them out, they became coveted items that various shinobi villages purchase at a premium. You are right. As long as we do not compare ourselves to young Master Aloe, we are indeed quite strong. Shall we head to the training ground to test our skills? Those brats from Katamaru have been rather smug lately. Upon realizing Xianglin understood, TheUchiha raised an eyebrow, hinting that it was time for her to assert her presence. Xianglin clenched her fists, revealing a sinister smile. After a month of pent-up frustration, it was time to find someone to help restore her confidence. From a lovesick girl to a fierce one, Shuei, clutching a pile of documents, emerged after the two girls had departed. Since being brought here months ago to assist Orochimaru, he had avoided those two girls like the plague. Not too bad. Not quite violent. They are merely lacking in strength. Tetsugo walked alongside, observing the corridor where the two had already vanished. As for the notion of them being violent, at least he did not consider it particularly severe. Even during sparring, one must control their strength, much like anyone else. I cannot be bothered to discuss this. Young Master Aloe has returned. Should we inform him directly about the experiments in Orochimaru's lab? Shuei shot Tetsugo a disdainful glance, uninterested in engaging with him on such topics. In his presence, only 3 individuals could spar with him normally. However, Orochimaru had likely been in the lab for 2 days without rest. Yes, it is necessary to mention that Kimimaro is also in the lab, and there have been no results. Tetsugo pondered seriously. This matter must be addressed. You go inform that young master. I will set these down and head to the kitchen to have the chef prepare the meals. I'm a ninja. It feels as if I'm merely a caretaker managing everything. Shuei swiftly dashed away with his documents, grumbling about how dreadful his life had become. However, the feeling of being cared for and looked after was rather pleasant. It had been several years since anyone had shown him concern since the incident with his brother. Understood. I will take a look. Upon returning to his room, Aloe took a shower and changed clothes, only to encounter Tetsugo outside. Hearing that Orochimaru had not opened the laboratory door in 2 days, Aloe cracked his knuckles, intending to have a serious discussion with Orochimaru. Having been away from home for so long, despite frequent visits, it was time to engage with his teacher about maintaining a healthy body. Orochimaru-sensei, what are you up to? Aloe utilized the Flying Thunder God to appear beside Orochimaru, eager to inquire about his experiments that had kept him from resting for so long. To his surprise, he spotted a pure white, ice swirling within a petri dish. Byakugan from the Hyuga clan? The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan does not originate from Hinata Hizashi. The elders of their clan belong to the main family. Orochimaru, glancing down at Aloe perched on his arm, ruffled his hair and began to explain the origin of this Byakugan. The Hyuga clan consists of the main family and the branch family. If a branch family member dies, the caged bird seal will destroy their eyes. Moreover, even if they are alive, extracting them is futile. Only the eyes of the Zong family can be extracted and subsequently cultivated or transplanted. Thus, is it true that Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi are embroiled in a deadly conspiracy? Aluo originally intended to converse with Hinata Niji, and now, gazing at this still-living Byakugan, he feels it may be time to set certain plans into motion. Within the clan, there are numerous members of the Zong family. Yet they force the father and son to inscribe the image of a caged bird, subsequently torturing them to death and sending them out as substitutes. In such a Hinata clan, Niji should harbor a deep-seated desire for revenge. Wouldn't you agree? The existence of twin brothers, where the elder serves as the heir, can often breed fear of a more talented younger sibling. This is not uncommon within large families. Orochimaru is uncertain whether this constitutes a conspiracy. But the death of Hinata Hisashi could not possibly have been voluntary. He is familiar with Hisashi's capabilities, even under the constraints imposed by being a caged bird. He did not falter against Hinata Hayashi. Eventually, both men married and had children, and the children's talents further substantiated who among the brothers was truly exceptional. Aluo scoffed, ignoring the obviously amused Orochimaru, and moved to awaken the sleeping Kimimaro. Poor Kimimaro, his esteemed Lord Orochimaru had, for the sake of uninterrupted experimentation, injected him with a substance that would induce slumber lasting 2 or 3 days. While this concoction also had the effect of enhancing physical strength, it undeniably rendered Kimimaro unconscious. Chapter 98. Kimimaro. Concerned for Lord Orochimaru's future, the circumstances surrounding the Hinata clan's cage birds are complex. If you have certain thoughts, it would be wise to keep them discreet. Orochimaru lifted the petri dish containing the Byakugan, observing it for a moment before turning to remind Aluo that the Hinata clan is unlike their Uchiha counterparts. I understand. Hence my intention to first seek out Hinata Niji for a discussion. His grievances are somewhat vague and unclear to me. Aluo's plans and objectives are nearly transparent to Orochimaru. As they spoke, he had already helped Kimimaro to sit up, utilizing healing techniques to expedite the drug's effects. Did you suffer from poisoning during your fetal stage due to the Hinata clan? Orochimaru scrutinized Aluo closely, having pondered this matter over the past few days. Although both clans are prominent families of Konoha, there is no historical animosity between the Uchiha and Hinata, is there? Orochimaru-sensei, you should be well aware of my condition. I have not been poisoned. Rather, I am merely frail, with poor physical constitution and stunted growth. This was undetectable by some medical ninjas in Konoha, leading to the baseless speculation that my extreme weakness was due to poisoning. This theory has inexplicably morphed into accepted fact. As twins, how could one fetus absorb toxins while the other remains unaffected? Aluo blinked, expressing disdain as he reiterated the so-called poisoning incident upon realizing Orochimaru genuinely entertained such thoughts. There was no poisoning, nor any foul play. Furthermore, when his body was brought back by Orochimaru, it had undergone a comprehensive examination. All the data and records from various tests are neatly stored in that cabinet over there. You're hardly a normal individual. Orochimaru spoke while avoiding Aluo's gaze, his eyes wandering to conceal his amusement. He certainly recognized Aluo's frail constitution, yet weakness must have some rationale, and indeed, the rumors circulating in Konoha have grown increasingly absurd. Recently, some have even claimed that he had poisoned the Uchiha clan leader's wife over a decade ago, merely to ensure control over the Uchiha family in the future. Before my soul training, I could not meet the standards of a normal person. My health was so poor at birth that some speculated whether I would survive to see the next day, Aluo recounted, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness as he recalled the frailty that rendered his existence a torment. Fortunately, the system managed those initial years. Had he assimilated into his body at birth, the agony of early development might have compelled him to engage in some unconventional training. In the face of survival and personal suffering, the concepts of kindness and justice become irrelevant. What matters is how one continues to live, and to live comfortably at that. Thus, the elder's remarks about this sickly child potentially causing trouble for the Uchiha were not entirely unfounded. System, had Uchiha Itachi not intervened at that time? And if my father in this world had concurred with the elder's opinions, how would you have protected me? Emergency evasion, spatial transfer? Aluo suddenly recalled this matter and sought to inquire of the system how it would safeguard him in the absence of his presence. Calculation results indicate that Uchiha Itachi would intervene, should the host query about protection in the absence of anyone. The system would then pull the host into an invincible pseudo-death state, a benefit of the new world, which can also be utilized. The system's response left Aluo momentarily stunned. It seems he had forgotten to ask. System, the point at which I graduate from the Ninja Academy is when I should normally undergo my integration phase, correct? Upon receiving the system's reply, Aluo realized that when his body faced peril, the emergency evasion method would be to pull him in and allow him to survive via this invincible pseudo-death. So, it was merely a contingency plan at that time. Under normal circumstances, the host enters the world at the onset of the plot. The system's answers were prompt. I understand now. Previously, he had assumed he needed to embody a scripted character. This time, meeting the system marked his first experience with his physical form, leading him to mistakenly believe that entering this world before the plot commenced was standard procedure. Aluo, what are you thinking? Orochimaru inched closer, locking eyes with Aluo. It appeared Aluo had succumbed to a reverie of childhood memories. Those memories of a frail body confined in solitude within a small courtyard must be sorrowful. Teacher Orochimaru, you are the best teacher. Aluo lifted his head, encircling Orochimaru with his arms, his tousled little head nuzzling against the elder's arm. Matters that could be resolved with a bit of affection need not require excessive words. Indeed, I shall become the finest teacher. Orochimaru looked down at his disciple, who had nestled his face in his embrace, further solidifying his earlier thoughts. The memories of Aluo's childhood, though painful, were clearly not something he wished to reveal. However, the title of best teacher, while he believed he treated Aluo exceptionally well, perhaps even surpassing the typical parent-child relationship, claiming the title of best certainly carried its own pressure. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei is the best. Hiding his face in a display of affection, Aluo reiterated, resembling a deprived child touched by a moment of care. Kimimaro sat at the edge of the bed, observing the affectionate embrace shared by the master and disciple. Thoughts he wished to express momentarily stifled. How many times had this occurred? Whether it was Orochimaru's or Aluo's displeasure, their method of mutual comfort invariably involved a heartfelt hug, swiftly resolving their troubles. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi was not present. Otherwise, he might have been met with a glare from the Sharingan radiating murderous intent. And then there was Uchiha Sasuke. Though he had yet to meet him, Kimimaro could surmise the nature of the Uchiha family's sibling rivalry. When Sasuke eventually arrived, Orochimaru might again find himself on the receiving end of an intense glare from the Sharingan. Chapter 99. Would release to build a house? He actually aims to plant trees. Orochimaru-sensei, you are too hard on Kimimaro. Even if you're enhancing his physique, it seems rather excessive. Aluo remarked during their meal, taking the opportunity to highlight just how unreasonable Orochimaru's previous methods had been, which had left Kimimaro incapacitated. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru never indicated that he would induce a deep slumber. Kimimaro finally found an opportunity to voice his grievances, lifting his head mid-meal to recount how Lord Orochimaru had ensnared him. Although the interests of Orochimaru-sama are significant, the human body requires rest. One cannot neglect their health for matters of little importance. It is best to refrain from visiting Yunin village for now, as their numerous research projects may prove distracting, hindering the completion of other essential tasks. There are still a few months remaining until Sasuke graduates from the Ninja Academy. During this time, Alo must stabilize his previous businesses and seek out Hinata Niji in Konoha. Though Alo's interest in the Hinata clan remains unclear, it is not surprising, given his previous wanderings in Konoha, where he showed interest in various individuals. For now, there is no need to intervene in the affairs of the Water Country and its neighboring small nations. Our focus should remain on consolidating the Wind and Earth countries. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Alo leisurely sipped while discussing their current financial progress with Orochimaru. With a sales channel established, the next step is to control the quantity, selling a little more or less at a time. There is no rush for new products. They will sell the outdated items once they have new upgrades available. Regarding the construction of the Sound Village, are you planning to begin now, or will you wait until you bring Sasuke out of Konoha? After discussing financial matters, Orochimaru, preparing to rest, suddenly recalled another pressing issue. The Sound Village is a ninja village he has established, already bearing a name in the land of rice. Although his identity may be suppressed by Konoha, the village cannot remain hidden forever. However, he does not wish to disrupt Alo's plans. Once the location of the Sound Village is confirmed, Alo's identity as his disciple will inevitably be revealed. After a brief pause, Orochimaru remarked that he would investigate the situation tomorrow. It is regrettable that the house constructed with wood release will likely remain uninhabited. Alo waved his hand, producing a wooden kunai, and sighed in resignation. While his wood release is adequate for surveillance and confinement, It is unlikely to serve as a dwelling for anyone but himself. He could build a house for himself, ensuring he would know who visits regardless of his presence. Aloe's cheerful demeanor elicited a slight twitch from Orochimaru's eye. He anticipated the boy's interest in this matter. Had he known his student would be intrigued by house construction, he would never have mentioned the experimental failure in Konoha. While wood release is undoubtedly powerful, constructing houses is unnecessary. Materials and labor are readily available, and traditional construction can be completed swiftly without exhausting chakra. After some deliberation, Aloe's idea of creating a house that others would dare not enter did not seem so bad. With a radiant smile, he convinced Orochimaru. After a 2-day rest, Aloe and Orochimaru arrived at the designated area for the Sound Village's construction. After inspecting the land, Aloe immediately began to build using wood release. "Teacher, I don't want anyone living nearby. This tree will continue to grow, and beneath the surface lies a promising energy vein that the roots have already entwined," Aloe explained, sitting atop a wooden wall, gesturing for Orochimaru to join him. The wooden house comprised 3 rooms and a living area, surrounded by a small courtyard featuring a slender tree about 3 meters tall. Its fragile trunk bore only a few budding leaves on its branches. However, beneath the surface, the roots extended deep, intertwining across the designated area of the Sound Village, with several main roots venturing further into the depths. The system had informed him that this energy vein possesses a concentration comparable to the 3 great sacred lands. Regardless of Aloe's presence, this tree will absorb the energy from the vein and convert it into spiritual energy for his own enhancement. "Take care of yourself and stay safe," Orochimaru said, observing the tree against the courtyard wall, his serpentine eyes reflecting a myriad of thoughts. He recalled Aloe's previous discussions about the god tree, the Otsutsuki, and other esoteric matters. Gazing at the tree, he could not help but ponder the implications of Aloe's revelations. Though he had many thoughts to share, his primary wish was for the boy's well-being. "I will be fine," Aloe assured, leaning against Orochimaru's arm as they both gazed into the distance, envisioning the area gradually transforming into their anticipated vision. The Sound Village would no longer be confined underground. "With our tree at the center, we will establish the Sound Shadow Building in this location, incorporating a mission center and civil affairs," Aloe declared, sketching a tree at the center of a white paper and gradually adding details. Beside him, Orochimaru occasionally offered suggestions for refinement. Chapter 100. Aloe in Disguise. Sasuke enraged. Who is Aloe? Sasuke, practicing the great fireball technique by a small river in Konoha, looked up to see a long-haired girl striding across the water, rendering him momentarily speechless. His brother. The surveillance in Konoha is quite troublesome. Aloe approached Sasuke, sitting beside him on a rock, feeling quite helpless about infiltrating Konoha in disguise. "There is no need for all this," Sasuke retorted, his eyes wide. While his brother appeared quite adorable in feminine attire, he understood that Aloe must have resorted to such measures out of necessity. All because of Konoha? "The envoy from the land of rice is negotiating with the Hokage, so I took a stroll. Where has our ancestor gone to play?" Aloe inquired, tossing his hair back as he explained his presence. Money must be earned, and since he would not be visiting Yunin village for now, he turned his attention towards Konoha and the Land of Fire. The fact that Aloe, as Orochimaru's disciple, was known among the higher echelons of Suna and IWA was common knowledge. However, no one in Konoha was aware of it, especially since he had utilized transformation jutsu, converting his chakra into spiritual energy. He truly appeared as an ordinary girl who had never trained. "He's probably at Hokage Rock, kicking the statue of Senju Tobarama," Sasuke remarked, turning away from Aloe, feeling melancholy regarding their ancestor. Such a grand soul is no longer human. How could such an ancient spirit engage in such childish antics? What significance lies in kicking a statue in a spiritual state? Recently, I've been so busy that I almost forgot about Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama. Once I settle down, I should seek them out for a discussion. They possess valuable insights that we must extract, Aloe said, resting against Sasuke's arm while outlining his plans. He aimed to minimize contact to avoid danger. Sasuke had always known that his brother possessed extraordinary power, yet he could not suppress his concern. The incident involving Izuna's rampage and the destruction of Hokage Rock had left a lasting impression on him. He had later inquired about it from their ancestor, gaining some understanding of the events. Although those two spirits could not harm Alo, he surmised that it was merely because Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama had only recently returned and had yet to engage with certain cultivable methods. If they were to master the method of cultivating the souls of the deceased, it would pose a significant threat to Aluo. Furthermore, Aluo had previously overexerted himself in sealing those two souls, resulting in a brief period of unconsciousness. He was aware of these matters, yet his own weakness rendered him incapable of providing assistance. Thus he refrained from mentioning it. Sasuke, rest assured, I will be fine. By the way, the higher-ups of Konoha have already speculated that I am a disciple of Orochimaru, but they have chosen to pretend they are unaware of this. They further conjecture that I may be an experimental subject derived from the cellular fusion of Uchiha Lo. Drawing upon information from the other side, Aluo suddenly shared Konoha's current conjectures with Sasuke. In essence, Konoha opted for compromise in light of the ninja auxiliary medicines that have begun to circulate in the wind, earth, water countries, and several smaller nations. Whether or not I am Orochimaru's disciple or connected to the abducted Uchiha Lo is of no concern to Konoha. What they desire is to finalize this transaction. Nevertheless, their clandestine maneuvers are unlikely to be few. For instance, they have already dispatched ninjas to the land of rice to seek out the Sound Village and trace Orochimaru's whereabouts. They have not considered that you might be Sasuke, clenched his fists. A surge of resentment rising within him at the thought of Konoha's higher-ups, suspecting Aluo had become Orochimaru's experimental material. It was those very leaders who had handed Aluo over to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's true nature had been acknowledged during their last encounter. Had Aluo not possessed such extraordinary abilities, he would likely have become a vessel for Orochimaru's soul or merely experimental fodder. The higher-ups of Konoha had probably believed this from the very beginning. Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, those scoundrels. Aluo was startled by the surge of chakra emanating from Sasuke and instinctively turned to embrace him. Although he sensed Sasuke was already in a sufficient state with the activation of his three-tomo Sharingan, he did not wish for Sasuke's eyes to evolve so soon. Aluo, you must not put yourself in danger. You cannot attempt something when you are fully aware of the risks involved. Sasuke's hands trembled as he held Aluo close, his closed eyes resting against her shoulder. He would grow stronger, eliminate all those who had harmed them, seek vengeance, and ensure Aluo would never again have to fear such threats. Yes, I will be fine. You must also take care of yourself, brother. Do not allow Konoha to discover your transformation in the near future. Once your three-tomo Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyo, they may react unpredictably should they learn of this advancement. Aluo gently patted Sasuke's back, urging him to remain calm. Although they had concealed their presence with Jinjutsu, obscuring the truth from the nearby Umbu, fluctuations in chakra could still leave traces that might be detected. Konoha needed to bide its time until Sasuke became strong enough to uphold the Uchiha name, at which point they could shatter Konoha openly. This was the outcome Sasuke desired, and he was determined to achieve this goal. Sasuke, you are indeed training here, aren't you? I heard someone mention that they saw a girl resembling Aluo. What are you up to? Naruto rushed out from the village, eager to discuss the news he had just overheard. Consequently, he arrived at the riverbank to discover traces of Sasuke practicing fire release and soon spotted him embracing a girl with long hair. Chapter 101. Naruto gets beaten. Aluo is truly beautiful. Be quiet. Sasuke lifted his head. The three-tomo Sharingan that had just activated now vanished, his dark eyes glaring at Naruto, urging him to silence himself. What are you yelling about? Who is she? There were some rumors in the village earlier. Don't you want to hear them? Despite being yelled at, Naruto was unfazed, stepping closer to Sasuke to inquire if he truly wanted to listen. He had rushed to find Sasuke upon hearing the news, only to find him by the river with a girl in his arms. Naruto, you really are something, bringing 3 Umbu with you. Aluo sighed as her three-tomo Sharingan rotated, casting Jinjutsu to alter the perception of the 3 nearby Umbu. Previously, there had been 1, and now Naruto had brought 3, hypnotizing 4 Umbu Jonin at once. Even though she could draw upon the chakra of the nine tails to assist with the expenditure, it was still exhausting. Huh, Aluo? You were actually a girl? So those rumors were true. Aluo really returned as a girl? Naruto exclaimed as he turned to face Aluo, immediately recognizing her as the one who often used her spirit state to teach him and play with him. However, the thought of Aluo being a girl sent his mind into a flurry, causing his face to flush and his heart to race. It felt rather foolish. This is a transformation technique. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's increasingly inappropriate gaze, swiftly pulled Aluo behind him, glaring at Naruto to bring him back to his senses. Even if Aluo had transformed into a girl, it did not mean that Uzumaki Naruto could entertain thoughts of her. I don't know, I have no chakra. Naruto mumbled, his head downcast in a meek explanation. But she is truly beautiful, more so than any girl I have ever encountered. Yet, he dared not voice this thought aloud, fearing he might be beaten by the two of them. Sasuke, please don't be angry. Naruto, tell us what you heard in the village. Aluo tilted her head, peeking out from behind Sasuke, urging the dejected Naruto to share the matter at hand. The fact that Naruto had overheard something concerning her was already a significant issue. After school, I went home and heard some people chatting by the window, saying that a girl resembling Uchiha Lo had come to the village, seemingly created as a new being from Uchiha Lo after she went missing and was used as an experimental subject. Naruto recounted in detail how he had rushed home, overheard the villagers chatting at his window, and hurried to find Sasuke. Do they think we are incapable of thinking for ourselves? Sasuke clenched and released his fists, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. However, he genuinely believed that Konoha's higher-ups might be somewhat foolish. First, they had completely stripped his family of resources, leaving not a single coin in their vast estate, let alone any ninja tools or training scrolls. They looted the Uchiha clan and then provided him with living expenses, claiming the village was supporting him. Naruto's situation was similarly absurd, as the Uzumaki clan, even if they were unaware of events outside the village. The wives of the fourth Hokage and the first Hokage were both from the Uzumaki clan. Did the villagers not comprehend the significance of this surname? With the same hair color as the fourth Hokage and the fourth Hokage's wife's surname, born on the night of the Nine Tails attack. Anyone with a brain should know who he was. Before Naruto's birth, that Hokage's wife was often seen shopping around. Yet, such overt information led the villagers to label Uzumaki Naruto as the Demon Fox. Were the higher-ups of Konoha, the ninjas, and the villagers truly devoid of intelligence? Or did they believe that neither Naruto nor they possessed any intellect? Perhaps it was due to their consistent control and the repeated success of their expectations that they assumed their brainwashing tactics would remain effective. Aluo raised her hand to cover her eyes. When she first arrived in this world, she had not held back in her criticisms. Later, she was silenced by a remark from a system. The system stated that certain loopholes in the setting, even if the world automatically filled them, could be recognized as unreasonable by outsiders. He is an outsider, unbound by the pre-existing constraints, while Sasuke and Naruto have been led astray by him. As more ninjas arrive, I present them with the scene of their confrontation. Naruto, having heard the exchange, urges Sasuke to strike back. They engage in a gradual brawl, and when I become invisible, it signifies my withdrawal. Arrow, reminded by the system of the approach of the third Hokage, swiftly manipulates the illusion to ensure these two collaborate in their performance. I wanted to hit him for ages. Sasuke nods, his fist clenched, and launches a punch at Naruto's face. Naruto, feeling aggrieved yet quick to act, retaliates, and they exchange blows, tumbling from the riverbank into the water. Soon, they're pulled from the river by the hurried arrival of Irika Yumino. You two, why are you fighting? Irika feels a deep sense of frustration. After school today, he had tidied up at home and was preparing for a blind date when he was sought out by the Umbu, informing him that Naruto and Sasuke were at it again. Dressed casually, he rushed to the riverside, knowing that his blind date was again doomed to fail. Oomph. Sasuke merely scoffs, ignoring everyone. You jerk, Sasuke. Why are you hitting me? Irika-sensei, let me tell you, Sasuke is being unreasonable. Naruto recounts how he had heard Sasuke's name at home, leading to his outburst, and his pitiful expression gives Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is lurking nearby, further insight into the situation. The Umbu, having already reported back, remain hidden, awaiting further instructions. Chapter 102. Achievements of Threefold. Cross-dressing is the most profitable achievement unlocked. Cross-dressing brother shocked to tears. Reward. 10,000 points. Achievement unlocked. Cross-dressing Naruto blushed in silence. Reward. 10,000 points. Achievement unlocked. Sasuke's brother wronged. I awakened the 3 Tomo. Reward. 3,000 points. Observing the consecutive achievement rewards, Arrow, hidden within a tree by the riverbank, smirks disdainfully. System, just admit it. You absolutely want to encourage me to cross-dress. After toiling for quite some time, Sasuke awakened his 3 Tomo, yet the rewards for his evolution pale in comparison to the points accumulated from merely cross-dressing. Although it may not be outright terrifying, the act of being coy and clingy certainly has its awkward charm. Host. Please note that Sasuke's advancement to 3 Tomo is a normal progression. The system adamantly denies that it is merely spectating. Moreover, Sasuke's activation of the 3 Tomo due to anger and resentment is indeed a commonplace occurrence, far less significant than sealing the spirit of Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, really? Can he even compare to my brother? Arrow's irritation at the mention of Senju Tobirama is palpable, blaming the wretched Senju for raising both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, a formidable water-style ninja, master of forbidden ninjutsu. Even while acknowledging Arrow's personal grievances, the system provides a subtle reminder. Senju Tobirama is not to be underestimated. Although his renown does not match that of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, there will be time to settle accounts with him later. For now, Arrow contemplates how to utilize his 25,000 points. He is acutely aware of his situation, thus he opts to purchase items that would be beneficial for himself, specifically selecting from the realm of soul enhancement. In reality, he believes the nomenclature of this category should be revised, as he has merely been fortifying his soul. Although he could strengthen his body, convention dictates that regardless of the strength of this form, upon transitioning to the next world, it will all be transformed into materials, requiring reformation before growth can commence. The stronger the host's current body, the higher the initial strength upon reformation in the next world, ensuring no waste of the host's points. Additionally, the host will indeed depart, but numerous other options are available, such as spending points to extend stay durations or to take someone along, all within the realm of possibility. With these 2 notifications from the system, Arrow feels a sense of relief. Having his own body alleviates many restrictions. Even if his form is remolded time and again, it remains his own, in a complete state of soul and body. The host could potentially bind 1 or 2 additional souls for travels, or with sufficient points, create a spatial realm to contain certain souls and bodies. Though such endeavors hinge on mutual consent and hierarchical distinctions. System, you are tempting me. You definitely want me to earn more points from cross-dressing. After a moment of silence, Arrow clarifies the situation, expressing his discontent with the system's schemes. System, just let me be a slacker. Don't present these temptations. For your host may very well be lured into a trap. System, the slacker status of the system is not contingent on the host's determination to earn points. The system asserts its role as a slacker system, but not one that encourages the host to remain idle. Furthermore, the emergence of achievements is beyond its control. If the host's cross-dressing leads to achievements, so be it, as the host is indeed one without limits. Enhancing the host's strength also alleviates the system's burdens. Missions that involve escaping the destruction of worlds consume the system's energy, which must be replenished. On those points, just wait. I'm going to gather the Konoha 12 to amass enough points to purchase that item. Arrow has his sights set on a coveted acquisition, though regrettably, he cannot afford it at the moment. Array mark, sold training amplification 10, price, 66,000 points, 66,000, yet he currently possesses only 25,000. Arrow searches through the available purchases, mostly various techniques and equipment, which he has no desire for at the moment, and shifts his focus to soul training. Then, he stumbles upon this item. Marked for future purchase, The system kindly labels this item for future reference, ensuring it appears at the forefront during purchasing inquiries. However, he still lacks over 40,000 points, which he estimates he cannot amass in the short term. Having waited until Sarutobi Hiruzen's departure, Arrow finally emerges from the tree. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he returns to his lodgings, retracting his resting spiritual clone while he himself continues to rest under the covers. Currently, he identifies as a female, yet also as Arrow from the Land of Rice. His present identity, adopted for convenience, is that of a young lady using the title of a young master. Although Arrow himself feels the falsity of this identity is glaringly obvious. As long as the benefits are substantial, such inconsistencies will be overlooked. Accompanying him are his butler, Junmaru, maid, Doyu, and an escorting Jonin dispatched from the Sound Village. He had just returned to rest, and remaining at the Hokage building to converse with the third Hokage were Junmaru and an accompanying Jonin. The only aspect that troubled Luo was that this Jonin's inner soul, which had only revealed itself just before departure, was none other than Orochimaru. Chapter 103. Strolling through Konoha, Shally collides with someone. Luo, what is going on? Upon hearing the news, Izumi rushed to Luo to check on the situation. This troublesome lad had returned a couple of days ago with a perfectly normal soul. But how could it have transformed into that of a young girl in just a few days? It was merely a transformation technique coupled with a concealment of spiritual energy. Look, ancestor, isn't it quite appealing? When Naruto saw me, his face turned crimson. Luo threw off the covers and got out of bed, spinning around to give Izumi a good look. The lad appeared quite unperturbed, which reassured Izumi. However, what could be the reason behind Naruto's blush? Surely the troublesome boy couldn't have developed some sort of feelings? Luo is a boy, and even with the transformation technique, Uzumaki Naruto must know that Luo is fundamentally male. Just a little playful teasing, ancestor. Has there been any discussion on how to arrange matters with the Hokage elite? Noticing Izumi's misplaced focus, Luo quickly redirected the conversation to something more relevant. Yet, true to form, the ancestor exhibited no emotional reaction to his cross-dressing. What they desired were the finished products, intending to negotiate a better price. As for whether you are Orochimaru's student, that matter bears little significance. When profit is at stake, even if Orochimaru himself were to negotiate, as long as no incriminating evidence were visible to outsiders, it would all be inconsequential. Izumi gently ran his fingers through Luo's silky long hair, sighed, and began recounting the information he had gathered from the high-level meeting in Konoha before his arrival. Throughout the meeting, the only notable mention came from Shimura Danzo, who expressed a desire to settle accounts with Orochimaru. The others deliberately overlooked the fact that the Sound Village was founded by Orochimaru. The tactic of feigning ignorance during crucial times is a common practice among Konoha's upper echelon. Having attended numerous high-level meetings, he had long since seen through their ruses. The negotiations were essentially with Orochimaru's true essence. Luo blinked and smiled, nodding in agreement. His early return to rest, allowing Junmaru to stay behind for talks, was intended to grant Orochimaru an opportunity to negotiate. For years, he had been the one running around to conduct business and earn money while Orochimaru had not participated. It was time to indulge him. Had Orochimaru's soul swapped bodies again? Izumi paused, contemplating the information he had regarding Orochimaru. Hadn't that Jonin mentioned that Orochimaru no longer needed to switch bodies and could exist freely, even utilizing White Zetsu as a vessel for his soul? No need for a switch. White Zetsu had multiple bodies, and controlling them was akin to changing clothes, an effortless transformation. Remembering the various bodies Orochimaru had been experimenting with at home, it was indeed like designing garments, each unique, ready for use whenever needed. However, given White Zetsu's remarkable regenerative abilities, as long as the cells remained intact, he could continue his experiments without restraint. Izumi sighed, feeling melancholic. He had reached a point where he could no longer find words to critique Orochimaru's body-swapping habits, akin to changing outfits. This peculiar individual was Luo's teacher. And over the years, Luo and Sasuke's development had largely been under Orochimaru's care. Even if Sasuke often complained that Luo was the one earning to support Orochimaru, The various medicinal aids and organized knowledge stemmed from Orochimaru's extensive collection and research. Aluo, who had only his brother to care for him and lacked parental affection, was willing to toil to support the family, which illustrated that Orochimaru could indeed provide the affection and concern he had been missing. If there ever came a day when Orochimaru ceased his antics, that would be truly strange. Aluo reclined on the bed, feeling a mix of exasperation and joy at Orochimaru's ever-growing enthusiasm for research. Allowing Orochimaru to indulge in scientific pursuits filled him with a sense of accomplishment, though that fellow often forgot he was still a living being. Poor Junmaru. He seemed physically fine, but the psychological toll he would likely endure was a cause for concern. Do not emulate him. The original body is preferable. A transformation technique is one thing, but do not swap bodies. You know how Sasuke can be. If he gets too worked up, who knows what he might do? Izumi lay beside Aluo, reminiscent of their time at home, watching Sasuke train from the rooftop, gradually relaxing. Engaging in light conversation, he reminded Aluo not to imitate unreliable behaviors. Even without considering his ancestors' feelings, he ought to think of Sasuke as well. Whenever Aluo returned, Sasuke's demeanor remained relatively stable. Yet, if Aluo experienced any changes or mentioned encounters with danger, Sasuke would reveal a more extreme and frantic side after Aluo departed, which left even this spirit feeling somewhat weary. Indeed, I have no intention of switching bodies. I cherish my own form dearly. Aluo assented, closing his eyes to continue resting. He was well aware of the emotional fluctuations Sasuke often exhibited due to him. After all, they were brothers. Host, Sasuke was injured during a practical training session at school. After being taken to the hospital, he learned about your poisoning in the womb and how you absorbed the toxins single-handedly to protect him. The following morning, as Aluo strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha, he received a notification from the system. Sasuke was injured during a practical training session. Who was responsible for this treachery? Was it merely to send him to the Konoha hospital, where he would overhear certain speculated information through the casual chatter of doctors and nurses? The ancient high-ups of Konoha truly could not remain idle for a single day. Sasuke believes it. The system added. The crux of the matter was that Sasuke genuinely believed it. The system also desired to voice some rare sarcasm regarding this. I will go visit him at the hospital. Aluo surveyed his surroundings and calculated his route before his eyes lit up at the sight of a flower shop ahead. He then joyfully ran forward, prompting a startled exclamation from the ever-watchful Duoyu. Be careful. Duoyu was perplexed by the situation, but after her initial cry of concern, she watched as their normally agile young master collided with a green figure, sending him flying several meters away. In that fleeting moment of collision, the green figure sensed the impending danger and swiftly leaped to the ground, adeptly catching the young lady whom he had inadvertently struck. Host, Rock Lee will increase his training regimen due to your mischief. The system quipped as Aluo feigned pain from the collision. Though my target is Hyuga Niji, it just so happened that he charged forward at the same moment I needed to rest my body. Aluo was steadied by Shaoli, preventing him from falling to the ground, though his arm trembled unnaturally, clearly strained from the impact. As Duoyu hurried over, cautiously cradling him to check for injuries, Aluo engaged in playful banter with the system while continuing his charade. It's all just acting. It's nothing serious. Right now, I'm just a frail girl. Lee, you acted impulsively. Take this young lady to the hospital first. Just as Might Guy emerged from the shop after making a purchase, he found his students encircling two seemingly delicate young girls. The injured one had been struck by Shaoli. Other details were unimportant. The priority was to get her to the hospital, for she appeared to be an ordinary girl, quite different from their ninja kind. Chapter 104. Sasuke. I was truly a scoundrel before birth. A sprained elbow is hardly a significant issue. Hyuga Niji, with his Byakugan activated, swept his gaze over the girl's arm and arrived at a conclusion. We must take her to the hospital. Her physique cannot be compared to that of a ninja. Might Guy halted Niji, who was poised to act, signaling Tenten to assist. He lifted the injured girl and swiftly made his way to the hospital. Mato Dai followed closely, his mind filled with disdain for Aluo's theatrical display, as well as for the behavior of the ninjas from Konoha, who simply whisked people away. Upon arrival at the hospital, Aluo was first taken for a comprehensive scan before receiving treatment for her sprained arm. Meanwhile, the girl lay quietly, occasionally trembling from the pain in her arm, her spirit having already detached and gazing resentfully from another ward. "I'm not poisoned. No one has poisoned me. It is merely malnutrition and a weak constitution." Aluo reiterated to Sasuke that she was genuinely not poisoned. Nor was there any truth to the notion of absorbing toxins in the womb. It was merely a baseless rumor that had proliferated among certain circles in Konoha. Sasuke's spirit, half detached, raised its arm to gently ruffle Aluo's unruly hair. He understood that the idea of poisoning was false. However, the reality of her malnutrition during gestation and the difficulties she faced during birth, being hours late, was indeed true. The thought that his younger brother had suffered so much simply due to his frail body filled him with sorrow and self-reproach for having been so callous before birth. Aluo was certain that this matter was beyond her explanation. The competition for nutrients in the womb was a survival instinct. How could one blame Sasuke for that? "Sasuke, I will grow stronger, and I will protect you soon," she declared. Sasuke held Aluo close, remaining silent for a moment, only retracting his partially detached spirit when a doctor arrived for an examination. With Aluo by his side, he observed as the ninjas of the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans entered the ward. After assessing Sasuke's condition and confirming there were no apparent issues, they departed. Following their exit, Aluo waved goodbye to Sasuke before stepping out as well. She followed them to a conference room, where she encountered Shimura Danzo, who bore only one arm and half a face still covered in bandages. The medical ninja reported in detail on Sasuke's chakra levels, ocular nerves, and certain psychological conditions. "Useless. Worthless." Danzo slammed his remaining hand on the table in frustration. Having sustained grave injuries, his arm was rendered useless. And even if he wished to transplant the first Hokage cells, it was no longer feasible. With only one eye left, he turned his focus on Sasuke. However, Sasuke's eyes had not progressed. He had yet to even awaken the Sharingan. Even if he forcibly took them for himself, they would be unusable. "Danzo, I have warned you before. The last remaining Uchiha must not be harmed." Sarutobi Hiruzen entered after the others had left, his voice laced with anger. "What do you mean he must not be harmed? Are you afraid of that disobedient Uchiha, Itachi?" Danzo's temper flared as he regarded Hiruzen, ready to engage him in a serious discussion. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was not solely his doing. Why should the vengeful spirits of the Uchiha seek retribution solely from him and not from Hiruzen? Both had committed numerous acts. Yet Hiruzen maintained a pristine reputation while Danzo bore the blame. After their deaths, Danzo would be the one to face the vengeful souls. Since realizing that souls could reunite after death, he regretted having cleaned up Hiruzen's mess. "Uchiha Itachi is a rogue ninja. He bears no relation to us. However, you must not harm the last of the Uchiha. They are a part of Konoha and serve as a deterrent to other villages." Hiruzen glared, ensuring there were no others present, and reiterated to Danzo that everything was for the sake of Konoha. "For the sake of Konoha? Hiruzen, look at your clan's current state. I need not elaborate. But what about me?" Danzo was filled with both anger and fear. He had previously been indifferent to the future of his clan, never imagining they would come to harm. Now his clan was annihilated, and he himself was in a half-disabled state. Even his soul had been marked by the spirits of the Uchiha, who could come for him at any moment. Most nights, he would awaken to find the Uchiha spirits mocking him. "Danzo, your mental state is deteriorating. For now, you should rest. Our priority is not to fall behind." "Yet you're fixated on what has been lost," Hiruzen advised, dismissing Danzo's claims of vengeance. He sought development for Konoha, ensuring that it would not fall behind other ninja villages. At least during his tenure as Hokage, Konoha would possess what other villages had, even if that meant relying on his disobedient road disciple. "Don't even think about it. I will never be confined again," Danzo shouted, leaping to signal the root ninja for protection. After finally breaking free, he would not return to a state of confinement. "Danzo, stop being so obstinate." Hiruzen watched as root ninjas appeared, his expression shifting to one of sorrow. Turning away, he exited with a hint of despondency. Chapter 105. Aluo's identity is discovered. Junmaru, my arm hurts. Aluo stepped out of the hospital after her sprained arm was treated. Spotting the hurried approach of Junmaru, supported by Mato Dai, the delicate young lady lamented to her butler. The young master, Aluo's arm has been treated and is in perfect condition. The accompanying jonin from the Sound Ninja village stepped forward, grasping Aluo's arm for inspection before returning to Junmaru with a conclusion that left Aluo wide-eyed. I understand now, young master, you need something. The dress you are wearing is unsuitable for carrying you back to rest. Perhaps I should carry you instead. Junmaru heard this, but still moved to Aluo's side, contemplating how to best care for her. To onlookers, this might appear awkward and confusing, yet their expressions remained earnest, devoid of laughter. Wait a moment. Team Guy burst from the hospital, with Tenten, as the only girl, hastening over to Aluo's side. Having completed their training for the day, they were now responsible for this young lady, who had been injured by Lee, although she did not understand why they would follow her when she was already healed. Their teacher had stated it was their duty, and they approached the situation as a task to fulfill. Hello, is there something you need? Aluo tilted her head, sensing Tenten's conflicted gaze, likely indicating yet another task had been assigned to them. Previously, she had observed Danzo issuing orders to the root ninjas before returning to her body. It was plausible that during this interval, the third Hokage had given Team Guy a separate mission. Due to my partner's accidental collision with you, could we invite you to a meal as a means of apology? Tenten, though internally conflicted, endeavored to find a suitable reason to establish a connection with Aluo. At the very least, they needed to become familiar before they could protect her. The young master, Aluo from the land of rice? Why must one be a delicate, fragile young lady, so vulnerable that even the slightest touch could cause harm? This jest is far from amusing. Do you and Mai have any distinctive culinary delights? Aluo did not refuse, but instead glanced at Tian, then shifted his gaze to the eager disciples standing a few meters away, abruptly changing the topic to food. His intention was to find an opportunity to engage with Hinata Niji, and now that the chance was presented before him, it was quite fortuitous. The eyes of many individuals, including Tian, sparkled with excitement as she turned to give a thumbs up to her two companions before approaching Aluo to introduce the various delicacies of Mai. There were dumpling shops, barbecue establishments, sushi bars, and of course, the renowned Ichiraku ramen. With a total of 8 people walking along the street, they ultimately decided to indulge in barbecue. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, as they settled down, both Duoyu and Tian vied for seats beside Aluo, while the others found their places nearby. Would you like something to drink, Mr. Shinobi from Odo? The owner of the barbecue restaurant inquired after taking their orders and serving the young patrons their fruit juices. Glancing with concern at the Odo Village Jonin sitting next to Might Guy. They had only learned of Odo Village's presence moments ago, and prior to that, they had not heard of it at all. However, this Jonin appeared somewhat unwell, his complexion excessively pale. Water will suffice, replied Orochimaru, cloaked in the guise of a young Jonin, his handsome face adorned with a gentle smile, remarkably exceptional in all aspects save for his pallor. Thus, when the owner's daughter brought over the barbecue and covertly stole glances at Orochimaru, Aluo's eyes sparkled with amusement. After all, it was not surprising that Orochimaru had a penchant for beauty. Aluo found the situation rather peculiar. Despite being a girl, she called him young master. Once the grill heated, Tian began placing slices of meat onto it, intending to inquire about Aluo's flavor preferences, but upon opening her mouth, she felt a pang of disappointment. Why must a perfectly fine girl be addressed this way? Is this how it is in the land of rice? Because she was indeed Aluo, as Duoyu sighed and quietly explained, having observed Aluo's downcast eyes. Her narrative revealed to them that Aluo's memory had faltered years ago, leaving only the recollection of being referred to in this manner. Therefore, everyone endeavored to keep Aluo content, perpetuating the use of this title. As for whether Aluo was male or female, they hardly cared, for they had styled Aluo in a manner befitting a boy. It was only due to the changes in her physique that she had to revert to feminine attire. The earlier information had been conveyed quite ordinarily, but the subsequent details regarding her transformation were whispered by Duoyu to Tian. Although such whispers could hardly escape the keen hearing of a ninja. Might Niji, standing nearby, might have felt discomfort at hearing the title young master. But he seemed to recall having heard someone mention it before. As he pondered, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Uchiha, the younger sibling of Uchiha Sasuke, had once been taken to school by Sasuke, leading to some female students employing similar terminology. Now, as he scrutinized Aluo, Niji became increasingly convinced that she was indeed Uchiha Sasuke's sibling. The reasons behind this memory loss and transformation into a girl remained obscure. Perhaps she was originally a girl, and after the Uchiha clan's massacre, she was disguised as a boy for protection. Unable to comprehend the hidden truths, Niji, after contemplating numerous pieces of information, began to grasp the situation, the history surrounding the Uchiha clan, and the fact that upon arriving at Uchiha Sasuke had sustained serious injuries that confined him to the hospital, confirmed his suspicions regarding Aluo's identity. As Niji mulled over these thoughts, the nearby Umbu had already conveyed the information to the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood atop the Hokage building, surveying the recently restored Hokage rock, gesturing for the Umbu to withdraw. Uchiha, that child is indeed Uchiha. It was evident that Orochimaru had healed the child's fragile body. Regrettably, she could not harness chakra, learn ninjutsu, nor activate the Sharingan. This Uchiha was, in the eyes of a ninja, rather ineffectual. As for the transformation from boy to girl, it had been mentioned before by Danzo, who had noted that Orochimaru himself could switch genders, making it unsurprising that the child he had raised might also undergo such a change. Chapter 106, Sarutobi Isuma. A wealthy man, thank you for your hospitality. After enjoying the barbecue, Aluo waved goodbye to Team Guy at the entrance of the restaurant, feeling elated as he returned to the nearby inn. Once back in the room atop the inn, Aluo stood by the window, gazing out at the bustling street below. The throngs of people included both ninjas and ordinary villagers. The living conditions in compared to the several ninja villages Aluo had visited, were the most comfortable and lively. Yet, this was the place that had destroyed the Uchiha clan and shattered Sasuke's environment. Aluo, here is the detailed price list. Do you require any adjustments? Jumru entered after knocking, presenting Aluo with a stack of price lists. This is on par with Suna, but Mai certainly does not offer such privileges. Using the pricing from the water country, Mai is quite affluent. They would undoubtedly disdain inexpensive items. Aluo perused the list and frowned. This pricing is unacceptable. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Mai is the strongest, thus their prices ought to be the highest tier. Understood. Jumru took back the price list, confirming that he comprehended what needed to be done. Mai is wealthy and deserves the most expensive rates. By the way, inform Xianglin and Shueiyue that this time, the ninjas heading to Mai must not return empty-handed. Let them witness the strength of Odo Village. When I return, I will cooperate with them to stage a grand performance. Observing the Mai ninjas hastily departing from the opposite rooftop, Aluo assigned further tasks to Jumru. The ninjas sent to the land of rice consisted of 4 teams. 1 freshly graduated squad, 1 Jonin team, 1 Umbu unit, and 1 root team. The regular ninja squad posed no issues, but there was no necessity for the Umbu and root teams to return. Among the trio of pure Jonin, one individual caught Aluo's interest, Sarutobi Isuma. Previously, he had been tasked with guarding the daimyo of the Fire Country, and he had now returned to Mai, likely to reacquaint himself with the village and prepare to lead the next generation of Inoshikacho. However, since Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to dispatch him, he might as well accept him in advance. Shortly, Aluo needed to seek out Naruto to procure some chakra from the Nine Tails. That foolish fox had become increasingly generous with chakra after training his spiritual energy. One day, he whimsically distributed a small portion, allowing Naruto to share some with Sasuke or even himself. On several occasions, he had prompted Naruto to inquire with Izuna if he wanted some. Although the Nine Tails chakra could regenerate, its increasingly lavish behavior left everyone slightly disheartened, as if a wealthy individual were frivolously scattering money among them. Are you returning? The Jonin from Odo, disguised as Orochimaru, approached a Luo within 10 minutes of Junmaru's departure. Mai had sent individuals to locate Odo village, and it was possible they carried certain offensive orders. They had anticipated this and made extensive preparations. However, the original plans had not accounted for a Luo's return. Due to the presence of Sarutobi Isuma, my esteemed teacher, I have prepared a grand gift for him. A Luo turned and leaned against the window, glancing back at Orochimaru. His sweet smile, perfectly suiting his current appearance, belied the unmistakable intent to kill reflected in his crimson eyes. Sarutobi Isuma was but the first step in his scheme against Sarutobi Hiruzen. The lives of his son, grandson, reputation, village, and the very life of Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the fate of his soul after death, all played crucial roles in his intricate plan. The order of these elements could be flexible, yet none could be omitted. You can return with me. Dealing with him alone could prove troublesome. Orochimaru pondered, recognizing Sarutobi Isuma's formidable combat prowess, which had earned him a place among the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, a testament to both his status and strength. No need, Aluo replied. You should enjoy yourself in Konoha. I merely wish to observe. His demise won't implicate our sound ninja village. After all, his head holds considerable value. Someone will surely seize this opportunity to profit handsomely. Recalling a portion of the original narrative, Aluo had no intention of outright sabotaging events, merely advancing their timeline. Other preparations were merely precautionary measures. Kankuro, the thought of that money-obsessed individual made Orochimaru's serpentine eyes flicker. He still could not fathom how Aluo managed to maintain amicable relations with such a character. As for making money, he never shies away from hard work and might even provide me with some dividends. Aluo mused over the potential price for Isuma, estimating the benefits he could accrue. Kankuro was indeed a lover of wealth, yet in the realm of prolonged, profitable collaborations, the compensation would not be scant. As for Haiden's complaints about dining without payment and wasting time working off debts, it was likely that at that moment, he simply had nothing else to occupy his time. The current Kankuro would not engage in such trivialities, as he was far too busy with numerous lucrative ventures awaiting his attention. The crux of the matter was that he would share the profits with you. Suddenly, Orochimaru had an epiphany. It was not that Kankuro was particularly easy to deal with, but rather that Aluo could profit from their dealings with him. Having such a student, who relished in the pursuit of wealth, brought him immense satisfaction, especially as someone who merely spent money at home. The next time he encountered Uchiha Itachi, he could certainly engage that individual in conversation. Chapter 107, Isuma. The walking 35 million in a forest within the land of rice, outside the under-construction Sound Ninja village, the red-haired Karen stood with one hand on her hip, observing Zhang Wu and Mizuki as they dispatched several masked Konoha ninjas ahead of them. Karen, could you lend a hand instead of just spectating? Mizuki, reconstituting from a puddle, expressed his annoyance at Karen's inaction. My task is to prevent their escape, and how could a gentle and lovely girl like me engage in such violent actions? Karen twirled on her toes, feigning shyness as she reproached Mizuki for his harsh words. However, when a ninja emerged from the ground, attempting to grasp her ankle, the gentle girl transformed in an instant. Do you really think I'm just a soft target standing here? How dare you come after me? Perish! The moment her ankle was seized, crimson patterns spiraled down her neck, and her furious chakra caused her red hair to billow. She fiercely kicked down with the foot that was grabbed, creating a 2 to 3 meter wide crater in the ground, along with the unfortunate ninja beneath. Impressive, Mizuki exclaimed as he splashed water back onto his face, darting towards Zhang Wu's side. What a ferocious girl. She is terrifying. TCH. Karen scoffed at Mizuki's retreating form before squatting down to pull the now half-broken ninja from the mud. She had expected the Konoha ninjas to be formidable, yet they were merely a group that didn't even have the chance to activate the second form of their curse seal. How dull. These could barely be considered Chunin. The Jonin from Konoha, on the other hand, were elsewhere. You all verify the identities of these corpses. Any that can be traded for money should be given to Kankuro. We'll receive a share of the proceeds. Aluo emerged from the still incomplete village, observing Karen's disdainful remarks. and briefly summarized the situation regarding the Konoha Umbu and Root ninjas. Young Master Aluo, how are the Jonin fighting? Can we go observe? Karen tossed the corpse aside and raced to Aluo, her eyes shining with anticipation as she expressed their desire to witness the Jonin in action. Everyone wishes to go. Aluo had not intended to take them along, but since the idea was brought up, he considered granting them a glimpse of what Jonin truly represented. Previously, in the training grounds, they could occasionally witness his battles with Orochimaru or Kimimaro, but those were merely training sessions. He figured that Kankuro Wooden Team Mind is bringing along a few young friends to spectate. Let us go. Once we arrive, keep your voices down. Aluo gestured for Zhang Wu and Mizuki to join him, while leaving the remaining battlefield cleanup to Kido Maru and the others. After giving his instructions, a chakra mark appeared beneath his feet, and he transported the three of them to the woods near the Valley of the End. This was a designated spot he had marked, aligned with the route of the three Konoha Jonin. Here they come. Their speed is remarkable. As soon as they leaped onto the trees, they spotted the approaching figures in the distance. The three Konoha ninjas raced ahead, followed by Haiden, who was leaping and bounding with his scythe, Kankuro calculating potential earnings, and Kisame, who wore a face of disdain yet was compelled to follow. Lastly, there was Uchiha Itachi, shrouded in a hat that obscured his face, seemingly forming hand seals with his fingers. The appearance of the four members of Akatsuki was precisely why Asuma and his team had altered their course, hastening their return to Konoha. The battlefield would remain here. Aluo warned the three to exercise caution and then stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the three Konoha ninjas. Step aside. One of the Jonin, noticing an obstruction, raised his hand and threw several shurikens. However, several vines appeared, intercepting the attack and barricading their path. You truly are misguided. Why associate with the Sarutobi clan's second son on a mission? Aluo unleashed the chakra he had borrowed earlier, causing the surrounding trees and vines to rapidly grow, sealing off not just their path forward but the surrounding area as well. His use of Mokuton was increasingly diverging from conventional ninjutsu, veering toward the style that favored efficiency over hand seals. Nevertheless, its effectiveness remained paramount. Uchiha Aluo, Sarutobi Asuma, raised his chakra blade, scrutinizing the boy a few meters ahead until he finally recognized who it was. Their reconnaissance mission stemmed from reports of a girl resembling Uchiha Aluo in Konoha, prompting the need to investigate Orochimaru's affairs. Yet they never anticipated that the girl was a decoy, and this boy, who bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Sasuke, was indeed Uchiha Aluo. Moreover, his chakra was extraordinarily potent, making him no less formidable than a Jonin. Sarutobi Asuma, son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What is his market value? Aluo smiled, his gaze sweeping over the three Konoha Jonin before finally settling on Sarutobi Asuma. The black market price stood at 35 million ryo. Keeping him alive was a lucrative prospect. Kankuro flipped to Asuma's page in his notebook, noting that the price was quite appealing. Besides Asuma, the other two Konoha Jonin also held some value, though they paled in comparison. I'll take care of keeping them here. You, big brother, and Kisame handle the other two. The most valuable prize shall be entrusted to Kankuro and Haiden. Alo observed the distressed Asuma, as a tree sprouted from beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. In the process, he assigned opponents to the others, urging them to swiftly eliminate these three Jonin from Konoha. Mr. Itachi, that short one is mine? Kisame was the first to strike, greeting Itachi before charging towards the Jonin he had selected. His chakra appeared substantial, likely enough to satisfy his sword, Samahata. It was a race against time. Uchiha Itachi regarded the opponent left for him, and without the need to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan, he unsheathed his blade and performed hand seals, swiftly distancing the Jonin from Asuma. The performance was about to commence. Alo, seated cross-legged upon the tree, tilted his head to observe the shocked and furious expression on Asuma's face, then glanced at the immortal duo opposite them, feeling quite pleased as he retrieved a watermelon. With a fruit knife, a platter, and a small tea table set, he prepared to enjoy his snack. Chapter 108. Kakuzu's Obsession, Money over heart, you still favor would release. Itachi remarked as he swiftly dealt with the Konoha Jonin and approached Alo, surveying the surrounding walls of vines, with even the overhead branches densely woven. He felt an inexplicable discomfort. The initial reaction to seeing would release inevitably conjured memories of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Itachi could not help but recall certain grievances between Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Initially, it was the anomaly surrounding a Fae, then the revelation of Kuro and Shiro's identities, followed by whispers of a conspiracy that had lasted for millennia. He felt he had managed to maintain a semblance of calm. Yet why would release? Even to ensnare these Konoha ninjas, earth release or water release would suffice. This territory already belonged to Konoha. Utilizing would release here was most fitting, as the surrounding trees could lend their energy to him. Brother, did you just employ Tsukuyami? Alo observed the corpse hanging from a nearby branch, and then scrutinized Itachi's eyes, convinced that he had once again succumbed to temptation. However, when it came to swift resolutions and intelligence gathering, Tsukuyami was indeed most suitable. Konoha had assigned them a covert mission. Upon discovering Orochimaru's base, they were to infiltrate and steal experimental data. If they could not secure the data, they would destroy the laboratory. In the absence of these options, eliminating a Jonin in the Sound Village would provide Konoha with a pretext for action against them. Itachi settled down, consuming the watermelon Alo offered, sharing the intelligence he had just acquired. This time, Konoha's strategy was uncharacteristically aggressive. The unfortunate soul designated for demise was the one trapped in Kisame's water prison, subjected to the ravages of his shark-like hunger. The Jonin who had just perished at Itachi's hands had been tasked primarily with assisting Asuma, and, if necessary, leaving the other behind. The concepts of teammates and companions were notions held only by school children. Those who had spent time in the Umbu operated solely based on mission directives. Sarutobi Hiruzen had arranged this with the belief that Orochimaru's created village lacked formidable warriors. Alo surmised the reason, further confirmed by the system that had emerged to validate his thoughts. In Sarutobi's recollections, Orochimaru was still the rogue ninja who had fled Konoha, forced to hide underground while collaborating with Shimura Danzo. However, much of the information was indeed factual. In their Sound Village, there were merely a handful of Jonin, most of whom were merely vessels for Orochimaru's various bodies. Currently, their village was still in the construction phase, lacking a hierarchical structure for ninjas, and their numbers were truly scarce. If a conflict were to erupt between the two villages, the Sound Village would be utterly defenseless. The scarcity of strong warriors in the Sound Village was undeniable. The Sunagakure and Awagakure had opted for stable cooperation, believing it unnecessary, as Orochimaru, a fugitive, was better dealt with through mutual benefit rather than outright conflict. Conversely, Konoha still wished to reclaim Orochimaru as their own rogue ninja, acquiring valuable resources at exorbitant prices, which left them feeling aggrieved. Izuna suddenly appeared beside Alo, seamlessly joining the ongoing discussion about the Sound Village's current shortcomings. At that moment, his spirit manifested, allowing Itachi to perceive his ethereal form even in his activated Sharingan state. Ancestor, what brings you here from Konoha? Alo looked up at Izuna, uncertain of the reason for his sudden appearance. Given his tone and expression, it seemed unlikely that anything had gone awry with Sasuke. I came to check on you. I visited my great-granddaughter, and yet, your clone was quite lively, but I couldn't catch a glimpse of you. Izuna placed his hand upon Alo's head, ruffling his similarly styled hair, his worried demeanor easing somewhat. However, upon noticing the tree beneath them and the surrounding foliage and vines, a twinge of discomfort surfaced within him. This troublesome boy, with his wood release again, can he not employ something else? Alo shook his head, urging Izuna to temper his actions, for the spirit's status rendered his resentment palpably evident. Do not remind me. Otherwise, I might consider sending your brother to meet my own. Izuna huffed in annoyance, solidifying his fingers and tousled Alo's hair into disarray. His feelings towards Uchiha Itachi were quite complex. Your brother is lost. Sending mine will yield no results. Alo gazed down at the ongoing battle, casually remarking on the difficulty of locating Uchiha Madara's spirit. Below, the conflict raged on, with Kisame's skirmish nearing its conclusion, leaving only the immortal duo and Sarutobi Asuma. From the outset, Asuma had no intention of engaging in battle within this environment. He had fixated on Aloe as his target, repeatedly attempting to find an opening to ascend the tree, only to be thwarted each time by Kakuzu. Is that Kakuzu? Is he concerned that this individual might ascend and harm you? As Azuna observed Aloe's focus diverted below, he took a closer look. He soon realized that Kakuzu was indeed quite protective of Aloe, as nearly all of his combat maneuvers were aimed at safeguarding Aloe from disturbance. Asuma's head was valued at 35 million Ryo. I would only charge 10 million for intelligence and containment. However, if he were to ascend and perish in my hands, that would count as my kill. Aloe spoke leisurely, providing further clarification when he sensed Izuna's confusion. This is money. Kakuzu would never willingly allow wealth to escape. Whoever delivers the kill reaps the rewards. This was an agreement established beforehand. Thus, Kakuzu would rather suffer heartbreak than let money slip away, especially since he has not yet reached the point of despair. The power of money. Izuna remained silent for a considerable time, finally witnessing Kakuzu's heart shatter as Haiden claimed Asuma's blood. He sighed, finally comprehending the depth of Kakuzu's obsession with wealth. Aloe had previously shared details about each member of the Akatsuki, their interests and abilities. Therefore, seeing Haiden's scythe stained with Asuma's blood signaled that this battle was drawing to a close. The shattered heart could be conveniently replaced with Asuma's own, which was precisely the intention. Kakuzu had not suffered a loss. Aloe observed Haiden, who had meticulously drawn the formation, nodding with a smile as he offered the remaining piece of watermelon to Itachi. Rising, he awaited the conclusion. The heart was for Kakuzu's use. The head was for monetary exchange, and thus, Asuma's corporeal remains would return to Konoha to deliver a message to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 109. Sarutobi Asuma, deceased. Sarutobi Azuma, Kume, come and kill me. Haiden stood within the formation, laughing maniacally. He had succeeded. The life of this Konoha Jonin was his offering to the Dark God. Uchiha Luo, are you aware of the consequences your actions may bring upon the Uchiha clan? Asuma pressed his hand against the wound on his abdomen, realizing that escape was no longer an option. In this moment, he could not attack Fadewan, and instead directed his gaze upward to the boy perched in the tree. Even in his dying moments, he sought to understand the true situation of this youth. The Uchiha will exact vengeance for the Uchiha clan. Your father Sarutobi Hiruzen has accumulated too many debts, and, as an old man, he cannot repay them. Thus, every member of your Sarutobi family, including your mischievous little nephew, will meet a tragic end, slowly repaying what is owed. Aluo stood upon the branch, which grew to support him as he positioned himself diagonally in front of Sarutobi Asuma, adjacent to Fadewan. Do not speak baseless accusations. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was orchestrated by Uchiha Itachi, and my father has no connection to it. Sarutobi Asuma bellowed in anger. He had considered many possibilities, but never anticipated that this could be an act of Uchiha vengeance. At the time of the Uchiha massacre, he had been protecting the daimyo, and he had not delved deeply into the matter. Yet he was certain that his father could never have committed such an atrocity as to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan. It was simply impossible. When you encounter them again, you may inquire, Fadewan, bear with it. To minimize your suffering during recovery, allow me to take action. Aluo had not descended to engage in idle conversation with Asuma. He merely glanced at him before turning away, his gaze gleefully fixed on Fadewan's neck. With a flick of his wrist, the bone sword in his hand shimmered with spiritual energy, and he swiftly cut across Fadewan's throat. The blade glided through, staining with blood. Yet Fadewan's head remained firmly attached, not a degree off its original angle. Is it over? Although Fadewan's throat had been sliced, it did not impede his ability to speak normally. He touched his neck, and as blood trickled down, he finally confirmed that he had indeed been severed in two. Do not move. Let me reattach it first. Aluo observed as Fadewan reached for his own head, seemingly intending to remove it, and hurriedly employed a healing technique to restore it. Indeed, as long as one does not perish, they can all engage in reckless antics. Must curiosity be so insatiable? However, he had acquired Fadewan's blood in cells, which he intended to have Orochimaru analyze later, seeking any valuable insights therein. I have taken the heart. Master Aluo, what do you intend to do with this body? Do you require me to staunch the bleeding or transform it into a controllable puppet? Jiao. While Aluo tended to Fade Wan, swiftly sealed Asuma's head within a scroll and extracted the heart while there was still life left in it, affixing it to his own body. Gazing at the headless, heartless corpse, Jiao Do glanced back at Aluo, feeling inclined to offer some assistance to this esteemed young master. A major client, a partner in profit, occasionally providing harmless support could enhance their collaborative rapport and increase future opportunities for cooperation. These were all lessons imparted by Aluo. There is no need to adjust that corpse. If these two bodies are of no further use, they may be left behind. I can have Asuma's body accompany the other two back to Konoha. Aluo observed Asuma's corpse still standing upright and chose not to ask Jiao Do for assistance. If this body were to be processed, it would lose its significance, especially since the soul remained. It must not be allowed to escape. In light of this, we shall take our leave now. Fade Wan, what are you doing? Jiao Do, after confirming he was not needed, packed the scroll and prepared to depart. However, upon witnessing Fade Wan lift his scythe, he immediately sensed trouble. He must be hesitating, contemplating whether to sever his head once more. Aluo pointed to the scythe resting on Fade Wan's shoulder, indicating that if he were to cut it again, Jiao Do would assist in reattaching it. As he had no time to indulge this immortal's whims. We are leaving now. In the future, reattaching your head will incur a fee. Jiao Do glared at Fade Wan, approached him, and grasped his collar, dragging him away. Due to the impeccable reattachment, this fool believed he could attempt to sever his neck again. How foolish. Mr. Itachi, it is time for us to depart. Kisame raised his head, observing Uchiha Itachi still seated in the tree, seemingly engrossed in the unfolding drama. He wished to urge him to hurry, yet when he opened his mouth to speak, his tone transformed into one of negotiation. Yes, it is time to go. Uchiha Itachi leisurely finished the fruit in his hand, leaped down from the tree, and approached Aluo. He had encountered the spirit of the ancestral figure, yet the latter showed no interest in engaging him, nor did he wish to initiate conversation. Elder brother, you should return first. I still need to complete this final scene. I will be fine. Aluo looked up at Uchiha Itachi, his innocent smile contrasting sharply with the actions he was about to undertake. However, those familiar with him had long grown accustomed to such circumstances. Aluo, take care of yourself. If danger arises, do not hesitate to flee. Escaping is not shameful. Uchiha Itachi scrutinized Aluo for a moment, placed a hand on his shoulder with a few parting words, and then turned to leave. The four clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds departed, leaving Aluo as the sole living presence in that place. Such words sound familiar. Aluo stared blankly in the direction of their departure, eventually exhaling a sigh of resignation. One after another, what leads them to believe they could confront danger head-on? Moreover, had he not been the one to advise Orochimaru with such sentiments? So, they have all taken a page from his book. Sasuke had said something similar. Izuna's hand withdrew from above Aluo's head. He had been standing behind Aluo, a hand resting on his head, preventing Uchiha Itachi's hand from moving. Although he felt his actions were somewhat childish, he was nonetheless in high spirits. As for that phrase, he had indeed heard it more than once. Never mind. Let us not dwell on such matters. Work still awaits us. Ancestral figure, would you care to try using spiritual energy to form threads, akin to manipulating puppets? Aluo dismantled the surrounding Moku no Jutsu, concentrating his spiritual energy into threads, maneuvering the three headless corpses to come to life. Simultaneously, he did not forget that the souls of these three trapped ninjas had been temporarily sealed by him. Although only Orochimaru could currently utilize the Edo Tensei technique, Konoha possessed the forbidden scroll left by Senju Tobarama. Should anyone in Konoha summon Asuma's soul, it could spell genuine trouble. I shall take charge. Observing à l'US technique. Izuna attempted to replicate it, seizing control of the three corpses, guiding them towards Konoha as per Aluo's instructions. With this task no longer requiring his direct involvement, Aluo remained behind to erase any traces that ought not to exist. Chapter 110 Naruto's Aggrievement. Mizuki seeks to depart Konoha. Another tranquil day dawned in Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto. Today is for outdoor training, not for you to doze off here. The voice of Irika echoed by the riverside at the village's edge, provoking laughter from the other students. Today, several teachers took this year's graduating class for field training, but within moments, Naruto had stealthily found a tree, climbed up, and nestled himself in a branch to sleep. Irika-sensei, I'm just so tired. Naruto protested with a sleepy gaze, softly explaining that he was genuinely exhausted. Furthermore, Sasuke was in the hospital, and he had no idea how he was faring. He thought that if he fell asleep, perhaps he might meet a Luo or that esteemed uncle from the Uchiha family. You sleep every day, you nap at home after class, and you doze off in the classroom. Is there ever a time you're not sleepy? Irika gazed at Naruto's drowsy state, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. It seemed that at some point, the once mischievous Naruto had grown increasingly subdued. He decided not to skip classes or cause trouble any longer. This was ostensibly a positive development. However, he grew increasingly lethargic, and after several visits to the hospital, the results revealed nothing amiss. At times, he pondered whether it was, as Shuei-mu had suggested, that certain stimuli had caused him psychological distress. He had mentioned this to Hokage-sama twice, but perhaps due to Hokage-sama's busy schedule or the lack of findings from the examinations, there had been no follow-up. Irika, let us go fishing, he suggested. Didn't you say you learned to fish earlier than your classmates? You even know how to grill fish. Irika glanced at the nearby river, feeling somewhat helpless as he contrived this plan, which might invigorate Naruto. Yet, upon hearing this, Naruto's expression did not brighten. Instead, his eyes widened in distress. As if reminded of a painful memory, he turned away, clutching a branch, and began to weep softly. Irika, did you scold him? Shuei-mu inquired, having rushed over and leaping onto a tree, observing the distressed Naruto and the conflicted Irika, uncertain of the situation. I merely suggested he could go fishing in the water and then grill the catch. Irika awkwardly scratched his head, still perplexed as to why Naruto was crying so pitifully. It seemed Naruto had not mentioned fishing for quite some time. Why don't you tell your teacher why you've suddenly lost interest in fishing? Is there something in the water? Shuei-mu pondered, gesturing to Irika to remain quiet as he sought to inquire further into Naruto's situation. After such a long period without recovery, he could discern that Naruto had indeed suffered some trauma. Therefore, Irika's repeated inquiries to Hokage-sama without any resolution seemed decidedly troubling. The reasons behind this were beyond his comprehension, yet he reasoned that as a teacher, it was not inappropriate to express concern for a student. Naruto, do not be afraid. Your teacher has watched you grow, and if you feel wronged, you must share it with me, so I can help you. Shuei-mu gently urged, his soft voice perhaps finally providing Naruto the comfort and inquiry he had long awaited. Consequently, Naruto, amidst his tears, recounted how, by the riverside, his grilled fish had been repeatedly taken from him. His narrative was somewhat disordered, as children who have been wronged rarely recount events with clarity. Eventually, after some time, Shuei-mu and Irika grasped the reason for Naruto's distress. Naruto, that old man may have simply seen your loneliness and wished to care for you, to play with you. Irika suggested, his lips twitching as the kind impression of Hokage-sama began to show cracks. He sought to rationalize, perhaps to convince both Naruto and himself. If he wished to show concern, shouldn't he have brought me food instead? Yet he stole my dinner, and despite suffering numerous injuries to finally catch that fish, I burned my hands while grilling it, only to not eat any. Naruto wept even more sorrowfully. He understood that Irika-sensei was a good person, but one should not excuse the elderly man for bullying a child under the guise of concern and care. Naruto, are you certain it was Hokage-sama? Shuei-mu asked once more, seeking affirmation from Naruto. Hokage-sama would stoop to such a disgraceful act? Though he did not subscribe to the notion of the will of fire, he had never imagined that someone of such stature could commit such an unprincipled deed. Vortex Naruto, Vortex. He had once encountered the fourth Hokage and his wife. Two warm-hearted individuals. How could their child endure such a miserable existence? The third Hokage, capable of such actions, was indeed frightful. Perhaps it was time for him to contemplate an escape route for himself. He had heard that the Sound Ninja village established by Orochimaru offered a decent life for its villagers. He wondered if someone of his rank could be favored. He thought he might take the opportunity to research and bring some gifts when he visited, increasing his chances of acceptance. I am certain I would not mistake him. He sends me my monthly allowance, Naruto declared, wiping his tears and resolutely stating that it was indeed the third Hokage who had stolen his fish. However, before they could delve further into the conversation, they were abruptly interrupted by a series of screams from the students by the river and the woods. Quick! Iruka grasped Naruto's shoulder and jumped down. Shuei-mu followed closely behind, and the three swiftly returned to the group of students. At that moment, two teachers stood before the students, holding kunai and vigilantly watching three headless corpses ahead. Quick, signal! Iruka urged Shuei-mu, who took out a kunai, prepared for battle. I've sent the signal. Do not engage yet. They are Jonin. Judging by their attire, they are Jonin from our Konoha. Shuei-mu signaled and stood beside Iruka, shielding Naruto, who was behind them. Yet, Naruto did not exhibit the fear they expected. With a blank expression, he did not see the three corpses, but rather the Uchiha spirit not far from them. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the revenge against the Sarutobi clan had commenced quietly, led by a Luo. Chapter 111. Framing and Betrayal. The Corpses Detonate. Asuma, that is, Sarutobi Asuma. Among the hastily arriving ninjas, one recognized Sarutobi Asuma by his physique and weaponry. Upon hearing this, some quickly left to report to the third Hokage, while certain clans rapidly disseminated the information. The students and teachers had been instructed to remain in place, awaiting the Hokage's arrival for further action. Meanwhile, in a flower shop within the village, a dark-haired girl, accompanied by her maid, smiled softly at the beautiful flowers before her. Everyone has gathered. It is time to go. Izuna floated in the air, observing as the Konoha ninjas continued to gather. Reaching her anticipated number, she then controlled the three headless corpses to turn and sprint towards the Valley of the End. As the corpses moved, bloodstains were left on the ground, despite being able to control their movement. A portion of the ninjas followed, leaving a few behind to examine the traces. And when Sarutobi Hizashi arrived, they quickly conducted a bloodline comparison, confirming that it was indeed Sarutobi Asuma. Chase! Sarutobi Hizashi commanded, noticing the kneeling Umbu. These were his trusted subordinates and could not afford any oversight in this matter. Thus, the headless corpse, crafted into a puppet through some strange method, belonged to his son who had just left Konoha yesterday. Losing a child in old age, even Sarutobi Hizashi felt a momentary collapse of heartache. Have a surrounding Umbu follow. He utilized the Shunshin technique repeatedly and quickly pursued the corpse darting through the forest. Observing the corpses moving in sync with the other ninjas, Sarutobi Hizashi gradually regained some semblance of rationality amidst his fury and sorrow. Stop! After a lengthy pursuit, the three corpses suddenly halted. Sarutobi Hizashi commanded the others to cease their advance, suppressing his inner grief as he approached. However, just as he was within a dozen meters of Asuma's corpse, one of the nearby headless and mangled corpses suddenly moved. Careful! An Umbu ninja abruptly dashed out, positioning himself in front of Sarutobi Hizashi. The self-detonating corpse exploded, showering blood like rain upon the surrounding ninjas and corpses. Nearby, the sensory-type ninjas had been conducting their investigations, and with this sudden incident, they needed to report promptly. However, the examination results are all the same. There is no trace of any chakra remnants in this area, nor is there anyone present. Hokage-sama. The trees over there appear rather peculiar. All of them seem newly sprouted. A nearby ninja, patrolling the vicinity, noticed the anomaly and hurried to report it. Is it Mokutan? Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped his face, his gaze fixed on the two headless corpses still standing before him, swiftly contemplating how many Mokutan users could plant trees quickly. Initially, he suspected it was the Uchiha clan seeking revenge, perhaps Uchiha Itachi or a masked Uchiha. But if it involves Mokutan, it cannot be the Uchiha. Who could it be? Is someone targeting Konohagakure? And did Asuma lose his life by mere coincidence? The information is quite chaotic. Previous assumptions have been shattered, and he must clarify the identity of the enemy. What does Asuma's hand signify? One of the ninjas beside him noticed Asuma's fingers twitching and urged everyone to look. As they all stared in unison, the seemingly uncontrollable finger pointed in a direction. Just as the finger attempted to sketch some signal, Asuma's corpse, along with the neighboring one, erupted simultaneously. Like the previous one, it transformed into a rain of blood, scattering across the ground. Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched in horror as his son's body disintegrated into a bloody mist, ultimately losing control as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He seemed to have glimpsed Asuma's soul within that headless corpse, like a phantom, being torn apart by an invisible force. Go over there and see if there are any clues. The Hokage, overwhelmed with grief, knew others had to take action. After a rapid arrangement, sensory-type ninjas spread out to investigate and finally discovered some residual information in the direction pointed out by Asuma. These clues extended to the border, leading the Konoha ninjas to the site of the initial battle. Konoha dared not declare war on a land of lightning, even though Sarutobi Hiruzen's son had perished. Alo's spirit floated in the air, observing the Konoha ninjas swiftly gathering various clues, fully aware of how events would unfold. If Senju Tobarama knew he had such a successor, would he be infuriated? Izuna had been beside Alo, witnessing him control the corpses to self-destruct, and also seeing him use a half-truth illusion on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having spent a few years in Konoha, he had gained considerable insight into the upper echelons of the village. Truly, they are rather incompetent. I will visit him tomorrow. Ancestor, do you have any words for me to convey, or perhaps some questions for him? He raised his hand and shook it. Alo genuinely wished to bring Izuna to meet this arch-nemesis. However, the ceiling space was rather peculiar, and he ultimately abandoned the thought. One must not let their own soul be harmed for the sake of potential achievements. You may tell him that if he does not take his work seriously, you will torment his brother, regardless of whether you can actually do so. Just act as if you can. Izuna no longer cared about the Konoha ninjas. He suddenly realized that since Alo wished for Senju Tobarama to work, he must find a way to grasp that individual. Currently, the only thing that could concern Senju Tobarama would be Senju Hashirama. Thus, using Senju Hashirama as leverage would surely prove somewhat effective. I understand. Observing Izuna's earnest expression, Alo truly comprehended. This is likely a matter of empathy. If he were to threaten with Uchiha, Izuna would also make compromises in certain aspects. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara's soul should still be wandering between the mortal realm and the Pure Land. Chapter 112, Dining on Ramen with Team Guy. Alo, you bought so many flowers today that they might not fit in the hotel room. Each day, Tintin cannot call the beautiful young lady young master, so she resorts to directly addressing her by name. At this moment, walking alongside the dark-haired girl, she cradles a pot of flowers in her hands. Earlier, at the intersection, she happened to see a girl who had purchased a dozen pots of flowers, struggling with her maid over a heap of pots, so they volunteered to assist. She is fortunate to only have this one. Following behind, Might Guy and Hyuganiji each carried 2 pots, while Rock Lee was nearly transformed into a human flower stand. Balancing pots on his hands, arms, and shoulders, happily engaging in a balancing exercise. It's fine. We rented a 2-story place with a yard, so it's sufficient. Alo's charming smile caused Tintin to steal a few more glances. Meanwhile, the maid, Mayu, merely held a pot of flowers beside her, her gaze almost entirely fixed on the pot, rarely glancing at the young lady. Upon returning to the inn, Alo instructed them to set down the flower pots and take a break. After changing clothes upstairs, he emerged from his room and gently patted Mayu on the head. Young master, shall we go eat barbecue later? They helped us move the flowers, so we should express our gratitude. Mayu paused for a moment, then smiled and eagerly approached, cheerfully discussing their plans. In Konoha, the young lady is expected to enjoy herself with her maid, while the tasks are left to the butler and the accompanying jonin from the Sound Village. Although Mayu is not naturally inclined to such a role, over the years, she has learned how to perfectly embody her identity. She can be a ninja, a maid, temporarily assume the butler's responsibilities, or simply act as a companion. In terms of role-playing, she confidently believes she ranks among the top 5 in the Sound Village. Yes, go arrange it. I've heard that ninjas have quite the appetite. Aloe nodded, allowing Miyu to proceed with the arrangements. Previously, he had attempted to leave behind a thought clone to maintain normal bodily functions. However, the clone he created was rather exhausting, and in terms of personality, it differed somewhat from his own. Nonetheless, it was accomplished without needing the system to temporarily manage it. Aloe, have you tried Ichiraka ramen? It tastes wonderful. You should give it a try. Tintin, downstairs, could hear Aloe conversing with the maid. So in an effort to avoid Aloe spending too much, she proposed another delicious yet inexpensive option. Is that all right? Aloe hesitated, not going downstairs to confirm. When he saw the other 3 members of Team Guy nodding, the meal shifted from barbecue to ramen. Ramen does not require a reservation, after resting for a while. Once Kimimaro and the others returned, the group of 8 set off to Ichiraka Ramen in Konoha. The taste of Ichiraka Ramen is quite delightful, and the father-daughter duo running the shop are very attentive. As 8 individuals entered, what was already a limited space was instantly occupied by half. With Uncle Ichiraku's warm greeting, he inquired about everyone's preferences before commencing the preparation. Kakashi? Kakashi, how did you get injured again? Before the noodles arrived, Mike Guy spotted a familiar figure entering and immediately dashed out. That person was likely a friend of Guy-sensei, perhaps injured. Tintin, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced outside and quietly explained. As students of Mike Guy, they were all aware of who Kakashi was, as he was frequently mentioned by their teacher. Recently, Rock Lee had been eager to learn from his teacher, always pursuing Niji for matches. Yes, it is understandable. Ninjas have it tough, and injuries are inevitable in battles. Aloe also glanced outside, then returned his focus once the ramen was served. His current identity involved considerable interaction with ninjas and in his daily life. He relied on their care and protection. Has Aloe witnessed ninja battles? As the sole female member of Team Kai, Tion finds herself under considerable pressure, as it is only she who engages in conversation with this young lady, which is deemed relatively normal. Given that the topic has already ventured this far, it is only natural to continue the discourse. Previously, during her time in the Land of Wind, she frequently encountered ninja attacks and assassination attempts. Initially, she was apprehensive, but eventually, she grew accustomed to it. Recalling the battles with ninjas, Aluo lifted his head to observe the 3 freshly graduated ninjas and began to recount amusing anecdotes from the past. For instance, there were instances where certain ninjas, having attempted stealthy attacks or assassinations, were blown to pieces by the wind or contorted into bizarre shapes when ensnared by chakra threads. Meanwhile, he, who was not a ninja, savored a bowl of exquisite Ichiraku ramen while enlightening the 3 young ninjas about the essence of a ninja's combat: assassination, defense, bloodshed, and battle, and the harvesting of life. Aluo has always excelled in depicting scenes and evoking emotions. As he calmly relished his noodles while narrating, the 3 of them became acutely aware of the vast gap between themselves and high-level missions. Is the situation in the Land of Wind truly so chaotic? Tion pondered her choice of words, yet she still felt that the security level in the Land of Wind was exceedingly poor. It is somewhat similar. Wherever there are interests at stake, it remains the same. Because I possess wealth, people wish to exchange my life for money, or perhaps they believe that by capturing me, they could threaten my family. Aluo chuckled and shook his head. The reasons behind the attempts on his life, apart from financial gain and research materials, also involved Orochimaru. Among the ninjas sent to assassinate him, at least half hailed from the Land of Fire, specifically from Konoha. Most of these ninjas were dispatched by Danzo, with a couple being sent for reconnaissance by Sarutobi Hiruzen, given that he was a disciple of Orochimaru. This matter was not a secret among the higher echelons of various nations. Those who understood knew. Thus, Konoha would be inclined to take action. Yet all the ninjas sent to confront him, regardless of which enemy faction they originated from, met their demise. Aluo, rest assured, Teacher Kai is exceptionally strong. With us around, we will undoubtedly protect you. Shaoli, sitting across from him, flashed a youthful smile, showcasing his bright white teeth, as he sought to bolster their teacher's presence. My guy is indeed formidable. Aluo nodded earnestly. Who could argue otherwise? He was indeed the man who had once kicked the formidable TheUchiha halfway across the battlefield. Chapter 113, Kakasu, a worthy head acquired. Earlier, Might Guy had taken a hapless soul to the hospital and swiftly returned. Although this task seemed rather casual, it was still a mission assigned by the Hokage, and excessive absence was not permissible. That unfortunate fellow, he is not gravely injured, is he? Aluo casually inquired, only to notice a peculiar glint in Might Guy's eyes. Although Kakashi had appeared somewhat injured and bloodied, it was not to the extent of severe wounds. His injuries were minor, yet he had been unluckily frequenting the hospital in recent years, with the number of times he had returned home almost equaling those he had spent at the hospital post-mission. Might Guy lowered his head, consuming his portion of noodles, as he meticulously recalled, confirming once again that Kakashi was indeed quite unfortunate. Due to his continual visits to the hospital, he had not competed with Kakashi in quite some time. If he has suddenly become exceptionally unlucky, perhaps he has contracted some ill-fated affliction, Aluo remarked casually, only to suddenly recall that Kakashi's misfortunes appeared to stem from his own actions. Thus, he mused, one ought not to carelessly implant the Sharingan. Perhaps it would be prudent to counsel him to visit a temple. Might Guy deemed this sensible and resolved to remind Kakashi upon his return. It was said that the fire temple in the Land of Fire was quite renowned. Having satisfied his hunger, Aluo suddenly remembered that the Gulu of the fire temple was also one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire's daimyo. Having acquired Asuma's head, Kakuzu would likely not have the fortune to collect another so conveniently. Host, not just Kakuzu and Haiden are heading to the fire temple. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame are also en route, and the chances of Gulu surviving are 0. The system manifested, reminding the host that there was no need for doubt. Kakuzu sought Asuma's head, which also led him to contemplate Gulu's fate. The location for exchanging money underground conveniently routed them past the fire temple. Thus, under conditions of ample manpower, Kakuzu was unlikely to overlook such a valuable and killable target. Then, there are no achievement rewards? Aluo found himself indifferent to Gulu's fate. What he truly sought to inquire of the system was why. Having orchestrated Asuma's premature demise, he had not received any accolades. Surely, he had maximized Asuma's value. It would be reasonable to expect some acknowledgement for his efforts. No new achievements. The system displayed a screen filled with previously attained accomplishments. Yet, these were all past achievements, devoid of anything new. Well, it is evident that Asuma holds little worth. Aluo sighed in resignation, having assumed that his machinations would yield greater rewards. Alas, it seemed he had overestimated the situation. After satiating his appetite, although Aluo felt a twinge of disappointment at not receiving an achievement, he resolved not to dwell on it. He wandered around Konoha for a couple more rounds, becoming quite familiar with Team Kai and occasionally exchanging a few words with Hyuganiji. Feeling that enough time had passed, Aluo returned to the inn to rest. After escorting him back, Might Guy received a notification to dismiss the students and made his way to the Hokage building. Upon returning to the inn, Aluo reclined on his bed, preparing to leave his body and witness the unfolding events. At that moment, his system unexpectedly presented a new achievement. Achieved new accomplishment. The end of the 12 Guardians of the Land of Fire. Reward, 5,000 points. The sudden emergence of this new achievement left Aluo's spirit momentarily stunned. The achievement, 12 Guardians of the Land of Fire. Previously, only 2 or 3 remain alive. And now all members of the Fire Temple have perished, along with their descendants. Provided an explanation that illuminated how this achievement was attained. Consequently, certain events concerning the Fire Temple would no longer transpire. 5,000 points were quite substantial. He had now accumulated 30,000 points. It still fell short of his goal by 36,000. I shall accompany you. The spirit of Orochimaru entered through the window, awkwardly expressing his desire to witness the events alongside Aluo. However, he was uncertain whether venturing out would result in discovery. Thus, he requested Aluo's company. Let us go, Aluo replied, taking hold of Orochimaru, who bore no semblance of a teacher as he exited the premises. Junmaru, what did you see? Muyu, unable to perceive the spirit, could only inquire of Junmaru. Although she could not see, she discerned that the vessel previously used by Lord Orochimaru now lacked a soul. Nothing much. His Highness, a Luo, possesses a remarkably strong heart. Junmaru suddenly employed a respectful title in private, though he had witnessed this several times. Each instance made him feel that Lord Orochimaru's ability to relax and be cared for was truly commendable. Yet, he could never fathom how a Luo managed to so effortlessly and naturally exchange positions with Lord Orochimaru. "What is it?" Muyu, who could not comprehend, shot him an irritated glare before retreating to her room to sleep. Another secret beyond her grasp. How enviable and frustrating Junmaru's existence was. Alas, she could never match his strength. Once this matter concluded and she returned home, she would seek out Jirobo, Kintaro, and the others to administer a thorough beating. Those fellows had likely not been slacking off lately. Though her mind was awash with thoughts, upon awakening, she would still be the obedient maid, now serving the young lady. The inn fell into a tranquil silence under the cover of night. Yet within the Hokage's office in Konoha, an unusual air of sorrow pervaded the atmosphere. The Hokage's two sons had suffered the loss of one just 2 years prior, and now, the remaining son had also met his demise. Even Shimura Danzo sat quietly in his chair, rarely exhibiting any emotion. A few Umbu ninjas were reporting to the Hokage, detailing all the leads obtained during their investigations. By the window behind the desk, 3 souls, one departed, one living, and one half-human, half-snake, observed the high-ranking officials and jonin of Konoha, upon realizing that all evidence pointed towards Kyumobikure. Yet was met with Sarutobi Hiruzen's proclamation against war. The expressions of the 3 souls varied. Some bore disdain, others derision, while one reflected a calm disappointment. Chapter 114. Team Guy's Mission. Hot Pot by the River Hokage-sama. We have received alarming news. The Temple of Fire has been attacked, and there are no survivors. The news from the Temple of Fire prompted the gatekeeper ninja to rush to the Hokage's office for a report. "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo exclaimed in shock, slamming their hands on the table. If Asuma Sarutobi's death was merely regarded as a provocation from Kyumobikure, the complete annihilation of the Temple of Fire escalated the situation to an entirely new level. The adversary's intentions might be to wage war against the Land of Fire. This assertion, made by one of the elders, instantly captured everyone's attention. Aside from dispatching numerous ninjas for reconnaissance, discussions ensued on how to bolster defenses and manage the potential outbreak of war. Throughout this time, Aluo observed quietly, while Orochimaru was sent back by Izumi to make necessary arrangements. Although he could have returned himself, he felt uneasy about his mentor's character in a non-corporeal form. That night, the Hokage's office in Konoha remained bustling with ninjas, the lights never dimming. The following morning, the activities around the Hokage building subsided, and Aluo returned to his body, enjoying a restful sleep through the morning. When he ventured out for lunch, he fortuitously encountered Team Guy at the intersection. What a coincidence! Although he was aware of the circumstances, Aluo looked at the four with a hint of puzzlement. He smiled in greeting, but the warmth of his demeanor was tempered by his uncertainty, maintaining a respectful distance. "Aluo, what do you want for lunch? Teacher Guy is treating us. Let's go together." Lee waved at Aluo, flashing a broad smile. However, before he could finish, Hinata Niji interrupted him with a firm pat on the shoulder. "Our mission is to ensure your safety, so it's not mere coincidence. We have been waiting for you." Niji, perceiving Aluo's skepticism towards their intentions, clarified that their task was not meant to be secretive. It was simply a straightforward duty. "Ah, I see. Thank you for your efforts. Let's prepare some food. And today we can have a picnic by the river." Aluo, glancing at the anxious Lee and Tenten and the composed Niji, smiled pleasantly as he moved forward. He instructed Doyo to gather supplies while he confidently led Team Guy as bodyguards to the Konoha market, acquiring several bags of vegetables and meat. By the time they returned and joined Doyo for their picnic by the river, Lee was already clutching his stomach, his eyes wide with hunger. "We can eat soon." At a serene riverside in Konoha, Aluo observed the pot that had been set up, water and ingredients beginning to simmer. The meat was sliced, vegetables washed and placed aside, while everyone settled on the grass by the riverbank, each preparing their dipping sauces and waiting for the water to boil. Aluo, do you truly not mind? Tintin, seated beside him, felt a bit awkward and cautiously inquired. What had once seemed like a friendship now felt altered, as if their identities had shifted. Not at all. It's quite normal. However, what is your relationship with the Hokage? Are you perhaps descendants or students of his? Aluo genuinely felt indifferent to it and was curious about their affiliations. Huh? No, not at all. Why would you ask that? Tintin was taken aback, as they were merely a ninja team, not associated with the Hokage at all. Really? The attitude of Konoha seems rather off. When I was in Sunagakure, the ninjas protecting me were the 3 children of the Kazekage. In Iwagakure, I was guarded by the TheUchiha's students and granddaughter. Aluo tilted his head innocently, recounting his experiences in other ninja villages. Ultimately, he felt that the Hokage's stance was quite disheartening. The Hokage has 2 sons, and just yesterday, that young Lord Konohamaru was lost as well. Tintin lowered her head, cautiously explaining Konoha's situation to Aluo. It's not that the Hokage is unwilling to send help. It's simply that there are no available ninjas. What a stroke of bad luck. If they had sent someone to protect me, none of this would have happened. Tintin said carefully, after which Aluo quietly echoed her sentiment about Asuma's death being a result of inadequate protection. He spoke softly enough that even Lee could barely hear. But Guy caught wind of it. The water is boiling. We can eat now. Guy, unaware if Aluo had spoken with intent, decided it best to steer clear of such topics. The death of the Hokage's son was a matter too sensitive for discussion at this time. Let us eat first, and afterward we can fish in the river. Tonight, we can grill the fish right here. Aluo glanced at Guy and smiled, continuing to prepare the hot pot. As they enjoyed their meal by the river, Aluo finished eating and took the fishing rod that Doyo had brought, sitting quietly under a tree by the water's edge. Yesterday, you mentioned wanting to visit the Temple of Fire? In the afternoon, once he activated his Byakugan and confirmed that no other ninjas were nearby, Guy and Niji leaped to the trees, perching beside Aluo. Feel free to speak your mind. I know the Temple of Fire has been lost, gone since yesterday evening. People have died, and fire engulfed it. Aluo's gaze remained fixed on the water's surface, his tone casual, as if engaged in ordinary conversation. How do you know this? Niji clenched his fists, tilting his head to scrutinize Aluo, and upon closer observation, he became even more convinced that this young lady bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Sasuke. If she were male and sported short hair, the likeness would be nearly uncanny. Niji, have you been oblivious to my identity all along? I mentioned before that wherever I go, I require a capable ninja team to accompany me. In this world, anything that occurs can be learned with swift and accurate intelligence if I wish to know. Aluo tilted his head, locking eyes with Niji. He spoke no falsehood. Even his inquiries about the Sage of Six-Path Soul could be detected by the system. However, specific tracking would cost points, and he hesitated to expend such resources. Moreover, there was no need to surveil. If danger truly arose, the system would provide early warnings free of charge. Chapter 115. Guy's Imagination. Still just children, do you truly know everything? Niji's eyes brimmed with a bittersweet ache as he gazed at the beautiful young lady before him, his heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, he overlooked the presence of his teacher beside them, a yearning blossoming uncontrollably within him. If she knew everything, could she also uncover the burdens of his family? The suffocating pain of his father's death, the control he had endured since childhood, and his mother's fate following his father. She must know. Aluo raised her hand, her finger resting gently on Niji's forehead protector. What do you truly understand? Niji's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately dissolving into sheer despair. Caged birds, trapped within their confines. As for me, I possess a modicum more understanding. Aluo turned with a smile, casting his fishing rod, and successfully reeled in a fish, aware that it was bait. Should this sizable fish be tempted to bite? Ningxiai, you are still but a child. Mai Teikai observed his student, who, under his gaze, appeared visibly affected by the girl's teasing, a sight he found increasingly difficult to bear. Yet, this young lady was their designated protection target, leaving him with no choice but to allow Ningxiai to regain his composure. Teacher Kai, at that moment, Hayashi Ningxiai realized his teacher was present, and his teammates were tidying up under the tree. In such a situation, how could he possibly explain himself? Although you're already ninjas, matters of the heart should perhaps wait a few more years. Mai tekai auquardi gazad skyward. Uttering such words made him hesitant to look at Ning Si and the young lady. However, these two were truly ill-suited for one another. The young lady's identity was peculiar. Being a merchant, should they become entangled, it would likely lead to Ning Si's subservience, given his own status. Therefore, he felt compelled to thwart this inevitable tragedy from the outset. Aluo glanced at Mai Tekai, then turned back to Ning Si and shook his head, signaling him not to explain further. Although he had indeed employed a modicum of illusionary technique, he never anticipated that Mai Tekai would conjure such elaborate speculations. I understand. Hayashi Ning Si once again looked at Aluo, his gaze peculiar for several seconds before he leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes. He had now fully confirmed it. This young lady was Uchiha Luo. Moreover, she was not devoid of chakra nor illusionary techniques. Rather, her illusions were so potent that they went undetected. The Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu was truly formidable. Nevertheless, how credible were the words he had just heard? Immersed in his own world, Hayashi Ning Si leaned against the tree, meditating through the afternoon. During this time, Aluo managed to catch 2 to 3 dozen fish of various sizes. Beneath the tree, TheUchiha diligently assisted Aluo, removing fish from hooks and preparing bait for further fishing. Initially, Mai Tekai observed from the sidelines, but as he noticed Ning Si's sorrowful demeanor, he increasingly felt like a villain who had shattered a young boy's romantic aspirations. Feeling uncomfortable, he jumped down, taking Shaoli along for training, while instructing Tian to keep the young lady company. By evening, Aluo instructed TheUchiha to simmer a pot of fish soup by the riverbank, also setting up a grill. The fish that had been caught were prepared, with some simmering in the pot and others set aside for grilling. How delightful! Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Kiba Inuzuka arrived at the riverbank just before school was out. Initially, Naruto had no intention of venturing out, but upon seeing a prompt from Uchiha Izumi, he slipped away following Kiba's suggestion of skipping class. Curious, Kiba asked Naruto why he suddenly wanted to play outside. Naruto awkwardly confessed that he had felt disheartened, believing that his outings always ended in someone else taking his food, which left him feeling frustrated. However, after conversing with Iruka-sensei and Mizuki-sensei yesterday, he realized he might have been overthinking things and decided to give another try. Thus, Shikamaru remarked that, although it was troublesome, they would accompany Naruto to fish and grill to lift his spirits. As they reached the riverbank, they caught the tantalizing aroma of fish soup before even spotting anyone. Someone's coming. Hayashi Ning Si leaped down from the tree, standing beside Aluo, attentively scanning the direction of the sound. They appear to be of similar age. Aluo observed the approaching quartet, tilting his head towards Tian and sharing his first impressions of the 4 boys. They were younger students. Yet since class had not yet ended, it was likely they were skipping. Tian, watching the group of 4 who should have been in class, smiled and pointed out that the only plausible reason for their presence here was that they were indeed skipping. Not every student experiences such a thing. At least Tian herself had never done so. They are rather cute. Occasionally, I consider skipping class too, but usually someone beats me to it. Aluo chuckled at the notion of skipping class, though he himself had never had such an experience. During his schooling, he had one-on-one instruction, often leading to his teacher, Orochimaru, sneaking away because he was too engrossed in his studies. Chapter 116, Naruto, interrupted by reality just as the performance began, felt aggrieved. So, you always get outpaced by others, and thus become the one who cannot escape? Kiba, holding his pet Akamaru, approached the grill, eager to engage in conversation. The aroma of grilled fish and simmering fish soup was enticing. A friendly chat might just earn him a bowl of soup, as Akamaru had expressed a desire to taste it. Indeed, with fewer people, if one sneaks out, it becomes impossible to continue class. Aluo lamented, reflecting on how difficult those days had been for him. Besides studying, he often found himself abruptly realizing that his teacher had turned into a mere shell, forcing him to abandon his studies to retrieve the escaping teacher. The hardships involved were quite overwhelming. Are there very few students in your school? Kiba stroked Akamaru's head, preventing it from inching closer to the grilled fish and continue the conversation. However, having one person escape without being caught is indeed rare. Very rare indeed. If one manages to escape, the level of detection prevents further class continuation, unlike your situation where 4 of you have managed to slip away unnoticed. Aluo tilted his head, glancing at the 3 behind Kiba. How unfortunate. We're somewhat better off. Occasionally, we get caught by teachers, but we are not deliberately skipping. It's just that Naruto wasn't feeling well, and we wanted to accompany him. He mentioned wanting to eat fish. Kiba, drawn in by the growing aroma of fish soup and grilled fish, suddenly had a bright idea. He took a step back and playfully pushed the blushing Naruto forward. Do you want to eat fish? Aluo smiled at the bashful Naruto, waving a nearly cooked fish in front of him. Although he knew Naruto was acting, the sight of him blushing and with tearful eyes was genuinely amusing. I will go catch fish. Naruto, red-faced and head down, turned to leave. He needed to pretend not to know anyone, so he couldn't approach strangers to express his desire for fish. Please, eat first, and then you could go catch more. What do you say? Aluo placed the uncooked fish down, accepting the grilled fish from TheUchiha, and stepped over the grill to stand in front of Naruto. Eating grilled fish by the river, inviting Naruto to enjoy a meal? What a splendid first encounter. Thank you. This time, Naruto did not refuse, his eyes glistening with emotion. He accepted the grilled fish and moved aside to savor it slowly. Naturally, the other 3 did not miss out on this opportunity. When Irika-sensei received the Umbu's location and hurried to find the 4, they had already mingled with Tian and Shaoli. While enjoying grilled fish, they exchanged complaints about the safety of the ninja school's facilities, the uneven grounds, and training adjustments. Irika-sensei, please don't speak yet. Come with me. Upon seeing Irika's arrival, Naruto leaped up and dashed over, dragging Irika behind a nearby tree. Then everyone heard the hushed conversation between Naruto and Irika. Irika-sensei, did you see that beautiful older sister? That's Luo. Naruto excitedly shook Irika's arm. Naruto, that's not Uchiha Luo. Irika's mood darkened further after hearing Naruto's words. Is it true that Uchiha Luo is not significant to them? However, it has been expressly instructed that no one should divulge any information regarding Uchiha Luo to the young lady from the land of rice. Yet, I sense that it is indeed a Luo. We could summon Sasuke here. Naruto was about to continue his speech when Irika covered his mouth and swiftly led him away, leaping from tree to tree. If Naruto were allowed to go on, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Who is this Aluo they speak of? Aluo turned to glance at Shikamaru and his companions, who appeared equally bewildered by the conversation. Although he had previously been carried to and from school by Sasuke, he had only exchanged greetings with Naruto. The other classmates had merely witnessed Sasuke carrying his younger brother. But apart from a few girls who had peered at him through the window, no one truly understood what Sasuke's brother was like. He's a classmate of ours. He once had a relative with that name. But there was an unfortunate incident. Shikamaru organized his words, attempting to obscure the information as much as possible. Though he lacked complete understanding, Irika's insistence on silencing Naruto indicated the need for discretion. Having the same name is not unusual. Duo, also having overheard, interjected, suggesting that perhaps the name had stirred some memories for Aluo. Upon hearing Duo's remark, Aluo smiled in reflection and returned to his seat, savoring the fish soup that Duo had served him. As he enjoyed his meal, Shikamaru and Niji exchanged glances, both expressing slight exasperation. Clearly, Aluo's identity posed problems, and the maid seemed rather peculiar as well. Subsequently, Shikamaru and his companions bid farewell, stating they needed to return to accompany Naruto in his punishment. Team Guy remained with Aluo until he finished his soup, after which they tidied up the kitchenware and escorted the master and servant back to the inn. Inside the inn, Orochimaru and Kimimaro had returned. Observing Aluo's poor condition, they followed him upstairs while Duo remained downstairs to rest. The shop would be ready for renovations by tomorrow. Upon returning, Kimimaro would bring products and guards along, reminding Aluo to be cautious while in Konoha. Orochimaru, watching Aluo, who was now cheerfully observing the commotion, discussed their next course of action. to open a store and generate profit. Since we have set this plan in motion, we must see it through. Moreover, I have lingered in Konoha for several days. After I return, I will not be coming back. It will be someone else accompanying Kimimaro to deliver the goods and commence business. Rest assured, in Konoha, it is certainly not me who is in danger. Aluo felt quite cheerful today, having already signaled Hinata Niji, anticipating new developments soon. However, Naruto seemed to be getting increasingly disruptive, perpetually in a state of performance. Whether this was his inherent nature or a result of the influence of Kurama, he could not tell. Chapter 117, Scientific Simulation Square, Summoning Senju Tobarama for Work, the Malicious Uchiha Kid. Upon seeing Aluo appear before him, Senju Tobarama's first reaction was to angrily scold him and attempt to form hand seals for an attack. However, as he raised his hand to form the seals, he suddenly realized that he was merely a soul. Senju Tobarama, I have not come here to witness your display of combat prowess. Would you consider working for me? Do not be hasty in your refusal. I possess ample enticing resources that could alter your mind. Aluo chuckled as he waved his hand, transforming the original wooden pillar prison into an expansive, scientific square. These facilities were modeled after reality, replicating the various equipment and experimental materials from Orochimaru. To create this completely replicable and recordable scientific square, he had invested a considerable sum. Originally possessing 30,000 points, he now had only 18,000 remaining. 12,000 points. In exchange, could seal for Senju Tobarama. He had acquired nearly everything except for the sage body, which cost only 1,000 points. Of course, while he could utilize would release, the amount of chakra required remained his own. Otherwise, it would not be so inexpensive. Nonetheless, this was quite satisfactory, leading Aluo to feel a pang of regret upon purchasing the scientific square. In addition, he had also created a price list for various exchange items on an empty wall. Developing a high-level combat, medical sealing, ninjutsu would cost 1 point. Researching drugs and equipment would be evaluated based on Aluo's assessment, between 1 and 5 points. These merely occupied a small portion of the record space. With a more extensive list detailing point exchanges, 1 point would allow Senju Tobarama to converse with Senju Hashirama for an hour. 5 points would upgrade the ceiling space for Senju Hashirama, and 10 points would permit him to take a breath of fresh air outside. Accumulating 100 points would enable the choice of a soul to learn the methods of soul cultivation. To motivate Senju Tobarama, Aluo also summoned the powerful Susanoo of Izuna's spiritual energy and displayed the shattered Hokage rock footage for him to observe. Without chakra, how can I research ninjutsu? Senju Tobarama remained silent for a while after watching the video footage on the large screen before making a decision. He desired to acquire the methods of soul cultivation, but he also understood that it could not be rushed. Moreover, he was uncertain whether this little brat would truly fulfill his promises once the points were accumulated. However, being confined here left him with little to do. If he could engage in some research and provide his brother with benefits, that would be advantageous. Yet how would he conduct research? Merely through thought. Mental simulations without practical attempts would yield no results. Here, you may utilize chakra. I have worked hard to create this scenario for you. Do not waste your energy on impossible endeavors. Aluo observed as Senju Tobarama's sudden assault resulted in a wooden board appearing out of thin air, shielding him. Shaking his head at the stunned Senju Tobarama, Aluo refrained from retaliating and continued speaking. Indeed, it is feasible. Uchiha Kid, what exactly do you wish to accomplish? Where's my brother now? After a failed attack, Senju Tobarama regarded the wood release before him and ceased any further attempts. Regardless of the veracity of this wood release, he had now confirmed that he could indeed use ninjutsu. He is sleeping. I wish to see him. First, develop something useful and ensure to keep detailed records. For all the resources here are spirit energy simulations needing to be taken out for others to manufacture and develop based on your research. The experimental materials outside are also real-time simulations, and any new research projects will sync with them. Aluo approached the shelf storing the materials, picked up a newly appeared document, glanced at it, and then handed it to Senju Tobarama. He was not concerned that Senju Tobarama would slack off, for Senju Hashirama remained in his possession. Furthermore, the competitive spirit was not exclusive to the Uchiha. The Senju clan possessed it in abundance as well. As souls, the power exhibited by Izuna was sufficient to spur Senju Tobarama to strive for more. Who exactly are you? Senju Tobarama opened the document and glanced through it, subsequently inspecting others, leaving a few to scrutinize closely, ultimately arriving at a rather perplexing conclusion. This Uchiha kid might not be an Uchiha at all. The research on souls and the records of information changes date back over a decade. I am Uchiha Luo. You may not know me, but you should certainly be familiar with my ancestor. You witnessed him that day at Hokage Rock. Luo had no intention of altering the acknowledgement of Izuna as his ancestor since that initial recognition. Regardless of the specifics, the truth remains unprovable. Thus it must be accepted as fact. Does Uchiha Izuna possess descendants? Senju Tobarama's expression twisted momentarily before he endeavored to maintain his composure. After the establishment of the shinobi village, he had not heard any mention of Uchiha Madara having nieces or nephews, so how could there possibly be descendants of Uchiha Izuna? Yet, looking at Luo, it was undeniable that he bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Izuna, his nemesis, especially one who had perished at his hands in youth. After a span of 60 or 70 years, now he found himself captured by the offspring of that very foe. This sensation was far more suffocating than the time he had been sealed away. With this face of mine, is there still room for doubt? In Luo's eyes, the three tomo of the Sharingan slowly rotated, casting a semblance of a smile as he regarded Senju Tobarama. I shall draft a study now. Do not depart just yet. It will not take long, for I wish to converse with my brother. Senju Tobarama, feeling irked, resolved to divert his attention by producing something tangible. Curious to see if this young man could indeed fulfill his promises. Very well, attend to your tasks. I shall wait here, should you require assistance. Do not hesitate to ask. I often help my teacher when time permits. A reclining chair appeared behind Luo, who settled back, gesturing for Tobarama to continue his work. However, he was not averse to lending a hand, as long as the research yielded valuable results. Senju Tobarama was quite eager for this scientific prodigy to bring forth satisfactory outcomes. As for the spiritual cultivation decision, if he could amass 100 points for their training, it would suffice. Within this sealed space, as long as he did not release them, their training would merely result in continued servitude to him. Given that he had once slain Izuna, there would never be a day when he could depart. The most he could hope for was to improve the conditions of their servitude. Chapter 118. Tobarama forced to work. A call from Niji. What is this? Luo observed as Senju Tobarama gathered various materials, attempting a dozen times before presenting a scroll before him. Curiosity piqued, he refrained from examining it himself, instead prompting Tobarama to introduce the item. This is a type of seal that can contain 1 to 3 ninjutsu within. When required, it merely necessitates a modicum of chakra control, though one must be mindful of the range and direction of the ninjutsu. Senju Tobarama unfurled the scroll, indicating the 3 sealing positions for Luo to scrutinize closely. I recall something similar. Luo reached out to take the scroll, comprehending its essence. Are you not attempting to renege on your promise? The mere utterance of this provoked a flush of indignation in Senju Tobarama's eyes. After all his arduous research, this insolent youth dared to voice dissent. Indeed, there were similarities, but your adaptation is unique. It shall count as 1 point. Shall I record it? Or do you wish to meet Senju Hashirama? Luo handed the scroll back to Senju Tobarama, officially accounting for 1 point. This item cannot be taken outside, as all materials in this realm are simulated. To create and utilize it, one must employ materials from the real world. Let me see my brother. Senju Tobarama did not dwell on Luo's accounting of merely 1 point, recognizing that after so many years and in ignorance of the external advancements in research, some overlap was only natural. His singular desire was to see his brother. A video call lasting 1 hour would deduct 1 point, leaving you with 0. Do not glare at me. No matter how fierce your gaze, the Sharingan will not sprout. I shall take my leave. You may converse at your leisure, as I shall not impede your discussion. Luo rose, leaving the recliner behind, and activated the video call before exiting the sealed space. Upon his departure, the screen that had previously displayed Izuna Susanoo illuminated, revealing Senju Hashirama on the other side. Brother, Senju Tobarama gazed at the wooden cage displayed in the video, identical to his previous surroundings. Tobarama, it seems you are faring quite well. Senju Hashirama, seated cross-legged upon a wooden platform, lifted his gaze upon hearing his brother's voice. A screen materialized outside the wooden cage, yet after merely glancing at it, sorrow enveloped him. Both were sealed. He resided in a wooden cage, while Tobarama enjoyed an array of equipment and a comfortable recliner. Indeed, that young man was inciting Madara's ire. My brother, I have just made modifications here. It was previously akin to your situation, that little brat. Senju Tobarama, observing the forlorn expression of his elder brother, longed to ask, whom do you display such distress for? Alas, he could not reach him, confined behind a screen, only able to witness the depths of his brother's discontent within the seal. He comprehended. That mischievous lad was indeed cunning. He wished to evoke pity, compelling Tobarama to engage in research. Only through successful discoveries could points be earned, and sufficient points would allow for an improved living condition for his brother. Brother, wait for me. I shall strive to secure you a more comfortable environment. Even though he recognized the young man's excessive nature, following this path aligned with his intentions. However, witnessing his brother's plight, Senju Tobarama acquiesced. After an hour of brotherly discourse, the communication ended, prompting Senju Tobarama to resume his unfinished research projects, pondering ways to accumulate more points. Meanwhile, Aluo, observing from outside, felt quite satisfied and took the opportunity to share with Izuna the extent of Senju Tobarama's current diligence. Having relayed Senju Tobarama's situation, Aluo noticed Izuna nestled under the covers, obediently closing his eyes in slumber. System, I sense that Senju Tobarama's accomplishments extend beyond the present. In the future, he is likely to continue unlocking new achievements. Aluo succumbed to sleep, yet this did not hinder his idle conversation with the system. Just moments ago, as Senju Tobarama elucidated the scroll and handed it to him, a new accomplishment was achieved. New achievement. Senju Tobarama, former Hokage, now must work. Reward, 6,000 points. An achievement yielding 6,000 points. Furthermore, this accomplishment elicited laughter from Aluo. It signifies that even after serving as Hokage, he is now compelled to work. Is this not a singular occurrence? Perhaps so. After all, considering the current scenario, apart from the third Hokage, the other three Hokages met their demise in this very role. The third Hokage remains alive. Perhaps in the future, he too can yield achievements related to his Hokage status. Yet, such thoughts are best left for another time. For now, a restful slumber beckons. Awakening merely half an hour later, Aluo was not roused by Izuna beside him, but rather by a summons from Hyuga Neji. Truly, a youth fervent for vengeance. What is amiss? Izuna observed as Aluo's spirit departed from his body, grasping his arm, inquiring about the situation. Just as I was falling asleep, you wish to slip away? Have you been led astray by that Orochimaru fellow, yearning to escape for a few laps? Ancestor, I entrust my body to your care. Tonight, I seek a youth burdened by the death of his parents, one who may consider annihilating his clan. Aluo winked at Izuna, vaguely expressing his sentiments before slipping away. Naturally, he would not disclose to Hyuga Neji his intentions of avenging the Hyuga clan. He would merely instruct Neji on how to break free from the confines of a caged bird. Nothing more. As for the uncontrolled nature of the caged bird, whether the Hyuga clan would seek to eliminate Neji, such matters were beyond his control. At most, if trouble arose, he would procure a tailed beast to assist Neji. The three tails had recently attracted little attention, and coincidentally, there was a youth in Otogekure who could command the three tails. He sought time to study a curse mark with Master Shiwan, a second-stage curse mark capable of resurrecting Hinata Neji. This would suffice. Chapter 119, Neji, Borrowed Memories Perspective. You are Uchiha Luo? That night, Hinata Neji could not find sleep, increasingly troubled by an unsettling thought, repeatedly murmuring the name Uchiha Luo, attempting to comprehend the message conveyed. Suddenly, he felt a disorienting haze and found himself in a fog-laden realm. The only glimmer of light enveloped him within a radius of 2 to 3 meters, and before him stood a boy in the form of Uchiha Luo. "Why did you summon me at such a late hour?" Luo asked, hands tucked into his pockets, observing the dazed Niji, urging him to speak promptly. Dawn was approaching, and if he remained awake through the night, he would be unable to venture out the next morning. Although staying awake was not a grave issue, their ancestor had recently been vigilant. Neglecting rest could lead to a complaint to Sasuke. "What did you mean during the day? You know about my parents and how to unravel this," Niji remarked, raising a finger to tap his forehead. At that moment, he realized he bore no forehead protector, nor the fabric typically used to conceal the caged birthmark, his finger directly brushing against the skin. The sudden sensation made Niji's fingers tighten, certain memories stirring once more. The torment inflicted upon his father by Hinata Hizashi, manipulated by the caged bird seal, writhing in agony on the ground. The despair he felt upon recollection intertwined with hatred and hopelessness. "I've always been frail, yet my spirit could transcend, allowing me to witness many things." Luo gestured toward his current form, which was evidently not that of a living being, making it easy for Niji to discern the truth of his words. This was the modified space Luo had created using spiritual energy upon his appearance before Niji. If all went smoothly in the future, after capturing the three tails, he would be confined here. For now, it served as a place for occasional conversations between him and Niji, or a training ground where Niji could practice undetected. Though it was merely a conscious training session, certain combat techniques and concepts required understanding before attempting to execute them. "What did you see?" Niji inquired, uncertain yet observing closely, discovering that Luo indeed left no trace of chakra, thus believing his words. However, his current concern was not with Luo's state, but rather why their family had to endure such suffering. "Wait a moment, let me organize my thoughts, and then I will show you," Luo said, reluctant to narrate his tale. After expending a few points, he had the system organize the necessary fragments before activating the three-tomo Sharingan before Hinata Niji. The Sharingan was indeed advantageous. In the future, any inexplicable events could be attributed to its powers. Niji merely exchanged glances, instantly witnessing his childhood. The images revealed a younger version of himself cradled by his parents, laughing and playing, prompting tears to cascade down Niji's cheeks. Once in his tender years, he too had known happiness. A series of brief scenes transitioned to Hinata's birthday. He watched as a younger version of himself held his father's hand, stepping out of their home, his forehead yet untouched by the caged bird seal, causing his heart to tighten with each step. This day, he recalled vividly, marked the onset of all changes. He observed his younger self being called to the arena to battle the esteemed Hinata, attempting to shout a warning to his younger self, yet no sound escaped his lips. Everything unfolded as he remembered. The display of strength elicited frowns from Hinata Hizashi and wary glances from the surrounding elders. This time, the focus did not follow him. Instead, as his younger self exited to comfort Hinata, his current gaze followed the elders and clan leader into a room he had never seen. There, he witnessed Hinata Hizashi with a stern expression, declaring his intent to mark him with the caged bird seal that day. He saw his father kneeling, begging for a few more days to prepare. Regrettably, his father's pleas and supplications were met only with cold glares and scorn from the elders, while the clan leader formed seals, subjecting his father to relentless torment. The subsequent fragments faded, suggesting Luo had returned home, leaving Niji unaware of what followed. Soon after, he witnessed a Konoha ninja abducting Hinata, with Hinata Hizashi pursuing and rescuing her. The ensuing scenes were chaotic, shifting between meetings of Hinata Hizashi and the elders in the third Hokage's office. In one segment, he saw his father, long tormented, kneeling as he was forced to inscribe a letter. As the vision drew closer, he observed his father writing in agony, the letter's contents starkly contrasting the reality of events. Niji now understood why his father had written the letter. Only by leaving it behind for Hinata Hizashi could he hope to survive. His father had foreseen the hatred he would harbor, and Hinata Hizashi was undoubtedly aware as well. Thus, his father pleaded with them not to harm him or his mother, asserting that as long as the letter existed, he, as their child, would become the finest weapon to protect the family and safeguard Hinata. Only by becoming the protector of Hinata could he be permitted to live. This was the utmost effort his father could muster. The memory fragments once again vanished, each segment lasting only an hour or two. Though Niji yearned to know what transpired next, he recognized that at that time, Uchiha Luo was merely 3 years old. Witnessing such events through astral projection was likely already a feat. Next came the moment his father was offered by the Hinata clan and Konoha as reparations, followed by the discovery of his lifeless body. These events did not manifest before him. The next scene returned to the Hinata clan's territory, where on the floor lay a corpse, beside which stood Hinata Hizashi, coldly examining some written notes along with several elders. Gazing upon the elders' pristine foreheads, Hinata Niji felt the bitter irony of the caged bird mark upon his own forehead. This time, his gaze did not linger on the corpse, his desire to see it thwarted by a lack of control. Until he overheard the conversation between Hinata Hizashi and the elders, his heart hollowed. The lifeless body, cursed by the lingering resentment of his father's death, had been discovered in a state of hatred and subsequently murdered, only to be declared as having succumbed to illness, his mother. Chapter 120. The Changing Attitude of Konoha. My guy comes bearing gifts. Hinata Niji knelt, releasing a cry of anguish. His father, his mother, his family, Hinata Hizashi, the elders of the Hinata clan, and Konoha. Were they not the architects of his family's ruin? His parents had done nothing wrong. Merely because his father's talents were not insignificant from a young age, they deemed it necessary to mark him with a caged bird seal, relegating him to the branch family amidst so many clans. Later, due to his talents far exceeding those of Hinata, they hastily inscribed the caged bird mark upon him, long before the appropriate time. Then, driven to madness, he forced his father to death, fearing that he might glean information from his mother. Thus he murdered his mother, Hinata Hizashi. The elders of the Hinata clan, the main family, Hinata and Hinata Hanabi, need not be caged like birds. Initially, I believed that within your clan, the main family consisted solely of the clan leader and the future leader. However, after visiting the land of water and witnessing the transplanted Byakugan, I recalled my childhood memories and realized that there are indeed many individuals within your clan's main family. Aloe crouched before Hinata Niji, gently patting the dark locks atop his head. It was not an act of consolation. Rather, he feared that if this continued, Niji's spirit would collapse, leading to an inevitable loss. He did not wish for all his efforts to culminate in an end before it had truly begun. Uchiha, what is it that you desire? I seek vengeance. What can I offer in exchange? I am willing to give everything I possess. I wish to ensure that Hinata Hizashi, the entire Hinata clan, and all those high-ranking officials in Konoha suffer a fate worse than death. Gradually, Niji's consciousness calmed as he sensed a comforting aura descending from above. He raised his gaze to the youth before him, who was actually younger than he by a year. He understood that Uchiha Luo would not come to his aid without reason. Yet, he did not mind being used. To be of value meant that he had the opportunity for revenge against his parents' murderers. I can provide you with direction and opportunities for growth, and I can even capture a tailed beast for your use. However, after your revenge, how can you guarantee your loyalty? Or do you believe your heart will not waver in the midst of vengeance, swayed by the apologies and kindness of certain individuals? For instance, if the lady you admire, Hinata, were to stand in your way, would you be able to kill Hinata Hizashi without hesitation? Aloe's greatest concern regarding Niji was that despite his hatred for Hinata Hizashi and the entire clan, he genuinely cared for Hinata. He needed Niji to make a promise and ponder this carefully. The main family of Hinata, who murdered my father and mother, enslaved the branch family, using them as mere cannon fodder and scapegoats, subjecting disobedient families to the torment of caged birds until death. Such a main family deserves to perish, does it not? Niji's gaze turned frigid. He would show no mercy to anyone from the Hinata main family. Remember your words. First, endeavor to calm your emotions. Do not allow others to perceive any anomalies. In a few days, I will find an opportunity to lead you towards power. Aloe was satisfied with Niji's response. instructing him to regain his composure before leaving, and then he departed. Time was of the essence. He needed to return and rest, allowing him to rise in the morning and visit the store. Even if Konoha might not endure for long, he wanted to earn this money first. The list of participants in the Konoha destruction plan now included one more member. You dare to meet him without fearing that he might divulge your information? Izuna sat on the edge of the bed, observing Alo's return, gripping his arm while casually discussing topics related to their spiritual states. No, I have cast a silent spell. Not only can he not speak of tonight's events, but he is also forbidden from revealing my intent for vengeance against Konoha. Alo smiled at Izuna, cautioning him not to paint an overly rosy picture of him. He had never been a good person, nor did he possess any particular stance. He merely needed to protect those who treated him well, cherish the warmth from those around him, and ensure that those he cared for were content. Thus, he would take all necessary precautions against any potential troubles. At present, aside from Orochimaru's severely distorted personality, which made him difficult to manage, all other developments remained within his control. Well, it is good to be prepared. Sleep well. I will wake you at 10 in the morning. Izuna glanced at the time. It was now 4 in the morning. 6 hours of rest would suffice. Moreover, he would keep watch, and, unless a major event occurred, even Orochimaru would not disturb Alo's slumber. Otherwise, when Sasuke inquired later, it would be quite embarrassing for him as the elder. Indeed, I shall sleep. You continue to keep watch, elder. Alo obediently nodded before returning to his body and entering a deep sleep. When Izuna awakened him, after his morning routine, he descended the stairs to find Team Guy already gathered in the living room. They had already stated that today was a protective mission, and there was no need for any contrived encounters. Alo, you have finally awakened. What would you like for lunch? Yesterday we mentioned treating you, but you ended up buying the ingredients. Teacher Guy insisted that he must treat us today. Tintin leapt from the sofa upon seeing Alo descend, rushing over to embrace his arm while inquiring about their lunch plans. Meanwhile, Guy, who insisted on treating them, nodded vigorously, brandishing his wallet. His declaration of treating was not mere words. It was funding allocated by the Hokage. Although he did not disclose the reasons, he knew something must have transpired, prompting the Hokage's sudden decision to ensure they established a good relationship with this young lady. Chapter 121. Leaving Konoha, Team Guy follows along. This is my shop. The rent in Konoha is indeed exorbitant. After enjoying lunch courtesy of Guy, Alo led Team Guy to his rented shop in Konoha. The location was excellent, yet the rent was significantly higher compared to Sunagakure and Awagakure. While this was the norm in Konoha, it did not prevent Alo from making comparisons and voicing his grievances. The decor is so extravagant. Tintin gazed at the nearly completed interior design, pondering several adjectives, ultimately settling on the term extravagant. The walls and tables seem to be worth a fortune. I have mentioned before, I am quite affluent. I have set the opening date for 3 days hence, and once the shop officially opens, I will be leaving Konoha. Alo suddenly announced his departure date. This news reached Sarutobi Hiruzen in under 3 minutes after he spoke. The surrounding Umbu were remarkably swift. Meanwhile, Konoha Hospital began preparations, readying Sasuke, who had been hospitalized for minor injuries, for discharge. Alo, along with Team Guy, toured his shop before proceeding to visit the recently restored Hokage Rock. The subsequent days were rather straightforward. They would rise, go out, and explore the culinary and recreational offerings of Konoha. Once Kimimaro arrived with goods, escorted by several shinobi from a sound village, the official opening of the shop would commence. Achievement unlocked. Dressing as a woman becomes second nature. Reward, 10,000 points. After Alo once again donned lavish attire to host the grand opening of his shop in Konoha, he received yet another achievement. Dressing as a woman was not something he had objections to, but he would never admit that it had become second nature. Absolutely, définitivement, impossible. You are leaving tomorrow? Hinata Niji suddenly leaped through the window, awkwardly approaching Alo, who sat in the second-floor office. After he entered, 3 curious heads peeked through the window, eagerly watching the room. Yes, I will be departing early tomorrow. This is an A-rank mission, one that your freshly graduated ninja team cannot undertake. Alo set down the sales record for the day and looked up at Niji, broaching the subject of their impending separation. A rank? Niji furrowed his brow, his fingers clenching slowly. An A-rank mission is indeed beyond the reach of their newly graduated ninja class. He cannot accept this task. He must find a way to leave Konoha. Only by departing from the village can he pursue the strength they had previously discussed, which would empower him. Ningxi, even as Aluo suddenly observed Hinata Ningxi's emotional state, called out his name, urging him to remain calm. However, the three individuals outside, along with the Umbu monitoring from the rooftops, imagine a scene of two young souls yearning for one another, facing the anguish of separation. After Ningxi reluctantly departed, Aluo visited the hospital that evening to chat with Sasuke, who was about to be discharged. They discussed matters concerning Hinata Ningxi before she was urged to return and rest well. The following morning, accompanied by her maid and butler, Aluo reached the entrance of Konoha, where she noticed a hastily approaching team of ninjas. Two jonin had taken on this A-rank mission, Noera Gunma and Might Guy. Thus, the three members of Might Guy's team also accepted a C-rank auxiliary escort mission provided by Konoha. This auxiliary task, while merely a C-rank, indeed met the criteria for mission acceptance, confirming Aluo's suspicion that Konoha could exhibit unconventional operational modes in certain ninja missions. Greetings. I am the leading jonin for this journey. Please take good care of young master, Aluo, along the way. Noera Gunma hesitated slightly when uttering the name. Yet, as a professional jonin, he managed to express this awkward title. Addressing a young lady as young master seemed to be a deliberate jest. Nonetheless, Aluo of the Land of Rice was a title of status and identity. Hello, now that everyone is gathered, let us set forth. It is best to reach our destination before nightfall. Aluo smiled faintly, turned, and began to walk ahead. On the other hand, Guy's team merely cast a glance at her, maintaining a rather sullen demeanor, purposefully ignoring her. This emotional display was well within their acting skills. Throughout the journey, Aluo held one hand of her maid while grasping her butler's hand with the other, walking with a slight urgency. Yet, being an ordinary person, even with her deliberate haste, the surrounding jonin and shunin could easily disperse to provide protection. This atmosphere persisted until noon when Aluo handed a scroll to Tion, causing the tense ambience to instantly warm. Aluo, are you tired? Why not let Ningxi carry you for the afternoon? We still have a long way to go. Tion suggested softly as she took the scroll. No need. If I tire of walking, I have Jumuru at home. What do you mean by that? I heard you like Hinata Ningxi, and you want him to carry me? Are you foolish? Aluo, now identifying as a girl, did not mind a misunderstanding, but was puzzled by Tion's situation. This girl must have feelings for Hinata Ningxi, right? How grand must her ambitions be to allow someone she likes to engage intimately with another girl? Not that she liked him yet. It was merely that Ningxi was quite diligent, and he had affections for Aluo, which she reciprocated. Tion's face flushed as she squatted down to open the scroll, retrieving the cooking utensils sealed within, while she emphasized that her feelings did not reach that extraordinary level. There is no possibility between me and Hinata Ningxi. We have other matters. You can like him if you wish, but be cautious. The burdens he carries bring severe consequences. Aluo gently patted Tion's two bun-shaped hairdos. Though many main plot elements have been shattered, this pairing was not entirely impossible. After all, how could he meddle and still allow Ningxi to suffer? The son of the Hokage remains the Hokage, while the son of the scapegoat is merely a scapegoat. A destiny devoid of anticipation is rather dull. Chapter 122. The evening assassination swiftly concluded. However, I also like Aluo, but not in that manner. Do not misunderstand. I simply feel relaxed and happy in her presence. Tion organized the cooking utensils, entrusting the meal preparations to Junmaru and Diyu, who knew Aluo's preferences. Returning to lean against the tree beside Aluo, Tion continued to engage in girl talk. Yet, her casual demeanor felt somewhat forced to Ningxi, who was aware of Aluo's true identity. Observing the two of them so close, he felt an odd discomfort. The Uchiha brothers had attracted a throng of female attention at school. The younger one was even bolder, pursuing his teammate. Although many changes may lie ahead, he he still believed Tian's affection for this boy would lead to undesirable outcomes. Thus, under the scrutinizing gaze of Might Guy and Noera, who were both watching with intrigue, Hinata Ningxi walked over with a grim expression, placing a hand on the young lady's shoulder and pulling her aside. Tian stood there, stunned, as she watched Aluo being led away. Feeling foolish for believing Aluo's earlier remarks, Ningxi's evident jealousy made it clear he must have strong feelings. Otherwise, he would not be so protective of a girl. Meanwhile, as Ningxi dragged Aluo a distance away, he glared at her, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What are you angry about? We were merely chatting. I did not bully your teammate. Aluo emphasized certain words playfully, leaning against a tree while relishing Ningxi's changing expressions. Do not get close to her. You two are not suitable. Ningxi felt pent-up frustration. He had countless reasons to assert their incompatibility, yet they all seemed unvoiced. Tonight, there's a high chance we will rest on the road. You had better not sleep too soundly, or beware. I might find someone to bag you and give you a beating until your white eyes turn black. Aluo scoffed, playfully shaking her fist at Ningxi before turning and returning to chat and laugh with Tian. Ningxi stood frozen, taking a while to comprehend the implications of her words. Tonight, would she really leave with him? This made him somewhat anxious. Youth. Might Guy leaned against a tree, sighing at the restlessness and helplessness of youth, pondering how to ensure neither Ningxi nor Tian would be harmed. Who truly liked whom? This had him utterly perplexed. Surely, one person could not like two others simultaneously? After lunch, they continued their journey and halted at dusk, indeed needing to find a place to rest for the night. However, just as they found a suitable spot and began preparing dinner, calamity struck. Ninjas. An ambush. From multiple directions, shuriken and various weapons were hurled toward Aluo. Be cautious. Might Guy executed a series of swift blocks, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Simultaneously, Noera had already formed hand seals, with his shadow clones and real self heading in opposite directions to locate the hidden assailants. Ningxi, Tian, and Li swiftly regrouped, positioning Aluo at the center and maintaining vigilant defenses around her. Underground, activating his Byakugan, Ningxi detected the chakra's origin. At the same moment, the ground beneath them collapsed, causing the slender form of a girl to plummet downwards. The next moment, a figure emerged from the earth, wrapping its arms around Aluo's waist and leaping to a tree, while a multitude of bones erupted from the ground. Guy's team swiftly leaped aside, witnessing a ninja being impaled by these sharp bone spikes, the sight sending chills through their hearts. Young master, are you unharmed? Duoyu held Aluo in his arms, standing on a tree branch. After placing him safely down, he cautiously inquired, nearly resorting to medical ninjutsu to examine him thoroughly. I am fine as per usual, Aluo replied, leaning against the tree trunk, his words sealing the fate of the assailants. Following his declaration, Duoyu's long hair billowed as he grasped his flute, activating the seal and allowing his chakra to surge. He raised his hand and began to play an enchanting melody, aiming for a swift resolution without the need for summoning techniques. In addition to Duoyu's transformation into a combat stance, there was also Junmaru. However, Junmaru did not enter a sealed mode. He merely knelt on the ground, his hands pressing down as bone spikes erupted from the earth. There were only 4 eerie, ominous trees formed from bone spears, which impaled the 5 hidden ninjas beneath the ground, leaving them hanging like a sieve. 2 of them were clustered together. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Genshin, who had rushed back upon sensing the surge of chakra, was met with the aftermath of the battle and the undeniable presence of these 2 formidable individuals. You are ninjas? Might Guy shielded his 3 students, casting an uncertain glance at Aluo in the tree. The sudden turn of events had genuinely startled them. Despite having confirmed multiple times that the butler and maid lacked chakra, their current situation evidently indicated a failure in their prior assessments. Might Guy, you cannot truly believe that I would entrust my safety to partners like you? Aluo perched upon the tree, innocently blinking and tilting his head as he explained the purpose of hiring ninjas for protection. It was clear that he did not trust Konoha. Inuzuka Genshin stepped forward, observing the two who were tidying up the battlefield, and then glanced at the girl in the tree. Suddenly, he understood the implications of the Hokage's prior instructions. As a disciple of Orochimaru, even if she could not utilize ninjutsu, she certainly could not be considered an ordinary person. This exploration had indeed been frightening, leaving the assailants with no chance of escape. How could they possibly ensure protection when their own guards were stronger? Chapter 123. The more we have, the more we earn. The purpose of following ninjas was to handle various matters during the store's operation, allowing your ninjas to communicate. Surely, Konoha does not genuinely believe that I would entrust my safety to you as collaborators? Aluo innocently blinked, tilting his head as he elaborated on the specific intention of hiring ninjas. Moreover, he was genuinely surprised that Konoha's ninjas mistakenly believed they were there to protect him. Clearly, their own performance had led them to overlook some basic common knowledge. Our mission is to follow, protect, and care for the client, as well as to complete various errands for young Master Luo during the store's operation. Might Guy produced the mission statement they had brought along, which indeed detailed the tasks. However, they had always assumed the focus was on escorting, not realizing that it was actually about running errands. I told you, Jumaru would not make a mistake regarding such matters. Our mission is clearly outlined. After Might Guy finished reading the lengthy task description, Aluo nodded in affirmation. Their mission's focus was indeed clearly articulated, specifying the tasks to be undertaken. However, if combat was unnecessary, an A-rank mission would not be required. Might Guy remained conflicted. He had believed it to be a combat-oriented escort mission, only to discover that it was more about running errands. It was certain they would encounter ninjas, and the one they seemed to be facing appeared to be a jonin. The mission had stated that the classification would depend on the level of encountered ninjas. After explaining why an A-rank mission was necessary, Aluo leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully as Junmaru caught him below. Walking upon the ground where the bone spikes had retracted, leaving only a few craters, Aluo began to inspect the 5 ninja corpses. Aluo, you shouldn't touch them. There may be dangers associated with ninja corpses. Jinshur, mustering his courage, urged Aluo not to get too close to the bodies, as some ninjas might employ toxic attacks, and the corpses could pose a risk. It is fine. During my time with my teacher, I participated in various experiments. Corpses can leave behind many clues. For instance, this mark on the arm of the corpse is quite unsettling. Aluo crouched down, taking the bone sword Junmaru offered him, and tore away the damaged fabric on the corpse's shoulder. Beneath the covering, a faint mark was visible on the pierced arm, indicating that it had been previously cleaned. He reached out again, accepting a small vial of liquid from Junmaru and pouring it onto the corpse's arm. In no time, the previously indistinct mark reemerged. The arm of a Konoha Umbu bore a red mark. This one. I suspect this is a frame-up. Might Guy observed the mark, his expression awkward as he glanced around. Upon realizing that Jinshur had no intention of explaining, he felt compelled to find his own rationale. This mark could be fabricated to frame Konoha and disrupt collaboration. Perhaps there is some truth to that. Junmaru, how was it discussed back then? Aluo disregarded Might Guy's comments and turned his attention to Junmaru. He had not participated in negotiations with Konoha, so all matters regarding the mission and contracts fell to Junmaru. We allowed Konoha's probing, but as long as we capture evidence, the subsequent transaction price will increase by 10 from the contract price, and any further evidence captured will continue to escalate on that basis. Junmaru produced a scroll, opening it to reveal the addendum of the contract for Aluo to see. From the very beginning, they had permitted Konoha's inquiries. Thus, being discovered and capturing evidence would result in additional compensation. This is, indeed, an increase in compensation? Jinshur, standing beside Aluo, noted the contract's content. However, she also caught glimpses of other information, immediately realizing that some of it was not meant for her to disclose. Indeed, Aluo was not merely operating a beauty and wellness shop in Konoha. He dealt in various tools and supplementary potions for ninjas, which constituted the true nature of their transactions. Yes, I'm quite pleased they can come. It means I can earn a bit more. Previously, in the land of wind and the land of earth, the most assassins were from Konoha. The more ninjas there are, the less their lives are worth. Aluo motioned for Junmaru to put away the contract scroll, reflecting on Konoha's generosity while simultaneously feeling a pang of sympathy for its ninjas. Once again, he approached the tree's base, observing Inuzuka Gunshire's sorrowful demeanor as he sighed and began collecting the corpses, sealing them within a scroll. He then summoned a summoning beast to document the recent events before dispatching it to deliver the message back to Konoha. Compared to Team Guy's complete ignorance, he possessed more knowledge, yet witnessing the swift demise of the probing ninjas still left him feeling disheartened. Furthermore, upon the discovery of evidence, sending these corpses back might incite anger among certain higher-ups, condemning the fallen as useless. However, they were still quite valuable, at least enough to generate profit. Previously, they had spent considerable time negotiating over a meager price difference. Duio's temperament was not particularly pleasant. Unless specifically rehearsing or facing Orochimaru and Aluo, she treated everyone equally, devoid of any sense of politeness. Now, she had no qualms about criticizing Konoha. Is this truly not a frame-up? My guy was still conflicted, unable to comprehend how a simple escort mission could devolve into such chaos in a single day. Moreover, relying solely on a mark seemed rather hasty. Do not inquire further, said Jihua Shinkai, gently patting Mato Kai's shoulder, signaling him to cease his words. It was akin to a wager, now that the other party had emerged victorious. There was no need for the defeated to dwell on it any longer. Excessive discourse would only serve to tarnish one's own reputation. Moreover, the crux of the matter lay in Konoha's current necessity for these potions. The decision to cooperate resided solely with the other party, not Konoha. The elite shinobi of Konoha had been swiftly eliminated, although only one among the 5 was a jonin. It was a stark indication to Konoha that their adversaries possessed no fear of their might, and were quite willing to await their arrival. Chapter 124, Taking Niji to the Underground Base. Orochimaru was indeed courting disaster. Tion, do you see Niji's expression? Such a trivial matter has frightened him. Aluo remarked during dinner, unable to resist sharing this observation with Tion, who sat beside him, while Niji rolled his eyes at them. Hasn't he changed at all? Tion turned to scrutinize Niji, who was tidying up the tent, and found no apparent issue with his demeanor. As for his Byakugan, that is merely innate. His expression remains unchanged, yet there is something distinctly off about his gaze. I suspect he harbors the desire to strike me, yet refrains from doing so. Aluo was certain he had not misread. Hinata Niji's eyes conveyed unmistakable displeasure, albeit tempered by frustration and helplessness. Of course, it was not to the extent of wanting to hit him, as Niji was aware of Aluo's identity and strength, and was currently anticipating the benefits he would provide. Are you a ninja, Aluo? Tion suddenly posed this question once Aluo had ceased his critiques of Niji. Previously, she had never contemplated such a notion, as Aluo was merely a merchant in her eyes. However, after witnessing the outburst of the steward and maid, her certainty regarding Aluo's capabilities in ninjutsu began to waver. Chakra could indeed be concealed, rendering it undetectable. Might Aluo possess the same ability? Well, I know a few simple ninjutsu techniques, though I'm not adept at hand seals. As for being a ninja, I am not. I am simply a merchant striving to earn a living. Aluo turned to gaze at Tion for a moment before delivering his customary response. Simple ninjutsu? Niji, along with Mato Kai and Rock Lee, completed setting up the tent and approached, activating his Byakugan to scrutinize Aluo. You refer to techniques that allow one's soul to roam freely as simple ninjutsu? Moreover, claiming to be adept at hand seals sounds rather dubious. Indeed, they are primarily simple ninjutsu that do not require extensive hand seals, Aluo candidly reiterated, asserting that he was not fabricating anything. After dinner, as they each took their rest, Hinata Niji observed Aluo performing the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique, all executed without hand seals, and finally comprehended what it meant to require minimal hand seals. He had just witnessed his false self lying down, only to be swiftly relocated by Aluo the next moment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Niji thought, bewildered as he found himself transported to another location in the blink of an eye. Flying Thunder God, do not ask any further questions. Come meet Lord Orochimaru. I hope he refrains from causing a scene tonight, Otherwise, I shall need to flee. Aluo released Niji, encouraging him to follow, and swiftly made his way to the training ground. Aluo, Lord Orochimaru is not at home, Guei Deng Shuei stated, standing outside the laboratory, observing Aluo leading individuals over and beginning to perspire profusely. This is disastrous. Lord Orochimaru said he would return shortly, yet he has not arrived. And of all times, Yugo is also absent. I cannot handle this alone. This is Hinata Niji, Shuei. Take Niji to training ground number 2 while I seek out the teacher. The outcome was hardly surprising, but Aluo's intention to find Orochimaru still caused Shuei to shudder. I had already warned against running around at this hour, Lord Orochimaru. May fortune favor you. Sensing the lingering mark left by Orochimaru, Aluo hurriedly pursued, only to stumble into an inferno of intense flames upon his arrival. Lord Orochimaru, are you attempting to feast on roasted snake segments? Aluo grasped Orochimaru and pulled him away from the blazing area, then glared at him with a disgruntled expression. I tested the sealing scroll for ninjutsu. The results were quite satisfactory. This time, my body is the weakest, so its destruction is inconsequential. Orochimaru showcased the now empty scroll to Aluo. This research was initiated by Aluo, thus he could not resist emerging to observe the outcome. It comprises a trio of components, one for fire release, one for wood release, and another for Yugo Sage energy storage. Therefore, the combination of wood and fire release along with sage techniques resulted in a near roasting of the snake. Take it to Senju Tobarama for further study. I am heading home. Aluo, observing Orochimaru's evident discomfort, approached and utilized water release to extinguish the flames, subsequently escorting him back to the underground base. The results of the experiment had already been documented, and upon viewing them in the sealing space, Senju Tobarama was equally astonished. As for the subsequent research, that would fall to the scientific personnel. Aluo humbly regarded himself as not particularly adept in such matters and thus refrained from interfering excessively. Upon returning to the underground base, Orochimaru first changed his outward appearance before joining Aluo at training ground number 2. Shuei stood at the entrance, cautiously observing Orochimaru and confirming his transformation, instantly conjuring numerous scenarios in her mind. Within the training grounds, Hinata Niji regarded the approaching master and disciple with a facade of calm, yet internally, he could not suppress his rising anxiety. Power. He required formidable strength to exact his revenge. He was willing to sacrifice everything for vengeance. Yet he also feared that even such sacrifices might not yield sufficient power for retribution. Hinata Niji, possessing commendable potential, understands that vengeance cannot be achieved in a single step. Aluo has previously discussed your circumstances, and we have conducted some research and improvements. Currently, there are 3 options available. Orochimaru did not engage in any brainwashing process with Niji. This was Aluo's responsibility, and whether loyalty could be cultivated in the future was something Aluo would manage. He straightforwardly presented 3 modified curse seals for Niji selection. The first cursed seal provided a complete enhancement of chakra, significantly amplifying combat power. The second offered a modest increase, but could alleviate the control exerted by the caged bird, reducing damage sustained while under control. The third revealed an anomalous direction during their research, enabling the Byakugan to undergo a more advanced evolution. Yet it required numerous Byakugan as supplementary material. Furthermore, the growth trajectory and success rate of the third option remained uncertain. What could be definitively established was that consuming Byakugan would weaken the control of the caged bird, as this was derived from the research of the second curse seal, which Aluo had experimented with to produce this variant. Chapter 125, Hashirama and Tobarama. Souls forced into labor, I choose the third option. Aluo mentioned that he would prepare a tailed beast for me, so I need not worry about chakra sufficiency. Niji did not deliberate for long before providing his choice. With a tailed beast as a source of supply, he felt no need to consider the first option. Since the second and third options stem from the same line of research, he willingly opted for the mutated variant. The unknown growth ceiling implied greater potential for development. 3 tails? Orochimaru turned to Aluo, expressing concern over the former's willingness to gift a tailed beast to this child. Furthermore, they had yet to capture the three tails. How could he proclaim it was already given away? Red Lotus has already dispatched personnel. Much of the Land of Fire will experience rainfall tomorrow, and the Shadow Clone will need to rest in place, providing us with the perfect opportunity to capture the three tails. Aluo calculated the time and confirmed there was no issue. As for the possibility of failing to capture the three tails, he had not genuinely considered such an eventuality. Your chakra reserves are insufficient. It will be prudent to allow Zhongwu to join. Orochimaru was well aware of Aluo's intentions. Yet he did not anticipate that Aluo aimed to capture the Sanbai and deliver it to others. However, since the arrangements had already been made, he expressed no objections. For possessing a tailed beast was indeed a considerable burden. No need for that, Aluo replied with a smile, gently patting Orochimaru's arm. You seem to have forgotten that I have someone capable of capturing a tailed beast with bare hands effortlessly. His left hand sealed the scientific type, while the right hand should not go to waste. Has he agreed to assist? Orochimaru asked, his serpent-like eyes fixated on Aluo's right hand, causing him to feel a sudden ache in his bones. Indeed, this individual possessed the ability to capture tailed beasts unarmed. However, the question remained, upon release, would he capture the tailed beast or us? That distinction is significant. Not yet. I haven't met him. I will shortly. Do not worry, master. At most, he may refuse to work, and in that case, I shall not release him. I could also borrow the QB for Naruto. That rascal has been quite restless lately, pestering about when he can come out to play. Aluo cheerfully assured, although his words did little to alleviate Orochimaru's concerns. Be cautious. I will take Hyuga for a checkup first. Once I confirm there are no other issues, I shall seal the curse mark. Despite his worries, Orochimaru would not hinder him. He himself was not of a stable disposition. Otherwise, he would not be in his current situation, having taken on a student who was equally restless, if not more so. He left with the somewhat confused Hyuga, instructing Shueisue to wait outside. After their departure, Aluo raised his right hand, appearing before Senju Hashirama. What do you want? Do you wish for me to work as well? Senju Hashirama sat cross-legged in a wooden cage, resting his chin on one hand, tilting his head to observe Aluo's arrival. After conversing with Tobirama, he anticipated that this young man would seek him out. This lad was a merchant, and now that he had commenced extracting the scientific value from Tobirama, even though in a spiritual state he could not accomplish much, Hashirama understood clearly that Aluo had means. Tobirama must have informed you. He is earning points that could improve the environment here or allow you to venture outside. I am off to capture the Sanbai. Would you care for a complimentary outing to earn some points and alleviate your brother's burden? Aluo settled down before Senju Hashirama, intending to converse further. However, before he could finish, Hashirama nodded in agreement. That sounds good. No need for points. Just provide me with a larger space and the body for Edo Tensei so that I can plant some flowers. I have been quite bored. Hashirama enthusiastically expressed his approval, detailing how he envisioned transforming the place, specifying where to plant flowers and grass with great clarity. Aluo, momentarily taken aback by Hashirama's enthusiasm, confessed that his current mood was rather displeased. What a waste. I know you have prepared numerous justifications and perhaps even threats involving Konoha or Tobirama, but I shall not let you speak. Senju Hashirama looked at Aluo with a triumphant gaze, laughing heartily. It is impossible to renovate everything at once. After all, you are quite formidable, and I would not simply discard you after one use. Let us first adjust the size of the area. With a huff, Aluo expanded the ceiling space to match the size of Tobirama's area. It appeared quite vast and empty, devoid of any life. You rascal, this is excessive. Tobirama's place has everything, Hashirama remarked as he stood up to survey the surroundings, his heart sinking upon seeing a wall displaying the points and the current scores of the two brothers. If you have any requests, you can use points to lessen some burdens for your brother. I will return to prepare a better white Zetsu body for you as a backup for Edo Tensei. By the way, Tobirama has further developed Edo Tensei. Although the changes are not substantial, it should be sufficient to grant him 5 points. Do you think he will use those 5 points to transform the land? One must have ground before planting flowers and grass. Aluo pointed towards the exchange area, leaving in high spirits. You rascal. Senju Hashirama stood before the exchange area, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, the system provided a hint after Aluo departed the ceiling space. Host, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama share a profound brotherly bond. Their objective is spiritual cultivation and to lower your guard while seeking methods to counteract you. It was merely an act. Those who had survived to this point were all adept at playing their roles. Even our Uchiha ancestor, who was somewhat simple-minded, eventually refined his acting skills. Everyone was performing. It was merely a matter of who could deceive whom. Aluo engaged in a brief conversation with the system before heading towards Senju Tobarama. At that moment, Tobarama had just completed the latest development of Edo Tensei, and, upon seeing Aluo enter, proudly waved the research documentation, brimming with confidence. This will undoubtedly be of great value. Moreover, I am aware that Aluo will soon require this, with the most likely target being his brother, Senju Hashirama. Enhancements are a must for him. Quite an impressive improvement. I shall grant you 5 points. Will you save them or use them for purchases? Aluo reviewed Senju Tobarama's research materials and generously awarded 5 points, which were prominently displayed on the wall. The available exchange items illuminated. Offering a 1-hour video call with Senju Hashirama, along with 2 options for enhancing Hashirama's living conditions. 1 point per square meter for basic land, and 5 points for an initial simple thatch cottage. Tobarama felt elated at receiving 5 points, but upon viewing the exchange list, despair washed over him. This is absurd, truly excessive. Do as you wish. With this, I plan to take your brother out for some fresh air on the house. Aluo waved the scroll in his hand, gesturing goodbye to Tobarama before departing. After his exit, Tobarama, considering his brother's plight, felt disheartened and opted to exchange for the thatched cottage. He could earn points again, but his brother could not remain caged. As for Aluo's offer to take his brother out, he suspected it indicated some insurmountable trouble requiring his brother's intervention. Thankfully, he had just developed the latest version of Edo Tensei, which should provide his brother with some comfort, preventing him from feeling overly constrained. However, he pondered what circumstances could compel his brother to intervene, reflecting on whether his brother could also earn points. Why did you summon me so hastily? Has there been a new development? Aluo appeared before Senju Tobarama, somewhat annoyed, inquiring about his intentions. It has only been 10 minutes. What could you possibly have forgotten to mention earlier? A water technique. How much is it worth? Tobarama queried, trying to recall a water technique he had not previously documented, seeking to exchange it for points. 1 point, Aluo replied, and they proceeded to the experimental area of the research plaza. Following Tobarama's instructions, Aluo formed the seals and examined the results, yielding only 1 point. The technique resembled a standard water dragon attack, but with the chakra manipulation suggested by Tobarama. It reduced some consumption and fewer seals were required. The hand seals have been reduced by half, yet only yield a single point? Shinsho Feijian glared in frustration. He was eager to earn some points, yet the task proved arduous. How could this young lad possess such a merciless heart? For me, the number of seals holds no significance, as I typically do not require them at all. With both hands before him, Aluo waved at Shinsho Feijian, not forming a single seal. The chakra around him had already transformed, conjuring 3 water dragons that circled the two. Although this was merely a simulated research plaza, the personal data and chakra manipulation were all fabricated as well. According to the system's assertion, value is commensurate with expenditure. Points are not mere trifles. You wield ninjutsu without forming seals, despite having a brother capable of summoning whatever he desires with a mere clap of his hands. Shinsho Feijian maintained that such feats were exclusive to his elder sibling. Now, witnessing this Uchiha youth manage to control chakra and execute ninjutsu without even the simplest of seals, he felt a pang of vexation. Uchiha, it seems, are forever insufferable. Generally speaking, the initial use of a technique may require the formation of seals to comprehend the transformation process. Once understood, they become unnecessary. I have heard that your brother, blessed with the chakra of a sage, finds no need for seals. Aluo, in mentioning this, inadvertently drew a comparison with Qinsho Zhujian, which only served to deepen Qinsho Feijian's frustration. You also claim my brother possesses sage powers, yet you do not. Qinsho Feijian was genuinely infuriated. Even if his brother was outshone, he felt compelled to emphasize his brother's unparalleled strength. Sage powers are not unique. Have you seen the research over there? There is a young man with sage physique in my vicinity. While I may not possess a sage body, I can utilize others' chakra for myself. If sealing a tailed beast to draw upon its chakra is termed as jinchuriki, then what would be the term for sealing a sage body to extract its power for my use? Aluo expertly toyed with Qinsho Feijian's annoyance, effortlessly bringing him closer, with a hand poised over his heart. However, this was a simulated research environment, where nothing could inflict genuine harm. The illusion remained just that. Qinsho Feijian was once again acutely aware of his status as a soul incapable of causing any real damage. Should I speak with your brother? You could persuade him to prevent my Edo Tensei, or perhaps convince him to take a leave of absence. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming him, correct? Aluo glanced at the hand resting on his heart. Within his domain, Qinsho Feijian was powerless. Nonetheless, he eagerly anticipated the advantages that Qinsho Zhujian could provide after being summoned through Edo Tensei. Initially, it was merely a casual remark to irritate Qinsho Feijian. Yet the idea blossomed within him, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. To harness the chakra of a being capable of capturing tailed beasts would prove far more convenient and practical than seeking chakra from the 9 tails. Let us video call my brother. Don't you dare run. Qinsho Feijian felt quite unwell, but he had to communicate clearly with his brother, ensuring that this young rascal did not deceive him. He feared that while conversing with his brother, this boy might stealthily engage in some mischief. There is no need to be so anxious. If I intended to do something, could you really keep an eye on me? Aluo quipped about Qinsho Feijian's paranoia. Yet he did not leave. Instead, he initiated a video call with Qinsho Zhujian. On the other side, Qinsho Zhujian was sprawled atop a thatched roof, tearing apart the grass to examine the authenticity of the thatched hut. At that moment, he caught sight of the large screen appearing before him, and, simultaneously, the two individuals glaring at each other in astonishment. Chapter 127. As an Uchiha, is it not natural to torment Qinsho, brother? This lad claims he intends to use you as a tail beast. Qinsho Feijian cast several uncomfortable glares at his brother before adjusting his demeanor and earnestly addressing the matter at hand. It seems it may not be unfeasible. Qinsho Zhujian sat up on the roof, tilting his head in contemplation for a while before reaching a carefully considered conclusion. However, this all hinged on his possession of chakra. He must first acquire the strength to transfer it to this young lad. So, little one, do you dare let me remain here with the power I once held at my peak? Ignoring Qinsho Feijian's rising anger, Qinsho Zhujian fixed his gaze upon Aluo, inquiring whether he had the audacity for such a proposition. This sealing space is rather peculiar, yet if he possessed the strength from his prime, breaking the seal to escape should not prove too challenging. Such a scenario would be impossible for the young rascal unless he suddenly lost his wits. Very well, let us first capture the 3 tails. After sealing it for Hyuganiji, you can return with a body summoned through Edo Tensei. Whether or not you possess a sage physique is irrelevant. However, you should be able to utilize chakra from both ninjutsu and sage techniques. Aluo observed the undeniably smug expression on Qinsho Feijian's face before continuing to look at Qinsho Zhujian, confirming that he truly had the courage to proceed. This plan is agreeable, but Qinsho, why did you purchase such a hut? If you wish to buy something, at least acquire some land. With land, I could plant a few trees, and any type of house would suffice. After discussing the matter at hand, Qinsho Zhujian began to fret over the thatched hut his brother had redeemed. What purpose could this serve? He desired land capable of supporting the growth of vegetation. The current ground was merely a thin veneer of illusion. Even if he left and returned, he could not utilize his chakra. If you desire land, earn it yourself. Qinsho Feijian's mood oscillated in frustration. He was unwilling to engage with anyone, not even his brother. How could he disdain the items his brother had procured? This sibling was truly infuriating. It was exasperating to toil away on research, earning points. As a soul, did he not endure enough? Your brother stated he does not want any points. Aluo interjected, causing Qinsho Feijian to clutch his heart, gazing at Zhu Jian with despair. In truth, it could potentially be negotiated. Qinsho Zhu Jian scratched the back of his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt under Feijian's glare. At the time, he had merely spoken casually. He never genuinely intended to refuse. Moreover, his previous refusal was predicated on the need for a change in living conditions. While there had indeed been a change, it had not transformed into what he envisioned. Therefore, perhaps, it could be discussed further. You mentioned you would decline. That cannot be altered. I shall grant you a parcel of land. Perhaps you can cultivate some plants gradually. One cannot continually take advantage of your brother. Researchers are quite precious. Aluo, under the gaze of Qinsho Judian's distressed expression, pondered for a moment before a cubic plot of land materialized before the thatched hut. Alongside, it was a packet of grass seeds, allowing Qinsho Zhujian to engage in leisurely cultivation later. Uchiha, Aluo, you have gone too far. As Qinsho Zhujian leaped down from the roof, genuinely preparing to dig a hole to plant grass, he turned to glare at Aluo, suddenly comprehending the overlooked information. He was compelled to conduct research, establish that point system, and toil away to earn points just to see his brother. This included the necessity of using points to purchase houses and land, as well as the ability to expand land after cultivation. All of this was orchestrated by this devious Uchiha lad, employing a subtle method of domestication. Indeed, the Uchiha are inherently malevolent beings. You may refuse. After all, your souls will not dissipate here, and you can choose to languish. For now, if you complete some work to my satisfaction, I shall grant you a more comfortable existence. Should you fail to meet my standards, I shall confine you to a cage. Why did you all happen to run into me after escaping? You still cling to me, claiming you wish to shatter my very soul, Qinsho Tobarama. If you had held any real value, I would have cast you into the realm of lost souls the moment you threatened to dismantle my essence. Alo paused for a moment, then smiled at Qinsho Tobarama, seriously reiterating certain truths that should have been understood long ago. He required the technological expertise of researchers. Yet it did not mean that it had to be exclusively Qinsho Tobarama. If we are to perform, let's all engage in this charade together. If you no longer wish to act, then let it be clearly stated, as the circumstances are rather straightforward. He would never show any mercy to an adversary. The only reason Qinsho Tobarama still existed was due to his sufficient value and lack of any capacity for resistance. Qinsho Tobarama looked at Alo in shock. He was unfamiliar with the concept of the realm of lost souls, but he understood that it was certainly not a place of good fortune. Uchiha Luo, I can assist you with many troubles, but you must guarantee that no harm comes to Tobarama. Qinsho Hashirama called out from across the way, expressing his willingness to cooperate with Alo's subsequent arrangements, provided that Qinsho Tobarama remained unharmed. He had but this one younger brother, and even though he was now a specter, he certainly did not wish to witness Tobarama being tormented. I have no intention of harming him. I have expressed my fondness for researchers, and even for the detestable Qinsho, I would not carelessly destroy him. Alo raised his hand to touch the screen before him, and in the next instant, he appeared beside Qinsho Hashirama. What do you want me to do? I will not lay a hand against Konoha, even if threatened with Tobarama. Qinsho Hashirama looked at the young boy beside him, stating his boundaries before the conversation commenced. At the same time, he signified that as long as it did not involve the destruction of Konoha, he could agree to almost anything. First, we will capture and seal the Three Tails. Other matters can wait until they become necessary. I certainly will not allow you to destroy Konoha. I am not that unreasonable. Alo nodded. He had never intended for Qinsho Hashirama to partake in the annihilation of Konoha. However, he would now have a reasonable justification for utilizing wood release. The Jinchuriki seals the tailed beasts, borrowing their power, and he, sealing Qinsho Hashirama, thus utilizing a bit of wood release, would not be peculiar at all. Chapter 128, Three Tails Isabu. As long as he does not take action, I am agreeable. It has been confirmed that the Three Tails resides at the bottom of this lake. currently in a state of slumber. Hong Lian stood to the side, reporting the current situation to Orochimaru. Beside her was a youth known as Yugawan. "Thank you for your hard work. I will trouble you to take good care of the teacher shortly." Alo approached with Hyuga, offering a slight smile to Hong Lian before casting a glare at Orochimaru. Given that certain individuals have a penchant for self-destruction, he needed someone to keep an eye on Orochimaru during the time spent capturing the tailed beast, ensuring he did not escape to cause chaos. Usually, he would allow Orochimaru to play around, but if Chinsho Hashirama were released, there was no guarantee of Orochimaru's safety should that fellow decide to act. "Yes, we will certainly protect Lord Orochimaru." Hong Lian stepped forward, holding Yugawan's hand as they stood beside Orochimaru. Although she did not fully comprehend, she was determined to ensure that Lord Orochimaru would not suffer any harm. "In truth, I am not so fragile." Orochimaru gazed at the obedient Hong Lian with a hint of melancholy. He had not done anything particularly wrong. It was merely that while he was implanting a curse mark on Hyuga, he had inadvertently conducted a new experiment on this Byakugan boy, which subsequently failed. Yet, experiments are not devoid of failure. He had not caused any significant problems, nor had he harmed Hyuga, and certainly did not incur substantial losses in the laboratory. "Teacher, please rest well. For the upcoming matters, you need only observe from the sidelines and refrain from wandering. I am currently uncertain whether I can manage that." Alo approached Orochimaru with reddened eyes, emphasizing once more that he must not interfere. Previously, he had merely gone to chat with the Senja brothers, only to return and find that Orochimaru had nearly transferred the seal of the caged bird onto himself. The Byakugan, previously placed in the culture dish, was now housed in a spare body that Orochimaru had utilized to implant a curse mark on Niji. Afterward, he had temporarily switched bodies to test what the caged bird truly entailed. Are such things meant to be experimented with casually? Though nothing went awry, such sealing techniques should not be tampered with on oneself. If something were to go wrong one day, he might not be able to retrieve it. Exercise caution, if necessary. Discard it. Orochimaru recalled certain experiments he had attempted, but such endeavors were limited to himself. He was still quite concerned about Alo summoning the first Hokage to carry out tasks. "Yes, if I cannot control it, I will discard it." Alo opened a scroll, releasing the sealed white Zetsu contained within. Chakra emanated from beneath his feet as a formation was drawn around the white Zetsu. He then produced another scroll, extracting a portion of the first S cells, ensuring everything was in place before swiftly forming hand seals. "Is this what you meant by being not particularly adept at hand seals?" Hyuga stood beside Alo, observing the rapid hand signs that moved so quickly they appeared as mere afterimages, feeling a sense of frustration once more. "This is what you referred to earlier? Not being skilled at hand seals. Indeed, I am not particularly proficient. Had I not previously attempted this, I would not wish to perform hand seals at all now." "Chinsho Hashirama, do not just stand there. Go ahead." Alo completed the hand seals, and as the white Zetsu was enveloped, he thrust his right hand forward, directly sending Chinsho Hashirama's spirit that had just been released. There was no need to summon from the Pure Land, yet nothing essential could be omitted. As the spirit was drawn in, Chinsho Hashirama, clad in his Warring State's armor, with long black hair billowing in the wind, appeared before everyone's eyes. "This body is quite remarkable." Chinsho Hashirama raised his hand, inspecting it, his fingers running through his hair, and he noted that he appeared even more youthful than during his lifetime. Alas, it was still not a corporeal form. The overly pale complexion revealed his status as a specter. "It seems that the previous fissures are absent. Let us proceed. Will you dive directly in to capture the three tails? Or will you utilize what released to extract it?" Alo, under the astonished gazes of others, walked over to Chinsho Hashirama and pointed toward the lake behind him, urging him to hasten and get to work. Truly, he is a brother. Chinsho Tobarama, fearing his brother might be wronged, improved the Edo Tensei. This state of being should represent Chinsho Hashirama at his peak, with considerable freedom. However, should he wish to break free from the caster's control, he would require a more potent soul, and currently, Alo possessed the strongest soul. One endearing little rascal. Chinsho Hashirama, feeling the surge of his power, blinked his dark eyes, ruffling Aloe's little head before standing up to prepare for work. As long as the sensation of being restrained persisted, he would assist this little rascal. So there was no need for hesitation. They would discuss matters once he was no longer under control. Which scoundrel disturbed my slumber? The surface of the water erupted, several trees emerging from beneath the surface, dislodging the giant turtle that had been in deep slumber. The three tails, Isabu, initially resting, now roused in anger, seeking vengeance on the one who disrupted its dreams. However, upon seeing the long-haired figure reminiscent of the former Chinsho Hashirama, it instantly wilted. Can someone tell me why this fellow is still alive? Was it not said that he had perished many years ago? Perhaps today's dream is simply unfortunate. If it changes position, will it be able to escape this nightmare? Isabu, this is Hyuga. He requires your assistance. Before taking action, I ask, would you prefer to be proactive, or shall we wait until Chinsho Hashirama, the esteemed senior, takes action before you are sealed away? Aloe grasped Hyuga shoulder, using body flicker technique to transport them to a large tree at the center of the lake. Observing Isabu's intent to attack, he smiled and gestured toward Chinsho Hashirama, awaiting Isabu's choice. Regardless of the inevitability of escape, one may choose to be proactive to avoid a beating and subsequent confinement, thus ensuring a more favorable treatment. Can I not dwell within a cage? Sanwei, feeling aggrieved, yearns to resist, yet is under the watchful gaze of Chinsho Jujian. It has no choice, yet it truly despises living in a cage. In the water, there are no cages. Shall we go? Aluo nodded, deeming the matter inconsequential, as the space developed for Hinata Niji was inherently cage-free. Sanwei cherishes the water, so an environmental modification would render it more comfortable and facilitate amicable relations with Niji. No problem. I'll go. I shall set forth at once. Sanwei, feeling somewhat spineless, nodded repeatedly, as long as it meant avoiding direct confrontation with Chinsho Jujian. Everything else was trivial. That fellow is simply terrifying. Chapter 129, Chinsho Feijian. Do I truly need to intervene in such trivial matters? What else is there? I can't just step out and immediately return, can I? Chinsho Jujian observed Sanwei being obediently drawn into the seal, retracting his chakra as the large trees in the center of the lake vanished without a trace. As he saw Luo carrying the unconscious youth seal by the tailed beast towards him, Chinsho Jujian suddenly felt that perhaps he could delay his return. He had yet to engage anyone in conversation regarding the current circumstances. Leaving now felt akin to merely visiting for the purpose of Edo Tensei. He pondered whether he could sense the aura of the tailed beast in this state. Aluo, not in haste to confine Chinsho Jujian, set Hinata Niji down on the shore after carrying him there, inviting everyone to examine the situation. This seal is commendable. After a Byakugan inspection, it revealed that his chakra had increased compared to before, with no other issues. However, the curse mark was rather conspicuous. Could you shield it for a moment? Orochimaru produced the Byakugan and, upon activation, assessed Niji's condition, confirming that all was well. Nevertheless, while the curse mark might not be detectable in its dormant state, Konoha always had perceptive ninjas. One could not predict whether the Hinata clan would conduct regular examinations on Niji. Additional precautions were necessary. Feijian's perceptive abilities are quite formidable. It would be prudent to allow him to emerge for observation. Chinsho Jujian, standing by, offered a suggestion to Aluo. Allow him to emerge? Aluo gazed up at Chinsho Jujian, somewhat skeptical, wondering if he felt the Edo Tensei body was too advantageous, prompting him to wish to release his brother and flee together. If you are uneasy, I shall remain behind, and you can provide him with a vessel. Some experiments necessitate practical application. Surely you do not intend for him to be confined there eternally? Chinsho Jujian, perceiving Aluo's skepticism, was unperturbed. Thus, he had no qualms about returning to wait while allowing his brother some freedom. At the very least, acquiring an Edo Tensei body would suffice. A soul adrift without a return to the Pure Land, unable to utilize ninjutsu, was indeed distressing for them. Then you shall return. I will extract him. Aluo readily acquiesced, patting Qinsho Zhujian on the shoulder before retracting him back. Meanwhile, on another side, Qinsho Feijian, having just settled down to rest, was abruptly pulled out by a Luo. Your brother instructed me to procure an Edo Tensei body for you, so you may ascertain how to ensure his unique circumstances remain undetected. Having drawn Qinsho Feijian out, a Luo wasted no time, pointing towards Hinata-niji and preparing the Edo Tensei formation. Fortunately, he possessed an ample supply of Hashirama cells, thanks to Kurizetsu's unceasing deliveries over the years. I do not need. Qinsho Feijian attempted to assert that he had no requirement for an Edo Tensei body for research within the ceiling space. But Luo did not grant him the opportunity to speak. As the formation took shape and materials were collected, he directly initiated the Edo Tensei ritual. Done. Without performing any hand seals, a Luo smiled at Qinsho Feijian. He simply disliked hand seals, thus. The research aimed at reducing hand seal sequences and chakra consumption held little value for him. Can you allow me to finish speaking? After being resurrected via Edo Tensei, Qinsho Feijian assessed his new physical state with displeasure, casting an irritated glance at a Luo, yearning to inquire whether there existed even a modicum of respect. Continuously professing respect for researchers, could he not at least listen to my needs? No, during non-research periods, I am not obliged to heed you. Your brother has decreed that I must provide you with an Edo Tensei body, and I shall comply. He is of greater importance. A Luo huffed, observing Qinsho Feijian's growing agitation, and preemptively mentioned Qinsho Zhujian. Indeed, upon invoking the name of the elder brother, Qinsho Feijian's expression shifted from anger to resignation. This fellow's brother complex is exceedingly evident. You mentioned assessing his condition, did you not? With his elder brother in another's grasp, Qinsho Feijian could only concede once more. Ignoring a Luo's provocation, he squatted down to examine the still unconscious Hinata-niji, swiftly forming hand seals. He found no abnormalities, yet sensed the presence of two hidden ninjas. Qinsho Feijian, instinctively voicing his observation, halted midway, realizing he need not divulge all such matters to this insufferable Uchiha brat. Well done. Honglian, bring those two ninjas here. A Luo beamed with delight, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude as he caught Qinsho Feijian's glance. Nonetheless, the hidden ninjas were not formidable. Sending Honglian would suffice. Honglian, a crystal release ninja, was also quite capable. What exactly do you intend to achieve by making the Hyuga clan's branch family a Jinchuriki? You are mad. Upon witnessing the departure of the female ninja, Qinsho Feijian glanced at Orochimaru, then turned back to express his irritation at a Luo's incessant antics. The relationship between the Hyuga clan's branch and main families had soured long ago. While there had been resistance from the branch family, no matter how they stirred, they could never escape the main family's clutches. Now, this plan threatens to obliterate the Hyuga clan while simultaneously causing considerable turmoil for Konoha. I merely found him somewhat agreeable and wished to provide a ray of light in his despairing existence, hoping he could break free from his cage and forge the future he desires. Squatting down to reassess Hinata-niji's condition, a Luo observed as he began to awaken, his words laced with disdain for the Hyuga family. Oomph. The malevolent Uchiha, you two harbor ulterior motives. I shall take my leave. Do not summon me for such trivial matters again. Qinsho Feijian noted that the ninjas in the distance were returning. Grasping a Luo's hand, he urged him to secure him back within. Faced with the inability to escape, he preferred to retreat rather than lend support to this wicked Uchiha brat. Chapter 130. Finding amusement for Qinsho Zhujian, this Edo Tensei state is considerably stronger than before. Do you intend for him to experience it firsthand before making further adjustments? Orochimaru observed keenly, recognizing that a Luo's initial aim was merely to provide Qinsho Feijian with an Edo Tensei body. However, the ability to conduct research within the ceiling space clearly did not necessitate the use of an Edo Tensei body, casting uncertainty on a Luo's true intentions. In the future, it will be more convenient to bring them out. Besides, teacher, look, I have sealed Qinsho Zhujian, so I have masterwood release. I have also sealed Qinsho Feijian. Thus I can utilize water release. Is that not perfectly logical? Aluo approached Orochimaru, extending his hands for inspection, and spoke in a tone that made Orochimaru wish to gift him a Byakugan. Wood release and water release. Have you not frequently employed them before? You have always utilized them with remarkable ease, and this matter has left Uchiha Itachi glaring at you with his Sharingan, eager to ascertain whether you have been possessed by certain Hokages. The tailed beasts draw from the tailed beast chakra. Are you extracting ninjutsu from the two of them? Orochimaru blinked his serpent-like eyes, then, with a serious demeanor, continued to follow Aluo's words. Although he was unsure of the reasons behind Aluo's nonsensical chatter, it was not the first time, and he managed to play along. Indeed, he remarked, "Teacher, observe the water release technique of Senju Tobarama. It is truly formidable." With that, Aluo patted Orochimaru's arm, stood by the water's edge, and leisurely performed several hand seals. Suddenly, 3 massive water dragons erupted from the depths, soaring into the air, circling twice before crashing down toward a specific spot on the shore. As the water dragons struck the ground, they carved a deep crater, revealing a disoriented white Zetsu that had been pulled from the depths by the water dragons. The black Zetsu had escaped, but this white one remained. Orochimaru watched the discarded white Zetsu before him, once again marveling at the unwavering dedication of the black Zetsu. He suspected that these white Zetsu were merely gifts meant to amuse Aluo, who had a sufficient quantity and genuinely needed them. Aluo sealed the Zetsu in a scroll, annotating the number and time, indicating a forthcoming visit to the Akatsuki to greet the black Zetsu directly. It seemed that he had become quite addicted to this game. "Master, these 2 ninjas are from Kirigakure. They have been brought here." Hong Lian swiftly returned to Orochimaru's side, bringing the 2 ninjas sealed in crystal. "Let's pack them up, Aluo. It's time to head home. We need to conduct a thorough examination on Hinata Niji. If all is well, you will be allowed to return." Orochimaru merely glanced at the 2 Kirigakure ninjas before sending them back to Odanin village with Hong Lian. He then gestured for Aluo to lead everyone back. Transporting so many individuals at once was quite cumbersome. Aluo hoisted Hinata Niji onto his shoulder, grumbling about the inconvenience, yet still drawing others closer. After forming the necessary seals, he transported the group back to Odanin village. This technique was a modified version of the Flying Thunder God used by the ninjas of Konohagakure, allowing the transmission of ninjas within a specified range to another location. Though it required considerable chakra, he was fortunate to have Senju Hashirama, whose chakra replenished rapidly and infinitely, alleviating any concerns about depletion. Once an opportunity arose, he was eager to compare his chakra reserves with Naruto's to determine whether the power of the Nine Tails or Hashirama's Sage Mode was more enduring. "You should rest for a while. I will take Niji for his examination." Upon returning, Orochimaru instructed Xianglin to escort Hinata Niji, urging Aluo to take some time to recuperate. Despite his prowess, Orochimaru understood that Aluo was not impervious to fatigue. The boy was simply too stubborn to admit when he was tired. The extensive travel utilizing the Flying Thunder God, along with the reanimation of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, while also managing them, drained a considerable amount of energy, far more than could be compensated by merely borrowing some chakra from the Nine Tails. Rest is essential. You must take the time to recuperate. I shall return home for a brief slumber. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. And please refrain from any further experiments until I awaken." Aluo waved dismissively at Orochimaru, turning to dash toward the now thriving center of Odanin village, where his home was situated. The tree at the center had grown slightly larger. Upon returning home, Aluo collapsed onto his comfortable bed, his spirit arriving before Senju Hashirama. "Are you preparing to plant trees?" Aluo approached and sat beside Hashirama, who was diligently channeling chakra into a small square of earth, his expression a mix of distress and determination. Aluo suddenly felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had only provided a few grass seeds, leaving the soil devoid of any elements conducive to tree growth. It had only yielded a bit of grass that quickly withered and dropped its seeds, still just grass. With one hand propping his chin, Hashirama repeatedly channeled chakra around the stubborn clump of earth, yet the results were consistently disappointing. While planting flowers and plants was certainly possible, he had come to a realization. This patch of soil had not been imported from elsewhere, but was of an intrinsic nature, entirely composed of dirt, lacking sand, stones, seeds, or decaying organic matter. Perhaps there were now a few blades of grass and roots. He had planted grass seeds that had gone through cycles of sprouting and decaying several times. Originally, it was merely a piece of land with no ecological changes. If he had been given some external seeds to cultivate, over time, as the cycles of growth and decay increased, this land could expand without needing to purchase new land with points. It merely required nurturing with chakra. Aluo casually conjured a handful of soil imbued with various plant genes and scattered it across the square patch. His intention was to allow Senjitobarama to continue earning points to purchase land for Hashirama. However, the system indicated that Hashirama could exchange sage chakra. This would turn the land in this space into a repository for sage chakra. Once it exceeded a cubic unit of storage, the land would naturally expand. The stored sage chakra within the land could be drawn by Aluo at any time, allowing him to accumulate and utilize it while also providing Hashirama with something to occupy himself within the space. Such an arrangement seemed quite beneficial. Chapter 131. When Black Zetsu approached his bed, welcome back, Niji. Keep up the good work. After a restful half-day, Aluo returned to the task force outside Kanehagakure with Hinata Niji, who had undergone a comprehensive examination. Upon Niji's return, Aluo recounted the events that transpired during his absence, offering a formal pat on the shoulder as encouragement before slipping away. Niji, how are you feeling now? Has your fever subsided? Tion entered the tent, carrying water and food. Earlier that morning, Niji had trained diligently, but had caught a cold after being caught in the rain. Now that the rain had ceased, if Niji continued to run a fever, he would need to be sent back to the village. I'm fine now. Hinata Niji hesitated for a moment, then displayed a hint of weakness as he gazed at the cup of water in Tion's hands, caught in a state of wanting to drink, but not wanting to move. You must be thirsty. Drink some water and eat a little. Tion observed Niji's gaze and smiled silently, then offered him the water and food, watching as he slowly consumed them. While Niji dined quietly, Aluo returned to their tent, dispelled his shadow clones, and, under the watchful eyes of two pairs, burrowed into the blankets, curling up to sleep. Oh, Lokun, I would like to inquire about the current status of Lord Orochimaru. Before Junmaru could finish his sentence, he was met with Aluo's displeased glare. He understood the implication. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru had likely stirred up some trouble again. It seemed that when left unattended for an extended period, Lord Orochimaru tended to indulge himself once more. Upon arriving at their destination, he intended to keep an eye on him, especially since Orochimaru had attempted to implement certain seals on himself without having fully researched the means of their release. Aluo clutched his blanket, turning to face Junmaru, expressing how exasperating Orochimaru could be. Day after day, there is never a moment of peace. Yes, I will be vigilant upon our return. Junmaru nodded. They would reach their destination tomorrow, and he would ensure Lord Orochimaru's safety. Even if Lord Orochimaru himself sought to engage in self-destructive endeavors, that would be absolutely forbidden. It's time for sleep. We shall depart at dawn. Aluo embraced his blanket, burying his head within, and finally succumbed to slumber. He slept soundly, and after awakening, he continued his journey, arriving at his destination just past noon. Upon reaching the location, Aluo, accompanied by Duo Yu, began to search for a suitable place to establish a shop, delegating tasks to the accompanying my ninjas as he saw fit, having paid for their services. Junma Lu departed, claiming he would return with supplies, but in truth, he went home to keep an eye on Orochimaru. After a few days' stay, Junma Lu returned with goods, initiated the store's activities, and left behind staff before they set off towards their next destination. Once they had circumnavigated the land of fire and opened several shops, Aluo ceased his relentless travels, sending the my ninjas back home while he returned to the land of rice. On the third day after returning home, Heiju emerged from a corner, directly confronting Aluo for the first time. What do you want now? You watch me sleep. Do you expect me to lull you to sleep? Aluo opened his eyes, gazing at the dark figure beside his bed, managing to restrain his hand from striking out. "Who asked you to lull me to sleep? I'm here to inquire about your true intentions. You've corrupted the Kyuubi, snatched the Sanbai, and meddled with the Ichibi. What is it that you truly desire?" After observing for an extended period, Heiju had come to the firm conclusion that Uchiha Luo was not someone he could manipulate at will. This young man possessed remarkable talent, a keen intellect, and everything he exhibited seemed meticulously crafted for his goals. However, the greatest drawback was that he could not control this little rascal. Whenever he appeared nearby, this child always managed to notice him and could even inflict harm. The tree at the center of the Ninja village had been observed from various distances many times. Recently, during a probing session underground with Baiju, he confirmed a profoundly disheartening revelation. The nature of that tree might be even more domineering than the God tree, absorbing all energy and funneling it directly to this boy, rendering him incapable of even intercepting a portion for examination. That peculiar energy substance was neither chakra nor natural energy. It was something he had never encountered before, something altogether elusive. Consequently, after much contemplation, he resolved to seek out this young man for a direct conversation. As a result, this insufferable brat spoke words that were truly exasperating. "Let us sit and talk. My bed is quite spacious. Standing there like a ghost is tiring." Aluo propped himself up with a blanket, inviting Heiju to feel at ease, suggesting they engage in a meaningful conversation, discussing dreams, past and future, the philosophy of life, and the millennia-old schemes and calculations, all of which stemmed from the moon's errors. Chapter 132. Brother Complex versus Mama's Boy. Who truly profits? You know nothing. I've toiled for so long just to free my mother from her seal, and now you wreak havoc daily. Heiju sat at the edge of the bed, the moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating Aluo's reddened eyes and the expression therein. After staring for a while, feeling increasingly wronged, Heiju began to lament, articulating how unreasonable Aluo was. He wished he could be more defiant, but he felt wronged, saddened, and heartbroken, disheartened by the prospect of yet another impending failure. "Hey, you've existed for over 1,000 years. Haven't you thought of something else? Must you follow the old patterns from a millennium ago? Is that your elder brother? The Sage of Six Paths approach can free your mother, but it can also seal her again, weakening the powers of the nine-tailed beasts and diminishing the chakra inheritance of Indra and Ashura to the point where they can no longer harm him." Aluo glared with his three-tomo Sharingan, casting a disdainful look at Heiju, explaining just how treacherous this so-called 1,000-year plan truly was. As for the truth behind the matter, it likely contained a significant amount of reality interspersed with a fraction of falsehood, but it aligned closely with the general trajectory. Enough to convince Heiju. When it came to brainwashing, Heiju could deceive Uchiha Madara. However, when it came to swaying hearts, it required the handsome Uchiha to accomplish. "What do you mean?" Heiju stared blankly at Aluo, feeling as though he comprehended, yet simultaneously did not. "In other words, your sluggishness has made your elder brother find you too foolish." Aluo blinked, maintaining his gaze on Heiju, allowing him to ponder slowly. Many matters remained obscure, lacking evidence, which facilitated his ability to fabricate freely. "Are you suggesting that Yui wishes for me to release my mother sooner, thereby allowing him to deplete the reproductive energy of Indra and Ashura?" After a moment, Heiju's countenance turned grim as he spoke of a possibility he was unwilling to accept. If that were the case, had his long-standing plan been under Yui's surveillance all along? When they initially sealed his mother, they employed the power of yin-yang release, and Yui's two sons possessed that very power, allowing them to seal him as well, deliberately orchestrating a scenario for the two sons to fight. You have mentioned before that Indra fulfilled the task he was assigned, winning that contest. Yet, despite Indra's victory, Yui insisted on passing the inheritance to Ashura, even assisting Ashura in injuring Indra. Regardless of whether you had a hand in it, his primary intention has always been to incite enmity between those brothers, ensuring they could never unite against him. Aluo sighed, his eyes tinged with sadness as he gradually closed them, leaning against the blanket to quell his inner rage. The weight of his words caused Ju's pupils to tremble, stirring turmoil within him. I cannot fathom how he could possibly know. Ju could hardly believe that all his efforts had merely aided Yui. Yet, memories of the past could not be suppressed, surfacing vividly. Indra and Ashura had grown up together, playing side by side, their brotherly bond unmarred. Back then, Yui had watched over them from the shadows, his gaze lingering. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated Ju felt. He was reluctant to acknowledge it, yet those past memories surfaced, revealing the extent of the evidence. If you cannot deceive me, how can you deceive him? Indra, that naive fool, has been reincarnated with chakra for generations, yet he remains uncommonly tangled in his simplicity. But let me clarify, my brother is not so naive. Do not think you can deceive him. Aluo criticized Indra and the generations that had fallen prey to Ju's machinations. But upon reflecting that this generation was Sasuke, he instantly felt displeased. His brother could never be fooled by Ju. It was absolutely impossible. You are merely a brother complex, always talking about your brother. Ju had seen Sasuke as well, but he had no intention of deceiving this young man, for he currently held two pawns, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, whom he could retrieve at any time. Yet, upon hearing Aluo's assertion that his brother was not foolish, he immediately scoffed, dismissing the notion of brother complexes as utterly boring. Indeed, I am a brother complex, while you are merely a mama's boy, incessantly crying mother, mother. How tiresome. Aluo met his gaze with disdain, admitting his brother complex, but what of it? This mama's boy had nothing to brag about, especially after a millennium without liberating his mother. Meanwhile, the research department of the Cloud Hidden Village was developing a powerful chakra weapon capable of obliterating the moon, while this fellow persistently meddled with the Rinnegan and the Ten Tails. You and I must rescue our mother. I will undoubtedly restore her freedom. I will. Ju's expression shifted, tacitly accepting the title of Mama's boy. However, a millennium had passed, and he had yet to save his mother. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He no longer wished to engage with Aluo and transformed into liquid, intending to escape underground. The revelations of the day had profoundly impacted him, and he needed a quiet place to ponder thoroughly. Allow me to speak earnestly. Let's change our approach. You save your mother, and I will take care of you on behalf of my brother. Shall we collaborate? Aluo called out to Ju just as he was about to depart. What enmity do you harbor against Yui? Ju emerged from the ground, leaning against the bedside, questioning Aluo about his desire for collaboration. Previously, he had plotted against Uchiha Madara, whose ancestor was Uchiha Zuna. Thus, it would be expected for this young man to seek vengeance on behalf of Uchiha Madara. The current reincarnation of chakra is Sasuke, my brother. Aluo articulated his reasoning, which sparked a glimmer of interest in Ju's eyes. In truth, collaboration was not out of the question. Ju returned to the bedside, intent on discussing the terms of their partnership. Ultimately, his demands were minimal. He merely sought his mother's freedom, for everything else held little significance. Moreover, he was eager to enlist others in the task of eliminating Yui. Although his mother was sealed away, he was acutely aware that if he were to kill Yui, she would be displeased. The two, in high spirits, conversed about their future plans, one anticipating the rescue of his mother and the demise of Yui, while the other delightedly observed the three achievements presented by the system. Deceiving Toanzi was merely a stepping stone towards achieving his goals. Chapter 133. Kakuzu brings a scroll, achievement unlocked. Ju's urgent quest to save his mother. Reward: 5,000 points, achievement unlocked. Ju, only a mother is good. Reward: 3,000 points, achievement unlocked. Protect my brother versus kill my brother. Reward: 8,000 points with a series of 3 accomplishments, totaling 16,000 points. Alongside the previous 34,000, Aluo now amassed a total of 50,000 points. This newfound wealth filled Aluo's gaze towards Ju with warmth. Ju had come to comprehend the current technological advancements, leading to alterations in his original plan and thus the first achievement. The second achievement, reflecting Ju's singular devotion to his mother, emerged during their conversation. This was an achievement that had always existed, hence the point reward was merely indicative of a ceiling level. The third achievement born from their agreement to collaborate. A Luo pledging to protect Sasuke, while Heiju aimed to eliminate Yu-E, was a high-value accomplishment that manifested after they established their initial collaborative projects. "Hey, are you still awake? Mind if I take half of your bed for a while?" Heiju, observing a Luo, pointed to the space beside him, wishing to lie down and rest. Although he did not require sleep, he felt utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. Moments earlier, he had forged a pact with the evidently peculiar Uchiha, a Luo, and to solidify their commitment, they had established a contract. He would assist a Luo's plans, setting traps for Yu-E, while a Luo would help him break the seal on the moon to bring back his mother. "You can sleep if you're not afraid of being attacked. Go ahead and lie down." A Luo was unperturbed by the thought of Heiju launching a surprise attack while asleep, though he doubted his own sleeping posture would be particularly accommodating to Heiju. However, Heiju, aware that a Luo's sleeping position might be less than ideal, felt a sense of security with the ample space on the bed and rested comfortably. Several hours later, Heiju stood outside the bed, a look of distress on his face as he covered his eyes, glaring at the child who slept as if in battle, torn between whether to rouse him to inquire if his actions were intentional. He stared at a Luo until dawn broke, and finally, around 10 in the morning, someone arrived. Upon returning to the interior, Heiju concealed his presence. He watched as the white-haired boy knocked on the door, receiving no response, then entered and seized the still-sleeping child. Carrying him off to the bathroom and tossing him into the bathtub, a Luo awoke, bewildered and aggrieved, complaining about Jinmuru's excessive behavior, which brought a smile to Heiju's face as he departed, though it had no bearing on him. Witnessing the child being thrown into the water and his indignation was quite amusing. "Jinmuru, weren't you supposed to be watching over the teacher? Why did you suddenly come here? I finally managed to catch a bit of sleep." A Luo, freshly bathed and dressed, stepped outside to find Jinmuru waiting by the door, casting several displeased glances in his direction. Last night had been exhausting. The Sharingan is indeed a valuable tool. It can draw forth the desires, sorrows, and memories of its targets through the manipulation of spiritual energy. However, it is also highly taxing. Even with Senju Hashiruma's sage chakra, the fatigue on my spirit remains substantial. "Kakuzu has come to our Odonin village, claiming to seek you. Lord Orochimaru instructed me to prevent him from coming here, so I was sent instead." Jinmuru explained his purpose for coming, but his attention remained fixated on a Luo's hair, which had indeed grown significantly longer. "Let's go meet Kakuzu. By the way, regarding my hair, the latest research project can be prepared for mass production and placed for sale in our shop. Remember to set a high price," a Luo remarked, running his fingers through his hair. The hair growth serum was a recent invention by Senju Tobarama, having already employed the Edo Tensei body. A Luo had no qualms about utilizing numerous materials, allowing Tobarama to experiment freely. The result was an unexpectedly rapid hair growth serum, along with a special dye that, once applied, would remain effective for years, with the new hair growing in the dyed color. However, that fellow's white hair could not be changed. The Edo Tensei retained only his peak state, rendering a bottle of dye wasted. "Will anyone actually pay a hefty price for hair growth serum?" Jinmuru questioned, receiving a scroll from a Luo containing the research methodologies and some finished and semi-finished products. While he understood the appeal of beauty and health products to the wealthy, he doubted the demand for hair-related items, as most people had relatively normal hair. That is the sorrow of baldness that you do not comprehend. Furthermore, do not underestimate people's desire for beauty. Today, one might wish to cut their hair short, only to regret the decision and long for long hair. With our product, even short hair can grow significantly in a matter of days. A Luo explained to Jinmuru as they walked through the secret passage, elucidating the target demographics for these potions. Thus, these potions could be priced comparably to skincare products for women and health supplements for men, as well as unisex youth packages, allowing for high pricing. I still have a long way to go regarding making money. After listening to a Luo's detailed explanation, upon reaching the underground base, Jinmuru sighed, realizing how far he was from mastering the art of profit-making. However, he did not need to dwell on it. As long as a Luo set everything up, he would merely need to follow the established model for maintenance. That's all right. We have plenty of profitable ventures at present, sufficient for the teacher to experiment freely. Aluo clapped Jinmaru on the shoulder, feeling in high spirits as they continued onward, emerging from the passage into the Odonin village's administration building. Inside, Kakuzu was examining a scroll, his gaze fixed on the surrounding walls, observing the exquisite landscape paintings. They appear to be quite valuable. Kakuzu, why have you come at this time? Aluo entered and greeted the somewhat anxious Kakuzu with a smile. It was indeed peculiar for him to arrive at such a moment. This is a gift from Pain, meant for you as a token of gratitude. I do not know what it entails, but he emphasized its importance. Kakuzu handed over the scroll he held, explaining that he had merely been passing through and had been assigned this task, repeatedly reminded of the scroll's significance and the instruction not to open it prematurely. Chapter 134. The Gift from Nagato, The Journey of the Two Tales. A gift from him? Alo momentarily paused, accepting the scroll and opening it directly. He then found himself frozen in place, utterly bewildered. What on earth? Orochimaru, accompanied by Juanma and Chogo, burst in, gazing at the creature cradled in Alo's arms, an unruly cat, its chakra surging chaotically as it struggled to break free. Chogo's cursed seal activated, and he slowly approached Alo, extending a hand to gently pat the cat's head. In an instant, the chaotic chakra ceased its tumult, swiftly retracting back. The Nibi, or Two Tails, previously belonged to the village of Kumobikure. Alo sighed, raising his right hand to press down on the trembling Nibi's head, chuckling as he withdrew his hand. He had previously mentioned the need for a tailed beast temporarily, yet he never anticipated that Nagato would deliver the Nibi to him after capturing it. Having already acquired the Sanbai, or Three Tails, Nagato's gesture left him pondering whether to utilize it or not. To his astonishment, he was now holding a scroll meant for sealing a tailed beast. Kakuzu shuddered, feeling the weight of carrying a tailed beast throughout their journey, as if his 5 hearts were burdened. How terrifying! That fellow Pain must have lost his mind. Yet, as long as the scroll remained unopened, no danger would arise. And besides, this cat seemed rather docile. Alo's right hand gently caressed the Nibi, and indeed, the little cat curled up in his embrace, trembling. Though unsure why it was so compliant now, he was acutely aware of the destructive potential of tailed beasts. Kakuzu sighed, resolutely refusing to acknowledge any correlation between the tailed beast's behavior and its apparent docility. It's all right, Uncle Kakuzu. You should take a moment to rest. I'll take it for a chat. Sensei, let us go play with the cat. Alo glanced at the frightened, quivering creature before instructing Juanma to entertain their guest. He pulled Orochimaru along as they exited, making their way to his home in the heart of Odogekure. Upon returning home, Alo released the Nibi, observing it jump to the ground and stand there obediently. With a radiant smile, he produced a wooden collar. I refuse. The Nibi shivered at the sight of the collar, defiantly maintaining its stance, asserting that it would never become a pet, summoning beast, or perhaps a return to being sealed to extract chakra. There was even an option to be consumed by the god tree. For choices in total, the decision lay with it. Seated on the sofa, Alo regarded the obstinate Nibi, encouraging it to contemplate its predicament. Escape was not an option. Just as Senju Hashirama had effortlessly captured tailed beasts in the past, he found himself in a similar position now. Furthermore, he could release Senju Hashirama again, allowing the tailed beast to experience the sensation of collapse once more. If it wished to avoid humiliation, it could only choose between being a pet or a summoning beast. Orochimaru, observing the Nibi's mix of anger and fear, spoke up to lend a hand in persuasion. This stubborn young creature, akin to a cat, required a gentle nudge to reconsider. I have stated before that I shall not be a pet. I choose to be a summoning beast. The Nibi, with determination, reiterated its refusal to be a pet, but quickly conceded that being a summoning beast was acceptable. At least it sounded better, and when not summoned, it would retain some degree of personal space. Very well. Tonight, I shall introduce you to Sasuke and see if he desires a summoning beast like you. I hope he appreciates cats. Alo nodded, solidifying their agreement. Before the Nibi could relax, his right hand shot forth a branch that transformed into an exquisite wooden cage, enclosing the cat and transporting it to the ceiling space where Senju Hashirama resided. Inside, A cubic expanse was already occupied by Senju Hashirama, nurturing saplings. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the Nibi, which disrupted his seedlings, he locked eyes with it. I threw it, do not bully it too much. When it is not with my brother, it will stay here to keep you company, Aloe's voice echoed, clearly laced with amusement, prompting a scowl from Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing this news, the Nibi felt its feline existence slipping away, lethargically resigning itself to despair. Living with Senju Hashirama, and destined to accompany this individual, was an unsettling prospect. As it lay abandoned, the Nibi found itself yearning to be summoned by the individual with whom it would form a contract. As long as it could avoid the company of Senju Hashirama, it would even consider becoming a pet. Would it cause trouble by accompanying Sasuke? Orochimaru settled on the sofa, inspecting the collar Aloe had fashioned earlier, still convinced that having a tailed beast as a pet was far too perilous. For a tailed beast, as long as it was kept away from Senju Hashirama, there was little it would not agree to, even being a caretaker for children. Aloe could perceive the Nibi's sense of injustice. This was the very effect he desired. Initially, he had been unaware, but the previous behavior of the Sanbai had been strikingly evident. Thus, since the Nibi had been sent to him, he would manage it accordingly, leaving it to be raised and entertained by Sasuke. As for whether the existence of the tailed beast would be discovered, he had already prepared a collar with an engraved array capable of disguising its identity. Was Senju Hashirama truly that formidable? Orochimaru knew of Hashirama's reputation, yet after encountering him twice, he found him relatively calm and gentle, not particularly domineering. In contrast, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, appeared far more destructive. Senju Hashirama, do you know why he founded Konohagakure? Aloe leaned back on the sofa, letting out a sigh. Under Orochimaru's watchful gaze, he began to recount a story, elaborating with more detail than before, interspersed with information he had recently gleaned from Kurizetsu. Initially, Senju Hashirama sought to protect his family, which sparked the idea of village formation. This dream was shared by both Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, leading to their collaboration. What you describe seems rather peculiar. After their partnership commenced, it appears Hashirama continuously gained while Madara consistently lost. Orochimaru concluded awkwardly after a moment of reflection. Is this truly what one would call cooperation? An endeavor for a shared dream? Indeed, Hashirama possessed everything, while Madara lost it all. Thus, I often assert that Hashirama is the greatest performer and the most ruthless. Our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, entranced by his heart, ultimately lost both heart and life. Aloe raised his right hand, addressing both Orochimaru and Hashirama. Yet, how foolish was Madara to repeatedly compromise for Hashirama. Senju Izuna, such a good person, still thinks of his brother daily. Yet the final enmity surrounding his younger brother's life and death was inexplicably set aside by Uchiha Madara. How excessive, utterly excessive. Chapter 135, Brainwashing, Senju Hashirama's Guilt that night. In the Uchiha clan's district of Konohagakure, Sasuke retired early, as he was set to graduate in 2 days. He aimed to maintain his optimal condition for the impending graduation examination. This was the perception of the Umbu, but in truth, the Nibi was unleashed. After silently forging a summoning contract with Sasuke, it finally voiced its grievances. It had been confined with Senju Hashirama, that detestable scoundrel who insisted on having it accompany him in a battle, claiming it was too boring otherwise. Who would want to fight with him? It was utterly hopeless, especially since that fellow could recover from injuries in the blink of an eye, far surpassing his own youthful resilience. Although Senju Hashirama appears to be youthful at present, it is evident that he has long since departed from this world. You claim that a Luo treats you poorly? Sasuke lifted the cat by its collar, compelling it to meet his gaze. His three-tomo Sharingan fixated on the creature, his expression a blend of amusement and displeasure. No, that is not what I mean. I refer to Senju Hashirama. Sensing imminent danger, Yulu became agitated, hastily clarifying that the focus was not on this child. From the hands of that insufferable brat, it fell into the grasp of his equally insufferable brother, who harbors an unhealthy obsession with his younger sibling. The future appears bleak indeed. Senju Hashirama is truly not a commendable figure. Izuna, overhearing this name, let out a disdainful huff. The situation with Heiju remains unresolved. Should you not take matters into your own hands and retrieve your brother for a proper reckoning, perhaps confine him for a while? Aluo observed the now docile Two-Tails and turned to Izuna, inquiring about his thoughts on Uchiha Madara. Although he would certainly bring Madara back, Aluo noted the sorrow in Izuna's eyes whenever his brother was mentioned, contemplating whether to facilitate their reunion so they might resolve their fraternal issues. For instance, the unresolved vengeance for the death of a younger brother, which was ultimately compromised by an alliance with the very murderer, leading to a tragic demise. While they are aware that Uchiha Madara later returned to life, this resurrection does not erase the fact of his death at the hands of Senju Hashirama. I am not inclined to meet him at present. Despite numerous opportunities, he has shown no willingness to avenge me. I am uncertain what I might say upon encountering him. Izuna observed Aluo raising his right hand, sighing with a tone of sorrow, filled with disappointment. Release me. This matter is my doing, not Madara's abandonment of hatred. Senju Hashirama shouted from the ceiling space, requesting Aluo to let him out for an explanation. Initially indifferent to such matters, he had overheard Aluo mention them several times over the past few days, sometimes directly before him, other times eavesdropping. Each instance of hearing the Uchiha descendant express frustration over Madara's failures, coupled with sympathy and resentment, deepened his realization of the harm he had inflicted upon Madara in the past. Now, even Izuna perceives Madara's actions as misguided, and his heart could no longer bear it. He was not afraid of Aluo discovering his occasional eavesdropping, and he called out to be released for an explanation. Can you hear me? Aluo released Senju Hashirama, regarding him with an unusual gaze. This performance prompted Sasuke to lower his head, exchanging glances with Yulu, both momentarily disinterested in engaging with Senju Hashirama. Izuna, on the other hand, clenched his fists in anger, struggling to suppress his rage. I have only recently caught snippets of conversation, possibly due to your extraction of sage chakra and my own efforts in cultivating within, but I will elaborate later. Izuna, you have misunderstood Madara. Senju Hashirama attempted to explain to Aluo, then turned to Izuna, trying to clarify the events of the past. Under Izuna's furious glare, Hashirama recounted how Madara had desperately sought vengeance, but ultimately succumbed to compromise, detailing how they jointly established a village and the subsequent betrayals. He emphasized that he had inadvertently changed, but Madara's heart remained steadfast, striving for the future that Izuna had once envisioned. In terms of verbal persuasion, the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra is unparalleled. Aluo observed the stunned Izuna, already engaging in internal dialogue with the system. Host, your mental state is weary. Refrain from attempting to hypnotize such spirits for the time being, as excessive fatigue may harm the soul. The system showed no inclination to engage with Aluo's complaints, believing the host had become somewhat complacent. Previously, Heiju's millennia-old soul had been successfully guided through verbal manipulation and subtle control of spiritual energy, albeit with effort. Yet, without rest, he had begun to draw forth Senju Hashirama's memories, instilling a sense of guilt, were he to continue every 10 days or so. The system would not intervene with reminders. The system is quite accommodating. I know my limits. Hashirama's ideology was once malleable, influenced by Ashura's will. After his death, Ashura's essence gradually faded, and now, a mere nudge could redirect him. I would never allow myself to be ensnared in danger. Should the guidance fail, I would not force it, at most confining him within the ceiling space as a tailed, beast-like entity. Noting the system's concern for him, Aluo began to placate it, explaining that he had long been prepared for this. However, he could not guarantee success, so he would proceed with caution. This situation suffices. One Heiju and one Senju Hashirama present no further complications requiring transformation. The previous souls, from Uchiha Itachi to Nagato, Konin, Gaara, Hyuganiji, and even Hitaki Kakashi, possessed a soul strength that was too simplistic to gauge the true efficacy of his abilities. Chapter 136, 3 Uchiha, acting to deceive Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, do you believe my brother will trust whatever you say, and thus assume I will believe you as he does? Over the years, Izuna has watched Aluo transform Sasuke and Naruto into masterful actors. Recognizing Aluo's intentions, he adjusted his demeanor, adopting an expression of tragic indignation. Observing Senju Hashirama's earnest attempts to narrate how Madara had desperately sought vengeance for his brother, only to be duped after his defeat. The narrative centered on Madara's innocence, merely a fool who had been misled. Moreover, Hashirama repeatedly emphasized that Madara had consistently persevered in pursuit of the dream once spoken of by Izuna. During the storytelling, Izuna refrained from interjecting, waiting for Hashirama to finish before casting a cold, penetrating gaze that rendered Hashirama speechless. I once deceived him, but I no longer do. In Izuna's eyes, Hashirama perceived mockery and concealed sorrow. Sitting upon the floor, he suddenly recognized that his words held no credibility before Izuna and these two Uchiha youths. He had spoken many lies, enacted numerous performances, and had stealthily slain Madara. How could he expect Izuna to trust him? I wronged him, if possible. Could you help me find him? I wish to see him. Under the scrutiny of the three Uchiha, Senju Hashirama fell silent for a moment before expressing his desire to meet Uchiha Madara. Regrettably, the three Uchiha were disinclined to acknowledge him. Izuna turned his gaze toward the window, finding even the sight of Hashirama distasteful. You should return. Our esteemed ancestor requires some time to reflect. Aluo sighed, bidding farewell to Senju Hashirama, then placed his hand upon him, pulling him back into the ceiling space. Once Hashirama had departed, Aluo also summoned the two tails back. Subsequently, the three increasingly similar-looking Uchiha exchanged glances, smiles emerging upon their faces. Given the current circumstances, Senju Hashirama posed no issue. The only matter remaining was when to extract Uchiha Madara from his Edo Tensei state, which required further deliberation. My brother is truly foolish. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. Lately, I have been sensing something peculiar, which occasionally manifests in Konoha. At such moments, I pull my brother back, fearing he might be deceived once again. Kwanai smiles, but that smile quickly turns into sorrow. Having a simple-minded brother is a source of constant worry. For even in death, he cannot escape his burdens. In time, he will learn that after the incident with Uchiha Madara, he lived for many more years. Sasuke turns over in his blanket, reminding them not to forget that Uchiha Madara was resurrected after that event, causing a multitude of troubles. But what does that have to do with us? We have never encountered Uchiha Madara and are entirely unaware of his resurrection through the forbidden jutsu. Right, brother? Aluo sits beside them, his fingers materializing as he playfully taps Sasuke's forehead. Senju Hashirama knows nothing about this matter. These two youths have never even laid eyes on Uchiha Madara, and Kwanai, who has only recently returned, is even less likely to know. Indeed, we have never seen him, so we remain ignorant. Sasuke raises a hand to shield his forehead from the playful tap and glances at Aluo, smiling in agreement that he is just as clueless. He knows nothing, absolutely nothing. The Moon Eye plan, the trap set for Uchiha Obito, and the resurrection through the forbidden jutsu. Everything remains a mystery to him. Those two mischievous boys. Kwanai watches the interaction between the brothers, shaking his head with a smile as he contemplates taking a stroll. The unusual aura that has recently appeared in Konoha warrants his attention. Furthermore, there is Hitaki Kakashi. Having acquired a Sharingan and undergone extensive brainwashing, he should have discerned some of Konoha's true nature by now. Tonight, he will investigate further. A few days ago, it seems Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to have Kakashi lead a team, placing Sasuke and Naruto together. However, that old codger is truly relentless, devising ways to hinder Uzumaki Naruto as progress, even aiming to single him out. Given the current circumstances, with Naruto's performance stuck in the mid-tier, it will take considerable effort to prevent him from graduating. The higher-ups in Konoha plan to conduct a separate assessment for Naruto, and that fellow likely remains oblivious. You should inform him soon, so he does not fall for their tricks at this critical moment. Sasuke, nestled in his blankets, glances at Aluo beside him, urging him to return home early and refrain from wandering in spirit form. The soul is fundamental, should it encounter danger while detached from the body, even with protection. One cannot help but worry. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he could have informed him during class. But Kwanai advised that the village has been unsettled lately and suggested they stabilize their spirits before attempting any soul detachment. Indeed, he intended to find him for a chat. The Two Tails is now your summoning beast. Tomorrow at school, Kurama will undoubtedly sense some energy. If he does not give a heads up, Naruto might seek him for a spar. When Aluo recalls Naruto, he also thinks of the increasingly restless Ninetales, who longs to play but has had no opportunity. After years of training, it is indeed time to allow the Ninetales some freedom of movement. With this thought in mind, Aluo tucks Sasuke in and waves goodbye before phasing through the wall. At the corner of the courtyard, an Umbu agent crouches, keeping watch. After evading this Umbu, Aluo drifts to the outside of Naruto's home, spotting a white-haired ninja perched on a rooftop, reading a comic under the moonlight. He is no longer an Umbu, but due to a shortage of personnel in the village, he has been temporarily assigned this task. This time, he is paired with another Umbu to monitor the Jinchuriki and ensure that Kimogakure does not take an interest in him. Kakashi looks at the ethereal figure waving at him, blinking in confusion as his gaze shifts to the Umbu in the tree. He cannot see them. This time, he wishes to inquire why. Despite being able to see him for the past 2 years, he did not inform Sarutobi Hiruzen. He must understand that his existence is of utmost importance to Konoha. Aluo crouches before Kakashi, playfully pushing his finger against Kakashi's forehead protector, revealing the unsealable Sharingan. The previously vague, white apparition becomes clearer under the scrutiny of that eye. You and that Aluo, Kakashi realizes, but soon thinks of the lady who opened a shop in Konoha not long ago. A beautiful young lady called Aluo, a name that has kept Konoha abuzz with conversation. Kakashi, not entirely oblivious to the happenings around him, is aware of her existence, and since that mission with Might Guy, he has learned much that ordinary people do not know. For instance, she possesses ninja techniques, even though Guy insists she does not perform hand seals. The notion of someone with ninjutsu who does not seal is something only Guy could credibly believe. Chapter 137. The Ninetales attacks Hashirama and gets beaten. Transformation technique. Aluo's simple response leaves Kakashi momentarily dumbfounded. After a long pause, Kakashi's deadpan expression finally shifts. His eyes filled with confusion as he gazes at the child who appears to be in a non-human state. So, are you still alive? Kakashi wonders why this child can remain alive yet manifest in such an inhuman form in Konoha. Previously, this child always accompanied Sasuke, and seeing him obediently by Sasuke's side, while Sasuke remains unaware, evokes a pang of bitterness within him. It is a feeling of loneliness, the solitude of Sasuke, who cannot perceive the companionship of this soul that returns to his side, yet remains undetected. Each time he sees them, he is reminded of his own childhood, engulfed in darkness and confusion. I am undoubtedly alive. I have been making money with my shop in Konoha, and I can only spend what a living person earns. Aluo looks at Kakashi with disdain for asking such a question, feeling exasperated. However, Kakashi cannot be blamed. He has pursued this matter for many days in Konoha, yet the higher-ups have failed to deduce his true identity. As long as I am alive, Sasuke will soon graduate. Once he becomes strong enough, he can return and recognize me, and he will be able to protect me. Kakashi's muscles beneath his mask twitch as if he wishes to smile, but finds it impossible. In Konoha, he has uncovered far too many unsettling truths over the past 2 years. The will of fire. The more he learns, the more it feels ironic. I will return as Uchiha Aluo, but the time is not yet ripe. My brother has not graduated, and even once he does, he will require time to grow. I believe he will soon be able to protect me. Aluo speaks of his brother with a countenance filled with joy and anticipation. After finishing his words, he suddenly recalls something, swiftly waving goodbye to Kakashi before darting into Naruto's home. Although somewhat perplexed, Kakashi quickly pulls down his forehead protector to shield his eyes and continues reading the comic in his hands. After a few glances, he lifts his head, scanning his surroundings. This time, he successfully makes eye contact with the Umbu in the tree, who responds before both parties avert their gazes once more. Inside the house, Naruto's consciousness has already entered the ceiling space. At this moment, he watches as the Ninetales vanishes, glancing at Aluo, who remains in the cage, refusing to come out. Feeling inexplicably disheartened. What is this? Is Aluo to hold the seal for the Ninetales so that Kurama can take a stroll? Aluo, I think it's fine if you come out. Kurama has left some chakra behind, so your emergence won't disrupt the seal. Observing Aluo nestled within the substantial chakra of the Nine Tails, Naruto reaches out, and upon confirming the seal still resists, he helplessly urges Aluo to emerge. Although it does not truly matter, Aluo can come and go as he pleases. However, he still felt quite awkward, as if he had imprisoned Aluo. I will stay a little longer. When I bring back Gyulama later, I will have to coax it properly, or else it will truly cause a ruckus. Aluo rolled around twice within the swirling orange chakra of the Nine Tails, and then lay on top, gazing at Naruto with a mischievous smile, questioning why he was waiting there. Because when Gyulama returns, it will indeed cry and fuss. Where did you take it? Naruto blinked, as if he understood. Yet he still could not grasp who could make Gyulama cry. You see, I have sealed Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama within these two hands, much like this seal. Aluo spread his hands to show Naruto, pointing to each hand to indicate who was who. Gyulama went to see Senju Hashirama. Naruto's eyes widened, and upon seeing Aluo's cheeky grin, he took several steps back. How wicked! Aluo, you must have been led astray by someone. Allowing Gyulama to meet Senju Hashirama is nothing short of a disaster, a heart-wrenching pain, a grievance of being choked, and the agony of sealing. The source of all grievances began when the Nine Tails was seized by Senju Hashirama. As for Uchiha Madara, he can be temporarily disregarded in comparison to Senju Hashirama. The second tail, Nibi, is also there, and unless my brother summons Nibi, it will always be there. Aluo was grinning with delight. After the initial shock, Naruto also laughed. One Nine Tails could already cause part of Konoha to collapse, and with another two tails, plus Sasuke and Aluo, it would not be long before Konoha faced destruction. How tragic! Gyulama had actually taken the initiative to provoke and launch a sneak attack. Aluo suddenly sat up, his expression one of astonishment as he informed Naruto about the foolish actions Gyulama had taken upon meeting Senju Hashirama. Initially, it was merely captured for a look. But now, things had escalated, and Senju Hashirama had directly taken action. He would not kill it, but being trapped by would release and beaten would certainly frighten Nibi, who was cowering in the thatched hut. It should be enough. Gyulama has been quite well recently. Upon hearing about Gyulama's provocation, Naruto understood that it was bound to get a beating. After a 2-minute wait, he reluctantly spoke, asking Aluo to release Gyulama. After all, it was still his fox. It was too pitiful to be beaten by Senju Hashirama like that. As for why he waited 2 minutes, it was to let Gyulama understand that if it continued to run around, it might still be found by Senju Hashirama. Too excessive. Once released, Gyulama, standing half a person high, leaped directly into Aluo's embrace. After a moment of surprise, it began to complain about Aluo's betrayal. However, after a few complaints, realizing Aluo was silent, it cautiously lifted its head to check the situation. Knowing it could not win, why would you attempt to sneak attack him? Aluo pinched Gyulama's large ears, looking at it with a half-smile, asking who was truly in the wrong. Senju Hashirama, enveloped in sorrow, merely greeted Gyulama upon seeing it, then continued to withdraw beside the flowers and grass he had cultivated, lost in the tangled memories of the past. The sorrowful emotion he had was interrupted by your sneak attack, providing him with a chance to move again. Chapter 138. Returning to Konoha, the escort team from Suna. I simply hadn't seen him in so long. I wanted to see if I could bite a piece of flesh. How was I to know he was now a dead man, biting nothing but dust? Gyulama lay woefully on Aluo's shoulder, lamenting its misfortune. However, as it spoke, it began to laugh again. Senju Hashirama was a dead man. Although he still existed and could still hit it, this fact could not be changed. Senju Hashirama was dead. The more it thought about it, the happier it became. So what if that guy was strong? He was dead. What are you laughing about? Naruto, watching from outside, was curious. His Gyulama wouldn't have been beaten by Senju Hashirama and then turned foolish, would it? Hopefully not, or else he would have to continue raising the fox, which would be quite exhausting. I won't tell you, Gyulama turned its head away in a haughty manner, proudly wagging its tail, clearly very happy without needing any coaxing. This situation left not only Naruto speechless, but also Aluo a bit unable to bear it. If you ever wish to see him again, just let me know. I can take you to see him anytime. Aluo probably understood, but that did not mean he thought Giolama's pride was of any significance. Regardless of Senju Hashirama's current condition, he was still Senju Hashirama, capable of pinching the Nine-Tails' neck with one hand and chatting with it. That was unnecessary. Giolama stubbornly refused to bow its head, but it also did not wish to have any close encounters with Senju Hashirama. After playing with the Nine-Tails for a while, Aluo discussed some plans of the higher-ups in Konoha with Naruto, then returned to greet Sasuke before heading back home. Upon returning home, Aluo spent a long time chatting with Jiao Du about how to make money and develop the economy, as well as some profitable project for the Akatsuki organization. These topics were only relevant to the two of them. No one else could join in, and even Orochimaru made an excuse to leave after listening for just a few minutes. After sending Jiao Du off, Aluo and the other remaining ninjas of the Sound Village continued to develop the village. If trees were needed, they planted trees. If ponds were needed, they dug holes. If stone sculptures were needed, they quarried stones. In short, Aluo was a versatile presence in the Sound Village. Wherever assistance was needed, he could be found, which also allowed him to refresh his presence, making some newcomers or those previously unfamiliar with Aluo realize that the rumors they had heard were indeed insufficient. Young Master Aluo was truly a miraculous existence capable of anything. Tomorrow marks the final graduation exam for the ninja school. Do you plan to go and watch? Orochimaru observed Aluo packing his bag, knowing he was still uneasy about the situation in Konoha. He still wanted to take a look, sensing that the higher-ups in Konoha were up to something again. During this time, I can only leave a shadow clone behind. If danger arises, I will flee. I am uncertain whether some hidden individuals will take advantage of the situation. Aluo slung his crossbody bag over his shoulder, holding his bone sword in one hand. Although he did not sense danger, he still reminded Orochimaru several times. I hope this warning will allow Orochimaru to focus on his experiments in the lab and not impulsively rush out to investigate. Go stay safe, and run if there is danger. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then seriously patted Aluo's shoulder, assuring him to rest easy. The last time Aluo returned, he mentioned that Konoha might have some non-human enemies, but they had yet to find any traces of them. Now, he indeed had to take this matter seriously and keep a close eye on the village, ensuring no threats come to the Sound Village. As for the original plan to go out for a stroll, that could wait for another time. Running away is something I excel at. Aluo waved his hand, and under Orochimaru's watchful gaze, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at a crossroads outside of Konoha. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, an escort team from Suna arrived. The leading female ninja, wielding a large folding fan, opened her arms to rush toward Aluo upon seeing him. However, as she approached, a layer of sand blocked her path, and a few puppet strings fell onto her shoulders. Do you enjoy being wrapped in sand? Kanjiro tugged on the puppet strings in his hands, pulling the hand sign back a couple of steps, knowing that each time she lunged forward, she would undoubtedly be stopped. Why did she become more excited and interested the more she was thwarted? The heart of a woman is truly strange. Next time, I can have Shikaka greet you. Gaara cast a sharp glance at Shoji, who was stifling laughter before striding forward to push him towards Kankuro. Subsequently, he withdrew the sand wall and positioned himself beside Aloe. Their current mission entailed escorting a young master from the Land of Wind to Konoha for leisure. The relationship between Sunagakure and Konoha was one of amicable cooperation, rendering this a standard task that did not necessitate any mid-journey exchanges with Konoha's ninjas. They could proceed directly to Konoha and return after the visit. This young master was merely one of the fabricated identities created by Aloe in the Land of Wind. Let us go. Once we reach Konoha, we can indulge in Ichiraka ramen, which I hear is exquisite, Aloe remarked, waving at the still giggling Shoji and the already painted Kankuro, before setting off with Gaara towards the entrance of Konoha. Accompanying them was their team leader, Maki, whose presence was so minimal that he had grown accustomed to it, only intervening when personal negotiations were required. The 5-member team arrived at the gates of Konoha before noon. As a jonin, Maki presented the young master's identification and the mission order from Sunagakure to the 2 gatekeeping ninjas for registration. Once these steps were completed, they were permitted entry into Konoha. Chapter 139, Naruto's hospitalization and the arrival of the Toad. This is nothing like the travel brochure suggested. There's nothing impressive here. Is this not false advertising? Aloe exclaimed in frustration, brandishing a pamphlet at the nearby Konoha ninja. Being in Konoha for leisure and with little prior knowledge of the village, this affluent young master had decided to issue a ninja mission upon arrival. They required a Konoha ninja to guide them through the village's attractions, delectable cuisine, and places of unique significance. Coincidentally, the assigned ninja was Team Guy. The individual receiving Aloe's ire at that moment was Hyuga, whose annoyance was palpable. Yet he could only glare in silence, unable to vent his frustrations on the mission client. It's your choice to come here. In Konoha, this is merely a hospital. If you wanted to see something more appealing, it's unreasonable to be upset when it doesn't meet your expectations, Lee interjected, rushing over to defend Niji, clearly irritated by the wealthy young master's antics. Since accepting the mission, this young master had been a constant source of trouble. Complaining about a lack of gentleness from Tenten, Niji's eye rolls, and the unattractiveness of his and Guy-sensei's attire. Your brochure claims that Konoha's ninja hospital is warm, cozy, and filled with love, Aloe pointed out, insisting that he was not merely being difficult. The promotional material contradicted the reality. Let us visit Hokage Rock. I've heard it's a place of significant historical value, Shoji suggested gently, offering an alternative. After Aloe finally nodded in agreement and ceased his complaints towards Team Guy, Shoji retreated a few steps to walk alongside Tenten. The two girls exchanged glances, occasionally eyeing the irritable young master ahead, both exuding a sense of exasperation. The ninja teams from Sunagakure and Konoha were both weary from the antics of this troublesome young master, while Konoha's team was visibly fatigued. The Sunagakure trio exhibited stoic expressions. Kankuro hid behind his face paint, Gaara remained expressionless, and Maki obscured half of his face with a curtain. Only Shoji endeavored to convey the hardships they had endured throughout their journey. This affluent young lord from a land of wind was indeed a handful. As Aloe settled at a resting spot near Hokage Rock, quietly observing the monument, Naruto was in a hospital room lamenting his misfortunes. Today marked the final examination for the graduating class of the Ninja Academy. However, after dinner the previous night, Naruto had been struck by a sudden bout of stomach pain, rolling in agony until he was rushed to the hospital. Upon arrival, he received special attention, was swiftly hooked up to an 4, and subsequently fell asleep until just moments ago. Hence, this ordeal had caused Naruto to miss what should have been an easily completed exam due to food poisoning. Let's wait and see. They must have a contingency plan. Konoha is discussing how to conduct the test without putting anyone at risk, he mused. The ethereal presence of Aloe sat at the bedside, observing the distressed Naruto and the figure of Izuna by the window, both expressing disdain for the cautious measures taken by Konoha's higher-ups. Each day seemed to revolve around assessing loyalty and testing for potential betrayal, with anyone even slightly suspicious being handed over to Danzo. Except for a select few extraordinary individuals, most geniuses or elites quietly vanished amidst these trials. Aloe, how much longer must we wait? I'm utterly exasperated with those old geezers in Konoha. They must be out of their minds. Naruto vented, striking the hospital bed in frustration. After a normal dinner, he had been bitten by a bug while sleeping, leading to his current ailment. The pain in his stomach was not merely from food gone bad. It was a consequence of a parasite controlled by the Umbu. Were it not for his resolve to endure and await the opportune moment to strike Konoha, he would have unleashed Kurama last night and laid waste to the village. Soon, perhaps in about 6 months. While wandering Konoha, I noticed something concealed, several peculiar toads. Aloe replied with a playful wink, sharing his previous discovery with Naruto. Toads? The ones from Myobo-Kuzan? Naruto's mind raced at the mention of toads. Following tales of how Gamabunta had deceived his brothers in a patricide and sought out worthy individuals for trials, Naruto harbored no fondness for Myobo-Kuzan's toads. Despite his father having signed a contract with them to summon toad beasts and utilize Myobo-Kuzan sage techniques, such ties did not alter Naruto's disdain for toads. Nevertheless, he often attributed his aversion to Kurama. Indeed, the toads from Myobo-Kuzan. The great sage of toads enjoys making predictions, and it's likely he foresaw trouble brewing in Konoha and thus sent smaller toads for reconnaissance instead of dispatching Jiraiya, given that he is also a Konoha ninja. Aloe explained. He nodded, feeling that it would be best if Jiraiya stayed away. The Uchiha clan bore no grievances against Jiraiya, and currently, Naruto's relationship with him was distant. If Jiraiya were to return and attempt to instruct Naruto, it would only lead to complications. Are you planning to capture the toads? Izuna surmised from Aloe's smirk, sensing a scheme at play, likely one that was rather devious. I certainly want to be the one to catch them myself. I'll find a pitiable orphan to do it. The grievances of a millennium stem from these toads. While I cannot eliminate Gamabunta now, perhaps I can have him capture a few small toads to stew for a soup. That should suffice to vent my frustrations. Aluo smiled and winked. He had already sent a message to that pampered Hey-Tu when he spotted the toad. The toad perished at the hands of a venerable elder who had lived for a millennium. Let Toad Maru investigate slowly. After all, isn't he capable of divination? Let him calculate which entity from 1,000 years ago came to disturb their toad den. Moreover, since he had promised to collaborate with Heiju, and they had received such an abundance of Baiju, he must reciprocate and demonstrate his sincerity in this partnership. Chapter 140. Naruto's Inability to Graduate. The scene at the school gate. The exam had concluded. Naruto, you have missed one exam, thus we cannot issue you a ninja headband. You must return and wait until next year, said Yumino Irika, observing the injured boy clutching his stomach in front of him, feeling helpless as he declined Naruto's request. Absence from the exam, missing the designated time, does not allow for a retake. Although he had contemplated many reasons, under the direct orders of the Hokage, he could only watch as Naruto turned away, dejected and aggrieved. Perhaps the Hokage felt that Naruto was not yet mature enough and needed to repeat a year in school. Naruto, what's wrong? Mizuki happened to encounter the tearful Naruto in the corridor outside the classroom. He had previously heard Irika mention that the Hokage had decreed Naruto would not graduate, with no possibility for a retake. Although he was merely a chunin and a teacher, he had quietly overheard some arrangements made by the third Hokage thereafter. Naruto, the Nine-Tails, could transform into a tailed beast if put in danger, posing a threat to the village. Combining this information with what he had heard earlier, he swiftly devised a plan in his mind. Such a dangerous entity being tasked with stealing the sealing scroll could unleash destructive power upon Konoha if attacked. At that moment, he could seize the opportunity to steal it away. If the guarding ninjas hesitated to act, Naruto could be allowed to escape the village with the scroll, and he could later trick it back. This was indeed a flawless plan. As long as he could bring the sealing scroll to Orochimaru, he was confident he would be given due attention. Teacher Mizuki, I did not intend to miss the exam. I suddenly had a terrible stomachache last night. I could have passed. I had met all the criteria in previous tests. Why is Irika-sensei preventing me from becoming a ninja? Naruto complained, one hand clutching his still-aching stomach while the other gripped Mizuki's arm, growing increasingly aggrieved and collapsing against the wall in tears. He truly could have graduated, and now, for some inexplicable reason, his sudden stomachache had obliterated all his efforts. I'll take you outside for some fresh air. You're unwell, so you need to relax to recover faster. Mizuki endeavored to be gentle, supporting Naruto as they strolled slowly to the school entrance. He let Naruto rest on a swing at the gate. Stay here for a bit. I'll fetch you some warm milk. Don't run around. It took considerable effort for Mizuki to soothe the child. With Naruto's stomach empty and in discomfort, providing him with something to eat would undoubtedly foster a sense of closeness. However, just as he returned to the teacher's office with the milk, he was intercepted by another teacher from a different class, who bombarded him with questions. During this time, the graduating class of Konoha Ninja School had been dismissed. Those who had received their headbands wore them proudly, most on their foreheads, while others adorned their arms, necks, and waists. Amidst the crowd, there were always some who stood out, but the commonality among them was that they had all obtained their headbands and become Konoha Genin. The children had graduated, and those from prominent families quickly returned home. Meanwhile, parents from common families, exuberant with excitement, chatted at the school gate, eagerly awaiting their children's return. Thus, even though many changes had occurred and Naruto had transformed from a rambunctious child into a reclusive individual, it was at this moment that the scene unfolded. That child is the Demon Fox. How could the Demon Fox attend school? The Hokage is far too lenient. I say, it is terrifying for him to become a ninja. It is wise of the Hokage to prevent him from doing so. Indeed, the Hokage is too kind-hearted. He should never have allowed the Demon Fox to live. Alas, The Hokage is simply too soft-hearted. This current situation is acceptable. His kindness has allowed the demon fox to live and attend school. For years, I have worried that he would not become a ninja. It seems the Hokage is indeed considering our safety. I believe that demon fox should perish. Do not speak so loudly. Although I too think that the demon fox living is a dereliction of responsibility, that was the Hokage's decision. The cacophony of voices reached Naruto's ears, clear as day. In addition to the parents, some graduating students occasionally chimed in, echoing the sentiments of the adults. Naruto had heard such words countless times and now sat on the swing, expressionless. Sasuke has gone home. Are you all right on your own? Izumi floated beside Naruto, observing his spirit hovering on the brink of eruption and pressed a hand down to prevent him from losing control. This minor issue, I can handle it myself. Old man Izumi, did you hear their words? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brainwashing education has been remarkably successful. In their eyes, my existence as the demon fox relies solely on the hypocritical mercy of that old thief Sarutobi. Naruto adjusted his emotions, gradually stabilizing his still weak spiritual energy. As he gazed at the parents and students, his emotional turmoil subsided. However, it must be acknowledged that Sarutobi Hiruzen's decades of daily indoctrination had been exceedingly effective. In any situation, the villagers would perceive it as the third Hokage's benevolence, the third Hokage being harmed, and the third Hokage being deceived. All blame fell upon others. Danzo had grown excessively powerful, while the elders Nara Shikaku and Mito Yaiba had become ineffectual. Kumogakure was pushing Konoha too far. Which clan had failed to act? Or which clan had caused a ruckus? Why have I become old man? Izumi paused, then asked Naruto, perplexed by this sudden term of address. He was barely in his early 20s. Being called old man seemed rather excessive. However, Aluo always refers to you as an ancestor. You are his ancestor. Should I call you Uncle Izumi? Or perhaps Big Brother Izumi? Naruto teased, noting Izumi's discomfort with the title. After all, calling such a young soul big brother or uncle was hardly inappropriate. Then let us go with old man. Izumi pondered for a moment, realizing that when these younger ones gathered together, two would call him ancestor while Naruto would call him big brother. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Though he felt he was still quite young, he had indeed become an ancestor spirit. He had to accept this identity of old man. Chapter 141. Do not make comparisons. The hurt is too great. Mizuki emerged. Naruto, enjoy yourself. I must return. Aluo waved goodbye to Naruto and resumed his role as the extravagant young master. Fear not. My performance as Uzumaki Naruto has surpassed even Sasuke's. Naruto waved his spirit arm at Aluo, then rubbed his face, adjusting his expression before returning to his physical form. Finally, Mizuki had finished assisting the other teachers and had the chance to bring hot milk to Naruto. Seeing him lead Naruto away from the school to a quiet spot for a chat, Izumi felt reassured and shifted his focus to find the toads in Konoha, preparing to witness the unfolding drama. The capture of the toad by Heiju would succeed. He was genuinely looking forward to it. Near the Hokage Rock Imai, the mischievous young master, having frolicked about for half the afternoon, finally expressed a desire to rest. Consequently, at his behest, they ventured to the banks of a small river at the edge of the residential area, where they observe him engaging in the art of skipping stones. The challenge of whether a stone could reach the opposite shore piqued the interest of Shaoli and Maiteikai, leading this master and disciple duo to commence earnest training. Their fervor for what was merely a game of skipping stones seemed rather excessive. Aloe, reclining on the grass by the riverbank, watched the dedicated pair with growing perplexity. Truly, the zeal of this spirited master and disciple was palpable. Their earnestness in all matters was commendable. Hinata Niji cast a glance at the bothersome young master before returning his focus to the two figures by the river. Although neither of them was particularly striking, they were certainly preferable to gazing upon the young master, who elicited eye rolls from the tasked client. Reflecting upon Aloe's calm demeanor contrasted with this boisterous youth from the land of wind, it became evident that comparisons were futile. Their current client was undeniably lacking. Niji was not alone in this sentiment. After a day's task concluded, as they escorted the young master to an inn, Tion and Shaoli lamented on their journey about when this vexing young master would depart. Having searched in vain for a toad, Izumi Nai, who happened to overhear their conversation, later relayed to Sasuke that their Aloe had become addicted to theatrics, to the point that even the rambunctious ninja could hardly tolerate him. In truth, Aloe did enjoy playful antics, yet he had never been afforded the opportunity to relax. Sasuke, seated at the doorway and leaning against the frame, gazed at the fading light of the sunset, feeling rather dismal. He had always sensed that Aloe yearned to play and revel like any normal child. Yet, no one granted him that chance. He recalled the early days when he first became aware of Aloe's existence, stealthily hiding outside the door, watching as Aloe sat lost in thought. At that time, Aloe, too, must have wished to play, but his world was limited to that small courtyard and his frail health. Eventually, Aloe was able to venture outside, but by then, their home was reduced to just the two of them. He had to attend school and undergo training, leaving no room for Aloe's play. It was only after Orochimaru abducted Aloe that he began to blossom. Though Orochimaru was undeniably irksome, Sasuke recognized that it was Orochimaru who had brought a measure of ease and joy into Aloe's life. However, Orochimaru's incessant antics were overwhelming. With his spirit wandering freely, Aloe had to seize every opportunity to capture snakes while simultaneously learning and training. Thus, Sasuke was certain that Aloe could not relax even in the land of sound. He was undoubtedly burdened with too many worries. Sasuke, what makes you think that Aloe lacks opportunities to play? Is he not playing right now? Izumi Nai regarded Sasuke with a peculiar look, utterly failing to comprehend how Aloe could be deprived of leisure. In the current scenario, Aloe was indeed engaged in play. Were it not for his desire for merriment, he could have unleashed four-tailed beasts, and with him and his temporarily absent older brother. The Akatsuki and many ninjas from the Land of Sound would not have needed to seek benefits from the hidden sand and hidden stone villages. They could have effortlessly reduced Mai to rubble. You only have that unreliable brother, so you cannot understand. Aloe, he is working diligently for my sake. Sasuke raised his gaze to meet Izumi Nai's, expressing disdain in his eyes, as if to say that this lost soul, unvalued and unprotected, could not grasp even this simple matter. Brothers cannot compare to younger siblings. Well, my brother, he works tirelessly to fulfill the expectations I once held. Though he was deceived, you cannot say he lacks intelligence or that he does not care for me. Humph. Upon hearing Sasuke's grievances, Izumi Nai's eyes widened in disbelief. His brother is admirable. Perhaps just a bit foolish, perhaps a bit slow, perhaps he misjudged his trust in others. You believe in what Senju Hashirama said? Sasuke's expression grew even more disdainful. An oblivious brotherly obsession. His intellect falters when discussing his brother. Aloe is the superior one. I cannot be bothered with this ancestral figure. Instead, I must contemplate how to awaken my Mangekyo Sharingan, so that I may protect Aloe. As an older brother, perpetually shielded and cared for by his younger sibling, he felt profoundly inadequate. This was unacceptable. However, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan was a convoluted endeavor, and he did not wish to frighten Aloe. The last time he activated the three Tomo, Aloe had been quite worried. Meanwhile, Aloe, whose body was temporarily under the care of the system, let his spirit drift away, following Naruto to the place where the sealing book was kept. Originally housed in a secret chamber, the sealing book was now placed in a separate small room, with the sole ninja assigned to guard having rushed off to the restroom due to an upset stomach. Aloe assessed this arrangement in Mai, along with the acting skills of the guarding ninja, and deemed it overly generous. It was woefully inadequate. How could no one be monitoring? Mizuki's assertion was indeed correct. This was evidently a test of sorts. The first criterion was to determine if one possessed sufficient courage. Otherwise, there would have been a guard present. The second criterion involved whether one could navigate to the destination with the scroll while encountering obstacles along the way. Naruto, cradling a large scroll, sat on the ground, engaging in soliloquy. Not only did he rationalize Mizuki's scheme, but he also emphasized the absence of the guard, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was observing him through a crystal ball, to feel a tinge of dismay. Since that day he tasted the fish grilled by Naruto, this child had become significantly quieter and more withdrawn, maintaining a polite distance whenever they met. Let's hope that no issues arise this time. Once Naruto passes this trial, there may be an opportunity to draw closer during task exchanges within his team. Chapter 142. Naruto steals the sealing book. He is lost. Oh no, I've been discovered. Clutching the scroll, Naruto, after a while, heard nearby ninjas calling out, questioning the whereabouts of the guard, prompting him to stealthily slip away in the direction agreed upon. However, As he ran, he became lost. Oh no, how did I end up by the river? Where exactly did Mizuki sense the position? By the river outside the village. Naruto sat on the grass, anxiously tugging at his hair. His misdirection had surpassed the plans of Mai's higher-ups, rendering the previously arranged ninjas momentarily ineffective. The sealing book lay beside him, unopened. Instead, he jumped about, observing his surroundings, pondering which way to flee. Surrounding Naruto were 4 Umbu ninjas, carefully concealed in the trees, keeping a watchful eye on him. 2 of them were already debating whether to guide Naruto, as circling this grove would lead him to safety. Yet, they could not reveal themselves. After much deliberation, Naruto suddenly sat beneath a tree, embracing the scroll with both hands and feeling despondent. This time, I am bound to fail the exam. Is graduation simply not meant for me? Tears of frustration streamed down his cheeks. Indeed, Naruto's acting skills were improving remarkably. This state of despair drew the ire of Aloe's spirit, which was nearby, along with a pair of small toads held tightly by Kurozetsu, who expressed mild disdain. Are all reincarnations of Indra and Ashura this peculiar? Kurozetsu paused mid-sentence, struggling to articulate a sentiment that aligned with his mood, yet would not provoke retribution. This living being, capable of wandering in spirit, was indeed someone he found rather formidable. Senju Hashirama himself admitted to having thoroughly deceived Uchiha Madara, so Naruto's performances were hardly surprising. Aloe glanced down at the small toads held by Kurozetsu. This time, he had accompanied Naruto, but upon discovering Kurozetsu capturing toads along the way, he had lent a hand. Consequently, Naruto followed him and ended up in this predicament. As the journey unfolded, it became apparent that the path had veered off course. The prospect of retracing one's steps proved to be cumbersome, and Naruto, unwilling to comply with the directives of Konoha's higher-ups, opted to halt in place, awaiting their reaction. Indeed, it was evident that Indra's chakra reincarnation was far more charming. Heiju suddenly perceived that praising Indra's chakra reincarnation equated to lauding Uchiha Sasuke, a notion that could potentially foster a closer bond. However, his comments elicited no joy from Aluo, who appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the idea of Indra's chakra reincarnation. They had transcended their chakra reincarnation identities. When their own souls and consciousness were sufficiently robust, external disturbances could be repelled. Thus, their chakra would solely belong to them. Aluo, while addressing Naruto, instructed the system to conduct an immediate assessment. Although chakra was not a soul reincarnation, it carried the essence of its previous host, influencing successive generations of chakra wielders. The independent persona of Uzumaki Naruto had already crystallized over the years. The inclinations attached to Ashura's chakra, along with the remaining will of the 4th Hokage, would not alter Naruto's autonomous consciousness. The system's findings indicated that Naruto would no longer be susceptible to transformation. Moreover, the 2 most likely influences on Naruto's consciousness would be inconsequential. As for the absence of Uzumaki Kushina in the system's analysis, it was revealed that she would unconditionally support Naruto, thus negating any possibility of attempting to reshape him. "Teacher Mizuki, I have lost my way," Naruto exclaimed, waiting patiently. After nearly half an hour, he finally spotted Mizuki's appearance. However, Kurama promptly warned Naruto that this Mizuki was amiss, sharing a similar aura with the insect that had previously bitten him. What were Konoha's intentions? Heiju clenched his fingers tightly, nearly crushing the toad wrapped in sealing tape in his palm before he relaxed, inquiring of Aluo about the situation. He had never perceived Konoha as so treacherous. It seemed that the higher-ups were increasingly troublemakers. Testing Naruto's loyalty could prove disastrous for this ninja. Aluo was also surprised that the personnel dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen were always the same few individuals. The very one who had previously sent insects to bite Naruto and poison him was now here again. Both Naruto and Kurama were acutely aware of certain unwelcome presences. Sending this imposter to masquerade as Mizuki was undoubtedly a lethal endeavor. Uncertain of when Yumino Irika would arrive, Naruto declared, "Teacher Mizuki, I haven't been slacking. I simply got lost. But look, I have retrieved the sealing scroll. Does this count as completing my task?" He greeted Mizuki enthusiastically while clutching the large scroll. Yet, he refrained from handing it over, clearly harboring a cautious mindset, intending to secure a favorable outcome before relinquishing it. Mizuki-sensei, please allow me to examine the sealing scroll. I must verify its authenticity, Mizuki said, portraying his role convincingly, his smile warm as he extended a hand towards Naruto. However, Naruto chose not to follow the conventional path. Taking a step back, he grasped the scroll and tore it open right there. Mizuki-sensei, you can see for yourself. This must be genuine. There is no other like it. Please, let me graduate. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was merely a ninjutsu. This prop seemed exceedingly fraudulent. Nonetheless, it was the multi-shadow clone technique, which he had recently mastered. Previously informed by Aluo that this ninjutsu was suitable for those with abundant chakra, but lacking in hand seal proficiency. He had planned to wait until he became a ninja to practice further. As for the genuine contents of the sealing scroll, he was already well acquainted with them, having been taught by Aluo in the young Izuna. Although he was generally prohibited from using them, he had nonetheless gained considerable understanding. Fake. Mizuki had hesitated to look at the scroll, but now, not only had he seen it, but he also comprehended its contents clearly, leaving him internally conflicted. Even if it were to test Uzumaki Naruto, this forgery was exceedingly blatant. A tome as substantial as the sealing scroll should have contained at least some fabricated content to obscure the truth. This was outrageous. Why must it be this way? All he desired was to graduate and become a ninja. Crying, Naruto crouched down, attempting to re-roll the scroll he had torn apart. His heart heavy as he contemplated handing this counterfeit over to Mizuki. Just then, Yumino Irika, having been notified to change locations but encountering minor complications en route, finally arrived. Naruto, do not get it to him. He is deceiving you. Irika leaped down from the tree, seizing the sealing scroll and taking Naruto with him as they jumped several meters away. Deceive him? Irika, I merely offered Naruto an opportunity to graduate. Mizuki continued to play his role, secretly relieved that Irika had finally arrived. He could conclude this charade and return home. Engaging with the Jinchuriki always left him feeling uneasy. Aluo, their performance lacks coherence. Had it not been for Naruto's deliberate delays, Irika would have arrived sooner, and this matter would have been resolved, Heiju remarked. Seated upon a stone, observing the two instructors point fingers at one another, sensing something was amiss, I arranged for someone to take Mizuki away. Irika was also briefly intercepted along the way. A few more twists of fate would make this Konoha drama far more intriguing. Aluo sat beside Heiju, smiling at the bickering duo, then glancing at Naruto, who trembled against the tree, his expression one of dismay, which only fueled Aluo's amusement. This was not a deliberate delay on his part. One could simply say that Yakushi Kabuto's abilities were quite remarkable. As long as he communicated the desired outcome, the task would be executed flawlessly. However, that individual's insatiable curiosity often led to countless inquiries on research-related topics. You are darker than I. Heiju turned to Aluo, expressing his disbelief. I merely possess a dark heart. You, however, embody darkness in every sense. Aluo retorted boldly, delivering a direct blow to Heiju both outwardly and inwardly. As they bantered, Naruto remained clutching the scroll, trembling with uncertainty, unable to discern which of the two teachers genuinely had his best interests at heart. However, internally, he and Kurama were incessantly critiquing the situation, recognizing that Mizuki had already faltered. The sealing scroll was a forgery, and they had just confirmed it. The scroll merely documented a forbidden technique. Therefore, if Mizuki were indeed genuine, he had already seen enough and would not require any scroll. It was simply a seal, the most basic of seals. Provided the chakra was sufficient and the operational model was followed, it could be executed flawlessly. The only prerequisite was an ample amount of chakra. Irika-sensei, am I truly incapable of becoming a ninja? As the two argued about why he could not graduate, Naruto cautiously stepped forward, tugging gently at Irika's sleeve. He will not allow you to become a ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. Your best option is to accompany me. Irika has harbored resentment toward you since the beginning. His parents perished in the Kyuubi incident. Do you truly believe he would wish for your graduation? Mizuki observed that the argument had reached its peak and fixed his gaze on Naruto, his tone shifting as he adopted an attitude suggesting he was prepared to take Naruto away. He had reconsidered the value of seizing the scroll. Now that Naruto has realized the scroll is a counterfeit, he must acknowledge the oddity of the situation, even if he is the Jinchuriki. I am not the Kyuubi. Naruto's pupils widened in shock as he released his grip on the scroll and retreated. Uzumaki Naruto is not the QB. He is my student, merely a child. Yumino Iruka was unaware of the intricate circumstances. After casting a glance at Naruto, he stepped forward to position himself between Mizuki and Naruto. He assumed a defensive stance, determined not to let Naruto be taken away. "Teacher," Naruto exclaimed, looking at Iruka's back with tears streaming down his face. With the conversation having reached this point, Mizuki took matters into his own hands, brandishing his kunai and engaging Iruka in combat. The ANBU, who had been silently observing from the beginning, returned to a state of vigilance, prepared for any unexpected developments. As the fight escalated, Mizuki executed a substitution technique to evade Iruka's attack and hurled a shuriken at Naruto from a different angle. Iruka, without regard for anything else, leaped forward to shield Naruto. In that moment, Naruto threw the scroll away. "Iruka-sensei!" Naruto cried out as he watched Iruka protect him from the shuriken, bursting into tears. "Ie me fine," Iruka replied, standing up and shaking off the impact. However, when he turned to look behind him, he was horrified to see the half-open book of seals had been pierced by several shuriken. In that instant, he felt as though the sky was collapsing. That was the book of seals. How could it be so easily destroyed? "You forced my hand, Yumino Iruka." Mizuki revealed a sinister glint in his eyes as he brandished his kunai and lunged at Iruka once more. "You will not bully Iruka-sensei." Naruto, incensed after witnessing his teacher being kicked and sustaining minor injuries, raised both hands, and a flicker of orange chakra manifested. He effortlessly summoned a multitude of shadow clones, surrounding Mizuki and Iruka. Iruka felt himself being embraced by several Narutos, rolling multiple times until he was carried outside. On the other side, Mizuki faced a more challenging situation. He could not let go of the grudge from the previous night, when he had sent insects to bite Naruto, preventing him from participating in the final exam. As Iruka's clones collapsed from exhaustion, all that remained was a weakened, unfamiliar ninja. For Iruka, this ninja was someone he did not recognize. Not Mizuki. Iruka picked up the Book of Seals, now riddled with holes, and placed it beside the sleeping Naruto before checking on Mizuki's condition. However, upon seeing Mizuki, he was taken aback. When the ANBU had come to inform him, they had said Mizuki had defected, deceiving Naruto and absconding with the Book of Seals. Now, who could explain this situation to him? Mizuki had already fled, and this individual needed to be taken back for interrogation. Naruto could now graduate. An ANBU member, masked and receiving orders, emerged to carry the dying ninja away, relaying the Hokage's command. After delivering his message, the ANBU left, taking the sealing scroll with them. Yumino Iruka, carrying the unconscious Naruto, walked toward the village, filled with confusion. The dying ninja, moments before the medical ninjas could provide aid, breathed his last. When Naruto was brought home, he awoke as Iruka placed a ninja headband in his palm, leaping up in excitement. Although the process had been somewhat awkward and had resulted in the death of a Konoha ninja, the higher-ups in Konoha were overall satisfied, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, who finally relaxed upon witnessing Naruto unleash a hint of Kyuubi chakra for Iruka's sake. He knew that all the arrangements made over the years had not been in vain. The bonds that belonged to Uzumaki Naruto had finally borne fruit. Chapter 144. Kurizetsu's new target. Catching frogs as gifts. How should we deal with these two? Do you want to roast them for a meal? Kurizetsu lingered at the riverbank outside the village with Aloe, holding 2 frogs in his hands, feeling somewhat conflicted. He himself possessed little combat power, so he needed to think carefully about how to eliminate these 2 frogs. Most importantly, he understood Aloe's intent. He must be the one to kill these frogs to disrupt the prophecy of Gamamaru. After all, his identity as a being that had lived for 1,000 years made this crucial information sufficient to disturb Gamamaru's thoughts. However, the key question remained. How could he personally take action and eliminate these frogs? "You are truly weak." Aloe urged Kurizetsu to crouch down, placing a hand on his shoulder. Chakra flowing from Aloe's arm into Kurizetsu's palm. The 2 little frogs, sealed away, were gradually tightened in Kurizetsu's fingers. Then, with a loud pop, they were crushed. "Is that it?" Kurizetsu gazed at the crushed frogs in his palm, feeling that something was amiss. These were the frogs of Mayaboka Mountain. How could they be destroyed with just a bit of chakra? If it were that simple, he could have crushed them several times over without needing Aloe's assistance. Energy extraction should have left behind an ordinary frog. Wasn't he that expected? Alo held two shimmering images of the frogs in his palm, showing them to Kurizetsu before tossing them into the ceiling space where Senju Hashirama resided. Energy can be transformed. The energy extracted from these two frogs, who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, could provide Hashirama with enough material to create a dozen cubic-sized plots of land. However, for planting sizable trees, Hashirama would still need to exchange chakra. I'm leaving now. Take your time. In 2 days, there will be class division. You'll likely be off playing with your brother. Being a brother complex is truly annoying. Kurizetsu huffed, washed his hands in the river, and bid Alo farewell. After leaving Konoha, Kurizetsu headed to Shortbook Street, where he found a blonde girl drinking sake, thanks to the earlier arrangements made through White Zetsu. Though the girl was not young in actual age, she often changed her appearance to evade debts. Through her, he could locate Jiraiya and glean information about Mangekyo Mountain. Kurizetsu melded into a tree by the roadside, his gaze dark as he fixated on Tsunade, beginning to devise a plan to draw out more frogs from Mangekyo Mountain. Destroying the moon to release Mother would only take a few more years. Before her return, he intended to resolve as many of his past enemies as possible. Gamamaru from Mangekyo Mountain had initially been the one he suggested to Yuhi and Yu Village to seal their mother. He could not overlook his grudge against Yuhi. But this frog nest must not be spared. Moreover, Uchiha Obito could absorb the powers of Mangekyo Mountain. Sending gifts to his partners could also serve as a demonstration of his willingness to collaborate. Kurizetsu wants to send you a gift, the system notified Alo. Send a gift? That guy ISNT trying to send me a fright, is he? Alo had just bid farewell to Sasuke and continued to roam Konoha under the guise of a wealthy young master. Upon receiving the system's notification, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Kurizetsu's gift might bring trouble. After all, if that guy couldn't even crush 2 sealed frogs, how could he be expected to procure a suitable gift? He believed that the energy of the toad from Yamu Mountain was quite impressive. Since he could take it away, he decided to catch it and send it to you, and in doing so, he could also avenge his mother. The system did not indicate any fear. However, in the eyes of Heiju, this was merely a gift prepared for Aluo. Moreover, Aluo indeed had the ability to extract, although he could not absorb it directly after extraction. Placing it in a sealed space for Senju Hashirama to convert a few times would allow it to completely transform into the host of his family. I truly appreciate his efforts. Aluo could already envision how tumultuous his future days would be. Nevertheless, there was no urgency at the moment. Even if Heiju occasionally acted a bit foolishly, he wouldn't be foolish enough to bring the toad to Konoha to find him. Continuing to wander around with my Aluo, he took the opportunity to arrange for Niji, who had been criticized for always casting disdainful glances, to lighten up. Watching Niji getting flustered and irritated brought Aluo immense joy. However, the constant visits to Tamari, discussing the exquisite Aluo, was a rather precarious subject. Aluo was exceptionally well-behaved, but Tamari felt distressed when questioned. She was unaware of Aluo's demeanor in Konoha, and speaking too much might reveal secrets. Furthermore, Aluo had been right beside them, playfully entertaining them all day yesterday, and upon returning home, they would likely scold him. Aluo was splendid, but we could not disclose the client's information. Gar's expression remained impassive as a hand made of sand pulled Tamari back. When faced with the wide-eyed gaze of 1010, he reminded her not to engage in any actions that would violate their ninja identities. Of course, I understood that Aluo was indeed magnificent, and there were numerous occasions when I wished to protect him in my room, yet I had never succeeded. 1010, observing Gar's displeasure, concocted various scenarios in her mind, turned to seek Niji's location, and proactively approached Tamari to continue discussing matters regarding the illustrious Aluo. Do not underestimate her. The expressionless one who enjoys playing with sand must harbor distinct feelings for Aluo. Whenever Aluo's name was mentioned, his gaze wandered aimlessly, poorly concealing his emotions. You wish to protect Aluo while he sleeps? Tamari's fingers trembled slightly. Although she knew Aluo had donned women's attire in Konoha, he often enjoyed dressing as a girl to amuse others while running a shop in Sunagakure and Awagakure. Could it be that in Konoha, Aluo was consistently perceived as a girl? The thought of Aluo potentially being entangled with another girl and sharing a bed for protection caused Tamari to glance at Gaara. seeking solace in Shikaku's presence to calm her racing heart. Otherwise, she genuinely feared she might be unable to resist the impulse to turn back and embrace Aluo, inquiring about his feelings at that moment. Indeed, Niji had intervened, although he appeared somewhat aloof. He treated Aluo exceptionally well, preparing food for him. Ten, fixated on Gar's expression, was internally convinced that this cold-faced boy held a fondness for the beautiful Aluo. Gara, come play with me in the sand. We can build a little cat, Aluo called to Gara, urging him to distance himself from the two girls. The two girls conversed with remarkable enthusiasm despite the vast disparity in information. However, the notion of providing protection while Aluo slept was off limits. Not even the boys could engage in such antics. Aside from Sasuke, anyone approaching would earn a swift kick. Chapter 145, Naruto. Yesterday, it was my performance. Today, it's Sasuke's turn. Building sand. By the time Niji returned from his task of catching wild rabbits, chickens, and 2 fish, he was visibly shaken upon witnessing the 2 individuals playing with sand under the tree. You're grown adults, and you're playing with sand? Aren't you the children of the Kazekage from Mangekyo? Is this how you complete missions in the Land of Wind? Are you protecting the client or entertaining a 3-year-old? Gara, look at this little cat. Isn't it adorable? Aluo exclaimed, attaching the little cat's ears and urging Gara to take a look. Gara, sitting on the opposite side of the sand pile, had also crafted a freshly formed tanuki, which was Shikaku. The two enjoyed themselves immensely, while those around them, including Tamari and Kankuro, gazed skyward, uninterested in speaking. If I am not mistaken, that little cat has 2 tails. Therefore, could you two possibly tone it down a bit? Is it appropriate to create a 1-tailed and 2-tailed creature for public display? Hey, there are so many people. Shikamaru, don't leave. Come take a look. Grown-ups playing in the sand. Naruto's voice echoed from afar. Hearing his voice, Aluo paused for a moment and turned to join the others in looking in that direction. With golden hair nearly reaching his shoulders was Uzumaki Naruto, who turned to leave but was pulled back by Nara Shikamaru. Inazuka Kiba, with a small dog perched on his head and a Kimichi Choji, munching on chips, were also present. And nearby, with an irritated expression, glaring at Gara, was Sasuke. Aluo? Tamari also noticed Sasuke and, upon seeing the Uchiha emblem on him, suddenly realized that Aluo's identity was rumored to be the son of the supposed lord of the Land of Rice. How absurd. He was clearly Uchiha, from the Uchiha family. However, the Uchiha clan had visibly dwindled, with only Sasuke remaining, a fact that had been known to all 5 great ninja villages for years. What did you say? Sasuke, originally glaring at Gara for corrupting his younger brother, was taken aback when this boy with 4 small braids suddenly shouted Aluo's name. As expected, he anticipated Naruto and the others coming out to play and insisted on calling him along, clearly signaling trouble. It was likely that he was unaware of which mission had been assigned by Konoha. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Sasuke vanished from his location, reappearing before Tamari, reaching out to seize her. However, his speed was exceeded by the sand. A wall of sand obstructed Tamari, and sand chains had already ensnared Sasuke's wrists and body. Gara slowly rose, letting the sand he had shaped into Shikaku scatter to the ground as he walked step by step toward Tamari. Although Tamari was timid and often frightened upon seeing him, he had noticed and remembered her efforts over the years. Stop. We are here to catch fish, not to attack you. Sasuke, go back. Naruto pulls Sasuke away. Shikamaru, seeking to avoid trouble, realized that the best course of action was to minimize the conflict. If a fight broke out now, the adversaries were from Mangekyo, and they might accuse Konoha of provocation. As freshly graduated ninjas yet to be assigned to teams, they would surely face repercussions. Thus, he hastily approached, pulling this Mangekyo girl aside and calling for Naruto's assistance. Although Sasuke and Naruto often fought, their skirmishes were preferable to battling Mangekyo ninjas. You just mentioned Aluo. Where is he? Sasuke disregarded Shikamaru and the sand binding him, his eyes fixated on Tamari, continuing to inquire about Aluo. Sasuke, the Aluo they mentioned is not Uchiha Aluo. It's that charming young lady who runs a shop here. She is extraordinarily beautiful. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then rushed over, pulling Sasuke aside. After performing all day yesterday, he finally stepped out for a stroll today, only to find himself once again dragged into Sasuke's antics. Were the higher-ups in Konoha suffering from a lack of common sense? Could they not enjoy a moment of peace without stirring up trouble? A pretty young lady? After being yelled at by Naruto a couple of times, Sasuke finally grasped the meaning of the conversation. However, the remark about the exceptionally beautiful young girl made by Mingren caused Sasuke to turn his head, revealing a dangerous glint in his eyes. He had not forgotten that this fellow, Xuanhua Mingren, had blushed and experienced a rapid heartbeat upon seeing a Luo in female attire. Indeed, this guy was quite deserving of a beating. Unable to confront the Jinchuriki of Mangekyo, he decided to first deal with this Kyuubi Jinchuriki. It could be argued that there was a tenuous connection between the two. Sasuke, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me? I didn't say anything wrong. That a Luo is. Mingren was kicked aside, leaping up to point at Sasuke and shout. There was no need for anyone else to intervene. Sasuke had already shifted his target and engaged in combat with Mingren. Their altercations were not a novel occurrence. Even Inuzuka Kiba could be heard cheering for Mingren from the sidelines, with his companion Akamaru joining in with a few barks. As for Shikamaru, he sighed in resignation while observing the two in combat, turning to Temari to elucidate the reason behind Sasuke's sudden aggression. How can you be sure that the Luo I mentioned isn't his brother? Temari was initially conflicted about how to continue the act, but now she found herself not having to face a Luo's brother. Yet, was this boy with the sky-high pigtails not being a tad too presumptuous? A Luo was undoubtedly Uchiha, a Luo. She would never mistake that. However, such sentiments could not be voiced aloud. Nonetheless, it did not hinder her from casting an annoyed glance at this self-satisfied little brat, especially since Master a Luo was a girl, as Mingren had previously stated. They had all seen her. She was indeed a stunning young lady. Shikamaru slapped his forehead in regret. He shouldn't have approached. Why did he engage in conversation with this woman, especially when reasoning with women was futile? Yet now, he felt compelled to speak up, as remaining silent could provoke Sasuke into another outburst. Why did so many troublesome matters have to arise? Chapter 146. Master Luo is in fact a boy. What you see is a girl, but during our time in the Land of Wind, Master Luo was a very gentle and charming young man, who occasionally donned female attire for amusement. Temari had not intended to reveal this, but upon suddenly hearing a Luo's voice, she figured she might as well share. After all, the fact that a Luo was a boy was no secret in the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. Boy, oh boy. Xiao Li and Tian were taken aback by this revelation. Niji, however, remained expressionless, his Byakugan betraying no emotional fluctuations. Observing the reactions of the Sand Village delegation, Shikamaru, who had just confirmed that Master Luo was not Uchiha Luo, was now feeling a bit dizzy. He had only one feeling. Something monumental was about to transpire today. Are you certain that Master Luo is a boy? Mingren, as Sasuke released him and charged back, grasped hold of him and asked eagerly. He was uncertain how today's events would unfold, but Luo had advised him to maintain the persona he had initially presented and respond appropriately to the current situation. Master Luo is indeed a boy. At first, he stayed at an inn, then became familiar with Gaara and began residing in Gaara's home. The bed in Gaara's house was even prepared by Luo himself, as he remarked that the bed was too hard and uncomfortable. Temari glanced at Mingren and Sasuke before continuing to focus intently on Shikamaru, earnestly explaining how they were certain that Luo was a boy. Although Luo had slept in a separate bedroom at Gaara's house, and the bed was provided because Gaara always slept on the sand, this was a matter between their family and Luo, not something to disclose to the others. What was he doing now? Where was he? Sasuke, restrained by Mingren, clenched his fist to manage his emotions, his eyes widening as blood trickled from the corners. His eyes, one bearing a tomo and the other two, finally evolved into two tomo as his emotions surged. This progression left Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in the Hokage's office shaking their heads. They were witnessing this development firsthand, and indeed, it was unfolding as they had expected. However, in truth, the transformative beauty contacts proved to be quite effective. Luo observed Sasuke, seeking an opportunity, skillfully manifesting the evolution of his Sharingan, feeling quite pleased. Though seated beside a pile of sand with a dazed expression, appearing somewhat startled, he couldn't help but comment that the system truly sold everything. The disposable beauty contacts, redeemable for a few points, were far easier and more casual to use than Genjutsu. Host, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Their expectation is for Uchiha Sasuke to awaken the three Tomo. They are currently quite disappointed. The system detected some dialogues and personal emotional changes within the Hokage's office, providing Aluo with a reminder. In the minds of Konoha's higher-ups, Aluo's current identity as a wealthy young master held little significance. Their primary objective was to acquire more information regarding Master Aluo and provoke Uchiha Sasuke, hoping to see if the growth he had achieved thus far could yield satisfactory progress. Did they truly wish for Sasuke to unlock the three Tomo directly? They must be out of their minds. All resources from the Uchiha clan had been depleted, barring the immovable estate. If not for the various potions prepared by Orochimaru, both Sasuke and Mingrun would be among the shortest in their class. They were barely receiving the necessary nourishment for their fundamental growth, with all the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu scrolls and training methods having been exhausted. Yet, they were still disappointed that Sasuke had not awakened the three Tomo. Every time Aluo mentioned Konoha's operations, he couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity. What kind of thinking led to such torturous methods? All the while expecting that the more one suffered, the more loyal they would be to Konoha. Aluo's younger brother was in excellent health. He merely appeared slender, yet was quite strong, able to lift him effortlessly. Hey, just because you resemble Aluo doesn't mean you can glare at me. I mean, in the context of being ambushed by a ninja, Aluo merely carried me away. There were no ulterior motives. Aluo is my brother. Temari, observing Sasuke, who seemed ready to strike her, hastened to clarify that she was not attempting to take advantage of the situation. She truly was not. It was just that one time when she was injured without realizing it and was subsequently whisked away. After all, it was just an arm wrapped around the waist. Was it a hug or what? There was no need to dwell on such details. However, since they were in Konoha, when discussing the ambush by Konoha's ninja, she discreetly omitted certain sensitive details. Who was the one who ambushed? At this moment, Sasuke was no longer glaring. He accepted the bandage cautiously handed to him by Tion, wiping away the blood beneath his eyes. After a moment of silence, he calmed down and resumed his inquiry with Temari, who had emerged from behind Shikamaru. Ninja, I've encountered those from every village. Seeing Sasuke regain his composure, Temari stepped out from behind Shikamaru and began recounting her experiences while protecting Aluo. I've seen ninjas from every village, but I seldom mention Konoha. However, while discussing other major ninja villages, I noticed they all had their names, whereas when it came to Konoha, it was often overlooked. This made it clear that the most frequent attackers of Aluo were indeed from Konoha. At this point, Sasuke had calmed down, merely sitting quietly and listening to Temari recount Aluo's experiences during their time in the Land of Wind. There was little danger in Mangekyo because, although Aluo exhibited minimal strength, he was always accompanied by Gaara, who deterred anyone from causing him trouble. However, once outside the village, other ninja villages would receive missions to attack, which was a rather commonplace development. However, as they were under the protection of their small team in the Land of Wind, no matter which ninja village the assailants hailed from, they met their demise at the hands of Gaara's sand. I did not visit the Land of Earth, but I had previously heard Alo mention that during his time there, Tsuchikige's granddaughter and apprentice guarded him, and most of the attackers they encountered perished at the hands of the beautiful sister known as Kuratsuchi. When Temari mentioned Kuratsuchi, she let out a couple of displeased huffs. She understood that Kuratsuchi's sentiments were quite similar to her own, yet she couldn't resist the urge to make a sarcastic remark. Alo's sweet nothings directed at the girls were always the same, knowing he spoke to everyone in such a manner. She couldn't help but feel joy whenever she witnessed his earnest declaration that Temari was the most beautiful and gentle sister. Thankfully, she only regarded him as a younger brother. Otherwise, one could only imagine how terrifying it would be. Chapter 147. Sasuke taken away by Umbu. A new plan. So, this means that Master Alo is indeed Alo. Why hasn't he come to find Sasuke? Last time, he even treated me to fish. Could it be that he has forgotten Sasuke? Naruto, clutching Sasuke's arm, recounted how Alo had invited him for fish by the river, and Shikamaru and the others were also present. However, as he spoke, he suddenly fixed an oddly intense gaze on Sasuke, proposing a hypothesis that made Sasuke's eyes widen in disbelief. Impossible. Allo would never forget me. Sasuke shrugged off Naruto's hand and shouted at him, then turned once again, seemingly wanting to discuss Allo with Gaara. Yet this time, there was no need for Gaara to intervene, for someone had already appeared faster, grabbing Sasuke by the collar and pulling him aside. Gaara, who had not intended to take action, felt the presence of this newcomer and instinctively summoned his sand, appearing as if he had been prepared to attack Sasuke from the outset. Uchiha Sasuke, the Hokage wishes to see you. The masked Umbu emerged, seizing Sasuke and leaping aside to evade the sand assault. With a monotonous tone, he stated this, and, without requiring Sasuke's consent, leapt to the treetops, disappearing after several bounds. You Konoha ninjas are also. To maintain the facade of a wealthy young master, Allo sat beside a mound of sand, observing the momentarily speechless individuals and reminding them to regain their composure. The Umbu from earlier was likely future Yamato, now known as Tenzo? No, that was an unexpected occurrence. It must have been a coincidence. Might Guy felt compelled to interject, clarifying that not all Konoha ninjas behaved in such a manner. Those were Umbu, and it had nothing to do with them. The already troubled young master was further vexed. Without an explanation, the following days might see Neji bullied again. However, Allo being male did give him a headache. Previously, the emotional dynamics among Neji, Tenten, and Allo had prompted his discreet observations, yet he could not discern the truth. Now, observing Tenen's dazed expression and Neji's obscure gaze, he understood they had undoubtedly suffered a blow. As a teacher, he was responsible not only for guiding students in tasks and training, but also for safeguarding their emotional well-being. Yet, he himself was utterly clueless regarding such matters. Allo is a boy. At this moment, Tenten finally managed to recover from the revelation. If he was a boy, then her previous habit of drawing close to Allo, chatting while hugging her arms, and expressing a desire to live together made sense. No wonder Allo seemed to prefer Neji's company later. It wasn't that he liked Neji, but rather that he was intimidated by her excessive enthusiasm. Allo isn't a girl? Neji turned his gaze to Tenten, and after a rapid mental calculation, his voice, filled with a hint of grievance, came forth. Observing the reactions of these two students, Might Guy became even more convinced that the emotional dilemmas of the youth were truly troublesome. Last time, I mentioned that it was Allo, yet you all insisted otherwise. And Irika-sensei wouldn't let me tell Sasuke. Naruto turned to glare at Shikamaru and the others with a sense of grievance before running off in tears. Unable to continue the farce, Kurama had already begun to mock him. We don't know either. Inazuka Kiba, carrying Akamaru, shouted as he dashed off to chase Naruto. We should take our leave as well. It seems these individuals won't be departing anytime soon. If any further information arises, we might return to disturb you again. Shikamaru observed that two of his companions had already left and decided it was best to depart early. Bidding farewell to Temari and the others, he quickly followed after Choji, intending to check on Naruto's situation. Uchiha Allo, a figure who had once gone unnoticed, could incite such emotional upheaval in Naruto and Sasuke with merely a piece of news. Let us hope that no calamities befall anyone. They have just graduated, and he still dreams of lazing about under the sun in the future. Hey, what expressions are you all wearing? Clearly, you are here to protect me. I spent so much money sending out missions, not to have you glaring at me. Allo observed that those who were meant to leave had done so, brushed off the sand, and expressed his displeasure at the few who remained in a daze. Konoha had initially tested Sasuke's potential using the information regarding Allo's existence. After finding it unsatisfactory, they prepared additional intel, combining the details of his abduction by Orochimaru with some current information. This plan was astute, positioning Sasuke to view Orochimaru as an enemy and allowing him to target him in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Orochimaru's past well, and with subsequent intelligence regarding Shimura Danzo, they could deduce that Orochimaru feared the power of Uchiha. Furthermore, if Uchiha Sasuke succeeded, it would be a mission issued by Konoha to eliminate rogue ninjas. If he failed, it would merely be a matter of avenging his brother, and as long as Konoha did not acknowledge it, it would not affect the prior pricing of their transactions. One could only say that the higher-ups of Konoha possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit misapplied. Observing the information presented by the system, Allo felt a plethora of comedic elements. However, the performances of everyone were quite commendable. especially Niji, whose impromptu display startled Might Guy significantly. Still want to play? Gaara returned to Alo's side, and as he moved, Sam began to gather towards the gourd on his back. It had dispersed when the newcomer appeared, ready for both offense and defense. Now that the situation had settled, it was time to retract it. No more play. The environment in Konoha is slightly better, but at other times, it cannot compare to Mangekyo. Alo grabbed a handful of sand and tossed it at Gaara before standing up, preparing to leave. The earlier play had been interrupted, creating an odd atmosphere. If they were to play again, it would need to be in a different location. Let us return to Mangekyo next time to continue our fun. Gaara gathered the sand from the ground, watching Alo's temper tantrum with a bemused smile. Although it was clearly a performance for show, Alo's antics of throwing a fit were still quite amusing. After all, Alo would not bully them. The only one being teased was that Hinata Niji. Hinata Niji, that fellow. He shall remember this. Chapter 148, Graduation Class Division, The Distant Divide, Uzumaki Naruto, Get Lost. On the day of the Graduation Class Division at Konoha Academy, Sasuke delivered a swift kick to Naruto as he approached. However, Naruto was not caught off guard. He quickly leapt aside to avoid another kick from Sasuke. Although he genuinely did not understand why Sasuke was suddenly so angry, he wondered if it was because he had failed to inform him about Alo's situation previously. However, Aluo cannot possibly conceal anything from Zuiju, and there is no need for him to convey any messages. Damn it, Zuiju, what are you doing? Naren's frustration grew as he glared at Zuiju from across several tables, urging him to cease his antics. You go sit at the front, or else I'll hit you. Zuiju pointed to the front row, insisting Naren take that seat. He had been preoccupied with the upper echelons of Mai these past few days, having no time to deal with this fool. Yet this morning, Aluo confided in him about a peculiar dream where he would have some intimate contact with the imbecile Naren in the classroom. Although it was merely a strange dream concocted by Aluo, it still irked him to look at Naren. After all, Aluo resembled him so closely. Who knew if it was actually Naren dreaming and Aluo mistakenly interpreting it as himself? As for how Aluo could have seen Naren's dream, Zuiju had dismissed such considerations, merely wanting to keep his distance from Naren, all the while contemplating the right moment to give him a beating. Uchiha Zuiju, don't go too far. Naren, for reasons unknown, noticed that the front seats were occupied by other students. He shot an angry glare back at Zuiju, his expression a picture of victimhood. Given his history, Naren had developed a reputation of occasionally being bullied, retreating in embarrassment or fleeing in tears. Thus, when he felt wronged, someone inevitably stepped in to defend him. It's just a seat change. Naren, sit here. He graduated, so there's no need to stick to the old spots. Inazuka Kiba, observing Naren being bullied and recalling how upset he had been a few days prior, rose and firmly placed Naren in his seat. He then settled beside Zuiju, leaving a gap between them. For the moment, peace prevailed until Irika arrived with a roster to announce the class divisions. As fate would have it, Zuiju, Naren, and Haruno Sakura were all assigned to Class 7. Upon hearing this news, Naren and Zuiju, despite the distance between them, shot simultaneous glares at one another. Had Irika not been present, they might have already been at each other's throats. This way we can't get close. Aluo perched on the windowsill, tilting his head to observe Zuiju and Naren, laughing with great delight. Although it was a classic scene, he intervened. Unless Zuiju had some intent, he would not allow any unforeseen incidents. The system merely flashed a notification and then paid no further attention to Aluo. As long as Aluo behaved himself today, an achievement was bound to materialize. Even without any explicit prompts, he was aware of how to refresh the achievement. However, Aluo was quite certain he did not want this round of points. I understand, achievements are wonderful, but I fear Zuiju may have nightmares. Ever since Naren saw me in women's clothing last time, Zuiju has been convinced that Naren harbors some other thoughts about me. If they were to get too close. Given our similar appearances, I shudder to think what Zuiju might imagine. Aluo had not intended to intervene, but Zuiju's recent behavior had given him cause for concern. As for Naren, he was merely a bit shy. Zuiju's brotherly instincts, however, made him see everyone as a potential foe. Just yesterday, he had told Aluo that he should not stay with him in Suna village. despite the fact that their rooms were merely on opposite sides of a shared living room. His brother's imagination was a bit too wild. He needed to be watched closely. Naren, we're leaving now. Zuiju, don't always bully Naren. You two are teammates from now on. Inazuka Kiba, cradling Akamaru, approached the door and turned back to wave at Naren and Zuiju, urging them to get along in the future. Although he said this, once outside, Kiba sighed, genuinely believing that these two could never coexist amicably. It seemed their relationship had been fraught since the beginning of school. On the day Uchiha Luo went missing, it was Naren who had stopped Zuiju from fighting, preventing him from returning home sooner. Ever since, Naren had felt he was the one who had wasted Zuiju's time, and though Zuiju had said nothing further whenever they were paired for training, he became particularly ruthless. Kiba, let us go. Yuhi Kurenai called after the hesitating Inazuka Kiba, urging him to catch up. The remaining team members were likely to be arriving soon, and it was best to avoid any encounters. They're here. Kiba turned and hurried to catch up with the teacher and future teammates. In the classroom, Naren and Zuiju sat on opposite sides, glaring at one another in disdain. Sakura, who had initially intended to sit beside Zuiju, was intimidated by his glare and opted instead to sit between the two boys, awkwardly placing herself in a position that at least aligned them in a semblance of a team. Hi everyone, what is going on? Kakashi lazily opened the door, his voice revealing his dissatisfaction with the task at hand. However, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Two boys facing each other, close in proximity, each gripping the other's neck with one hand, while their free hands pressed against the face of the girl between them, who was trying to separate them. My first impression of you two is quite poor. Kakashi, after a moment of surprise, leaned against the doorframe, casually watching them continue their antics without intervening. This team was indeed quite amusing. However, as Zuiju and Naren tussled, he wondered if that boy named Uchiha Luo would be displeased to learn of this. Chapter 149, Kakashi, it's going to be troublesome from here on out. Damn it, Zuiju, let go. Naren, seeing the teacher arrive, decided against further confrontation, but he certainly wouldn't be the first to release his grip. Even from a distance, Zuiju's fierce gaze felt as if he were guarding his brother. Thus, their squabble escalated into a full-blown fight. Let go first. Zuiju, defiantly glaring, was determined to teach Naren a lesson, but the interference of others thwarted his plans. With Kakashi's arrival, he knew a fight was out of the question, yet he would not be the first to relent. Namake's Naren, you let go of Zuiju. Sakura, noticing the teacher's presence, quickly released her grip and stepped aside. Rubbing her face where she had been pushed away, she watched as the boys remained stubborn. She approached again, attempting to pull Naren's arm. Despite Naren's generally quiet demeanor over the years, he still listened to her at times. All right, now everyone let go. Kakashi called out, seeing the two obstinate boys still engaged in their struggle. He stepped forward, forcibly separating their hands. It's going to be troublesome from here on out. He wondered if Uchiha Luo was still around, and when next they met. Perhaps he could ask if he wished to meet Zuiju, or if there was anything he wanted to communicate. Though one cannot speak freely in Mai. As a ninja team, it was not always under the watchful eyes of the Umbu during missions or training. Let us head to the rooftop. Don't fall behind. After separating the two, Kakashi glanced at the boys and then at the girl before turning to exit, heading toward the rooftop. Behind him, Zuiju and Naren exchanged one last glare before hastily following. From a moment she had been ignored, Haruno Sakura, rubbing her still somewhat sore face, let out a despondent sigh before hastily pursuing her companions. On the rooftop, Kakashi was the first to arrive, and he found himself staring at the childlike spirit before him, who was beaming at him with a mischievous grin, nearly losing his composure at the sight. At that moment, the third Hokage must have been observing, and any unusual behavior could easily be detected. Thus, he made no pause in his steps, merely casting his gaze around the rooftop before settling himself on the railing. Subsequently, Sasuke and Naruto arrived, seemingly oblivious to the spirited greetings from Aluo, and took their seats at the farthest distance from Kakashi. Aluo, appearing to tease them, alternated between poking Sasuke's face and tousling Naruto's golden hair. Though his ethereal form passed through their bodies, Kakashi could see it all, and the sight tugged at his heartstrings. Now that everyone is here, let us maintain seriousness and proceed with self-introductions. Kakashi called out as he noticed the last girl rushing in and finding her place among them. deliberately reminding this little spirit to refrain from causing mischief. At this juncture, with eyes upon them, they could indulge in their playful antics after the formalities were completed. "Teacher, how should we introduce ourselves?" Haruno Sakura inquired, glancing at the two who were sulking in silence. She raised her hand to ask their future instructor about the nature of this self-introduction. "Simply share what you like, what you dislike, and what your dreams are," Kakashi explained, relieved that someone was willing to engage in his performance. He had no desire to mentor these troublesome youths, and though he knew he could not change their nature, he planned to seek an audience with the third Hokage later to express his grievances, emphasizing that he truly did not wish to bear this burden. At the very least, he wanted to clarify his stance, so that if any issues arose in the future, he would have a semblance of justification. Otherwise, it would be exhausting to be constantly summoned by the third Hokage for demands. "I'll go first. I dislike Naruto and my parents nagging. And my dream is." Haruno Sakura glanced around, feeling that the other two were not cooperating at all. Thus, she volunteered to start. However, as she spoke of her likes, she stared at Sasuke. When mentioning her dislikes, she glared at Naruto, and when it came to her dreams, her gaze turned dreamy as she looked at Sasuke. This demeanor was not lost on Kakashi, who understood but felt a pang of heartache. Having dreams was commendable, yet they must not forget that they were ninjas and so recently graduated. Some aspirations were perhaps too grand for their current standing. Kakashi felt compelled to advise Sakura to first recognize the reality of their situation. Recently, he had overheard Guy lamenting over drinks about the greatest trouble of being a teacher being the emotional entanglements among students. At that time, he had thought Guy was overthinking. What concern was it of a teacher to meddle in the emotional affairs of students? Now, however, observing the trio before him, he began to comprehend Guy's frustrations. The success or failure of their endeavors bore little weight on him as a teacher. Yet, if this dynamic persisted daily, how could they effectively collaborate on missions? It was simply too burdensome. "I prefer not to say what I like. I dislike Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to restore the Uchiha clan," Sasuke reluctantly responded. Noticing Kakashi's gaze upon him, and while not particularly pleased, he complied slightly. Yet, he refrained from mentioning his hatred outright, still shooting Naruto a couple of glares when he spoke of his dislikes. He was aware that Naruto was not oblivious, especially when Aluo was playfully ruffling his hair, causing Naruto's demeanor to shift to a calm one. The boy certainly had a knack for theatrics. I like to be alone at home, quietly. I dislike when someone snatches my food and leaves me with a painful stomach, and my dream is to have a full meal every day." Naruto's aspirations were simpler, so straightforward that Kakashi found it momentarily challenging to respond. He recalled how the third Hokage had attempted to seize the fish Naruto had caught multiple times, and the dream of simply having a full meal struck Kakashi deeply. Knowing the identities of Naruto's parents and his status within Konoha only intensified Kakashi's perception of the poignancy of that dream. What was the third Hokage thinking? Even if he had harbored resentment towards the fourth Hokage for his immense fame, which compelled him to relinquish the position of Hokage to stabilize public sentiment, the fourth had not seized actual power and had sacrificed so much for the village in such a short time. Why then had they subjected this child to such suffering? "Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, bring all necessary ninja gear and gather at the training ground. Remember, no breakfast." Kakashi, feeling discontented, sought to conceal his emotions. After hearing the self-introductions, he quickly outlined the plan for the next morning and made his exit. Though he had initially contemplated returning home, he ultimately decided to visit the Hokage Tower to express his grievances about being unable to manage this responsibility. At the Hokage's office, he encountered another who shared the same sentiments, Nara Shikamaru, who also lamented the burdens of being a team leader. "Brother," he said, "no breakfast." "But he didn't say you couldn't bring food to the gathering," Aluo remarked the following morning. Observing Sasuke prepare to go to the gathering on an empty stomach and advising him to pack some food in his bag. "Well, Aluo, you're leaving today, so be safe on your journey," Sasuke replied, watching Aluo's spirit float before him, extending his hand to ruffle his brother's head. Aluo had created a false identity in order to witness Sasuke graduate as a ninja, spending several days in Konoha. Now, The young master was set to continue his adventures elsewhere and could not remain in Konoha indefinitely. It won't be long, and I will soon bring ruin to Konoha. I won't keep you waiting for too long, brother. Aluo waved his hand, bidding farewell to Sasuke before returning to his corporeal form. After rising and preparing, he joined Gaara and the others for a meal at Ichiraka Ramen, then proceeded to the mission office to withdraw from a previous protection task. Having circled Konoha several times, Aluo finally departed through the village gates under the protection of the Mangekyo team. Watching the young master finally leave, Guy's team let out a collective sigh of relief. They had no desire to engage in tasks that appeared simple yet were frequently manipulated by the young master. In contrast, Aluo was indeed preferable. Despite always being accompanied by formidable protectors, which made them feel undermined, Aluo treated everyone around him with kindness. Regrettably, however, Aluo's identity had been exposed by Mangekyo. He was known as the younger brother of Uchiha Sasuke, and it would likely be a long time before he returned to Konoha. The four of them, teacher and students, found themselves without a mission that day and gathered at an empty training ground to train and chat about Aluo. While they were conversing, a black cat wandered by, stopping not far from them and observing the four intently. Hyuga Niji activated his Byakugan, fixating on the cat that was slowly retreating into the woods. His fist clenched in agitation. The cat had left him a message through its chakra. The troublesome young master who had been tormenting them these past few days was none other than Aluo. Now, this black cat was Aluo as well. Thus, their previous comparisons of Aluo with the young master had not gone unnoticed. Aluo had come at this moment to inform him. How unfair. Teacher, is Niji rolling his eyes? He is definitely rolling his eyes. I saw it. Lee, who had been training nearby, noticed Niji observing the surroundings with his Byakugan and curiously watched for a moment. Then, he saw Niji, after deactivating his Byakugan, make a clear, eye-rolling expression. He was absolutely certain he had not misinterpreted. Perhaps it was the after-effects of the taijutsu that caused his eyes to twitch. Madogai witnessed this, but felt that Ningtse lacked the inclination to deliberately exhibit such behavior. Moreover, the sudden activation of Byakugan was certainly uncharacteristic. Just moments ago, he had spotted a black cat with traces of chakra, discreetly observing them, but it had since fled. Ningtse, with an expression of stoicism, glanced at his two companions and recounted the incident involving the chakra-infused black cat. A cat with chakra? A ninja cat. Their immediate reaction to the presence of an animal with chakra was to associate it with a ninja's summoning beast. Driven by curiosity, Guy's team resolved to follow the trail. As they were situated near Konoha's training grounds, should the cat venture into forbidden territory, they could simply withdraw. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke and his companions, seated beneath a tree, also observed the black cat as it leapt down from the branches, landing directly in Sasuke's arms. Is the Uchiha clan reduced to just you? The cat tilted its head, locking eyes with Sasuke, and surprisingly spoke in human language. A cat that can talk. Naruto, who had been drowsily resting under a nearby tree, was startled into alertness. How terrifying. Even cats can speak now. Sasuke, are you hurt? Sakura, trembling slightly, watched as Sasuke cradled the cat, her fingers quivering as she hesitated to reach out, fear anchoring her in place. Have today's ninjas become so timid? Haven't you ever seen a ninja cat? The black cat turned its gaze toward them, raised a paw, and gently tapped Sasuke, prompting him to speak. It merely wanted to transform into a ninja cat to play with Sasuke, as there had once been a pact between the Uchiha clan and the ninja cat lineage, though that bond had been severed due to the clan's swift extermination. Although summoning ninja cats was still possible, Aluo had verified that the ninja cat clan was thriving. Thus he had no desire to disturb them. Our ninja cat? Sasuke recognized it. Knowing it was Aluo left him feeling conflicted, rising with the cat in his arms. He glanced at the two individuals before retreating behind another tree. Naruto failed to recognize Aluo, which was fortunate, as it alleviated his concerns about that individual seeking excuses to intervene. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has had no contact with us for many years. I came to investigate and discovered that you were the only one left. Would you like to establish a contract with me? I am a most formidable. Aluo raised a paw, clearly delighted with Sasuke's performance. He had intended for the two-tailed beast to accompany Sasuke. Recently, the two-tailed beast had sought him out. lamenting that it could not remain in the same space as Senju Hashirama. I heard about it when I was young, but I cannot find the summoning scroll. Should we establish a contract directly? Sasuke lowered his gaze, meeting the cat's eyes. Their family summoning scroll had been thoroughly scavenged during that time. However, without the Uchiha bloodline, establishing a contract with a ninja cat was unfeasible. Give me a drop of your blood, and then you do this. Aluo gently tapped Sasuke's hand with his paw, guiding him to prick his fingertip and release a drop of blood, which he then pressed against the black cat's forehead. With a flash of light, the summoning contract was completed. Not far away, Guy's team, having followed closely, witnessed the entire process of a human and cat forming the summoning contract. That cat, Ningxi was certain that these two were merely performing. Moreover, they executed it convincingly, even managing to establish a summoning contract. Do you have a business with us? Sasuke, encircling the cat in his arms, regarded Guy's team with a gaze full of vigilance and wariness. The fabricated summoning contract was inconsequential, even if Ningxi discerned the ruse. It posed no problem. However, the way he focused his gaze on Aluo was rather displeasing. Chapter 151, Kakashi. I was threatened by a cat. What are your intentions? Sensing the tension between the two parties, Naruto rushed over, positioning himself in front of Sasuke. Despite their frequent skirmishes, Naruto had always been the first to step forward when Sasuke encountered trouble, maintaining this dynamic for years. Shikamaru and the others perceived this as Naruto harboring a sense of guilt. That cat belongs to Sasuke. Although Sakura's legs were still trembling, she too approached and stood beside Naruto. I think I've heard of the Uchiha's cat. Guy disregarded the two, blocking his path, focusing intently on the black cat cradled in Sasuke's arms, finally recalling the matter. As a once great clan, possessing a hereditary summoning beast was hardly surprising. Furthermore, given the Uchiha clan's long absence from summoning ninja cats, it was only natural for the ninja cat lineage to sense an issue and seek out members of the Uchiha clan. Although you do not leave a favorable impression, I must commend your choice to face danger together. That is commendable. Now, I declare that you have passed. Kakashi stepped forward, loudly announcing that his 3 students had successfully completed the assessment. As for why he took the opportunity to grant them a pass rather than conduct the evaluation himself. Can you please stop glaring with your Sharingan? They cannot see it, can they? You are deliberately targeting me, aren't you? Protecting them, I see. And by the way, are you even alive? Last time it was a cat, the time before that was a soul, and previously it was a hazy, floating spirit. Could it be that you, like Orochimaru, have mastered the art of body switching? Previously, while in the Umbu, due to his close ties to the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi had encountered several missions related to Orochimaru and was aware that Orochimaru could indeed switch bodies. The thought of that little spirit being able to roam freely, sometimes as a boy, sometimes as a girl, and now not even being human, filled him with apprehension about the multitude of troubles awaiting him. Kakashi, do you consider me a threat? Madogai paused, then gripped Kakashi tightly, demanding clarification on his meaning. He was merely curious, leading his students to chase a cat to observe the situation regarding this ninja cat. He had neither approached the boy nor made any aggressive moves, nor had he intended to seize anyone's cat. How could that be deemed dangerous? Let go, let go. Your students are watching. Kakashi, awkwardly scratching his head, urged Guy to calm down and introduced his 3 students to Guy's team. After all, with so many troublesome matters at hand, and given that Guy had previously led a team to protect Aluo, it was likely that he would be inadvertently drawn into certain events in the future. It would be prudent to become acquainted now. Should any issues arise later, they could coordinate better. This is Mado Guy. They are members of Team Guy. A year above you. Once released, Kakashi introduced his newly acquired 3 students to Mado Guy and his team. As for Guy's insistence on mentioning lifelong rivals and his wide grin, that could be ignored for the moment. Hey, Kakashi, aren't you worried? That's the Uchiha clan's ninja cat. If the ninja cat appears, the higher-ups in Konoha may not approve. After instructing his 3 students to mingle with Kakashi's 3, Guy pulled Kakashi aside to inquire about his thoughts. What can I do? I was just lamenting my inability to teach him. Now that we have a ninja cat, the Uchiha techniques and training can be learned. Kakashi's mouth, hidden beneath his mask, curled slightly upward. He understood. That little fellow would use this identity to approach his brother. aiming for Uchiha Sasuke to openly learn the Uchiha clan's techniques, be it ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu, regardless of what Sasuke has learned. It can be said that his ninja cat is remarkable, as the Ninja Cat clan possesses records in this regard. As for the authenticity, as long as this ninja cat exists and others cannot summon the Uchiha family's ninja cat, it must be true. What a fine young man. Henceforth, I hope Sasuke can grow swiftly, so that the efforts of that young lad are not in vain. It remains uncertain when Sasuke will realize that the cat he cradles is his long-lost brother, the Uchiha family's ninja cat, and can even serve as a mentor. Kai's bushy eyebrows twitched as he contemplated saying something, yet upon observing Kakashi's complete indifference, he hesitated. Both Sasuke and Naruto lead challenging lives. In their youth, Heath and Kakashi were not unlike them, having endured great hardships in their childhood. Witnessing the same suffering in their students inevitably stirs emotions. Around this time last year, he felt similarly complex emotions watching Neji and Lee. That cat is stronger than I am. Kakashi patted Kai's shoulder, urging him not to overthink. The Uchiha's ninja cat is indeed formidable. It likely has the capacity to teach Naruto as well. In the days to come, he would merely need to lead the team on their missions and navigate the intricacies of reporting to the third Hokage. The thought of reporting to the third Hokage weighed heavily on Kakashi's heart. It was perplexing why the third Hokage insisted on them being present at the mission assignment office when taking on tasks. Reporting daily was already burdensome. Now, they would also have to meet when completing missions. Moving forward, the strategy should be to secure long-term missions or perhaps minimize tasks to allow for more training. Sensei, this cat is truly impressive. Lee suddenly leaped up, urging Kai to come and take a look. Let us go see. Kakashi and Kai exchanged glances before turning back. Lee, what has happened? Kai ran back, patting Lee's shoulder, inquiring about his excitement. The cat can use ninjutsu. It can perform ninjutsu, Lee exclaimed, tugging at Kai's sleeve, eager for him to witness the cat's prowess. However, the black cat that had just showcased a substitution technique now lay comfortably in Sasuke's arms, curled up and seemingly uninterested in moving. Ninjutsu was merely a playful display. At present, it was simply a clingy cat, and no amount of observation would disturb its peaceful slumber. Moreover, it was a docile creature, resting soundly without kicking. Chapter 152, Visitors from Yunin, Hinata, is startled. It is entirely normal for a ninja cat to use ninjutsu. Kai raised his hand to cover his head, sighed, and turned to walk away. He felt a twinge of concern for Kakashi, but could not voice it. The young master Eluo could essentially be confirmed as Uchiha Eluo, regardless of whether he truly suffered from amnesia upon encountering Uchiha Sasuke. The resemblance between the two brothers would likely lead to immediate recognition. Should that occur, whether Sasuke departs from Konoha or the young master Eluo comes to Konoha seeking trouble, Kakashi would inevitably be drawn into these complications. Additionally, Naruto Uzumaki, the child of the fourth Hokage couple and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, would pose a significant danger if his powers were inadvertently unleashed. The third Hokage truly seems intent on not letting the children left behind by the fourth Hokage off easily. They claim to have reassigned Kakashi from the Umbu to allow him some respite, yet this task is perilously treacherous. Kai-sensei, are all summoning beasts this formidable? Do you have a summoning beast? Can we have one? Lee dashed to Kai's side, pressing for information about summoning beasts. Observing their retreating figures, Neji and Tenten exchanged glances, waved goodbye to Kakashi, and swiftly followed. With the troublemakers gone, the remaining members of Team 7 collectively gazed at the black cat nestled in Sasuke's arms, momentarily enveloped in silence. It's a family heirloom. If needed, I can register it. Sasuke looked down at the sleeping kitten, his expression softening considerably. However, this tenderness was solely reserved for the cat in his arms. Standing up while holding the cat, he inquired of Kakashi about the necessity of reporting the summoning beast contract. In truth, under normal circumstances, such reporting was not required. However, during specific assessments, it might be recorded as a measure of personal combat ability. No need. I will note it when I confer in the ninja task class. Whether your family's ninjutsu was mentioned previously is inconsequential, Kakashi readily assured, indicating that Sasuke need not provide exhaustive documentation. Once registered, it could invite scrutiny. And should it be discovered that the kitten harbors a human soul, explanations would be problematic. He was quite fatigued and would address it after the cat awoke. Sasuke continued to gaze at the black kitten in his arms, reflecting on how well-behaved his brother was. In his slumber, he appeared as tranquil as he did during their time at home. You can inquire about this when you return home. Now, I must explain the procedures for ninja missions, as well as certain knowledge points not covered in school. Kakashi glanced at the sleeping kitten, then at Sasuke's gentle gaze, uncertain whether the brothers had already communicated through the contract. Nonetheless, today was not intended for observing the tender interaction between Sasuke and the cat. As the leading Jonin teacher, he could not afford to delay his responsibilities. One could never know if the third Hokage was secretly observing them. At that moment, in the Hokage building, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen truly had no time to monitor them. A ninja squad from the land of Lightning's Yunin village had just arrived in Konoha. The Jinchuriki of the Two Tails had been slain, and news indicated that the Two Tails was in the possession of the rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha. Consequently, the Raikage dispatched a team to seek accountability from Konoha, perhaps accustomed to the subservient attitude Konoha had maintained over the years. The Yunin ninja squad exhibited a rather arrogant demeanor. Upon entering the village, they happened upon Yuhi Kurenai leading her 3 students from Team 8. It was an uneventful encounter. They could have simply passed by. However, during the peace treaty negotiations between Yunin village and Konoha, a Yunin ninja had kidnapped Hinata, only to be slain by Hyuga Hisashi, who later took the blame for the incident. Though that matter had ostensibly been resolved, Yunin village continued to harbor resentment towards the Byakugan. Among the current Yunin squad was a descendant of the ninja involved in that earlier incident. Now, the familiar visage and unchanged Yunin attire triggered memories of her abduction in Hinata's mind upon sighting them. Trembling with fear, Hinata caught the attention of the Yunin ninja. Her evident fear and the unmistakable Byakugan revealed her identity to the Yunin ninja. Thus, the scene unfolded with Yunin ninjas seizing Hinata in the streets, demanding she disclose who had slain the Yunin ninjas. Naturally, Yuhi Kurenai could not stand idly by while her student was threatened, leading to a situation that escalated and brought them before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Izuna floated in the Hokage's reception room, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's evident agitation as he chain-smoked, while noting the arrogance of the Yunin ninjas, prompting him to seek out a Luo to discuss the matter. Based on the evidence they had gathered, it appeared that Yunin village was responsible for the death of Asuma Sarutobi, and, subsequently, the destruction of the Temple of Fire. For now, Hiruzen chose to endure. Indeed, he was capable of great restraint. The black cat lounged on a branch, watching Sasuke train below, alongside Izuna, critiquing how excessively cowardly Sarutobi Hiruzen had become. Now, it is certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been set up by Yunin village, leading to the death of his son. Can he truly endure this? Must Yunin village also take his grandson's life? However, it would be premature for Konohamaru to perish at this moment. Sasuke has yet to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. An attack on Konoha at this juncture would not adequately showcase the formidable prowess of the Uchiha clan. Patience is required, perhaps in a couple of days. A village mission will become available, and then I shall contemplate how to lead Sasuke to Oto Geikure. You shall accompany Sasuke slowly while I return to check on that young girl. She was frightened earlier, and the Yunin shinobi were deliberately provoking her. They aim to force her to recollect the past, and if Konoha fails to provide an explanation, the consequences will be dire. Izuna reached down to cradle the little black cat, gently caressing it before setting it back down. Noticing Arrow's disdainful gaze upon him, Izuna feigned ignorance and continued back to the Hokage building to observe how Sarutobi Hiruzen would handle the situation. After a lengthy afternoon of training, Team 7 disbanded, and Sasuke took the cat to purchase some ingredients. Upon returning home, he began to prepare dinner. This evening's meal was for 2, 1 portion for himself and another for Arrow the cat. Sasuke, is it true you only know these few jutsu? Where have your family scrolls gone? Which scoundrel has left the Uchiha clan in such disarray? After dinner, the now pleasantly plump black cat sprawled on the corridor floor, watching Sasuke practice his ninjutsu, and immediately began to express its discontent. Upon realizing that Sasuke had never encountered a ninjutsu training scroll, the black cat was infuriated. After a brief tirade, the cat settled on the floor and commenced instructing Sasuke in his training. Chapter 153. The Revenge of Hyuga Niji at Midnight. Konoha village lay in a hushed stillness. While most were deep in slumber, a sudden surge of chakra erupted within the Hyuga clan's compound. What on earth is happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen, having just settled down to rest, was jolted awake by this chakra disturbance. Swiftly donning his ninja battle attire and draping on his Hokage cloak, he was soon met by Umbu reporting the situation. Hokage-sama, it is Hyuga Niji. He has unexpectedly unleashed his power within the Hyuga compound and is currently holding Hyuga Hizashi, demanding justice for the death of Hyuga Hayashi. The Umbu ninja knelt, hastily relaying the details. Upon their arrival at the Hyuga estate, they found that Niji had indeed erupted with power and had rather decisively seized Hizashi. As for why a freshly graduated genin possessed such strength, they could not yet ascertain. Alert all personnel for security. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware of the cause, as Hokage, he had to investigate. As he approached the Hyuga clan's ground with a team of elite Umbu, he suddenly halted, his brow furrowing. It was the transformation into a tailed beast. Niji's power emanated from the beast itself. He had become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Witnessing the partially tailed beast form Niji, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to strategize on how to manage the situation. If it was merely an outburst of power from the Hyuga clan, it would not be a significant issue. Perhaps a reduction in clan members would ultimately benefit the village. However, now that it involved the tailed beast, the matter grew complicated. He believed he lacked the power to combat a tailed beast, and with the Three Tails now in Konoha, it was imperative to try to turn it into an asset for the village. As he contemplated, many ninjas from Konoha began converging around the Hyuga estate. Meanwhile, beside the half-tailed beast form Niji, Arrow, in a spectral state, maintained his hand seals, preserving the spiritual array that enveloped the entire Hyuga compound, preventing any clan members from escaping. Initially, he had been at home, playing a teacher-student game with Sasuke, but upon seeking rest, he received a compelling call from Niji. The arrival of Yunin ninjas in Konoha, crossing paths with Hyuga Hinata, was a mere coincidence. However, the leader of the group, upon noticing Konoha's amiable demeanor, brought up the matter of the alleged theft of the Two Tails by Orochimaru, and once again revisited past grievances. They accused Konoha of deceiving Yunin village, demanding that the Hyuga clan once again surrender the true perpetrator of the past crime. Due to Hinata's fright, she refrained from rebuttal, allowing the Yunin ninjas to maintain their stance, asserting that the involved parties had confirmed that the true culprit was someone else. It remained uncertain whether it was the upper echelons of Konoha that had lost their senses, or if the main branch of the Hyuga clan simply found Niji bothersome. But after a lengthy discussion, they resolved to send Niji out. Arrow observed this development for half an hour, struggling to comprehend the situation. Even if certain circumstances dictated that the son of a scapegoat must still serve as a scapegoat, it was absurd to send a mere child, only a year older than Hinata, to impersonate the original murderer. Just because he is the son of Hizashi, does that justify claiming that Hizashi confessed to protect his son, sacrificing himself in the process? Such reasoning would not convince even a 3-year-old. Additionally, the actions of Yunin village were wholly unreasonable, merely because they had frightened Hinata, who subsequently did not speak up, did not warrant their demands being accepted. Hyuga Hizashi, are you constantly scheming my demise, thus hastening your attempts to seize this opportunity to kill me? Niji, in his tailed beast form, had half his body transformed. The bandages and forehead protector around his head were in tatters, and his dark hair billowed under the influence of chakra. One arm, still human, gripped Hizashi's neck, while his other tailed beast arm struck twice, brutally tearing apart half of Hizashi's body. Yet, even in this state, Hizashi did not perish. For Niji's tailed beast chakra enveloped him, sustaining his life momentarily. Release my father, Niji. Please let him go. He never intended to harm you. Hinata knelt a short distance away, pleading with Niji not to take Hizashi's life. You kneel here begging me now. Surely you recall the events from our youth, when I witnessed him tormenting my father, and you stood by, watching as well. You must remember the agony my father endured, time and time again, until that fateful day, your birthday. Niji had absorbed Hizashi's Byakugan, but he remained unhurried. The main branch members were still scattering in disarray. He needed to first control the Byakugan energy emanating from Hizashi before he could proceed to consume the others. Once he confirmed that Arrow would not suffer significant depletion, Niji turned his gaze toward Hinata, recalling memories from their childhood. As the main branch's eldest daughter, Hinata enjoyed privileges, observing the relentless torment inflicted upon the branch families. Niji, it's not like that. Father said he had no choice. Hinata, prostrated on the ground, attempted to explain to Niji that everything was unavoidable. No choice. When my father was still young, he feared my father's strength surpassing his own, and thus secretly sought the elder's aid, branding my father with this mark early on. Yet you sisters, having long surpassed the age of caged birds, remain unmarked. Now you tell me there was no choice? Niji's eyes filled with sorrow as he laughed maniacally. After his laughter subsided, he gazed down at Hinata and questioned how one could justify such cruelty from an elder brother toward his twin sibling. In the Hinata clan, the main house is never solely represented by the clan leader. The elders are also part of the main family, as are those elite clan members who receive special training. I believe the anguish and sorrow stemming from the death of my parents might lead them to wish to witness this moment of vengeance. Hinata Niji suddenly thought, at this moment, of seeing his parents who had long since departed for the Pure Land. Although summoning the souls of the deceased may seem disrespectful, how could one not allow them to witness the moment when their son avenged them? Chapter 154. The Annihilation of the Hinata Clan, the Disappearing Assets Niji. My poor child. The two resurrected souls, summoned through Edo Tensei, turned upon their arrival and immediately recognized their son. Despite Hinata Niji currently being in a grotesque half-tailed beast transformation, they rushed over, attempting to embrace him. Father, mother, I have brought you back today to accompany me as we settle the grievances and resentments we endured back then. At this moment, Hinata Niji found himself unable to embrace his parents, and tears streamed down his face as he gazed at them. After greeting them, he presented the nearly lifeless Hinata Hisashi. It was Hisashi who had tormented his parents to death. Now, it was time for them to exact their revenge upon him. Initially, he had hesitated to summon his parents, fearing they would see him in such a state, yet he ultimately could not resist the longing for them. After releasing Hisashi, Niji intended to thank Ero but suddenly noticed that Ero had already departed. He paused briefly but soon understood the reason. With his parents returned, it was likely they could see Ero, prompting Ero to hide in order to conceal certain secrets. Next, he would pursue the remaining members of the Hinata main family. Within the Hinata clan's territory, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The half-tailed beast Hinata Niji rampaged, shattering houses and hidden chambers. Outside the clan's territory, the Konoha ninjas, led by Sarutobi Hisashi, launched repeated assaults against an invisible barrier, yet all their efforts seemed futile. Every ninjutsu, taijutsu, explosive tag, and chakra weapon they could muster proved ineffective against this intangible wall. It even created the illusion that all their attacks were being absorbed. In truth, they were being absorbed. Deep underground within the Hinata clan's territory, Ero sat cross-legged, swiftly absorbing the transformed spiritual energy. The energy converter he had purchased could convert all forms of energy into spiritual energy for his consumption. The formation on the ground, rather than being a complete ceiling formation, was an energy storage array he had acquired from the system for 48,888 points. Originally, he intended to save his points for a soul cultivation enhancement, but plans changed rapidly. Knowing there would be a considerable influx of energy, he decided to collect it first. With some small purchases made previously, he currently had 1,015 points remaining. However, the destruction of the Hinata clan and Niji's revenge would certainly yield additional points. After a period of waiting, Ero finally received achievement rewards for his efforts. New achievement unlocked. Evolution of Hinata Niji's Byakugan. Reward 10,000 points. New achievement unlocked. Breaking the Cage of Fate. Reward 3,000 points. New achievement unlocked. The Lament of the Caged Bird. Reward 8,000 points. New achievement unlocked. The Night of Clan Annihilation. Reward 10,000 points. The cumulative total of 31,000 points brought Ero immense satisfaction. Hinata Niji's Byakugan could finally evolve. When Ero emerged from underground and teleported Hinata Niji and his parents out of the village, he cast a few more glances at Hinata and Hinata Hanabi, who lay in a pool of blood yet still clung to life. His father had said they had done nothing wrong. Niji arrived outside Konoha, dispelled his tailed beast transformation, and looked at Ero floating before him, lowering his head to explain. It was his father's decision, before Niji had to make a choice. His father had already instructed him that this matter was not for him to decide. Therefore, it was not that he was unable to act. He had been prevented from reaching that point. Choose either the Sound Village or the Akatsuki. Just let me know when your parents wish to go to the Pure Land. If they prefer to stay, they can remain with you for as long as they wish, with minimal consumption. Besides, staying here means they will have work to do. So it is not a loss. Ero paid little heed to who else from the Hinata clan might survive. Seeing Niji's visibly excited expression upon learning his parents could remain, he understood Niji's thoughts. If they were to stay, then so be it. He had already retained the Senja brothers and would not mind keeping a few more. Moreover, whether in the Sound Village or the Akatsuki, retaining more allies on his side would simplify matters significantly. Currently, the Sound Village was nearing completion, with those ninja clans that had initially chosen to follow Orochimaru beginning to relocate to the village. Once they all moved in, the population of the Sound Village would surge. And with the influx of these clans, new ambitions might arise. While they would not betray Orochimaru, internal struggles within the village could weaken its strength. I wish to go to the Sound Village. The root cause of my father's demise lies primarily with the Hinata main family. But there is also a part attributable to the Kumogakure. I hope to contribute in the future when dealing with Kumogakure. Niji glanced at his parents beside him, then confidently declared his choice. From the very beginning, he had desired to go to the Sound Village, not the Akatsuki. It was Uchiha Ero and Orochimaru who had granted him a new lease on life, enabling him to shatter the cage, gain power, and achieve vengeance. Yes, let us depart. I will share tales of the Sound Village along the way. Ero created a shadow clone, while his main body returned to Konoha. The shadow clone led Niji and his parents on their journey. Upon Ero's return, Konoha's ninjas were swiftly moving about, gathering clues, searching for survivors. And the Umbu were collecting the Hinata family's assets and various training scrolls. However, their findings were rather meager, as Niji, in his tailed beast form, shattered a hidden chamber with a single strike. Many training scrolls and other transportable resources were collected by Izuna, who had tagged along. Thus, following their examination, Konoha arrived at a conclusion that surprised even Ero. The Hinata clan had already transferred most of their assets long before Niji initiated the clan's annihilation, suggesting they had harbored treasonous thoughts. If they had not contemplated betrayal, how could they have left behind nothing valuable or useful? This was undoubtedly the case, particularly during a private conversation between Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo. The two elders compared the assets of the Uchiha clan with those of the Hinata clan. After a lengthy discussion, they ultimately confirmed that Niji's annihilation of the clan had helped Konoha eliminate a hidden crisis. After all, neither the Umbu nor Root had discovered when the Hinata clan had moved certain items. Chapter 155. The Seven Squad's first mission, Kakashi feeds cats Kakashi-sensei. Has something happened? Everyone in the village seems rather strange, Naruto inquired as he approached Kakashi while undertaking a weed-clearing task. This morning, after he stepped out, he noticed the villagers huddling together in hushed conversations, hastily averting their eyes upon spotting him. Although he was aware of the reasons behind their behavior, it was not something he should have known. He continued to weed, reminding himself to refrain from prying into the affairs of those families. Kakashi closed the small book in his hands and playfully tapped Naruto on the head, urging him not to let trivial matters hinder their progress on today's mission. This was their first task as Team 7. As for the annihilation of the Hyuga clan, it would not be long before the truth would unfold before them. While accepting the assignment this morning, he overheard Yuhi Karina saying that the Hyuga family had only 2 daughters left, and he wondered if the newly graduated Hyuga heiress would still be able to pursue her path as a ninja. Last night, he had also attended an event where Might Guy was present, and they found a spot to witness Hyuga Niji's revenge. The echoes of anger and accusations were quite clear to them. Most ninjas nearby had heard it. The head of the Hyuga clan was indeed ruthless. Sibling pairs, even if not reaching the level of Sasuke and Ero, should not resort to treating their younger brother as a slave from such a young age, controlling and tormenting him for amusement. It was no wonder Ero rushed to aid Niji in his vengeance. He likely felt that the Hyuga patriarch's cruelty toward his brother was a disgrace to brotherhood itself, hence his desire to destroy Hyuga Hizashi. Kakashi-sensei, is quite peculiar. Sasuke, do you know what transpired last night? I heard Kakashi-sensei mention it was a matter concerning a prominent family. Naruto exclaimed, seeking answers from Kakashi, but finding none. He turned to seek Sasuke instead. The Hyuga clan had been exterminated by Neji, leaving only Hinata and her sister behind. Neji was the one with the Byakugan they had encountered yesterday. Sasuke was aware and spoke of the clan's demise with an unsettling ease. Although he had not witnessed the event himself, Ero and Izuna had shared their accounts with him after their return home. He understood that Ero and Izuna were concerned that witnessing the scene might remind him of his own family's tragic night. Though he had long since overcome such fragility, he still relished the feeling of being protected by his brother and that ancient spirit. How do you know about the massacre, Sasuke? Both Naruto and Haruno Sakura fixed their curious gazes on Sasuke, intrigued by how he, living outside the village, had acquired such significant news. I went to see it last night, then returned to inform you, Sasuke replied, gesturing toward a nearby tree where a black cat was playfully batting at leaves. He could attribute any information to his cat, claiming that it had seen or taught him. The Hyuga clan was annihilated by a mere genin? Naruto blinked in disbelief, glancing back at Kakashi, who offered no contradiction, confirming the truth of the matter. As for Hinata, his only recollection was that she was in the same grade as him. Beyond that, he knew little. He spent most of his time training with Shikamaru and others, leaving little room for concern about the girls in his class. Even Sakura had only been of interest to him in the initial years, gradually becoming someone he merely exchanged greetings with. It was said that it involved a power akin to summoning beasts, which he claimed he could not comprehend at present and advised against inquiring further. Sasuke looked up at the branch, where Ero, the black cat, sprawled lazily, seemingly ready to doze off. After bringing Ero home the previous night, he had cooked. Watching Ero eat at a leisurely pace, his good mood preventing him from falling asleep. However, he felt no fatigue now. The mere presence of Ero by his side brought him joy. Unfortunately, he could only maintain this transformed state for now. The Mangekyo Sharingan would soon be within his grasp. He knew how to awaken it. All that remained was to heed Ero's advice and undergo a physical examination, ensuring he was in optimal condition to unlock its power. He yearned to grow stronger, to possess the strength to protect his brother, while striving to maintain a healthy state to spare Ero from worry. Get to work. When we return, can I hold him for a while? I adore cats. Cats. Naruto interjected, noticing Sasuke's fluctuating emotions and attempting to divert the topic. He inquired about borrowing the cat for a moment. In response, Sasuke promptly kicked him away. He's mine, Sasuke retorted. He understood that Naruto had no ill intent, but he felt an overwhelming urge to discipline him. His brother, even in feline form, was meant for his embrace alone. However, amidst their noisy weeding, Sasuke and Naruto took a break and searched for the black cat, ultimately finding it perched on Kakashi's shoulder. Moreover, Kakashi was feeding it spicy fish snacks, tossing them to Ero in small bits. Sasuke furrowed his brow, uncertain as to why Ero had approached Kakashi. Furthermore, he pondered when Kakashi had procured the fish snacks, particularly Ero's favorite flavor. I bought a few bags of treats yesterday, and this is the only flavor left, Kakashi explained, feeling slightly guilty under Sasuke's intense gaze. He provided a reason for why he was offering spicy fish snacks to the cat. The truth was, during his time in the Umbu, he had often been assigned to surveil Uchiha Sasuke, and had inadvertently observed Uchiha Ero's dietary preferences, which he had managed to remember. Kakashi-sensei, cats shouldn't eat spicy food. It could harm their digestive systems. Sakura reminded him from the side, emphasizing that spicy foods were unsuitable for cats and dogs. If it makes Sasuke upset, it's his cat. Ninja cats can be treated as ninjas themselves, Kakashi replied, casting a glance at Sakura before resuming his feeding of the cat. This feline must be well cared for. Only when well fed could it teach Sasuke and Naruto. Subsequently, he would report to the third Hokage that the ninja cat deemed them too weak to teach ninjutsu and training, and as its teacher, he had no reason to intervene. Chapter 156, The Sound Ninja Village and Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. Let us go. Today's mission is to locate the wild boars that are wreaking havoc on the farmland. After nearly 10 days of similar tasks, Kakashi received another assignment devoid of interaction with villagers, merely requiring completion to standard. The third Hokage had suggested they take on missions to assist villagers, but Kakashi had declined, citing that Sasuke was accompanied by a ninja cat, which occasionally engaged in conversation, thus avoiding potential troubles. Once again, the usual quartet set out with one cat. Upon entering the mountains, the scent of wild boars was not readily apparent, prompting Kakashi to utilize the summoning technique. "Hey, Kakashi, why are you bringing along a bunch of kids?" Upon the summoning formation materializing, a small dog clad in a vest and headband appeared, startled by the 3 children surrounding it. "Kids are so annoying," the ninja dog exclaimed. "Ninja dogs can talk? How impressive!" Naruto shouted excitedly from the side. "Hey, little one, what did you just say?" "Not all ninja dogs can speak. Since you think I'm impressive, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Pakin, skilled in tracking." The dog, Pakin, observed Naruto, noticing his excitement but not rushing over to greet him, which made him feel better. After introductions, Pakin sniffed around the farmland before leading Kakashi and the others into the forest. Sasuke, cradling the cat, followed at a comfortable distance. Unusually quiet today. After some time, they spotted their target, prompting Kakashi to step back and observe as they engaged in combat. Combat is a common occurrence. The 3 individuals cautiously encircled the wild boar, ensuring it could not escape while remaining vigilant to avoid injury. During this period, Sasuke once found himself leaping up a tree to evade the boar's charge. Subsequently, he leaped down and unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the creature. Kakashi mused that this young lad was perhaps concealing his true capabilities. Perched in another tree, Parker observed Sasuke's foot striking the boar's head and, as the creature's skull was knocked askew, he deftly retreated, convinced that the boy was merely toying with the beast. Indeed, this was Uchiha Sasuke, and he had numerous training tasks yet to accomplish. Kakashi scrutinized Sasuke, sensing something amiss but refraining from voicing his concerns. The leap to the tree seemed somewhat unnecessary, yet it was not entirely without merit. After all, there was that cat. Something was off about it. Kakashi cast a wary glance at the black cat that glared back at him. This was certainly not the previous arrow. Sasuke remained Sasuke, yet this feline was a revelation. It was evident that the 2 brothers had communicated through a pact, and Sasuke's earlier ascent was indicative of their identity swap. Henceforth, he would be accompanied on missions by Uchiha Arrow, while Uchiha Sasuke would depart in the guise of the black cat, presumably to seek out Orochimaru. Feeling as though he had unraveled the mystery, Kakashi found himself anticipating the unfolding events. The thrill of perceiving the truth while suppressing his innermost thoughts from detection by others was undeniably exhilarating. However, unbeknownst to him, the Sasuke engaged in the hunt for the wild boar was merely a shadow clone, while the black cat was Arrow's would clone. Their true selves had already vacated the tree and ventured into the tree planted by Arrow in the Sound Ninja village. Arrow would undoubtedly accompany Sasuke to the village. "Brother, this is the tree I planted, our home," Arrow said, grasping Sasuke's wrist and guiding him out from within the tree. He then led Sasuke to explore their residence in the Sound Ninja village. As they toured, they found that, due to infrequent occupancy, there were only 2 bedrooms furnished with beds, each equipped with bathroom essentials. After surveying the first and second floors, Arrow paused in the courtyard, beaming at Sasuke. "Brother, welcome home," Arrow exclaimed, spreading his arms wide. With a snap of his fingers, the ground in the courtyard erupted with budding flowers and verdant shoots that rapidly blossomed into vibrant blooms. "Arrow, wherever you are is our home. Brother has returned." Sasuke momentarily froze before enveloping Arrow in a tight embrace. "Yes, our home." Arrow, feeling the warmth of Sasuke's joy and excitement, reciprocated the embrace. Yet in the next instant, he sensed a powerful surge of chakra emanating from Sasuke. "I apologize. I intended to wait until after a thorough examination before attempting activation, yet I could not contain it." Sasuke clung to his brother, tears of blood slipping from his eyes. He had not anticipated that his numerous plans would be overshadowed by Arrow's simple welcome home. The unlocking of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan requires several conditions: a substantial chakra reserve, mental fortitude, and an intensely emotional stimulus. Both love and hate suffice. Sasuke and Izuna had previously studied this, and when their soul strength reached a sufficient level, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan would become considerably easier. However, This method could lead to complications regarding physical endurance. Thus, Sasuke had previously conferred with Izuna, affirming that their souls had indeed achieved the requisite strength for activation. But their physical conditions require verification. After all, their assessments in Konoha were not based solely on intuition to determine physical growth standards. Brother, do you think if the elder brother discovers you activated the Mangekyo Sharingan like this, he will be angered to the point of a heart attack? Ero received a notification for an achievement reward, yet he had no desire to dwell on it. As he embraced Sasuke, he gently patted his back, healing chakra emanating from his hands to envelop Sasuke. If the Mangekyo is to be opened, so be it. Over the years, whether through soul cultivation or various nutritional supplements, the most critical factor has been the array of effective auxiliary potions developed by Orochimaru. Furthermore, with the assistance of the two tails as a chakra reserve, the conditions are sufficiently favorable. Even if the Mangekyo is activated now, it should pose no danger. Sasuke pondered whether Orochimaru had devised any plans, perhaps even contemplating sacrificing himself to facilitate their unlocking of the Mangekyo. His tone grew cold at the mention of Uchiha Itachi. Upon learning the truth, he no longer harbored resentment. Itachi had been under the influence of Koto Amatsukami, and their parents had chosen death willingly. Yet, he was still reluctant to confront such realities. The love from his brother and parents weighed heavily, steeped in sorrow. However, he suddenly recalled that, according to the Uchiha clan's tablet, the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan stemmed from profound grief or hatred. Thus, he harbored suspicions that Uchiha Itachi intended to sacrifice himself to enable the awakening of the Sharingan for both himself and Ero. Chapter 157, Xianglin, it is Ero's brother. Initially, the plan was to allow Orochimaru's remarkable research achievements to facilitate a smooth transition, ensuring both of their physical abilities met the necessary standards. The intention was to employ Tsukuyami to show them the most undesirable visions until the Mangekyo Sharingan was activated and subsequently released. After Ero treated and examined Sasuke, he released him and accompanied him to the water basin in the courtyard, discussing Itachi's original plan. This had been the most stable method they had deliberated upon. Nonetheless, no amount of planning could be utilized now. Given his soul's strength, was he prepared to blind himself only to expend his spiritual energy to heal? Sasuke recognized that Ero had instructed him, Izuna, and Naruto in soul cultivation, yet had not imparted this knowledge to Uchiha Itachi. Hence, when Orochimaru visited him previously, he remarked that Itachi's soul strength was somewhat weaker than theirs. At that time, he had questioned Orochimaru as to why Ero had not taught Itachi this, suspecting it was due to resentment towards their elder brother. Orochimaru had replied that Ero did not harbor hatred, but wished to spare his brother any distress. Regardless of the multitude of reasons, it remained that Itachi had directly caused Sasuke to lose his happiness. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Sasuke had pondered for several days before achieving clarity. Ero had only ever possessed the hope of seeing his brother again, uncertain of when that might be. On that fateful day, Itachi had looked on as he walked toward his demise without intervening, and no matter the rationale, it resulted in the loss of a brother. Thus, Ero's present existence revolved solely around Sasuke. Everything Ero did centered on him. Teaching Izuna soul cultivation was to empower Izuna to protect him at any time. Accompanying Orochimaru and instructing him in cultivation ensured that Orochimaru would no longer covet the Uchiha bloodline and would instead provide a variety of materials for Ero's use. Educating Naruto and the Nine Tails was simply because Naruto was his friend and could assist him when needed. From that day forth, Ero's every action had been centered around Sasuke. A knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a sweet, syrupy call. This single utterance caused both brothers to shudder, casting disdainful glances toward the entrance. Sasuke was unaware of the identity of the voice, yet it sent chills down his spine. Ero, however, was fully aware and understanding this. He recognized that certain matters were inevitably doomed to disappointment. Their initial encounter had already resulted in a shattered impression. Master Ero, Jumaru says you have returned. He is currently assisting Lord Orochimaru and is unable to leave and wishes to see you. The voice of Tianping Chongwu resonated from outside the door, finally prompting the two brothers to suppress their disdainful expressions and approach to open the door. Outside stood Xianglin, who had initially intended to frighten Aloe once more, and Chongwu, who maintained a cautious distance to avoid any potential mess. Uh, uh, Aloe's brother? Xianglin, who had been soft and eager to draw closer, instinctively leapt back several meters upon noticing another person beside Aloe. Adjusting her glasses, she gazed at the face strikingly similar to Aloe's and smiled. It was often said that Aloe's brother resembled him closely, and indeed, their resemblance was remarkable. Moreover, this young man possessed a certain cool and aloof charm. However, she had grown somewhat immune to handsome faces over the years. She had long since been able to playfully misbehave in front of Aloe. So encountering a more stoic version of him was merely a feast for the eyes. As for developing feelings for a man from the Uchiha clan, she dared not entertain such notions. The idea of a brother complex or a sister complex associated with these men was simply too troublesome. Above all, she truly harbored no particular thoughts regarding this face that resembled Aloe's. Who is she? Sasuke, calmed by the mention of Aloe's brother, glanced at the other person and could vaguely guess their identity, but he deemed it necessary for Aloe to make the introductions. Xianglin, a member of the Uzumaki clan, typically occupied her time overseeing training and causing a bit of ruckus, perhaps due to some familial connection with Naruto, whose shenanigans match her own. Aloe earnestly introduced her to Sasuke, essentially equating her to a female version of Naruto. Drama queen, violent, mischievous, Sasuke offered a few descriptors, prompting Chongwu to chuckle quietly at the side. Meanwhile, Xianglin stood there, her eyes wide with indignation, realizing she had been exposed and could no longer maintain the playful atmosphere. This is Tianping Chongwu, a natural sage body, though his control is currently insufficient and not yet fully stabilized. He can serve as a sparring partner, but it's best to familiarize oneself with him first, with either me or Junru overseeing. Aloe tossed 2 flowers to Xianglin and proceeded to introduce the other individual outside to Sasuke. Currently, Tianping Chongwu's abilities are commendable, but his control still requires significant improvement. At present, he can manage his powers without fully unleashing them, but should he unleash his full strength, the chances of losing control remain high. I could do it too. Xianglin, cradling the 2 flowers, suddenly burst forth with exuberance, as if the previous moment of meekness had never occurred. It was a bit of a struggle, but she was confident she could manage it now. Not bad. I haven't been back for long, and our Xianglin has already made progress. Aloe tossed another 2 flowers to Xianglin, watching her beam with delight, and felt quite pleased as he led Sasuke outside to explore the village. As for Orochimaru's laboratory, they would handle that later. Otherwise, they might once again be dragged into assisting him. What are these flowers? As Sasuke walked alongside Aloe in the bustling Shinobi village, he cast a glance at Xianglin, puzzled by what could elicit such a foolish grin from her. These flowers are all produced using wood-release techniques. They can replenish chakra when used and provide rapid healing for wounds, though the effects aren't particularly substantial. They're just quite fun. It's perfectly normal for girls to like flowers. Aloe explained, observing Xianglin's joyful expression. Typically, when he was at home, these flora would flourish and absorb a modicum of energy, akin to the few trees he had planted outside the village and the base. Once, Xianglin remarked that if a field of flowers were cultivated, one could lie among them for healing, which would undoubtedly be aesthetically pleasing. Thus, he attempted to make some adjustments. The flower trees of Senju Hashirama emitted toxins. He transformed those toxins into healing properties. Since then, several girls from the leadership of Shinobi village occasionally visited his home to procure a few flowers for decoration or as emergency supplies. Initially, it was merely to leave a few for Yuyo and Honglien when they ventured out. Later, Xianglin joined in. The girls, gathering together, gradually turned it into a competition, showing off their finds and comparing the diversity of their collected flowers. Aloe indulged them in their playful antics. After all, they rarely interrupted him for such trivial matters. When they needed something, they would simply pick a couple of flowers at his doorstep, which hardly affected his plants. Chapter 158. Obito. I seem to have arrived at an inopportune time. Shuemu. Sasuke walked beside Aloe, observing how everyone warmly greeted him, feeling somewhat conflicted. Yet soon, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. Wearing the headband of the Shinobi village with a broad smile, Shuemu rushed toward Aloe, holding a box. Young Master Alo. Young Master Sasuke, you have returned. Lord Orochimaru has just emerged from the laboratory and is preparing to find you. I'll be on my way now. We can chat later. Shuemu showed no surprise upon seeing Sasuke. Instead, he greeted him with particular warmth before continuing on to the Yin Shadow Building, box in hand. Along the way, he greeted the villagers with enthusiasm, as if he had always been a part of this community. He was doing well here. Sasuke watched Shuemu disappear into the distance and recalled their time at the Konoha Academy. Although he had always smiled at everyone, it was evident that here, Shuemu's smile radiated genuine warmth and sincerity, likely due to the reverence he held for his teacher, who was akin to a deity in his eyes. Alo tugged at Sasuke's arm and continued forward. He was acutely aware of the reasons behind Shuemu's evident joy. When he had sent Yakushi Kabuto to fetch him, it was easy for Kabuto, with his eloquence, to persuade Shuemu. Moreover, Orochimaru had indeed provided Shuemu with what he desired, an enhancement of strength and a dual affirmation in both mental and material aspects. A leadership that did not merely present empty promises, but offered a place where one could speak freely. Most importantly, like many other villagers of Yin Shinobi, he shared a common belief. Orochimaru and the ninja families that followed him, along with those who were brought back, found redemption amidst their suffering. Of course, darkness existed. Yet when they arrived in the village and witnessed the bright future Orochimaru had spoken of, certain shadowy details could easily be overlooked or shifted through technical jargon and manipulations. Perhaps, simply changing locations could prove more advantageous than Konoha. Sasuke observed Alo extolling Orochimaru and quietly noted it in his heart. Despite Alo's kindness, the sheer delight with which he spoke of Orochimaru suggested that Orochimaru had a knack for deceiving children. Junmaru, this is my brother. Brother, this is Junmaru, who often looked after me while I was out. Alo feigned ignorance of Sasuke's tone and hurried him toward the laboratory, where they encountered Junmaru at the entrance. Pulling Sasuke along, Alo made the introductions, only to find that the initial reaction from the two was an eruption of combativeness. Huey Junmaru, I have often heard Alo speak of you. I sincerely appreciate your continued care for him during the times you were not by his side. Sasuke's immediate reaction upon seeing Junmaru was that he was the embodiment of Alo's favored weapon, a long sword. The thought of his younger brother constantly clinging to this person's bone made Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan glare at Junmaru, clearly not in gratitude, but with an urge to deliver a beating. Uchiha Sasuke, Alo's brother. Over the years, Alo has tirelessly run about for you. Now, do you possess the strength to protect him? Jinmalu glanced at the distance where Aluo had retreated, instantly comprehending his intent. He then fixed an unyielding gaze upon Sasuke, casting doubt on his strength. Arriving here signifies that, as an older brother, I am capable of safeguarding my younger sibling. Sasuke turned towards Aluo, who was stifling laughter, and thought that since his brother wished to witness the spectacle, he might as well indulge him. Furthermore, as a newcomer to this realm, he indeed required an opportunity to validate his prowess. However, their exchange was abruptly interrupted by a figure materializing out of thin air. Oh dear, it seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. A spatial vortex manifested, revealing the masked Uchiha Obito, clad in the Akatsuki robe before the group. Feeling the weight of 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes, Obito's face twitched behind his mask as he urged himself to remain composed. He was merely seeking Orochimaru and would not be attacked. No, your arrival is most timely, Aluo exclaimed, raising both hands to grasp Obito's sleeve. Although uncertain of his purpose, he thought it would be splendid to take him out for some amusement. In the event of a confrontation, should his elder brother choose to unleash Susanoo and inadvertently injure Junmalu, he would have to heal him, leaving his brother burdened with guilt. However, if Obito, a member of the Akatsuki, were harmed, that would bear no consequence. Hey, do not tug at my sleeve. It may tear, and if it does, I shall have to reimburse Kakuzu, and he can be quite insufferable. Obito, caught by the sleeve, was instantly flustered. Aluo, with a radiant smile, seized his wrist and began to pull him outside. I am looking for Orochimaru. I said I am looking for Orochimaru about something. Let go of me, you little rascal. Obito complied, albeit loudly protesting, causing both Sasuke and Junmalu to exchange glances of exasperation, while Orochimaru and his companions pursued them. Upon reaching a grove outside the Sound Ninja village, Aluo released his grip and pointed at Obito, nudging Sasuke forward. Strike him. He was present during our clan's massacre, even touching my lifeless body. Oh, and he mourned for me, but do not kill him. He is quite adept at fleeing. Aluo stepped back a few paces, elucidating to Sasuke the rationale behind targeting this masked man. Uchiha Obito, also known as a Fei, had impersonated Uchiha Madara and participated in the Uchiha clan extermination. Aluo had always been candid about these matters, allowing Sasuke to swiftly ascertain the opponent's identity. In truth, it would be more fitting for Izuna to confront him, considering the severity of the crimes he had committed. Sasuke nodded, understanding the implications. However, it would indeed be appropriate for Izuna to deliver the punishment to this individual. Impersonating Uchiha Madara? This fool was oblivious to the peril he invited. For such an offense, he would surely face dire consequences. Perhaps it would not only be Izuna who would seek retribution. The entity sealed within Aluo's palm, upon witnessing the havoc this man had wrought while impersonating Uchiha Madara, would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. He is not so easily dispatched, brother. You may strike him, and we shall seek an opportunity later to have our ancestor teach him a lesson. Aluo beamed at Obito, finally reclaiming his composure, encouraging Sasuke to act. He pulled Jumalu and the approaching Xianglin swiftly back to join Orochimaru and the others. As for Obito's potential escape, he had left a flying thunder god mark when seizing his wrist. With Senju Hashirama's sage chakra as a source, even if Obito fled to the moon, he could be retrieved. Uchiha Aluo, cease your antics. I have come to find Orochimaru, not to engage in play with you. Obito, perturbed, noted the prominent cat face-shaped flying thunder god mark on his wrist, filling him with dismay. Having been struck by the flying thunder god before, he despised such markings. Chapter 159, Sasuke vs. Obito, Susanoo and would release fear not. My student has just arrived and requires an assessment of his abilities. You shall serve as the means for this evaluation, and I trust you will have the opportunity to articulate your purpose for being here. Orochimaru stood beside Aluo, draping an arm over his prized pupil's shoulder, smiling as he informed Obito that engaging in combat with a student was of far greater importance than any pressing matter. You cannot escape. Sasuke glared at the hand resting on Aluo's shoulder, feeling vexed yet unable to act. For he needed to deliver a thorough beating to this man without removing that bothersome hand. Drawing a small scroll from his gear, he crushed it, and a wooden longsword materialized in his grasp. This weapon, crafted by Aluo, embodied his own would release. Sasuke had carried it for some time, but had yet to utilize it until now. The reason he possessed this wooden sword was due to a previous visit from Orochimaru, who had boasted about the weapons Aluo created. Seeing Orochimaru's delight in showcasing it prompted Sasuke to request one for himself. Why must he have everything? Orochimaru observed the wooden sword in Sasuke's hand, especially when the impudent boy glanced back at him, clearly displaying his pride. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, he tightened his grip and pulled Aluo closer, all the while amused by Sasuke's irritable demeanor. It was truly delightful to tease his students. Aluo, who generally adhered closely to him, was too well-behaved to bully. Thus, he chose to provoke the tempestuous Sasuke instead. Because he is my brother. Aluo grinned at Sasuke, who was testing the sword's balance, and waved cheerfully. The moment Sasuke glimpsed his brother's smile, the frustration that had momentarily risen dissipated entirely. Yet, as he turned to face Obito, his expression grew increasingly frigid. On the night of the massacre, he had been one of the participants. Thus, his intent to engage in battle was driven by a desire for vengeance. There was no need for familiarity. Sasuke effortlessly activated his newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, enveloped in layers of violet chakra, as a colossal skeletal Susanoo took form behind him. Aluo, are you not being a tad too ruthless by having the Uchiha ninja resort to such tactics right away? Orochimaru observed the instant manifestation of Susanoo, feeling a dull ache in his chest. The Uchiha brothers exhibited similar traits. Uchiha Itachi was one way, and Uchiha Sasuke was another. It seemed Uchiha Aluo was not far behind. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Aluo's physical condition. It would take mere moments for his student to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the one who was about to receive a beating would not escape so easily. Aluo pondered, realizing that the remaining Uchiha could only be represented by the elusive Obito, who was currently evading. Moreover, He himself could not activate it. Having inquired of the system regarding the necessary emotional stimulus to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, the answer indicated that whether through love or hate, it was unattainable, as his emotions did not reach that level. Thus, he simply abandoned the idea. While it felt somewhat disappointing for an Uchiha not to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was indeed unnecessary for him. However, he had mentioned this a couple of times, yet no one believed him. With such formidable potential, how could he possibly fail to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke, do not go too far. Uchiha Obito, pursued by Sasuke wielding Susanoo, found himself overwhelmed despite being able to retreat into Kamui's space. The assault was becoming increasingly irksome. After losing the desire to continue amusing the child, he turned around and employed Mokutan. Recently, we have used wood to fortify the protective wall, so there is no need for me to plant trees again. Aluo gazed at the wooden spikes emerging from the ground, raising his right hand and waving it towards the location of the Inin village's protective wall. Layer upon layer of reinforced wooden planks sprouted from the wall, rising higher and thicker to withstand the residual shockwaves of the battle. Within the combat zone, those wooden spikes were swept away by the arm of the skeletal Susanoo, disintegrating into splinters upon contact. The quality of this Mokutan is insufficient. We still need proper trees. Orochimaru observed the scattered wooden debris and shook his head, concluding that Aluo would need to toil a few more times. Of course, he could come himself. But Aluo often lamented how exhausting his research was, unwilling to let him expend energy on Mokutan tree planting. Having such a caring student who worries about their teacher can make one smile even in their dreams. Alas, my brother is about to lose control. Teacher, are you sure you want to hold on to me? After being embraced by Orochimaru, Aluo suddenly sensed the presence of the Two Tails. Sasuke summoned the Two Tails through a summoning technique, instantly boosting his chakras several levels, evolving his originally semi-skeletal Susanoo into one clad in the first layer of armor. Surely, he does not harbor thoughts of betraying his master. Orochimaru's hands trembled slightly, yet he stubbornly held Aluo close, his serpentine eyes gleaming with delight as he watched Sasuke. After all, if his body perished, it could be replaced. Real attacks would not matter, but witnessing Sasuke's explosive display of strength brought him joy. This is his student. Although it is a long-distance educational mode, everything Sasuke consumes and uses is still supported by him. Uchiha Itachi had previously stated that he would ensure both Aluo and Sasuke would develop into exceptional individuals, and when that guy returns next time, he would see how he could still find fault. Perhaps he had not considered it before, but now he might be inclined to attempt a renewal for his teacher. Aluo was oblivious to Orochimaru's excitement, yet he was certain that Sasuke definitely harbored thoughts of wanting to stab Orochimaru with a couple of swords. Sasuke excels in ninjutsu that is certainly not fire release. Will your elder brother not weep? Orochimaru disregarded Aluo's disdain. Watching as Sasuke utilized a ninjutsu that was still lightning release, momentarily taken aback before laughing even more joyfully. Oh dear! From the Uchiha clan renowned for their fire release, two have emerged who do not favor it. Uchiha Itachi had previously glared at Aluo for his disinterest in fire release. One wonders what expression he would wear upon discovering Sasuke's preference for lightning release. Chapter 160. Encountering Ningxi, Xiangling's proposal, he was incapacitated. Sasuke seized Uchiha Obito, who was rapidly regenerating his arm, and tossed him to the ground before striding over to Aluo, separating Orochimaru from the child he had just embraced. He had not used his full strength. Orochimaru squatted down, noticing that even with half his mass shattered, Obito was still stubbornly holding it together. Observing the somewhat amusing sight before him, he felt it necessary to issue a warning to Sasuke. Uchiha Obito's strength was not as simple as he had just witnessed. It seemed that aside from occasionally phasing his body, he had not utilized the other abilities of his Sharingan. What are you doing, Orochimaru? Be gentler. I cannot possibly go all out against the child. If I were to break a limb, one sibling complex and another brother complex would go mad. Uchiha Obito understood that his identity was no secret. Aside from occasionally maintaining a facade of mystery, he had largely let himself go. Recently, Black Zetsu, who had disappeared for a few days, approached him to discuss a collaboration with Uchiha Iluo. Black Zetsu claimed that Uchiha Iluo possessed a peculiar power that required the cooperation of this child to ensure the perfect arrival of the infinite Tsukuyomi in this world. Naturally, he had also realized that this child was abnormal from the very beginning. Thus, in order to facilitate the flawless execution of the infinite Tsukuyomi, he must now endure, preferably allowing this little brat to let his guard down, so that he could achieve the desired future. You know they will go mad. Go ahead and say it. What brings you here? I cannot fathom why the Akatsuki organization needs to seek me out. Orochimaru observed Uchiha Obito's half-recovering body, crouching beside him and directly inquiring about the matter at hand. It's not you they seek. It's that kid, but I initially did not wish to meet him. Once Uchiha Obito's body had healed enough for him to sit up, he spoke with a disgruntled tone about his actual purpose. This was part of his and Black Zetsu's plan, but they were using the Akatsuki's name to negotiate with Uchiha, a Luo, regarding the capture of tailed beasts. As for the financial aspect, they had already reached their anticipated levels. The reason for consulting a Luo about capturing tailed beasts was that 4 of the current 9 tailed beasts were related to him. Just now, he witnessed the 2 tails being summoned by Uchiha Sasuke, who treated it like a loyal companion, far more obedient than a house cat. Let us wait a bit longer. There's a task to prepare for, just 3 months. Aluo calculated the time and realized that making them wait for more than half a year would indeed be a bit uncomfortable. Therefore, let us aim to complete it within 3 months. Understood. I will return and inform them that during these 3 months, they should seek anyone they need. Even though I am reluctant to talk to you, if there's anything, you can find them. Obito received his response and prepared to leave. Before he departed, he hesitated as if wanting to say something, but ultimately kept it to himself. After he left, Orochimaru and Sasuke turned to Aluo, waiting for him to elaborate on what needed to wait for 3 months. We should organize a lively event. The Chunin exams in Konoha should be over 6 months away. But keeping us waiting that long is unreasonable. Instead, we should consult with the Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage to see if we can advance the timeline, while also inviting the 5 great shinobi villages to come and tour Konoha. Aluo smiled radiantly, yet the words he spoke were laced with icy murderous intent. The Chunin exams in Konoha are essentially a collaborative showcase. Each major shinobi village occasionally holds such events to display their prowess and attract affluent individuals to issue missions in their villages. Currently, Konoha could likely only entice Sunagakure to participate. Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure would probably not respond. However, thanks to the popularity a Luo had garnered previously, they might still find interest in Konoha's upcoming Chunin exams. Yet, this matter cannot be neglected. It always requires preparation, and Konoha needs time to adapt to the sudden affection from several major shinobi villages. As for the Land of Lightning's Kumogakure, the others have already agreed to attend, and Kumogakure would undoubtedly not miss out. If they were not invited, they might even worry that the 4 major shinobi villages were conspiring against them. The group cleared the battlefield, allowing a new grove to grow, and then returned to the village. On the streets of Inin village, the villagers continued their daily activities undisturbed by the earlier battle. However, some, out of curiosity, engaged in gossip about Aluo's elder brother, who was also quite powerful. Upon arriving at the Inin Shadow Building, they encountered Hinata Niji, who was holding a stack of documents. Lord Orochimaru, here is the personnel registration list for that family from yesterday. Sasuke is here too. The battle earlier was incredible. Hinata Niji placed the documents on the desk and then stepped aside to stand next to Sasuke. They had seen each other a few times back in Konoha, but he truly did not expect Uchiha Sasuke's strength to have grown to such an extent. There are still 2 young ladies left in the Hyuga clan. Can you not bring yourself to act? Sasuke glanced at Niji, directly referencing the 2 surviving members of the Hyuga clan currently in the hospital. My father and mother do not allow me to take action. Ningsu paused for a moment, then, with a resigned smile, expressed that his parents were primarily concerned about the psychological burdens he might bear in the future, which led them to make their decision before he took action. Your parents love you dearly, said Swishu, lowering his eyelids, his tone somewhat peculiar. Indeed, my parents love me, he responded, recalling the numerous instances when he witnessed them kneeling before that family, tormented to the point of tears and wails. Because of his exceptional talents, he bore the curse of the caged bird inscribed upon him prematurely, and he could only watch as they inflicted suffering upon his family of 3. Their pain seemed to satisfy their twisted inner desires. Ningxi's voice was barely above a whisper, yet those childhood memories caused tears to flow uncontrollably. When his parents were alive, they were engulfed in sorrow, and their deaths felt profoundly unjust. Now, after avenging them, it brought him joy and happiness that they were willing to remain with him in this manner. Yet, he occasionally reminisced about that teacher with the broad, white smile and that teammate who was almost a doppelganger, albeit without any blood relation, as well as the girl who once confessed her affection for him. If I may suggest, should Zhuoshu wish to see his parents, Lord Ishiwan could assist in reuniting you all, Xiang Lin interjected, having been listening nearby. Noticing Ningxi's sadness and Zhuoshu seemingly lost in thought, she approached with her suggestion. However, upon hearing her words, Zhuoshu and Aluo were taken aback. Ishiwan raised a hand to cover his face, questioning whether Xiang Lin had lost her mind. Aluo, I wish to meet them, Zhuoshu finally expressed. Having wrestled with his thoughts for a while before turning to Aluo, he yearned to see them just once more. He simply wanted to ask why Aluo had to endure so much suffering when he, being the weaker of the twins, deserved better care. Well, let us meet them then, Aluo replied, finding no issue with Zhuoshu's desire. He had no particular feelings toward the couple. After all, when Uchiha Fugaka passed away, he had requested a pair of eyes as a parting gift. Aluo, I just want to clarify a few things. It's not, Zhuoshu began. But upon seeing Aluo's amused expression, he felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. He looked at Aluo, attempting to articulate his thoughts, but before he could finish, Aluo had already chuckled. Let us go prepare. Teacher, we will need your assistance. I prefer not to use this technique. Aluo tugged at Zhuoshu's hand, leading him outside. Upon reaching the doorway, he turned back to invite TheUchiha to join them. Although he was capable of performing the technique of Edo Tensei, this time he preferred not to execute it himself. We can address this later. Junmalu, you're coming too, TheUchiha called out, following them out the door. The remaining individuals inside were halted by Shueiyu, who stood at the threshold. Xiang Lin, were you completely unaware that Aluo once died? Shueiyu asked, his expression serious as he scrutinized her for genuine ignorance or feigned naivety. Died? He died? Xiang Lin was indeed oblivious. And as she observed Shueiyu's expression and the strange atmosphere from earlier, she swiftly realized she might have caused trouble. Uchiha Itachi had personally confirmed that Aluo was crushed to death by their father's explosive chakra, and the masked man had wept over Aluo's corpse during that time. Shueiyu leaned closer, whispering the information he had gathered into Xiang Lin's ear. Although Xiang Lin had arrived later, it was understandable not to know such matters, yet to suggest anything regarding them was rather excessive. If Aluo wished to see them, did he really need a reminder? Moreover, the improved method of Edo Tensei was developed by Aluo himself. I didn't know. It was my fault. I will go find him. I can't go now. What should I do? They will surely dislike me. Over the past 2 years, Xiang Lin had often clung to Aluo, occasionally asking him to take her out. Their relationship was quite amicable. Now, realizing she might have caused Aluo trouble, she spun in place, ultimately too timid to intrude. It's all right, Aluo isn't angry or unhappy. He only cares about his brother, Zhongwu reassured her, patting her shoulder. The fact that Aluo cared for his brother meant that now it was his brother who wished to see their parents. But upon meeting them, Xiang Lin jumped in frustration, yet the events that had transpired could not be altered. In the end, Zhongwu could only helplessly scoop her up in one arm and head to the training ground. The others have training today. Let us change the training mode and have Xiang Lin join them for a match. The group was burdened with heavy hearts, yet in truth, Aluo was unperturbed. The site for Edo Tensei was in their family courtyard. Surrounded by blooming flowers and lush vegetation, one could feel at ease merely standing in the yard. As Junmalu assisted with the preparations, TheUchiha completed the Edo Tensei ritual, summoning the couple. Aluo did not even glance at them. As TheUchiha pulled him into an embrace, placing a hand on the back of Aluo's head, urging him not to look. For once, Zhuoshu cast a rare, grateful glance at TheUchiha. Mom, Dad, it's been a long time. Zhuoshu first looked at TheUchiha to ensure Aluo was being cared for, then stepped forward to face the two who had been resurrected. Raising his gaze to meet his parents, who stood together, still in shock, he attempted to force a smile, only to find it impossible. Zhuoshu, you've grown. Uchiha Makoto exclaimed, extending her arms to embrace him. Our child has grown. Though puzzled about why they suddenly found themselves here, the sight of Zwishu as an adult filled them with such excitement that they momentarily overlooked their surroundings. Zwishu, have you been well all these years? It is your father, and I who are to blame for not being there to watch you grow. Uchiha Makoto wept as she held Zwishu, and although in the state of Edo Tensei there were no tears, her concern and love for Zwishu were clearly expressed in that moment. Zwishu, you are remarkable, Uchiha Fugako added, trembling slightly as he reached out to pat Zwishu's shoulder, clearly pleased with the man Zwishu had become. Mom, Dad, Uchiha Itachi is under control now. I do not wish to see him, but I will not harm him. You need not worry. Zwishu, overwhelmed by his parents' concern and approval, felt tears streaming down his cheeks as he spoke of Uchiha Itachi. In mentioning Itachi, he also spoke of Konoha. He carefully avoided mentioning Aluo, instead describing how he had lived in Konoha. Yet, in his narratives, he inevitably referenced to Shiwan, detailing how the latter had cared for him in secret during that time when Konoha had constrained him, allowing him to grow into who he was now. Thank you for taking care of Zwishu. Uchiha Fugako finally took note of the Shiwan. Observing the Shiwan's sinister smile, Fugako felt a pang of worry that Zwishu might be deceived, but all he could do was sincerely express his gratitude. After all, it was under the Shiwan's care that Zwishu had grown into such an outstanding son, one nurtured by another. Zwishu, he is quite well. The Shiwan tightened his embrace around Aluo slightly, regarding Uchiha Fugako with a smirk, his tone ambiguous. Mom, Dad, Aluo. Zwishu noted that while his parents had recognized the Shiwan, they had not identified Aluo, who was being held by the Shiwan. Lowering his head, he spoke in a muffled voice. He could feel his father's satisfaction and his mother's affection, yet he remained perplexed as to why, being their child as well, they could not have treated Aluo with more kindness in the past. Chapter 162. The reason for abandonment years ago. Arising from the warning of the six paths, sage Zwishu, Uchiha Fugako interrupted Zwishu as he was about to speak the name Aluo. Just be well. Zwishu, we are already dead. Let us return. With a stern expression, Uchiha Fugako directly proposed their departure as he observed Zwishu's gaze shift towards him. There are some matters that are sufficient for them to know. Zwishu need not be burdened with the knowledge. Why? Aluo is also your son. When we were young, you forbade me from asking about him, and now you still do. Why do you treat your twin sons so differently? Is it because he is frail that you have chosen to confine him since childhood, destined for his demise? Zwishu's eyes swirled with anger and grievance, manifesting the kaleidoscope pattern. Tiny black flames flickered upon the strange black six-pointed star. He genuinely could not comprehend why Aluo had to suffer. Even his parents. They must reveal the underlying reasons for their actions. Zwishu, what are you doing? Uchiha Fugako sensed Zwishu activating his Sharingan and was instantly enraged. However, they faced not only Zwishu's unrefined kaleidoscope Sharingan, but also the formidable Orochimaru, who could exert control over them. Reluctantly, Orochimaru intervened, using the Edo Tensei technique to compel them to disclose the secrets they had long concealed. Zwishu, Aluo is not your brother. He is not our child. Uchiha Makoto spoke, delivering a revelation that shook everyone present. Based solely on Aluo and Zwishu's appearance and their Sharingan, such a deception was implausible. On the eve of your birth, your mother and I shared a dream, Uchiha Fugako recounted, revealing the events of the past. In that dream, they encountered the legendary six-path sage, who warned them that their son was in grave danger, threatened by an unwanted existence seeking to harm him. He offered his assistance but cautioned that eliminating the threat would also endanger their true child, necessitating the sealing of that existence into a frail fetus, remaining within the womb. Upon awakening, the couple felt anxious, and shortly thereafter, Zwishu was born safely. However, the other child, born 2 or 3 hours later under the care of medical ninjas, was the weak infant. The couple immediately recalled the dream and the sage's warning, concluding that this child posed a danger to their own. Thus, when the clan elders declared that this child should not live, they reluctantly agreed. Unexpectedly, their young son Itachi, barely 5 or 6 years old, stood up against this decision, asserting that the Uchiha clan could not commit fratricide. He confidently proposed to undertake missions to support his younger brother. Father, mother, how could you believe in such a dream-induced illusion? Zwishu listened intently, piecing together the events, and suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. They would forsake their own son based solely on the words of the Six-Path Sage. The Six-Path Sage would not deceive us, Uchiha Fugaku attempted to explain. Yet in the next moment, he and Uchiha Makoto were engulfed in dizziness, pulled into a different space. Alongside them stood Zwisu and the unexpected presence of Uchiha Itachi. Zwisu, I apologize for meeting you in this manner. Aluo's current state of mind is not conducive for a lengthy explanation. First, convey your relationship with the Six Paths Sage to your parents, Uchiha Itachi said, his emotions complex as he noticed Zwisu preparing to use his ocular technique. The Six Paths Sage. In a mere blink, the time within the Tsukuyami has extended significantly. The four of us have discussed much, from the arrival of Otsutsuki to the present circumstances. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Aluo, cradled by Orochimaru, was engaged in a dialogue with the system. The alternate activation method for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan was an achievement unlocked when Zwisu first awakened his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, yielding a substantial reward of 50,000 points. This elevated Aluo's total points to over 80,000. Yet, he remained unhurried in redeeming them, preferring to wander with Zwisu, even encouraging him to confront Uchiha Bido. However, these actions bore no significant outcomes. Only when Uchiha Fugaku mentioned the Six Paths Sage's dream did Aluo inquire with the system about the veracity of those events. After an assessment, the system confirmed their occurrence, noting that Aluo's consciousness had not participated at that time, and its function was merely to create a temporary substitute program that mirrored the host's personality. Such indirect matters fell outside its monitoring scope. Later, when Aluo arrived, he had not considered asking the system about the reasons behind his parents' differential treatment, and thus this matter remained undetected by the system. Host, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, feeling guilty and seeking to make amends, prepare accordingly. The Tsukuyami was but a fleeting moment. As the couple emerged from the illusion, the system issued a prompt to Aluo. Yumalu, Eam Child. Aluo detached himself from Orochimaru's embrace, grasped Jumalu's arm, mumbled a few words, and promptly fell asleep. Amends? System, what jest is this? My life is quite splendid. My brother cares for me. My teacher watches over me. Friends are concerned for me. And I have Junmalu, Xianglin, Duoyu, Shueiyu, and Zhongwu by my side. As for that couple, from the perspective of consciousness, he had merged into this narrative only on the night of the massacre, rendering the storyline non-existent and uniquely his own. Yet, according to his body and memories, he was a normal infant, gestated for 10 months and born into life. Before the merging of consciousness, he was still himself. Due to the Six Paths Sage's warning, they feared that one son would harm the other upon awakening, leading them to choose to have the latter eliminated. It was Uchiha Itachi who had intervened, asserting that the Uchiha clan must not kill its own bloodline, thus preventing those who insisted on Aluo's death. Although the system had emergency protocols in place should calamity befall him, Uchiha Itachi had saved his life. It was also Itachi who, with the promise of earning money to support him, arranged a small residence and hired caretakers for Aluo when he was still too young to fend for himself. As for what that couple had done, they had merely borrowed living expenses for 2 years while Uchiha Itachi was still not ready for the battlefield. Chapter 163. Kuroju. The fearsome nature of brotherly affection in the land of rice had long been entirely under the control of Orochimaru, who had designated Alo as the heir to the realm. Therefore, the rumors that circulated when they initially visited Mangekyo were not entirely unfounded, as long as Alo expressed interest. He could assume the role of the new ruler of the land of rice at any moment. It was imperative to take good care of Alo and resolve this matter before dinner, ensuring he did not oversleep and miss the meal. Sasuke observed Junmaru carry Alo away, his fingers tightening and then relaxing as he provided time frame. Mother, father, let us discuss matters elsewhere. This is a home built by Alo himself, and it is inappropriate for you to remain here. Turning, Sasuke looked at his parents, whose eyes brimmed with anticipation, and his first priority was to lead them away from this abode. This was the home of their brothers. While his parents could stay, they must not disturb Alo, especially when he had not shown a desire to see them. Sasuke, take father and mother to talk. I will check on Alo upstairs. If he is asleep, he will kick off the blankets. Uchiha Itachi did not follow but instead turned to ascend the stairs. No need. Aloe is very well behaved when asleep and will not kick off the covers. Sasuke extended his wooden longsword to block Itachi's path. What do you mean? My well-behaved brother kicks off the blankets? Are you boasting about how you often care for him during his years away from Konoha? No, he won't kick off the blankets. Itachi found Sasuke's demeanor unremarkable, yet the notion that Aloe would be well-behaved while sleeping was absurd. He had been kicked numerous times, and there were even reports of Orochimaru being on the receiving end of such treatment. Black Zetsu had just lamented his own experience of being kicked by Aloe. Wait, Black Zetsu? Kicked by Aloe? When Aloe sleeps, even if he is restless, he only kicks within the confines of the bed. Black Zetsu, come out. Itachi lost interest in checking on Aloe, and, fueled by anger, stormed out to find Black Zetsu under the astonished gazes of his parents. Orochimaru, kindly escort them to a quiet place. I must investigate. That rascal Black Zetsu must have done something nefarious. Unable to call him teacher, Sasuke entrusted his parents to Orochimaru and chased after Itachi as they exited the village. Outside, they searched for a long time without finding any trace of Black Zetsu. In fact, after Itachi's outburst, Black Zetsu had quietly slipped into Aloe's bedroom. What did you do to make them so furious? Aloe sat cross-legged on the bed, munching on an apple, offering one to Junmaru, standing by the bedside. Looking at Black Zetsu, who was pressed against the wall, Aloe could hardly fathom what actions could provoke Itachi's ire. I do not know. When I received news that Obito had been beaten, I came to see what was happening, and then I heard about the plan to reincarnate your parents. I thought you would not want to see them, so I went to find Itachi nearby. Black Zetsu pondered carefully. He truly had not done anything to incite Itachi's wrath. This time, he had merely sensed potential trouble and sought out Itachi, perplexed by his sudden behavior. Forget about them for now. Junmaru, you should go about your business. The topics we discuss are not suitable for others to overhear. Aloe glanced at Junmaru, indicating he should seek out Orochimaru. He would not offer any veiled excuses, as everyone understood the implications. Moreover, Junmaru was straightforward, as was Yugo, and there was no need to worry about misinterpretations. Very well, I shall take my leave. Junmaru nodded, taking a bite of the apple before swiftly departing. He took a bite first, for once outside, he might be robbed, be it by Karui or perhaps by Suigetsu. Now that everyone has left, let us converse. How did you manage to have Obito seek us out without fear of exposure? Aloe gestured for Black Zetsu to sit beside him as he inquired about the ruse that had enticed Uchiha Obito. That fellow is quite foolish. After I captured the 3 tails for Niji, and Pain delivered the 2 tails, how could he still believe that the Moon I planned could succeed? I told him that for the Moon I planned to be flawlessly realized, he must first lower his guard and become familiar with the tailed beasts. Then, he would initiate the Moon I plan. As an Uchiha, his potential is unparalleled, and he does not even require Senju Hashirama cells to wield wood release. Moreover, he possesses wealth and followers, thus he believed me. Black Zetsu recounted to Aloe how he had deceived Obito. As he spoke, he noticed Aloe's amusing posture and wished to try it himself, shifting slightly toward the center of the bed. Just then, the door swung open. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi stood outside, their Sharingan locking onto Black Zetsu, who had now moved onto Aloe's bed. Even if I can heal you, the ocular techniques are not meant to be used so frivolously. Aloe raised his hand, conjuring a wooden wall to shield Black Zetsu, as black and purple flames blazed against it before he absorbed them. The black flames belonged to Itachi's Amaterasu, while the purple flames were Sasuke's ocular technique. Due to the alteration in Sasuke's Sharingan activation method, the ability exhibited differences, though further research had yet to clarify the specifics of these variations. You let Black Zetsu sleep beside you, and he has kicked him before? Itachi wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, realizing that by the time Aloe dispelled the wooden barrier, Black Zetsu had already escaped. Yet, he could not comprehend why Aloe would trust Black Zetsu. That being had existed for a millennium, now claiming to collaborate with Aloe because he could not control him. Once an opportunity arose, Black Zetsu would strike without hesitation. Such a dangerous entity, and Aloe remained defenseless against him. This was absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 164. The two brothers clash. Orochimaru becomes angry. He only wished to rescue his mother. A child motivated solely by the desire to save his mother must possess an overly simplistic mindset, for otherwise, he would not have failed for a millennium. Aloe extended his hand, and a half-meter-tall sapling sprouted before him, its branches stretching forth, blossoming and bearing 2 apples. While expressing that Black Zetsu's mind was simple, he internally chuckled incessantly. Utilizing Senju Hashirama's sage chakra, he swiftly cultivated this fruit with healing properties, and the process was quite enjoyable. He plucked an apple and handed it to Sasuke and Itachi before the sapling withered and vanished. Simple? Uchiha Madara was led to his demise by him. What simplicity is there? Sasuke accepted the apple, sitting at the edge of the bed to take a few bites, then began to lament how dark Black Zetsu truly was. Many troubles stemmed from his machinations, yet it seemed that his younger brother rather enjoyed playing with that dark entity. Aloe. Sasuke does not like Black Zetsu. Itachi, munching on an apple while observing Sasuke's attempts at persuasion, found them ineffective. He concocted an undeniably valid rationale. As long as Aloe did not associate with Black Zetsu, that sufficed. Whether Black Zetsu was simple or complex did not necessitate such clarity. Sasuke dislikes Black Zetsu. Aloe had initially been teasing Sasuke, but now that Itachi had spoken, he could only nod obediently. After all, Sasuke did not harbor fondness for him. Yes, I dislike Black Zetsu. Though Sasuke affirmed this, his mood did not improve. He had long known that Aloe would avoid those whom Sasuke disliked. Yet using such reasoning to compel Aloe to obey was something he had never contemplated. Henceforth, it is prudent to maintain a distance from him, yet collaboration must persist. Although Aluo has consented to distance himself from Heiju, he reiterates that their cooperative endeavors cannot be interrupted. The release of Otsutsuki Kagaya is imperative. However, the method of her liberation shall be determined as circumstances evolve. Aluo expresses his intentions, and his elder brother assures him of companionship in his pursuits. Regardless of who stands in their path, they shall be met with force. Sasuke chuckles, relieved that his younger brother continues to voice his desires. This is a positive sign. His brother must remain joyful and make decisions centered on himself, free from emotional coercion or societal expectations. Previously, he had underestimated the situation, believing Uchiha Itachi would comprehend. Aluo, you should rest. I will handle the subsequent matters. I shall awaken you for dinner, Sasuke states, pulling the blanket from the bed. Just as Uchiha Itachi attempts to interject, the blanket is raised, obstructing any potentially uttered words. As Aluo lies snugly beneath the blanket, his eyes fixed on Sasuke, the latter winks and leads Uchiha Itachi away. Aluo, nestled in warmth, contemplates his next strategic move when suddenly a notification appears, granting him a reward of 10,000 points for the new achievement. Sasuke fights for his brother. It is astonishing that these two have clashed for his sake. Fortunately, there are no injuries. Otherwise, healing would be quite arduous. The system then interjects, questioning Aluo's lack of curiosity regarding why Uchiha Sasuke would confront Uchiha Itachi. The system continues to engage Aluo in conversation, noting the peculiarity of the brothers' conflict. When Uchiha Itachi emphasized Sasuke's disdain for Heiju and urged compliance, Sasuke was already inclined to retaliate. Upon exiting, he would undoubtedly convey that familial bonds should not restrict him. However, Uchiha Itachi is not one to acquiesce easily, and thus a quarrel ensued, which seems entirely natural. Aluo harbors little interest in this matter, as Sasuke's fleeting anxious expression has already revealed everything. The system comments on Sasuke's non-rebuttal at that moment, suggesting that Aluo would never favor such a resolution. Consequently, a fitting punishment would be to send him to Konoha for a while as a ninja cat. Aluo ponders this for a while before proposing a rather absurd consequence, leaving the system speechless. Indeed, Heiju has a point. Brothers who dote excessively can be quite bothersome. The system responds, albeit in a playful manner, which prompts Aluo to express his deep concern for the system. This time, however, the system remains silent, and Aluo concludes that it must be shy. He resumes contemplating how to arrange his subsequent plans to ensure the complete destruction of Konoha. Meanwhile, in a grove outside Odo Shinobi Village, trees suffer once more as fire techniques collide, causing devastation. Orochimaru, having arrived, employs water techniques to extinguish the flames. Sasuke. These trees were planted by Aluo, he observes, instantly deflating the tension between the two Uchiha. Next time, let us avoid fire techniques. Sasuke glances at Orochimaru, then shoots another glare at Uchiha Itachi, ultimately conceding with reluctance. If fire has harmed the trees, then lightning techniques shall be employed as they cause significantly less destruction. Orochimaru, realizing the necessity to address the situation, inquires about the cause of their altercation. He has begun to comprehend why Luo anticipated potential headaches upon Sasuke's arrival. This stubborn child is anything but endearing. While both possess stubborn natures, Luo tends to express his feelings delicately, whereas Sasuke embodies an attitude of "I need not explain myself, I'm simply angry." With such a temperament, others would have long been taken to the training grounds for correction. Sasuke glances at Orochimaru and suddenly recognizes his identity, softening his tone. "Uchiha Itachi, it has not been long since we last met, yet you have grown bold enough to threaten Luo. Do you believe there is no one in Odo Shinobi Village capable of handling you?" At the mention of Luo being threatened, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes widen in disbelief. How dare one use Luo's most cherished connection, Sasuke, as a means of intimidation? It is imperative that a lesson is imparted today to convey the true meaning of boundaries. Suddenly, a spectral figure materializes beside Orochimaru. Sasuke quickly steps aside, surprised that Orochimaru would summon this particular individual. He had not anticipated the closeness between them, nor was he aware of their shared communication methods. This is Uchiha Itachi. For reasons unknown, resorts to threats against Luo using Sasuke. "Perhaps you should educate your kin," Orochimaru succinctly states, establishing the gravity of the situation. "Threats? I have often heard Luo speak of you, claiming you strive to be a good brother. Is this how you fulfill that role?" A voice resonates, as Uchiha Izuna's spectral form materializes, adorned in the Uchiha clan's emblem. Approaching Uchiha Itachi, he activates his Mangekyo Sharingan, locking eyes with the young Uchiha. To utilize Sasuke as leverage against Luo is a testament to your understanding of your brother's vulnerabilities. Yet, instead of safeguarding him, you aim to wield that knowledge as a weapon? "Uchiha Izuna?" Uchiha Itachi exclaims, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this long-absent figure. Though he was aware of Izuna's existence, witnessing it firsthand is surreal. This visage indeed mirrors Luo's description, resembling a matured version of both Sasuke and Luo. Luo holds you in high regard. He confides in you about family matters. He is dutiful, resilient, and strives to live earnestly. How can you employ his most cherished connections to threaten and manipulate him? Izuna shakes his head at Uchiha Itachi, raising his hand to strike. In terms of taijutsu, Izuna once sparred with his brother and was the second strongest within the Uchiha clan during his lifetime. While Uchiha Itachi is a prodigy with exceptional skills, he pales in comparison to Izuna, who fought fiercely to survive in a past era. As for fire techniques and ocular jutsu, Izuna's spiritual strength allows him to momentarily materialize, a feat beyond the capabilities of the living. "Orochimaru, please proceed to seal my parents." The situation with Uchiha Itachi is as such. He has assured me he will keep watch, vowing not to interfere until Luo is willing to accept the truth. Yet, he himself is attempting to compel Luo to comply. If left unrestrained, it will not be long before the three of them conspire to harm Luo. Sasuke stood beside Orochimaru, observing Izuna's vicious onslaught, and helplessly proposed this resolution. He understood that the guilt consuming his parents might drive them to distance themselves from Luo, wishing to spare him sorrow. However, once they believe Luo's actions and decisions deviate from their conception of righteousness, Uchiha Itachi will undoubtedly not intervene, and may even become their ally. Thus, let us seal them, knowing that Otsutsuki Kagaya had attempted to kill Luo 12 years prior. He could not allow his parents' souls to traverse to the Pure Land. In that realm, Otsutsuki Kagaya could very well strike again. If they were willing to abandon their child once, they could certainly do so a second time. Let us depart. Izuna will care for Uchiha Itachi. We shall first complete the sealing and then awaken Luo for dinner. Orochimaru turned away from the battered Uchiha Itachi and, accompanied by Sasuke and Kimimaro, returned to the village. Within a concealed chamber of the laboratory, they encountered Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto once more. In the face of their astonished gazes, they sealed the two souls, resurrected through Edo Tensei, within a specialized scroll. "You shall keep this safe. I must return to Konoha tomorrow with Luo, and I do not wish for him to sense their presence." Sasuke declined as Orochimaru offered him the scroll. Earlier, his emotions had overwhelmed him upon reuniting with his parents, causing him to overlook certain matters. Yet, Itachi's previous actions and subsequent quarrels made him realize that certain ideologies are immutable. Itachi would impose his own notions of rightness and control Luo's behavior and preferences through his understanding. Furthermore, their father would likely be even more extreme in his handling of certain issues than Itachi. Initially, it was merely a dream. The Sage of Six Paths had manipulated them into making that choice with just a few words. Now, having learned of Otsutsuki Kagaya's schemes, their guilt is palpable. However, should they discover Luo's soul possesses the ability to leave his body, their choice would be all but predictable. They might even conclude that everything is Luo's fault. Luo cares deeply for your feelings. After returning to Konoha, please take good care of him. Orochimaru swallowed the scroll whole, confident that as long as he lived, it would not be lost. He patted Sasuke's shoulder, feigning ignorance of Sasuke's disdainful glance, and reminded him to look after Luo and be wary of any potential dangers in Konoha. While discussing Konoha and Luo, Orochimaru accompanied Sasuke for a thorough examination to ensure there were no adverse effects from the Mangekyo Sharingan before departing the laboratory. During dinner, Luo gazed at Uchiha Itachi's face, marred with bruises clearly inflicted intentionally, and chuckled softly several times. Izuna was simply adorable, having used spiritual energy to create those marks. Conventional medical ninjutsu could not heal them. Sasuke, I want to eat egg noodles tomorrow morning. After dining at Orochimaru's, Luo and Sasuke returned home. And before heading to their bedroom, Luo reminded Sasuke of his breakfast request. Very well, I shall prepare noodles in the morning. Sasuke turned back to Luo and smiled in agreement. It had been a long time since he had cooked for Luo. Although there had been opportunities in recent days, Luo had transformed into a cat-like form, merely nibbling at his food. Aside from the noodles, he should prepare some additional dishes. After their return to Konoha, they might be faced with missions or training. Before drifting into slumber, Sasuke contemplated breakfast. Meanwhile, after lying down, Luo's spirit ventured out to seek Kurizetsu. The early commencement of the Chunin exams in Konoha necessitated multifaceted actions for a successful completion. Furthermore, it was essential to instill a sense of potential danger in Konoha, thereby prompting more ninja to return when the time came. Chapter 166, Might Guy, Kakashi. You are my most important person in Konoha. At a training ground, Team 7, led by Kakashi, found themselves without a suitable mission and thus engaged in training. Two youths exchanged blows, each eager to leave their mark upon the other. Beneath a tree, a girl with pink hair diligently studied a partially unrolled scroll, absorbing knowledge on illusion techniques. Above her, a silver-haired ninja held a comic book in one hand while attempting to entice a nearby black cat with fish jerky, but alas, the feline offered no acknowledgement. Oh, come now. It was merely during our morning assembly that I took your snack. Look, I compensated you. Later, I shall treat you to barbecue. Do not hiss at me. Kakashi attempted to appease the cat, but his efforts were met with failure, and he bore a new scratch upon his hand. Get away. The black cat glared at Kakashi with disdain, leaping onto a neighboring branch, entirely disinterested in his company. It was unimaginable that Kakashi, in his human form, could be so careless as to pilfer cat treats. One could only wonder if he had similarly snatched a Luo's snacks when unseen. That snack had been procured by a Luo earlier that morning, only to be devoured by Kakashi. Had it not been for a Luo's embrace, he would have surely clawed Kakashi's face at that moment. How about this? I shall grant Sasuke a half-day off and let him take you to explore the village. Kakashi observed the unusually irritable black cat, uncertain whether it was a Luo or Sasuke. The interaction he witnessed that morning deviated from the norm when he had attempted to seize a small packet of treats. Both Sasuke and the cat had shot him reproachful glances, leaving him utterly perplexed. Not interested, the cat, resembling Sasuke, lay lazily upon the branch, ignoring Kakashi. He turned his gaze towards the ongoing battle between Naruto and Sasuke, reflecting on Luo's words from that morning. Prior to the start of the Chunin exams, he required a training venue and an opponent capable of fostering rapid growth. Luo had proposed 3 training targets: Izuna, Luo, and Senju Hashirama. Luo had been dismissed from consideration early on. Now, Witnessing Aluo's joy, he yearned for his brother to continue enjoying himself. As for Izuna, they become quite familiar over the years. Even the scrolls provided by Orochimaru, or the techniques Aluo had returned to teach him, were all cultivated under Izuna's watchful eye. Thus, only Senju Hashirama remained a viable option. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke is being unreasonable. Naruto, having been ensnared by an illusion, rushed to complain to Kakashi upon regaining consciousness. After training for the entire morning, it was nearly time to concoct an excuse to indulge in delectable food. He had overheard Kakashi mention treating them to barbecue. "You lost again, didn't you? I told you to be wary of Sasuke's illusions. Even the techniques taught by his cat may be too much for you to handle. Come on, it has been a tough time with missions. Sensei, please treat us to barbecue." Kakashi, observing Naruto's complaint, swiftly seized the boy and leapt down from the tree upon noticing him stealthily reaching out towards the black cat. At this moment, it was impossible to discern whether the cat was Sasuke or Aluo. How could he dare to approach? Did he not fear earning a few more scratches upon his face? Barbecue. Upon hearing the mention of barbecue, Naruto erupted into exuberant excitement. The teacher invited us for barbecue, and he must demonstrate utmost sincerity, ensuring that we eat our fill. Sasuke, Sakura, let's depart for the barbecue. Kakashi gave Naruto a light smack on the head, urging him to quiet down. He then called out to the dark-haired boy cradling a cat, along with the quickly stowed-away scrolls of Haruno Sakura, as they all made their way towards the village. "Today, it seems my wallet shall suffer a significant shrinkage. However, as long as we can eat, let us indulge. For these two young ones from the Uchiha clan may not remain in my company for long. Moreover, I have always sensed that there are other forces surrounding these two, likely waiting for the opportune moment to strike and obliterate Konoha in one fell swoop." The massacre of the Hyuga clan initiated a series of events. They are not lacking in tailed beasts, 3 tails, 9 tails, and the 1 tail from Mangekyo. This is merely what I am currently aware of, undoubtedly. There are many unknowns lurking in the shadows. Konoha is in peril. The Hokage often likens Konoha to a grand tree, yet they seem fond of severing new branches, hoarding all nutrients for the decayed roots. I truly wish to witness a great fire that would consume the entire tree. Kakashi. My guy was out on a mission today with 2 students, having just submitted their task when he encountered Kakashi's team at the crossroads. He leapt in front of Kakashi, flashing his iconic grin, eager to challenge him to a match. Lately, he had been yearning for a vigorous contest to wash away certain discontentment. "Kakashi, shall we indulge in barbecue? It's on me." Kakashi, feeling particularly jovial today, naturally invited Might Guy to join as well, although Arrow would likely refrain from divulging Niji's whereabouts. The expression on his face should be enough to make Guy realize the fate of Hinata Niji. "Barbecue? Lee, Tintin, come along, let's feast on barbecue." Might Guy had his doubts about Kakashi's intentions, suspecting he wished for him to foot the bill, but as his gaze wavered, he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar smile. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Uchiha Sasuke was not smiling at all. This fleeting moment, reminiscent of an illusion, lifted the clouds of doubt from his mind, bringing clarity. Twins, it is said, bear an almost identical resemblance. No one has ever seen the true visage of the other. The previous Lady S appearance had already been confirmed as a facade, so exchanges of identity between brothers might indeed go unnoticed at times. Furthermore, Sasuke's earlier smile was a deliberate reminder, suggesting that perhaps Kakashi possessed some knowledge. It was even plausible that Kakashi had instructed Sasuke to convey this message to him. He knew it. Kakashi did not wish for him to worry about Niji, which is why he had this student relay the information. How touching. "Kakashi, you are my most cherished friend. We shall be rivals for a lifetime." Upon reaching the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, Might Guy finally emerged from his contemplations, extending his arms to embrace Kakashi, who walked beside him. After the embrace, he profoundly expressed sentiments about companionship, only to burst into tears thereafter. Chapter 167. The Barbecue Gathering of Tenjin and Ahem. While we do not mind, there are so many students watching. Can you two not exhibit a bit more decorum? Nara Shikaku, with a kunai clamped in his mouth, approached alongside his team, eyeing the exuberant embrace of the two with a desire to poke them with a kunai. Day by day, managing students on missions is already exhausting, To come for a meal and witness you two flaunting your presence is quite the nuisance. Moreover, have you both changed your interests? Rather than shouting about competitions, must you come here to toughen your skin? In this regard, Kakashi's mask conceals his expression, making it impossible to see. While Might Guy, you shall never win in this aspect. This fellow is suddenly acting up. Kakashi pushed the tearful Might Guy away, turning to face Naruto, feeling equally vexed by the unexpected ambush. And as for the students around, can you all tone down those inquisitive gazes a tad? One can understand. After all, Naruto's words trailed off as he noticed the Haruno Sakura team passing by the other end of the street, and he decided to hold his tongue. The massacre of the Hyuga clan is indeed troubling. A genius from the Hyuga clan fled after the massacre, leaving the remaining two incapacitated. It is said that the sisters can no longer become shinobi. Shikamaru, Naruto, long time no see. How have you both been? Have you undertaken any impressive missions? Inuzuka Kiba rushed over, holding Akamaru, and without hesitation, he yanked Naruto by one arm and Shikamaru by the other, leading them into the restaurant. As for the other familiar face, Choji, he feared he would be unable to keep up. Woof, woof, woof. Akamaru leapt onto Inuzuka Kiba's head, tilting its head to gaze at Sasuke, barking a few times. This sudden barking drew the attention of Kakashi and Might Guy, both of whom felt a surge of tension. They began to suspect that this Sasuke might not be the real Sasuke. Initially, they believed they could not discern the truth, which added an extra layer of security. Yet Akamaru's barking made them realize they had overlooked an important detail. Dogs can discern truth through scent. If Inuzuka Kiba's dog detects something amiss, it could spell trouble. That's Sasuke. Your cat should not eat dog meat, right? Inuzuka Kiba asked, a look of horror crossing his face as he glanced at Sasuke, fearing that Akamaru might be devoured by his cat. Very dangerous, very frightening, a fierce cat. This is what Akamaru conveyed to him. With barbecue on the horizon, there is no need for raw meat. Arrow, now assuming Sasuke's identity, must maintain Sasuke's aloof demeanor. Yes, barbecue. I mean, you all are gathered for barbecue, right? Inuzuka Kiba, wrapping the startled Akamaru in his clothing, suddenly realized that he had unwittingly invaded someone else's gathering. However, since they were all here to have fun, it was rather disheartening that they hadn't invited him. Kakashi-sensei said our training has been arduous, so he is treating us to barbecue. Naruto proudly gestured towards Kakashi, boasting about their wonderful teacher. Kakashi smiled and waved his hand, graciously accepting the praise. We are as well. Our teacher is treating us to barbecue. Shikamaru indicated to Inuzuka Kiba to look aside, for their team's teacher was also present. We too. Kakashi is treating us to barbecue. Might Guy pointed to Kakashi and the two students beside him when Inuzuka Kiba looked over. I will manage on my own. Inuzuka Kiba sighed, pondering his own team's teacher and the recent events. He resolved to dip into his own pocket to treat Akamaru to a barbecue before heading home. I'm still here. A voice suddenly emerged beside him, startling Inuzuka Kiba into jumping aside, nearly colliding with Naruto. Turning around, he found his teammate, Aburame Shino. When did you sneak up on us? Inuzuka Kiba felt that his teammate was rather peculiar, always appearing and disappearing mysteriously. I have always been here. Aburame Shino, with an air of resignation, pointed out that he had been following Inuzuka Kiba all along. So why did everyone disregard him? Clearly they all saw him. We shall also partake in barbecue. Inuzuka Kiba no longer cared about Aburame Shino's lack of presence. He was just glad to have someone accompany him. However, seeing the lively atmosphere around them, Inuzuka Kiba glanced at his teammate and quietly moved a portion of meat closer to Naruto. Not just him, but Shikamaru and the others swiftly abandoned their teacher when the meat was served, blending into the festivities. Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged a glance before heading directly to find Shikamaru. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba's abandonment of Aburame Shino had allowed the latter to stealthily shift his position, where he joined a group of 10 genin of similar age, embarking on a chaotic battle over grilled meat. Kiba, you actually stole meat for Sasuke? Yamanaka Ino exclaimed in astonishment as she watched Kiba use the tongs to transfer perfectly grilled meat onto Sasuke's plate. She would not have been surprised had the meat been delivered to Naruto, who was seated beside Kiba. But the fact that there was a Naruto between them made her question Kiba's intentions. Has the world gone mad? Surely this is an illusion. You don't understand. My ninja cat hasn't eaten enough. Only when my ninja cat is satisfied can Akamaru be safe, Kiba retorted, his gaze meeting their incredulous expressions as he voiced his frustrations. Were it not for Akamaru's persistent urging, he would have never delivered grilled meat to that guy. However, what was the secret behind that ninja cat that frightened his Akamaru so much? Forget about them. Let's eat more, Ero said, cradling the cat. Even if he had to impersonate Sasuke, it wouldn't deter him from speaking gently to the feline. After all, Sasuke had previously coaxed him to eat more in the same manner. The ninja cat was a legacy of the Uchiha clan, and currently, Sasuke's training was guided by the cat teacher. Seeing that no one was eating and they were merely fixated on the interaction between Sasuke and the cat, Naruto waved his hand in annoyance to break their gaze. I envy that, Ino remarked, nudging Sakura with her elbow, eager for some insider gossip. A ninja cat that could elicit such tenderness from Sasuke must be quite extraordinary, considering how many times Sasuke has reprimanded Naruto for trying to pet the cat. Do you think he would reprimand you too? Sakura whispered to Ino, leaning closer. She was also quite curious about the cat and wanted to experience its texture. However, after witnessing Naruto being scolded by Sasuke and Kakashi being swatted by the cat, she felt intimidated. Both humans and cats could be quite fierce, yet undeniably charming. Chapter 168. The reappearance of the Wave Country mission. I'm so full, Kakashi-sensei. See you tomorrow, Naruto declared at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, patting his belly as he bid farewell to Kakashi, who lamented the serious depletion of his wallet. Don't oversleep. We meet at 8 in the morning. Kakashi watched as his 3 students walked away, calling out to them before turning to exit the village alongside Might Guy. After a satisfying meal, it was time for a leisurely stroll, and then perhaps a competition with this guy. Today, Sasuke seems a bit unusual in a gentle state, Nara Shikamaru remarked quietly as they were left alone. There is something off about him today. He doesn't seem like the type to be tender with a summoning beast. Nara Shikamaru shared with his 3 students the not-so-secret information that the Uchiha clan's ancestral summoning beast, the ninja cat, would not wait for the Uchiha clan members to summon it. Rather, it would actively seek them out, although it was a bit troublesome to mentor students. The heirs of the Ino Shikacho trio were quite sensible from a young age, making the interactions pleasant. So that's how it is. It feels like family returning. Shikamaru began to understand. After losing all warmth, the ties that reemerged after several years must have been significant. However, if Uchiha Sasuke could be located by their ninja cat, then Uchiha Itachi should be able to as well. Thinking along those lines, the 2 brothers may have already established contact through the ninja cat without anyone noticing. What a fascinating discovery, yet one that must remain unspoken to avoid endless trouble. Shikamaru, let us go. It's time for training, Ino called as she walked a few paces with her teacher before glancing back at the pensive Shikamaru, urging him to hurry up. I'm coming, Shikamaru replied, smiling as he caught up with his teammates and teacher, deciding that the matters of the Uchiha clan were not his concern. After a lively barbecue, Sasuke returned to the clan grounds, only to be immediately whisked away by Ero into the ceiling space. Cut. Senju Hashirama greeted Ero as he entered, preparing to continue nurturing his trees. However, upon suddenly spotting the black cat, he hurried over. Where did this cat come from? Especially with the 2 tails still resting on the roof of my thatch hut? This is my brother, Ero explained, releasing the black cat and allowing Sasuke to revert back to his original form. How did he turn into a cat? Senju Hashirama, having previously encountered Sasuke, recognized that the 2 brothers had been raised by Izuna. However, Ero transforming Sasuke into a cat and bringing him here raised questions. Was there a conflict between the brothers, with the younger one attempting to confine the elder? Or was something amiss in Konoha, necessitating Sasuke's temporary concealment? I'm Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha. My brother's Sharingan has just evolved and requires training. After much consideration, I have deemed this place the most suitable, as I cannot allow him to dismantle Senju Tobirama, Ero asserted, clearly using Senju Tobirama as leverage. If you don't properly accompany my brother in training, I'll make things difficult for your younger brother. While the Edo Tensei body is impervious to damage, the ability to train the soul also allows for the potential to dismantle Senju Tobirama through spiritual means. I never said I wouldn't accompany him. Senju Hashirama felt quite wronged, as he had neither refused nor intended to betray the young man. How could he be threatened so casually? Brother, I'll bring you your meals and fruits. For now, stay here, and I'll update you each evening before you rest. Ero shot a glare at Senju Hashirama and then explained the situation to Sasuke, quickly erecting a wooden structure beside them. This would serve as a temporary residence for Sasuke, and for the time being, his growth would be entrusted to Senju Hashirama's training. With style? Sasuke, your brother can use with style? Does Izuna know about this? Senju Hashirama inquired, feeling quite disgruntled as he glared at the wooden house Ero had constructed. Will Izuna be angry if she finds out that the Uchiha can use with style? There was no avoiding it. Izuna had always been particularly concerned about her younger brother. Moreover, upon witnessing with style, she would likely recall herself and the collaboration with Madara. I know, and she'll definitely scold you more often in the future, Sasuke replied, wanting to retort, but knowing he needed to focus on combat training. If Senju Hashirama were not to accompany him, Ero would have to exert effort in finding a sparring partner. Alas, I owe it to Madara. Senju Hashirama's thoughts remained ensnared in a cycle of guilt over deceiving and harming Madara, unable to escape the remorse of his memories. Whenever the topic of Uchiha Madara arose, it naturally triggered recollections of both joyful and painful times. After a moment of reflection, he fell silent, then adjusted his emotions to begin assessing Sasuke's strength. To effectively serve as a sparring partner, he first needed to understand Sasuke's capabilities to facilitate his growth. In the ceiling space, training commenced while Ero tidied up outside, before snuggling under the covers with the two tails he had brought along, drifting off to sleep. The night passed peacefully, and during breakfast, Ero delivered some food to Sasuke, greeted him, and then stepped out to gather with the others for the continuation of their ninja tasks. Today presented no significant missions under Kakashi's guidance. They spent the morning weeding before engaging in chakra training in the afternoon. Climbing trees, walking on water, and practicing combat techniques made the day swiftly pass. As days turned into weeks, Ero lived comfortably in Konoha under Sasuke's identity, while Sasuke endured the trials of rigorous training in the ceiling space. However, the pain endured was not in vain, for Sasuke's combat responsibilities exhibited a remarkable and rapid growth. After more than half a month, Team 7 received a C-rank escort mission to accompany the bridge-building expert, Izuna, back to the Land of Waves. Given the current situation in the Land of Waves, it seemed unlikely that Izuna would seek protection from ninjas in Konoha. Had something transpired in my month here that involved Jiao Do behind the scenes? Aluo packed the necessary weapons and clothing for the journey, internally lamenting the emergence of this bridge construction mission. Previously, Jiao Do had ventured to the Land of Water and other small nations to establish businesses. Although the Land of Waves was deemed impoverished, it had caught Jiao Do's eye, and he had already set up shops and hired personnel. Even the rogue ninja, Momochi Zabuza, from the Hidden Mist Village had been recruited by the Akatsuki organization. How could this narrative still unfold? The system traced back the circumstances surrounding Izuna. Although Jiao Do was long gone and Zabuza had been assimilated, Zabuza still needed to undertake certain black market missions. Consequently, several merchants in the Land of Waves united to issue a black market task to obstruct the bridge construction, which Zabuza fortuitously accepted. Chapter 169, Preparation for Departure Konoha, was becoming increasingly lively. It felt as if the original plotline was attempting to revert certain established elements. This was not the first time I had encountered such a situation, and given the current state of affairs, it was difficult not to harbor doubts. Aluo contemplated whether to have the system verify once more. Although the probability was low, reassurance was always welcome. Confirmation was received. There were no disruptive plot-related factors. Zabuza was indeed accepting this task to train the young Haku, believing himself well-suited to the environment of the Land of Waves, which was known for its frequent rainfall. After a brief interval, the system, having meticulously scoured for information, assured Aluo that there was no resurgence of certain plot elements. The situation was not as convoluted as imagined, and the world had yet to reach a level where plot lines could manifest and dance before it. Previously, irreversible plot occurrences had arisen due to the protagonist's identity being intertwined with the narrative, leading to disruptive factors. Perhaps it was a lingering consequence of the past. No matter how hard one worked, the plotline could still twist things back, a thought that brought a sense of discomfort. Aluo sighed inwardly, recalling certain memories that still caused him distress. However, that version of himself was not truly himself, but rather a character manipulated by the narrative, capable of being forcibly extracted as a mere puppet when the plot demanded it. This was precisely why he diligently accumulated points to purchase materials, striving to secure a physical form for himself. From the very beginning, it was never merely about a shell. It was about establishing a foundation that would enable him to be himself in any future world. Host, the narrative power in this world is not so formidable. The protagonist has altered themselves, and you're simply you now, not any entity from the plot. The narrative cannot encroach upon you. The system, aware of Aluo's aversions, appeared at this moment to provide information and remind him not to overthink. In the future, Aluo would be free, and due to this freedom, even this lazy system had managed to accomplish much. Of course, its lazy host was indeed quite busy. However, as long as its host was content, that sufficed. While being lazy was pleasant, it did not preclude occasional bursts of energy. One could always roll over and continue lounging afterwards. Aluo found comfort in the system's reassurances. His spirits lifted as he finished packing and hurried to the rendezvous. Today, Uchiha Sasuke was finally set to leave the village on a mission. Sasuke, you're quite slow. Look over there. So many people are entering the village, Naruto exclaimed, waving at Sasuke upon seeing him at the entrance. They were situated on the side meant for departure, while the opposite side was designated for those entering Konoha, where individuals were subjected to inspections and identity verifications. Consequently, a long queue had already formed early that morning. Sasuke, good morning. Sakura soon joined them, greeting Sasuke before turning to Naruto to inquire about the unusual number of outsiders. It seemed that Naruto no longer clung to Sakura as he used to, leading her to harbor less animosity toward him. Her main grievance had been Naruto's incessant attention towards Sasuke, who occasionally reciprocated. I don't know. Kakashi-sensei should have the answers, Naruto replied, scratching his head and hastily adjusting his tousled blonde hair. He still felt somewhat uncomfortable. But Aluo had previously mentioned that a certain handsome older brother with long golden hair was quite striking. This remark had inspired Naruto to grow out his hair, vowing to surpass that mud-playing boy in attractiveness. However, the intermediate phase of growing his hair long proved challenging. I'll ask Kakashi-sensei about it later. Naruto, why don't you cut your hair? You wouldn't want to. Sakura sighed, cautiously contemplating broaching the subject with Sasuke, yet hesitated upon noticing the cat resting on his shoulder, fearing to disturb him. As Kakashi had yet to arrive, Sakura's attention drifted to Naruto's disheveled golden locks cascading around his neck. I want to grow my hair long. I had a dream the other day where I was all grown up, with long hair that looked amazing, even more handsome than Sasuke. Naruto chuckled, reveling in the prospect of growing his hair long to surpass Sasuke. I recall there are specific products for promoting hair growth, but they tend to be quite expensive. The commission from this mission might only suffice to purchase a small quantity, Sasuke interjected, suggesting that Naruto consider alternative options. Is it really that expensive? Naruto initially perked up before deflating again. He was indeed lacking funds, his situation quite dire. The current intensity of ninja training demanded more sustenance and resources, and the earnings from missions barely covered his basic needs. Were it not for Kakashi-sensei's generous invitations, he might never have set foot in a barbecue restaurant. Nonetheless, while barbecue was delectable, Ichiraka ramen remained his ultimate favorite. Acquiring those products was out of the question, but once they set out, he would seek an opportunity to ask Aluo if he could procure some for free. After all, he was headed for the Sound Ninja Village. Surely, he wasn't an outsider. Even if products from the shops couldn't be given away for free, there should be a discounted internal price. You all arrived quite early. A familiar voice chimed in, as the white-haired, masked ninja, Kakashi, emerged from the gates of Konoha. Behind him was an elderly man, his face flushed from the early morning drink. This was their mission's client, the bridge-building expert from the land of waves, DeZuna. Is it these children who are to protect me? DeZuna squinted at the three waiting genin, his senses sharpening as the effects of alcohol began to wane. He was acutely aware of the dangers he faced and felt no sense of security at the prospect of being guarded by such young ones. This is a C-rank mission, and our presence permits the accompaniment of a jonin. If you have objections, you may return to request a different team. Sasuke turned to Dazuna, his gaze decidedly unfriendly. It is truly a vexing situation with this inebriated old man, who claims to be destitute, yet proceeds to purchase copious amounts of alcohol. Not to mention, his backpack conceals a souvenir acquired for his young grandson in Konoha. Such an individual has caused his brother to be impaled like a hedgehog in the original narrative, which is rather disheartening. In Chapter 170, Kakashi's sorrow becomes evident as he navigates the dynamics of his students, expressing disdain for the troublesome young ones. Although Dazuna feels quite disgruntled, he dares not suggest a change in the ninja team, having heard that only freshly graduated youths could be recruited to escort a jonin. Otherwise, the task's remuneration would only attract a few chunin, or perhaps merely some low-ranking genin. Let us depart. Kakashi sighed, casting a reluctant glance at Sasuke, and beckoned them to commence their journey. On the other side of the gate, a greater number of individuals awaited verification of their identities to enter Konoha, creating an unusual bustle. Suddenly, Konoha transformed into a gathering place for numerous affluent individuals. Before embarking on their mission, Kakashi received instructions from the third Hokage, necessitating that they remain outside for an extended period, returning only before the Chunin exams commenced. The mingling of various personnel called for vigilance. Naruto and Sasuke must not attract the attention of foreign ninja. At the very least, incidents of abduction must be avoided before Konoha required their presence. To ensure their safety while outside, Kakashi's team was discreetly accompanied by 3 Umbu ninjas. Kakashi-sensei, I'm hungry. Shall we dine? After a brief walk, well before noon, Naruto halted, his pitiful azure eyes gazing up at Kakashi, appearing as though he might burst into tears if denied. You little brats, can you be of any assistance? Your task is to escort me back to the land of waves, not to indulge in a holiday, Dazuna grumbled, having been overlooked throughout the journey. Having already drained the alcohol he carried, just as he was preparing to resume their journey seriously, he was interrupted by the children. He intended to voice his grievances about the youthfulness of the genin, hoping they might show some respect to an elder, but his words only stirred trouble. Let us pause for a meal. I'm hungry too. Alo, having left Konoha, was aware of the Umbu's presence following them. Yet it did not deter him from joining Naruto in his laziness. Moreover, he was far more agile than Naruto, leaping onto a nearby tree and rummaging through his backpack for sustenance. This brazen act nearly revealed an Umbu position nearby. Sasuke, what delectable treats did you bring? I packed 2 servings of ramen this morning, one for you and one for me. I timed it perfectly. If we don't eat soon, it will spoil, Naruto exclaimed, hopping up next to Sasuke, presenting him with the first serving before retrieving his own. You brat, are you only stopping because the noodles might go bad? Haruno Sakura, joining them on the tree, glanced at the ramen and suddenly felt a pang of hunger herself. However, considering that Naruto was already providing food for Sasuke, she wished he could have brought a few extra portions, or at least mentioned that she could fetch some as well. I am genuinely hungry. You know, I need to take breaks during missions to eat. In the past, I often went without food and suffered for it, Naruto lamented, rendering Sakura unable to continue her protest. Then hurry and eat. Once you're full, we can move on. Kakashi-sensei and the client are waiting for you, Sakura sighed, observing Sasuke, who was diligently consuming his noodles as she leaned against the tree, awaiting their completion. Due to occasional remarks from Inuzuka Kiba, the students in the same class were generally aware of Naruto's frequent hunger. In the past, he could catch fish and grill them to satisfy his appetite. But there was an old man who would steal his catch, leading Naruto to prefer enduring hunger at home rather than venturing out for food. Once we are full, we must rest and continue in the afternoon. Alo finished the particularly soft noodles, glancing at Naruto, who was still leisurely eating, and then turned his gaze to Kakashi, suggesting they take a break there. The Umbu, though displeased, tolerated the pause, as he planned to create a shadow clone to scout ahead for hidden ninja. Throughout this journey, the old man must not be allowed an easy passage. He was fully aware of the ninja pursuing him, yet chose to ensnare others. Thus he should not be surprised if he too fell into a trap. Such an insufferable little brat. Very well, we shall rest here and continue in the afternoon. Kakashi was reluctant to concede, but was met with a defiant glare from the boy. Fine, fine, if you wish to play, then play on. After all, it will be quite a while before we return. As for the Umbu, Tenzo must be mentally grumbling already. The other two, Moonlight Kakashi and Yuzuki Yugao, appeared to be in a relationship, so it was as if he had brought along a couple on holiday. It was still not yet noon, and Dasna felt quite aggrieved. Yet none of the ninjas acknowledged his protests. Alo leaned against the tree to rest. Naruto sat beside him lost in thought, and Sakura sought a spot to continue reviewing her Genjutsu scrolls. The only one who glanced at Dasna was Kakashi, whose eyes were half-lidded, offering merely a peculiar look. Earlier, that little brat had suddenly appeared before him, speaking a cryptic line. The employer, aware that a jonin awaited to deal with him, gambled on the chance that he might survive, thus saving funds for alcohol and gifts. Kakashi was unsure why he could perceive Alo's erratic soul without the use of his Sharingan. Yet he did. After Alo finished speaking, he dashed off, and Kakashi turned to regard Dasna. His impression of the employer, who knowingly endangered others, soured considerably. Under normal circumstances, as the leader of the team, he should have halted the mission upon receiving such intelligence, returning the employer and team to the village for reassessment by specialists. However, within his squad, apart from a progressively quieter Sakura, there was no one else to fret over. Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and although he displayed little concern, Uchiha Alo, possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan, frequently sought out Naruto for play. While he did not observe them closely, he could still surmise where the two children would venture and how they would interact. Furthermore, Uchiha Sasuke, adept at acting, would surely receive special attention from Alo while accompanying Naruto. With two such students alongside Uchiha Alo, who was not even his pupil, what was there to worry about? The only concern was to ensure that Sakura did not inexplicably find herself in peril. That was the extent of his responsibilities as a teacher. In Chapter 171, Zabuza Momochi, I thought I could escape to the land of waves, yet I still cannot evade the employer's exploitation. Alo gracefully floated past, disregarding the two chunin who stood in the road like puddles on a sunny day, before materializing his soul at the riverbank and leaping before Zabuza Momochi, who was resting in a tree. Not far off, the masked Mizuki awaited. Young Master Alo. Zabuza stared incredulously at the boy before him, his forehead protector suggesting a connection to Konoha. Isn't this fellow a rogue ninja? How did he come to wear the Leaf Village symbol? This is my brother's identity. I am temporarily assuming it. I have taken on the escort mission for Dasna. Allow me to outline the plan, Alo said, pointing to the forehead protector as Zabuza gazed at him in bewilderment. The focus of the plan was to ensure that Dasna faced considerable hardship. Although it may not be as prickly as a hedgehog, it certainly won't make things easy for him. Naturally, life must be preserved. Otherwise, they would have no reason to remain outside for a month or two. Rest assured, young Master Aluo, this matter will be entrusted to us. You shall merely await the outcome. Peachland Zaibujan caressed the hilt of his blade, a sinister smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with anticipation. With the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi and 3 Umbu shinobi from Kanagakure present, the ensuing game is bound to be far from mundane. Initially, the intention was merely to bring Bai out to observe the latest training results. However, it seems Bai will have to endure a bit of discomfort first, just to satiate his cravings. Bai, how endearing. As Aluo prepared to depart, he suddenly appeared before Mizunoyuki Bai, fingers deftly removing his mask to reveal Bai's pure, gentle, and beautiful visage, his smile radiating pure joy. A beauty, regardless of gender, inevitably lifts one's spirits. Especially with Bai's adorably dazed expression, it is truly amusing. Regrettably, this fellow is utterly devoted to Peach Land Zaibujan, making him unsuitable to bring home for Orochimaru's care. Young Master Aluo, with a hint of exasperation, sighed as Mizunoyuki Bai pondered how to appease this impish young master who always sought to tease him. Years prior, during their perilous escape, It was this very young master who unexpectedly appeared and rescued both him and Zaibujan. However, rather than taking them home, this young master merely healed the gravely injured Zaibujan and entrusted them to Mr. Kakazu of the Akatsuki for recuperation. They had crossed paths several times since. While he was always the obedient and adorable young master in the presence of others, he seemed to delight in showering praises upon Bai. Such compliments were invariably along the lines of so cute or so well-behaved, or perhaps how Zaibujan had earned some merit. Others had also voiced similar sentiments, but those were primarily due to their own bloodline limits. This young master, however, was distinctly different. It appeared that he was not the only one to receive such treatment. In the village of Mangekyo, he had observed Mr. Deidara and Mr. Scorpion receiving similar accolades from this young master. While their reactions varied, it was evident that this young master possessed peculiar tastes and aesthetics. I shall take my leave now. Do your best, and should you perform admirably, I shall treat you to a feast upon our return. After playfully teasing Mizunoyuki Bai, Aluo waved farewell to the two before his form vanished without a trace. Upon seeing the young master depart, Mizunoyuki Bai leaped to Zaibujan's side. That little master just knows you're easy to tease. Next time he compliments you, you should return the favor. Let us see if he dares to continue. Zaibujan need not even glance to know that Bai was once again blushing. Ever since Bai had been rescued by him, he had remained this way, delighted by a simple compliment, easily embarrassed. Furthermore, that young master was indeed quite the troublemaker. He once mentioned his fashion preferences, calling it childlike whimsy. It was infuriating yet unavoidable. He could neither scold nor raise his voice, fearing that if seen, a throng would come to engage him in conversation. I tried that last time. Young Master Luo was quite pleased after receiving praise. Mizunoyuki Bai sighed, his head lowered, realizing that this method proved utterly ineffective. Moreover, when a young master was in high spirits, he would insist on dragging Bai into playful antics. When others observed this, they would inevitably accuse Zaibujan of taking advantage of a child. That mischievous lad had somehow managed to earn the affection and protection of those around him, despite his mischievous nature, and a multitude still worried about him going astray. Zaibujan felt a twinge of melancholy. After becoming a candidate member of the Akatsuki, life had grown significantly more comfortable, filled with various missions, earning money, enhancing his training equipment, and obtaining certain management privileges. In essence, life was good, though it also meant dealing with individuals of higher status. Although as long as he did not cause trouble, no one would meddle, the occasional reports always left him uneasy. Being blown away, entangled in puppet strings, stepping on a certain plant's head, or colliding with an unexpectedly appearing masked figure. These were not even the worst. The most troubling was that little master who once saved them. Despite not being a shinobi, he possessed extraordinary strength, was not a member of the Akatsuki, yet was protected by all. Most absurdly, he was the one who stood above Zaibujan. Now accompanying Bai, he could only resign himself to serving this young master well. One could only hope that the upcoming activities would bring him joy. With a heart heavy, yet unable to fully voice his grievances, Zaibujan began contemplating how to fulfill Aluo's proposed plan. Meanwhile, Aluo, having returned to his body, found himself locking eyes with a raven upon awakening. Sasuke, could this raven be a shinobi beast? Upon witnessing Sasuke open his eyes and raise his hand, the raven obediently perched upon his finger, causing Naruto to widen his eyes in astonishment. I wonder if it wishes to convey something to me, though alas, I cannot comprehend. With his other hand, Aluo gently poked the raven's head, feigning ignorance. This raven had flown from Konoha, and its owner should be named Yamashiro Aoi. If memory serves, this individual possesses the ability of memory reading. Thus, was this raven sent by Team 7 or Sasuke himself? Or perhaps it was intended to relay messages to the surrounding Umbu. The raven of Yamashiro Aoi should be delivering a message to me. After receiving a signal from a certain Umbu, Kakashi felt compelled to leap beside Sasuke to retrieve the unruly raven. However, he truly could not fathom how this raven, meant to deliver a message, ended up before Sasuke. This did not seem to be a mistake typical of Yamashiro Aoi. Chapter 172. The Great Toad, sent by Kurizetsu, delivering a message? Aluo glanced at Kakashi. handing over the raven while offering him a knowing smile, and then continued to cradle the black cat, his fingers gently stroking its fur. The disguised Nibby, a black cat, lay quietly in Aluo's embrace, exhibiting none of the typical temper of a tailed beast. In response, Aluo occasionally glanced down, smiling as he continued to observe Sasuke being educated by Senju Hashirama within the ceiling space. Truly, Hashirama's combat prowess is formidable. Luckily, the ceiling space imposes fewer restrictions. Were this to occur outside, the terrain would surely be altered during their battles. Soon, he would send Sasuke some food to ensure he was well fed and could rest before training resumed. Otherwise, he might become fatigued. Furthermore, although the complete form of Susanoo had yet to be activated, their current state was sufficient for a comprehensive demolition of Konoha. Two have departed. After Kakashi took the raven and left for a brief moment, two of the original three Umbu suddenly vanished. Only the one who seemed to be tasked with monitoring Naruto, preventing the tailed beast from going berserk, remained. His name might be Tenzo. Kakashi had just returned, ready to call for them to continue their journey, when Aluo's question left him utterly bewildered. Was that something one could voice? Even if only one remained, he was close enough to overhear. Let us proceed. May the forthcoming events not disappoint us. Aluo clapped the trunk and leaped down, preparing to embark. As for Kakashi's concerns, he seemed entirely oblivious, choosing to completely disregard them. Sasuke, wait for me. Naruto, who had been on the verge of dozing off, sprang to attention upon hearing Sasuke jump down and hurried to follow. Thus, the group continued on their path, with the Umbu ninja stealthily trailing from the trees, ultimately deciding to follow rather than leaving a wood clone behind to report to the village. However, he did not remain behind. Shortly after their departure, a branch emerged from the spot where Aluo had taken his leave, transforming into a human figure. This ability to create wooden clones had always been a skill Aluo wielded with ease. The clone he left behind morphed into a raven, taking flight towards Muyi. The raven from earlier indeed served to relay messages to the Umbu tracking them, but it also carried a separate message specifically for him, an inscription etched into its eye by Quan Nai. There was an issue near the Uchiha clan's territory, and it would be prudent for him to return for a brief inspection. Upon the wooden clones returned to Muyi, upon seeing the issue mentioned by Quan Nai, Aluo did not hesitate for even a moment, dispelling the clone to return to his original form. Meanwhile, he had just dealt with the two ambushing Chunin. The opening was akin to the original plot, as they ambled nearby and were ambushed from a water puddle. Sasuke hurled two shuriken, which were narrowly evaded by the two ninjas. However, the shuriken seemed to possess a will of their own, circling around the two Chunin before ensnaring them with wire, tightening, slicing, and retracting. With his chakra depleted, he called out to Naruto to come and carry him along swiftly. Aluo swiftly intervened, using two wired shuriken to cut the two ambushing Chunin into several pieces. His chakra levels and combat techniques were not something he needed to conceal, despite currently embodying Sasuke. This was the Sasuke under the tutelage of Cat Sensei, available 24 hours a day. Moreover, he indeed required a plausible reason to evade the impending battle. Just then, the wooden clone returned, surprising Aluo somewhat. After Naruto swiftly came to carry Sasuke, Aluo, needing to address the impending trouble, promptly fell asleep. On the outskirts of Muyi, a path connected the village to the Uchiha clan's territory. Due to the recent hustle and bustle in Muyi, patrolling ninjas and the Umbu were frequently passing through this area. Yet, despite their numerous passes, they had never once observed a large toad sealed away by the riverside, not far from the Uchiha estate. This was the significant trouble that Quan Nai had instructed the raven to convey, necessitating Aluo's return to address it. Heiju had indeed captured a large toad and brought it as a gift for Aluo. This toad wore a collar, bearing the character for loyalty, signifying its identity. It was known as the Miao Mushanda toad, or Toadjong. You brought it to Muyi, surely not intending to stir up trouble? Aluo's spirit floated around Toadjong, surveying the area before pulling out the concealed Heiju from a patch of weeds by the riverbank. Had it not been for Quan Nai's Genjutsu concealing it, This toad would have long been discovered by Mu Yi. What on earth was this fellow up to? I intended to seek assistance from Obito, which is why I delivered it here, although I did not anticipate being brought to this place. That rascal Obito must have done this intentionally. After being pulled out, Heiju appeared somewhat disheartened, claiming that he had chosen a location near the Uchiha clan that would not be discovered by Muye's patrols. Yet, Obito had delivered him here. Uchiha Obito, that fellow, must have been in a foul mood after being beaten up. Observing the aggrieved Heiju, Aluo casually tossed him aside and leapt onto Toad Zhong's back. The toad was alive, merely controlled and unconscious. Standing atop the toad's back, Aluo's spiritual hand suddenly solidified, pressing his palm against the toad's back, extracting energy and directly infusing it into the ceiling space. This energy would be transformed by Senju Hashirama. At present, Senju Hashirama had become quite addictive to engaging in combat. Yet Sasuke was still very much alive and could not withstand the unrelenting battle intent from that individual. As the toad's life force dwindled, Aluo instructed Heiju to take action. As for the future, he would simply have Heiju run errands more frequently. No problem. Next time I capture a toad, I will have Baiju notify you. Recently, many toads of various sizes have been released from the Toad Cave, possibly due to the 2 small toads I previously crushed, which seemed to possess some special status. Heiju transformed into Baiju, and wooden spikes erupted from the ground, piercing Toad Zhong and rendering it a sieve. Having resolved this matter, he began to relay to Aluo some recent intelligence he had uncovered. It seemed to be about individuals named Shunzua and Jima. That should be the name, right? Rarely seen. Perhaps due to the inadequacy of other toads to instill confidence in Toad Maru, they had been sent over to investigate. However, even if they held a unique identity, they were still merely toads. Toads should be crushed, wouldn't you agree? Aluo extended his hand, signaling for Heiju to lower his head, and whispered into his ear about the toads. He was aware that those 2 toads were not ordinary, but so what? Killing them would not yield any achievement rewards. It did not matter. Furthermore, Miao Mushan was associated with Otsutsuki Kagaya's faction, even if Toad Maru arrived. Those that needed to be crushed must indeed be crushed. Of course, he also realized that as long as he remained in a spiritual state, he might indeed be able to crush a Toad Maru. It was just that for the time being, he would likely not encounter them. So he would continue his training to ensure he could do so without error in the future. Chapter 173. Quan Nai. That black ball is not a good thing. Recently, I have been trying to catch toads. You are still on the right track. Your current identity is your brother? Heiju had killed the toad and was preparing to leave, but then he suddenly recalled that Aluo's current identity seemed somewhat amiss. For the time being, I will assume my brother's identity, to live here for a month or 2. No need to worry. Even as my brother, he would not truly wish to harm you. Aluo, noticing the vacant expression on Heiju's face, chuckled and waved his hand, collecting the toad's remains and similarly casting them into the ceiling space. The toad's appearance would be near Senju Hashirama's location, ensuring it would not disturb the resting Sasuke. Although the toad's corpse had lost much of its value, it should still yield a tree or 2. Understood, I will take my leave. Heiju quickly slipped away, watching the remains of Toad Zhong vanish. With this troublesome matter resolved and the black orb departed, Quan Nai sat on a nearby branch, observing Aluo with a knowing smile. That ancestor just now was indeed Heiju, that black ball. Aluo suddenly recalled that he had not detailed his collaboration with Heiju to Quan Nai. I'm not angry. My brother was deceived. It was his folly. The real question is whether you can confirm that this non-human entity existing for a millennium is genuinely reliable. Quan Nai, seeing Aluo cautiously approach, suddenly wore an exasperated expression. She reached out, pulling him close and resting her arm on his shoulder, inquiring as to his thoughts. It is well known that Heiju is a deceiver, having swindled for centuries. How can you be so merry in his company? It should be fine, right? We have no significant conflicts. He wishes to release Otsutsuki Kagaya, and we can facilitate that. Furthermore, Otsutsuki Yamwaki is our mutual adversary. The enemy of my enemy is merely an ally. Aluo truly bore no animosity towards Heiju. However, since Heiju had deceived Uchiha Madara, Quan Nai would certainly harbor disdain for that individual. Yet regardless of the reasons, his collaboration with Heiju would not cease. For Heiju was his best ally at present. Orochimaru and the Sound Ninja Village were akin to home, not a collaboration. As for the Akatsuki organization, it remained under Heiju's influence, albeit through a different approach, continuing discussions of aspirations there. Collaboration is acceptable, but do not place too much trust in a being that has existed for a millennium is not a good thing. Quan Nai ruffled Luo's hair with a sigh of resignation, not intending to obstruct his plans. However, one must not let their guard down. I shall exercise caution, ancestor. If you remain uneasy, you may follow closely and observe as Luo sits obediently beside Quan Nai, putting on a cute demeanor to navigate through this matter. For he truly cannot speak of the coercive soul cleansing that transpired. The prior brainwashing of Senju Hashirama could be dismissed as mere theatrics among a few individuals, coupled with a subtle manipulation of spiritual energy. However, should the truth be uttered, it would inevitably lead to recollections of past events, causing one to believe they had covertly enacted sinister deeds. The potential issues that may arise do not serve to test the other's belief in oneself, but rather aim to prevent such troublesome matters from surfacing. I shall remain here to oversee Konoha. Any issues can be promptly communicated to you. Since your departure this morning, there have been further developments in Konoha. The two young ladies of the Hyuga clan, who are still alive, are preparing to leave the village in search of a tranquil place to reside. Quan Nai briefly relayed the information he acquired today to Luo, emphasizing that the two young ladies of the Hyuga clan have been rendered incapacitated, their Byakugan rendered useless. Not all of the Hyuga clan has perished. Some members are still on missions outside, and upon their return, they are responsible for caring for these two young ladies. They had initially contemplated remaining in Konoha, but this morning, the appearance of ninjas from the Cloud Village prompted the two girls to confirm their intent to depart Konoha. Has Konoha truly forced them to move? Luo felt a sense of unease upon hearing this. Konoha would not be so generous, would they? Even if their Byakugan has been rendered ineffective, their bloodline remains. In a few years, should they marry and bear children, there is still a significant likelihood that the Byakugan could be inherited. Konoha initially refused, but after a thorough examination, they consented to their departure. With their chakra gone, and the very ability to marry and bear children obliterated, signs of genetic regression have emerged in their blood. It is likely that they will soon be stripped of the Hyuga bloodline entirely, becoming ordinary individuals. Quan Nai, Tu, is perplexed by this arcane method that retains only the inferior aspect during the regression of their genes. Yet, these two young ladies exemplify such a fate, and thus Konoha, though reluctant, is unwilling to support two useless individuals. It is no wonder that Hyuga Hayashi and his spouse forbade Niji from taking action. Killing them outright would merely be the end of their lives. They intend to repay years of animosity as a family of three in this manner. Luo inquired of the system and confirmed that the sisters had indeed been rendered incapacitated by Hyuga Hayashi, employing subtle and ruthless methods. Furthermore, this is a secret technique of the Hyuga clan, allowing Hyuga Hayashi to receive guidance from certain ancestors after death, intended for vengeance, which is rather fitting. Thus, one need not worry about potential retaliation against Niji in the future. Nevertheless, vigilance is still required. Perhaps a white Zetsu could be borrowed to monitor the situation, allowing for early detection of any anomalies. While black Zetsu may be troublesome, it must be acknowledged that the versatile white Zetsu proves advantageous in various situations. This method is not one we should emulate. It is far more convenient to eliminate the enemy. If concerned about Edo Tensei, one should simply obliterate the enemy's soul entirely. Observing Luo in deep contemplation, Quan Nai worried that he might misinterpret the lesson. Gently tapping his forehead, she began to discuss the appropriate means of vengeance for their family. When a hatred is profound enough, one must kill, dispose of the corpse, and annihilate the soul. If such actions still allow for resurrection, then alternative methods must be considered. However, generally speaking, this mode of vengeance should ensure that the opponent is entirely eradicated. Indeed, The ancestor is correct. Our family's revenge shall be executed in this manner. Aluo nodded obediently, smiling at Quan Nai, and in turn, he grinned back. This form of retribution is undeniably ruthless, yet when dealing with adversaries, no method could be deemed excessive. Chapter 174. The task continues. The sorrowful white Sasuke. How do you feel now? Naruto, clutching a kunai, leaned closer as he noticed Sasuke stirring on the grass behind him and reached out to assist him in standing. They had arrived at the riverbank, only to be intercepted by their foes. The adversaries neither attacked nor spoke, merely pursued their client, intent on taking his life. I'm holding up, Aluo replied weakly, grasping Naruto's arm as he stood, gazing at the ongoing battle, reminding himself not to laugh too loudly. The assailant they encountered was none other than Momochi Zabuza, yet Zabuza refrained from attacking these ninjas, clearly focused on fulfilling his prior demands, inflicting as much torment as possible upon that client. One moment, his arm would be ensnared by water, snapping with a crunch, and the next he would occasionally erupt, inflicting small wounds upon the old man. Certainly, death was not imminent, yet he kept Tizuna acutely aware that his life teetered on the brink. Additionally, Kakashi's interception carried an oddly peculiar sensation. It appeared he was exerting considerable effort, engaging fiercely. Their ninjutsu clashed in a dazzling display. However, there were moments when unavoidable sneak attacks emerged, rendering complete defense impossible. System, I suspect Kakashi may be feigning. Aluo, weak and supported by Naruto, leaned against a tree, observing the battle ahead while conversing with the system in his mind. Do not doubt it. Kakashi is indeed performing. What did he say? Aluo inquired, genuinely intrigued by the system's response. He remarked, Tizuna, is this the best you could do for a protection detail? You previously claimed that you were seeking an S-rank mission in Konoha for your protection. Is this Konoha's standard for an S-rank task? After he spoke, Kakashi's anger visibly escalated. Had it not been for the client status, he would have preferred to take action against Tizuna. The system even replicated Zabuza's arrogant and mocking tone for Aluo to hear. Knowing the enemy's capabilities and understanding the necessity for an S-rank mission, yet deliberately assigning a C-rank task that jeopardized their lives was a clear indication of Tizuna's intent to ensnare them. Zabuza had learned the most efficient and effortless means to achieve his objectives. Aluo felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Zabuza's growth over the past 2 years. Initially, after rescuing the two, Zabuza's temperament had been deplorable. It wasn't that he was disobedient. Rather, he struggled to simplify matters at times. Consequently, Aluo had devoted considerable effort to educating him, resulting in Zabuza adopting a somewhat more compliant demeanor upon encountering him. Sasuke, are you feeling better now? We have encountered a ninja ambush. He seems to be a rogue ninja. Sakura, seeing Sasuke awaken, tugged at the client's arm and hurried to the shade of a tree. She intended to check on Sasuke, but remembered the task was to protect the client. Hence her action. However, this behavior caused Naruto's eyes to widen. Supporting Sasuke, he quickly leapt away. The client had deliberately fabricated the difficulty of the mission, and they could terminate the task directly, so no dragging the client into their troubles. Kakashi Itaki, how do you intend to prevent me? As Zabuza observed his target and the 3 lower ninjas congregating, the ever-watchful Haku sprang into action. A swirling array of ice mirrors ensnared the 4 individuals, while Kakashi, occupied by Zabuza, found it impossible to assist. Zabuza, you will come to regret this. Kakashi, witnessing the awakened Sasuke and the cold gaze of Naruto, turned his attention back to Zabuza, realizing he could no longer hold back. Whether it be Sasuke's injury or Naruto unleashing the tailed beast chakra, both scenarios would lead to significant complications. Thus, Tenzo, you must remain vigilant. Do not falter at a crucial moment. Regret? No, no, no. It is certainly not I who should feel regret. If I do not swiftly sever the hand and form the seals, the originally 40-some seals of the technique are now drastically reduced to merely 20. Yet the effectiveness remains unaltered. This sudden shift compelled Kakashi to activate his Sharingan, diligently observing the opponent's method of forming seals during the battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aluo found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. I am aware that your mission's client has falsely reported the task. According to standard protocol, upon confirming his deceit, you should have automatically nullified the mission. Our target is him. It bears no relation to you. There is no need for hostility that disrupts harmony. Bai's voice was soft, gentle, as if engaged in a friendly chat rather than a confrontation between shinobi. A false report? Sakura observed the cold gaze of Sasuke, then glanced at Naruto, who was solely concerned for Sasuke, and helplessly stepped forward to inquire about the situation, knowing there was an S-rank rogue ninja pursuing him, yet issuing a task suitable for a genin. Does that not constitute a false report, intentionally endangering Yukinoa ninjas? The gentle voice suddenly emerged beside her. She had not noticed Bai's formation of seals, as he had already positioned himself behind Sakura, his kunai pressed against her throat. An S-rank task is warranted by their identities. Thus, the client's deliberate misrepresentation renders such a commission invalid. Release Sakura. I care not for any S-rank rogue ninja or any intentional false reporting. Since we accepted the task of escorting this gentleman home, we cannot allow you to take his life. Naruto's sudden fervor caused Sasuke to lean against a nearby tree, retrieving a kunai from his tool pouch, ready to engage. Dear little brother, is it truly wise to release your injured companion? Bai's figure vanished from behind Sakura, reappearing beside Sasuke. Surrounding them were numerous mirrors. He could emerge from any of them, leaving no trace. However, Aluo, please do not lean so naturally against me. Even in your current weakened state, this behavior gives rise to suspicion that you are intentionally bullying. Can we refrain from tormenting Zabuza? He is earnestly fulfilling your previous instructions. If this condition reaches Uchiha Itachi, he will certainly seek out Zabuza for special training again. That individual's training methods are no delight for anyone. Chapter 175. Perhaps send Naruto for special training as well. Get your hands off Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, witnessing Sasuke being held hostage. Initially, he had intended to engage in dialogue with the masked figure, but now charged forward directly. He launched a side attack, but by holding Sasuke in one arm, countered with a seal. The two exchanged blows while Aluo continued to feign weakness, accompanied by the black cat on his shoulder, observing as a few ice-formed kunai occasionally pierced through Dasna, creating two more holes. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura was in a state of confusion, wishing to assist yet unable to keep pace with their speed, failing even to protect Dasna from being pierced by kunai. Cease this. After conjuring several illusions, Aluo raised his hand in exasperation, blocking Naruto's kunai aimed at Bai. Now let us take a break. While the Jinjutsu battle continued, he had managed to recover, failing in his ambush against Bai, and joined Naruto in combat against Bai. On the other side, Haruno Sakura remained in the illusion, slowly engaging with the phantoms. Naruto paused, loosening his grip on the kunai, standing aside with a pained expression directed at Aluo. He had suspected the two were acquainted, yet Aluo had not informed him in advance. After returning to handle a few matters, it seemed sufficient. Dasna's situation, with a few more kunai, truly endangered his life. Aluo, after Bai swiftly withdrew, stood beside Naruto, urging him not to dwell on it. That old man is insufferable. While you were asleep, I mentioned that the attack by two Chunin does not fall under the category of a C-rank mission, and he was there weeping, lamenting how pitiful his grandson is, how impoverished his family, how desperately the land of waves needs him. Yet he never acknowledges the fact that he has put us in danger. Naruto leaned against Aluo, expressing how excessive Dasna was. The moment the task level was brought into question, the old man would burst into tears, making it seem as though ninjas would abandon their mission fees for a few drops of his tears. This disregard for the present facts, insisting on discussing irrelevant matters, likely stemmed from someone previously indulging him, leading him to believe that ninjas were so easily swayed. For now, let him return in this pathetic state. We have faced an S-rank rogue ninja attack, and the task level must be reassessed. Konoha should send someone soon to collect the outstanding commission. Aluo took the matter of money quite seriously, observing Dasna, who was trembling with injuries and fear beneath the illusion. Aluo began calculating how much profit this mission would yield. Although this sum was insignificant compared to running a shop, it was still money. Moreover, even though he was undertaking this mission, it was still Sasuke's earnings. "Aluo, you seem to be quite indifferent to the money," Naruto remarked, glancing around. His eyes clouded with confusion, not wanting to admit he was truly discomforted by Aluo's avarice. "This is not about whether I lack money. It is my earnings, and they must be collected. When have you ever heard of my money being defaulted upon?" Aluo smacked Naruto lightly on the head. No matter how much he earned, he would not allow anyone to evade repayment. Typically, those who owed him would either pay with their lives or with other resources as compensation. For instance, he diligently developed the land of rice, yet the Lord could not afford to pay. Thus the land of rice became theirs. "Aluo, it feels quite odd for you to speak such words using Sasuke's appearance." Naruto squatted beside him, expressing his inner turmoil about the most troubling matter. Did that guy Sasuke even realize Aluo's intense fixation on money? "Not to worry. My brother is currently preoccupied with training. Naruto, you must also put in your efforts. Even if you release the Nine Tails now, there's a high probability you will still be beaten." Aluo prodded Naruto's head twice with his finger, and upon seeing him look up, he proudly continued, explaining the current state of Sasuke's strength. "No, that cannot be," Naruto exclaimed incredulously. He found it hard to believe he could be so weak. Although he could not demonstrate his abilities in Konoha, he had still learned a great deal. "My brother is training with the individual you least wish to encounter." Aluo contemplated before revealing Sasuke's whereabouts to Naruto. He did not intend to frighten Naruto. Rather, he thought it better to send him to train alongside Sasuke, hoping that their collaboration might foster quicker growth. For the current Sasuke, truly, it was impossible to inflict harm upon Senju Hashirama. Although he possessed the body of a reanimated corpse, it was inconsequential. Being injured and recovering was entirely different from being untouchable. Naruto was taken aback. He felt it was indeed necessary to have a serious discussion with the Nine Tails regarding Sasuke training with Senju Hashirama while he had yet to practice Tailed Beast transformation. How many beatings would he endure before he could stand up to Sasuke? Even though Indra and Ashura no longer existed, he could not allow himself to fall behind if he wished to fight alongside Sasuke. He must catch up. He must pursue Sasuke. There will be time for that later. Right now, I am on the verge of being pierced by kunai myself, and it seems the Umbu outside is preparing to make a move. Aluo observed the astonishment in Naruto's large eyes, which then shifted to a look of grievance, before finally sparkling with determination as he gazed back at him. It was quite easy to surmise what thoughts occupied Naruto's mind. However, such matters should remain unspoken. Even though Bai was quite adorable and obedient, their enemies were different. They might very well adopt a non-human approach to gather intelligence. Aluo, you know that I'm not particularly adept at acting." Naruto glanced at Bai beside him, then suddenly leaned closer to Aluo, tugging at one of Aluo's hands with a pitiful expression, pleading for him to take him to see Sasuke. He too wished to grow stronger. He too yearned for training. As for the outside world, Aluo was skilled at acting, perhaps even more so than Naruto's own performance. "Very well, you may not excel in this area." With Aluo's right hand resting on Naruto's shoulder, he turned to exchange a glance with Bai, and in that moment, Naruto had transformed into his own wood clone. Amidst the chaotic exchanges of fists and feet, it became difficult to discern which was the real Naruto and which was the wood clone. Even the black cat perched on Sasuke's shoulder appeared somewhat bewildered. In this space sealed by the magic mirror ice crystal, Sasuke's injuries were severe. Blood seeped from numerous wounds, and ice needles pierced through his body. Were it not for the certainty that he had not laid a hand on Sasuke, I might have suspected he was the one responsible for the injuries. Just as Sasuke was on the verge of becoming a pincushion, Naruto could no longer contain himself. His blue eyes turned red in an instant, and as his beastly pupils opened, orange chakra enveloped him. A chakra-formed fox tail swished, and the surge of chakra shattered several pieces of ice mirrors. "Naruto!" Kakashi exclaimed, witnessing Naruto shatter the ice mirrors, his tailed beast transformation radiating ferocity. The orange chakra taking on a tangible form. The water prison technique that had previously ensnared him released upon Naruto's outburst, and Zabuza appeared beside Bai, ready to flee. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki exhibited signs of tailed beast transformation, they had to escape or face dire consequences. Naruto, what are you doing? Kakashi had no time to concern himself with Zabuza. He was eager to ascertain whether Naruto's transformation was conscious or if he had succumbed to the Nine-Tails' control. If Naruto remained aware, there was little to fear, but if the Nine-Tails had seized control, the situation would escalate tremendously. That fool, Sasuke murmured weakly, propping himself up with his hand, unsteadily rising to his feet. Observing Naruto's volatile chakra, he uttered a statement that left Kakashi dumbfounded. Recently, he had deduced that only Sasuke would dare call Naruto a fool. While a Luo could mimic Sasuke, he would merely call Naruto a simpleton. Thus, was Sasuke truly back to his old self? Had Naruto's eruption been triggered by a Luo's departure and Sasuke's return, compounded by his grave injuries? The circumstances had become far more perilous than he had anticipated. If that kid returned to find his brother in such a state, who knew what he might do? Get away! All of you, get away from me! Naruto roared, his chakra surging once more as a second tail formed, swinging it with the intent to hurl Sasuke aside. Given the dire situation, Zabuza and Bai exchanged a knowing glance before making their escape. Although Zabuza had not fully grasped the situation, Bai understood that the troublesome young master had been performing for an audience. Thus, anything that seemed unclear was merely a performance, and they should continue to play their roles. Naruto. Kakashi could not bear to watch Sasuke suffer further in his injured state, so he attempted to divert Naruto's attention. A kunai flew through the air, successfully capturing Naruto's focus, who then pursued Kakashi, entirely disregarding Sasuke, who stood there, his aura equally unstable. At that moment, only Haruno Sakura remained somewhat composed, cautiously moving the nearly lifeless client to a presumably safe location. However, just as she placed the client on the ground, the orange chakra fox tail lashed out towards them. Unable to withstand a tailed beast's attack, Haruno Sakura and the terrified Dasna could only await their doom. Fortunately, they were not the only ones present. In a critical moment, Yamato, who had been covertly following them, emerged and raised his hand to block the chakra foxtail's assault with a wood-release technique. Kakashi-senpai, are you alright? Yamato inquired, casting a helpless glance at Kakashi, whose expression betrayed his incredulity despite the mask of the Umbu. This was the former top Umbu operative, yet now he was being pummeled by Naruto. I should be not so well, Kakashi replied, gripping Naruto's arms to prevent the troublesome youth from continuing his attempts to remove Kakashi's mask. Having been worried for a moment, he quickly realized that Naruto merely wished to see what lay beneath his mask. This rascal was entirely lucid, so much so that he aimed to seize the opportunity to unveil Kakashi's face. You little brats. The two troublesome youths had performed convincingly, having thoroughly deceived a moment ago. There was no alternative now. Yamato reluctantly formed hand seals. He had not intended to intervene, given his identity as an Umbu. Yet, the Nine-Tails chakra was encroaching upon the Jinchuriki's consciousness, leaving him with no choice. Wood release. He swiftly formed seals. The methods to seal a tailed beast with wood release were limited, yet Yamato had miscalculated this time. Just as he completed his seals, Sasuke, whom he had overlooked, suddenly appeared beside Naruto, grasping Naruto's clothing and throwing him into the water. The battleground was adjacent to the water, and with that toss, Naruto sank directly beneath the surface. The seals lost their efficacy, prompting Yamato to leap into the water to retrieve Naruto. You little brat, you scare me to death, Kakashi exclaimed, looking down at Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan, and once again confirming that this was indeed a Luo. However, if a Luo allowed him to ascertain this so easily, then he would not be a Luo. Kakashi, you truly are weak. Sasuke shot a frigid glare at Kakashi, dismissively huffing as the three tomo vanished from his eyes. He walked aside, beginning to extract the shuriken embedded in his body. One by one, as he removed the shuriken, his body once again became stained with blood. Meanwhile, Yamato emerged from the water, cradling the unconscious Naruto, whose skin bore the marks of chakra burns. Kakashi-senpai, what should we do now? Should we return to the village? Yamato was uncertain whether to take the group back. Their prior mission had been to protect Kakashi's team, and if the Nine-Tails went berserk, they were to subdue him. After the incident, should they seek shelter to recuperate or return to Konoha? Such decisions should be made by Kakashi. Send a clone to report back. We still have a mission to continue, Kakashi suggested, glancing at the barely standing Sasuke, then at the unconscious Naruto. There was also a stunned Sakura and the suffering client. Dasna, you should also move about. Their conditions require additional care. As they were all patients, Kakashi felt his own chakra reserves depleting, so he decided to leave Yamato, still in Umbu, to assist them. With Yamato's presence, matters became significantly more manageable. He crafted a wooden boat, placing the now sleeping Sasuke and Naruto aboard, ensuring they could rest comfortably. Following this, he attended to the client who had misreported the mission and the dazed Haruno Sakura. The small boat drifted along the water, gradually approaching the land of waves, as Yamato paddled, casting a sorrowful glance at the injured and unconscious passengers aboard. He hoped that upon the wood clone's return to Konoha, it could urge for additional assistance to be sent. He truly could not manage this many alone. Although the possibility of having a wooden doppelganger exists, none of them can truly alleviate worries. Chapter 177. After being forced to activate her powers, Haruno Sakura chose to let things be. I sincerely apologize, esteemed ninjas. It was my previous confusion that led to this predicament. Once we construct the bridge, we shall certainly offer compensation. Dezuna returned home, witnessing the injured ninjas from Konoha, all gravely wounded due to this mission, and tearfully declare that they would take responsibility. However, compensation can only be discussed after the bridge is successfully built. At present, there are no funds available, and moreover, he is uncertain whether his own body can endure until the completion of the bridge. He initially wished to assert himself, perhaps claiming that the injuries sustained were Konoha's responsibility due to inadequate protection. Yet, the severely injured black-haired youth, upon awakening, fixed a piercing gaze upon him, and a few words regarding the rules of ninja missions and subsequent handling left him utterly terrified, nearly extinguishing the remainder of his life. Deliberately misreporting the mission level, intentionally framing ninjas, and plotting to endanger their lives, ninjas could reasonably suspect that Dezuna and his associates were conspiring with certain rogue ninja organizations for murder. Even if they could not obliterate Dezuna's small village, they could still take away more than half of its inhabitants as punishment for their crimes. Dezuna was unaware of the veracity of these clauses, but he knew how fearsome those two youths were when they acted, especially the one with blonde hair. To avoid being killed and to protect his daughter and grandson, Dezuna felt compelled to lower his head and plead, unable to utter a single defiant word. We shall continue the mission. Once you complete the bridge, remember to provide the mission funds. If we do not receive them upon our departure, ninjas responsible for this matter will come to settle accounts with you. For now, prepare us 3 meals a day. We shall provide our own accommodations, so you need not trouble yourselves. Kakashi explained the situation and then glanced at Yamato, signaling him to construct the shelter. By the riverside, the small boat remained, and the two youths were still deep in slumber. Haruno Sakura, previously in a daze, sat quietly beside them, her eyes finally flickering to life once Yamato swiftly completed the wooden cabin. Sakura, are you all right? Kakashi asked as he carried the two unconscious boys into the cabin to allow them to rest before returning to escort Sakura back. Kakashi-sensei? Haruno Sakura replied, somewhat bewildered. Yet she grasped Kakashi's outstretched hand and jumped onto the shore. As she walked toward the wooden cabin, her thoughts were a jumbled mess. She is Haruno Sakura, yet she feels as though she is not. What is the condition of her soul? Is the world playing tricks, or Otsutsuki Kagaya and Gamamaru pulling strings? Alo lay on the wooden bed, inquiring with the system about the sudden change. He could hear Haruno Sakura moving next door, while Kakashi comforted her, advising her not to overthink, stating that Naruto was not targeting her. It was merely a matter of urgency that caused a surge of uncontrollable power. However, this version of Haruno Sakura did not fear Naruto's tailed beast transformation. She was merely lost in her own world, unable to discern whether she was under a genjutsu. The system continuously monitored 3 times, confirming that this Haruno Sakura had merely experienced several years of growth within a genjutsu, akin to the Tsukuyami, a technique that Otsutsuki Kagaya could also wield. Thus, the current Haruno Sakura's consciousness and memories, believing herself to be from several years in the future, revealed contradictions and displacements with her present self. Was this truly an emergence of a plotline that deviated from the original? Alo felt something was amiss. His time in this world had not been short. Although certain plotlines had been shattered, the main narrative remained largely unchanged. Moreover, the male protagonist's future bride was no longer relevant. Although she was not dead yet, their connection had been severed. Host Otsutsuki Kagaya is still present, and Gamamura, who excels in predictions, is also around. Kurizetsu continues to execute his plans, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo from Konoha are still alive. Wasn't the early narrative line orchestrated by them? The system wished to shake Alo, wondering if he had lost his senses. The narrative of this world is a tangled web of conspiracies and schemes, crafting an inevitable path for the two protagonists. Indeed, system, you two seem to possess emotions. I can discern that you were expressing disdain toward me just now. Alo's inner world chuckled triumphantly at the system. The system's emotional responses had not been a rarity, but recently it had grown somewhat cold towards him. Host, should I perhaps seek out some mandatory task systems to learn from their treatment of hosts? After a brief pause, a bloody subtitle flashed before Alo, accompanied by a sinister tone. You foolish host, do you not know that systems should not be trifled with? You won't. For my system is the best. Alo's consciousness shuddered at the system's warning, firmly asserting that such an occurrence was impossible. After all, if his system were that diligent, it would not take him on so many erratic adventures. Host has achieved a new accomplishment. Haruno Sakura's apathy is also a form of attitude. Reward, 6,000 points. The system, now reluctant to engage with its tedious host, still felt the need to notify him of the newly emerged achievement. Strangely, Haruno Sakura's choice to let things be was an outcome that the system had not anticipated. Alo too was somewhat perplexed. What was happening? Was she no longer pursuing those two? Alo had considered that Haruno Sakura might continue to harbor feelings for Sasuke, or perhaps she would choose to abandon him in favor of Naruto, or even strive to mediate between the two to prevent a disastrous outcome. Yet, she had chosen to do nothing. Although it was an illusion, was this future version of Haruno Sakura truly opting for inaction? Was this a sudden epiphany following her rebirth? Because Haruno Sakura feels that Sasuke's life is too burdensome, she wishes not to add to his troubles, especially since she perceives her soul as that of an adult and cannot impose upon a 12-year-old Sasuke. The system diligently examined Haruno Sakura's current mindset. If Otsutsuki Kagaya and Gamamaru were to discover that their assistance in fostering this bond resulted in Sakura's complete withdrawal, would they not be infuriated? Alo's original self, currently cloaked in the illusion of being burned, had to stifle his laughter. Yet it was truly amusing. After all the effort invested in empowering Haruno Sakura, she had chosen not to follow the path laid out for her. From this moment forth, Alo resolved to engage Haruno Sakura in his adventures. Chapter 178, Tobarama, 100 points. Let my brother train in peace. Kakashi-sensei, I promise to take good care of them. After a brief nap, Haruno Sakura awoke to prepare the fish that Yamato had brought back. She gently assisted the currently weakened Kakashi to a chair to rest before turning her attention to cooking. Observing Sakura, who had previously been enamored solely with Sasuke, now transformed into a nurturing figure, Kakashi sat in his chair, filled with melancholy. He could surmise that Sakura had recognized the considerable gap in their abilities, prompting her to adopt a domestic role to demonstrate her presence to Sasuke. However, this notion was challenged when he witnessed Sakura preparing meals and then assisting Naruto outside, serving him soup and rice, nearly feeding him directly. He began to suspect that this young girl had developed new affections. Nevertheless, Haruno Sakura was currently too preoccupied to concern herself with Kakashi's convoluted thoughts. Naruto, you should eat more. It will aid in your recovery. I will check on Sasuke. Many of his wounds are penetrating, and he must avoid movement until they heal. Sakura placed a feast before Naruto, enough to feed at least 10 people, and then she served herself another portion, ready to take it inside to care for Sasuke. Sakura is the best. Alo, now embodying Naruto, gazed at the plentiful meal before him, wearing a cheerful expression while his heart felt heavy. Truly, Sakura knows Naruto's voracious appetite. She is so concerned he might go hungry. Fortunately, he does not intend to consume it all himself. He only needs to keep one portion for himself while conjuring illusions to deliver the rest to Naruto and Sasuke, retrieving the bowls afterward. In the ceiling space, Sasuke and Naruto had just been soundly defeated, and upon seeing the food before them, Sasuke kicked Naruto twice in annoyance. Aloe is so considerate. He knows I eat a lot and prepared this abundance for me. Naruto happily dashed to the dining table, embracing his bowl and commencing his meal. He could not resist showing off to Sasuke, indicating that all this was Aloe's thoughtful care. It was unlikely he would ask for so much food unless something was amiss. Sasuke understood Aloe very well. After Naruto spoke, a large screen appeared before them, accelerating through footage of Haruno Sakura cooking and coaxing the two into eating. What is going on with Sakura? I have a feeling this food is somewhat unsafe. Naruto observed how Sakura served him an excessive amount of food, gently urging him to eat more, and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. When did she learn medical ninjutsu? Sasuke watched the screen, taking note of his own numerous wounds. Before entering, Sakura cautiously inspected the surroundings and secretly applied some medical ninjutsu on several areas where she suspected bones were injured. Although the effect was minimal, it was evident that Sakura had indeed done her utmost, considering her chakra reserves have always been limited. Recently, she had been engrossed in learning ninjutsu scrolls, including taijutsu, genjutsu, and a bit of medical ninjutsu. Kakashi-sensei had advised them to learn from Tsunade, encouraging Sakura to explore whatever piqued her interest. As Naruto leisurely savored his meal, he pondered how Sakura had acquired her medical ninjutsu skills. However, the ability to utilize the medical ninjutsu scrolls, showcasing her impressive intellect as the top student in class, was commendable, if only he could avoid causing trouble. Yesterday afternoon, Aloe had put on a performance, and Sakura's reaction indicated she was completely dazed, unable even to dodge. Sasuke, while eating, felt compelled to comment on the external information they had previously observed. Since they were trapped here, unable to witness the outside world, Aloe had taken it upon himself to project what had transpired before them during their rest periods. Originally, it was Sasuke's footage, but after Naruto's arrival, it had expanded to center around him. Consequently, Sasuke had taken the opportunity to deliver a few well-deserved blows to Naruto during training. This only fueled Naruto's arrogance, as he incessantly spoke of Aloe during their breaks, infuriating Sasuke, who longed for another chance to retaliate. As a temporary training instructor, Senju Hashirama watched the interaction between the two youths from a distance, reminiscing about his own youthful days with Madara, recalling how they too had been noisy and competitive, relishing every victory over one another. Alas, everything had changed so abruptly. Madara, that fool, how could he have so much faith in himself? It was truly foolish. Furthermore, the dreams they once shared, despite the passage of many years, had resurfaced in Hashirama's mind, reminding him of their youthful aspirations, their eyes shining with hope. For the sake of family, to protect our families, let us build a village together. A village where families can live and grow without witnessing the death of loved ones. Madara's brother, Izuna, had perished tragically at the hands of Tobirama, abruptly disrupting their plans. Yet Tobirama was his own brother. He could not allow Madara to harm him, which prompted him to devise a scheme, repeatedly offering Madara false promises. As Hashirama observed the two youths, he found himself once more engulfed in his memories. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, Senju Tobirama diligently conducted experiments to earn points. Uchiha Aloe, come, see how much this is worth. Tobirama felt as if he were being tamed by this mischievous Uchiha child, with no other choice left. Having witnessed how Uchiha Izuna, a mere spirit, could live more freely than the living, he could no longer tolerate it. The enhancement of the sealing technique was somewhat useful, but its applications were limited. With 101 points accumulated, what to redeem? Aloe's spirit manifested within the sealing space, assessing the value of the sealing technique enhancement. And the remaining points recorded on the wall finally reached triple digits. What was it called? Ling Shouju. After redeeming it, Let my brother learn it well, so he can practice diligently and cease dwelling on Uchiha Madara. I now despise hearing that name. When Tobirama spoke these words, a profound sorrow filled his expression, hinting at symptoms of a possible heart condition. The pain, the heartache, it was unbearable. Recently, during the past 2 occasions, he had worried about his elder brother's condition, resorting to video calls for brief conversations. Yet, both times, he had terminated the call before the hour was up, unable to endure the conversation that inevitably turned to Uchiha Madara, leaving him feeling that his brother could think of nothing else. Frustration consumed him, infuriated at the thought. Chapter 179, Hashirama. But Madara is indeed formidable. If you're so angry, why not practice yourself? Once you have save enough, you can buy it for him. Alo observed the increasingly agitated Senju Tobirama, waving a virtual card in front of him. As the operator aware of Hashirama's brainwashing and his overwhelming remorse for Uchiha Madara, Alo understood the situation all too well. However, after years of saving, Tobirama had only managed to redeem this one item, immediately handing it to Hashirama without hesitation. If I were to practice myself, when would I have time to deal with such matters? If I do not engage in such research, would you simply gift me one? Tobirama scoffed twice, casting a glance at the increasingly Izuna-like Uchiha before him, feeling even more discontented. This was all your design. Research must be conducted to earn points, and points are necessary to exchange for these items. Indeed, only I can teach this. You cannot learn from one another. How pitiful. Do you want to see your brother? You still have 1 point left. Alo, noticing Tobirama's disheartened demeanor, felt a surge of delight. Moreover, he contemplated using the last point for Tobirama. I shall not look, initially intending to see and say something. Upon witnessing Alo's expression, Tobirama made his decision. To accumulate points, he would refrain from checking on his brother for the time being. Do not be so upset. Even if he remains fixated on Uchiha Madara, when you are in danger, he will still protect you. Even if it means deceiving Madara a few more times, he will never allow you to be harmed. Seeing Tobirama's foul mood, Alo decided to share certain immutable truths, even if they could not alter his mindset to uplift this dedicated soul. Do I even need to say this? Tobirama paused, then looked at Alo with pride, disapproving of the boy stating such obvious truths. However, hearing the boy say so brought him a sense of joy. Although his brother has been acting a bit erratically lately, he is still his brother, after all, such a stubborn one. Aluo glanced disdainfully at Shinsho Tobirama, muttering a complaint before heading off to find Shinsho Hashirama. The diligent workers have put in so much effort. He must reciprocate what is due. Moreover, the system is rather domineering. Initially, when it compelled the Nine Tails to learn, he was able to surreptitiously harness the power of the Nine Tails. However, the Nine Tails, being rather generous later on, did not provide him with any opportunity to draw upon its strength. Yet this connection exists, and there is no need to fret about Shinsho Hashirama's formidable learning capabilities or rapid growth posing a threat to him. Aluo, just after Sasuke finished his meal, he positioned himself in front of Naruto before the latter could leap toward him. His brother, that foolish Naruto, ought to keep his distance. Brother, what do you think of this opponent? Aluo, observing Sasuke's deliberately obstructive demeanor, couldn't he help but smile joyfully. However, the crux remains, regarding the recent training, he wonders if Sasuke has any other thoughts. While he can arrange things, it is crucial to heed Sasuke's own opinions. Indeed, Shinsho Hashirama's strength is quite terrifying. Currently, even when teaming up with this fool, they could only fight for a mere 10 minutes, and it all seemed rather effortless with mere would-release techniques. Sasuke does not feel embarrassed about being outmatched in this place, for their original intention was to have him confront a strong opponent for training. Nonetheless, the disparity remains overwhelmingly vast. Since arriving here, he has come to grasp just how powerful the ninjas truly were. As for when Naruto arrives and unleashes the Nine Tails, only for it to be seized by the Wood Clone, such occurrences are hardly surprising. The two tails, in front of Shinsho Hashirama, appeared as weak as a kitten, and while the Nine Tails is somewhat stronger, it is not vastly different. Compared to Uchiha Madara, there is a significant gap, yet in the grand scheme of ninja strength, it is not particularly weak. Shinsho Hashirama, concerned about the youths losing their confidence, intended to offer a word of encouragement. However, Uncle Hashirama, could you refrain from constantly bringing up how powerful Madara is? I've heard you mention it dozens of times in just half a day. Naruto interjected, visibly displeased. This uncle seems to remember everything well, yet whenever he speaks, he inevitably brings up Madara. Madara, Madara, Madara. How much do you long for him that you can't help but think of him in any situation? Yet, Madara is undeniably strong. When the Nine Tails was in his possession, it obeyed his every command. Currently, one must coax the Nine Tails into compliance before utilizing its power. Highlighting the vast disparity, Shinsho Hashirama expressed that he does not intend to constantly undermine these two youths. The gap is simply too apparent. Furthermore, one possesses the Sharingan, while the other wields the Nine Tails. These were Madara's original components. If he does not use Madara for comparison, whom else can he refer to? Most importantly, aside from Madara, there is no ninja who can withstand a battle with him and still leave unscathed. Although Madara met his end at the last moment, he regretted his earlier folly. How could he have laid a hand on Madara? That was entirely his fault. Aluo, observing the melancholic Shinsho Hashirama, began to understand why Shinsho Tobarama would prefer not to see him. In this state, he suspected the brainwashing might have been too intense. Otherwise, how could one feel the urge to punch him after hearing him speak a few more times? There is no need to mind him. He now perceives everyone as being far inferior to Uchiha Madara. Sasuke tugged Aluo toward their temporary wooden house, having learned to ignore Shinsho Hashirama's current demeanor. Who said that? It is because you are too weak. Aluo is no less than Madara, and besides, TheUchiha, his strength is no less than Madara's. If you lack strength, you must strive harder. Shinsho Hashirama firmly disagreed with this statement. I came to deliver something. Shinsho Tobarama exchanged a training technique for me, yet the brother complex leaves him training nothing for himself, prioritizing his brother instead. Aluo patted Sasuke on the shoulder, advising him not to be angry with Shinsho Hashirama, and then produced the card, explaining the reason for his visit. This effort put forth by the younger brother must be communicated clearly to this opportunistic elder brother. Does Tobarama not need it? Shinsho Hashirama, observing the card swaying in front of him, recognized what it was. Although he lacked specific information about exchanges here, Tobarama had previously discussed the so-called point exchange system. Accumulating 100 points must have kept Tobarama busy with his research without rest. Chapter 180. Perhaps it is time to bring Uchiha Madara back. Brother Naruto, you two should go rest. I will discuss some training matters with him. Aluo glanced at the card in his hand, and then instructed Sasuke and Naruto to take a break while he taught Shinsho Hashirama, allowing them to resume training afterward. While both Sasuke and Naruto are training, the training of the deceased soul differs significantly from that of the living, making it unsuitable for them to hear. Do not overexert yourselves. Sasuke nodded, pulling the eager Naruto back into the house and shutting the door. If they are not meant to listen, then they shall not. I will explain slowly. If anything is unclear, feel free to ask. Since it is a technique painstakingly earned by Shinsho Tobarama, do not waste it. The card in Aluo's hand was merely a tool for gathering spiritual energy, consolidating it into a chair. He began to explain to Shinsho Hashirama how to cultivate this spiritual technique. Though different from chakra and sage arts, it is still a part of energy, and once understood, the training in this aspect becomes progressively clearer. In just 2 hours, Shinsho Hashirama managed to condense a trace of spiritual energy, a speed faster than anyone else thus far, excluding Orochimaru. Of course, this does not imply that Izuna's training was slow. The version of training Shinsho Hashirama pursued was a modified version developed alongside Aluo after Izuna had spent some time on it. This method of cultivation bears no taboos. You need not worry that I will disclose it directly to Tobarama, do you? After attempting to train for a while and sensing some differences, Shinsho Hashirama looked back at Aluo. He believed that if he were to initiate a video call with Tobarama next time, he could directly share the cultivation method with him. You may discuss this with Sasuke and Naruto, if you can articulate it. This seal will no longer be able to restrain you. Aluo generously encouraged him to speak freely. However, certain matters cannot be divulged. What a terrifying little brat. Chinsho Hashirama stood up and approached Aluo, squatting down to meet the seated Aluo's gaze. He intended to find an opportunity to test this. Yet he still could not comprehend how this progeny of the Uchiha clan could possess so many unfathomable abilities. It's not too bad. Being called terrifying at least indicates that I am quite strong, right? Aluo smiled at Chinsho Hashirama. Terrifying is indeed an apt description. Yes, you are strong, not inferior to Madara, and in fact, you possess some powers that Madara never had. Chinsho Hashirama's words made Aluo realize the turmoil within Chinsho Tobirama. Ultimately, regardless of the topic of discussion, he can only think of Uchiha Madara. Do you long to see Uchiha Madara? Observing Chinsho Hashirama's yearning, Aluo began to contemplate whether he should bring Uchiha Madara back to greet this gentleman properly. Otherwise, after hearing him drone on daily, when he finally meets Uchiha Madara, he might feel a strong urge to give that fellow a good beating. He has not been in the Pure Land. Chinsho Hashirama suddenly felt a tinge of grievance. Although he had not specifically sought out Madara in the Pure Land, he indeed had not encountered any trace of him. He did not go to the Pure Land. You focus on training them well, and I will think of a way to pull Madara from another place in due time. Aluo calculated the time. It seems feasible to bring Uchiha Madara out as well. However, there is no need for haste. Let Sasuke and Naruto continue their training for now. Once their strength has sufficiently improved, I shall allow them to witness the clash between Chinsho, Zhujian, and Uchiha Ban. Has he been sealed? Upon learning that Uchiha Ban is in another realm, Chinsho Zhujian immediately contemplated alternative possibilities. He was familiar with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and Tobirama had also conducted some research on them. Thus, it was quite plausible that an incident had occurred. Allo chose not to respond and walked away. With no answer to his queries, Chinsho Zhujian knocked on the door, calling forth the two youths who were strategizing for their next battle, urging them to continue their training. By providing these two young ones with more training, not only would they grow, but he too could gain additional combat experience. When Ban returns, he must be defeated head-on. Allo, having left the realm, was in no rush to return to his resting body. He intended to bring Uchiha Ban back, but first, he needed to inform Izuna. Allo had previously discussed the arrangement regarding the Chinsho brothers working and honing their spiritual power with Izuna before making any plans. Upon returning to Konoha, he noticed an increase in merchants and visitors, which lifted his spirits as he sought out Izuna for a brief conversation before his soul departed from the shinobi world. The shinobi world is a realm of mortals, while the land of the deceased is known as Jingtu. Between these two realms lies a liminal space where strong-willed souls, unable to let go of their obsessions, may become ensnared. After a systematic assessment, Allo transformed his soul's essence, simulating the aura of a departed spirit, and drifted into this transitional phase. He paused in a narrow space. Kakashi is quite a decent fellow. It would be acceptable to extend some benefits to his family, wouldn't it? Allo mused as he gazed at the white-haired spirit before him, reminiscing about the power that Niji once exhibited. And he suddenly felt a desire to bring this spirit back and see the results. Currently, Kakashi had undergone brainwashing and harbored a disdain for Konoha, yet he showed little emotional turmoil. Hatake Tsukumo? Allo approached the contemplative, white-haired spirit with a leisurely gait, smiling as he extended his hand. "Who are you?" Hatake Tsukumo inquired, eyeing the hand that held a photograph. The image depicted a group of four: a warm, smiling young man with golden hair, a charming young girl, and two boys who appeared to be forcibly bowed. One of the boys was Kakashi, who had grown considerably since Tsukumo's departure. "Come with me. Let me take you back to see him. He is now in his 20s, having endured much sorrow. He could surely benefit from a warm embrace." Allo presented the photograph, infused with spiritual energy, to Hatake Tsukumo. He would not forcibly drag the spirit away. It had to be a voluntary decision. "I have already become a spirit. Returning now would only remind him of past sorrows." Hatake Tsukumo sighed, filled with words he wished to share with Kakashi, but after more than 20 years apart, to intrude upon Kakashi's life now might be even more cruel. The sorrow, separation pain, and despair he had witnessed from the moment of his departure. Seeing Kakashi acquire something only to have it swiftly taken away seemed like a torment designed solely for him. Alo silently contemplated the necessity of being somewhat ruthless when persuading the spirit. He had not spoken falsely. He had merely forgotten certain individuals, especially the undeniably prominent Might Guy, whom he would temporarily render invisible. Chapter 181. The Sunshine Boy Yahiko. In search of Uchiha Ban, you do not intend to harm him again, do you? Hatake Tsukumo found it hard to fathom the extent of Kakashi's suffering. Yet, he was still somewhat apprehensive about the intentions of the young spirit before him, and why he claimed to be able to return him. I will not harm him. I have no reason to do so. He is currently the leader of my brother's team, and the three members possess unique identities that may soon. Alo paused, sighed, and shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. Very well, I will return with you. Upon hearing that Kakashi would not be harmed, Hatake Tsukumo agreed to meet him once more. After his consent, Alo acknowledged him and sealed the spirit away, rendering him unconscious until he was released. After securing Tsukumo, Alo continued on his journey, walking for quite some time until he received a notification from the system. In the distance, he discerned the soul of a significant character in the narrative. He then encountered a familiar spirit, though it felt like their first true meeting. Yahiko. What brings a child like you here? Yahiko asked, observing the young boy who had approached him with a smile and had come to a stop. In a friendly manner, he reached out to pat the boy as fluffy hair. You are Yahiko, the one that Uncle Nagato and Sister Conan have always been thinking of? Alo, ever the actor, had no qualms about playing the part of an adorable child. Ah, you must be the one they mentioned. But why do you refer to Nagato as uncle and Conan as sister? There shouldn't be such a disparity. Yahiko smiled at the news of Nagato and Conan, yet felt a peculiar sense of pity for Nagato over the unusual titles. Surely, it couldn't be because Nagato aged too quickly? Because Sister Conan prefers to be called sister, Nagato stated that he is no longer of the same generation as her. Alo settled down nearby, conversing comfortably with Yahiko. They discussed the Akatsuki, Nagato's Rinnegan, Conan's increasing fondness for origami, their shared dreams, and the current state of the organization. You've taken so much money from Nagato. Why aren't you spending it properly? Did you come here because you earned too much and attracted unwanted attention? Yahiko chuckled brightly at the mention of money, though a hint of sadness flickered across his expression. This child, so intent on making money, had acquired riches yet lost his life, indicating the ongoing chaos in the shinobi world. I am not dead. I merely came here to find a spirit and, upon discovering you, thought to have a chat. I must tell you, I saw your face every day in Mangekyo. Alo shook his head. He was not a spirit, so the money he earned must be spent elsewhere. In Yahiko's astonished gaze, he converted the essence of a spirit into that of a living one. Although the change was subtle, the distinction between life and death remained clear to the departed. All right, who are you looking for? If I've met them, I can guide you, and it will allow you to return sooner. It's best not to linger in the realm of the departed. Yahiko expressed concern about the potential consequences of a living soul overstaying their welcome, fearing they might truly become a spirit. I am searching for Uchiha Ban. Have you encountered him? Alo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he spoke, observing Yahiko's expression, which gradually returned to calm. I have not seen him. Yahiko's expression revealed the answer. Let us go. I shall accompany you in your search. Yahiko extended his hand towards Alo, and as the child, albeit confused, offered his hand in return, Yahiko scooped him up and began to run. The two souls were fortunate. After a brief respite due to Yahiko's fatigue, they finally spotted their target during a second break. Uchiha Madara, is it? Exhausting me, you little rascal. What do you want to say to him? Hurry up and speak, then return. If you linger any longer, you truly will become a wandering spirit. Yahia set Aluo down and urged him to proceed swiftly. Since his demise, he had not experienced fatigue to such an extent. However, Uchiha Madara indeed emanated an aura of danger upon a mere glance. Yes, we shall return shortly. You should accompany me. Uncle Nagato and Sister Conan miss you dearly. Their greatest aspiration is for you to return and witness a world of peace and beauty. Aluo cast a glance toward Uchiha Madara in the distance, delaying his return. Instead, he turned back and extended his hand toward Yahiya. Although Nagato had mentioned that Naruto resembled Yahiya, possibly due to a protagonist's halo, he now wished to express that these two shared certain personality traits. Even as a spirit, that innate aura of sunshine and joy was remarkably similar. Can I really go back? Yahiya stared at the small hand before him, placing his larger hand atop it, still laden with slow-growing doubt. Yet at this moment, Aluo had no time for explanations. He smiled and stored the captured spirit away, for they were soon to confront Uchiha Madara. As they approached, Madara had already spotted the two spirits, but was merely observing. At that moment, the orange-haired boy, who had been facing away from him, turned around. Izuna, Uchiha Madara beheld the spirit of the boy, strikingly reminiscent of Izuna, and his first reaction was to ponder why Izuna had shrunk so considerably. Nevertheless, he quickly confirmed that this boy was not his brother. Upon realizing that this was not Izuna, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes, as if he were deeming this similar child a counterfeit. If Izuna's ancestor has not come, you must return if you wish to see him. You cannot wait here. Aluo cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Madara, then sat down beside him, deciding to refrain from further comments for the time being. You claim Izuna is your ancestor? Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned, and after a while, he processed that this boy had actually proclaimed himself as Izuna's descendant. Perhaps so, for regardless of blood ties, the ocular techniques, Jinjutsu, and all the jutsu of the Uchiha clan were taught by their ancestor. Aluo sighed, not emphasizing this relationship, but instead recounting tales of their learning experiences with Izuna. Although he did not explicitly mention it, Uchiha Madara still gleaned some information. The Uchiha clan had perished, leaving only two brothers to encounter the spirit of Izuna. Subsequently, it was Izuna who guided these two children, bereft of their heritage, toward gradual growth. Chapter 182. Deceiving Uchiha Madara is surprisingly simple. In truth, the ancestor was feeling quite conflicted. He did not particularly wish to see you. You should prepare yourself mentally. My reason for seeking you is that I have grown weary of that pest, Senju Hashirama. Whenever he speaks, it is always about Madara. How Madara was, how Madara is. Compared to him, you are far from it. That fool would never commit such a blunder. When Uchiha Madara proactively suggested returning, Aluo glanced at him and sighed, urging him to think it through carefully. However, mentioning Senju Hashirama, though partly theatrical, Aluo genuinely intended to vent. That fellow, even in just half a day, had likely shown considerable restraint. It still managed to repeat a dozen times how Madara was and how he had been. Sasuke and Naruto, no longer merely training, were particularly eager to confront Senju Hashirama. Unfortunately, they were unable to prevail. Moreover, Aluo harbored grave suspicions that Senju Hashirama, with his cunning nature, was deliberately prodding him to bring back Uchiha Madara. Izuna is angry. Madara's attention was solely fixated on the fact that Izuna did not wish to see him at the moment. Indeed, it was a valid reason for anger. You should contemplate how to appease him upon your return. Although he is now a spirit, he possesses the freedom to traverse anywhere. If you were to return and utter a single wrong word, causing him to hide away, I would not be able to find him. Aluo observed Uchiha Madara's focus solely on Izuna, momentarily alleviating his concerns. At least this indicated that Izuna held far greater significance than Hashirama. You have come seeking me, yet you possess no methods or suggestions. Uchiha Madara pondered for quite some time, but could not conceive a way to placate his brother. He understood that from Izuna's perspective, observing his past actions must have led him from sorrow to despair. He had failed to avenge Izuna and instead collaborated with the Senju clan to establish a village, gaining nothing in return, not even the recognition of his own Uchiha clan. What recourse do I possess? Were it not for the fact that the ancestor still acknowledges you as his brother, I would have cast you aside to endure the same treatment as Senju Hashirama. You know, on the night of the Uchiha massacre, I actually died. Aluo suddenly sighed, recalling the night of the massacre with Uchiha Madara. That night, feigning death. He had indeed experienced death once. Therefore, what was the purpose of establishing a village? Prior to the village's creation, continuous warfare persisted, Yet it endured for a millennium. After establishing the village, within a century, the entire clan was annihilated. The error was not in establishing the village, but rather, Uchiha Madara intended to express that if, at that time, the Uchiha clan had been willing to follow him, there would not have been subsequent devastation. However, as he gazed upon the boy resembling Izuna, filled with sorrow and resentment, he found himself unable to articulate those words. Indeed, it was his desire to create a village, to allow the Uchiha clan to experience the tranquility and peace of community. Hence they chose the village over isolation. Had the Leaf Village not been established, the Uchiha clan would have remained steadfast, preferring death over submission. All the errors stemmed from his aspiration to build a village alongside Senju Hashirama. Izuna, it was my fault. I ask you, have you truly made up your mind? Once you have, I shall take you back. I am still a living being, and prolonged exposure to the realm of spirits will affect me adversely. Aluo, having deemed the moment appropriate, raised his hand and patted Uchiha Madara's arm. I currently have no idea how to meet Izuna. Allow me to confront Senju Hashirama first. I had some prior arrangements. Once the plans commence, I shall present Izuna with a vision of a beautiful world. Uchiha Madara, reluctant to face Izuna, resolved to seek out Senju Hashirama, intending to thrash that fellow before pursuing Kaguya, hastily organizing subsequent plans. Your plans? Kaguya? Uchiha Obito, the pair of Rinnegan nurtured by Nagato? Aluo regarded Uchiha Madara with a cold gaze, posing questions and stepping back with each inquiry. After creating some distance, he raised both hands, forming a hand seal. In his eyes, originally possessing only 3 tomo, distorted momentarily, transforming into a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Though they were not his own, and he still could not activate them, it did not hinder him from borrowing them for use. Even with recent changes, separated by decades, Uchiha Madara instantly recognized those eyes. Izuna, what have you done to Izuna? Uchiha Madara was certain that these were indeed Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan. Before Izuna's death, he had bestowed his eyes to him, enabling the awakening of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he also knew that even if the eyes were extracted, the spirit form could retain its original powers. Yet this little imp had acquired Izuna's eyes. His previous assertion that Izuna was unwilling to meet him was a ruse. It was the truth that Izuna had been harmed by him. I am unable to activate the kaleidoscope, yet I can borrow it. This is not my first time utilizing the ocular techniques of my ancestors. My forebear has informed me that his brother is rather dull-witted, and he has no desire to meet you. Thus, he has tasked me with delivering a thrashing on his behalf, ensuring it is done with considerable force for once you're taken back. He will find it difficult to part with you. Aluo raised his hand, and a black skeleton materialized behind him, swiftly donning armor until it reached a stature comparable to that of Uchiha Madara's ultimate Susanoo. This was not Izuna's Susanoo, nor was it Chakra. At this moment, I'm merely a specter. Uchiha Madara gazed in astonishment at the towering Susanoo before him, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Izuna could not bear to harm himself. Hence he sent this lad to act. However, he is currently but a specter devoid of chakra or sage techniques, which means this boy cannot possibly strike him. Aluo was attempting to command the Susanoo to lift its foot, but it suddenly became immobile. Observing his actions and reactions, Uchiha Madara's amusement only grew. Just you wait. I will surely land a blow on you and find an opportunity. Aluo retracted the Susanoo and stood before Uchiha Madara, tossing the specter towards Senju Hashirama. Host, this performance is somewhat lacking. The system chimed in after Aluo had confined Uchiha Madara, flooding his screen. It may appear somewhat foolish, but as long as it is effective, that suffices. Uchiha Madara remains preoccupied with his Moon Eye plan. For now, this will do. I will have Izuna engage him in conversation when he is of clearer mind, and then allow him to emerge. Aluo chuckled silently to himself. Indeed, his act was a tad foolish. However, it sufficed to deceive Uchiha Madara. His research into spiritual illusions was increasingly resembling reality, and it was not entirely false, as he could indeed borrow the abilities of others. Sasuke, Izuna, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Itachi were all viable options. There were, however, certain limitations. He needed the individual from whom he borrowed power to be nearby, and they must genuinely consent to lend their strength. Chapter 183. To attack the Sound Ninja Village? Konoha is indeed overconfident. Ancestor, I have returned. Your brother is here. His mind is still somewhat muddled. In a couple of days, I will prepare a body for him through Edo Tensei. It is infuriating not to give him a few good thrashings. Aluo returned to Konoha, observing Izuna, who was watching the commotion at the Hokage building. He began discussing Uchiha Madara's situation. Let him cool off for a while. In a few days, you can create a clone to keep watch, and then I will consider whether to meet him. Aluo, look. The Cloud Village is now urging Konoha to attack the Sound Ninja Village, clearly without evidence or justification, yet they are discussing who to send and how to proceed. Izuna, upon learning about his brother's situation, temporarily chose not to intervene, as he was conflicted and uncertain about how to manage things. Observing the ongoing discussions, he shared with Aluo that Konoha had stirred up another issue. It relates back to the previous visit from the Cloud Village, which brought up the matter of the Two Tails being seized by the Sound Ninja Village. There is absolutely no evidence for this claim, and the Cloud Village did not dispatch any ninjas to attack the Sound Ninja Village. They merely provided Konoha with some intelligence. And Konoha is genuinely contemplating offensive strategies against the Sound Ninja Village. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning, alongside the Cloud Village, has sent a notification stating that if the matter of the Two Tails theft by the Sound Ninja Village is not properly addressed, they will not participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. This is merely an excuse, with the primary focus being Orochimaru. Aluo gazed at the confidential letter laid out on the conference table, chuckling as he shook his head, telling Izuna that the crux of this matter does not lie with the Cloud Village or the Land of Lightning. If Orochimaru had not once been one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Konoha would not have bothered with this issue. Those who have left Konoha and fared poorly would harbor no thoughts of revenge. However, those who have departed Konoha shed their former identities, but manage to establish their own village and achieve progress that incites envy to the point of sleepless nights. Previously, there was no reason for conflict, as the Land of Rice had publicly acknowledged the Sound Ninja Village, along with the collaboration on various pharmaceuticals, which deterred them from openly attacking the Sound Ninja Village. Now, the Cloud Village is indeed seeking confrontation, yet they have also presented Konoha's higher-ups with an opportunity. Particularly with the recent signals received, Konoha's leaders have come to believe that the Sand Village, Stone Village, and Mist Village are inclined to regard Konoha as their leader, which has inflated their egos. Are they truly this confident? Izuna observed the ongoing meeting, where Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to portray his image as a benevolent elder. Danzo was engaging in a heated discussion with several clan heads, including the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans. Danzo's stance was to position the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans as the primary force, serving as the vanguard. Narashikaku, representing the aforementioned clans, argued that they should not engage in combat at this time. This meeting stretched from morning until dusk. Ultimately, after the voting by several elder advisors and clan representatives, it was decided that the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans would lead the initial reconnaissance and assault. The Sarutobi, Aburame, and Mito clans, along with the Umbu and Root, would provide support. They planned to depart in 3 days, aiming to eradicate the Sound Ninja Village before the Chunin exams, with a clear emphasis on capturing the experimental base of the Sound Ninja Village and seizing various research materials. In the event that they could not secure it, they were to ensure its destruction. If no one could obtain it, Konoha would not suffer defeat at the hands of other ninja villages. I will investigate the arrangements made by the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans. If Konoha truly does not wish to retain these 3 clans, the Sound Ninja Village would not hesitate to take over entirely. Aluo remained attentive until the meeting concluded, and as the leaders of the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans departed, he exchanged greetings with Izuna and followed closely behind. The Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans had not received favorable treatment since the demise of the 4th Hokage. Initially, these clans were instrumental in supporting the ascent of the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato. Subsequently, The untimely death of the fourth Hokage led to an enduring state of caution for their families, leaving them perpetually vulnerable to scrutiny. Yamanaka, Inoichi, upon arriving at the Nara household and ensuring no one was watching, leaned against the wall and sighed. If the Sound Ninja village were so easily conquered, it would not allow that young master, a Luo, to stroll freely and establish businesses among the four great ninja villages and nations, this time being assigned as the vanguard. Their chances of success are exceedingly slim. Since the extermination of the Shimura clan, Danzo has gone mad. The death of the third Hokage's son has driven him to insanity. Akimichi Choza, seated in the room, expressed his frustrations regarding Konoha's current state, finding it increasingly vexing. The current leadership of Konoha is not only aging, but also becoming increasingly corrupt. The Sound Ninja village that young Master Orochimaru is Uchiha Luo. Nara Shikaku pondered the information he had previously gathered, realizing that the situation in the Sound Ninja village might be more complex than they had anticipated. Furthermore, Shikamaru had previously mentioned that although the Uchiha clan had been annihilated, their power may not have entirely vanished. It is rare within the ninja world for a family summoning beast to emerge seeking a member of the Uchiha clan after the family has been eradicated and without a new contract. That young master, a Luo, when visiting other ninja villages, is always accompanied by the closest kin of the Hokage. This is not merely for protection, but also a statement of intent. Moreover, it is rumored that this young master, a Luo, is the heir of the land of rice. When these pieces of information are interconnected, he has reason to suspect that a portion of the Uchiha clan's power still exists. But Konoha remains oblivious to this fact. Uchiha Luo's physical condition has been recorded at the Konoha hospital. He has been particularly frail since childhood and is said to be kept in seclusion, rarely seen by others. Could it be that the Uchiha clan is deliberately concealing this child to facilitate his learning of certain abilities? Yamanaka and Noichi felt they had perhaps underestimated the Uchiha clan's foresight all along. Such a formidable clan would undoubtedly have contingencies in place. The physical condition of Uchiha Luo is undoubtedly quite poor, yet Orochimaru possesses numerous forbidden techniques. It is entirely plausible for even a frail child to be restored to health and grow stronger under Orochimaru's care. Now, we must contemplate how to safeguard the hundreds of clan members that each family must send forth. Nara Shikaku tugged at his beard, having lost hope in the higher echelons of Konoha. The Uchiha clan was annihilated. The Shimura clan faced a similar fate, and the Hyuga clan followed suit. It is uncertain who will be next. Each clan's demise was attributed to the actions of a single individual. But how could such a vast clan be eradicated by merely one person? They are well aware of the Uchiha clan's circumstances, having surrounded them with the Umbu and Root, who were significantly outnumbered. As for the Shimura clan, he suspected that the Uchiha's power had returned for vengeance. The Hyuga clan, while Niji's madness was indeed terrifying, likely had the assistance of certain members from the Umbu or Root due to their protective barrier. The third Hokage, who claims to be a master of ninjutsu, could discern nothing in this matter. As Chapter 184 unfolds, a ghostly apparition unexpectedly assaults them, startling even Shikamaru. Shikamaru, your families, the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, are doomed. A Luo floated beside Shikamaru as he prepared to sleep, cheerfully summarizing the day's events. If no measures are taken, the members sent forth from the three families will surely perish. Moreover, the number of clan members participating in this battle will lead to significant losses among their core family members. A Luo? Shikamaru stood frozen, dropping his pajamas onto the floor. He stiffly turned his neck, attempting to discern whether the figure beside him was human or otherwise. Regardless, he firmly refused to believe in the existence of ghosts. Shikamaru, are you afraid? Why fear? Is it because I appear less than human? A Luo, wishing to amuse Shikamaru, donned a female guise, floating a few inches off the ground in an ethereal, ghostly form. I don't believe I've ever harmed you. What do you want from me? Shikamaru was indeed frightened. Despite knowing certain ninjutsu could be peculiar, he could clearly see that a Luo was not a living being. Isn't there a forbidden technique in Konoha known as the spirit transformation technique? I recall someone using it before. Have you truly never heard of it? Aluo, having received a reward for an achievement, felt satisfied with his 2,000 points and ceased to tease Shikamaru. You nearly scared me to death. Aluo, did you use that technique to come to Konoha? Is it to seek out Sasuke? He's currently on a mission in the Land of Waves. Shikamaru, observing the ghostly yet beautiful girl, turned around to find her resembling Sasuke, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Women are troublesome, and ghostly women are even more so. Therefore, Aluo dispelled her transformation technique, rendering Shikamaru less apprehensive. I know, I visited my brother earlier. He suffered serious injuries. During that C-rank mission, they encountered 2 elite jounin on their first day out, and it was nearly fatal. They're still recovering from their wounds. Aluo candidly sat in a chair beside Shikamaru, discussing the brutality of the recent mission in the Land of Waves. Nonetheless, the two barely clinging to life were, in fact, his true self and a wooden clone, being tenderly cared for by Sakura, who fancied herself their elder sister. Elite jounin? Could they even reach the level of Kage? Shikamaru felt his mind was struggling to comprehend. He was quite curious about what Aluo meant when he said the Nara. Akimichi and Yamanaka families were doomed, but he hesitated to ask directly, sensing it might lead him into a trap laid by Aluo. Yet, if he avoided that question, discussing other topics still felt as if the world had grown somewhat unfamiliar. Not yet at the Kage level, but those two fled, and should more come. It is indeed possible for a Kage-level opponent to appear. Are you truly unconcerned about your brother and Naruto, while ignoring the troubles within your own family? Aluo noticed Shikamaru's reluctance to inquire further and took the initiative to broach the subject again. After all, he was not lying. The Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka families were already being prepared for their sacrificial roles in Konoha's downfall. I worry you may be deceiving me, Shikamaru replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Thus, he resolved to adopt a path of sincerity. If there's something to discuss, let's speak plainly and without pretense, and we shall see what you truly intend. You know, I can represent the Sound Ninja Village. While our numbers may not be great, we possess the combat capabilities to take on thousands, even tens of thousands. Sending your families to the forefront is a certain path to ruin, is it not? Aluo tilted his head, observing Shikamaru's shocked expression and encouraging him to think more deeply. He had his sights set on the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. In the Sound Ninja Village, the previous families had been staunch followers of Orochimaru, yet some lacked the acumen to keep pace at times. Thus, while Konoha was to be destroyed, certain clans within Konoha could still be salvaged. Why not accompany me to meet my father? Shikamaru scratched his head, still not fully involved in family matters. Therefore, whether this was genuine or a ruse, and how to handle it, would best be left to his father's judgment. As a recent graduate of the academy, it felt somewhat burdensome to expect him to navigate such complexities. Are you not concerned about harming him? Aluo, having just come from Narashikaku, leisurely floated beside Shikamaru. If you intended to harm him, you would not seek me out. The matters you mentioned are unknown to me, yet your awareness suggests you have been observing, likely noting my father's disposition, which is why you came to find me, correct? Shikamaru donned a jacket and quickly made his way toward his father's likely location. The distance was not far, and after a brief exchange, he arrived. After pressing the outer doorbell and ensuring a message was received, he opened the layers of heavy doors and dark gates, leading Aluo inside. After a few winding steps, Aluo beheld the nearly unchanged adult generation of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. Father, Lord Aluo has arrived. He wishes to discuss matters with us. Shikamaru recognized that everyone's attention was on him, indicating they had not seen Aluo. He raised his hand beside him, urging Aluo to step forward and engage in conversation. Spirit transformation technique? Narashikaku observed Shikamaru's gesture, immediately associating it with the rumored special ninjutsu used by only one person. However, they quickly realized their error. In the moment Aluo landed, he transitioned from ethereal to corporeal, becoming a fully living being. The ability to transform into a living person was distinct from the spirit transformation technique, which required returning to one's original body rather than merely shifting between states. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am a merchant from the Land of Rice, a student of Orochimaru, the heir of the Sound Ninja Village, Uchiha Luo. Luo smiled at the three clan heads, succinctly presenting his identity. Greetings. I have heard that Lord Luo is to be the next ruler of the land of rice. Shikaku glanced at his son, who appeared bewildered, before shifting his gaze back to Luo, smiling in acknowledgement. However, with so many titles, it seemed one crucial aspect was missing. That is not incorrect. If I do not find a suitable puppet, I can place a clone in that position for several years. However, such mundane affairs are burdensome and hinder my training. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, I prefer to have obedient individuals occupy certain ceremonial positions. Luo spoke of his ambitions for the position of ruler of the land of rice. His tone laced with disdain. Rulership is tiresome and offers little practical benefit. Chapter 185. My family has several super powerful individuals, yet they often engage in infighting. Let me take the floor. Father, Uncle Hai, Uncle Dingzhua, and Luo have come to discuss the matter regarding our assignment as vanguards destined for death. He mentioned that in Inran village, there exists individuals capable of facing thousands, even hundreds of thousands, single-handedly. If we proceed, our demise is assured. Seeing that they had been conversing for several minutes without getting to the crux of the matter, Nara Shikamaru decided to interject with sincerity, reiterating what Luo had previously stated to the three clan leaders. Shikamaru was truly anxious, jesting that Luo might be fearful of returning late, lest a female ghost frighten him. Luo found amusement in Shikamaru's changing expressions, akin to teasing shoujo, which was far more entertaining than toying with others. Returning to serious matters, it seems Naruto has taken quite an interest in your cross-dressing. He even inquired whether he would be beaten if he donned women's attire in Konoha. The pressing question is, would we be the ones to strike him? Shikamaru, observing Luo diverting the conversation again, felt compelled to voice his thoughts, despite his desire to avoid excessive discussion. He cautioned against corrupting their former playmates with notions of cross-dressing, for it might lead to a horrifying incident. Very well, let us discuss serious matters. Esteemed clan leaders, I am here to inquire whether you would prefer to heed Konoha's orders and march to Inran village to meet your demise, or join us in Inran village. Luo found a vacant spot, conjured a chair from the ceiling space formed of mokutan, and casually placed it on the ground before gracefully sitting down. He tilted his head, waiting for the three to reflect before continuing. Facing thousands, even hundreds of thousands, Luo's mention of such formidable strength made one wonder if these were beings known to them. Nara Shikaku signaled for the other two to remain silent, as he would take the lead in this discussion. At the very least, he did not intend to dismiss Luo's claims outright as absurd. Indeed, you are familiar with their names, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and one you may not have heard of, my family's ancestor, Uchiha Izuna, the brother of Uchiha Madara. Their strengths are comparable, though they belong to an older generation. There are also some from a newer generation, but that is a topic for another time. Currently, there are four-tailed beasts, which I believe is quite sufficient. If you require more, I can discuss with Naruto in a couple of days about bringing his parents back temporarily for appearances. Luo observed the increasingly agitated expression of Nara Shikaku and patiently awaited his contemplation. He asserted that he had only revealed a fraction of their combat capabilities. Should we have the opportunity to witness those individuals, our three clans would willingly align with Inran village. Nara Shikaku exchanged glances with the other two, swiftly reaching a consensus. However, they needed to confirm whether those four truly still existed. Wait, let me first summon Ancestor Izuna, and then I will bring those individuals out to make an appearance. Without waiting for the three clan leaders to confer, Luo departed, returning shortly with Izuna in tow. This is my ancestor, Izuna. You may converse while I fetch the others. After delivering that instruction, Luo left again, leaving Izuna casting a peculiar glance at the three, uncertain of where Luo had progressed in their discussion. Meanwhile, Luo ventured into the ceiling space, observing Uchiha Madara being pursued by Senju Hashirama, who was attempting to engage him in conversation, yet Madara remained reticent. Madara, realizing the gravity of the situation, pulled out a scroll, extracting materials to prepare. Madara, I apologize. I truly did not intend to deceive you. Senju Hashirama continued to pursue Madara, apologizing and explaining, while Madara, previously playfully disappearing and reappearing in the space, had now returned in a state of Edo Tensei. Damn it, there's something I need to address later. For now, I must engage Hashirama in battle. Madara, having regained a corporeal form, albeit one resurrected through Edo Tensei, was undeterred in his desire to confront Senju Hashirama. Ever since being cast into this predicament, he had been ensnared in conversation, unable to retaliate, and now that he could act, he would not hold back. Brother, please take Naruto back and watch from the window. Is safe there. I still need to bring a few more individuals over, including Senju Tobirama. Aluo instructed Sasuke and Naruto to retreat to the wooden cabin and refrain from interrupting the duel. Be cautious. Sasuke was uncertain of Aluo's intentions, but resolved to support whatever Aluo planned. As Naruto attempted to inquire further, Sasuke grasped his collar, tossing him back towards the cabin and shutting the door behind them. Initially, Naruto wished to protest, but upon witnessing the fierce clash between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, all thoughts fled his mind. The ferocity of their battle was astounding, yet their prowess was undeniable. Once they were safely inside the cabin, Aluo summoned Senju Tobirama, instructing him to stand still on the rooftop, lest he disrupt the ongoing battle. He then ventured out once more. Let us proceed. The two of them are far too engrossed in their combat, and we may be waiting indefinitely. Aluo reappeared before the group, greeting them while holding Izuna with one hand and extending the other towards Shikamaru. Come, if it is a battle between those two, even a fleeting glimpse is a rare opportunity. Shikaku, meeting Shikamaru's gaze, nodded. As Shikamaru grasped Aluo's hand, Shikaku took hold of Shikamaru's other hand. Next came Nara Shikaku, followed by Akimichi Dingswa. The group, hand in hand, was led by Aluo to the rooftop of the wooden cabin in that space. As they entered, Uchiha Madara had already activated Susu, delivering powerful blows to a wooden dragon and kicking a wooden figure, preparing to unleash a thorough beating upon Senju Hashirama. Fueled by rage, he was utterly incensed. Those two once steady, Shikamaru observed the combat ahead and then glanced at Senju Tobirama standing atop the rooftop, confirming that Aluo had indeed spoken the truth. However, the manner in which they fought was brutal and terrifying, yet strangely reminiscent of children wrestling. He pondered this thought briefly, resolving to restrain himself from voicing such an inappropriate comment. Truly, this was a sight to behold. Aluo, lend me a white zetsu for temporary use. Izuna's fingers tightened as he watched his brother engage with Senju Hashirama in such a gentle manner, determining that he would intervene himself. Uchiha Izuna, what do you think you're doing? Do not even think of rushing in for a 2-against-1. Senju Tobirama, noticing Aluo unrolling a scroll and releasing a white figure, was taken aback as the figure instantly transformed into Izuna, who charged towards the battlefield, already forming hand seals mid-run. Fire style, Dragon Fire Dance. A massive fire technique erupted in the combat zone, summoning 3 enormous fire dragons that surged forth, engulfing both combatants in flames. Regardless of who it was, he now yearned to deliver a sound thrashing. Are you not allies? Are you not building a village together? Have you not vowed to coexist harmoniously? To foster your peaceful coexistence, I shall not rest until I have reduced you to ashes today. Chapter 186. The Chaotic Clash of 4 Souls. The thoughts of Inoshikicho Uchiha Madara took the initiative to strike, intending to assault Senju Tobirama, prompting Hashirama to intervene. Thus, the onlookers on the rooftops and within the buildings were once again treated to a spectacular display of a colossal battle, perhaps driven by a desire to demonstrate prowess. Uchiha Madara summoned the Nine Tails, successfully pulling it forth, albeit only the Yang version, while the Yin counterpart remained sealed by the Shinigami. Observing the emergence of the Nine Tails, Senju Hashirama transformed into his true form, the formidable Senju with white hair, and asserted his dominance. Izuna, witnessing his brother's plight, swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the entanglement with Tobirama, conjuring a black Susanoo to stand alongside his brother. The two siblings had much to express and unresolved grievances, yet this did not hinder their ability to fight side by side. Ah, Aluo, I wish to inquire. Are they alive or dead? It feels as if they are impervious to injury, Shikamaru observed after a lengthy gaze, finally recognizing an oddity. Particularly, the second Hokage seemed to explode like a bomb, detonating himself along with his explosive tags, and the chaos continued unabated. Indeed, injuries heal rapidly. As long as I remain alive, they shall not perish, Aluo replied with an endearing smile. However, this statement caused the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans to feel a surge of anxiety. An entity capable of wandering souls and shifting between the real and ethereal realms should theoretically be impervious to death. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of those combatants, they appeared to share a similar nature. Observing from a distance, they could sense the ferocious destructive power unleashed on the battlefield. If such beings were to confront the living, the notion of 1 against 1,000 was not merely a jest. Furthermore, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the 2 Uchiha who fought alongside the first Hokage, if they sought to strike a particular location, it would be improbable for even Konoha, let alone the entire land of fire or the allied shinobi forces, to halt them. Young Master Aluo, this level of combat presents considerable pressure upon us. We should seek a secure location to discuss the process of the 3 clans' integration into the Sound Village. It was not that the 3 clans wished to capitulate, but any observer of the 4 formidable figures would have little room for alternative thoughts. Moreover, they harbored a sorrowful predicament. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had already been targeted by the upper echelons of Konoha, and they must consider the welfare of their families and kin. Understanding that their clans could be annihilated, it was clear to anyone not foolish that family always held paramount importance. Let us depart. Once they have fought to their satisfaction, they shall not continue. The long-standing vendetta, if not for this venue allowing them to unleash their fury, might have resulted in the eradication of the ninja world through repeated conflicts. Aluo observed the battlefield, clearly delineating the fraternal clash, and, witnessing the rewards of achievements within his grasp, he led the spectators away. Achievement unlocked. Izuna and Tobirama fight for brothers. Reward. 8,000 points. Achievement unlocked. Madara, Hashirama. Do not hit my brother. Reward. 8,000 points. Achievement unlocked. Uchiha and Senju, guardians from brothers. Reward. 10,000 points. The chaotic melee of 4 specters granted Aluo an increase of 26,000 points. Truly, as a prominent figure, the accumulation of points uplifted his spirits, and Aluo beamed with joy. Currently, with a total of 1,260,000 points, Aluo proceeded to purchase what he had long desired. Sealing Technique. Soul Training Enhancement 10. Price, 66,000. The enhancement was bound to his soul and would remain effective indefinitely. With 60,015 points remaining, Aluo, not finding anything else of interest within the 6,000 range, decided against hasty searches, opting to wait until he accumulated more points. For now, he needed to confer with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans regarding how to discreetly transport the cannon fodder designated by Konoha to the deceased, ensuring a quiet journey to the Sound Village. Aluo, regarding our clan members, we will select the core disciples within our clans and instruct them on what to do. However, there are other clans from Konoha watching us. Will we be able to conceal our actions during the transfer? Nara Shikaku expressed concern about their clan members, asserting that he had a good understanding of their capabilities. However, even if they created signs of death, they would need actual corpses. Otherwise, it would be challenging to deceive the other clans of Konoha. The so-called support would likely involve waiting to assess the situation, seizing opportunities if they arose, and otherwise merely watching them perish. I can utilize wood release to create a large number of wooden figures as decoys for corpses, which can then be consumed by the trees produced through wood release. If they desire bodies, they will have to earn them. Aluo raised his hand, conjuring a small sapling from thin air. The half-meter-tall sapling began to blossom slowly. Wood release? Aluo, are you not of the Uchiha clan? Shikamaru glanced at the 3 who appeared uncertain, deciding to take the lead. It was indeed perplexing that an Uchiha could also wield wood release. The relationship between the 2 clans was truly inscrutable. I possessed the abilities of all 4 of them, Aluo chuckled as he plucked 2 ripe fruits from the sapling, handing one to Shikamaru while consuming the other himself. The small tree gradually withered, dissipating into smoke. Shikamaru, observing Aluo devouring the fruit, took a bite of the peach-like fruit, instantly feeling a surge of chakra being absorbed. Is this a means to replenish chakra? What is it? Aluo asked, noticing Shikamaru's conflicted expression, uncertain whether the fruit had offended his teeth. It feels somewhat wasteful. It will be better saved for the battlefield when chakra is low, thus aligning with its true value. Shikamaru was not typically stingy, but this peculiar fruit was indeed a rare treasure. Consuming it now boosts the limit. Aluo continued to eat, casting a glance at Shikamaru to explain the fruit's purpose. It is inherently composed of chakra. The effects depend on the quantity consumed during its creation and the direction in which it was controlled. The chakra from Senju Hashirama's wood-release sage technique has been remarkably refined after modification. Truly, the omnipotent Senju Hashirama had profited immensely by sealing them away. Chapter 187. Izuna's Outburst. Aluo's scolding this should suffice. When you are ready to set out, I will return to keep watch. In the meantime, exercise caution, and do not make your intentions too obvious. After all, you are being coerced, and excessive offerings will raise suspicions. After discussing the general process with the 3 clan leaders and Shikamaru, who could only remain as an observer, Aluo waved goodbye and departed. Upon confirming that Aluo had truly left, the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans sighed, momentarily rendered speechless. Ultimately, those 4 were simply too powerful. Nara Shikaku, after a moment of silence, revealed a bittersweet smile. This was not an opportunity for them to choose. It was a warning. Should they act foolishly, they could expect those 4 to visit their clan. Yet, there was no harm in this. Their ancestors had initially moved to Konoha for those same figures, and now they were following in their forebears' footsteps, remaining steadfastly aligned with those 4. Yamanaka in Noichi chuckled at his own words. However, this sentiment was not unfounded. Wherever the 1st and 2nd Hokage went, they had followed, and that was indeed accurate. Moreover, why burden themselves with guilt? It was the 3rd Hokage who led the Konoha higher-ups to betray them in the first place. Indeed, the 3rd Hokage is the root of the problem. With the 4th Hokage slain, the 3rd proved unreliable. We can only continue to align ourselves with the 1st and 2nd. Akimichi Choza concurred, emphasizing that there was no need to paint themselves as traitors. It was, after all, the 3rd Hokage and the current Konoha elite who betrayed the ideals of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, betraying the clans of Konoha. Look at the Uchiha, observed the Hyuga, and then the Shimura. In a mere few years, Konoha had eradicated 3 major clans. The 3 great clans previously spanned 4 generations, and before that, there was the Chimu clan. Prior to that, the legendary Sannin existed, and even further back, the Uzumaki clan of the allied country of the Vortex. Looking even further back, one finds the Senju clan, the forebears of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Though it is said that the Senju clan has dispersed, once they integrated into the populace of Kanagakur, there has been no mention of anyone identifying as a Senju ever since. Thus, we find ourselves unable to act. Everyone must return and meticulously organize the affairs of this generation of clansmen. The most crucial aspect is loyalty. The strength of an individual is of lesser importance. Furthermore, please exhibit a touch of sorrowfulness. Nara Shikaku pondered this for a moment before once again reiterating his instructions before allowing them to depart. After they dispersed, tiny insects emerged from the pillars outside the house, as well as from the leaves and soil, slowly making their way away. The leaders of the 3 clans held a secret discussion late into the night, with only the heir of the Nara clan permitted entry, while others remained at a distance. Moreover, the state of the 3 clan leaders was not favorable. Upon returning home, they spent a sleepless night studying the list of participants for the upcoming battle. During the arrangements made by the 3 clans, Ero had already returned to the Uchiha estate, releasing the irate spirit of Izuna, as well as the spirit of Uchiha Madara, who had been soundly beaten by Izuna for 2 hours and was still reluctant to engage. I cannot bring your physical form with me, given your current condition. Possessing a body would undoubtedly lead to chaos. I am currently involved in some plans, which cannot be disrupted by you. Ero sat atop the roof of the Uchiha household, leaning his head against Izuna's arm, his gaze drifting toward Uchiha Madara. Two spirits and one living soul basked in the moonlight together within the grounds of the Uchiha clan. You previously mentioned the possibility of borrowing Izuna's ocular techniques. Was that true? Uchiha Madara, noticing Izuna's indifference, could only continue conversing with the annoying child clinging to Izuna. Despite their resemblance, he harbored a disdain for this child, primarily because he perpetually overshadowed his brother. Now, he aimed to expose this child's theft of abilities in front of Izuna. It was possible years ago I was willing to lend it. Izuna huffed, feeling no qualms about Ero borrowing his ocular techniques. The multi-layered explosive tags he had given to that masked, white-haired individual were controlled through his ocular abilities. How could ocular techniques be lent? He had even allowed the Susanoo to be borrowed. After being rebuffed by Izuna, Madara lamented that this child was not merely borrowing a little. If he borrowed too much, what would happen to Izuna's eyes? It was precisely due to the severe damage to his own eyes that Izuna had chosen to forego treatment at that time, solely to preserve his own vision. That incident remained a painful memory for Madara, and even as a spirit, he could not allow Izuna's ocular prowess to be recklessly expended by this impudent child. You utilized the Susanoo? Izuna lowered his head, observing the child leaning against his arm, his expression gradually radiating a dangerous gleam. It was merely to frighten him. Ero blinked, momentarily taken aback before awkwardly diverting his gaze from Izuna's expression. While it was an illusion, Madara's presence compelled him to treat the illusion as if it were a genuine borrowing. You impudent child, you are still alive. Have you lost your wits to a serpent? With your 3 tomo, how can you use the Susanoo? Do you no longer value your eyes? Or do you believe that what release is so formidable that the consumption of your spirit can be justified in such a manner? Izuna extended his hand, grasping Ero by the collar and lifting him up, intending to impart a lesson to ensure this impudent child learns a valuable lesson. In true peril, if no alternative means were available, the Susanoo should be utilized as necessary. However, the audacity of risking it all, knowing the potential consequences, merely to intimidate Madara, was sheer folly. Teacher Orochimaru is rather innocent in this matter. Ero shrank back, attempting to explain that an innocent party was caught in the crossfire of his words. Innocent? How could that person be innocent? He is always erratic, teaching students diligently while his own spirit wanders off, and he often escapes to engage in reckless endeavors, dragging those 2 miscreants from the Senju clan along, who, when brought to Konoha, nearly caused harm to you. While berating Ero, Izuna displayed a certain reluctance. Had it been Orochimaru, he would have unleashed a torrent of complaints without a moment's pause. The intensity of Izuna's outburst caused Madara, seated nearby, to instinctively recoil several times. His brother had evidently been accumulating frustration over the years, and he needed to be cautious. He did not wish to become the one on the receiving end of a lesson. However, it seemed inevitable, given their past encounters. Izuna would not be inclined to ignore him without expressing his displeasure. Therefore, should he proactively approach, allowing his brother to vent his frustrations first? This posed a rather perplexing dilemma. Chapter 188. Madara. I sense this child is being deliberate. Izuna, noticing his brother's unwavering attention on Ero, who appeared completely oblivious to Madara's presence, resolved to assert his own significance. Even if it meant receiving a few scoldings from his brother, at least he should be acknowledged. Silence. Izuna paused for a moment, casting a fleeting glance at his brother before coldly snorting and returning his focus to Ero, who was half-cradled in his embrace. He was determined to ignore that foolish brother. If he did not instill a proper lesson, who knows what reckless actions he might undertake in the future. Thus, it was best to discipline Ero. Ero, you must comprehend your current state. If you activate the Mangekyo and borrow this strength through your physical form, I would have no concerns. However, you were once slain by Uchiha Fugaku. You should never risk your spirit in such a manner. Izuna's fury gradually ebbed, transforming into sorrow and concern. Though he aimed to disregard Madara, the worries within his words were genuine. Having faced death in spirit, he should not take such risks. Uchiha Fugaku was likely the new head of the Uchiha clan. What had this child done to be slain by his own kin? Madara, feeling overlooked, observed the child snuggling into Izuna's embrace with displeasure, seeking any opportunity to engage Izuna in conversation. That was Ero's bloodline father. Indeed, on the night of the massacre. Yes. That night, there was also one who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Izuna had just felt sorrow, but a sudden realization struck him. That individual, left behind by his foolish brother, was indeed a so-called contingency plan. It was truly infuriating. Do not be upset, ancestor. I am not angry. That individual who claimed to be Uchiha Madara was indeed one of us. He even lamented over my death, mourning my demise. Seeing Izuna's irritation, Ero quickly embraced him and redirected the conversation. They had agreed to avoid engaging with Uchiha Madara for the time being. They could not allow a moment of anger to lead to undue concern for that individual. Even if it meant confronting Uchiha Madara, it was out of the question. What does it matter if he is beaten? The greatest fear for Uchiha Madara is Izuna's indifference. Thus, it is best to ignore him. Setting aside those matters, Ero, would you care to rest for a while? You have not had a moment of respite these past few days and must be utterly exhausted. Izuna assessed Ero's current state, finding it still manageable to lift him. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the awkward onlookers, Izuna swiftly cradled Ero in his arms, gently patting his back as one would soothe a child to sleep, genuinely intending to lull the boy into slumber. Ero wanted to protest that he was not tired, that he was not sleepy, but ultimately he decided to remain silent. The ancestor was deliberately attempting to vex the one beside them, and he could simply comply. Beneath the moonlight, atop the roof, there were indeed 3 spiritual entities present, yet one seemed to exist in a realm apart. The atmosphere persisted until morning. As the moon descended and the sun rose, casting warm rays upon the rooftops. Aloe, it is time to return. Though your body is gravely injured, your spirit shall mend more swiftly upon your return. Quan Nai released his grip as the sunlight poured in, awakening Aloe, who had slumbered for half the night. Observing the child's adorably bewildered expression upon awakening, Quan Nai smiled gently, smoothing the tousled black hair of the child. Old ancestor, must we still tolerate that troublesome fellow? Aloe, having feigned sleep for a while, now yearned to depart, recalling the bothersome Uchiha Madara. Take him away. I am not in the mood to see him now. Quan Nai sighed without even glancing up, urging Aloe to lead his spirit away. Though he worried in absence, the more he pondered, the more vexed he became. The memories of the past, the chaotic battle with the Senju brothers, reaffirmed that the bond between his brother and Senju Hashirama indeed allowed spirits to linger in unrest. He has already been sealed away. Aloe first confined the startled Uchiha Madara, who attempted to flee, into the ceiling space before dusting off his hands and sitting beside Quan Nai. Whether the ceiling space could hear the outside world was within his control. Locking eyes with Quan Nai, their gazes exchanged a fleeting understanding. Aloe, do not release him in the near future. I truly do not know how to inform him that what he believed to be secrets were merely the machinations of a millennium past. Quan Nai sighed, his tone even more sorrowful than before. That enduring conspiracy spanning 1,000 years, had we not perceived it through our souls, we might have remained oblivious. Your brother and my brother, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto, their generations of chakra reincarnations have served as mere pawns. Aloe leaned against Quan Nai's arm, whispering secrets unsuitable for ears, yet precisely heard by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Though lacking comprehensiveness, he highlighted crucial points that resonated deeply within the sealed space, leaving the two souls bewildered. After conversing with Quan Nai for a while, a minor incident arose in Konoha, prompting Quan Nai to investigate. Aloe took a brief glance before retreating into his physical body. Once he and Quan Nai parted ways, the two souls within the space suddenly fell into silence. Is that brat deliberately deceiving us? Uchiha Madara perched upon a tree beside a wooden cabin, his skepticism rising. Could the child intentionally manipulate circumstances to ensure they overheard such revelations? I have attempted this many times. It is not a deliberate act. Only when both of them are present and conversing about us may I overhear. He had previously discussed this with Tobirama, attributing it largely to the energy structure of the space created by his chakra. Senju Hashirama dismissed Uchiha Madara's assessment, having investigated the truth of this matter for several years. Furthermore, the child's claim that if he could articulate his spiritual cultivation technique, it would indicate a lack of control might indeed hold merit. He had previously attempted to speak with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, but found himself unable to verbalize it. However, in solitude, he could express portions of it to the trees he nurtured. Given more time for cultivation, he believed breaking the seal and departing would not pose a challenge. Yet, he hesitated. Tobirama remained in another space, and he could not afford to let that child bear his wrath. Besides, even if he were to escape, where could he possibly go? Konoha was beyond salvation. He did not wish to witness the village's demise. Thus, he resolved to remain there for the time being. Now that he had retrieved Madara, the days would no longer be dull. And then there were those two youths. Regardless of whether they were part of a 1,000-year-old scheme, he found himself quite fond of them. Chapter 189. The Curious Sasuke and the Reunion of the Hitaki Father and Son. Sakura, are you ill? Upon returning to his physical form, now as Naruto, Alo gazed at the gentle Haruno Sakura, his eyes wide with terror as he shrank into the corner of the wooden bed. It was not an intentional act. Naruto simply found it incomprehensible, rendering Sakura particularly intimidating. Uzumaki Naruto, you best hurry and wash up for breakfast, or else. Haruno Sakura, irked by Naruto's trembling demeanor, clenched her fists and soon witnessed Naruto darting out of the room in a flash. This speed, this reflex, she could only internally marvel at. Truly, he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His recovery was astonishingly swift. Glancing at Sasuke, who lay on the other bed, Sakura sighed and carefully controlled her chakra, applying medical ninjutsu to treat Sasuke's wounds once more. Sakura, how is Sasuke doing? When will he awaken? After washing up, Naruto returned, intently observing Sakura's hands. His curiosity piqued by her medical ninjutsu. However, the importance lay not in the technique, but in how Sasuke, gravely injured and unconscious, was faring. You should awaken by tomorrow at the latest. Let us eat first, and, after breakfast, I will continue his treatment. Assessing Sasuke's condition, Sakura sighed, rising to pull Naruto along as they exited. Despite possessing a wealth of knowledge from her memories and insights into the future, her proficiency with chakra and medical ninjutsu constrained her current capabilities. Sakura displayed immense talent in medical ninjutsu, which she could focus on developing further. Kakashi was nearly fully recovered, seated at the dining table, reflecting on how his 3 students were destined to embark on entirely different paths. I will do my best. Haruno Sakura, still adjusting to her current identity, merely responded to Kakashi's words before lowering her head to eat, preparing to nourish herself before continuing Sasuke's treatment. Yet, before she could finish her meal, the previously unconscious Sasuke suddenly propped himself against the wall and emerged from the room. Moreover, the first words out of his mouth left both Kakashi and Sakura in shock. Where did Alo go? Sasuke leaned against the doorway, scanning the 3 individuals at the table, immediately inquiring after his brother. This statement rendered Naruto speechless, Sakura bewildered, and Kakashi's masked face twitched in surprise. Yamato, who had been feigning invisibility in a nearby tree, was equally astonished, clinging to the trunk with wide eyes. Sasuke, have you been dreaming? Kakashi attempted to find some rationale to navigate the situation. What was going on with Sasuke? Why had he suddenly become so peculiar? It was truly perplexing to discern when Sasuke was himself and when Alo was impersonating him. I was not dreaming. Alo was with us before, and now he is not here. Where did he go? Sasuke insisted he was not dreaming. Yet his words suggested a confusion between dreams and reality. Alo should be in the Sound Ninja village, right? Haruno Sakura struggled to recall her memories from the time of their graduation and finally remembered who Alo was. It was not that she had no impression of Alo, but rather that she had not heard of him in the subsequent years. Contemplating Alo's significance to Sasuke, Sakura suddenly began to doubt whether her memories were flawed or if something was amiss in this world. How could Sasuke, who cared so deeply for his brother, have never once mentioned him in the future? Had something transpired unbeknownst to her? In the Sound Ninja village, Sasuke held his head, mumbling incoherently before staggering back inside and lying down once more. He was not unconscious, but had fallen asleep again. Sound Ninja village, Konoha? What has happened in Konoha? Kakashi was unable to discern the truth behind Sasuke's words, so he could only focus on the utterances that had been spoken. Unbeknownst to himself, he could seek out someone knowledgeable to inquire further. Dwang had previously dispatched what clone back to Konoha, undoubtedly possessing some information. Indeed, trouble was imminent, Kakashi-senpai. It will be prudent for you to refrain from involving yourself. Konoha is preparing to launch an assault on the Sound Village. Dwang's knowledge is limited. When Kakashi sought him out privately, he offered a vague account of the current affairs in Konoha, which increasingly felt amiss, though these were decisions made by the higher-ups. Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, for now, remain with us here, as Konoha is truly on the brink of calamity. Kakashi grasped the situation. The upper echelons of Konoha were indeed stirring once more. Sending members of the Inuzuka and other clans to their demise was a ruthless decision. However, since Sasuke had broached the topic, he had reason to believe that Ero intended to strike Konoha amid this turmoil. The previous encounter with Momochi Zabuza had likely been a ploy to delay Team 7, preventing them from returning to cause further chaos. Kakashi-senpai. That individual Dwang neither assented nor declined, as his attention was drawn to a sudden emergence from behind a tree, a white-haired ninja. This person exuded an aura that felt otherworldly. Father Kakashi turned, momentarily stunned, before slowly uttering a term he hadn't used in nearly 2 decades. Had his father been brought back by someone? Kakashi, you have grown. Hitaki Tsukumo gazed at Kakashi, his smile tinged with nostalgia, pride, and a hint of sadness. His son, now an adult, stood before him once more. Father, will you stay for a while? Kakashi inquired hesitantly, hoping to have more time with him, even if just a fleeting moment. I do not know how long I can remain, Hitaki Tsukumo replied, embracing his now-grown son. He could not promise to stay, but as long as he was here, he wished to converse with Kakashi, the son he once failed to protect, who had endured so much suffering. As the father and son shared their reunion and reminisced, Dwang observed nearby, vigilant for any potential threats. Simultaneously, Ero had quietly executed a switch while Haruno Sakura was momentarily distracted, releasing Sasuke and Naruto from their confinement. The intention was for them to familiarize themselves with the altered Sakura and the Kakashi father-son duo, as well as Dwang. The change in plan stemmed not only from Ero's focus on confronting Konoha in the Sound Village, but also due to Senju Hashirama's unavailability for training. Upon encountering Uchiha Madara, it was likely he had no time for anything else. Chapter 190. The strategy and the appearance of 2 departed soul Sasuke. Where is Ero? After reuniting with his father and engaging in light conversation, Kakashi, along with his father and Dwang, sought out Sasuke to inquire about Ero's whereabouts. As for Dwang accompanying them, it was deemed safer, given that he already possessed partial knowledge of the situation. Isn't he in the Sound Village? Sasuke shot Kakashi a displeased glance. While he was unaware of how Ero had located Hitaki Tsukumo, he knew it must have been a place the living ought not to tread. Uchiha Madara, Hitaki Tsukumo, and that individual named Yahiko. Those who compelled Ero to take risks were all detestable. Did you visit before? How is your wound? Has it healed significantly? Kakashi finally confirmed that this was indeed Sasuke, and Ero had previously come to treat him. Nevertheless, he wished to ask Ero about the sudden reunion of father and son and its underlying purpose, if only to understand what actions to take. Ero's medical ninjutsu had always been formidable. Sasuke raised his arm to demonstrate that his injuries from training in the sealed space had been healed by Senju Hashirama, though he felt no need to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Naruto approached, eager to join the conversation, playfully circling around Sasuke while boasting about Ero. However, this light-hearted atmosphere was abruptly disrupted when Sakura was suddenly captured. Kakashi-sensei, don't come closer. This is the Akatsuki, Haruno Sakura shouted, urging everyone to maintain their distance, as her memories of the Akatsuki were vividly etched in her mind, especially that of pain. Thus, even though he was not clad in the Akatsuki cloak, she recognized him instantly. Uchiha Sasuke? Yahiko was momentarily bewildered. Having been released by Arrow with instructions to monitor the area and prevent anyone from escaping, he had inadvertently captured Sakura when she attempted to flee. Now, observing the boy resembling Arrow, he understood this was indeed the Sasuke Arrow had mentioned, yet he seemed to be viewed as a foe. "Who are you?" Sasuke questioned, recognizing this individual as another soul Arrow had brought back. He was unsure of the role this person intended to play. As for Sakura's reference to the Akatsuki, Arrow had not disclosed whether this person was an actual member, leaving Sakura's knowledge from her first departure from Konoha all the more curious. "Arrow sent me. He mentioned things would get chaotic soon and instructed me to keep an eye on you and Naruto's safety." Yahiko pushed Sakura forward, returning her to her companions. He stood protectively before Sasuke, scanning the area and confirming Naruto's identity. "Did Arrow mention me?" "Sasuke, Arrow wants this big brother to watch over me. But I didn't say anything," Naruto exclaimed, beaming with delight upon realizing he was also a target for protection. He was eager to flaunt this to Sasuke. "You were merely an afterthought, idiot." Sasuke scoffed at Naruto before retreating indoors. While uncertain of how this newcomer would provide protection, he decided to trust Arrow's judgment for the time being. He would await further developments upon Arrow's return. For now, he would continue to train, striving to injure Senju Hashirama during their next encounter. "Tenzu, let us return and rest. This individual seems designated to keep an eye on you," Kakashi remarked with a sense of resignation, patting Wang's shoulder to clarify the current circumstances. At present, the most concerning figure for Arrow was likely this individual from Konoha's Umbu. "I have no intention of reporting back," Wang sighed, feeling equally helpless. Everyone viewed him as a potential threat. Yet, that lad named Uchiha Arrow was indeed quite formidable. Although uncertain of this unknown individual's strength, he found it difficult to remain neutral given the circumstances. "Do not worry. Your sole task now is to protect us, maintaining your previous vigilance. There is no need to concern yourself with matters beyond that," Kakashi reassured him, though he was at a loss for how to comfort Wang. In this situation, none could afford to leave. While Team 7 struggled to maintain a semblance of stability, Arrow was already in the Sound Village, orchestrating plans with Orochimaru. The achievement this time was indeed hard-earned. The reunion of the father and son, Chimu, surely bore some merit. Alo sat in his chair, busily sketching the trap layout surrounding Inrin Village, while internally lamenting to the system about his efforts that yielded no achievement rewards. It wasn't just the Chimu father and son. There was also Yahiko, a figure confined to memories, and the encounter between the sunlit elder brother and the bright young Naruto, which he initially thought would bring some rewards. "Host, you are overthinking." The system chimed in with its sarcasm. "I am certain I can achieve something." Alo continued to sketch the layout, firmly believing that this time he would undoubtedly create an achievement. After a while, having completed the layout, Alo finally began to receive achievement rewards. New achievement: The Secret of Haruno Sakura. Reward: 3,000 points. New achievement: The Bitterness of Yamato. Reward: 1,500 points. The two achievement rewards did not appear simultaneously, but at least Alo's previous efforts had not been in vain. With a total of 4,500 points, though not an exorbitant amount, Alo felt quite satisfied. "What's wrong? Have you discovered something?" Orochimaru, having arranged some matters, returned to find Alo seemingly lost in thought, approaching to examine the layout in Alo's hands. His curiosity about Alo's smile grew. "Teacher, I sent Shimusakomo to find Kakashi and instructed Yahiko to locate Sasuke and Naruto, initially intending for them to provide temporary protection. Unexpectedly, this has led to some peculiar discoveries, such as the presence of Wani in the Toad's Den and Otsutsuki Yui. The methods seem rather stagnant." Alo raised his head, looking at the inquisitive Orochimaru, and began to share insights regarding Haruno Sakura. He refrained from disclosing his findings, instead using Sasuke's suspicions and previously gathered anomalous information, along with residual genjutsu, to deduce that those two beings, existing for millennia, were causing disturbances. As for how he could know this now that Chimu Sakomo and Yahiko had arrived here, it was because they were two pairs of eyes he had sent over, functioning as semi-autonomous puppets under his control. His intention in sending them was not solely to gain achievements. Prior to their departure, he had instructed their souls that they could draw upon special powers to engage in battle when faced with danger. Chapter 191, Konoha's Assault, Plans Altered First. Stabilize the situation over there, and once the matters on Konoha's side are resolved, I will study the Jinjutsu that Haruno Sakura fell victim to. Orochimaru was intrigued by this Jinjutsu, but he truly had no time for it at the moment. Konoha was poised to strike against Inrin Village. They needed to protect it while also receiving the batch of incoming ninjas. As the higher-ups in Konoha had little regard for the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, Inrin Village would graciously accept them. Well, there are no issues on that front. That Umbu named Tenzo currently seems stable and does not exhibit a strong inclination towards the will of fire. Alo felt a lack of trust in the future Yamato and the present Tenzo. However, that individual indeed appeared disinterested in the will of fire. Some ninjas did not care about Konoha. They were merely survivors without a destination or aspirations. Orochimaru recalled a once lucky experimental subject and advised Alo not to overthink. Had it not been for Kakashi's previous interference, that failed experiment would have merely been a puppet in human guise. Very well. I shall proceed to set the traps. Alo, realizing Yamato was not a devout follower of the will of fire, put aside his concerns. After exchanging greetings with Orochimaru, he set out with Mizuki and Corinne to the chosen area to lay the traps. Although he intended to utilize wood release, the effective deployment of this technique required careful planning since he aimed to ensnare the intruders. Time passed swiftly. Despite their varied thoughts, Konoha gathered 3,000 to 4,000 ninjas. Swiftly approaching Inrin Village, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, alongside the Inuzuka clan, comprising over 1,000 ninjas, stealthily infiltrated the woods surrounding Inrin Village under the cover of night. Following them, at a distance, over 2,000 ninjas awaited, observing how the situation developed before deciding on their next course of action. An ambush lay in wait within the forest. A signal flare erupted above the woods, and the ninjas on the mountain swiftly entered battle readiness. However, before they could receive further orders, they witnessed their comrades fleeing in haste from the woods. Even in the dead of night, the fleeing ninjas were recognizable as the very ones who had entered previously. Yet, those ninjas, upon nearing the edge of the forest, found themselves immobilized. From half a mountain's distance, the scent of blood reached them. The ninjas, only a few meters, dozens of meters, at most not exceeding 100 meters from the forest's edge, had already been pierced by wooden spikes that suddenly erupted from the ground. Under the moonlight, the blood flowing from the wooden spikes appeared even more sinister. A mere glance could haunt one's dreams. Retreat. Fall back. Such a bizarre scene, such a swift execution, prompted the ninja leaders on the mountain to swiftly issue the only actionable command. However, their attempt to escape was thwarted. Around them, the ground was already covered in dense vines. As these ninjas turned to flee, the vines erupted suddenly, ensnaring and capturing them. 3,788 individuals. Konoha had shown great caution by dispatching only this small number of ninjas, truly wasting the elaborate arrangements we had made. A figure of a youth appeared in the air, observing the bound ninjas, now being pierced and drained by the vines, and began to sort through them. The Sarutobi clan was to be disregarded. Not a single one was to be spared. The Shimura clan had long since vanished, and members of the Mito clan and the Uzumaki clan had also been dispatched. It was time to deal with them collectively. After confirming identities, aside from these few clans, the remainder comprised Root and Umbu members. Once assured that no special individuals were present, Alo clasped his hands together, causing the vines on the ground to swiftly retreat underground, dragging all the still-living ninjas beneath. After a brief tremor on the surface, the mountaintop area returned to its prior state, with even the flora blooming naturally as it had before the arrival of the Konoha ninjas. Alo, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Niji rushed up from the foot of the mountain, having witnessed everything unfold but unable to comprehend the nature of the jutsu. It should be classified as a wood-release technique, the binding kill technique. Alo smiled at Niji, categorizing this technique that combined wood release and formations. As the ethereal figure descended slowly from the air, A fan-shaped, levitating ninja tool returned to his hand upon landing. The soul can float, but in his current state, he required a bit of assistance. It still felt somewhat peculiar. Niji extended his hand toward Aloe, hoisting the nearly chakra-depleted Aloe onto his back and heading toward the village. As they walked, he murmured softly, "The plant on that mountaintop and slope seem off, as if those ninjas never stepped there in the first place. Do not dwell on it. I utilize more than just chakra. Rest well when we return. The consumption of Byakugan is quite substantial." Aloe assessed his condition. Realizing this was the first time he had expended chakra to such an extent. However, Ningxi was also quite fatigued. Even with the chakra of the Sanbai, it was still a considerable strain for Ningxi to lock onto thousands of ninjas all by himself. The system unceremoniously commented on Aluo, indicating its awareness of the host's diminishing morals. Ningxi was working so hard, looking utterly exhausted, yet still had to carry the host home. Meanwhile, the host had transformed his chakra into spiritual energy, which meant his chakra was now so weak that it was almost non-existent. Was it fair to bully such a loyal young man? There was no choice. Otsutsuki Yui and Gamamaru were watching from a distance, and everyone was convinced by the act. How could he deceive them? Despite being a young boy with somewhat extraordinary abilities, he still had to maintain a limit that they could accept, lest he inadvertently create significant problems. Aluo sighed. If it were not for the need to convince those two lurking in the shadows, he wouldn't have to go through such trouble. The initial plan involved Orochimaru and the ninjas from the Sound Village, but they were now forced to remain at home. Chapter 192. Orochimaru. You're the most important Junmarlu. I'm really fine, just extremely tired. I need to get a good night's sleep. Aluo was carried back to the Sound Village by Ningxi, and as soon as they entered the gate, several pairs of worried eyes were fixed on them. Among them, Junmarlu cautiously reached out and took the seemingly pale Aluo into his arms. As he was being taken to the medical room, Aluo had to remind him that he only needed to sleep and did not require Orochimaru's attention for an examination. Junmarlu paused for a moment, hesitated, and then rushed to the central area of the Sound Village, holding Aluo. Upon arriving at Aluo's home, Junmarlu gently placed the weak boy amidst the blooming flowers. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the flowers to sway, and Aluo quickly began to recover while lying in the floral embrace. Throughout Aluo's recovery, Junmarlu remained vigilant by his side, only following him when Aluo finally stood up to leave. Is this really recovery? Ningxi sat on the steps by the road, just having consumed a potion to replenish his chakra, which he had yet to fully absorb, when he saw Aluo returning with Junmarlu. Out of curiosity, he activated his Byakugan to take a look, and it left him feeling unsettled. This was chakra, not water. It couldn't simply be extracted and replenished. Yet, Ningxi had long understood that this young master was beyond the realm of conventional logic. Get some good rest. I will go check on Orochimaru-sensei. I hope he won't treat the living as experimental subjects. Aluo did not disturb Ningxi, who was still recuperating. He vanished from the spot and reappeared beside Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru was in a training ground beneath the Sound Village, inspecting the ninjas who had all fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Aluo, how are things now? Orochimaru paused his registration to look at Aluo. Those two have already left. They wanted to ascertain the limits of my chakra. Although the current situation is somewhat unusual, it has not exceeded what they consider to be manageable. Aluo smiled, having already locked onto the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Yui and Gamamaru. It hadn't been so easy before. He could only consume points to search for them, since he had never encountered such beings. Now that they had appeared voluntarily within his sight, it saved him some energy. With 1,000 points per target, once locked on, he could check their positions anytime without further consumption of resources. The Myobo-Kuzan had already been confirmed as an enemy, and the Ryuchi cave was similarly suspect, along with the Shikatsumiyaku. Orochimaru glanced at Aluo and spoke of the other two of the three great sacred lands, suggesting that preparations should be made. The three great sacred lands had been preserved together a millennium ago, and he had visited the Ryuchi cave, knowing that there were serpents there that had existed for over 1,000 years. The Shikatsumiyaku remained uncertain, but the Ryuchi cave was a definite concern. Those serpents, like the frogs, harbored significant ambitions within the ninja world, yet they lacked the prophetic abilities of the frogs, making their actions somewhat slower. Aluo had never been to the three great sacred lands, but he understood well that frogs and snakes were inevitably in opposition. With Orochimaru's connections to the Ryuchi cave, it was only a matter of time before they sought him out. Meanwhile, Myobo-Kuzan was already at odds with them. Jiraiya, Orochimaru recalled his former comrade with a sigh, feeling a mix of emotions. Beyond being one of the legendary Sannin, that man also bore the title of the Sage of Frogs. Moreover, Jiraiya seemed to prefer his identity as the Sage of Frogs, making their conflicting relationship seem insurmountable. It depends on the situation. If he can forsake the sage arts of Myobo-Kuzan and the frogs, he would simply be a person, a ninja. But if not, Aluo had no particular thoughts about Jiraiya. If he could avoid confrontation, he preferred to do so, as Jiraiya was Orochimaru's comrade from his youth. However, as someone who had spent his youth tirelessly searching for Gamamaru's prophecies, it was rather difficult to expect him not to stand on the side of the frogs. To make him abandon that? Quite unlikely. If we really encounter danger, we will deal with it. Although Orochimaru still harbors some nostalgia for the past. You are the most important. Orochimaru bent down, placing a hand on Aluo's head. His overly pale face loomed in front of Aluo. He cared about certain memories and people, as well as the Sound Village and its young inhabitants. Yet, all of that paled in comparison to the child before him. Initially, it was this young soul that captivated him. Although his intentions were not entirely pure, he was now certain that this child was his most fervent concern. Orochimaru. Aluo was momentarily taken aback, the facade of innocence and smiles fading, his gaze unusually earnest as it settled on Orochimaru. He had always felt that their playful teacher-student relationship was quite good, but Orochimaru's sudden seriousness left him feeling conflicted. A new achievement has been attained. Orochimaru, you are the most important. Reward, 100,000 points. This achievement made Aluo feel awkward. The most important? He had never encountered such an achievement before. And even if such achievements existed, shouldn't they have originated from Sasuke? Aluo was not troubled by Orochimaru deeming him the most important, but by the fact that the first to achieve this milestone was Orochimaru. All along, his brother Sasuke had always regarded him as the most important. The system responded, "The host is Sasuke's brother. The significance of the brotherly identity is paramount, so this achievement cannot manifest. Orochimaru's perception is purely that the host himself is the most important. It was not that Sasuke did not value Aluo enough, but rather that the identity of being a brother occupied a significant portion of Sasuke's emotions. Although he understood the reasoning, it still felt somewhat awkward. Aluo's feelings were complex, yet he no longer wished to dwell on it. He raised both hands, playfully pinching Orochimaru's cheek, then revealing a seemingly foolish smile. "Orochimaru, you still want to raise me as your son, don't you?" Pinching Orochimaru's face, Aluo urged him to clarify. He had once jokingly suggested a desire for a father-son relationship, only to be dismissed. Now, he was certain that Orochimaru truly regarded him as his only child. You do not favor such an identity, and indeed, some nominal aspects are not of utmost importance. Orochimaru smiled radiantly, but still refrained from directly acknowledging it. He understood Aluo well and was aware of his concern for family. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Izuna were both acknowledged relatives by Aluo. If he claims to treat Aluo as his son, it is inevitable that the two will seek trouble. When issues arise, it will still be Aluo who finds himself entangled. Chapter 193. The Soul Contract and Orochimaru's Choice. It is indeed unpleasant. After all, my biological father has tried to kill me. A teacher is preferable. You're my only teacher. Aluo nodded, opening his palm before Orochimaru, revealing a white tomo. Soul Contract, a binding item that links souls, causing the binder to become a subordinate spirit of the host. The subordinate spirit is locked by the system and can accompany the host through different realms. If the subordinate spirit faces a life-threatening crisis, the system will automatically retrieve it, allowing for soul restoration using points. Aluo purchased this soul contract for 150,000 points. Is this for my use? Orochimaru's fingers brushed against the white tomo. and the information regarding its soul-binding usage was directly transmitted to his consciousness. However, since the binding had not yet occurred, other information remained inaccessible. In fact, it is not necessary for you to use it. Once bound, it cannot be undone, and you will be unable to retract your decision. Aluo gazed at his palm, his fingers twitching as he contemplated grasping it again. Now that it is before me, this precious item belongs solely to me. Orochimaru snatched the white tomo away, decisively signing the contract with his soul. After the binding, he would become Aluo's most important companion. Be it family, teacher-student, or even friends, he would be inescapably linked. Host has bound subordinate spirit, Orochimaru. Current number of bound spirits, 1. The system. Having confirmed the completeness of Orochimaru's preconditions and his understanding of the binding's content and outcome, presented a new notification after he willingly signed the contract. From this moment on, as long as Aluo does not perish and the system remains intact, Orochimaru shall not cease to exist. Even if he faces defeat, he will merely enter a state of deep slumber, awaiting Aluo's awakening. Teacher, please stop smiling. In truth, you are at a loss. You will have to take care of me from now on. Aluo relaxed, allowing Orochimaru to embrace him, murmuring softly. Perhaps this could be seen as a form of eternal life. Yet the price is the loss of freedom. It is indeed a gain. Orochimaru felt elated, to the extent that he wished to project his spirit and roam freely for a while. However, Aluo was truly exhausted, with one arm holding the youth. Orochimaru formed hand seals with his other hand, summoning 2 shadow clones to continue the registration of the previous ninja list. Meanwhile, his original self cradled Aluo and approached the wall, creating a lounge chair from wood release and placing the relaxed, slumbering Aluo upon it. Do not disturb him. It has been over 3 years, and this is the first time Aluo has slept so peacefully. Orochimaru sat nearby, watching as Junma Lu and Xiang Lin entered, signaling them to remain silent. You may continue. Before we return, do not awaken these ninjas. Noticing that Aluo seemed disturbed by the noise, turning over to clutch his arm, Orochimaru contemplated and decided to lift him up. After briefly informing his 2 shadow clones and Junma Lu and Xiang Lin of the situation, he departed from this secret training ground, avoiding all encounters along the way. Orochimaru leaped to the center of the village, then from the tree into Aluo's home. After placing Aluo on the bed and observing the still sleeping youth, he remained by his side. Aluo slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When he finally awoke, still somewhat groggy, he kicked at the slightly cool scales before realizing what they were. Upon opening his eyes, Aluo beheld Orochimaru, who was draped over his tail, peering at him. He blinked and contemplated returning to slumber. This sleep had been remarkably refreshing, with the snake having naturally climbed onto the bed. In truth, you were quite tranquil while sleeping. Orochimaru noted seriously as he observed Aluo's gaze wandering, attempting to retreat into the covers once more. He remarked on his latest observation. Previously, anyone who approached while he slept would be kicked away, clearly due to an inability to trust completely. Orochimaru-sensei, are you truly this idle now? Aluo had already inquired with the system. During the 3 days, Orochimaru had not once left. The previously busy Orochimaru was surely taking this opportunity to be lazy. Taking a break, I used to worry about time running short, with many things waiting to be learned and researched. Now, I need not fret about such matters. I should relax a bit. You must be hungry. I will ask Xiang Lin to bring food. Orochimaru nodded with a smile, acknowledging that he was indeed in a resting phase and did not need to exert himself excessively. Furthermore, now that they had forged a contract, they should strive to understand each other better and become familiar with one another's essence. I have slept for so long. There must be many changes in Konoha. After I eat, I will go take a look. Before Konoha is destroyed, I haven't had the chance to rest like this again. Aluo lifted the covers and got out of bed, waving at Orochimaru before heading to the bathroom. After a shower and changing into fresh clothes, he emerged revitalized, no longer the fatigued young master. He instructed them to place the meal on the dining table downstairs, tidied himself up, and set off to attend to his tasks. When Orochimaru heard Xiang Lin knock on the door, He greeted Aluo through the bathroom door before departing. Recently, there had been too many matters to handle. Once everything settled, he would allow Aluo a proper rest. Zongzi, what is truly going on with Orochimaru's mood? Does he regard me as a companion? Or does he genuinely see me as a child? Aluo pondered while soaking in a bath, still contemplating Orochimaru's sentiments. The contract binding had already been completed, yet he remained perplexed about Orochimaru's concern and dedication towards him. Human emotions are intricate. He cares for the child, a diligent and earnest student, a guide and mentor on the path of soul cultivation, a companion with shared interests and hobbies, a trust to whom he can entrust his future and self, and a playful partner. These all exist, yet none are entirely complete. Host, why did you choose to bind Orochimaru? Although the system could interpret certain information, it still struggled to comprehend emotions. Moreover, while it could display the information regarding the soul contract's purchase upon meeting the prerequisites, it remained unable to grasp Aluo's motivations for making such a choice. Surely, it wasn't merely because Orochimaru was the only one to reach this stage thus far that Aluo would hastily buy it, though Aluo occasionally enjoyed playful antics. He would never act recklessly regarding such significant matters. Chapter 194. Heiju, Aluo is simply too good, because Orochimaru is genuinely wonderful. Aside from his earnest desire to care for me, his pursuit is to have more time and opportunities for learning and research. Aluo acknowledged that he was indeed in a state of following his heart. He cherished those who treated him well in the manner he preferred. Such beings, regardless of how others might perceive them, he would love immensely. Furthermore, when he received this love and care, he would strive to reciprocate as much as possible in a way that the other could accept and appreciate. I did not fully understand, but as long as the host is happy, that is sufficient. A reminder, the host points have dwindled to just over 10,000. The system, lacking in emotional understanding, merely functioned as a passive entity, requiring no deep analysis of such troublesome matters, as long as the host lived happily and safely. Occasionally achieving accomplishments to replenish the system's resources, that was all that mattered. Points spent can always be earned back. I will endeavor to accumulate more achievements. Aluo felt in high spirits, engaging in conversation with the system during his bath while also observing the eyes left in various locations, confirming the current developments. When he descended the stairs, Aluo summoned a Baiju to fetch Heiju. Before long, as Aluo had not yet finished his meal, Heiju arrived. Considering that Aluo had slept for an extended period before having a meal, Heiju quietly squatted beside him after arriving. Observing as Aluo finished eating and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes before approaching him. Aluo, what happened to you earlier? I heard that Mu Dun eliminated over 3,000 ninjas and that you slept for 3 days and nights before waking up. Heiju inquired as he settled onto the sofa beside Aluo, who was now seated with a plate of fruit. The initial plans involving Otsutsuki Kagaya and Gamamaru were disrupted by me. I first used a Jinjutsu on Haruno Sakura, but when that yielded no results, I had to keep my eye on them, to prevent them from creating too much chaos prematurely. I allowed them to witness chakra and sage power levels akin to Uchiha Madara. Aluo nestled into the sofa, one hand holding the fruit plate he had prepared, while the other slowly picked at the fruit with a small fork. It was essential to inform Heiju about the events that had transpired, which would also expedite Heiju's destruction plan regarding Gamamaru at Myobokuzen. Those two rascals are indeed still in cahoots. Aluo, you haven't encountered any trouble, have you? Heiju wanted to scold them, but he suddenly recalled the two's antics and cast a worried glance at Aluo. After all, Aluo was his most reliable collaborator. The possibility of rescuing his mother and defeating Otsutsuki Kagaya and those frogs depended on Aluo's assistance. So, you must not get into any trouble. I'm Fine. Just a bit tired. I made Orochimaru-sensei and everyone worry. Aluo presented a wooden fork, offering a piece of fruit to Heiju before continuing to eat from his own plate. Recently, not only was Otoge-cure unusually quiet, but Konoha had also suddenly ceased its activities. Naturally, Konoha was terrified by the methodical elimination of all its members, leaving no corpses or blood behind. Take care of yourself. I am counting on you to help me rescue my mother. By the way, I recently captured several frogs and temporarily sealed them. Once you've rested, we should deal with them. Heiju munched on the flavorless fruit, mimicking Luo's relaxed posture on the sofa, discussing their plans to eliminate the frogs. In recent days, there have been quite a few frogs throughout the ninja world. Gamamaru must be up to something new. Yes, after I finish eating, I'll take a stroll to reassure everyone that I'm all right, and then we'll go and eliminate the frogs. Luo placed the dish in front of Heiju, encouraging him to serve himself. After chatting and finishing the fruit, Luo tidied up, patted his shoulder, and suggested, "You should transform into a different form. I am not a ninja cat of your Uchiha clan." Despite claiming he was not a cat, Heiju curled up into a ball, morphing into the appearance of a black cat, perching on Luo's shoulder as they ventured outside. Upon arriving at Mangekyo, acquaintances approached to inquire about his rest, while those less familiar offered distant bows of greeting. The atmosphere of Mangekyo, coupled with Luo's reputation and popularity within the village, left Heiju feeling conflicted. However, after reflecting on his own feelings, he realized that he quite liked Luo. Beyond their collaboration, Luo treated him as a normal entity, engaging in casual conversation, sharing food, and expressing concern for his well-being while cautioning him about hidden dangers. "How'd you bring him out?" Orochimaru, having just finished inspecting a batch of ninjas, returned to find Luo entering the office, along with the unusual black cat. "I wanted to show him around Mangekyo. If plans go smoothly, Luo and his mother might settle in our village, and fostering understanding could increase our occupancy rates." Luo reached out to stroke the black cat's head before pulling out a chair and sitting at the desk. "This matter can wait for a while. The current plan is to deliver an end to Konoha. Your condition has nearly recovered. Are you going back to watch over Sasuke?" Orochimaru glanced at the curled-up black cat, wishing to change the subject. Given the current situation, Konoha no longer dared to act against Mangekyo, and Mangekyo had also been intimidated, likely refraining from any intentions in the near term. The next focus would be on Konoha's Chunin exams and the eventual destruction of Konoha. "I need to eliminate a few frogs first, then check on Izuna, and only then will I visit my brother." Luo pondered, realizing he genuinely could not approach Sasuke just yet. There were still numerous tasks to address, and only once he was finished could he accompany Sasuke. Perhaps even play with that silly Yamato. "Yes, I'll wait a bit longer. I just had Mizuki prepare some potions for Sasuke and Naruto that will enhance their recovery abilities." Orochimaru glanced at the black ball once more before informing Luo that he had gifts prepared for Sasuke, and also one for Naruto. Although he was not familiar with Uzumaki Naruto, since that child had gained Luo's favor, it was only appropriate to extend some care. "I will inform Naruto." Luo contemplated Naruto's potential reaction, smiling more brightly. He will likely be very touched. I wonder if, when he sees Orochimaru, he will rush over to hug him and say thank you. After all, Naruto's favored way of expressing gratitude was through hugs. Chapter 195. Certain matters indeed need clarification. There are indeed quite a number of frogs at Myobokuzen. After departing from Mangekyo with some items prepared by Orochimaru, Luo and Heiju arrived at an island on the edge of the Land of Lightning. Here, there were several frogs previously sent by Obito for Heiju. The frogs varied in size, and after addressing each one, Luo discovered only a nameless messenger frog that had appeared in the storyline. The others were unfamiliar to the plot. Having extracted the life force from these frogs, Luo instructed Heiju to eliminate them. He then sat on a rock by the sea, conversing with Heiju, who insisted he did not want to transform into a ninja cat, yet still maintained a cat-like appearance. "As you said, with the existence of ancient monsters for over 1,000 years, their numbers must be considerable. When I captured frogs previously, I encountered one named Jiraiya. Should I control him next time to summon more frogs using the summoning technique?" Heiju, perched on Luo's shoulder, extended his black hand, which morphed into a cat paw, cautiously poking Luo's face. Understanding Luo's concern for Orochimaru and noting Jiraiya's past camaraderie with him, Heiju deliberately avoided the topic. "Let's not disturb him for now. Gamamaru has likely sensed danger and will refrain from sending out any significant frogs in the short term. We'll wait until the Chunin exams in Konoha. Then I can earn some money, and afterwards, Luo shook his head, urging Heiju to remain quiet for a while. Controlling Jiraiya to use the summoning technique was certainly inappropriate. Yet Jiraiya would likely employ it proactively if Konoha were in peril. All right, I will also let Obito take a break. That fellow is still preoccupied with the Tsuki no Mi plan, and I need to consider how to ensure he and Nagato remain inactive for a while. If Kaguya detects any anomalies, she might take advantage of our unpreparedness to release my mother and manipulate Naruto and Sasuke into sealing her. Heiju fell silent for a moment before recalling a troublesome matter. Otsutsuki Kaguya, known as the Sage of Six Paths in the ninja world, could easily command certain ninjas to do her bidding if she emerged. Previously, her method of entering dreams had led Luo's parents to believe her manipulations, even to the extent of allowing their son to perish. Should she return to say anything else, it could jeopardize the plans Luo and he had devised. Although she might be unaware of their collaboration, Luo himself was already under her watchful gaze. Before Luo was born, Otsutsuki Yui attempted to take his life. When she realized her efforts were futile, she devised a sinister scheme to ensure Luo would meet his demise at the hands of his loved ones. On the fateful night of the Uchiha clan massacre, Luo was indeed killed, which could be interpreted as Yui's plan having succeeded, while Naruto remained uncertain. He was convinced that Sasuke would never heed his words. Luo, however, harbored an unwavering 99% confidence in Sasuke. What if he conjured an illusion to mislead Sasuke into believing that Luo had usurped his brother's body that very night? Observing Luo's confidence, Kurezetsu, though slightly hesitant, proposed a method that could sway Sasuke's allegiance. If Sasuke were to discover that Luo was not who he claimed to be, that the current Luo was not his brother, and could even be deemed the one responsible for his brother's death, then everything would change. Luo listened to Kurezetsu's words, his smile faltering. Just days prior, the system had informed him that Sasuke's concern for him predominantly stemmed from their brotherly bond. Yet, he knew he could not be anyone but himself. Luo had existed since his inception. Nonetheless, Otsutsuki Yui was indeed capable of such treachery, as there had been previous instances where she had warned that couple in their dreams. Kurezetsu, noting the shift in Luo's expression, grew concerned that Luo might be frightened. He tentatively sought to reassure him, stating that if Otsutsuki Yui did indeed act in such a manner, Sasuke would not believe it. Should he fall under the spell of an illusion, Luo would ensure he would be knocked back to reality. Luo shut his eyes, exhaling deeply, and suddenly rose to his feet. He cradled the black cat, Tawanzi, in his arms, playfully pinching and kneading it before regaining his composure and releasing Kurezetsu. Prepare yourself mentally. Regardless of whether your brother is swayed, you must remain steady. I am heading to Yuin Village, so take care. After enduring a brief period of being squished and molded, Kurezetsu transformed into a puddle of black liquid upon touching the ground, offering one last piece of advice before departing. You will be fine. Stay safe. I'm off to Konoha. Luo nodded, and as Kurezetsu melded into the earth and vanished, Luo's figure also disappeared from the island. After a prolonged silence enveloped the island, a stone partially submerged in the sea stirred, gradually transforming into a small toad after breaking free from its petrified state. As the toad surveyed its surroundings, preparing to return to Mayaboka Mountain, a hand suddenly appeared, grasping it and tossing it beneath a tree. The two souls engaged in a game beneath the tree blinked in surprise at the unexpected arrival of the toad, momentarily uncertain of its significance. You were thrown in the wrong place, Luo's voice echoed, and the small toad vanished from sight, reappearing in Senju Tobarama's laboratory. You little rascal, what have you been up to lately? Is Izuna still angry? Go check on him. Uchiha Madara grumbled, raking a hand through his hair, feeling irked. Over the past few days, he and Hashirama had engaged in numerous battles, both in the state of Edo Tensei, rendering them unable to kill each other. After several futile encounters, he found the experience lacking in excitement. Having called out several times without any response, he began to worry something might be amiss. Your ancestor does not wish to see you. I have matters to attend to. I shall seek you out once I'm finished, Luo replied casually, appearing beside Senju Tobarama. This little toad had been known to him from the very beginning, initially intending to stage a performance and use the toad to deliver a message. Kurizetsu's words had genuinely unsettled him, leading to the toad's unexpected utility. Rather than fret over Otsutsuki Yui potentially manipulating Sasuke, it would be prudent to eliminate this possible hazard first. Prior to his birth, he had been declared by Sage of Six Paths as something that should not exist. And on the night of the massacre, he had indeed died. During that false death, his body had been in a state of demise. Furthermore, the necessity to convey information regarding soul cultivation and special abilities to Sasuke was paramount. However, this process of understanding must be orchestrated by himself. Familial ties, even when threatened by deceit, must be navigated personally. He owed a measure of gratitude to Kurizetsu for the timely reminder. Certain truths were essential for Sasuke to know. Excessive concealment could inadvertently lead to enemies uncovering hidden secrets. Chapter 196. The confession interrupted by Haruno Sakura. What on earth are you doing? Senju Tobarama inquired, perplexed as he observed Aluo commandeering the laboratory without any intention of enlisting his assistance. He was torn between curiosity and the desire to comprehend the situation. Even if excluded from participation, he wished to be informed about the unfolding events. Otsutsuki Yui, the Sage of Six Paths, and the great Toad Sage from Mangekyo Mountain, named Gamamaru, had conspired to manipulate the ninja world. Aluo was still preoccupied with extracting the small toad's genetic material for monitoring and analysis, all while recounting past and present tales to Senju Tobarama. Indeed, Otsutsuki Yui and Gamamaru had engaged in such actions. The events of a millennium ago need not be revisited, as he had already recounted them to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, though they might have misconstrued it as eavesdropping. The crux of Aluo's current narrative centered on the events from 12 years prior, involving the Sage of Six Paths attempting to infiltrate his dreams, as well as Haruno Sakura's growth through illusionary dreams and the recent attention from those two individuals. The only deviation from reality was Aluo's transformation of Kurizetsu's warnings into an implication that Otsutsuki Yui intended to alter Sasuke's perception through illusion. Having tracked the toad's trail, he fortuitously captured the small toad and gleaned a fragment of its memories. The line between truth and deception blurred, casting Aluo as a pitiable child who had once again unearthed a conspiracy. In crafting a narrative for himself, he sought to establish a persona and storyline, which was a standard maneuver. Why are Otsutsuki Yui and the toad from Mangekyo targeting you so specifically? Senju Tobarama leaned against the wall, listening to Aluo's voice tinged with resentment. He considered laughing at the young rascal finally facing scheming, but realized his own mood was far from jovial. This matter was intricate. His brother's identity was exceptional. Forget it. I will take you to find your brother and Uchiha Madara. Some conversations are better held openly. Aluo swiftly gathered the extracted genetic material, having made slight modifications, and took the small toad with him. Completing the preliminary preparations, he grasped Senju Tobarama's hand, transporting them both to the ceiling space. On the other side, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had resumed their battle in the brief interval. They truly never rest. I will fetch the ancestor and my brother, as well as Naruto, Aluo remarked, observing the two as he placed the small toad into Tobarama's hand. With a quick greeting, he departed. First, he sought out Konoha to find Izuna, instructing him to wait. Then, he appeared by the water's edge in the land of waves, where Kakashi and Yamato looked on, bewildered, as he whisked away the three members of Team 7. If there are any issues, I will return to explain once I have resolved my matters. Aluo briefly addressed the two, leaving behind three spiritual clones that materialized into Team 7, continuing their previous training. Kakashi wished to voice something further, but Aluo had already vanished. Looking at the three students, who bore resemblance to shadow clones combined with transformation techniques, he exchanged a glance with Yamato and tapped his forehead protector, leaving both uncertain of how to proceed. After a long pause, they sighed in unison and leapt into the trees, resuming their watch over the students' training. In the sealed space, the great Madara had already tidied up the area that had been disturbed by the recent skirmishes, restoring it to a state of order and cleanliness. Aloe, what has happened? Is it related to Konoha? Sasuke firmly grounded himself, observing the evident distress on Aloe's face. He reached out with concern, guiding Aloe to sit beside him. Previously, Konoha's ninjas had attacked the Sound Village, and Aloe had returned to address this matter, which had taken several days. The current expression of grievance, coupled with their abrupt arrival in this space, indicated that something significant had transpired. We just conducted a brief examination and allowed Izuna to access the memories of this little frog, sighed Senju Hashirama, shaking the small frog in his hand, whose essence had faded due to the memory retrieval. He began to recount the schemes of the Sage of Six Paths. The four elders, having already viewed this memory, supplemented their insights with a degree of composure. However, as Sasuke and Naruto listened, their anger intensified, chakra flaring dangerously. After listening quietly, Haruno Sakura raised her hand as if in a classroom, attracting the attention of those around her. Sasuke, Naruto, please calm down. I have something important to share. I returned from over 3 years in the future. You must hear me out. I am uncertain whether I have come from the future or if I am merely the first experimental subject of the Sage of Six Paths and the Great Toad Sage. Sakura glanced at Sasuke and Naruto before beginning to narrate her own tale. Whether it be rebirth or altered memories or even an enhanced soul, such distinctions mattered little now. She felt deeply that the Sage of Six Paths and the Great Toad Sage were indeed suspicious figures. The so-called prophesied savior of the world and the sealing of Otsutsuki Kagaya took on a different light once those two self-proclaimed sages were re-evaluated as potential antagonists. Sakura was not well-versed in the matters of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, leaving her uncertain about the nature of the previous generation's reincarnations. However, she could surmise the immense suffering and grievances that Sasuke and Naruto had endured. Why should the issues surrounding the Otsutsuki clan cause endless suffering, conflict, and strife for subsequent generations? They were meant to be allies, friends. Why compel them into a cycle of violence? You mean to say that a great ninja war will erupt in the future? That Kurizetsu deceived Madara, deceived Uchiha Obito, and everyone else just to release his mother? And after her release, the Sage of Six Paths will appear, claiming to bestow power upon Naruto and Sasuke, prompting them to seal Kagaya once more? Hashirama sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand as he synthesized the information regarding the Fourth Great Ninja War that Sakura tearfully recounted. The more he pieced together the events leading up to this situation, the more he perceived the Sage of Six Paths as rather cunning. If he had indeed passed his powers to the chakra reincarnations of his two sons, it was evident that he himself possessed such powers. Did he not recognize that Kurizetsu was orchestrating chaos, only to emerge in the aftermath of countless deaths, basking in the glory of his sagehood? Or was it that all of this was merely a ploy by the Sage of Six Paths to weaken and reclaim certain powers? In terms of reincarnation, what were the strengths of himself and Madara compared to these two young ones? Having trained them previously and shared conversations during their rest, he had gleaned quite a bit of their capabilities. It became evident to him that their current combat prowess was a result of Aloe's dedicated training over several years. Without Aloe's relentless efforts, these so-called reincarnations might not have even learned basic combat techniques. Chapter 197. Sasuke. I have always known I will not be swayed by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Aloe, there are some things you have not hidden from your brother, and I have always been aware. Yet you are you. Even if remnants of past memories linger from before you became my brother, in this life, you are my brother. Do not fear, brother. I shall never harm you. Sasuke declared, his anger ignited upon hearing Hashirama speak of Kagaya and the Toad Sage plotting to alter his thoughts. However, his concern for Aloe's well-being overshadowed his fury. During Aloe's teachings on soul cultivation, Sasuke had sensed that Aloe harbored certain unspoken secrets. Upon learning that Kagaya had attempted to take Aloe's life multiple times before their birth, yet had failed, his suspicions about Aloe's unique identity were confirmed. Regardless of the secrets Aloe held, they could not alter the fact that he was his brother. Even if he were a reincarnation of some ancient sage, he remained Sasuke's brother, and no past would change the bond they shared. Brother, Aloe murmured softly, resting his head on Sasuke's arm. The warmth of having a companion was truly a beautiful feeling. It was this very warmth that prompted him to disclose certain information when he sensed danger, rendering any potential schemes ineffective. Aloe, I wish to say, if the Sage of Six Paths cannot kill you, could you not eliminate him instead? Sakura cautiously inquired about Aloe's strength. She was genuinely unfamiliar with Aloe, only knowing that Sasuke's brother had once been frail, even struggling to walk. Following Aloe's disappearance, this was their first official reunion. She was aware that Aloe must have grown significantly stronger, yet she could not gauge the extent of his power. Not yet. Aloe shook his head, still leaning against Sasuke's arm, reluctant to elaborate further. Although the system had confirmed that he could indeed defeat Kaguya, the circumstances dictated otherwise. He had been content in this world and wished to avoid causing its collapse. While he certainly would not harm Naruto, the main character, he feared that upon Kaguya's demise, certain hidden forces might act unpredictably. Therefore, without certainty, he could not afford to provoke the enemy recklessly. Aloe, we need not rush. It is Kaguya who seeks to delay. This grants us the opportunity to continue our growth, Sasuke reassured, glancing down at Aloe. Once Aloe's emotions stabilized, he turned his gaze to Sakura. Though Sakura had undergone significant changes, her foremost thought was for Aloe to eliminate Kaguya. It was a rather simplistic notion. If Aloe could directly eliminate Kaguya, there would be no need for them to convene and strategize their next steps. Sasuke was correct. Now that they were aware of the conspiracy, they needed to carefully study the concepts of will inheritance and chakra reincarnation, ensuring that the influences of ancient beings could no longer dictate the lives of Sasuke and Naruto. Hashirama observed Sasuke comforting his brother, then glanced at the seemingly embarrassed and aggrieved young girl, finally focusing on Naruto. According to the so-called reincarnation status, he was the next inheritor of Ashura's will. His emotions were quite evident and easily manipulable, suggesting that he would need thorough guidance in the future. Yet, compared to Sasuke, Madara had not demonstrated the same level of care for his brother. Was it perhaps because Izuna had been too independent, denying Madara the opportunity to experience brotherly affection? Senja Hashirama, what does your gaze signify? Izuna was initially contemplating the paths of growth and training, as well as strategizing against the looming threat of Yui. Yet, before he could devise any methods, he sensed Hashirama's scrutiny. This trickster of a Senju, having already fixated on his foolish elder brother, now turned his attention towards him. Could he be plotting something sinister? Izuna pondered whether it was due to his failure to leave an opening for Uchiha Madara that Madara faltered in his care for his younger brother. Before Hashirama could finish his thought, Madara had already delivered a swift kick. Hashirama, be silent. Madara, already burdened by the shame of not avenging his brother, felt neglected and overlooked, and had yet to devise a means for Izuna to forgive him. Even if forgiveness was not forthcoming, he needed to find a way for Izuna to acknowledge his presence. What was the meaning behind Hashirama's remarks? He had intervened during the attempt to kill Senju Tobirama, and now he was deliberately provoking Izuna once more. Stop fighting. It won't lead to anything productive. Senju Tobirama sighed, subtly shifting aside, though he could not evade Madara's unexpected kick. Observing his own half-destroyed body rapidly regenerating, he urged the two to pause. With younger generations watching, they had lived and died countless times. Perhaps it was time to exhibit a semblance of maturity. Aloe's prowess is formidable, as you know. My training and studies have largely been guided by Aloe, yet that does not diminish my desire to protect and care for him. Thus, Izuna, Hashirama's rationale holds no weight. Sasuke cradled Aloe, ensuring his emotional stability as he leaned against him, then turned his gaze towards Izuna, uttering a statement that halted the brawl between the two. The strength or weakness of a younger brother does not dictate whether an elder brother should love and protect him. The essence of brotherhood lies within the heart. Chapter 198, Tobirama's Ordeal, Aloe's Transformation into a Yandere. Indeed, I understand that such matters are trivial. Our focus should be on how to prevent Yui from acting rashly. Izuna glanced at the small rascal nestled in Sasuke's embrace, shaking his head to avoid discussing his brother. Perhaps it was best to address the pressing issues at hand to avoid further discontent. Before he located his brother, he could at least playfully engage with Alo, claiming he too had an elder brother. Now that he had found his brother, however, apart from a fleeting joy at the absence of other problems, he was more troubled than ever. Izuna, why am I not important? Madara, feeling a pang of distress, yearned to inquire why he had become insignificant to Izuna. Yet, he was seized by Hashirama, and before he could break free, the conversation had pivoted to other topics. For the time being, they settled on a plan, deciding to reassess the situation in 2 months. After a brief discussion, Hashirama sighed, reluctantly conceding. He wished to dissuade the younger generation from reckless behavior, hoping to guide them towards a development similar to what the young girl had witnessed in the illusionary realm. Regrettably, Alo remained adamant about destroying Konoha during the upcoming Chunin exams. The youth, disregarding the greater good, were intent on settling past grievances, which Hashirama found frustrating. The animosities within their family could be resolved, yet they chose to put aside such concerns for lofty ideals and grander ambitions. If he were to acquiesce to their desires, would that not render him akin to the next Uchiha Madara? Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Hashirama, who had just expounded a series of empty platitudes. While discussing plans, he had devised numerous justifications, claiming it was to maintain the status quo and avoid arousing Datukmu Yui's suspicion. Ultimately, were these not mere excuses to preserve Konoha? What was the point of remaining in such a place if not to repulse? The first Hokage was truly fixated on the village during their training breaks. He often reminisced about the original intentions and dreams behind founding the village. Sasuke believed he understood the situation quite well. Currently, Hashirama had not acted against their interests, but this was contingent upon Alo's ability to confine and control the two brothers. Uchiha Sasuke, your current mindset is flawed. The destruction of the Uchiha clan fundamentally stems from your own family's rebellion. Tobirama, who had previously withheld his opinions due to his temperament, could no longer remain silent. This Uchiha descendant was clearly seeking trouble, deliberately provoking a conflict. Hashirama, I have great admiration for researchers, yet your behavior is utterly excessive. I have deliberately chosen to ignore you, the instigator of all schemes. Must you persist in your provocations? Alo leaned against Sasuke's arm, languidly lifting his head, his crimson eyes revealing a hint of resignation. However, his emotional fluctuations went unnoticed by the others, as they focused on Tobirama, who had suddenly become immobilized. Cease this. Hashirama, after years of tranquility, was genuinely alarmed for the first time. He could witness Tobirama's reanimated body disintegrating, his soul's limbs and head restrained while attempting to struggle. Surrounding Tobirama's spirit were 9 shimmering swords, each glowing with different hues, slowly revolving as if seeking a target for their assault. Just as Hashirama shouted for them to stop, one sword, radiating a ghostly blue light, swiftly pierced through Tobirama's heart. Stop it, Uchiha Alo, you must cease. Hashirama observed as the sword struck home. Tobirama's spirit silently screaming in agony, his body convulsing in pain. Realizing he could do nothing to intervene, he turned to seek Alo, still embraced by Sasuke. Stop. Hashirama, on the night of our family's annihilation, why did you not tell them stop? Alo's face pressed against Sasuke's arm morphed into that of a lovesick youth in an instant. He gazed at the enraged and terrified Hashirama, a manic smile gracing his lips. It was I who, alongside Madara, helped establish the village. If you wish to confront someone, direct your ire towards me. Hashirama realized they had underestimated the situation. They had assumed this boy would handle matters rationally, yet it became evident that he was indeed a little madman, unable to prevent the chaos. He resolved to redirect the madman's fury towards himself, believing his existence might still be of use to the boy and not easily obliterated. You owe an apology to Uchiha Madara, while Senju Tobirama left behind methods to target the Uchiha clan. Do you understand? Your brother had a father he admired, a gentle mother, a protective elder brother, and a frail yet affectionate younger brother. Alo patted Sasuke's arm, his spirit detaching and drifting before Hashirama. He regarded Hashirama with a smile, calmly recounting the poignant memories of the past. Sasuke's childhood was indeed filled with happiness. Aloe, regarding those bygone events, all we can do is seek vengeance and settle scores. Let us not burden Sasuke with worry at this moment. Izuna's spirit floated over, embracing Aloe in comfort. The most effective means to stabilize Aloe's emotions was to redirect his focus. For Sasuke's sake, he could channel his anger, yet instantly regain clarity. Ancestor, it was Senju Tobirama who took your life. Your brother failed to avenge you, but I shall exact this revenge. Henceforth, I shall ensure that Senju Tobirama endures an hour of torment from the 9 swords each day. I want Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to witness that the Uchiha clan are not fools who harbor grudges without retribution. Aluo found himself in the embrace of Quan Nai, but rather than being comforted, he became preoccupied with another matter, seeking vengeance for Quan Nai. Such a motive was so splendid that even Uchiha Madara awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, fixating directly on Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, let us engage in a serious battle. Uchiha Madara, witnessing Quan Nai's complete disregard for him, now entirely captivated by that young boy, felt his frustration erupt as he unleashed his chakra, seizing Hashirama and dragging him to a distant clearing to commence their fight. He had not avenged his brother. Instead, he had co-founded a village with his enemy. Now, fully aware that the 2 younger Uchiha were disparaging him, he found himself unable to retort. For he was a fool, deceived and ensnared, a simpleton who had even set aside the hatred for his brother's murder. Chapter 199, Aluo's Plans, Finding Ways to Enhance His Brother's Power. What has happened to Aluo? Haruno Sakura, unable to perceive Aluo in his fully ethereal state and blind to Senju Tobirama's plight, sensed that something significant was transpiring. Observing the 2 combatants who, having been resurrected through Edo Tensei, fought with increasing ferocity, she approached Naruto and inquired about the unfolding events. Aluo had been slain on the night of the massacre, while Sasuke had lost everyone he cherished that fateful day. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who was cradling Aluo's body, then at Quan Nai, who held Aluo's spirit in the air, his heart heavy with sorrow, nearly on the verge of tears. He was unsure how deeply Hashirama loved Konoha as the first Hokage, yet he recognized that Sasuke, Aluo, and himself were intent on destroying that place along with certain individuals. Naruto, please alert me when you make your move. Though my parents can be bothersome and nagging, I still hold them dear, Sakura whispered softly, mindful of Sasuke and the unseen entities nearby. She was unconcerned about Konoha's fate, but her family must be safeguarded. In a few days, she would inform Aluo and find a time to extricate Naruto's parents. Remaining in Konoha could indeed result in their unintended harm. Naruto regarded Sakura thoughtfully, and upon hearing Kurama's sudden alert, he affirmed the necessity of rescuing her parents. They all cherished familial bonds, and despite Sakura's prior complaints about her parents, when life was at stake, their importance became undeniable. Now standing with them, Sakura's parents deserved to be sheltered in safety. Let us fabricate a reason for a mission, or perhaps stage a faux death, Sakura suggested, recalling that the Sound Village had already accepted a portion of Konoha's ninjas pretending to be deceased. If such a ruse was plausible for her parents, it should be achievable. However, this matter must remain concealed from them for now. Any leak could invite peril. There was no rush. They had at least a month until their mission concluded. Naruto nodded gravely, a rare, serious demeanor enhancing his charm. At that moment, Sakura thought he looked rather handsome, even with those peculiar six-paths whiskers. I believe I can now discern between illusion and reality, Sakura mused, tilting her head to gaze at Naruto, her smile gentle. Yet, when a gust from the distant battle tousled her soft pink hair into her face, her irritable side surged forth. You can fight all you want, but must you disturb us here? Aluo's home has been demolished by your brawling. Despite her irritation, Sakura retained her composure, emphasizing her point. Naruto had already informed her that the wooden house was a resting place Aluo had specifically constructed for him and Sasuke. The thought of it just infuriates me. Sasuke, it has been several days since we sought counsel from those 2. Naruto blinked, exchanging glances with Sasuke, who also wore a frown, and they clenched their fists in silent agreement to join forces. Aluo, Return and let Quan Nai tend to you. Sasuke and I will train. It has been days since we practiced, and I have some new ideas. Sasuke, holding his younger brother, stood up, beckoning Aluo back while allowing Quan Nai to care for him. Though they risked injury by venturing forth, only through intense combat could they achieve rapid advancement. I will keep an eye on him. You two be cautious, Sasuke reassured them. Quan Nai approached Sasuke, solidifying Aluo's ethereal form back into the corporeal realm, cradling him tenderly. They all understood that Aluo was unharmed. Yet both Sasuke and Quan Nai intentionally allowed Aluo to maintain the guise of a sorrowful slumber. Naruto, let us depart. Sasuke called out as he glanced at Aluo nestled in Quan Nai's embrace, then shared a knowing look with Quan Nai before turning to charge into the ongoing battle. The two youths, in synchrony, harnessed the spiritual energy they had cultivated over the years. This time, they shared a singular objective: to etch their mark upon the spirits of those two who had united to form a village. System, do you sense that I might be veering down a dark path? Aluo mused inwardly as he feigned sleep in Quan Nai's arms. The host has long since become a formidable villain capable of bringing the world to ruin. This is merely a step towards fostering new growth, the system retorted bluntly, dismissing any notion of Aluo's moral decline. This is an entirely new world. We cannot always draw comparisons to the past. Let us discuss other matters, such as how to elevate my brother's abilities beyond Senju Hashirama's, rather than perpetually suffering at his hands. After being chastised, Aluo reluctantly redirected the conversation. The notion of bringing the world to its knees was inherently tied to the narrative's identity, thus entwined with the protagonists and their relentless cycle of conflict. For now, he would focus on calculating how Sasuke could develop within 3 years to effortlessly dispatch minor adversaries and deal with formidable foes. Choose as you will. The system's marketplace offers an array of useful items, and prices in this world are quite reasonable. If you prefer not to utilize system items, you must create a training environment brimming with energy and urgency for Uchiha Sasuke. The system elaborated, providing comprehensive information along with a detailed inventory of items available for use. Upon reviewing the materials required for the training ground, Aluo was left with one overwhelming thought. He was impoverished. The expenses for these materials far exceeded the cost of acquiring a Senju Hashirama version of the Sage Body. Fortunately, not everything required points for purchase. Certain items could be substituted with resources from this world. The spatial aspect did not necessitate separate acquisition. The current one sufficed. For energy deficiencies, opportunities could be sought to extract from various so-called sacred sites, and even the 10 tails on the moon could be harnessed. Finding opponents for training was manageable. He would allow Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to remain here, and until Sasuke surpassed their prior levels, they could abstain from expending energy on simulations. As for the affordable items that could be directly given to Sasuke, Aluo intended to observe carefully and avoid unnecessary expenditure for the time being. Currently, he is not bound to his Wushu. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance where he departs for any reason, this external enhancement of power, without the protection of system, would be rejected by this world. Chapter 200. Ban, you are deliberately trying to provoke him. Uchiha Luo, the soul of Senju Tobarama descends. The previously scattered body of Edo Tensei once again converges. He gazes at the fragile boy embraced by Izuna, uncertain whether his emotions are resentment, frustration, or an inescapable despair. Just a moment ago, he had been pierced through the heart by various elemental swords, the violent spiritual energy assailing his soul, tormenting him for a full hour. Yet he could not articulate any fault of this boy, for they were bound by an insolvable grudge. If this boy were not tormenting him, he might even commend him. Do not disturb him. Make them cease their actions. 2 old souls bullying 2 young ones. How shameless. Izuna cast a glance at Senju Tobarama, urging him to remain silent, while also instructing him to call back the 2 living and 2 deceased who had yet to stop. As for his comment about shamelessness, it pertained not only to Senju Hashirama, but also to his brother. His brother deserved rebuke. To team up with Senju Hashirama to bully a child. It was infuriating to behold. Ancestor, your brother fought mine, and I am displeased. So, please refrain from visiting him for the time being. Aluo opened his eyes, briefly meeting Izuna's gaze, and they swiftly reached a tacit understanding. Before the destruction of Konoha, Izuna would not see Uchiha-ban again. I shall return. There may be disturbances in Konoha at any moment, and I am uneasy. Izuna blinked to confirm his understanding, raising his head to regard the few who had returned, casually uttering a phrase before vanishing from this space. As for Aluo, who had been cradled, with Izuna's departure, he began to plummet towards the ground. However, he did not reach the ground, for Zwashu appeared beside Aluo in the next instant, extending his hand to embrace his brother once more. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed remarkably useful. Yet, as the creator of this technique, Senju Tobarama felt a profound sadness. Could Izuna truly leave on his own? Uchiha-ban deemed it implausible, suspecting that this troublesome brat had released Izuna to prevent him from conversing with him. When the power of the soul reaches a sufficient standard, one can come and go freely. Surely, you do not believe that Senju Hashirama is incapable, hence Izuna should not be able either? Aluo leaned against Zwashu's arm, gazing at the glaring Uchiha-ban, unceremoniously weaving a few lies to prick at his heart. Day after day, it was always Hashirama this, Hashirama that. When would he show more concern for Izuna? Had he been with Zwashu and Naruto to confront Senju Hashirama, even if Edo Tensei could not kill him, it would have brightened Izuna's spirits. Unfortunately, he had initially been fiercely attacking Senju Hashirama, and upon the approach of external forces, Uchiha-ban naturally aligned himself with Senju Hashirama. Even though he was careful not to kill anyone, it was still evident that he was expressing a tacit cooperation with Senju Hashirama. I did not think so. I have not practiced your methods, so I am unaware. Uchiha-ban now felt quite vexed, but his brother only listened to this brat. He had just recognized how foolish he had been previously and could only express himself with a degree of delicacy for the time being. It would be best if it were not so. Izuna's heart was filled with his brother. Uchiha-ban, even if you do not regard this brother as particularly important, it is wise to conceal it, lest I, to spare him from sorrow, would not hesitate to let your soul vanish, and then inform the ancestor that you were finally to take revenge on him, but were obliterated by Senju Hashirama. Aluo observed Uchiha-ban's anger swiftly dissipating, confirming that this threat was indeed quite effective. For Izuna's sake, as well as for Senju Hashirama, he would maintain a temporary silence. Having accomplished what needed to be done, it was time for him to return the individuals, allowing certain narratives to unfold. As for achievement points, they would require suitable opportunities to accrue. For now, he would strategize the energy present in this world and only utilize points for supplementation when necessary. You and I are aware. Uchiha-ban contemplated Izuna's disappointment in him. Although he felt the reality was otherwise, he could not explain it. Just as earlier, he had initially intended to watch those two boys beat Hashirama, but upon observing them, he realized that their combat abilities were insufficient and needed additional battle experience. Think it through yourself. I will take them out first. When I have time, I will arrange this space and then allow them to come in for training. Aluo's gaze towards Uchiha-ban was tinged with sadness. Having said all that needed to be said, he departed with Zwashu and Naruto, along with Haruno Sakura, who still did not fully grasp the situation, returning once more to the small cabin by the waters of the Land of Waves. Upon their return, the three individuals training outside abandoned their instructor, Kakashi, and instantly used body flicker technique to re-enter the cabin. They had finally returned. Even if the others were not paying attention to him, it still felt overwhelmingly pressuring. Haruno Sakura observed another version of herself vanish, realizing that she had been replaced during this interval, and felt reassured knowing that no issues had arisen. Surveying the familiar surroundings and glancing at Kakashi, who had rushed in from outside, she halted her unfinished words. "Sakura, you need not fear them. After all, they will not kill us. So what is there to worry about?" Noticing that Sakura appeared frightened, Naruto shook his head and moved aside to sit down, advising that when facing those individuals, one merely needed to adjust their mindset to strike with confidence. However, he also recognized that it was quite an achievement for Sakura to narrate normally at the outset, as not everyone could be like them. "Could you all perhaps give us a little psychological preparation next time?" If ninjas come during this period, we must at least have some direction for response. Kakashi entered the room, observing the injured Zwashu and Naruto, then glancing at the evidently frightened Sakura, before finally resting his gaze on Aluo. He could conceal the little rascals, but he was unaware of their next plans, fearing it would disrupt their original rhythm. If ninjas arrive here, my shadow clone will handle it. If it cannot be resolved, it will return to inform me. Aluo lifted his head, smiling at Kakashi, as well as at Yamato, who stood not far behind Kakashi, contemplating whether to enter. He had been keeping a watchful eye on this place and every individual within it. As for the two who were not alive, he had just sent them to the riverbank for fishing, as battle was indeed arduous, and they would require ample sustenance to replenish their strength. The bridge construction in the land of waves was underway, and Tazuna had promised to deliver ingredients every morning. Yet it was merely calculated for 1 large and 3 small portions, consisting solely of basic ingredients for ordinary people. Here, however, they had more than one voracious appetite. Chapter 201. Yamato's Confusion, Yahiko's Dream. Why does young master Aluo believe in me, thinking I will not return to report? Yamato sat atop the roof, waiting for Aluo to heal Zwashu and Naruto's injuries before approaching him, somewhat helplessly questioning what this young master was truly thinking. He was an Umbu, a covert ninja of Konoha. I do not trust you. I simply know you will remain here. Aluo continued to smile, radiating warmth. He was uncertain of Yamato's actions, which was why he had earlier instructed the 2 souls to keep watch and later left a portion of his spiritual energy behind. However, Yamato was just like what Orochimaru had said, lacking a definitive first-place concept regarding Konoha. Regardless of the reunion between Kakashi and his son, or the distressing arrangements made by the higher-ups of Konoha, the accumulation of unreliable information has led Yamato to refrain from getting involved for the time being. After all, these matters do not fall within his purview. Can it truly be said that I am here, Lord Aluo, to believe? Is it possible to retrieve someone after they have passed away? Yamato felt himself seduced by the smile of the youth beside him, fully aware of the peril inherent in this child, yet still relaxed enough to voice this troubling question. Can one truly return to life after death? Moreover, how is it possible to draw the deceased back into the realm of the living? In this world, most souls journey to the Pure Land after death, while a few find themselves in unexpected liminal spaces. Only those souls that have yet to enter reincarnation can be retrieved, and this process requires certain mediums. Aluo lay on the rooftop, gazing at the darkening sky, softly articulating information about souls. In truth, the souls in this world possess a considerable degree of freedom. Although they may remain in the Pure Land or within certain fissures, as long as their spiritual power is sufficiently robust, they can exist for extended periods. Lord Aluo seems to possess knowledge of everything. Yamato imitated Aluo's posture, resting his hands behind his head and reclining to gaze at the dim sky. He was uncertain of what to ask, nor did he wish to ponder the significance of existence. He could not even conceive of his own aspirations. Perhaps it was merely a sense of aimless confusion. Host, are you attempting to bully the honest individual? The system materialized, demanding attention. Is there truly an honest person among ninjas? Who qualifies as an honest person? From the beginning to the end of the storyline, Naruto, who has never personally slain an enemy, can he be considered honest? Aluo, for once, refrained from endorsing certain statements. Ninjas prioritize their missions. What is the Umbu? To put it simply, it is an organization frequently tasked by the Hokage to undertake clandestine operations. In such an environment, how could one expect to find an archetypal honest person? At most, one might encounter a youth, still grappling with emotions, uncertain of his expectations and desires for the future. A young man lost in himself. He now needed to employ a gentle approach to guide this individual toward a re-examination of self, subtly steering him closer to his own plans. Host, here you can be more straightforward. The system expressed disdain for Aluo's roundabout manner and excessive embellishments, which seemed merely aimed at securing more labor for himself. Within the system, the host's heart has not been wasted. No. I have always been completely candid with the system. It is you who insists on employing certain inappropriate terms. Hence, I must emphasize the need for more suitable language. Aluo gazed at the stars, which were gradually becoming clearer, and had grown accustomed to the system's sudden disregard for his presence. The system's chatting mode was rather monotonous. He would have to teach it gradually. However, he recognized that he had indeed been a bit excessive, such as now, sending 2 starving souls to fish for their meal. Perhaps next time, he could send Yamato. Utilizing what clones could allow this ravenous individual to eat a bit more comfortably. What are you two doing, basking in the moonlight? The sky had turned completely dark, and the 2 fishermen returned. Yahiko leaped onto the rooftop, squatting beside Aluo, poking the face of this child who did not appear to be a child at all. Were it not for their initial encounter, where they witnessed the soul of the child, he would have suspected that this little one was a disguise of someone from Uchiha Madara's generation. Is it also common to bask in the moonlight? Yahiko, what kind of future do you desire? Aluo tilted his head, inquiring of Yahiko. He would not forget that this individual was also a senior of the dream stream. My future? Or rather, the future I wish to see? Yahiko hesitated for a moment, then sat down, curiously observing Aluo, uncertain of which aspect the question pertained to. Either would suffice. You have caught quite a few fish, and they will take a while to prepare before you can eat. So let us converse for now. Transitioning from lying down to sitting, Aluo looked at the Kakashi family, who were busy preparing the fish, their cheerful demeanor appearing rather endearing. Moreover, he made it clear that once a topic was established, he was relieved from the obligation to assist. Personally, I desire to return to their side, and the future I wish to witness is one of peace, where everyone can coexist harmoniously, devoid of excessive plunder and harm to life. Yahiko was acutely aware that this dream was quite difficult to realize, yet he still felt that it would be wonderful if such a reality could come to pass. During his stay in the land of waves these past few days, although his task was to prevent anyone from conveying messages to Konoha, he had wandered through the villages, observing the dynamics among the common folk. Self-identified as a traveler, he had not witnessed the conflicts between ninjas, but rather observed the schemes and mutual harm among the common people. You dig a pit for me, and I set a trap for you, even deceiving one another into the presence of wealthy merchants or ninjas, reveling in the demise of their adversaries. Regardless of their identity, ninja, commoner, or the samurai he had not encountered in the land of waves these past few days, there was no shortage of villains. Yet he still hoped for more peace and warmth within the confines of his perception. I will not escort you to Nagato, but I will inform him of your presence here, whether he intends to retrieve you, and when he might do so. That decision rests with them. Aluo regarded Yahiko with keen interest, then summoned a shadow clone, gesturing for it to proceed to Mangekyo to locate Nagato and Konan. As for whether they would come, or if they wished to retrieve Yahiko, that was not a concern for Aluo to grapple with. Moreover, he felt that he was inadvertently assisting Kagaya. For as long as Yahiko was retrieved, the Akatsuki's plans would inevitably be postponed. If Yahiko could still command obedience from Nagato and Konan, the plan to collect tailed beasts would essentially be rendered moot. Chapter 202. Konan arrives, and the reunion with Yahiko. That evening, after enjoying grilled fish, Aluo and the others were gathered around the campfire, engaged in conversation, when suddenly a figure with enormous white wings soared down from the sky, diving toward Yahiko, who was still contemplating dreams and the future on the rooftop. Such speed, such acute perception. Aluo mused internally, the bond among Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko is truly profound. Is that from the Akatsuki? Haruno Sakura watched in astonishment as the figure, clad in the distinctive attire of the Akatsuki, embraced Yahiko upon landing on the rooftop. Why are members of the Akatsuki congregating here? Could it be that Aluo is well acquainted with the Akatsuki? Sister Konan, you have arrived a bit late. The grilled fish is all gone, and half of it was caught by Brother Yahiko. Aluo interrupted Sakura's speculation, standing to wave at the rooftop while deliberately indicating the pile of fish bones on the ground for Konan to see. You little rascal, Yahiko is not yet revived, and you already have him working, preparing food for you? Konan released her hold on Yahiko after descending from the rooftop, stepping forward to extend her hand toward Aluo. Under the watchful eyes of Kakashi and Haruno Sakura, Konan's hand ruffled Aluo's hair a couple of times before she stepped back, content with her actions, and resumed her place beside Yahiko. The body of a reanimated individual, quite useful, generally indestructible. Thus, merely fishing is no burden, is it, brother Yahiko? Aluo nestled closer to Sasuke, smiling with a hint of pride as Sasuke assisted in untangling his hair while observing Konan and Yahiko. Little Nan has grown increasingly beautiful, and it is no wonder that this lad claims that she is like an elder sister, while Nagato has become akin to an uncle. Yahiko, upon seeing Little Nan, smiled gently and reached out to smooth her tousled hair as she hurried over. Since his demise, he had lost track of time in that place. Meanwhile, Little Nan and Nagato were experiencing the passage of days and nights, diligently striving towards their goals. Do you actually believe what that lad said? But did he truly say, "I'm beautiful"? Little Nan's first instinct upon hearing this was to dismiss it as mere flattery. For such charming words often come from his lips, yet few carry sincerity. Nonetheless, receiving a compliment from Yahiko brought her joy. As for Nagato being an uncle, that matter seemed trivial. He had previously remarked that in his former state, it would not be surprising for the lad to address him as grandpa, a courtesy that showed restraint. However, the current Nagato's leg injury had healed significantly, and after severing the connection with the Ten Tails, his vitality had greatly improved. Compared to ordinary shinobi, he was merely slightly weaker, no longer in that near-death state reliant on the outer path techniques for survival. Yes, he said that Little Nan is the most beautiful, Yahiko mused, recalling what Aluo had previously mentioned. Whether she was the most beautiful in Akatsuki or in the Rain Village mattered little. Aluo, did you truly say that? Naruto tugged at Aluo's arm, inquiring whether he had uttered such words. If beauty were to be judged, Aluo in female attire might indeed be the most exquisite. Yet the ever-watchful Sasuke prevented him from asking how Aluo managed that transformation technique. Aluo felt that when Yahiko praised someone, he was even more ludicrous, as he completely overlooked certain qualifiers. Aluo, my dear brother, is the cutest. Since Nagato is slowed down by me, I will take Yahiko home first. If there are matters to discuss, dear brother Aluo may visit the Rain Village. There, you shall find your elder brother, making it a sort of second home for you. Little Nan, eager to return, exchanged a brief greeting with Aluo, urging him to spend a few days in the Rain Village before soaring away with Yahiko. Second home? Sasuke regarded Aluo with skepticism towards Little Nan's assertion. Though Uchiha Itachi was indeed their elder brother, that individual was not of sound mind, and it would be inadvisable for Aluo to consider his residence as home, even partially. They believed that once the affairs in Konoha were resolved, he would take them out for some fun. Aluo shook his head, as he had never acknowledged the concept of home. The Akatsuki organization merely assumed that he and Uchiha Itachi were on amicable terms, and he had no desire to clarify further. Yes, after that matter concludes. Sasuke generally supported Aluo's endeavors. As for Uchiha Itachi, he did not wish to impede his approach as long as the latter refrained from uttering anything that would upset Aluo, provided that his mind remained clear. All right, it is quite late now. Your current task is to rest. Once you have recuperated, you must continue your training. Kakashi observed the group, noting their inclination to delve into inappropriate discussions, and urged them to return for rest. Okay, Kakashi-sensei is getting fiercer. I'm off to sleep. Naruto was the first to dash back into the house, collapsing onto his bed and promptly snoring. Whether that snoring was genuine remained uncertain. I'm leaving off to sleep. Aluo took Sasuke's hand and entered the rustic cabin where they might stay for a while. However, the environment was far from comfortable. The wooden bed could adjust in size, but lacked soft blankets, which left Aluo feeling quite unsettled. The following morning, when Kakashi came to rouse the boys, he was greeted by the sight of a soft mattress and a black cat stretching lazily on the bed. You truly live in comfort at such a young age, Kakashi remarked, unable to resist the urge to comment on their situation. This mattress was quite costly, far exceeding their mission's remuneration. Of course, since my teacher brought me home, my standard of living has reached the pinnacle, rivaling that of the nobles. Aluo, resting his chin on the bed, looked at Kakashi clarifying a crucial point. TheUchiha Aluo, a student of Orochimaru and the most influential young master in the land of rice, would never settle for a life of hardship, even when out for leisure. Orochimaru dotes on you. He must hold great significance in your life, Kakashi said, glancing at Sasuke, who had just emerged from the bathroom, feeling somewhat conflicted. His question seemed a tad inappropriate. Indeed, he is very important. My teacher has imparted much wisdom to me. Thus, I strive to earn money, more money, to provide for my teacher. Aluo suddenly recalled something he had forgotten the previous day and leaped into Sasuke's arms. As a cat, he insisted on being carried to find his friends. Chapter 203. The simplicity of preventing their bridge construction my gift, prepared specifically by Orochimaru-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving his present. Kakashi, standing at the door, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, realizing that he had taken 3 students on a mission, yet none of them truly belonged to him. My teacher said that Naruto is quite well behaved. Aluo imitated Orochimaru's tone, explaining why he had prepared a gift just for him. Such a rationale was met with skepticism from Sasuke, who could not accuse his brother of deceit. Meanwhile, Naruto was touched to the verge of tears, imagining that if Orochimaru were present, he would have rushed forward, embracing him and calling him the best teacher. Breakfast is ready. Eat up and then we shall train. Aluo, you can decide how to utilize these items. Kakashi had given up on resistance. When his father announced that breakfast was ready, he urged the boys to eat. When they descended the stairs, Haruno Sakura had already set the table, transitioning into her domestic role. Thank you, Sakura. Naruto cheerfully waved at her before hastily taking his seat and starting his meal. After breakfast, they planned to visit the bridge, and Kakashi remarked that only he and Sakura would go. While they dined, Kakashi outlined the day's agenda, insisting that neither Sasuke nor Naruto could attend. He feared that if those two clashed with the people of the Land of Waves, their external training plans might be prematurely concluded. With Zabuza's absence, the bridge was being constructed normally, and the workers, observing the ninja's presence, deemed it unnecessary to continue their efforts. Get to work. I will arrange some unique training for them. This Umbu should be able to ensure our safety, correct? Aluo, in his feline form, spoke with a hint of threat. Yet when he raised his paw in greeting to Yamato, he received a responsive clap. The disparity between human hands and cat paws was rather pronounced. After breakfast, Kakashi took Sakura along to patrol near the ongoing bridge construction. After Aluo elucidated the usage of the new auxiliary medications, Naruto and Sasuke commenced their rigorous physical enhancement training. At this moment, Aluo refrained from seeking out Dazuna. A black cat perched on Hatake Sakumo's shoulder, playfully tugging at a small braid. Surely, the construction of the bridge could not proceed so smoothly. Observing the two youths immersed in their intense training, Sakumo tilted his head to glance at the black cat still pawing at his hair and broached a serious matter. The bridge was being constructed at an alarming pace. If no disruptions occurred, it could be completed in no more than 7 days. The Land of Waves was currently teeming with merchants, each engaged in their own monopolistic ventures. Should these ordinary individuals be allowed free access for trade once the bridge was established, how would the merchants profit? Aluo lifted his gaze to Dazuna, who was directing the construction despite having lost a leg, and he felt certain that this tranquility would soon be shattered. There was no need for him to instigate chaos. The existing merchants and ordinary ferry workers would undoubtedly impede the bridge's construction. The absence of disturbances in recent days was merely due to the watchful eyes of ninjas. Many were eager to gauge the ninja stance. In truth, it was not solely through brute force that disruptions could arise. These individuals, lacking in cunning, could easily conjure a supernatural disturbance, causing a prolonged halt in work. Aluo yawned and casually suggested strategies to render the ninjas powerless at minimal cost. After all, when faced with adversaries, ninjas would engage in battle, but those laborers, paralyzed by fear, would not dare show up for work. Ninjas could hardly compel them to do so. This method, indeed, seemed rather unscrupulous, Sakumo thought to himself, though he decided against voicing it. Presently, both he and his father were living under the auspices of others. Allowing for some harmless jests, Yet certain words required careful consideration. It was indeed heartless. However, the bridge's construction would sever the livelihood of those who relied on ferrying passengers. Having learned to navigate boats since childhood to earn their keep, these seamen faced the grim prospect of starvation if deemed worthless. Aluo's small paw patted Tsukumo's shoulder as he continued to fabricate excuses. Shortly after he concluded, a blade of grass beneath a nearby tree slowly sank into the ground. Baiju, indeed remarkably efficient. With the information he had provided, it would not be long before the bridge construction plan in the Land of Waves was temporarily suspended. After a day of intense training, Sasuke and Naruto exhibited some growth. Kakashi, accompanied by Haruno Sakura on a patrol, garnered a mix of disdain and judgment upon their return to training, leaving Sakura somewhat distracted. That evening, workers were keeping watch over the ongoing bridge construction. But as fatigue set in, an eerie sound of weeping suddenly pierced the night. On a dark and windy night, shrouded in mist, several night watchmen beheld a wailing, ghostly figure emerging from the water's surface. In terror, the workers fled in disarray, their cries for help attracting the attention of the villagers. The villagers, too, witnessed the weeping specter and learned the harrowing reason for her lamentation. It turned out that beneath the partially constructed bridge lay the grave of the ghost, and the construction had desecrated her resting place, inciting her wrath. While the narrative was not particularly compelling, the sound of water lapping against the surface, the manipulated mist, and the ninjas disguised as a ghost to instill fear were all effectively orchestrated. Ultimately, the authenticity of the tale was inconsequential. What mattered was that the villagers believed it and were filled with fear. Following a night of terror, at dawn the next day, the sleepless workers rushed to the bridge site to begin dismantling the area mentioned by the ghost. As they excavated and uncovered signs of graves beneath the surface, the mist rapidly spread once more, prompting the villagers to kneel in desperation, pleading for the ghost's mercy. They promised to find her a proper burial place. However, the ghost would not acquiesce, threatening the villagers that should they relocate her, she would claim a young girl every day if they dared to change her resting place. They would pay dearly. There was no room for negotiation, and the villagers, terrified of the freshly unearthed bones, could only retreat to deliberate. The work was temporarily halted, and a few days later, they summoned a sorcerer. Yet, upon his arrival, as the mist enveloped him, the ghost extracted his heart. The villagers were once again terrified and could only comply with the ghost's demands to dismantle the partially constructed bridge. As for the ninjas' protection, if the bridge was not to be built, what purpose would they serve here? Chapter 204. The bridge in a land of waves will not be built. Haruno Sakura's awakening. Ninja-san, we sincerely apologize, but given our current circumstances, the bridge cannot be constructed, so we shall not take up any more of your time. Regarding the task commission fee owed by Dezuna, you may address that with him later. After the ghost repeated threats and the deaths of a sorcerer and a shaman, some individuals in the land of waves stepped forward, citing the need to protect the populace as their reason for abandoning the bridge's construction. Even though Dezuna asserted the conveniences the bridge would bring and even suggested an alternative location for its construction, no one paid him any heed. At least, those willing to invest were disinterested in participation. And for the impoverished, who had to meticulously plan their meals to ensure they had enough for tomorrow, where would they find the funds to procure materials for building a bridge? We will seek Dezuna to collect the unpaid commission. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, let's depart. Kakashi finally received the notice of the task cancellation, casting one last glance in Dezuna's direction before leading Team 7 away. After their departure, the modest cabin they had occupied dissolved into dust. As Team 7 hurried along the water's edge, they found another riverside location and once again constructed a wooden shelter. With the bridge no longer to be built, would this not be a tragedy for the common folk? Sakura stood by the riverbank, gazing forlornly at the site where the bridge was to be erected. She was bewildered by the unfolding events. The notion of the ghost felt utterly fabricated. Those mists that accompanied the ghost's appearance resembled the hidden mist technique previously employed by Zabuza, did they not? And that ghost could perhaps have been one of Zabuza's associates? Given that Dezuna was fully aware of the S-rank rogue ninja pursuing him, yet merely issued a C-rank mission to begin with, Our task has concluded. Moreover, were it not for external assistance, both Naruto and I could have perished that day. Sakura, should we feel sympathy for those who seek to harm us? Sasuke regarded Haruno Sakura, activating his 3-Tomo Sharingan, which prompted Sakura to vividly recall the severe injuries sustained by Sasuke and Naruto. They had survived, but the individuals who deliberately concealed the dangers and led them to accompany their demise harbored a deep-seated malice. No, that's not it. Sasuke, do not be angry. I do not pity them. I merely Haruno Sakura involuntarily recalled the countless wounds adorning Sasuke's body and Naruto's severe burns from the tailed beast transformation, while Kakashi-sensei stood weakened, barely able to remain upright. Each recollected image pierced Sakura's heart, causing her to collapse in anguish, clutching her head, unable to articulate her prior sentiments. She was unaware that she had resolutely prepared to stand alongside Sasuke and Naruto, ready to confront every adversary. However, certain thoughts arise that compel her change. It is not her fault. It is the consequence of the transformation she underwent through illusionary arts, which inadvertently left her with a unique will. That odious entity aims to manipulate Xiaoying to lead you all down the path he desires. The black cat perched on Sasuke's shoulder gently patted its head. At that moment, introducing the rationale behind Haruno Sakura's earlier remarks. Well, a unique will. The will of Ashura. The will of Indra. The schemes left by Otsutsuki Kagaya. These notions swiftly resurfaced in Haruno Sakura's mind, although she had heard them before. The conspiracy that had inexplicably vanished from her heart in recent days was finally brought to light once more. I apologize. I was simply too weak. I had known all along, yet when affected, I naturally overlooked those matters. Truly, it is a terrifying form of brainwashing. Haruno Sakura finally clarified her thoughts and transformed once more into a mature version of herself, standing up with a slightly awkward smile. Indeed, I was still too weak. Within just a few days, I had forgotten certain things. If it weren't for Sasuke's constant reminders, I might have unwittingly become a puppet under control. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the sage of 6 paths, you think you can control me? I refuse to heed your whims. The furious Sakura roared within, her earlier sympathy having dissipated entirely. Observing this version of Haruno Sakura, Sasuke turned and walked back to the wooden cabin, leaving Xiaoying behind to ponder the terrifying nature of such will-based control. Meanwhile, as Sasuke lay down in his room, he engaged in conversation with the system, reviewing the rewards he had just acquired. Achievement unlocked. No more bridges in the land of waves. Reward. 3,000 points. Achievement unlocked. Success in dealing with Zabuza and Haku. Reward. 2,000 points. Achievement unlocked. Haruno Sakura's disdain for the sage. Reward. 5,000 points. 3 achievements in rapid succession. The first 2 were expected, as Aloe had anticipated such rewards, albeit with fewer points. Nevertheless, the points were relatively normal, given that he had received substantial rewards previously, nearly forgetting that sealing a certain Tobarama Senju only yielded 3,000 points. However, this latest achievement clearly expressed just how infuriated the tempestuous Sakura had become. System, do you think Haruno Sakura harbors feelings for my brother? Speaking to her in his voice seems remarkably effective. Aloe, eyes closed in a feigned slumber, contemplated the total of 10,000 points that had just appeared in his account, and suddenly recalled Sakura's concern for Sasuke. Host, have you forgotten? If not for your manipulation that unearthed certain memories within her, Haruno Sakura might have expressed sentiments of cruelty towards Sasuke. The system prompted Aloe, reminding him not to feign ignorance. Although Haruno Sakura had been altered through illusionary arts, it did not preclude her from feeling sorrow and pain over ordinary matters. It is entirely unsurprising for one who has not endured suffering or despair, nor experienced loss, to possess a soft heart. Having endured those years of illusions, she must have witnessed Sasuke and Naruto's numerous injuries, severe wounds, and even brushes with death, culminating in the loss of their limbs. Aloe felt a tinge of disdain at the system's assertion that Sakura had not experienced loss. What sort of illusion had she endured? According to the system's monitoring, the developments were largely in line with the original narrative. Thus, could such experiences truly be deemed as loss? Perhaps indeed. What had Haruno Sakura lost? Her parents were well, and she had acquired an excellent mentor, mastering formidable medical ninjutsu, elevating her status considerably. The only thing lacking was Sasuke's affection, and Naruto's attention had shifted to another girl. However, Sasuke had always found her bothersome. Currently, Naruto was not pursuing Sakura with declarations of love. Even in the original plot, they were merely teammates for a short duration of less than a year. So, had Haruno Sakura lost anything at all? With nothing lost, her position and emotions made her inability to comprehend the situation entirely reasonable. Thus, her claim of understanding the suffering endured by Sasuke and Naruto in the illusions seems somewhat disingenuous. Yet, regardless, since Otsutsuki Kagaya had transformed Haruno Sakura and sent her here, he would graciously accept her. Illusions, after all, must be credited to Otsutsuki Kagaya for alerting him to the realization that the manipulation of illusions could manifest in numerous directions and hidden modes. Chapter 205. Naruto and women's clothing infuriate Sasuke. Earlier, we receive a new mission from the third Hokage. We are to reside here for a time to uncover the truth behind the female ghost of the Land of Waves. Yamato removed his mask, leaning against a tree while observing the three young men training. He glanced at Kakashi, who appeared to be dozing off with a comic book in hand, and explained the message conveyed by the wood clone. The mission concerning the Land of Waves had concluded, yet the Hokage wished to avoid their early return, as Konoha village was currently unstable, likely fearing that someone would exploit the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to incite chaos. As for this new mission regarding the female ghost of the Land of Waves, how should we investigate? Sakura may genuinely be unaware, but both Yamato and Kakashi understood that the incident involving the female ghost was merely a ruse orchestrated by Zabuza Momochi and the boy known as Haku. They were also aware that this was a task issued by merchants within the Land of Waves, subsequently altering the construction plan for the bridge. However, how to investigate this information and what to report back was a complicated matter. "Aren't you going to wear your mask?" Kakashi asked, shaking the comic book and tilting his head to observe Yamato's actions as he stored the mask in his ninja tool pouch, speculating that Yamato was assigned a new identity. "My current name is Yamato, a special member of Team 7 during this unique period. I shall rely on you, Kakashi-senpai, for guidance in the near future." Upon returning to the village, Yamato had received this new identity, freeing him from the Umbu. It was unavoidable, as the number of Jonin in Konoha was temporarily insufficient. And to protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from being targeted by other villages, Yamato needed a public identity to safeguard Naruto. "Congratulations. You finally emerged from that place." Kakashi, placing the comic book in his tool pouch, stood up and earnestly congratulated Yamato on his departure from the Umbu. "Indeed, I have finally left that place behind. Kakashi-senpai, I'm going fishing. After our meal, let us discuss how to proceed with the investigation." Yamato smiled. He had indeed escaped from that realm. He could hardly recall when he had begun to despise it, perhaps when the Hokage ordered him to escort the young Uchiha heir to Elder Danzo, only to witness Danzo hand the boy over to Orochimaru. "Go ahead, my father will not be coming for a while. I will entrust you with the fishing from now on." Kakashi observed the frozen Yamato, once again retrieving his comic book, humorously covering his face with it. As they were returning to Konoha, his father could no longer remain in the team, so he had Alo assist in sending his father to the Sound Ninja village. Now, apart from Alo occasionally substituting for Sasuke and sometimes Naruto, the rest of the time, it was a relatively authentic Team 7. However, when and how the substitutions occurred, even with his Sharingan focused, he often felt bewildered, yet he was reluctant to admit his inability to discern the differences. So he could only occasionally marvel at Alo's remarkable transformation and mimicry abilities. Just like now, as Naruto and Sasuke huddled together, quietly discussing transformation techniques, he could ascertain from their behaviors that this Sasuke was a false one. As for that blushing and foolishly smiling Naruto, it must be true, for Aluo is certainly incapable of such a silly grin. "Aluo, is this truly acceptable? Will Sasuke become angry and strike me?" The chakra beneath Naruto's feet allowed him to stand upside down on the tree branch, swaying back and forth while still grappling with the intricacies of this transformation technique. He was aware that the current Sasuke was actually a replacement by a Luo. The real Sasuke was likely engaged in physical training with Uchiha Madara. He couldn't help but inquire about the transformation technique earlier, and Luo had shared some details about controlling the change. However, he was quite hesitant to tease Sasuke, for that rascal would turn furious at the mere mention of transforming into a female guise. If you don't wish to play, then so be it. After all, my brother has seen my female disguise before, and it surely lacks novelty. A Luo, hanging upside down on the branch, could only watch the turmoil of Naruto with amusement. A female Naruto would undoubtedly be adorable. I shall give it a try. Under a Luo's expectant gaze, Naruto began to contemplate how he could perfect this transformation technique. Thus, when dinner time arrived and Sasuke was brought back from the ceiling space, he turned and was met with the sight of golden hair flowing in the wind, attached to a beautiful girl clad in a white skirt. Uzumaki Naruto! Sasuke roared in anger, losing all appetite as he kicked the golden-haired girl, who was winking at him, away. Luo, save me! Naruto, having anticipated this, evaded while running and called for a Luo to rescue him. He had predicted that Sasuke would surely hit him upon witnessing such a transformation. However, it was still amusing to see Sasuke's face turn red with fury. Brother, don't bully him. I taught him to play. In situations where Naruto should not be present, he could go out like this for a spin without being discovered. A Luo appeared beside Naruto with the body flicker technique, and, just as Sasuke was about to kick Naruto in the face, he swiftly pulled the golden-haired beauty aside with one hand. A Luo, Sasuke is so fierce. He is just a cute little girl now. Yet he intends to kick her face. After being whisked away by a Luo, Naruto glanced back at the halted Sasuke and mischievously blinked, feeling a bit naughty. Since Sasuke was already furious enough to strike him, he might as well push it a little further. Under the curious, shocked, and resigned gazes of those around, the beautiful and adorable girl with golden twin ponytails turned and nestled into a Luo's embrace. She even wrapped her arms around a Luo's waist, pressing her little face against his shoulder, giggling while expressing her grievances in a soft, spoiled voice. Chapter 206, System Reminder, Host. You seem to care about quite a few people. Excessive, utterly excessive. Sasuke, you are undoubtedly jealous. After reveling for a while, Naruto was ultimately dragged out of a Luo's embrace by Sasuke and pulled into the nearby woods for a thorough beating. When he returned, his face bruised and swollen, he sat aside with a bowl of food, repeatedly glaring at Sasuke during dinner. If you dare to do it again, I will hit you. Sasuke bore some bruises on his face as well, having accidentally hit himself while punishing Naruto. As they ate, he offered a Luo some boneless fish and shot Naruto a disdainful glance. How dare you snuggle into a Luo's embrace? That idiot was lucky he wasn't hit harder. What does it matter? Sasuke, you are just too petty. I wouldn't steal a Luo away as a brother, and besides, a Luo occasionally transforms into a girl to go out and play. Why don't you try transforming as well? A Luo seems quite tolerant of girls. While eating, Naruto continued to bring up topics that would surely irritate Sasuke. Though Naruto had never visited the Sound Ninja village, he had heard various tidbits about it. For instance, when a Luo goes out on business, he often has female ninjas from the Sound village accompanying him as attendants, and they are quite young. Not necessarily. I believe Gaara is cuter than his sister Temari. Seeing Naruto's topic diverge significantly, a Luo helplessly interjected, stating that he truly does not treat individuals differently based on gender. However, before he could finish, he noticed the peculiar gazes directed at him. Even Yamato, usually expressionless, stared at him with a hint of confusion, as if he had broached some unusual subject. Ahem, let us eat. After dinner, we should rest well. Tomorrow we must investigate the female ghost appearing in the Land of Waves. Kakashi coughed a few times, interrupting the suddenly awkward atmosphere. Ah, the exuberance of youth. He felt old and no longer understood the sentiments and preferences of the younger generation. Brother, eat your meal. A Luo served Sasuke some vegetables, successfully diverting attention from the previous topic. After a silent dinner, a Luo exchanged farewells with Sasuke and then returned to the ceiling space to continue organizing energy and modifying the training grounds. This process was slow. Energy cannot be produced from thin air. Recently, Senju Hashirama had lost interest in planting trees and, out of boredom, resorted to sparring with Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama not only had to continue his research projects, but also endure an hour of heart-piercing agony each day. If Aluo hadn't informed him that this torment could enhance his soul's strength, he might have already succumbed to apathy. Uchiha Madara, after several attempts to elicit sympathy from Aluo by recounting his past camaraderie with Izuna, finally acquired a method for soul cultivation. Host, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's plan is rather foolish. As Aluo sat atop the wooden cabin, observing the two souls training from a distance, the system spontaneously initiated a conversation with him. Senju Hashirama had discovered the benefits of training and, through some tacit communication, encouraged Uchiha Madara to begin his training early as well. Thus, with their efforts over the years, they might fully free themselves from this spatial confinement. As for Senju Tobarama's research projects, they quietly explored aspects of soul-related techniques, forbidden arts, and even sage arts. Foolish? How could it be foolish? Their mutual understanding is exceptional, and I could never bear to disrupt their endeavors. However, the situation with Izuna is somewhat complex. After all, he is the brother who sacrificed his eyes in life. Aluo's gaze turned towards Uchiha Madara, genuinely feeling that Izuna's death was unjust. Although the collaboration between Madara and Hashirama was largely driven by necessity, given that they could not overpower their foes, it still left the question of why, in a situation where they had lost everything, Madara could not take the initiative to eliminate Tobarama. Even if he failed, at least he would have made that attempt, leaving some semblance of value for the bond he shared with Izuna. Aluo harbored no grand ideals of righteousness or aspirations for the world. He merely believed that Madara, failing to avenge Izuna, was unworthy of the profound brotherly affection that Izuna had to offer. Uchiha Izuna is not the host. He does not require a brother-esque love to find satisfaction. He is quite clear-headed. The system flashed a message to Aluo, urging him to be a bit more rational. Izuna never expressed any specific desires. So what was the host so angry about? System, how could you resort to veiled criticisms? No need for subtleties. Just tell me directly. We share a bond that does not necessitate such roundabout approaches. Moreover, I do appreciate those who treat me kindly in ways I favor. Thus, if they're unhappy, I feel compelled to stir things up. Aluo reclined on the rooftop, no longer gazing at the two figures training below. He was well aware of the system's complaints. Some matters indeed did not require his interference. Yet, he intended to pursue what he desired. Host, your emotional entanglements in this world seem rather numerous. The system was not implying that Aluo had acted improperly. Rather, it calculated that the influence of the individuals within this realm on Aluo had surpassed the conventional parameters. The presence of one Sasuke and one Orochimaru would not typically raise significant issues. Even in the event of an unexpected situation, it would suffice to remove them. However, should the number become excessive, the cumulative effect observed by the system would result in an unsustainable energy expenditure, leading to substantial detriment for both the system and the host. Fortunately, at this moment, only Orochimaru was deemed essential to be taken away. As for my elder brother Sasuke, even if an incident necessitated his departure, it would not necessarily guarantee his removal, despite his persistent claims of disdain towards Uchiha Itachi. How could he truly be indifferent when his childhood was predominantly safeguarded by his brother? Aluo gazed at the simulated cerulean sky above, where 2 or 3 clouds had only recently coalesced, and a gentle smile began to form. The host is not unhappy. After the system's assessment, it determined that Aluo's emotional state was indeed devoid of sorrow. This was inconsistent with the system's prior calculations based on Aluo's historical emotional indicators. System, perhaps you simply do not comprehend, Aluo continued. The intricacies of human emotion cannot be subjected to absolute calculation. Furthermore, at that moment, Uchiha Itachi was under the control of Kotoeme Tsukumi, yet he still exhibited the determination to keep Sasuke by his side. His affection for his younger brother is genuine. The only aspect that is intolerable is Itachi's possessiveness. Alas, he was unable to modify Sasuke before losing that opportunity. Aluo chuckled softly at the system's uncertainties and continued to elucidate. The system's repository still required further enrichment and updates. Nonetheless, Itachi's ideological framework might merit some reevaluation, lest it precipitate a tragic conflict between brothers. Chapter 207. Aluo is once again preparing to venture forth in pursuit of wealth, though accompanied by an unusual escort. Achievement unlocked. Naruto in women's clothing, truly amusing. Reward, 3,000 points. Achievement unlocked. The trio of Akatsuki, inseparable in life and death. Reward, 6,000 points. Upon returning to Odanin village and indulging in some much-needed rest, Aluo awoke to find 2 silent notifications regarding achievement rewards. That Naruto fellow, despite having suffered a rather severe beating the previous day, had taken a liking to women's attire. Could it be that he enjoyed it merely to provoke Sasuke? Nevertheless, rewards are indeed gratifying. Furthermore, the triumvirate of Akatsuki had finally yielded the rewards, validating Aluo's efforts in bringing Yahiko back. Moreover, this signifies that Yahiko has finally transcended his previous identity, as the Akatsuki has publicly acknowledged the trio. One must not harbor inappropriate thoughts. They are merely comrades sharing a common dream. Nothing peculiar whatsoever. With 9,000 points credited to his account, Aluo joyfully rolled twice upon his soft bed. Points, after all, are to be earned gradually, whether in abundance or scarcity. Having them is what truly matters. In the coming days, the Chunin exams will commence, and within a week, Team 7 must return to Konoha to begin the registration and preparation process. It is time for him to resume the persona of young master, Aluo, and engage in some profitable ventures upon his return to Konoha. The economy of the ninja world must be diligently cultivated. Accumulating more wealth is essential, enabling Orochimaru to procure additional materials for his experiments. Despite initially desiring to lead a leisurely life alongside the system, the responsibilities of supporting a household, especially one that includes Orochimaru, have rendered Aluo's existence anything but tranquil. Aluo, breakfast is ready. Orochimaru's voice resonated from downstairs, bearing the morning meal. Coming. Aluo promptly replied, leaping from his bed, hastily showering, and preparing himself before descending to partake in breakfast. Sensei, Naruto expressed his gratitude for the gift you provided. When you meet him, he may exuberantly thank you in person. Aluo seated himself at the table, addressing Orochimaru, who sat across from him, offering a heads-up to prepare him mentally. After all, Naruto's cheerful disposition could lead him to embrace Orochimaru enthusiastically. Previously, he had delivered some medicinal supplies to Naruto. Yet the boy had not reacted with such fervor at that time. Orochimaru, engaged in his meal, could likely deduce Naruto's excitement from Aluo's remarks. It was probable that Naruto had realized he was not merely an afterthought, but a distinct individual deserving of attention. Reflecting on Naruto's reaction, Aluo surmised that the distinct configurations tailored to their respective needs had elicited a different response, resulting in Naruto's joyful outburst. That child is starved for affection. Aluo mused. After a few bites of food, Orochimaru sighed, attributing a lack of love to Naruto's predicament. In time, Naruto would discover that within Odanin village, all promising young individuals are provided with their unique training regimens. The boy had indeed been deprived of affection, having lost his parents at birth and enduring years of bullying. It was only at the age of 8 that Aluo began to engage with him. Before Orochimaru brought him back, a mere conversation would delight Naruto, rendering him blissfully innocent. As Aluo continued to eat, he elaborated on the reasons behind Naruto's emotional scarcity. It was, after all, due to certain individuals who, after stripping Naruto of his loved ones, proceeded to sever all connections to those who might offer him care, ultimately branding him as the host of the Nine Tails. He had previously conversed with Kakashi, who had mentioned that during that time, they were forbidden from approaching Naruto due to strict orders prohibiting anyone associated with the fourth Hokage from appearing before him. In due course, Kakashi, who had ascended to the rank of Umbu Captain, could only observe from a distance, even restricted from discarding Naruto's expired food. Among the 3 clans of Inuzuka, Akamichi, and Nara, the families of sons permitted their children to play with Naruto, yet the Hokage had issued stern warnings during certain meetings. Of course, the third Hokage's justification remained consistent. It was all for the sake of safeguarding the Nine-Tails host. You seem quite fond of that boy, Orochimaru remarked with a smile, shaking his head as he pondered Sasuke's potential reaction to Aluo's evident affection for Naruto. The elder brother of the Uchiha clan seems to possess a certain inclination towards his younger sibling. Well, by the way, yesterday Naruto learned the transformation technique, and when my brother attempted to reprimand him, he surprisingly dove into my embrace, infuriating him. Aluo recounted amusingly to Orochimaru, allowing him insight into Naruto's spirited nature. However, as he described Naruto transforming into a beautiful young girl and seeking comfort in his arms, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes widened in shock. It was likely that while he was aware of Naruto's mischievous tendencies, he had not anticipated such exuberance. After leisurely finishing breakfast, Aluo continued to share anecdotes about Naruto, the Hatake father and son, the evolution of Yamato, and the reunion of the Akatsuki trio. Initially, Orochimaru engaged in the conversation, but gradually it became Aluo narrating, while Orochimaru attentively absorbed the information. Presently, Hatake Sakumo resides in Odanin Village, living adjacent to the Hyuga Niji family. Given his status as a result of Edo Tensei, residing near ordinary ninja villagers raises the potential for scrutiny. Previously, over 1,000 surviving ninjas from Konoha who had come to Odanin were temporarily stationed in an underground base, capable of conducting their daily lives and training. However, they cannot emerge for the time being, at least until the destruction of Konoha is kept concealed. Recently, Odanin Village has remained relatively tranquil, with no other pressing matters at hand. In the village, Aluo made his rounds, greeted warmly by everyone he encountered. Occasionally, familiar young girls and boys would approach him, requesting a flower for their collection or personal use. "Do not worry, teacher. I am merely visiting Yan-In Village and Sha-In Village to enhance my presence and discuss potential collaboration with the two Kages. Should anything seem inappropriate, I will be able to identify it early on." After spending a day in Inrin Village, Aluo once again set off with his butler Jumalu, maid Xianglin, and 2 guards. "Take care of yourselves, and if any trouble arises, send them back." Orochimaru sighed at the sight of the 2 guards, clearly troublemakers, and chose to remain silent. Hinata Niji, age 13, the host of the Three Tails, had witnessed the annihilation of his clan by the higher-ups of Konoha, yet he left the village unscathed. Hatake Sakumo, a deceased individual, would certainly be investigated by Konoha. He had previously slain the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo of Sunagakure, who were the parents of Sasori of the Red Sand, with such individuals accompanying him as guards. Niji suspected that Aluo was not merely seeking their protection, but rather deliberately bringing them along to stir up animosity. Chapter 208. The Tsuchikage glares in anger. "Do you truly not wish to marry my granddaughter? Young Master Aluo, pray tell, which hidden village is this? Again and again, it is simply outrageous." After effortlessly dispatching several ambushers, Xianglin gazed sorrowfully at Aluo, who was sipping juice, prompting him to verify the identities of these ninjas. Although they were uncertain why the ninjas along the way had employed such disguises, Aluo could easily discern their village origins. "These 2 are from Konoha. This one is different. Currently masquerading as a Konoha ninja, they are actually a messenger dispatched from Kyomobikure." Aluo handed his cup to Jumalu, leaped down from a nearby rock, and inspected the lifeless ambushers on the ground. However, he did not personally identify them, as it was impossible for him to have encountered every ninja. Instead, he utilized an item information scanning function, which he had purchased for 1,000 points with 1,000 hours of remaining time. Once depleted, the time would be deducted at a rate of 1 hour per point. Since acquiring it, he had only activated it temporarily for specific checks. Thus, the 1,000 hours should last a considerable while. Within the information of these corpses lay their identities, causes of death, and the names of their killers, as well as the extent of corporeal damage. Living individuals could also be scanned, revealing their identities, abilities, health, and mood. For instance, Xiang Lin's current mood was one of pride and satisfaction, likely stemming from her ability to dispatch enemies with her fists. Mangekyo truly knows how to create chaos. They neither attack directly nor do they send their own spies, but rather dispatch them to other hidden villages. Do they honestly believe we will not seek retribution? Hearing Mangekyo's name incensed Xiang Lin. Previously, they had slandered Ruin village, accusing them of stealing the two tails, yet they dared not declare open war, instead seeking Konoha as their pawn. Konoha, too, was distressed, attempting to seize various research achievements and goods from Ruin village under the pretense of Mangekyo's allegations. Calm down. It won't be long before we head to Konoha for the Chunin exams. We shall earn another wave of points there, and afterward, we will settle accounts with the Konoha higher-ups. Aluo patted Xiang Lin on the shoulder, urging her to quell her anger, assuring her that there would be opportunities for retribution in the future. Having sealed the evidence, Hatake Sakomo cleaned up the corpses and the bloodstains on the ground, sealing them within a scroll before handing it to Aluo. Throughout their journey, whenever they encountered an ambush, they meticulously erased all traces. Although they were unaware of how Aluo could instantly recognize the identities of these ninjas or the reasons behind such cleanup, they followed his orders without question. Let us proceed. Akatsuchi should be waiting. Last time, the TheUchiha invited me to dinner, only to bail at the last moment. This time, I shall ensure we enjoy a hearty meal. Aluo received the scroll and promptly tossed it into the ceiling space near Hashirama. As they moved forward, discussing Akatsuchi and the TheUchiha, Aluo reverted to his playful demeanor. However, it was astonishing that the TheUchiha, while inviting him for a meal, had found an excuse to flee without paying. Even the usually reserved Hinata Niji expressed his shock. After more than an hour of travel, the group encountered a team from Mangekyo sent to escort them. Again, it was Akatsuchi leading two jonin, who approached Aluo with smiles. Sister Akatsuchi, your skin looks even better, and you are more beautiful than ever. Aluo complimented her sweetly upon their meeting. Aluo, you have become even cuter. You brought quite a few people this time, but it's no problem. I informed Grandpa beforehand that all expenses for Aluo would be covered by him. Akatsuchi was quite accustomed to such flattery. She walked over, linking her arm with Aluo's, and after nodding at those around them, she led him forward. Given her grandfather's lack of a more suitable heir over the years, he had rarely had the opportunity to relax and enjoy himself. The TheUchiha can be quite irritable. Last time, he made excuses to escape while inviting me, but this time I brought more than one big eater. Aluo turned back to smile at the glaring Xiang Lin and continued walking alongside Akatsuchi. As they jested about the TheUchiha, they inadvertently exchanged some intelligence. Upon their arrival at Mangekyo, they proceeded directly to the TheUchiha's office, once again receiving his disdain. You little rascal, if you have the audacity, become my granddaughter's husband. Or else keep your distance. If you linger too long, she may have trouble finding a boyfriend in the future. The TheUchiha floated in the air, pointing at Aluo and urging Akatsuchi to stay away. Come now, must you speak so peculiarly? Sister Akatsuchi is beautiful, and her choice of partner will ultimately depend on her wishes. Aluo, ignoring the stifled laughter from those nearby, began to argue with the TheUchiha. Naturally, our Akatsuchi is beautiful, but finding someone better than you will be quite the challenge. The TheUchiha slammed the table in frustration. Although his granddaughter was still quite young and not yet at the stage of seeking a partner, individuals always compare, and this young man was simply too exceptional. This is a good thing. Should Sister Akatsuchi develop feelings for someone in the future, it will surely be true love. Besides, marriage is not obligatory. Her life is her own. You old rascal, do not presume your age grants you the right to meddle in matters of union, or I may truly resort to violence. Aluo sat at the table, observing the furious TheUchiha as the conversation veered into the territory of the old man's alleged intentions towards his granddaughter. The TheUchiha, exasperated, puffed his cheeks and glared, wishing to expel the impudent boy, yet unable to do so. Are you truly not harboring any intentions towards my granddaughter? He inquired, visibly agitated, before gesturing for Akatsuchi to escort everyone else out. Once certain they were alone, He sat beside Aluo and broached the subject once more. He genuinely wished for Hei-Tu to marry that lad. Yet unfortunately, both Hei-Tu and the insufferable boy firmly rejected the notion. Stop fantasizing. You are aware of the rumors surrounding me. Since my birth, I have danced precariously on the edge of life and death. The only reason I appear normal now is due to some unspeakable abilities sustaining me. Should I ever exhaust these reserves, I might simply dissipate into the ether, leaving no trace of my soul or body. A being such as I must not bring misfortune upon the beautiful and gentle elder sister. Aluo shook his head, revealing certain truths amidst the half-lies. For someone like him, a traveler of dimensions, to experience familial affection was already a remarkable stroke of luck. As for love, he harbored not the slightest interest. Chapter 209. Mu. Is this lad truly not threatening me? You insolent brat, you're still a child. Cease your morbid thoughts and focus on living. My granddaughter seems quite fond of you. I believe she desires a younger brother. I shall have a word with my inept son shortly. This Tu-Ing cannot handle the responsibility. If he were to produce a few more offspring, it should suffice. Tu-Ing patted Aluo on the shoulder, urging him not to be overly pessimistic. However, as the conversation progressed, he himself began to veer off in another direction. When Hei-Tu returned after checking the preparations for the banquet, specifically to summon the two of them, she noticed that her grandfather's smile was increasingly unsettling. Ashuitu, your grandfather's mind seems a bit off. Do not pay him any mind. You will understand soon enough, Aluo whispered to Hei-Tu as they walked alongside Tu-Ing. Though Hei-Tu was puzzled, she refrained from inquiring further. Following the rather lively banquet, prompted by Aluo, Hei-Tu stealthily eavesdropped on her grandfather's instructions to her father, finally grasping the true meaning of his peculiar behavior. Now, all she could do was wish for her parents' well-being and hope they could manage to have a few more children. Once the banquet concluded, Aluo sent everyone off to rest and sought out Tu-Ing to discuss matters of substance. Upon reaching Tu-Ying's office and entering the secret chamber, Aluo surveyed the neatly organized boxes of materials Tu-Ing had prepared, engaging in trade for the various products he had brought along. The businesses related to daily life and health were merely superficial. The true focus lay elsewhere. Moreover, the current Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and the ever-entrusted Kirigakure, all three major ninja villages, had become engrossed in research projects. However, they had all managed to maintain secrecy, as none wished to reveal the benefits they had acquired to the other villages, and there was a tacit understanding among them to avoid unnecessary conflicts in recent years. Aluo, do we truly not need to bring more people to Konoha? After the transaction was completed and the items accounted for, Tu-Ing called upon Huang Tu and Hei-Tu to ensure everything was arranged properly. Once the others had departed, he turned to Aluo, leaning against the wall, and broached the subject of the Chunin exams in Konoha. The prospect of annihilating Konoha was an event that all the ninja villages outside of Konoha eagerly anticipated. However, such matters could not be discussed too freely. Even Hei-Tu and Huang Tu remained oblivious to the specifics of the plan. No need, fewer people will suffice. Just bring a few key individuals to stay close by. When the time comes for battle, you must ensure their swift retreat. Should they be caught in the crossfire and I am unable to rescue them in time, it may lead to dire consequences. Aluo cast his gaze upon Tu-Ing, who had settled onto the ground and approached, taking a seat before the elder. Dead? Are you referring to someone like Konoha's White Fang? Tu-Ing recalled the guards Aluo had brought along, one of whom left him astounded. Nevertheless, considering Aluo had mentioned that the summoning of spirits to fight was a concept once explored by the second Hokage, he merely experienced a moment of astonishment before comprehending. Since this was an experiment with a successful history within Konoha, it was entirely reasonable for Orochimaru and Aluo to employ it. Even if one day he were informed that Aluo had summoned the second Hokage to heed commands, he would not be entirely taken aback. What? Are you intrigued by the dead? Aluo tilted his head, scrutinizing Tu-Ing, suspecting whether he wished for him to summon some deceased Tsuchikage. Not at all. I harbor no interest whatsoever. I merely find it peculiar that the deceased could be summoned back. And besides, you plan to head to Sunagakure, correct? Are you certain you want to take him along? Tu-ing shook his head repeatedly, fearing that Aluo might misconstrue his lack of interest as curiosity, leading to his own transformation into something unnatural. It was clear that the ability to have Konoha's white fang obediently serve as a guard indicated the formidable control required for such techniques. However, bringing Konoha's white fang to Sunagekure could potentially stir trouble, as Chiyo, the elder of Sunagekure, wielded power not inferior to the current Kazekage. Sunagekure has grown overly greedy in recent years, prompting my intention to assist in replacing the Kazekage and simultaneously addressing certain influential figures. Otherwise, managing the new Kazekage could prove challenging. Aluo's smile was both gentle and charming, yet the implications of his words sent a chill down Tu-Ying's spine. Sunagekure's greed meant that, in addition to removing the primary power holders and leadership, the Kazekage must also be replaced with a more compliant individual. In truth, Ashi tu possède exceptionnel talent. Once she came of age, it would be time for a change in leadership among the Tsuchikage. Tu-Ing felt a sense of threat, yet the message was conveyed subtly enough that he could only express, albeit indirectly, that the next Tsuchikage could continue to maintain a cordial cooperation with the lad. While it was disheartening to concede, he had no choice but to comply. Previously, when this youth spoke of targeting Konoha, he had claimed insufficient strength to engage, only to be taken to the depths of the ocean, witnessing a series of explosive, all-attribute ninjutsu unleashed without the need for hand seals. The scene was more ferocious than that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, as the ocean floor was flattened by a colossal wooden giant clad in black armor. It was rumored that on that fateful night, the land of lightning experienced a tsunami, leaving Mangekyo in disarray for quite some time before achieving stability once more. As one ages, one tends to overthink. Do not dwell excessively on trivial matters. If it is merely business, negotiating and bargaining are entirely normal. Currently, Sunagekure seeks to collaborate with Konoha. It remains merely an intent for cooperation, and I do not intend to wait for them to finalize discussions before taking action. Aluo cast a disdainful glare toward Tu-Ing, urging the elder not to entertain such absurd thoughts. I am indeed earning profits, and those previous demonstrations were merely tests of effectiveness, along with allowing you to observe, showcasing my capabilities to our potential partners. His motives for targeting Sunagekure extended beyond the reasons he had articulated. There was a paramount reason that remained unspoken: Gaara. Ever since he had learned to coexist harmoniously with Shikaku, Gaara had been yearning for retribution. However, the strength of the Sabako clan was not easily dealt with, and they needed to await an opportunity to replace them, ensuring Sunagekure would not be consumed by the other great ninja villages. Now, the timing seemed nearly perfect. Though Gaara's temperament was volatile, he had also learned to demonstrate his strength occasionally, winning over some hearts. The numbers were few, yet their positions were advantageous, providing a stable foundation. Chapter 210. Temari Soros. Is he here to cause trouble? You insolent brat, do not ruin everything. I still await your next visit to Awagakure, where you shall personally prepare a meal for this old man. Tu-Ing stood by a tree outside the village, bidding farewell to Aluo and his companions. Though he recognized the youth's overwhelming strength, he could not shake a sense of concern. The environment in Sunagekure was harsh, and it was somewhat impoverished, yet it remained one of the 5 great ninja villages harboring hidden strengths. Do not worry, old man. After the Chunin exams, once I have earned sufficient funds, I shall return to play with you. Aluo maintained his charming and endearing demeanor, as though the individual from the secret chamber the previous night had never been him. Although the performance was endearing, Tsuchikage was not unfamiliar with Ero. He had long since become accustomed to the various states of this young man. What perplexed him, however, was why a lad so young was disinclined to marry. If he entertained such thoughts, Tsuchikage would not have to worry about his granddaughter. Lord Tsuchikage, we have just received news that information left by Deidara has been discovered at the border, reported an elite jonin from Awagakure shortly after the Tsuchikage returned to the village. What did that little rascal say? Tsuchikage's eyes widened in curiosity and a touch of nostalgia upon hearing Deidara's name. That child had been coerced into joining Akatsuki, and they had long been aware of the circumstances. Nevertheless, Deidara was still a member of Akatsuki. and he had not relayed any messages since last year when he asked Arrow to deliver a birthday gift. Although the gift had been rather troublesome, it was heartening that the lad still remembered him. Now, with this sudden communication, something must have gone awry. It is for young Master Arrow. They are waiting at the border and have drawn a map to ensure young Master Arrow does not stray. The ninja on the ground handed the confidential letter and the incomprehensible abstract drawing to TheUchiha. Go, pursue them immediately and deliver this to Arrow. TheUchiha commanded. As he scrutinized the baffling illustration, a sense of foreboding grew within him. He recalled that Deidara's teammate in Akatsuki was the grandson of Chiyo from Mangekyo. It was evident that Arrow was bound to instigate some trouble, and taking Hitaki Kakashi along would not only incur Chiyo's ire but also that of another in Akatsuki. The ninja from Mangekyo was adept in speed. He swiftly gathered the letter and drawing before departing to chase after them. Unfortunately, he was unable to catch up. At the border, Deidara and Sasori were also left waiting. This was because Arrow had received intelligence from Baiju while en route after leaving Mangekyo, which prompted him to send his escort, Kuratsuchi, back to the village. He then sealed the few individuals around him into a space for a brief moment before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique for long-distance teleportation, arriving directly in the living room of the Kazekage's residence. Upon arrival, he confirmed that Gaara was not home and pulled the still bewildered individuals from the ceiling space. Arrow, where are we? Xianglin inquired, surveying the surroundings. The house was spacious and well decorated, adorned with cat-shaped toys made of wood, stone, and sand, along with whimsically designed flower pots that housed plants identical to those in Arrow's courtyard. Is this Arrow's secret home elsewhere? She pondered. This is Mangekyo, Gaara's home. I used to stay here whenever I visited. Please remain indoors for now. I will fetch Temari from next door to arrange accommodations for you. Uncle Kakashi, you must accompany me to ensure the subsequent developments unfold correctly. We cannot allow them to act while I am unaware, Arrow explained succinctly before heading out. Temari, Gaara has been gone for several days. When will he return? Arrow knocked on the door of Temari's house, entering as soon as he heard a response. You should be back tomorrow. You little rascal, did you not enter through the main door again? The Kazekage is going to be furious with you once more. Did you come here alone? Temari remarked, tossing a piece of fruit to Arrow as she sat on the sofa, lamenting the boy's unreliability. Fortunately, his strength deterred certain higher-ups in Mangekyo from taking action against him. Otherwise, they would have seized him each time he audaciously entered the village searching for Gaara. I brought along several people. Temari, please help arrange accommodations for them. Just leave one Gaara with me. The others can go through the proper channels for lodging. If that proves unsuitable, they can stay at an inn, Arrow casually mentioned while munching on the fruit. However, upon Temari's agreement and her approach to the door to gather the others, she was met with a pair of white eyes and the presence of someone following Arrow who bypassed the formalities. She felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand the boy. Well, this is quite the scenario, isn't it? But let it be. I have noticed over the past few years that he has no affection for the Kazekage. Yet, he genuinely cares for Gaara, as well as for me and Kankuro. Torn between the father of the Kazekage and the brother who has been subjected to assassination attempts since childhood, Temari had long abandoned her attempts to reconcile these issues. Her father insisted on continuing the assassination attempts, even attempting to poison Gaara. Unable to prevent her father's harm towards Gaara, she felt she had no right to impede Gaara's revenge, choosing instead to await the outcome. Beautiful and gentle Temari, I leave them in your care. I'm exhausted from bringing so many people over, so I shall rest now. See you in the morning. Arrow waved, seemingly oblivious to Temari's turmoil, before closing the door behind him. Sleep well, and I shall bring your favorite breakfast in the morning. Temari sighed, refraining from voicing certain thoughts that lingered unspoken. This was indeed a plot against Mangekyo. As the daughter of the Kazekage, she now had to feign normalcy while ensuring her guests were well accommodated. Truly, could this insufferable boy not be a tad more discreet? Had he only managed to keep her in the dark, it would not have left her so troubled. Chapter 211. A friendly meeting between One Tail and Two Tails. Arrow watched as the ethereal form of Gaara materialized before him, blinking in surprise. He was still outside the village, where several sinkholes had suddenly appeared. To investigate, He had come with 2 other shinobi to monitor the situation. However, after several days with no changes, he began to suspect that the Kazekage might be up to something. I arrived this afternoon. I didn't see you at home, so I asked Tamari to have my companion settled before coming here to check on the situation. There is no danger underground here. Though some voids have caused the emergence of quicksand, Arrow floated beside Gaara, scanning the area of yellow sand before providing some insights. There are naturally occurring voids underground, and when fissures develop, seepage occurs. Such natural changes can often be more terrifying than ninjutsu, he explained. I sent them to patrol nearby. I received word that you left Otogekure with Hitaki Kakashi. Did you bring him along? Gaara inquired, gesturing towards the 2 nearby shinobi, who swiftly departed. While Gaara was now less prone to violent outbursts, the power of the tailed beast still instilled fear, so it was best to avoid any unnecessary encounters. After they left, Gaara created a sand clone and constructed an underground dwelling beneath the sand, where his true self and Arrow would reside. Bringing him along will escalate matters further. Previously, Chiyo and the Kazekage intended to use poison to control you and Shikaku, but the Kazekage cannot die just yet, and your village must temporarily sever ties with us in Otogekure. Thus, Chiyo must come before me to meet her demise, Arrow stated as he settled onto a couch, discussing the current plan. Although he had mentioned this topic during his last visit to Gaara, it was essential to reconfirm before taking action. Phoning is merely a facade that cannot perish. When the time comes, I shall find a way to replace it, or if it falls, I shall retrieve it. As for Chiyo Baba, allow me to deal with her. The original tailed beast sealing plan was predominantly under her control, and this will provide an opportunity for Shikaku to vent its pent-up frustrations. I, AI Luo, express my thoughts alongside Shikaku. Our bond has genuinely deepened. We share an extraordinary understanding. When Shikaku senses the Wind Shadow's envoy attempting to poison or assassinate, it is enraged to the point of wanting to tear the Wind Shadow apart. I, too, cannot forgive those who once tormented Shikaku. As for the torment I endured in my youth, I attribute that to the 4th Kazekage, my blood-related father. Let us proceed according to your plans. By the way, to ensure absolute security, I shall temporarily leave Yotaka with you. Our approach must be decisive, as I must guard against certain potential interlopers, especially those self-proclaimed sages, who have become rather audacious of late. AI Luo extended his hand, and Yotaka, who had been sealed within a space, materialized in his grasp. The little cat emerged, blinking in bewilderment, surveying its surroundings before fixing its gaze on me. AI Luo. Shikaku expressed a desire to strike it. AI Luo hesitated, but, under Shikaku's urging, reluctantly informed Aluo that Shikaku might not get along with this creature. Perhaps this was merely a customary greeting among tailed beasts? Come out, you coward. Let us meet in a place where we shall not be disturbed, and engage in a proper battle. Yotaka, in its diminutive form, had learned to charm AI Luo, seeking merely to linger in the cozy cabin and avoid the torment from the 2 specters. Gazing at the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast across from it, it suddenly yearned to pull Shikaku back to share in its former miseries. You think I am unaware? You were toyed with by those rascals, and now you wish to ensnare me as well? Let me tell you, Shikaku has known all along. Sand coalesced upon AI Luo's shoulder, forming a representation of Shikaku, whose claws pointed accusingly at Yotaka, initiating a taunting session. Come out, Shikaku. Your Jinchuriki is far too fragile. Show yourself, so I may give you a proper thrashing. Yotaka, enraged, leapt up, yet despite its unfamiliarity with this Jinchuriki, it had heard of him. It was said that AI Luo had taken residence in this young man's home, much to Sasuke's chagrin. Do not be excessive. AI Luo is quite commendable. I am currently taken, unlike you, who is unwanted. Shikaku adamantly refused to emerge, but was nevertheless irked, eager to find a reason to vex its counterpart. Who says I am unwanted? I am Sasuke's brother, AI Luo's elder sibling, and we bear a striking resemblance. Yotaka swatted at the air with its tiny paws, irate, before retreating into AI Luo's embrace, then turning back to glare at Shikaku while earnestly emphasizing its current status. Importantly, the one associated with me is much closer to AI Luo. AI Luo's brother is also a Jinchuriki. AI Luo found this unsettling and placed a hand on Shikaku, who was fuming with anger on my shoulder, and inquired of Aluo regarding the validity of his claim. Given my understanding of the Jinchuriki identity and the relationship between AI Luo and his brother, surely it could not lead to a situation where he might become a harbinger of danger? No, it pertains to the summoning technique, Aluo replied, glancing down at the curled-up Yotaka while holding this increasingly affectionate feline, and spoke of Sasuke and Yotaka's connection. Although a summoning beast, Yotaka was obedient and provided chakra when required. By the way, I have brought Hyuga Niji along. He is currently the Jinchuriki of the three-tailed beast. Upon hearing of another presence here, Shikaku's interest in quarreling with Yotaka diminished significantly. As tailed beasts, they are formidable, yet this strength has made them the target of ninja. Frequently sealed away as chakra extractors, occasionally ensnared by summoning techniques, and perpetually at risk of being consumed by the Ten Tails husk. Aluo's preparations were indeed thorough. Upon hearing that Hyuga Niji was also a Jinchuriki, AI Luo blinked in astonishment and then laughed. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan allows for keen observation, effectively mitigating unforeseen circumstances. Truly, Aluo is remarkable. When he sets his mind to an endeavor, he invariably considers numerous possibilities and prepares corresponding strategies. Chapter 212. Who killed the ninjas of Sunagakure? I shall return home early. I will take my leave. After a brief conversation with me, AI Luo waved his hand and returned to his body in Sunagakure. Following his departure, I swiftly exchanged places with my sand clone, conducting a quick inspection before heading towards the village. Initially, I intended to fly back, but AI Luo advised against haste, suggesting we allow those targeted a fleeting opportunity for escape. Upon AI Luo's return to Sunagakure, the slumbering youth leapt from his bed, standing by the window to gaze at the lively streets outside. The village of Sunagakure was bustling this evening. Who was it? Who did you encounter at the border? In the office of the Wind Shadow, the fourth Kazakage, Raza, glared furiously at the two jonin before him, his raised hand trembling with rage. He had dispatched dozens of jonin to intercept AI Luo and his group at the border, yet only two had returned alive. What infuriated him further was that the young man had not even crossed the border, but had audaciously led his entourage directly to AI Luo's home. Previously, Raza had caused a similar uproar himself. Although he had faced some dissent, it was bearable, as the youth indeed possessed formidable abilities. Moreover, business necessitated cooperation. Certain matters could be overlooked if both parties were in agreement. However, this time, he had come accompanied by 4 ninjas of notable standing. Should they decide to launch a surprise attack, this Wind Shadow might find himself at risk of losing his life. Have you any idea who attacked you? The 2 ninjas crouching on the ground were gripped not only by sorrow, but also profound fear. Their return was not the result of escape. One had fallen from the sky, while another had concealed himself, having deliberately let them go. You do not know? With so many of you, how could you not even discern who assailed you? Raza slammed his fist on the table, astonished at the situation's escalation. Indeed, we did not see our assailants. At that moment, we were deliberating on how to intercept the target when suddenly the ground collapsed, and everyone fell in, followed by the descent of a colossal bird. One ninja recounted the events in detail, explaining how they had been slaughtered. Could you not have used substitution jutsu, body flicker jutsu, or other ninjutsu to escape? Chiobaba, seated in a chair on the opposite side of the office, listened intently, her palm striking the armrest with fury. She recognized the gravity of the situation. However, it was not as if they had detonated without warning. Why could they not have utilized their substitution and body flicker techniques? It was utterly impossible when the ground collapsed. We attempted it, but our chakra was restricted for at least 3 seconds, and then it exploded. One ninja, head bowed, trembled as he recounted the moment of the explosion. The sensation of possessing strength, yet suddenly feeling utterly powerless, was suffocating for a ninja. Was there a formation or toxin that restricted chakra? Chiobaba, skilled in the use of poison, surmised that their ninjas might have been schemed against from the very beginning. Who possesses the capability to research such toxins or formations? Could it possibly be Orochimaru? Over the years, they have indeed benefited from the various high-tech innovations conceived by him. Therefore, regardless of the oddities that arise, one can directly conjecture that they emanate from the experimental lab of Inrin village when the source remains elusive. What a formidable endeavor, capable of restraining dozens of elite shinobi at once. This does not align with any known transactions. If they truly succeed in seizing Inrin village, then Suna no Kuni must certainly claim a larger share of these toxin formations. If it is indeed a toxin, how could they remain unharmed? Luo Sha still sensed something amiss. If the intent was to eliminate everyone, why spare these two? Were they meant to return as messengers of provocation? However, they brought back no coherent messages. Their information remained shrouded in ambiguity. Speak clearly. How did you manage to escape? Chiobaba unleashed several chakra threads, ensnaring the two ninjas and compelling them to maintain eye contact with Luo Sha. Under the furious gaze of the fourth Kazekage, the two divulged certain information they had initially withheld. They had been trapped at the pit, and just before the explosion, they were suddenly seized by chakra threads. Chakra? Thread manipulation? Are you implying that none of you were poisoned, but rather controlled by puppet strings at that moment? Chiobaba raised her finger, and under her command, the two ninjas' bodies jerked about as if they had transformed into puppets. If it were indeed puppet strings, they would not have rendered your chakra ineffective. You should be well aware of this. Chiobaba huffed in annoyance, casting the two ninjas to the ground as she leaned back in her chair, pondering who was orchestrating these events. She had initially approached Luo Sha to discuss the matter of that boy bringing Hataki Sakomo to Suna no Kuni. Yet before she could finish her thoughts, these two had returned. The fact that the deceased could be resurrected only underscored the peculiarities of the shinobi world. Could they not entertain the notion that those who orchestrated the slaughter of their ninjas were not the living, but rather a powerful figure long since departed? With such a perspective, it seemed that nothing could be deemed strange any longer. Uncle Sakomo, once we finish our meal, I shall take you out to play. Outside Suna no Kuni, there are some trees I previously planted, which I often visited with Gaara. Aloe, while enjoying the breakfast brought by Temari, spoke of the day's excursion to the three who had come early after being arranged to stay elsewhere the previous night. The small grove he had cultivated outside Suna no Kuni was indeed a unique recreational spot, albeit one reserved solely for him and Gaara. Even Temari and Kankuro, when they occasionally ventured there, risked being intimidated by Gaara's imposing demeanor. I shall refrain from going. If Gaara discovers it, he will surely become upset. Temari, unaware of Aloe and Gaara's plans, could only choose to abstain from participation. Nevertheless, her disinterest in the outing met no objection from Aloe, who also requested Kankuro to remain at home to prevent this fool from provoking the individuals Aloe had brought. Yet, just as Aloe led his companions through the gates of Suna no Kuni, Temari and Kankuro found themselves presented before Luo Sha. Chapter 213. The conspiracy of Suna no Kuni appears rather dubious. This very place, where I once played with Gaara, is where we delighted in building sandcastles. Beneath lies a secret chamber we excavated. Aloe guided his companions into the small grove, his face alight with joy as he showed them around. After a thorough inspection, he took a few steps back with a conspiratorial tone, gesturing toward a slightly larger tree in the center of the grove. This was indeed the secret base he and Gaara occasionally frequented. Alas, this underground sanctuary was destined for destruction, as both he and Gaara felt it had lost its intrinsic value after numerous Suna ninjas had infiltrated and compromised it. Young Master Aloe, is Gaara not adorable? Perhaps he too possesses that charming quality that makes one irresistibly cute when he smiles. Today, Corinne had no tasks, merely trailing along for amusement, observing the excitement or inciting it. Upon spotting a tree that exuded a certain adorable charm, she immediately widened her eyes, clutching Aloe's arm and bombarding him with questions. Her exuberance set some watching ninjas on edge, as they nervously anticipated the repercussions of her fearless remarks. This girl truly dared to say anything. Thankfully, Gaara had yet to return. Otherwise, he might have flown into a rage. Gaara is indeed quite endearing, whether he smiles or not, possessing a certain charm that at times resembles a dazed expression akin to that of Kankuro. Aloe, upon Corinne's inquiry, pondered seriously before providing a relatable comparison that she could grasp. Truly, he is quite adorable. Corinne rested her chin on her hands, hopping in front of Kankuro with starry eyes, exclaiming how unbearably cute he was. In response, Aloe nodded earnestly, while others, both visible and hidden, could only perceive the absurdity of Corinne's perspective. How could Gura, known throughout Suna, and Kankuro, standing rigidly before them, be associated with the word cute? Has the aesthetic sense of the youth warped to such an extent? Quite alarming indeed. Certainly, there is a resemblance. Kankuro remained silent for a considerable time, but after Corinne had twirled with joy, he finally articulated a thoughtful response. Cough, cough. I choked on my food this morning. Hitaki Sakomo could not contain his laughter, and as Aloe and Kankuro turned their vacant gazes toward him, he hastily sought to obscure his amusement with an excuse. However, this excuse was rather flimsy. Hitaki-san, you are not even alive. This reasoning is utterly implausible. Corinne shot a disdainful glance at Hitaki Sakomo. Could he not exert a bit more effort in crafting a believable excuse? Had he merely stated a misalignment between his soul and body, she would not have been compelled to offer such exaggerated eye rolls in this moment of joy. It was evident that Hitaki-san spoke no falsehoods. The disparity between him and his son was pronounced, likely due to his untimely demise, as ninjas of that era tended to be quite serious. Hyuga Niji analyzed with utmost seriousness, further heightening the already peculiar atmosphere. Some hidden Suna ninjas, silently laughing, mentally berated the group for their ability to maintain serious or dazed expressions while engaging in such frivolous banter. Indeed, Kakashi's current state was quite favorable. He often entertained children with playful antics, though he believed it prudent to inform them that certain hobbies and games should not be indulged in excessively, as overindulgence could harm their health. Aloe, do not spoil him too much. Hitaki Sakomo reflected on his son, who had previously relished using his Sharingan to determine who Aloe had replaced, a game that expended chakra at a high rate and required moderation. However, his words resonated with Aloe, prompting a solemn nod of agreement. Yet, those covertly observing could no longer restrain themselves. Aloe, what hobbies or games does that person's son enjoy? Gaara arrived not long after, having concealed himself within the sands, accompanied by Shikaku and Anko, eluding detection. However, as he overheard more of their conversation, he felt increasingly perturbed. Unable to suppress his curiosity regarding the implications of Aloe's previous mention of Hitaki Kakashi's greatest pastime, which he recalled involved reading inappropriate literature. However, why should a Luo be responsible for such matters? He is even younger than a Luo, and these are not concerns for children. Fond of wide-eyed stares and playing games of Guess Who I Am, a Luo never anticipated that a few casual remarks would prompt an AI Luo to emerge first. Nevertheless, if he must come out, so be it. Whether one takes the initiative or not is inconsequential, as it is merely an opportunity to engage in play. The true decisive move has never been about him or those accompanying him. They are merely guests here for amusement, not for bloodshed. Let us proceed underground. I had sensed that the two individuals trying to intercept me earlier had ulterior motives. AI Lo recognized that his emergence disrupted the original plan. Thus, he grasped a Luo's wrist and pulled him toward the hollow of a tree. As they walked, he explained his presence and informed a Luo that the two blocking their path had already descended underground to await information. As a Luo was pulled into the tree hollow, Juma Lu and the others followed without hesitation. Once they were all inside, a formation quietly manifested, enveloping the entire forest and even penetrating underground, sealing the hidden chamber within the sandy layer. This trap had been set up some time ago when they contemplated collaborating with Mu Yi to confront Inrin Village. It was a special sealing array purchased from Yunin Village, designed to render those sealed within, be they ninja or tailed beasts, instantly unconscious, remaining so until the formation was dismantled. Naturally, those outside could not assault those inside. However, while they could not attack from the outside, the small underground chamber, once a playground for two children, had been laden with lethal doses of toxins that would rapidly decompose any intruder. Initially, the plan had been to lure a AI low inside, then use Luo's misfortune as a pretext to draw him in. Now, there was no need for subterfuge. They had all gathered. The only potential complication lay with the deceased Shakamoku, which is why Grandmother Chiyo had retained the strongest sealing team here as a precaution. Fourth Kazekage. Surrender Uchiha Lo and Shakamoku. Just as the Kazekage and Grandmother Chiyo felt a slight sense of relief in Sunagakure, a great white bird appeared above them. Standing upon its back, Deidara shouted before swiftly releasing a small white cat. As the cat descended, it sprouted a pair of wings, flapping them before accurately diving toward a row. Chapter 214. To perform authentically, one must first deceive their own people. Is this magnet release? Luo sat on the sofa, attentively observing the battle projected before him, earnestly admiring the fourth Kazekage's final stand. Though pursued by Deidara's new feline bombs, the fourth Kazekage skillfully deflected them, showcasing his impressive abilities. However, Deidara was not the only threat. The scorpion of the red sand was lurking in the shadows, likely gathering materials. In addition to those two, Orochimaru, along with Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, watched the commotion from a hidden vantage point atop an invisible tree. The objective of this operation in Sunagakure was to replace the spokesperson for their collaboration. Regardless of whether it was Inrin Village or the Akatsuki organization, all parties currently aligned in their interests. Hence, so many had come to keep an eye on the fourth Kazekage, Ro, and the influential Grandmother Chiyo's journey. Indeed, it was magnet release, but that was not his full strength. The opponent outside was still lacking in power. Luo observed the one, merely tossing bombs in midair, feeling inexplicably irked by his golden locks. Deidara was merely stalling for time, creating opportunities for his comrades. Their synergy had improved compared to before. Luo suggested Luo take a look at the other side. Aside from the initial bomb, subsequent attempts were more about intimidation than actual impact. However, given the earlier explosion's power, both Ro and Grandmother Chiyo dared not overlook it. In their minds, Deidara's appearance was meant to rescue someone, and their task was to prevent the other party from disrupting the protective sealing array they had established. Is this array truly one purchased from Yunin Village? Luo grew disinterested after a while, as both sides engaged in a war of attrition. Finding it dull, he seized the opportunity to discuss something else. Specifically, the fourth Kazekage had fortuitously discovered a chance to contact a crucial member of Yunin Village's research team through spies positioned there. After a series of coincidences, this core member, filled with despair, sought to flee Yunin Village. Thus, a high-level array-making method was stolen from the laboratory, allowing the escaping Yun ninja to assume a new identity as a small merchant in a minor town within the Land of Wind. Unfortunately, within a month of settling in, this wealthy individual was slain by ordinary warriors due to offending the lord of the town. Luo narrated the unfolding of this incident vividly, though it felt somewhat lacking in essential details. I had anticipated this. Luo had indeed orchestrated everything. Ro gazed at Luo, his eyes wide, before blinking and brightening with realization. From their first meeting, Luo had always been impressive, remarkably similar to Juma Lu. Xiang Lin murmured softly, another who unconditionally believed in young master Luo. She felt that if Luo were to declare he would pluck the moon from the sky, they would all be beside him, exclaiming, Luo, how remarkable! He had spoken of it, and indeed, there was a plan to retrieve the moon, but not at this moment. Hyuga Niji shot a disdainful glance at Xiang Lin, who was not only violent but also possessed a peculiar thought process. This was not blind faith. They all knew Luo could accomplish such feats. I'm well aware, but Luo can tire as well. Lord Orochimaru mentioned that young Master Luo, due to his relentless efforts, occasionally requires a break and may sleep for extended periods, Xiang Lin mused, resting her chin on her palm while observing Luo conversing with Ro. She sensed she was beginning to inherit Lord Orochimaru's protective instincts. Daily, she pondered whether young Master Luo was exhausted, if he had slept at night, and whether his body was resting while his spirit quietly ventured out to undertake significant tasks. Initially, she assumed Lord Orochimaru merely enjoyed the concept of the soul wandering. However, upon becoming acquainted with him and hearing many stories, she realized who had first caused the soul to wander. While Sasuke could keep an eye on him, others might falter. Yet, Sasuke was the exception. Lord Orochimaru could not achieve this due to his swiftness surpassing a Luo's. Hyuga did not fully comprehend, but understood that Xianglin had gleaned some information from Lord Orochimaru that was beyond their grasp. Not sleeping and letting his soul wander seemed to be something a Luo had engaged in since childhood. The next time he encountered Uchiha Sasuke, he should offer a word of caution. Uncle Shaku, they all know you are not alive, so when you venture out now, strike first and ask no questions, just fight. Aluo observed that the external forces had nearly exhausted themselves. He turned to Shakamoku, informing him it was time to act. Today, this grand spectacle must be executed flawlessly, allowing certain sages to once again grasp their vulnerabilities. Only if they perceive themselves as constrained can they grant Sasuke and Naruto 3 years for growth. Chimu Shomao nodded slightly, and when Junma Lu unfurled the sealing scroll, he seized a short sword and charged out. As he emerged from the hollow of a tree, his consciousness fragmented, and his gaze became vacant, allowing him to breach the barrier and dash forward. The first adversary he confronted was not Luo Sha or Chiyo, but rather the elusive Akasuna no Sasori, who had been scheming in the shadows. The nemesis responsible for his parents' demise stood before him. Despite knowing his inevitable death, the hatred surged within him in an instant. The initially concealed Sasori unleashed his puppets swiftly, drawing Chimu Sakumo into a new battleground. However, the current Chimu Sakumo was indomitable. Even occasional hits he landed were restored in the blink of an eye, while his puppets suffered extensive damage. That white-haired one, clarify where Arrow is and what has become of him. Deidara, perched upon the back of his clay bird, abandoned Luo Sha and Chiyo, racing towards the battle zone of Akasuna no Sasori, seeking information before the fighting ensued. Yet, regardless of his inquiries, even upon mentioning the name Uchiha Itachi, Chimu Sakumo displayed no discernible reaction. It was over. His consciousness had vanished, leaving only the instinct to fight. He would engage anyone, unrelenting, even though he was already dead. His body could be shattered, yet still recover. What was this madness? Enraged, Deidara tossed a small explosive clay figure, which detonated at Chimu Sakumo's location, obliterating half of his form into ashes. Yet, it was futile. He would recover at an astonishing pace. Glancing back at Luo Sha and Chiyo, Deidara felt a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain whether to continue the battle. What happened to the performance we discussed? That brat, how could he have truly entangled himself within it? Had I known, I would have refrained from suggesting that Uchiha Itachi might be a hindrance. Chapter 215, The Explosive Battle of the Jinchuriki, quite thrilling. Enough was enough. Shikaku was no longer willing to endure. Amidst the chaotic melee outside, where the lines between friend and foe blurred, Gaara rose. He yearned to personally slay Luo Sha, while Shikaku's greatest resentment was directed towards Chiyo. Let us proceed. In such a vicious trap, we must exert our utmost effort. At last, we have shattered the constraints of the seal. Arrow raised his hand and slapped Gaara on the head, instantly reducing his chakra to less than 1/10. Of course, he did not drain it entirely, but merely allowed Shikaku to exert temporary control, thus feigning their weakness. Besides, Gaara needed to maintain a semblance of dignity, and Neji followed suit. The extraction of chakra from the tailed beast was merely a playful exchange between friends, provided it did not go too far. For Jumalu and Kankuro, acting was a tad more challenging. To appear convincing, Jumalu demonstrated a bone-splitting act, compressing until a brand new, significantly strengthened bone sword was presented to Arrow. I suppose I shall just lie down. I am but a frail girl, Kankuro sighed, reluctantly lowering her flawless arms, abandoning the notion of being bitten. She was no longer the chakra-replenishing medicine of yore, and since being brought back to the Sound Village, she had not experienced any bites. Even the curse seal had been altered by Orochimaru, who deemed it unsightly, transforming it into a tool for injection. The frail Hinata Niji stood aside, his pallid complexion betraying his thoughts as he observed the shamelessness of this so-called fragile girl, yearning to roll his eyes. It was all too contrived, far too artificial. Enough lying around. Someone must protect me, for I have exerted all my strength to finally shatter this seal. Arrow unceremoniously lifted his foot and kicked the delicate girl's calf twice. Though everyone was severely drained of chakra, neglecting to have someone look after oneself was simply not his style. Understood. Kankuro quickly rose, her once elegant attire now dulled, but thankfully unscathed in battle. The other three, however, fared poorly. Jumalu's simplicity was evident as bones protruded from his attire. Gaara and Niji could only helplessly engage in conversation with Shikaku, their tailed beast transformation having torn half their clothing, and they exchanged a few punches without needing prompting. This will suffice, Jumalu, Kankuro. I entrust my safety to you, Arrow declared, observing that they were adequately prepared, before collapsing in Kankuro's direction. As Kankuro caught him, the trees in this small grove began to twist. As they contorted, they grew rapidly, and when the trees filled the entire ceiling space, the seal was finally shattered. Is this even possible? Deidara, seated atop his clay bird, narrowly evading an assault from a puppet, gazed in astonishment at the exploded seal, a smile of delight blooming on his face. That child was truly adorable. Indeed, he should not have intervened. He ought to have let Uchiha Itachi come here and witness how this child utilized Mokutan to save himself. Uchiha, detestable Uchiha. However, this child was different. Not only could he accompany him in exploring art, but he could also infuriate Uchiha Itachi. Hinata Niji emerged, his resolve to eliminate them clear, for they sought to harm his lord. Kankuro, cradling the unconscious Arrow, stepped forth from the now motionless grove, spotting the seemingly startled combatants who had temporarily ceased hostilities. She swiftly identified her targets, including all the Sand Village ninjas present, except for Gaara, who had also been imprisoned. I understand. Hinata Niji stepped forward, his weakened state genuine. Yet upon Kankuro indicating the target, he glanced back at the unconscious Arrow. With each step he took forward, a violent chakra emanated. Damn it, that is Shikaku's prey. Gaara no longer needed to feign any allegiance. He had relinquished control of his body to Shikaku. The sudden emergence of two-tailed beasts prompted Deidara, airborne, to make a hasty retreat. Recently, there had been some minor skirmishes involving Kukazu and the Mist Village, during which the Rain Village had brought Kisame along, while the Sound Village had temporarily sent Hinata Niji to play for a few days. The outcome of that combat exercise had nothing to do with the Mist Village. These two combatants had frightened them immensely. Even the fact that the Sanbai had once belonged to the Mist Village was dismissed outright. They had nothing to do with it. Not at all. Gaara, you are conscious. Chiyo, pursued relentlessly by Shikaku, finally discerned a truth after her various puppets had been rendered to tatters. Shikaku's combat style was not the typical rampage of a tailed beast. So what? Shikaku had protected her for over a decade. Their expectations aligned. All who had bullied them must pay the price. Amidst the swirling sands, Gaara gazed at the enraged Chiyo, blinking before closing his eyes once more. He had always been the one protected, while Shikaku... Shikaku would never admit that. The proud Shikaku was indeed shy. Thus this time it had truly gone berserk, in stark contrast to Gaara's complete relinquishment, allowing Shikaku to unleash his fury in battle. Hinata Niji maintained a relatively stable demeanor. He merely transformed into a tailed beast, pondering the effects of a tailed beast possessing the Byakugan's ability to see through chakra traces. When the Sanbai was deprived of water, it was forced to resort to taijutsu, throwing punches and strikes. Orochimaru, is that something you have researched? Xiao Nen perched upon a branch, gazing at the increasingly excessive scenes of battle unfolding before her. Despite a profound reluctance to engage with the Shiwan, she found herself unable to resist approaching him. No, this is the research of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, entirely developed by him. The Shiwan shook his head, unwilling to associate himself with this training method. Forcing Bijou to practice physical techniques, resonating abilities with Jinchuriki, the colossal tortoise's rotations, clapping, and striking, it's disheartening to witness, even if the chakra attacks are directed at TheUchiha. Chapter 216. Otsutsuki Yui is causing trouble again. Aluo, you must be utterly exhausted right now. Rest, take a break. After ensuring that Deidara was relatively unharmed on the battlefield, he leapt down from the sky, intending to escort Aluo away. However, upon noticing Aluo's open Sharingan, he suddenly felt that his hasty approach might have been unnecessary. They are bullying people. Xianglin was equally taken aback by Aluo's awakened eyes. Yet she believed she understood him well. With a blink, she glanced at the battered Kazekage, her anger swelling, feeling increasingly aggrieved as if tears might spill forth at any moment. Indeed, they are bullying us. You can find a safe place to rest. I will go lend a hand. Deidara concocted an excuse, hastily vanishing from the presence of the red-eyed youth. Although he knew the gaze was not directed at him, he still wished to avoid being in front of the activated Sharingan. As Deidara darted off to disrupt the battle between Chiyo and Hatake Kakashi, Aluo once more closed his eyes, immersing himself in the detection of the surrounding chakra. Currently, the surviving members of Sunagakure nearby included Gaara, Luo, Sha, Chiyo, as well as Temari and Kankuro, along with the Sunagakure ninja who was holding them captive. This ninja was a living puppet, undoubtedly another scheme orchestrated by Otsutsuki Yui. Now, one could only wait patiently, perhaps until Luo Sha was on the brink of death, to uncover Otsutsuki Yui's true intentions. You damn old hag. I demanded you conduct sealing experiments. Let's see how you seal anything now. In your pursuit to control me, how many lives did you destroy? You wretched beings. Many of them were mere infants. I, Shikaku, despise those who use children as tools. Shikaku raged against Chiyo, shattering various puppets, and, after depleting her chakra, pummeled her relentlessly. It abhorred being sealed within a Jinchuriki, yet its disdain was not aimed at the infants used as experimental subjects, but rather at the ninjas manipulating the experiments from the shadows. Many of those children were merely newborns. It was only when Gaara's mother sacrificed her life force to grant him a sliver of hope that the experiment finally ceased. Shikaku had been exceedingly cautious, refraining from bullying this child. Yet Gaara's father and the higher-ups of Sunagakure were concocting new attempts, employing betrayal of kinship and threats to life to compel Gaara to unleash the power of the bijou. Shikaku felt an inexplicable fondness for children. Jumuru stood beside Xianglin, perpetually on guard. Observing Shikaku's violent outburst, he found a rationale behind it somewhat peculiar. Bijou were not supposed to harbor affection for Jinchuriki, after all. After all, a raccoon cat is still a cat. Xianglin sighed, articulating a reason she herself scarcely believed. But all cats are somewhat alike. They tend to favor well-behaved children. Hence, since you're no longer a child, Yuri likely doesn't favor you anymore. Jumuru contemplated this, acknowledging her point. Yuri was a cat, often taken out to play by Aluo, and Xianglin happened to be the one Yuri disliked the most. Jumuru, I hope you can grasp one thing. My lack of favor from the bijou is due to the Uzumaki bloodline and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, unrelated to whether or not I am a child. Xianglin's words were an effort to temper her own volatility. Nevertheless, she felt quite helpless. It wasn't just Yuri who disliked her. Even Hyuganiji had been repeatedly advised by Sanbai to keep his distance from her. Honestly, the Uzumaki clan's bloodline does lean towards sealing techniques, yet I do not extract other people's bijou. However, Naruto Uzumaki and the Nine-Tails seem to coexist harmoniously, suggesting the issue was not solely related to the Uzumaki bloodline. Jumuru believed Xianglin's reasoning to be flawed. That Naruto Uzumaki. Reflecting on Naruto, Xianglin recalled Shiwan's words about Naruto transforming into a beautiful, charming girl who would snuggle against a Luo, even displaying a playful demeanor. In contrast, she herself, within the Sound Village, would deal with anyone who dared stir trouble, regardless of gender, by teaching them a lesson. Was it possible that her propensity for violence was the root cause? Yet, at times, her anger was genuinely provoked, particularly when witnessing certain individuals deliberately act foolishly. Aluo once mentioned that Nagato was a gentle person. Junmaru observed that Xiang Lin had begun to comprehend the underlying reasons but was reluctant to admit it, thus suggesting another comparable individual. As for whether Nagato was truly gentle, Aluo's assertion certainly held some validity. I believe I cannot change. Xiang Lin lowered her head, feeling a sense of inadequacy. She not only fell short compared to Naruto, but was also overshadowed by the temperament of an Akatsuki member. It was said that Uzumaki women tended to have fiery tempers, and there was no need to emulate them. Simply be yourself. Aluo opened his eyes, weakly extending a hand towards Junmaru. As he was supported back to a standing position, he took a moment to reassure Xiang Lin not to overthink matters. In truth, not all women of the Uzumaki clan are volatile. It is merely a matter of their upbringing. Kushina Uzumaki, after her family and nation were destroyed, was taken to Konoha as the ideal vessel for the Nine Tails, enduring bullying at school. She only began to resist after being beaten and scolded numerous times. Xiang Lin's plight was even more dire. Having witnessed her mother's suffering, she became the next victim upon her mother's demise. Due to their inherent identities and abilities, they were subjected to scrutiny and torment. Such is the reality of the ninja world. At times, the thoughts of those from the moon still echoed some of Nagato's sentiments, which was entirely normal. Unfortunately, they were not the protagonists. Aluo, how are you feeling now? If you are tired, please rest well. There is no need to worry. They cannot reach us here. Xiang Lin had ceased to concern herself with matters of gentleness, focusing instead on the battle unfolding before her, occasionally engaging Junmaru in conversation. Now, witnessing Aluo's need for Junmaru's support to remain upright, she grew anxious, eager for new developments. Surely, his frail state and insistence on standing here indicated that something significant was about to transpire. Her anticipation was palpable. Chapter 217, Otsutsuki Yui, you are nothing but trash. Niji, return. Aluo raised his hand to form a seal while calling for Hinata Niji to come back. Upon completing the seal, the previously uncontrollable Hatake, Kakashi, swiftly retreated in response to the partial destruction of his body. Having regained control over the Edo Tensei, Aluo transitioned from being supported to being cradled by Junmaru while seated upon a branch. There was no other choice. The exhaustion was overwhelming. Aluo, how are you now? Hinata Niji obediently returned, but as he deactivated his bijou form, he barely managed to utter his concern before his eyes fluttered shut. Collapsing to the side, Xiang Lin reached out, but she too felt weak, so it was the swiftly returning Hatake Kakashi who extended his hand, supporting both the boy and girl together. He is a vessel of Edo Tensei. Thus, even after being shattered numerous times, he still appears as the most formidable. Scorpion Senpai, are you all right? I did not mean to, truly. I did not mean to. Please do not frighten me. After Hatake Kakashi departed, Deidara swiftly landed and embraced the youthful version of Akasuna no Sasori, howling in despair before leaping onto the back of the clay bird. Although he might face punishment upon returning, the fact that he had planted 2 bombs, damaging Scorpion Senpai's crimson shell, was enough to bring him joy for a long time. Silence. Akasuna no Sasori was infuriated, yet he understood that it was indeed time to withdraw. When Ero dispatched a shadow clone to inform Nagato and Konan about bringing Yahiko back, he had a private conversation with him regarding the matter of Hatake Kakashi, who had killed his parents. The dead had been resurrected through Edo Tensei and were serving the Sound Village. Hence he had neither the means nor the power to ensure Hatake Kakashi's complete disappearance. Therefore, in light of this inevitability, he proposed a demand to annihilate Hatake Kakashi 10 times using his father and mother. Although this quest for revenge seemed devoid of tangible significance, it was a closure that he felt compelled to pursue. In the future, he would relinquish many things he once held dear, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his pursuits. He yearned for eternal art, and in his eyes, Orochimaru represented a form of eternal artistry, a product of youthful transformation, nearly perfect. However, the only flaw in this eternal masterpiece was Orochimaru himself, lacking somewhat in character and thought. Yet, being human entailed possessing thoughts. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's arrogant distortions, He bid farewell to a direction that had only recently piqued his interest. Primarily, he was afraid that should he succeed, he might also create a heart-wrenching piece of art, one he would be reluctant to destroy, which could indeed become the greatest tragedy of his life. All who needed to withdraw had done so, leaving behind the shattered Chiyoba, the now recovered Gaara, and the fourth Kakage, Raza, whose chakra had been sealed, rendering him powerless. Gaara, do you intend to conspire with the Sound Village? Are you turning traitor? Raza had never felt so restrained. Yet now he was immobile, merely glaring at Gaara, attempting to awaken him through words. No, I will not betray Sunagakure. The future of Sunagakure will flourish under my leadership. You simply cannot witness it. Mother said to forgive you, so I will send you to see her, so she can personally convey her forgiveness. Gaara raised his hands, layers of sand swirling around Raza, preparing to kill this man and compel him to explain to his mother what he had done over the years. As for forgiveness, the thought left by Mother stated years ago that she would forgive their father. Thus, he wished for Mother to convey forgiveness to this man face to face while he merely facilitated the meeting. No, you cannot kill me. Temari and Kankuro are already under control. If I die, they will be killed too. As the sand tightened around his neck, Raza realized that Gaara genuinely intended to kill him and could only resort to his final threat. Though he deemed it futile, he had no other options left. What did you say? Gaara halted, his massive sandy palm grasping Raza and pulling him closer. I said that if you kill me, someone will immediately kill Temari and Kankuro. I never expected you, the bloodthirsty fiend, to truly care for them. Raza was astonished that this would indeed have an effect, and seeing Gaara's conflicted expression, he began devising how to control him further. Why? They are your children, and you use their lives to threaten me. You are unworthy of being a father and need not disturb Mother any longer. Gaara lowered his head, his chakra surging violently, yet he refrained from killing Raza in his rage. However, this was not his doing. It was Shikaku who emerged to take over temporarily, busying himself with soothing Gaara. Bring Temari and Kankuro out. Raza felt that the effect was quite favorable. He had successfully made Gaara obedient. To ensure Gaara remained compliant, he shouted into the air, and a Jonin from Sunagakure suddenly appeared, each holding Temari and Kankuro. These two had been instructed by Raza to ambush Gaara in case of an unexpected occurrence, but they had outright refused. In this regard, whether as a father or as Kazekage, Raza believed these two children, who no longer listened to him, had transformed into something he could not acknowledge. Therefore, their final value was to serve as weapons against Gaara when needed. Just like now, by capturing those two, Gaara would have no choice but to concede, to retreat further. Why? Why are there those fathers who can treat their children as weapons, tools, possessions, puppets? A muffled voice, filled with grievance and fury, resonated from above. The previously weak boy, who had needed to be held by Kimimaro, had quietly changed positions while everyone was focused on Gaara and Raza. Kid, this is a matter for Sunagakure. The Jonin held two chakra strings, controlling Temari and Kankuro, compelling them to turn and attack Arrow. Indeed, this is a matter for Sunagakure, so you should not be here. Like me, you ought not to meddle in these affairs. But it was you who informed my parents, you who made them kill me at birth, you who plotted against me first, to attain all power. You killed Mother first, then your brother. When you saw the bond between your two sons was too strong, you became fearful and set a trap to deplete their chakra generation after generation. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, you are truly worthless. Arrow unleashed several wooden vines, sealing Temari and Kankuro, and then unleashed a torrent of furious invectives toward the Jonin from Sunagakure, who harbored a fragment of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's consciousness. As the enemy approached, Arrow, with his volatile temper unrestrained, could hardly contain himself. Thus, after enduring multiple stimuli, the trials he faced, his brother's grievances, and his friend's suffering, he activated a forbidden technique to temporarily enhance his abilities, determined to lambast this individual harboring a remnant of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's will. Chapter 218. Arrow may never be able to cultivate chakra again. Achievement unlocked. Otsutsuki Kinshiki is merely a child. Reward. 10,000 points. Achievement unlocked. Fourth Kazakage transformed into quicksand. Reward 3,000 points. Achievement unlocked. Gaara's protection from siblings. Reward 8,000 points. After unleashing his tirade, Ero severed the Jonin's control over Temari and Kankuro, letting them fall into Gaara's arms before tearing the Jonin apart. Of course, the tiny fragment of Otsutsuki Kinshiki S will surely fled. Following the escape of that thought, Ero began to bleed from his orifices, his chakra dissipating without a trace, plummeting like a butterfly with broken wings. At that moment, Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows, could no longer restrain himself, appearing in midair to catch Ero, whose life force was fading. Concurrently, Otsutsuki Kinshiki scoffed with ease, deeming the child inconsequential, granting Ero a surge of 10,000 points. Meanwhile, Temari and Kankuro, who had just landed, regained their senses and found themselves momentarily at a loss for what to do upon being caught by Gaara. However, TheUchiha, having lost his final piece, recklessly ignited the temporary chakra of his life, attempting to eliminate Gaara. At this moment, Gaara was oblivious to the desperate counterattack of TheUchiha, appearing as a young boy plummeting from the sky, seemingly on the verge of death. In a state of panic, Temari flung her fan and lunged forward. Kanjuro's chakra threads entwined around, trying to intercept their father. Ultimately, the attack landed on a human form, but it was Temari who, in a brave act, intervened to shield Gaara. Kanjuro's chakra threads ensnared TheUchiha, while the fan hurled by Temari spun through the air, efficiently severing a head. After the demise of the human, TheUchiha's soul attempted to flee, only to be captured by Gaara. Temari's body was cleaved in half, leaving only a small connection, her life force dissipating rapidly. In a furious rage, Gaara clenched his fingers tightly, obliterating TheUchiha's soul. Not only that, his fury summoned Shikaku, sealing TheUchiha's corpse within the sands, slowly grinding it to dust, merging it into the grains of sand. The shifting sands beneath their feet were under Shikaku's control, as it transported the remnants of TheUchiha's blood and flesh to the quicksand pit previously witnessed, where Senju Hashirama lay, to rescue that little girl. Hurry! Orochimaru grasped Ero's right hand, his fingers touching the seal on the palm, directly extracting Senju Hashirama from within. After this, Ero would likely be unable to use chakra forever, so the life of that little girl could only be preserved by retrieving Senju Hashirama. They had not anticipated that Temari would sacrifice herself to protect Gaara at that moment. Despite her enduring fear, what was happening? Senju Hashirama was genuinely oblivious to the events unfolding, yet there was no time for hesitation. Saving lives took precedence. The life force continued to flow, and Temari's wounds healed swiftly. Kanjiro stood numb to the side, still grappling with the sudden turn of events. Their father had been killed by the combined efforts of himself and Temari, while simultaneously, Temari perished under their father's onslaught. Thank you, this elder. What has happened to Ero? That fool. Temari felt as if she had died, only to be drawn back. Her eyelids fluttered, and she first beheld Gaara, who was cradling her as if he were weeping. Glancing sideways, she observed the individual healing her, who possessed formidable prowess. Yet not far off, the figure with a human body and serpent tail cradled someone. It seemed to be Ero. How could Ero be so gravely injured? That lad was strong. How could he be covered in blood and in such a state? Impossible. Such a tragedy must not occur. Shikaku remarked that Ero must have employed some forbidden method. He would not perish, but he might never be able to utilize ninjutsu again, perhaps never possess chakra again. Gaara lifted his gaze, staring at the figure not far away, his eyes reflecting confusion. Sage of the Six Paths. He had just heard that the Sage of the Six Paths had been quietly scheming. Shikaku confirmed the presence of the Sage of the Six Paths, noting that TheUchiha's sudden mobility should also be attributed to the machinations of the Sage upon his departure. Ero. Amidst the somber atmosphere, Sasuke suddenly appeared before Orochimaru. Beside Sasuke stood an adult resembling both him and Ero. Orochimaru, how did you protect him? Izuna was also startled by the scene before him. He sensed that the chakra trinkets Arrow had previously left were rapidly vanishing, prompting him to bring Sasuke to assess the situation. To his astonishment, Arrow appeared to be devoid of chakra. Yet, Orochimaru, could it be that you have directly materialized your soul? What in the world has occurred? Arrow will be fine. He will awaken shortly. Orochimaru held the youth in his arms tightly, his serpent tail shifting in the sand to prevent Sasuke and Izuna from seizing Arrow, wrapping them both within its grasp. This sudden act of defiance caused Izuna's brows to twitch with irritation. He longed to unleash a black flame upon Orochimaru. Arrow, Orochimaru, give me Arrow. I can expedite his recovery. Sasuke did not shout angrily nor express rage. He merely extended his hand calmly toward Orochimaru. His brother was gravely injured in a manner unbeknownst to him. Sasuke, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Orochimaru relaxed his grip, lowering his serpent tail, allowing the youth to emerge. Observing Sasuke's activated Mangekyo Sharingan, it seemed Orochimaru anticipated Sasuke's intentions. Arrow, do not fear. Your brother will not harm you. Sasuke disregarded Orochimaru, focusing solely on Arrow, gently caressing the bloodied face, then igniting a layer of flame upon Arrow's form with his Mangekyo Sharingan. The violet flames bore resemblance to the black Amaterasu. Blood flowed from Sasuke's eyes, a consequence of utilizing his ocular technique, yet he paid it no mind, solely wishing for Arrow's injured body to mend swiftly. This pair of Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened for Arrow and existed to protect him. Chapitre 219, Sasuke's unique oculaire technique. Orochimaru's secret unveiled. Sasuke, can your ocular technique heal? Senju Hashirama had nearly completed healing Temari, turning to observe Sasuke beside Izuna and then Arrow enveloped in violet flames, marveling at the unexpected developments of these brothers' abilities. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo had surprisingly yielded a healing variant, particularly from Sasuke, with whom they had practiced extensively. If this news reached Tobirama, it would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, standing here, he could witness Arrow's severely injured body indeed recovering at a remarkable pace, rivaling his own regenerative capabilities. They could only rely on the use of sage techniques to cultivate a grove of trees on the spot. Arrow required replenishment of natural life force, which the conditions of Sunagakure could not provide. Orochimaru answered for Sasuke. Moreover, observing the surrounding environment, he directed Senju Hashirama to take action. Were it not for the first Hokage's secretive intentions, having spent an extended period not cultivating flora in the ceiling space, Arrow would not have resorted to this method. In truth, they had numerous options, but Arrow had stated that to deceive everyone at once, he needed to appear weakened. Without chakra, Arrow would instill a sense of security in many, not only Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Toad Clan, but also Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. That lad over there. Keep her distance from that girl. Senju Hashirama was somewhat perplexed, but diligently cultivated trees on the spot. Gaara levitated Temari and Kanjiro with sand, simultaneously elevating several others into the air. Only Orochimaru and the trio from the Uchiha clan remained amidst the swirling growth of wood release. What is happening? Why isn't that little rascal absorbing? Orochimaru, what are you doing? Senju Hashirama activated Sage Mode to cultivate a grove, only to turn and discover that the life force generated by the trees was being extracted by Orochimaru and transferred to Sasuke. If the intent was to heal Sasuke, why go through such trouble when he could fully mend the injury to Sasuke's eyes right now? Arrow would no longer require it. In the future, within that space, there would be no need to cultivate trees. Orochimaru lifted Arrow, who was released from the violet flames, glancing at the astonished Senju Hashirama, having already spoken some words. Yet whether they would be heeded remained uncertain. Seizing the opportunity while Arrow could no longer wield chakra, it was likely that Senju Hashirama would not let this chance slip away. However, Otsutsuki Madara, that particular Uchiha, was the last opportunity Izuna had to offer. Upon acquiring all pertinent information, had Shinsho Jujien successfully claimed ownership of that space, Izuna might have truly relinquished all hope. Very well, you stay here and watch over things. I shall converse with my brother. Upon noticing Orochimaru's sorrowful serpentine gaze, Izuna nodded, instructing Shinsho Zhujian to remain outside while he ventured into the sealed space. This newfound freedom of movement momentarily rendered Shinsho Zhujian speechless. Within the confines of the sealed space, Izuna found Madara and apprised him of the current predicament. He relayed that Ero had encountered Otsutsuki Kagaya and had fallen into a trap within a trap, likely severing ties with ninjutsu and becoming unable to harness natural energy in the future. The crux of the matter was to ensure that Madara kept a vigilant eye on Shinsho Zhujian, preventing him from wreaking havoc from within the seal. After much internal struggle to convey the essential points, Izuna disclosed to Madara that his soul had been intertwined with Ero's since the night of the massacre. Thus, if Ero were to perish, Izuna would accompany him to the grave. Under such circumstances, should his foolish elder brother assist Shinsho Zhujian, he would indeed have nothing left to anticipate. Having said all that needed to be said and provided all necessary explanations, Izuna emerged from the sealed space, casting Shinsho Zhujian, who was still fixated on Ero, back into the confines of the seal. What to do next? With no Kazekage left in Sunagakure, should Orochimaru temporarily assume the role? Observing Orochimaru's serpentine form, Izuna approached and discarded a white zetsu, instructing him to revert to human form. Originally, the plan had been for Orochimaru to masquerade as the Kazekage, with the distinction being that previously there had been considerations to utilize the corpse of Rasha under certain non-essential circumstances. Now, however, Orochimaru was to take on the role entirely. I will manage this matter. You all take Ero back. As for the remaining parts, we shall proceed as planned. Orochimaru cradled Ero and placed him in the arms of the weakened yet determined Sasuke. Although he wished to witness Ero receiving a lesson from Sasuke, he had to remain behind to continue the performance, postponing his observation for another time. You handle the battlefield. I will seek out that golden-haired one to retrieve him. Izuna watched as Orochimaru donned the guise of Rasha, assuming the appearance without the need for transformation techniques. Although he had heard Ero speak of the so-called omnipotent white Zetsun numerous times, it still appeared wondrous each time he beheld it. Go on. I shall observe this little rascal, Orochimaru said as he leaned closer, poking Ero's face with his finger. This little fellow was putting on quite a show. However, in truth, he was not practicing chakra. What a deceiver, a little fraud. A practitioner of spiritual energy uses chakra only after its transformation. He merely concocted some rationale to discard chakra's power and feign a facade. Truly excessive. How many tears and heartaches has this charade fooled? Do not torment Ero. He is asleep now and cannot play with you, Sasuke admonished, wrapping one arm around Ero while swatting away Orochimaru's meddlesome fingers. Although he recognized the performance's predominant theatricality, Ero's body had indeed undergone significant changes, necessitating rest, and how could Orochimaru, as a mentor, behave so childishly? I shall not jest with you any longer. Is your ocular technique truly effective only on Ero? Orochimaru withdrew his hand, adjusting his expression, albeit not very successfully, before leaning in again, questioning Sasuke if he had lied earlier. He had tested the flames while they still burned and sustained no harm. Naturally, he would not require treatment. In truth, I am quite curious about the nature of your connection with Ero. Why were you not classified as an outsider when you touched the flames? Orochimaru, once the affairs of Konoha are concluded, you had best provide a thorough explanation. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his Mangekyo Sharingan fixated on Orochimaru, eager to tear away his serpentine guise to unveil the secrets he concealed. His purple flames, in addition to transferring vitality to Ero, possessed a destructive capability surpassing that of Amaterasu. Yet, this flame did not incinerate. Rather, it extracted the life force from the burning entity. Chapter 220, Departing from Sunagakure. Reuniting with Konoha. Teacher, do not wander aimlessly in Sunagakure. Although Gaara can perceive souls, he merely sees them. The previous eruption was an accident. If you cause trouble, he may cry. Ero reclined on the sofa in Gaara's home, observing Orochimaru, who had transformed this vessel into the fourth Kazekage, and felt compelled to reiterate his warnings. After all, this individual had a history of frightening Gaara. According to circulating tales, he had ventured out with Hitaki Kakashi, only to be pursued by Chiyo, leading to a confrontation that resulted not only in Chiyo's demise, but also injuries to the fourth Kazekage. Subsequently, following the eruption of Shikaku, he had safeguarded Sunagakure with his power, compelling Ero to retreat. Presently, the injured fourth Kazekage sat beside Gura, who was cradling Shikaku, while Temari, having been saved, bore her wounds, and Kankuro faced the harsh reality of their situation. They all resided in Gaara's home, witnessing Ero, who had bid farewell to chakra due to forbidden techniques, each harboring their own sorrow. Let us not dwell on my issues. You should arrive in Konoha 2 days earlier than us. Once there, refrain from provoking anyone and ensure you have at least 2 companions for protection. Do not act recklessly. Orochimaru felt quite fatigued, fully aware of the reality, yet compelled to continue the charade with Ero. Indeed, Ero would no longer possess chakra, rendering ninjutsu entirely unusable. Non-etles, certains combats capability. Once transformed into a mode of spiritual energy consumption, could be termed spiritual techniques, no longer classified as ninjutsu. Understood. Understood. Take care, teacher. I must depart. Gaara, do not worry. I am not a ninja. Without chakra, I shall not become an easy target. You must persevere. Temari, do not fret. I shall be fine, and you will bear even greater responsibilities henceforth. Ero glanced at those present in the room before bidding farewell. Gaara nodded earnestly in response, while Temari, though somewhat weakened, embraced Ero with all her might. Izuna then arrived to retrieve him, and together they departed from Sunagakure. After their exit, the fourth Kazekage initiated several changes in Sunagakure, rapidly enhancing Gaara's reputation in the desired direction within mere days. His formidable strength in safeguarding the village, coupled with Gaara's lifelong efforts and concern for the village, contributed to this transformation. Regarding the art of rhetoric and brainwashing, Orochimaru excelled, and this operation left Gaara, who had been learning, nearly starry-eyed. Temari, on the other hand, wore a resigned expression as she took Kankuro to address other matters. They began to understand why Ero smiled at everyone and spoke so eloquently. It was likely the result of Orochimaru's teachings. In stark contrast to the swift changes in Sunagakure, the atmosphere among Ero and his companions, who had gathered at the border and then rested within the land of fire, was rather grim. Sasuke was angry, and Izuna was equally displeased. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan attempted several times to engage Ero in conversation, yet he remained ensnared under the watchful gazes of those 2 Mangekyo. As for Deidara and Sasori, upon confirming that they had no business there, they slipped away without a word. A pair of Sharingan can indeed cause distress to Deidara, but now there are 3 Uchiha, 2 pairs of Mangekyo, all in a state of agitation, rendering him quite cowed. In contrast, the shinobi from the Sound Village have found their positions, taken out scrolls, and begun preparing food and drink, contemplating how to properly nourish a Luo. Brother, ancestors, are you not weary? A Luo perched upon a branch, observed the 2 beside him, and urged them to take a break. He truly faced no grave issues, merely having relinquished his chakra and forsaken ninjutsu. Could he not utilize the Sharingan anymore? Izuna sighed, helplessly extending his hand to ruffle a Luo's hair. Their most outstanding descendant had discarded such a vital ability in pursuit of vengeance. Even if he still possessed the capacity for spiritual energy, one's strength should only amplify. Not being able to use it was inconsequential. During this visit to Konoha, his identity could now be revealed, and aside from the duration of the exams, he would be by Izuna's side at all other times. Sasuke remained apprehensive, although he was obliged to partake in the Chunin exams. This could not serve as a barrier to his recognition of a Luo. Currently, Konoha was clandestinely in contact with Kumogakure, and Sunagakure was poised to ally with them. However, the Sound Village was also formidable, having collaborated with Kirigakure and Iwagakure. Thus, irrespective of whether a Luo disclosed his well-known identity, Konoha dared not act overtly. Upon your return to the village, brother, you may take me home. Sunagakure will make the announcement, sparing us the worry. A Luo tilted his head against Sasuke's shoulder, nuzzling and smiling in agreement. After abstaining from using his Sharingan, the third young master of the Uchiha clan, was destined to reunite with his brother. After a day of rest, Sasuke returned to Team 7, who were ready to head back to the village. Aluo, accompanied by Kimimaro and Karen, journeyed towards Konoha, while Neji and Hatake Tsukumo hastened back to the Sound Village, with several shinobi from the Sound Village also en route to Konoha. Outside the gates of Konoha, members of the Sound Village participating in the Chunin exams fortuitously encountered Aluo and his companions. Two teams of Genin had come from the Sound Village. Honlin led one team, consisting of Jirobo, Gitamaru, and Zuijin. The other team was led by Zabuza, with members including Doyo, Mizuki, and the beautiful Haku. Zabuza's status as a rogue ninja had been expunged by Kirigakure, thus he had joined the Sound Village alongside Haku. The two teams surrounded Aluo, effectively isolating him from certain Konoha individuals. After Kimimaro completed the necessary paperwork, the leading teachers of the two Genin teams also submitted their documents and secured their passes. Aluo, do you remember Saku and his group? They wished to participate, but were beaten by Hinata Neji, who dismissed them as too weak and a hindrance. Those fools naively believed they met the standard. Mizuki walked alongside Aluo, glancing cautiously at Karen, who lingered by Aluo's side, and then recounted events that transpired prior to their arrival. Initially, he and Karen were quite familiar, but Neji had been exceptionally irritable this time, employing no tricks, simply delivering punch after punch, causing him to wince at the thought. He suspected that Karen had influenced Neji's temperament. Chapter 221, Sasuke and Aluo. Brothers finally reunited Aluo. That day, Team 7 returned to Konoha. Standing at the entrance of his shop, Aluo was suddenly embraced by Naruto, who had descended from above. This fellow truly had no fear of retribution. Uzumaki Naruto. Karen, shoved aside, turned to see Naruto and, with a swift motion, clenched her fist and struck the golden-haired head. How dare he snatch someone in front of her? Even though she had anticipated this, that brat deserved a beating. Moreover, that rascal could transform into an adorable girl and burrow into Aluo's embrace. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, regardless of the reason. She resolved to give him a good thrashing first. Aluo, your mate is quite fierce. After receiving a punch, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. And amidst the astonished gazes of those around, the golden-haired girl nestled against Aluo, beginning to act coy. He had heard from Sasuke that Aluo might no longer have chakra. Thus, he could not transform into a girl. Therefore, if Aluo could not transform, he could. Uzumaki Naruto, your transformation technique is rather impressive. Kimimaro approached, attempting to pull Naruto away, but the girl squeezed further into Aluo's embrace. With a more appealing figure post-transformation, did the young master truly intend to indulge Naruto further? Of course, but he is still a tad inferior to Aluo. He previously tricked both me and Sasuke. By the way, Sasuke, do you remember him? Naruto had initially been boasting about his transformation technique, but upon mentioning Sasuke, he suddenly realized he had forgotten something crucial. He had come to see if Aluo had regained his memories. He hoped Sasuke would not be too angry. Perhaps he should be proactive and help that rascal Sasuke test a few of the Sharingan's ocular techniques. However, those techniques were quite fearsome. Even Kyuubi had been frightened. Has Sasuke not arrived? Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Aluo's expression instantly shifted to one of disappointment. He glanced around, spotting the two teams from the Sound Village. Various passers-by from Konoha, Kakashi, who concealed his face with his hand, and Sakura, whose expression was somewhat contorted. Sakura was not particularly adept at acting. However, as long as she refrained from saying anything, all remained relatively normal. Nearby, a team from Kirigakure had arrived quite early. Yet, Kisame, did you really infiltrate Kirigakure? Disguising yourself as a genin? Is that truly wise? Additionally, a passing team from Kimigakure had a member, Uchiha Bito, who should disguise himself more convincingly without twisting his waist. He was now a genin of Kimogakure, not the carefree Akatsuki member. This plan to infiltrate the Sound Village under new identities was indeed quite elaborate. It seemed that after Yahiko returned to the Akatsuki, the actions of this formidable rogue ninja organization had taken on a youthful demeanor. Oh, and the Rain Village has also sent participants. On the rooftop, Sister Conan, you are the team leader? Yahiko was a student now. Did they not have a teacher-student relationship? However, Yahiko's current role as a genin suited him well, given that he had indeed been a youth at the time of his demise. As for Deidara, the boy joyfully molding clay was undeniably fitting. Yet, Scorpion, Chio, what conditions were offered to you that made you willing to discard that crimson robe and appear as a sunny young lad in Konoha? There were too many points of contention, but Aluo had to continue performing. Since Sasuke had not arrived to see him, he merely cast a pitiful glance around before bowing his head in silence. Sasuke, you've come. You foolish Sasuke, come here. Naruto's gaze scanned around. Aside from Yahiko and Conan, he did not recognize the other special participants. Upon noticing Aluo's dejected demeanor, Naruto stormed into the shop and, on the second-floor balcony, caught sight of Sasuke, who had been watching Aluo intently. These two brothers were quite the performers. However, Naruto believed he was not outdone by Sasuke, especially since he could transform into a girl, making it impossible for Aluo to resist his embrace. Aluo. Sasuke's eyes were solely for Aluo. As Naruto prepared to grab him by the collar, Sasuke leaped down even quicker. He reached out and shoved Karen aside, who had just returned to Aluo's side. That violent girl had failed to stop Naruto just now. How foolish. Brother, it has been so long. Aluo lifted his head, but before he could finish his words, Sasuke fiercely embraced him. After several missed encounters, the brothers finally recognized each other, a moment that brought tears to many eyes and left others pounding their fists in frustration. Aluo, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Sasuke said, embracing Aluo and crying an apology. It was his failure to protect Aluo that allowed Orochimaru to take him away at that crucial moment. No matter what transpired afterward, the sorrow of that incident, when Aluo was taken away to be given to someone else, would forever haunt him. It's not your fault, brother. Aluo attempted to console him, but his words abruptly ceased. Before his eyes, Hong Lien nervously shook her head. Some things simply cannot be spoken aloud. Brother will never allow Aluo to be taken away again, no matter who it is, Sasuke declared, his hands trembling. He turned and, just like in their childhood, carried Aluo on his back, disregarding the crowd's gazes as he made his way home. Sasuke, where are you going? Wait for me, Naruto exclaimed, momentarily stunned before jumping to the road to chase after them. Kakashi-sensei, is it really okay like this? Sasuke's brother, Haruno Sakura, glanced at Kakashi with concern, trying to maintain her composure. Let us go see. Yamato, you report to Hokage-sama about Sasuke's situation. The Chunin exam arrangements need to be adjusted. Kakashi swiftly turned, exchanging a nod with Yamato before dashing off, leaving Sakura at a loss, watching her temporary teammate with uncertainty. You should head home first. I'll go report to Hokage-sama. Yamato sighed, feeling exasperated by the theatrics unfolding around him. Really, they're all acting as if it's genuine. It was quite a dilemma. He would also need to act convincingly, given the high probability that he would be involved in the mission observing the Uchiha brothers. He wondered if he might have a chance to enjoy a meal with Aluo. After all, Aluo was quite the actor, but his cooking skills were equally impressive. Perhaps it was due to the culinary prowess of the Sound Village's chefs that Aluo had learned so much when he eventually visited the Sound Village. He would find a way to secure Aluo a job that involved cooking, considering how diligently he cooperated with the act. Chapter 222. The Grand Chunin exam finally commences. Aluo, you really tricked us badly before. I genuinely thought you were a girl. Naruto exclaimed, reclining in his chair, tilting his head to observe Aluo and Sasuke, laughing heartily as he did so. Although their features were strikingly similar, Aluo and Sasuke exuded completely different vibes. One was a fiery, proud little rascal, while the other was a gentle, quiet, well-behaved child. Even though they were merely acting, the sight of them sitting side by side was enough to bring a smile to anyone's face. Because Orochimaru-sensei said I couldn't appear like this in Konoha. I used a transformation jutsu to become a girl, and then he didn't say anything further, Aluo explained, cradling a black cat while sitting on the sofa, glancing at the grinning Naruto, and then at Sasuke, who was gazing at him with a mix of admiration and annoyance. attributing the reason for his earlier female disguise to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei? Naruto blinked innocently, surprised and curious about this teacher's identity. That Orochimaru? Sasuke huffed, expressing his deep dissatisfaction regarding Orochimaru's decision to have a Luo dress as a girl. However, at that moment, he was primarily angry about a Luo being taken away by Orochimaru in the first place. Each person had their own thoughts, as the observing ninjas held varying interpretations of the unfolding events. Since their reunion, Sasuke had indeed taken on the responsibility of watching over his brother during meals and sleep. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, reluctantly acknowledged the existence of Uchiha a Luo after confirming the stances of Iwagakure and Kirigakure. Although this acknowledgement held little significance for a Luo and Sasuke, it was amusing to see the higher-ups of Konoha squirm uncomfortably. On the second day of a Luo's arrival in Konoha, Kakashi brought the Chunin exam approval letter from the Hokage, prompting Sasuke and, incidentally, Naruto to sign. They were about to take the exam, and a Luo resumed his work, even starting a few betting pools to engage the entire village in the upcoming Chunin exam. Young Master A. Luo, here are today's betting records. Although Hong Lian was a team leader from the Sound Village, they did not conceal their activities at all. Anyone with time would come to a Luo for protection, and in turn, assist with some of the shop's operations. While the numbers were not vast, it was a decent start. He planned to set things up properly for the first round, aiming to encourage greater investments before the second round of the Chunin exam began. A Luo glanced at the total, which amounted to just over 10 million Ryo, with 99% coming from various clans and noble families across the nations. It was a promising beginning. He anticipated that the villagers of Konoha would soon immerse themselves in this atmosphere. The Inuzuka, Aburame, and Kurama clans had already decided to accompany him to the Sound Village, and they would need to exchange significant amounts of their assets. The current betting scenario was the best way to entice them to part with their money. As long as they witness others profiting, they will be eager to invest further. Hong Lian said, embracing the thick record book with a gentle smile. In business, a gentle demeanor and amiable relations are essential for prosperity. Following the first round of the exam, she would vividly demonstrate to Konoha what the allure of overnight wealth truly entailed. Luo still had a fondness for money. Naruto lay sprawled on the sofa, sneakily scratching the paw of the little black cat beside him, laughing uncontrollably as Sasuke shot him a glare. They had long been aware that Luo, since his arrival in the Sound Village, had become obsessed with making money. Now, even in these circumstances, Luo would seize any opportunity to extract value from Konoha. Is Orochimaru short on funds again? Sasuke mused, bringing back Luo while observing his brother's avaricious tendencies, feeling somewhat helpless as he continued to lament Orochimaru. It's all that guy's fault. Luo has been preoccupied with earning money daily since a few years ago. How can one conduct research without spending? Although he has made quite a bit recently, the next steps in the plan require more funds. So he must work even harder to earn. Luo made no secret of his intent to profit from the betting pools, as he was, after all, a businessman. Furthermore, as long as he remained focused on making money, the higher-ups in Konoha would temporarily divert their attention elsewhere, amidst their respective busyness. The Grand Chunin exam of unprecedented scale finally commenced. The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages gathered, an unusual sight, to witness the opening of this exam. Alongside the 5 great villages, at least 5 teams of genin were dispatched from smaller villages, each sending 13 teams to participate. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, Konoha had cleared several training grounds in advance, with Yamato making the necessary preparations. Before the examination began, a large-scale demonstration of wood-style ninjutsu was conducted to showcase the construction of an exam venue. What is there to show off? Our Sound Village has that too. Guei Tongwan grumbled as he observed the rapidly erected grand examination hall. Hey, what are you talking about? Does your Sound Village have wood-style ninjas? Deidara flicked his golden ponytail, pointing at Guei Tongwan, urging him to clarify his statement. As 2 rebellious youths from unique ninja villages, their commotion quickly attracted the attention of certain observers. Is there a problem? Our sound village indeed has wood-style ninjas. We have many more than you think. What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a thing? Gue Tong, Wan turned his head, glaring at the provocateurs, and in a fit of anger, they began to quarrel. Their bickering left Suratobi Hizashi, who was presiding over the opening of the examination, feeling quite displeased, yet unable to voice his frustrations directly. Who would believe such words? The unique ninjas from Konoha were created through experiments using the remains of their first Hokage. Where would your ninja village obtain a wood-release ninja? Be mindful of your words, or you may find yourself summoned for interrogation by Konoha. Dida snorted twice and continued to share what he knew. However, their argument embarrassed the Konoha ninjas, as the notion that the revered first Hokage's corpse was used for experimentation was hard to digest, even for those indoctrinated by the will of fire. Yet, even more shocking revelations followed. Chapter 223, Meeting at Midnight. Shikamaru, prepare yourself. Since you are aware that the foundation was the remains of the first Hokage, you should also know that his body was divided into many parts, with all 5 great ninja villages possessing a portion, though Konoha retains the most. Our esteemed first Tsuchikage Orochimaru left Konoha after being ostracized for his research that yielded results during his time there. That research led to the development of construction techniques. And now our ninja village has further expanded upon it. What is there to make such a fuss about? This time, it was Duo who pulled Gue Tong one aside and boldly proclaimed a truth that no ninja from the 5 great villages could evade. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi, was indeed dismembered after death and shared among the 5 great ninja villages. This was no mere quarrel among candidates. Silence. As the examiner for the first exam, Mori no Ibiki shouted, effectively halting the murmurs that had arisen. This also successfully quieted the 2 bickering individuals, who complied under the comfort of their teammates. The first exam is now commencing. All candidates should collect their identification badges and find their seats according to their numbers. Seizing the moment while they were still somewhat obedient, Mori no Ibiki swiftly outlined the steps and key points of the examination. As the candidates gradually collected their badges and entered the exam hall, Alo, who had to part ways with Sasuke, sat in the VIP section, sipping juice and snacking while awaiting the conclusion of the first round of the Chunin exam. Master Alo, should we intervene? If too many candidates remain, we might incur a significant loss this time, Juma Lu, dutifully playing the role of his steward, suggested. Upon witnessing that Konoha's first exam involved testing candidates' cheating methods, he promptly expressed his discontent. No need. The number of candidates in this round is inconsequential. Our focus should be on the subsequent rounds. A minor financial loss in the first round could yield better outcomes later. If most candidates suffer losses in the first round, it would dampen their enthusiasm. Alo leaned back in his chair, accepting a treat from Xiang Lin, but shaking his head in disinterest, observing his discussions about financial gains. The Konoha ninjas in his vicinity were likely shaking their heads, perhaps cursing him as a merchant of ill repute. Meanwhile, within the examination hall, Team 7 remained composed, silent, and untroubled, merely awaiting the exam's conclusion. As for the exam questions, they were of little importance. Understanding the essence sufficed. After showcasing their abilities and successfully eliminating a portion of the candidates, the first round of the Chunin exam concluded. Nearly 200 individuals advanced to the next round. The examiner for the second round, Utachi Kawa, expressed her dissatisfaction with this outcome, indicating that for the next round, they would be heading to the Forest of Death for a competition among candidates. Red Bean's temper is getting worse. Could it be because her teacher hasn't visited her in some time? After the first exam concluded, Alo sat in a shop reviewing the accounts when he suddenly tilted his head toward the window, smiling at the female ninja who leaped inside. His smile tinged with an odd sense of pride. Hey, what's up with the teacher? Wasn't he supposed to attend the Chunin exam? Utachi Kawa jumped through the window and seated herself on the nearby sofa, unceremoniously snatching some snacks. 2 years prior, she had unexpectedly met Orochimaru, who had come specifically to find her. She was then discreetly taken away, receiving a more potent curse seal and undergoing a thorough examination, along with a restructured chakra training regimen and methods to reduce the number of hand seals required. After a brief conversation, Utachikawa learned of her teacher's grievances and struggles. If she hadn't been required to stay in Konoha, she would have preferred to be by Orochimaru's side in the Ine Ninja Village. He's here, but can you guess what identity he currently holds? Alo handed the reviewed accounts to Junma Liu, slowly sipping his juice while observing the glaring red bean, deliberately withholding Orochimaru's temporary identity from her. Hey, think about how to deal with this mess yourself. They probably already know I came to see you alone. Utachikawa shot him an annoyed look, but she understood the implications of this news. Regardless of his current identity, as long as he came and could see her, that was enough. Red Bean, you truly are heartless. Just because I am a student of Orochimaru, you a former disciple, come to inquire about him. And when you leave empty-handed, you shatter my coffee table. I wonder if Konoha will compensate for that. As Alo spoke, he glanced at Junma Liu, then pointed toward the window. Little rascal. Resigned, Utachikawa raised her hand and smashed the coffee table in front of her. Just as Junma Liu was about to intervene, she had already leaped out the window. Such incidents were not particularly unusual, even if Junma Liu arranged for someone to report it. The Hokage would likely only summon Utachikawa to advise her not to be overly aggressive during the exam period. After the location for the next day's exam had been announced, Sasuke, upon completing his exam, was intercepted by Kakashi for a brief discussion on survival knowledge before finally returning to Alo's side. Dinner consisted of Ichiraku ramen, which they opted to have Naruto bring back rather than joining the bustling atmosphere at the shop. That night was relatively tranquil, save for the Konoha villagers who either profited or lost money. After midnight, within the Nara household, Nara Shikamaru, who had just fallen asleep, was abruptly jolted awake from his dreams. Opening his eyes, he found Alo floating before him, and he felt that if this continued, he might truly develop a heart condition. Fear not, I merely came to check on the health of the Nara family's heir, Alo said with a smile, sitting beside Nara Shikamaru. This time, he would have to put Nara Shikamaru through a bit of hardship. So, I am about to become unhealthy? Am I poisoned, or am I under a ninjutsu attack? Or perhaps about to be beaten senseless by taijutsu? Nara Shikamaru felt a deep sense of unease. However, he also recognized that, as they prepared to leave Konoha, certain chaos was inevitable. As the heir, it indicated that his parents should be able to safely navigate this phase. There will be a mishap. The Sand Village and the E-Ninja Village will clash, and your team will conveniently encounter them. Due to the extensive range of their battle, you may get caught in the crossfire. That's the situation, though I am uncertain if Ino and Choji can effectively perform their roles. I only came to inform you. Alo pondered the layout for tomorrow, intending to have the heirs of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans withdraw. However, after some thought, he decided to leave Nara Shikamaru and Temari with a bit of an opportunity. This pair should work well together, given their shared acuity. Yet before the commencement, he hoped Shikamaru could withstand being beaten by his future in-laws. Chapter 224, The Innocence of Children. They will grow up, eventually in the second stage of the Chunin exam. The examiner, Yutaka Mizukashi, accompanied by hundreds of assistant examiners, elucidated the rules to the candidates before distributing the examination scrolls. The scrolls of heaven and earth must be united, and all team members must reach the central tower together to complete this segment of the exam. Each lower ninja team is permitted to acquire only one of the scrolls, thus guaranteeing that fewer than half will emerge victorious. The Kazekage is indeed quite audacious. Do you not fear losing the tailed beast due to unforeseen circumstances? Given that your Jinchuriki has been sent into the fray, the Tsuchikage, seated at a grand round table, expressed dissatisfaction as he observed the display in the center. Although he could not ascertain whether the Kazekage had been replaced, it did not hinder his criticism. Rumor has it that after that boy, Ero, visited Sunagakure, he killed Chiyo, injured the Kazekage, and even bested the one-tail Jinchuriki. As for the tale of the young master from Odogakure being injured and fleeing in haste, he dismissed it outright. If that boy truly fought with all his might, the land of wind would be left in ruins. The Tsuchikage, having aged, may have forgotten that young people require challenges. Only through weathering storms can they become exceptional ninjas. The Orochimaru version of Raza glanced at the Tsuchikage and uttered a light remark that left the elder speechless. Each of the leaders present had dispatched several capable young lower ninjas. Yet a Mangekyo had sent 5 adult lower ninjas, 4 of whom had already withdrawn from the first exam. Even if unwilling to participate, this arrangement was indeed humiliating for the TheUchiha, who had enraged the daimyo of the land of Earth the previous day, leading to the destruction of several tables upon returning home. The Kazekage's words might mislead outsiders into believing he truly cares for the youth. It is known that your Jinchuriki has faced relentless pursuit from you since childhood. Is that not your son? What deep-seated grievances must exist? The Mangekyo, flicking her hair, cast a glance at the TheUchiha, who was reluctant to speak. Although she found the elder cowardly, she still stood in solidarity, willing to lend a hand. The pursuit of the Jinchuriki within the village is indeed excessive. Moreover, it is not solely Mangekyo that has turned the Sons of the Shadows into Jinchuriki. Look at Konohagakure, where the 4th Hokage sealed the 9 tails within his own son, leading to the tragic demise of both parents, leaving the child to suffer under the 3rd Hokage's harsh treatment. The TheUchiha fell silent, but his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, seized the moment to deliver a few sharp words aimed at Konohagakure. Kuratsuchi, some things are best left unsaid, the TheUchiha admonished, casting a glare at her to signal her to cease. Yesterday, Deidara had exposed Konohagakure's secrets, and now she was following suit, learning from that arrogant boy. While it was somewhat satisfying to see the 3rd Hokage's grim demeanor without an outlet for his anger, one must proceed with caution. One cannot place oneself at the forefront as a target right from the start. Grandfather, if they dare to do this, why should we hold back? Arrow even told me, if you let me out, I will go find Arrow, brother. Kuratsuchi's words were cut short as the TheUchiha, with a dark expression, lifted her by the shoulder and tossed her out the door. As the door closed, Kuratsuchi's voice echoed outside, prompting Oyamato to furrow his brows in frustration, sighing helplessly as he felt powerless to control his granddaughter. The TheUchiha's granddaughter is indeed an adorable girl. The Mangekyo chuckled, harboring a deep admiration for Kuratsuchi's candid nature. It is indeed fortuitous that all 5 Kaguya have gathered. Such excitement is a rarity that may not occur again in the future. Children speak without restraint. The Hokage, seated in his chair, felt a surge of anger. Though he pinched his pipe several times, he ultimately chose to endure. While they could quarrel amongst themselves, any discontent voiced towards the TheUchiha's granddaughter might provoke a reaction against his own grandson. He had but one grandson, and realizing that the TheUchiha had but one granddaughter, he suddenly understood. The younger generation, having noble status, is naturally spoiled. In a few years, they will surely come to their senses. As for the earlier mention of the 9 tails Jinchuriki, no one dared to broach the subject again, and he pretended it had never been mentioned. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konohagakure, the Hokage's cherished grandson was frolicking with a few companions when he inadvertently collided with a shadow. After the collision, Konohamaru stepped back and pointed at the stranger, demanding to know if they were aware of who he was to dare block his path in Konohagakure. However, the shadow remained unresponsive, drawing closer until its black form melted away, engulfing Konohamaru and swiftly dragging him underground. Konohamaru! 2 shrill screams erupted from his companions, capturing the attention of nearby passers-by and startling the recently dazed Ebisu. Young Lord Konohamaru, Ebisu exclaimed, staring ahead at the now empty space where the children had been, his mind racing with dread. If he could not locate Konohamaru, he would suffer unspeakable consequences at the hands of the Umbu. In the Uchiha clan district, a black-eyed crow descended, transforming into Uchiha Itachi, garbed in a cloak adorned with red clouds. Upon his arrival, a shadow emerged from the ground beside a tree, holding the unconscious Konohamaru in its grasp. Itachi, will you kill him now? Kuratsuchi asked, casting Konohamaru at Itachi's feet, eager to see his response. This abduction of Konohamaru was orchestrated at Arrow's behest, and since Itachi insisted on participating, cooperation was necessary. It was too soon to eliminate him. Doing so would provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen into desperate measures. It would be wiser to leave him for Arrow, who would surely ensure that the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen meets a more valuable end. Itachi shook his head. He had merely granted the lad a month's worth of reading and would not interfere further. Ero sought vengeance, and Sasuke would accompany him. Thus, he would remain in the shadows to support his two younger brothers. Konohagakure, the Uchiha clan district, held countless memories and unshakable sorrow. He understood that his brothers did not wish to see him, at least not until after their revenge had been fulfilled, and thus he refrained from intruding upon their sentiments. Chapter 225, The Tragedy of Inoshikacho. We are merely passing through within the Chunin exam's forest of death. A fierce confrontation unfolded between the whirling sands and the colossal ice dragon, prompting all nearby ninjas to flee in haste. Do not head that way. Change direction, Shikamaru urged as he beheld the battle ahead, imploring Ino to halt. Such combat was beyond their capacity to engage. However, at this moment, their desires were immaterial. For two teams from Kirigakure and Kumogakure pursued them from behind. If there were any alternative routes, they would not continue forward. Shikamaru, what do we do now? We are beset by these two terrifying forces in front, and behind us are the teams from Kirigakure and Kumogakure. You previously instigated them to fight. So why have they ceased and turned to pursue us instead? Ino was oblivious to the unspeakable secrets of the day, her only awareness being the dire situation. They were trapped between an impassable barrier ahead and relentless pursuers behind. Even if they surrendered their scroll, they might still bear the brunt of blame. Due to the singularity of their scrolls, both the teams from Wuin Village and Yunin Village find themselves lacking their respective scrolls. The dilemma of whether to give or withhold the scroll hangs heavily in the air. Shikamaru, acknowledging the futility of retreat, suggests a daring venture instead. They momentarily pause, contemplating the situation. Dingji spots the two teams ahead, recognizing the Sand Village's Chunin, recalling they once shared a meal together. A casual greeting might allow them to borrow the scroll, or perhaps even escape unscathed. Though the notion of retreat is somewhat disgraceful, the reality is that any one of these factions could easily overpower them. Let us go. Shikamaru, burdened by the sounds of pursuit behind him, reluctantly leads his comrades forward. Apologies, excuse us, we mean no harm, he declares as he approaches the teams from Sand and Sound, arms raised in a gesture of peace. He holds the scroll prominently, allowing both sides to scrutinize its contents, signaling that it is open for taking. The heirs of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans stand together. Doyu leans against a nearby tree, observing the trio's arrival before leaping down to stand beside Haku. These three. Yes, it's you. Shikamaru recognizes her as one of Ero's former attendants. The women of Yunin Village certainly possess a fierce demeanor. It is confirmed that this is indeed the group that previously attempted to ambush their village. Haku, eliminate them, Doyu commands, her crimson hair billowing as she twirls her flute and leaps to a branch, playing a haunting melody. I can't let them perish. Temari interjects, waving her fan to create a gust of wind that temporarily separates the controlled trio. However, she knows she cannot halt Haku's ice dragon. At this moment, only Gaara can provide the necessary assistance. Yet, once Gaara engages, he proves difficult to manage, leaving the trio caught in the crossfire between the ice dragon and the raging sandstorm. Nara Shikamaru acutely feels the chilling grip of ice constricting his arm. While his legs are mercilessly battered by the shifting sands, bones snapping under their weight. Though he struggles desperately to shield Ino and Dingji, the disparity in strength is insurmountable. By the time the teams from Wuin and Yunin arrive, the trio lies in a state of severe unconsciousness, their fates hanging in the balance. This shouldn't concern us, right? Obito, mingling among the Yunin ranks, taps his mask, uncertain of the repercussions he may face in the future. Such a tragic sight, he muses, recalling how he once managed to escape with his life intact. I believe this truly does not pertain to us. Let us move on and seek the next group. Kisame remarks, shouldering his sword and turning away. They merely sought to stir the pot, chasing after someone without engaging in conflict. This cannot be laid at their feet. Yet, the young Nara should be salvageable, or perhaps what they witnessed was merely an illusion. After years of partnering with Itachi, he has encountered Uchiha loath many times. That child has always exhibited exceptional prowess in Genjutsu. Those who dare challenge the Sound Village shall meet such a fate. Haku, Suigetsu, let us depart, Doyu calls. leaping down from the branch and casting a final glance at the incapacitated trio before cheerfully beckoning her companions to continue onward. As for Gaara and his comrades, their encounter is merely a matter of questioning one another regarding their failure to protect Ero, leading to a quarrel. Temari, intent on leaving, is instead drawn to the fallen trio, administering urgent medical aid. While attending to Nara Shikamaru, the heavily unconscious boy fortuitously awakens. Do not perish. The examiner should arrive shortly to escort you away. This medicine is quite costly. Now open your mouth and drink. Temari initially adopts a gentle tone. However, upon realizing Shikamaru refuses to comply despite his grievous injuries, her frustration mounts as she forcefully pries his mouth open, administering 2 vials of the potion. Cough, cough. Shikamaru attempts to voice his discontent, but instead chokes. The medication, still unconsumed, threatens to spill out, only to be stifled by Temari's hand, compelling him to swallow it down. In agony, Shikamaru glares at the girl, determined to remember this violent individual. What a waste of effort. Even if he were slain, would Konoha dare voice their grievances? Kankuro approaches, observing Temari's struggle to save Shikamaru with a scowl. What do you know? Ero mentioned him. He is one of the few who can converse with Sasuke. If he can be saved, we should do so. What if Ero wishes for him to survive? Temari glances at Shikamaru, sighs, and relinquishes him before rising to depart with Kankuro. As for Gaara, he does not wait for the duo. For even though their rapport is amicable, he recognizes there exists no familial warmth between them. Hinata, take your team and retrieve them. In the Hokage conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing the incapacitated Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi teams, instructs his subordinates to fetch their sensei for immediate medical assistance. As for the examination, they will undoubtedly fail and be disqualified. Just as Hiruzen dispatches aides to rescue the trio, an Umbu ninja swiftly enters, approaching him with urgent news. His only cherished grandson, Sarutobi Konohamaru, has been abducted in broad daylight by a shadowy figure. Chapter 226, Deidara and Naruto. The golden hair is the most handsome. The wrath of the third Hokage is indeed a fearsome sight. Ero reclines on the sofa, casting a smug glance towards the direction of the Hokage conference room. At such a pivotal moment, the grandson has been kidnapped, making it challenging for Sarutobi Hiruzen to ascertain the identity of the assailant immediately. Yet, he cannot question the gathered Kage, struggling to suppress his fury. After briefly stating he must attend to family matters, Hiruzen departs the conference room. Once he exits, the 4 Kage exchange peculiar glances, each harboring a modicum of suspicion towards one another. Regardless of the clan, it is unlikely that Konoha would secretly hide the Hokage's grandson, plotting to frame another. They have all heard the tales that Sarutobi Hiruzen's son has perished, leaving him with only this one grandson, while chaos unfolds outside the exam venue. Sasuke and his team remain remarkably composed. Sasuke, with a stoic expression, continues forward, while Naruto converses animatedly beside him, and Sakura, casting occasional glances around, occasionally shoots daggers at Naruto. Everything appears normal and tranquil, yet it is precisely this excessive calm that becomes conspicuous, drawing attention from other examinees. Hey, golden-haired brat, are you planning to grow your hair long? Just as several teams fixate on Team 7, a golden-haired figure leaps down from a tree, shaking his mane before focusing on Uzumaki Naruto. The reason is none other than his hair. He recalls how a certain child once expressed a desire for Naruto to grow his hair long upon seeing it. Now, this child's hair has grown to shoulder length. Big brother, your hair looks fantastic. Of course, I'm going to grow mine long. Ero exclaims, believing long hair to be exceptionally stylish. Naruto nods, recognizing the figure before him. Although he yearns to confront him, the multitude of onlookers necessitates a few exchanges first. If the other party is aware of him as well, they could coordinate for a match. What insight! I had a feeling it was true. Did he ever mention that golden long hair is the most handsome? Dita La raised his hand to tousle his golden high ponytail, admiring his striking golden locks with a grin of utmost pride. He was fully aware that Aluo thought his appearance was quite dashing, which is why he encouraged that boy named Xian Waming Run to emulate him. However, It was just the long hair that made him handsome. The emphasis was undoubtedly on the golden hue. What a foolish notion. Upon hearing golden, long hair, and a Luo proclaiming it the most handsome, Sasuke's gaze turned icy. Those two rascals were insufferable. That arrogant little brat. TheUchiha turned around to face Sasuke, who bore a striking resemblance to a Luo, but made him itch to throw a punch. With a cold snort, he lifted his foot to kick. This little brat was the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi. He couldn't lay a heavy hand on a Luo, but this kid was a different story altogether. Hey, why are you suddenly fighting? Don't bully Sasuke, you scoundrel. Upon witnessing Sasuke evade, but still get kicked by TheUchiha, Mingren rushed in, joining Sasuke in confronting TheUchiha. Meanwhile, Mien, who had been observing from a tree, leapt down to join the fray, transforming it into a 2v2. Are you going to join? The young version of Twin'sFake perched on a branch, glancing at the trembling pink-haired girl leaning against the tree, before jumping down to stand beside her. The chaotic brawl among the four had escalated, with the combat zone expanding, nearly engulfing the onlookers nearby. It appeared he need not intervene. I lack strength, I cannot hinder them. Haruno Sakura leaned against the tree trunk, helplessly watching the battle, tears welling in her eyes. Initially worried, she truly understood upon seeing Mian's appearance. Let them act. Let them all act. As a weak civilian genin, she felt fear, terror, grievance, and sadness. Although she despised expressing such emotions, she felt that it was the most fitting reaction for her current state. Moreover, not participating was already the greatest assistance she could provide her teammates at this moment. You're truly weak. TheUchiha pondered whether to administer some poison to make the little girl sleep, so her teammates could carry her to the central tower. Yet upon closer inspection, he scoffed. Another one who knows everything but lacks reliable acting skills. On par with that fool TheUchiha. You bastard, let go of Sasuke. Engrossed in his performance, Mingren suddenly realized that TheUchiha had genuinely injured Sasuke. Even though TheUchiha's attack was prompted by Sasuke attempting to cut that annoying golden hair with a kunai as a teammate, how could he allow Sasuke to be harmed? A flicker of orange chakra emerged, blocking Mingren, who was kicked aside by Mien. While he lunged at TheUchiha, the once stable battle erupted into chaos, intensifying exponentially with a nine-tails chakra explosion. Explosions, flames, and erratic wind techniques filled the air. Prior to the eruption, TheUchiha had unleashed a puppet to bind Sakura, ensuring her safety amidst the turmoil, preventing her from being mistakenly harmed. Once the chaotic aftermath settled, several fallen genin lay around, while the four combatants stood on either side, disheveled yet remarkably unscathed. So you're Xianwen Mingren? Huh? Just wait. I'll blow you up in the next exam. TheUchiha spat a harsh remark before me. Yin retrieved a scroll from the ground and hoisted it away. That rascal, that annoying guy. I'll make sure to take him down next time. Ouch, my leg hurts. Sasuke, don't go too far. Mingren, enraged, pointed at the already departing TheUchiha, ready to hurl threats. However, Sasuke, picking up the scroll beside him, kicked Mingren's calf lightly before striding toward Sakura. The kicked Mingren fell silent, instead weakly clinging to Sasuke's arm, lamenting his leg pain. We gathered the scrolls. Let us go. Mian, carrying the still writhing TheUchiha, called for TheUchiha to join them under the tree. All right, let us go. TheUchiha glanced at the scrolls, accepting them, and placing them with his own before releasing Sakura and following along. Sakura, are you all right? Did that guy bully you? Mingren, half-dragged by Sasuke, rushed over to check on Sakura, disregarding Sasuke's presence. We got the scroll. If you're fine, let us leave. We didn't win this time, but we'll triumph in the next. Sasuke displayed the two scrolls to his teammates before stowing them in his ninja tool pouch. They hadn't taken each other as scrolls, but had collected them from the corpses on the ground. Thus, having secured the scrolls and fought a battle, there was no need to waste further time here. As for Sakura, the only one who hadn't participated, she expressed her helplessness when Mingren inquired, explaining that she had been captured by a much stronger opponent who left her no time to react. Chapter 227. The System's Dilemma. Desiring to bring more joy to a Luo master, a Luo. As of now, 71 individuals have successfully passed the second exam, with 11 more teams of genin still participating. Should 3 more teams show up, we would face financial loss. Hong Lian reported the current examination progress to Aluo. The bait had captivated them, and now it was time for one-on-one matches. We should begin to collect our earnings, starting with a small sum. Aluo stood by the window, observing the throngs of villagers from Mu Yi eagerly awaiting results. Such a dense crowd. In the first examination, he had indeed experienced a minor loss. The second round was neither profitable nor detrimental. Yet most villagers who placed bets had gained, as several clans had suffered significant losses, balancing out their accounts. The earlier rounds determined how many teams would advance, while what followed would involve individual ninja wagers. The total number of candidates who completed the second exam amounted to 77, comprising 29 genin teams. This scale had caused not only Hong Lian to feel somewhat displeased, but also the higher-ups of Mu Yi to deem it excessive. They had initially intended for most candidates to exhaust themselves within the forest of death, engaging in 2 or 3 rounds of combat trials. Now, with so many participants, how could they compete? Conducting matches one after another might take an entire day to complete. The prolonged time consumption would lead to a loss of interest. I propose we adopt a different approach, showcasing multiple arenas simultaneously for various matches, thus conserving time and enhancing spectator engagement. The Orochimaru version of the Wind Shadow tapped his fingers on the table, offering this suggestion to the others. Naturally, some stood to oppose this notion, but ultimately, no alternative was available. After all, these shadows needed to consider the perspectives of other shadows and the nobility. One could observe the previous state of Suna village. When the Land of Wind ceased to issue missions or provide resources, they languished in poverty for quite some time before recovering. 3 days later, the first practical assessment will commence. Sarutobi Hizen ultimately decided to grant the candidates a 3-day rest before proceeding with the next examination. The candidates in the central tower dispersed, and Aluo subsequently instructed Hong Lian to distribute the previously wagered prize money. In an instant, the villagers of Mu Yi and some traveling participants wore cheerful expressions. Occasionally, a small fraction remained discontented. Yet under the guidance of some shrewd individuals, they had redirected their focus towards the next round with even greater stakes. Those who lost in the next round, and those who won began to ponder how to secure greater profits in the upcoming match. As the lively crowd gradually dispersed after the prize-giving ceremony, Aluo stood by the window on the second floor, observing a girl across the street with flowing, light golden hair, her smile deepening. This girl had lost both of her matches. Truly, she was a prime target. However, her quiet return to my must signify more than just a mere gamble. Who had found her? A slug? A frog? Otsutsuki Yui? Or perhaps Jiraiya? The system chimed in, revealing that Otsutsuki Yui had brought back Kato Dan's soul, instructing him to seek Tsunade's return to Mai. If Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were released by the host, she could potentially bring about some different outcomes here. The system, recently quite leisurely, took it upon itself to check in and relay the findings to Aluo. Had I created too many illusions for them to discern how I would bring about my ruin? Aluo's fingers rested on the window frame as he gazed at the departing crowd, then turned back to resume his position on the sofa, perusing the account statements. To annihilate would it require Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama? Perhaps I might indeed let them take a glance, but I certainly would not engage directly, nor would I allow them to become puppeteers in any unfolding events. The family's venerable ancestor had recently become quite engrossed in the game. Having significantly fleshed out his persona and connections, it was time to ensure he enjoyed himself even more. The system suddenly flooded the screen with a message, causing Aluo, who was pondering how Azuna might play, to freeze in disbelief. System, dear system, have you recently ventured somewhere and learned some peculiar things? Aluo suspected that his system had gone awry, as if a programmer had introduced chaos. But dear host, you are quite impoverished, the system displayed in bold letters, instantly dampening Aluo's spirits. Fine, he conceded. He had been a bit lazy lately, not actively striving for achievements. Yet, he was concocting a grand scheme. Besides system, you are a mere slacker. Why the urgency? Yet, he truly was destitute, possessing only over 50,000 points, while a sole contract required 150,000. However, it seemed there was no need for haste. The other party's self-assessment of his importance was paramount for binding to commence. At this moment, Sasuke was preoccupied with his younger brother, while Izuna remained entangled in doubts over whether his brother truly cared for him. Almost fell into the system's pitfall. "Host, why do you remain unperturbed?" The system, following Aluo's disdainful remark, once again popped up with a message. It had surmised that the host's concern for Sasuke was profound. Izuna was a soul that could elicit a smile from Aluo upon meeting, and the emotional fluctuations were intense. Yet, the host's intent remained composed. "Why should I be angry? Emotions can bring joy, concern, and a desire for closeness. Yet that does not mean I must grasp everything tightly. System, do not delve into the intricacies of human hearts. There are countless individuals with myriad emotions." Aluo was certain his system had become rather whimsical after lounging for too long. "It is not the human heart. I merely hope the host can find more joy," the system conveyed after a brief pause. It simply wished for Aluo to experience greater happiness in this world. Yet, it seemed that its efforts were in vain, for Aluo did not appreciate its attempts. "I am quite happy as it is, with familial affection, friendship, an inescapable, boisterous teacher. And you?" Aluo felt certain that his system lacked emotions. Nonetheless, he continued to shower it with sweet words. Chapter 228. The Sadness of Nara Shikaku. Aluo only wants money. Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, unexpectedly sought Aluo's counsel. Aluo reclined on the sofa. Beside him sat the silent Sasuke, peeling fruit, while Junmaru and Karui stood in the background, accompanied by Honglien and Bai. Just earlier that day, they had concluded the second round of the Chunin exams. And as evening approached, Nara Shikaku arrived. "Young Master Aluo, I have come to inquire about a matter. Can Shikamaru be saved?" Nara Shikaku's current mood was far beyond mere pretense. His son, the heir to their clan, was in a state that rendered him not dead, but not truly alive either. Shikamaru's condition was such that he could no longer be a ninja, and the prospect of leading a normal life was nearly impossible. Upon witnessing Shikamaru's state, he had sought out the third Hokage to inquire about Tsunade's whereabouts. However, the third Hokage was preoccupied with searching for his grandson and had completely disregarded him. It was only Danzo who met him, suggesting that he should just have another one. This was no mere act. It was genuine anguish. Even if sacrifices were to be made, as parents, they would endure. Why must it be Shikamaru? Nara clan leader, you must understand, I am a businessman. A businessman seeks profit. As long as the payment is adequate, I can assure you that not only can Nara Shikamaru, in his current half-alive state, be restored, but even if he were truly dead, with sufficient funds, he could be brought back. Aluo reached for the fruit that Sasuke had peeled, reclining on the sofa with a smirk directed at Nara Shikaku. Shikamaru's injuries were indeed dire, but is that truly Shikamaru? Regardless, everyone believes it to be so. So let it be. What he needed now was the funds from the Nara, Inuzuka, and Akimichi clans. How much does young master Aluo require? Upon hearing the mention of money, Nara Shikaku understood that Shikamaru could still recover. However, it might require him to endure a period of resentment. Junmaru, calculate the damages incurred when the Inuzuka clan, Akimichi clan, and Nara clan invaded our Sound Village. In addition to the chakra expenditure and the toll of using jutsu, consider the time and nutrients required for the growth of those flowers and trees. Ensure that every detail is accounted for. After you have calculated these, add the cost of medicines, and remember, it is the attackers from the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans that we are considering. Aluo watched as Nara Shikaku's face darkened with each passing moment, laughing as he fell against Sasuke's shoulder. Oh dear, how frightening. I am truly wicked. The combined forces of the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans now leave Shikamaru alone to bear the brunt of the injuries. If the compensation is insufficient, the heirs of the other two clans, he was issuing a threat, compelling the three clans to settle the incident from their attack on the Sound Village with money. Nara Shikamaru should not perish. After the calculations are completed by morning, I intend to visit the Nara clan. I believe it is prudent for Nara Shikaku to rest well tonight in order to contemplate how to gather the necessary funds. Junmaru diligently calculated for a while, realizing that there were too many variables to resolve quickly. Observing the time, he hastily prepared to send the guests away, ensuring Aluo and Sasuke were escorted back to the Uchiha clan grounds safely before resuming his calculations. Junmaru was genuinely focused on the numbers. Izuna floated outside to take a look, then returned, helplessly asking Aluo how he had trained Junmaru to be like this. He was earnestly dedicated to his work, yet this task seemed utterly unnecessary. How did you manage to record the value of each and every tree and plant? Presenting such things to others, is that truly acceptable? Each flower and plant in our sound village possesses its own intrinsic value. If destroyed, compensation is mandatory. No exceptions. If one cannot afford it, they should be buried underground to serve as fertilizer. Aluo lay in his bed, observing Izuna, who sat on the floor, feeling quite satisfied with Junmaru's earnestness. As for why they could calculate the value of even a single blade of grass, it was because he had planted numerous flowers and plants at his home in the Sound Village, and Karui and TheUchiha often enjoyed picking a few for later use. Once, they had playfully discussed the value of a particular flower. On that day, everyone present at the training ground, regardless of their understanding, was compelled to provide quotes. It was at that moment that Shuei happened to pass by and was pulled into offering a price. He articulated his reasoning with conviction, citing the seeds, the land, water, and sunlight. This meticulous method of quoting was something Shuei had devised scientifically during a bout of boredom, aiming to amuse others. The ability to calculate all these factors was no small feat. Quan Nai still felt it was quite absurd. However, he merely voiced his thoughts and then glanced at the figure of Sasuke, nestled under the blanket to his left, and Aluo, tucked in on his right. He gently adjusted their covers before setting out for another stroll. This time, he didn't venture into the village, but rather drifted directly to a concealed underground chamber within the Uchiha clan's territory. The chamber was pitch dark, yet they did not require light to see. In the corner, Uchiha Itachi sat, his presence appearing somewhat frail. At the center of this long-abandoned chamber lay a sealed block of ice. Within it was Sarutobi Konohamaru, still alive but barely clinging to life, with only 6 or 7 days left. Quan Nai, Uchiha Itachi, sensed a shadow passing before him. He raised his head, opening his eyes to focus on the almost ethereal figure of Quan Nai. Truly unappealing. Indeed, only Aluo is the most obedient. As Quan Nai's form became clearer, leaning against the wall, his gaze upon Uchiha Itachi seemed to harbor flames of intensity, devoid of warmth, only an icy chill. In Aluo's presence, he had refrained from expressing any disdain for Uchiha Itachi, but that did not mean he perceived him as innocent. The rumors suggested that Aluo would be fine. Didn't they? Uchiha Itachi found it difficult to bear looking directly at him, initially believing that Aluo was merely putting on a performance. However, Kurizetsu had informed him earlier in the afternoon that Aluo had indeed lost all chakra, rendering him incapable of utilizing ninjutsu or activating a Sharingan. This was not mere gossip, it was a grim reality. Otsutsuki Kagaya had been secretly scheming, nearly leaving Aluo in dire straits. Even with the use of certain forbidden techniques from millennia ago, one must understand that chakra as a power did not exist 1,000 years in the past. Quan Nai sighed, turning his back to Uchiha Itachi, articulating the reasons he and Aluo had previously discussed, infused with a sense of sorrow. He merely stated that while chakra did not exist a millennium ago, other forms of power were indeed present. Whether Aluo could become stronger without chakra now depended on whether Uchiha Itachi could shift his thinking in that direction. It seemed that this stubborn lad was incapable of considering broader possibilities. Chapter 229. The third exam commences. 6 arenas open simultaneously. Lord Hokage. We can currently confirm that young Master Konohamaru is alive and in good health. At midnight in the well-lit Hokage's office, the Umbu, crouched on the floor, presented the latest assessment results. The Umbu ninjas collectively released a sigh of relief at this outcome. As long as Konohamaru lived, the situation had not spiraled into madness. No leads on the whereabouts? Sarutobi Hisashi relaxed his taut nerves, emitting a sorrowful sigh, fully aware that he desired a different answer, albeit knowing it was unlikely. Regrettably, no unexpected revelación emerged. The special tool capable of determining whether someone was alive had been pilfered by a ninja on a mission from a secret base in a land of waves, originally belonging to Mangekyo. The usage of this tool required prior blood infusion, and when activated with a significant amount of chakra, it would reveal the current state of the blood's owner. The crystal ball, exceeding a meter in diameter, displayed a weakened yet undeniably alive Konohamaru after absorbing sufficient chakra. He was in a state of slumber, still clad in the same attire as before, temporarily confirming he had not suffered any abuse. An investigation was to be conducted discreetly, with a portion of the team observing the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Should they note a mass exodus of personnel, all would be apprehended and sent to the interrogation department. Saratobi Hizashi waved his hand in despair, continuing to delegate new tasks to the Umbu captain. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, having been the vanguard in the assault on the Sound Village, had become direct targets for retaliation. The third round of the Chunin exams would resume in 3 days. During these 3 days, the streets of Konoha buzzed with activity, as shops busily promoted their offerings in hopes of attracting patrons. Beneath the surface of this lively spectacle lay a web of intrigue among various families. Naturally, it was not only merchants who faced challenges. Several clans in Konoha encountered their own predicaments. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were running low on funds. While many had only heard rumors about the heirs of these clans suffering injuries during the Chunin exams, unbeknownst to them, the clans had already begun liquidating their assets for cash. However, selling at this juncture would yield high prices, as numerous merchants had recognized Konoha's current vibrancy and were eager to invest. 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Aluo was shadowed by companions during meals and rest, with Sasuke never straying far and Naruto occasionally joining the fray. When the third round of the Chunin exams commenced, 6 large arenas, constructed from Mokutan, emerged on a cleared expanse. Over the course of 3 days, the creation of 6 self-repairing arenas likely exhausted Yamato. Yet, this was a matter that only Aluo and Kakashi would comment on, while others could only marvel at Konoha's grand endeavors. The arenas were but one aspect. Surrounding them were viewing areas for the 5 Kage VIP sections, a contestant area, and a newly erected massive red crystal dragon. This magnificent dragon overshadowed the other sections upon its appearance. Yet this prime location had been reserved by young Master Aluo of the Sound Village in advance, and any attempt to obstruct it were futile unless they summoned a more formidable ninja. Atop the head of the winding red crystal dragon was Aluo's viewing seat, flanked by Hong Lian and Xiang Lin. Surrounding the dragon were various ninjas from the Sound Village, maintaining order, alongside Jinru, Konan, and Hyuga Niji, who were responsible for the betting and prize redemption area. Jinru oversaw order, Kakuzu managed the accounts, while the special paper crafted by Konan served as identification. And Niji's Byakugan was employed to verify authenticity, preventing anyone from redeeming with fake betting slips. As for Niji, who had previously eradicated members of the Hyuga clan, the village had not raised any issues. Why should others concern themselves? That individual had forfeited without waiting for the draw. Did he truly wish to avoid the arena? Aluo observed as Yakushi Kabuto raised his hand to surrender before the draw began, shaking his head in quiet dismay, reluctant to acknowledge that this man was an elite of the Sound Village. Perhaps he feared injury if he were to compete? Xiang Lin scrutinized Kabuto's retreating figure, recalling her prior encounters with him, which had left her with a less than favorable impression. He was a duplicitous character, always covertly observing young Master Aluo while refusing to acknowledge it. He might have been concerned about being compelled by Aluo to eliminate an opponent due to betting issues. Hong Lian offered a different perspective. No, he simply wishes to avoid certain individuals. Aluo chuckled and shook his head at Kabuto's attempt to blend into the crowd, refraining from exposing the underlying thoughts of others. Prior to their arrival in Konoha, Kabuto had returned to the Sound Village, and he had even engaged in a skirmish with Zabuza. It was both a spar and a test, and upon the clash, he had decisively overpowered Zabuza, Therefore, if he were to compete and happen to face Haku, it was better to flee than risk exposing his true strength or suffering a humiliating defeat at Haku's hands. Zabuza was not one to be trifled with. Xiangling's eyes sparkled as she gazed towards the contestant area, where her team leader, Zaibu Zhan, stood alongside by. It seemed that the fellow had previously clashed with Zaibu Zhan and was now apprehensive of retaliation. What a coward. The competition commenced with 6 matches taking place simultaneously. Though it appeared to be a random selection, it was evident that the matchups had been meticulously arranged beforehand. Aluo observed the pulsating screen displaying the ongoing matches, realizing that this so-called randomness was anything but random. Among the 6 arenas, there was always one fierce showdown, while the others showcased a distinct disparity in strength. Ordinary villagers were oblivious, merely following the betting trends of others, yet the ninjas could discern some underlying information. For instance, Haruno Sakura participated in only one match, facing Shoto from Mangekyo, who effortlessly dispatched her with a fan. There were also evenly matched battles, like Kankuro facing Dia, one manipulating puppets while the other summoned spirit beasts, creating quite the spectacle. Unfortunately for Kankuro, Dia was particularly irritable today and activated his cursed seal, shattering several of Kankuro's puppets. Now, it was Sasuke's turn to enter the arena, facing Deidara. Upon spotting the name Uchiha Sasuke on the screen for Arena 2, Xiangling anxiously rubbed her hands together. She had wagered on Sasuke's overwhelming victory, so dear Aluo's elder brother must prevail. However, her anxiety deepened when the opposing screen revealed Deidara's name. The two were now pitted against each other. Would they obliterate the entire arena in the process? After all, neither possessed a temperament conducive to calmness. Both were prone to explosive outbursts. Chapter 230. The Disruption of Plans by Uchiha Izuna. Today, I shall not let you escape. You little rascal from the Uchiha clan. Deidara glared at Sasuke, his mood sour, yet after an initial bout of bravado, he commenced the duel with taijutsu. The match quickly transitioned to ninjutsu, leaving some spectators bewildered, while those in the know exchanged peculiar glances. Fire release was Sasuke's chosen technique, and each attack was aimed squarely at Deidara's golden, flowing ponytail. Indeed, this was the sort of thing my brother can accomplish. Aluo reclined languidly in his chair, somewhat exasperated, observing that after 5 minutes of combat, neither opponent had sustained any injuries. He had to facilitate the betting on victory or defeat, which required the names of the contenders to be displayed first. Hence, after negotiations with Iwagakure and Kirigakure, it took 5 minutes for the names to appear, marking the betting period for the villagers, ninjas, and nobles present. As the 5 minutes elapsed, the arena bore the scars of fire release and the occasional small explosions. Yet the outcome remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the spectacle was captivating, far more visually striking than the other arenas. Had Deidara's artistry truly sunk to such depths? After being dismissed by Kakuzu during their conversation, Haiden reluctantly approached Aluo atop the crystalline dragon's head to vent about the decline of certain artists. 10 minutes spent visiting Odo, 3 days, 15 minutes battling Hinata Niji, and 20 minutes for the latest elder strengthening serum. Aluo tapped his fingers on the chair, detailing the time frames and corresponding rewards. Haiden felt deceived. Initially reluctant to masquerade as a contestant, he had lost interest when he sensed others would not participate. Yet now, there were additional benefits. He didn't mind engaging in a brawl, but the body-strengthening serum seemed more than a mere elderly remedy. However, for whom was it intended? Quite peculiar indeed. The arena might very well be ruined. Hong Lian stood behind Aluo, observing the increasingly intense battle, sensing that Deidara might not endure beyond 20 minutes. He had begun employing destructive explosives, and Sasuke's combat style was escalating, likely to unleash destructive power rivaling that of a Jonin if the fight continued for a few more minutes. Today, multiple arenas might meet their demise. Aluo's gaze remained fixed on Sasuke, watching as his fire release grew more ferocious, and his smile widened. Oh, the proud Sasuke, how endearing. Would the wood-release ninja from Konoha collapse under the pressure? Xiangling whispered, then feigned innocence, her eyes darting across the various arenas. She was not merely eager to witness the wood-release ninja's downfall. She relished the sight of Konoha being humiliated, unable to retaliate. Surely, Konoha would not allow their only-would-release user to be worn out. Aluo chuckled and shook his head, unreservedly ridiculing the notion. While not everyone could overhear their banter, the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages undoubtedly could. On the viewing platform of the 5 Kage, upon hearing the unabashed chatter of the youths, some laughed enigmatically while others scowled, yet were powerless to act. For although the boy was an Uchiha, he did not represent Konoha. He was an envoy of the land of rice, a representative of Odo, the current strongest advocate for technological advancement. This Uchiha Sasuke is quite remarkable. Given time, he might surpass the legendary Uchiha Madara. Tsuchikage reclined in his chair, seizing the opportunity to take jabs at Konoha. The legendary clash between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama birthed the Valley of the End. Now, with the Uchiha clan virtually extinguished, only 2 remain, and Uchiha Sasuke possesses the potential to reach or even exceed Madara's prowess. Can Konoha produce another Senju Hashirama? What a delightful gathering of youths. The Uchiha lineage has always been commendable. Even with just 1 remaining, he could rekindle the glory of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet he could only endure, for the Uchiha belonged to Konoha. The Uchiha of Konoha? In less than a century, some shameless individuals had the audacity to claim the Uchiha clan as their own. Such a notion was infuriating. An angry shout resonated from above the viewing platform of the 5 Kage. 3 tall Uchiha members, garbed in their customary high-collared cloaks, revealed the familiar clan emblem to the onlookers. One of them carried a large fan adorned with 2 blood-red tomo patterns and had a small black cat perched on his shoulder, playfully tugging at his long hair. His visage compelled those present to glance repeatedly at the 2 Uchiha youths. Standing slightly behind him were the restored Uchiha Bido and Uchiha Itachi, who had resumed their identities as members of the Uchiha clan. How did they arrive here? Aluo, perched upon the crystalline dragon's head, stood in astonishment at the unexpected appearance of these figures hovering in midair. His plans were disrupted. The elder Uchiha, who co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju, drew the attention of the Tsuchikage, who also floated into the air. He surmised the identity of the youth resembling Aluo, having previously heard mention of an ancestor from the Uchiha clan during Madara's era. He briefly recounted the history of Konoha's founding, particularly the tales of the Senju and Uchiha clans. As a Tsuchikage, it may seem somewhat inappropriate for him to utter these words. However, with the Hokage remaining silent, it falls upon this elderly figure to speak. Collaboration? Has the Uchiha clan fallen to the extent of needing to ally with the Senju clan? It appears I was mistaken in allowing my brother to continue as clan leader. Izuna let out a cold snort, dismissively waving his hand, sending the Tsuchikage flying several kilometers away. Lord Tsuchikage, the guards from Iwagakure, along with the lone remaining member of the examination team, were astounded by this turn of events and quickly set off in pursuit of their Tsuchikage. As for the exam, what significance does it hold compared to the safety of the Tsuchikage? Damn it, old man, are you all right? Deidara, who had been engaged in battle with Sasuke, witnessed the Tsuchikage being struck away and detonated an explosive to blow up the arena. Perched upon his clay bird, he soared into the air. Despite the old man's usual grumpy demeanor, he had previously asked Arrow to bring him delicacies and scrolls on training. He could not simply disregard his well-being. Regarding the battle assessment, he had already stalled for 20 minutes, and Arrow had given him the potion before their arrival. Chapter 231. Kakashi's eyes gouged out. Obito's excessive joy. Deidara, you won't escape. Sasuke, covered in dust from the explosion, shouted amid the smoke. Ignoring the others present at the exam site, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, conjuring a purple Susanoo, which crushed the surrounding arena and spectator area beneath a single foot. The onlookers, initially engulfed in shock, confusion, fear, and curiosity, were left with but one thought upon witnessing Sasuke's transformation and indiscriminate destruction: to flee. Quickly escape. We must get out of here. How outrageous of the ancestor! I clearly stated I would wait a few more days until I had earned some money before taking action. How could you deceive this poor child? Ero stood from his crystal chair, gazing up at Izuna and the others above, struggling to maintain his composure. He had expressed his intent to earn money to support his family. However, the ancestor had not even given a heads-up before launching an attack, targeting the TheUchiha first. That slap would earn the TheUchiha ridicule for many years to come. Nonetheless, the TheUchiha was merely a subject of mockery. The remaining Kage present, Ero, leave this place. From now on, I shall make decisions regarding the Uchiha clan. Izuna cast a cold glance at Ero, his once gentle demeanor replaced with a chilling stare, dismissing him. Brother, the ancestor has commanded me to leave. You should come with me. Ero, taken aback by the expulsion, looked at Sasuke, who Susanoo stood before him. He felt rejected. Brother, take me with you. Sasuke Susanoo extended a hand for Ero to step onto. Yet, just as Ero was about to ascend, Honglien, who had been standing behind him, suddenly embraced Ero, and the crystal dragon beneath them spiraled into the air. Simultaneously, Sasuke raised his hand to block a flurry of shuriken that suddenly appeared in front of Ero. These were launched by the Umbu shinobi stationed on a nearby rooftop. Hokage of Konohagakure. Though that child can no longer be considered a member of the Uchiha clan, your actions before us still provoke a challenge. Izuna glanced at the soaring crystal dragon, his gaze shifting to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He formed a series of incomprehensible hand seals, conjuring a veil of black mist that swiftly erected a barrier around the perimeter of Konohagakure. It was a formation, yet not one comprehensible to them, until it solidified into a semicircular dome, enclosing all of Konohagakure within. Now, aside from the TheUchiha who had been slapped away and the Iwagakure shinobi pursuing him, everyone else was trapped within this barrier. Ero had exited, now seated atop the head of the crystal dragon. Beside him were Honglien, Karin, Konan, Hyuga, Kakazu, and Haiden. On the dragon's back lay a dazed Mizuki, while the helpless Kimimaro stood alongside the entire ensemble of Odonin, who had somehow slipped into the fray. In the midst of this chaos, a shout from Naruto drew Sasuke's attention. Kakashi-sensei. Turning to behold Kakashi, his forehead protector askew, a portion of his mask torn away, revealing an eye marked by a scar, which was suddenly seized by a hand, blood staining the air as the eye was extracted. Kakashi, I have safeguarded this eye for many years. It is time for me to reclaim it. A hoarse voice echoed as Kakashi stood rigid, allowing the hand to remove his Sharingan. As the figure swiftly returned to Izuna's side, Kakashi finally spoke. Uchiha Obito, you deceiver. Kakashi covered his empty eye socket, his remaining eye filled with both fury and joy as he gazed upon Obito. The news of his survival was a relief. Yet the fact that Obito had returned without notice, only to gouge out his eye, was infuriating. However, Obito had indeed greeted him while extracting the eye. Kakashi, your father has also arrived. Wait here, I will fetch him for you. Obito placed the eye in its socket, and the wood release cells rapidly restored the surrounding area. With a twinkle of delight, he glanced at Kakashi before making a swift exit. Moments later, a vortex appeared beside Kakashi, and Minato Namikaze was ejected from it. Father. Kakashi, still covering one eye, gazed at the apparition of Minato, unsure whether to laugh or cry, utterly unprepared for this encounter. Furthermore, hadn't they agreed to wait until the second assessment to stir trouble? No need to thank me. Let me see who else I should bring over. Where did Hyuga run off to? Never mind. I won't concern myself with their affairs. I have matters to attend to. Half of Obito's body emerged from the vortex as he waved goodbye to the astonished Kakashi and vanished once more. This is bad, Kakashi-sensei. It's not your eye. Haruno Sakura stood dumbfounded, realizing Minato's appearance and recalling that her parents had yet to be sent away. Just as she opened her mouth, she noticed Minato extending his hand, revealing 2 bracelets around his wrist. Those were the ones she had prepared for her parents, a precautionary measure, and Ero had assisted in securing their location. With her parents' safety ensured, she breathed a sigh of relief and turned her focus to her injured teacher's eye. The explosion had occurred near the hospital, and Shikamaru and the others were still inside. Inuzuka Kiba approached Naruto, tugging at his arm, seeking information. The 5 Kage, no, for Kage, were currently confronting the suddenly re-emerged Uchiha, and the entirety of Konohagakure was enveloped in turmoil. What were they to do now? Hadn't Shikamaru and the others already been sent out for treatment? Naruto observed the two Uchihas in the air, then turned back to Sasuke, who was still stomping the ground, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Although he was conversing with Inuzuka Kiba, Naruto's thoughts were already seeking out Kurama, contemplating whether the Nine-Tails would like to join in on the excitement. In such a lively moment, it felt as though only Sasuke was basking in the spotlight, leaving him feeling rather inadequate. Moziva, Auda Kwanai. The feline perched upon your shoulder is undoubtedly a Luo. While others may be deceived, I, Uzumaki Naruto, am resolute in my recognition. That black cat must indeed be a Luo in disguise. As for the notion of a Luo being devoid of chakra, even if that were true, it would certainly be a choice made by a Luo himself. Furthermore, a Luo has remained unchanged. From his youth, he has never trained in chakra. The jutsu he previously employed were drawn from the Nine-Tails, or perhaps from the likes of Shikaku, or even the legendary Hashirama Senju, and occasionally from Tobirama Senju, with a dash of Orochimaru's and Sasuke's techniques. Chapter 232, The Reunion of the Warring States Quartet, The Transformation of Hashirama. Who on earth are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen leapt onto the rooftop, casting aside his Hokage cloak as he donned his battle attire, brandishing a staff. Observing the two figures in the sky, he had already concluded that Uchiha Itachi was preparing to strike against Konoha. However, Itachi was not his primary concern. Rather, his focus lay upon the adult man, resembling Uchiha Sasuke and a Luo. Could this individual be a relative of the Uchiha twins? I believe I can find someone to enlighten you on this matter. Quan Nai surveyed the chaotic crowd, noting those who wished to flee alongside those eager for battle. Those youths he had previously seen were now mostly gathered together, having either been taken away or remaining. Thus, certain plans were poised to advance to the next stage. After casting a cold smile at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a grand portal opened beneath his feet. In an instant, three figures surged forth. Quan Nai, Uchiha Madara, emerged, immediately scanning for Quan Nai's presence. Upon spotting him, he stood beside Quan Nai without wasting a glance elsewhere. In contrast to Madara's clear intent, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, upon their arrival, began to survey their surroundings, appearing somewhat disoriented. Lord First, Lord Second, Sarutobi Hiruzen beheld the formidable figures that instilled fear within him. The flicker of battle intent he had felt moments ago evaporated. There was simply no contest. They were overwhelmingly powerful. Little monkey? My, how you have aged. What mischief have you been up to? Did the Uchiha annihilate your entire clan? Or perhaps steal your wife? Why provoke them for no reason? Hashirama Senju approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, expressing his discontent with the third Hokage's distress. Although he was not inherently in a foul mood, of late, regardless of whether he approached Madara with pleasantries or provocations, he was met with silence. No words, no acknowledgement, no combat. Madara's utter disregard was disheartening for Hashirama, as the more Madara ignored him, the more he recalled their past, memories of their acquaintance and cooperative endeavors, including the time he had ambushed Madara. Now that they were freed, Hashirama's first instinct was to seek out someone culpable to appease Madara as sire. Lord First, I did not provoke the Uchiha. It was their own kin who annihilated their clan, not I. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, fear and frustration evident in his tone. Emphasizing that the perpetrator of the clan's demise was Uchiha Itachi, he glanced at Tobirama Senju, hoping his second brother might intercede. Itachi is guilty. Yet that is a matter for your Uchiha clan. Do not assume that we have been dead for so many years and remain ignorant of the happenings in Konoha. How could you inflict such harm upon the Uchiha? They were once a proud clan, yet you have driven them from the village, relegating them to the outskirts, and still, you are unsatisfied? Hashirama spoke with palpable sorrow, lamenting Sarutobi Hiruzen's excesses while discreetly scrutinizing Madara's expression. Alas, Madara was solely focused on his brother. Even a fleeting glance at Hashirama could provoke Sasuke's ire. Grandfather, amidst the tumultuous crowd below, a figure swiftly navigated over heads and rooftops, calling out as they interrupted Hashirama's accusations. Tsunade, Hashirama turned to see his granddaughter, now grown, and a simple smile spread across his face. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age. 18 or 19. As the figure approached, Hashirama found himself momentarily taken aback. For the age of his granddaughter did not align with his expectations. Brother, Tsunade has employed a certain jutsu. Girls often wish to appear beautiful, Tobirama interjected, cautioning Hashirama to refrain from making any inappropriate comments at that moment. It had previously been reported that Tsunade, due to her debts, often adjusted her appearance to evade creditors. Second grandfather, what has happened to grandfather? Have you both truly returned? Just days ago, he visited me as a spirit, speaking a few words before departing. Tsunade stood beside Tobirama, scrutinizing them closely, realizing they appear to have indeed returned. Yet, how could the deceased be resurrected, and why was this possible? Moreover, given the sudden chaos in Konoha, were grandfather and second grandfather here to protect the village? Consider it a resurrection, Tobirama mused, contemplating that their current forms were indeed alive. Previously, due to Aluo's chakra dissipating, the two realms had merged, leading to new research. Utilizing the shell of white Zetsu, along with certain materials he had stored, including their previously existing cells, they had cultivated, fused, and modified the cells. Thus, each had acquired a new body that, while not their original form, could host their souls without rejection. Could this also allow for the revival of Shimura or even Danzo? Upon hearing of the possibility of resurrection, Tsunade began to consider her younger brother and her once beloved. However, Tobirama merely shook his head, withholding his reasons for why it was impossible. Lord First, Lord Second, now that you have returned, please seek justice for Konoha. This Uchiha claims that the Uchiha do not belong to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen now comprehended that these two were not here to assist him. They could very well be his adversaries. Regardless, he needed to devise a way to hand over this troublesome Uchiha to them for resolution. He does not belong to Konoha, Tobirama observed, gazing at the impassive Quan Nai, sighing as he reluctantly acknowledged that with Quan Nai present, reconciliation between the Uchiha and Senju was utterly unattainable. Thus, it was indeed true that the Uchiha clan, under Quan Nai's dominion, no longer belonged to Konoha. Quan Nai, even if you do not accept this, the Uchiha clan consists of but a few remaining members. Even if you depart from Konoha, you will merely relocate to a new village or join another village. It would be wiser to remain with me and Madara in the Konoha we established together. Hashirama fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Madara, who continued to ignore him, prompting him to seek alternative methods. Since Madara was preoccupied with Quan Nai, Hashirama resolved to engage Quan Nai in discussions that might provoke a heated exchange or even a brawl. At the very least, should a confrontation arise, Madara would be compelled to join in the fray. In the midst of a cascade of unbidden memories, Hashirama remained oblivious to the subtle shift in his priorities, the village. His brother Madara. The former significance of the Valley of the End had shifted, with the village now taking a back seat. Chapter 233. Quan Nai, you are the best. Indeed, it is my brother's folly to ally with you, his sworn enemy, in founding this village. I had hoped that my life and my eyes would illuminate the enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans, yet you have profoundly disappointed me. Quan Nai surveyed the disarray of Konoha and the vigilant four Kage before ultimately directing his gaze toward Uchiha Madara at his side. Disappointment was the sole sentiment of a Warring States-era Uchiha toward Madara's endeavor to construct a village together. As he reflects on the death inflicted by Senju Tobirama, he finds it difficult to articulate whether he feels more disappointment, heartache, or resentment regarding his brother and the reconciliation with the Senju clan. Uchiha Izuna observes his brother's earnestness in discussing this matter and feels unable to express an apology, fully aware that such words would only incite further anger in Izuna. Brother, destroy this place that stirs my wrath. Any village will do, but not Konoha. This is a testament to your betrayal of our brotherhood and the entire clan, an indelible sin you cannot erase. Izuna cradles the black cat on his shoulder, pressing his face against its head, and, as the cat looks up at him, he makes one final demand of Madara. Once, He had vowed to Madara that he would seek vengeance through his eyes. Now, he declares, that is no longer an option. The villagers of Konoha are innocent. They harbor no hatred towards you. Senju Tobirama steps forward, attempting to sway Izuna's perspective. Brother, when I fell on the battlefield, your so-called peace was a betrayal to me. What will you do now? Will you stand against me? Or will you undertake a small act that, though it cannot alter the past, may lessen my disdain for you? Izuna disregards Tobirama, his gaze remaining calm, yet frigid as he fixes his eyes on Madara. The adversary, the Senju clan, and Konoha are, in truth, not of primary importance. He is determined to see if his brother can perform a single act that might appease him. Aluo, in a matter of educating my brother, I am far inferior to you, yet he is my sole brother. Uchiha Izuna, do you truly wish for everyone to accompany you to the grave? Tobirama positions himself before Madara, sensing an impending crisis as Izuna's demeanor suggests he may transform Madara into a mindless harbinger of slaughter. I'm already dead. You witnessed my demise. I have perished. Izuna raises his head, his eyes blazing with the opening of the kaleidoscope. His spiritual energy surges with his fury, and his corporeal form swiftly begins to dissipate. He is dead. He has already died. Beside him, Madara watches as Izuna transforms into little more than a faint specter, all notions of will, village, and peace evaporating. His brother, Uchiha Izuna, is gone. A pair of eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan eyes bloom amidst the crimson. The Susanoo manifests, and yet another colossal chakra figure emerges within the confines of Konoha. Itachi, your brother, Uchiha, he died that night. He was slain. Obito suddenly appears beside Uchiha Itachi after making a brief circuit, his words igniting a powerful emotional response in Itachi, who had previously displayed no discernible feelings. Your brother is gone, murdered. This refrain transforms the three Uchiha brothers into three towering Susanoo figures. And you? Izuna has also awakened his Susanoo, but his is composed of spiritual energy, invisible to the living. Only the Sharingan perceives the distinction. Thus, he regards Obito, who is Uchiha, yet remains out of sync with the others, with a bemused inquiry. As for me, I must align with everyone. We Uchiha cannot permit Konoha to persist. Obito, feeling the weight of Izuna's gaze, rakes his fingers through his hair in resignation before activating his own Susanoo, joining the collective. He is reluctant to conform. Yet his Rin, would suffer if he did not comply with the directives of the Uchiha ancestors. What a magnificent spectacle! Aluo, perched atop the head of a crystalline dragon, gazes down at the five Susanoo figures, his spirits soaring with exhilaration, particularly at the achievements being unlocked. Achievement unlocked. Uchiha's 5 Great Susanoo reward. 50,000 points. Achievement unlocked. Madara, Konoha should not exist. Reward. 10,000 points. Achievement unlocked. Izuna, my brother lacks education. Reward. 10,000 points. The members of the Uchiha clan have bestowed upon Aluo 3 consecutive achievements, amounting to a direct influx of 70,000 points. Following this, a unique achievement materializes. Achievement unlocked. Izuna, you're the best. Reward. 100,000 points. The emergence of this accomplishment leaves Aluo momentarily speechless. At this moment, Izuna raises his hand, surrounded by 9 flying swords of varied hues. As the swords respond to his command, they pin Senju Tobirama in the air, thwarting his attempts to intervene. Host, do not doubt. Izuna merely affirms that you are the best to him. Thus he regards you as more important than the brother who failed to avenge him. The system seems to believe an explanation is warranted for Aluo's understanding, hence the notification regarding the achievement's origin. On one hand, there's the brother who has repeatedly failed to seek vengeance. On the other, there is Aluo, who meticulously conjures these 9 elemental swords solely to exact retribution on Tobirama, who holds greater significance. Izuna has come to a sudden realization while controlling the flying swords. A brother can be educated, but one should not harbor excessive expectations. Why allow thoughts of his brother to mar his mood when he could invest those sentiments in a junior who treats him well? Even if this junior embodies more than one identity, what of it? He has waited far too long, long enough for the cycle of life and death to unfold, long enough for his brother and adversaries to experience aging and mortality. Yet he has seen no sign of his brother's response. He has come to understand that Madara's transformation has been orchestrated by him. Aluo expresses his exasperation to the system, questioning why Izuna would relinquish his fixation on his brother. To be reduced to a mere pawn, consumed by thoughts of his younger sibling. Such a brother, perhaps, mirrors his own sentiments towards Uchiha Itachi. In the past, there were cherished memories, an acknowledgement of this brother's existence, and a hope for his brother to display some semblance of action. Yet ultimately, there is no returning to those days. Chapter 234, Izuna. Indeed, my brother falls short. Your actions have inflicted such harm upon Konoha that I can only. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes upon the Uchiha, particularly those who have taken to violent dismantling, and sorrowfully summons his summoning beast, preparing to invoke a forbidden technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your grandson is dead. Shimura Danzo, accompanied by several masked ninjas, swiftly descends from the rooftop, navigating the chaos of battle to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his hands, he clutches a freeze-dried corpse. Shimura Danzo, upon seeing his grandson's lifeless body, Hiruzen's consciousness falters, and in the next moment, he lunges forward, seizing the small corpse from Danzo's grasp. His grandson is dead. Hiruzen, how do you feel now? Your kin is extinguished. The Sarutobi clan has been thoroughly cleansed. We are all the same, all alike. Danzo tears away the bandages from his face, observing Hiruzen's grief with a twisted, maniacal smile. We are all the same. When Konoha was founded, all the clans that united are now gone. Senju, Uchiha, Shimura, Sarutobi, all have met the same fate. Danzo, you deserve to die. Hiruzen suddenly finds the world around him alien and unfamiliar. His grandson is dead. How can this be? Just this morning, he had seen Konohamaru in good health. Hiruzen, you are the one who should perish. I should be Hokage. I am the one who has always acted for Konoha. Danzo, relishing Hiruzen's madness, laughs even more heartily. The two highest authorities of Konoha engage in a bitter exchange under the watchful eyes of the multitude. The members of the Uchiha clan, aside from causing some destruction around them, have not accomplished much. With Senju Tobirama pinned in midair by a flying sword, Senju Hashirama dared not make any significant moves, merely employing the wood dragon and wood golem techniques to shield himself from Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, the student you brought forth, is truly weak. Izuna floated before the immobilized Senju Tobirama, piercing him with several swords while delivering a taunt. Meanwhile, two individuals, ensnared in a certain jinjutsu, were revealing each other's secrets and hurling insults back and forth. It can only be said that Konoha has managed to endure under their control for so many years, relying solely on the deterrent power of the first and second Hokages. If you were slightly stronger, you would not have died so early. You would have had the chance to see your brother come to our Senju. Senju Tobirama, unable to move, felt the searing pain from the elemental sword piercing his heart, causing his very soul to shudder. Yet he could still speak, and as long as he could provoke Izuna's displeasure. We have all tasted death. Who among us lacks some troubling matters that cannot be mentioned? It is merely mutual harm. Who fears whom? Indeed, I perished too early. However, my defeat in matters of life and death pales in comparison to my brother's care for you. Despite his disdain for his brother's actions, Izuna could not deny the truth. In his current state of melancholy, Uchiha Madara, restrained by Hashirama, was instantly incited by his brother's words. Senju Hashirama, Konoha must be destroyed today. Provoked by his brother's remarks, Madara glanced at the wooden golem before him, disregarding whether he could prevail in battle or not. He would strike first. After all, he had already tasted death. What was there to fear? Madara, cease your attack. If Konoha falls, the possibility of reconciliation will be lost forever. Hashirama did not wish to be adversaries with Uchiha Madara, but emotions simmered within him, making it hard to bear the thought of Konoha's destruction and the villagers' slaughter. Hashirama, you cannot even escape the will of Ashura. How weak you truly are. After a few clashes with a wooden golem, Madara abruptly halted, his Susanoo gripping the wooden figure as he approached Senju Hashirama, delivering a resonant statement that struck deep within Hashirama's heart. The influence of Asuras will has rendered both brothers and friends less significant than those in different villagers. It is truly laughable. Look, even now, your brother is reminding mine, yearning for him to break free from Ashura's influence. Senju Tobarama felt the pang of frustration. Yet it did not deter him from uttering words that would further agitate Uchiha Izuna. In this stalemate, they would torment each other. Izuna used his flying sword to pierce and torment him, while Tobarama retaliated with memories of Madara's actions, igniting Izuna's ire. Indeed, even under Ashura's influence, your brother would always protect you cautiously. He is truly a good brother, unlike mine, who had countless opportunities to kill you while your brother was oblivious. Yet he chose not to. Izuna had now figured out how to provoke his brother. Thus, before Senju Tobarama, he once again acknowledged that his brother's love for him was rather minimal. Regardless, he had not avenged himself. It feels like we're not involved in this at all. Sasuke, what should we do now? We cannot just stand by. Obito approached Sasuke's side. Despite their proximity, they had a shout due to their Susanoo. Who said we were merely watching? Uchiha Itachi, attack him. Sasuke turned to Obito with a disdainful glance, then called Uchiha Itachi back from battling the three shadows. What is the point of toying with those few? Go fight Uchiha Obito. As for the shadows, he would handle them. Be cautious, Raikage. Uchiha Itachi wanted to remark on Raikage's strength, but upon turning, he noticed the flickering lightning coursing through Sasuke's Susanoo, causing him to feel disheartened and refrain from further commentary. Why did both of his brothers have such an aversion to fire release? Sasuke had previously showcased his prowess on the arena and was now effortlessly employing lightning release. As for the other brother, he raised his head to glance at the obscured sky shrouded in black mist. The brother he had once abandoned had alternated between water release and wood release, but was now discarding both chakra and Sharingan. It seemed that resentment lingered. As Izuna had stated, no amount of reasoning could amend past mistakes. All he could do now was maintain his presence and avoid becoming a stranger in his brother's eyes. As for using himself as a bargaining chip to upgrade Sasuke or Ero's Mangekyo Sharingan, he no longer cherished such thoughts. The Uchiha clan must endure. The only living members now are Sasuke, Obito, and himself. Obito was consumed by thoughts of Rin no Era. As long as he chose to live honestly in the future, adhering to the cycle of life and death, he would not bear offspring. As for Sasuke, Izuna was correct. Sasuke's future should not be shackled by this responsibility. He should be free to love and marry, pursuing happiness not merely for the sake of continuing the clan. Thus, the only one suitable for nurturing his health and perpetuating the Uchiha clan through scientific means was himself. Chapter 235, Konoha, Battle Reduced to Ruins. We are nobles. You must not harm us. I am the daimyo of the land of earth. Tsuchikage, come protect me. I am a noble of the land of wind. Kazekage, come to my rescue. You ninjas cannot attack nobles. Otherwise, we will cease to issue you tasks from the shinobi village. We have the power to boycott your village. In stark contrast to the commotion among the higher-ranking ninjas, the daimyo, country lords, and nobles in the VIP area were huddled beneath tables in fear. They were both hiding and shouting, with some calling for help while others issued threats. You nobles will likely not survive to leave before you perish. Let us discuss your past thoughts. Those samurai of yours. What has made you treat ninjas with such disdain over the years? Kuro and Haku emerged from the ground, knocking on tables to urge these nobles to come out and converse. Kuro did not quite understand how such weak individuals had not experienced the despair that ninjas could inflict upon them. Of course, he had not realized this before. It was Ero who, one night before bed, tilted his head to look at him and spoke of something that incensed him. A millennium ago, his mother had just arrived in this world, her heart still pure, only to be deceived by a country lord. That scoundrel of a lord had the audacity to make his esteemed mother a concubine, and even plotted to kill her to appease other nations during an invasion. From that moment on, Kuro harbored an intense disdain for those self-proclaimed noble yet pathetically fragile lords and nobles. Kuro, enough of this play. Have all the necessary individuals been taken out? Pain approached, observing Kuro bullying the nobles, and inquired if the arrangements he had made were complete. Konoha would surely fall, but some people still needed to remain. Most individuals would need to be accounted for according to the roster and then taken away for a tally. Only after all key personnel had retreated would the final farewells commence. It has already been resolved. Obito has returned to face the consequences. Kuro pointed towards the battlefield of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, where the two had been battling indiscriminately, reducing many parts of Konoha to ruins. As the two of them became increasingly absurd in their combat, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were engaged in a straightforward confrontation, leaving only a handful of spectators in the stands while the rest had fled early or awaited their impending demise. In stark contrast, the battle between Sasuke and the three Kage was truly dazzling. In this 1v3 scenario, only Raikage was genuinely fighting for his survival, as failure would result in severe consequences. Meanwhile, Mizukage and Kazekage appeared to be merely toying with the situation, one spouting water while the other scattered sand. How could I forget? Kazekage wielded magnetism. Pain felt an all too familiar headache induced by Orochimaru's antics. Indeed, he should not have come. It would be better to retreat and focus on his own affairs. After all, the rest of his plans were already in motion, and Pain's 6 paths did not necessarily require his presence to affirm their significance. Perhaps he wouldn't. Heiju disdainfully shook his head, providing Orochimaru with an excuse. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru demonstrated the magnetic technique of the 4th Kazekage. He could hear that there were likely dissenting opinions regarding you. Pain patted Ju's shoulder, shook his head, and recalled this clone. Meanwhile, the original Nagato sat in the air alongside Konan, observing the destruction of Konoha from a distance. Nearby, Gaara was levitating a mound of sand, surrounded by numerous ninjas from various villages. Looking further away, 3 individuals were perched upon a clay bird. The golden-haired Deidara sat cross-legged on the bird's back, peering down at the chaotic battlefield, while Tsuchikage stood beside him, agitatedly muttering something. On the other side, Kuratsuchi stifled laughter, her shoulders shaking as she held a snack jar. When they took a brief respite, she would share some snacks with them, and once they finished, they would resume their antics, one scolding and the other ignoring. Their audacity was such that one wondered if they would charge an entrance fee once the ordeal concluded. Shueiwa reclined on the back of a crystal dragon, rolling twice before reaching the dragon's head, and proposed a lucrative suggestion. Whenever you can single-handedly contend with that entire area, then you may impose a fee. Arrow cast a glance at Shueiwa, providing him with a basic standard for charging. No fees will be collected. Shueiwa had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Shaking his head, he continued to observe the enveloped Konoha, quietly watching the unfolding spectacle. Their lord Orochimaru appeared to be enjoying himself immensely. "Depart first, and take everyone with you," Arrow commanded as he stood upon the head of the crystal dragon, witnessing Konoha's transformation into ruins. After bidding farewell to Shueiwa and the others, he extended his hand into the air. Wishing to play, the humanoid, serpent-tailed Orochimaru suddenly appeared before Arrow, lifting the boy in one swift motion, and the next moment, they returned to the battlefield of Konoha's ruins. The battlefield had been leveled, and aside from a few individuals safeguarded by Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra, those who could not escape Konoha had become mere remnants among the debris. I merely wished to observe the commotion up close. They had fought for over an hour. Shouldn't they take a brief respite? Arrow leaned against Orochimaru's shoulder, shaking his head to confirm his detachment from the fray. He had already prepared extensively for Konoha's demise. Now, he was merely a spectator, watching as those with past grievances and connections to Konoha reduced this place to complete ruin. The 3rd Hokage demonstrated remarkable resilience. Having battled Shimura Danzo for so long that neither had succumbed, only a few Umbu and Root ninjas had perished. Quite intriguing. Arrow pointed to the corner of the ruins where Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo lay. Noting Arrow's interest, Orochimaru approached with the boy in his arms. Currently, Arrow was devoid of chakra, a frail boy in need of constant protection from Orochimaru. Despite knowing it was all an act, Orochimaru found great joy in being able to safeguard Arrow. However, his good mood dissipated as they neared Sarutobi Hiruzen. The once dying Sarutobi Hiruzen, lying amidst the rubble, suddenly unleashed a premeditated forbidden technique as they approached. Shiki Fujin. As the technique was invoked, several onlookers' eyes gleamed with anticipation. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and proactively employed this technique. Chapter 236. The Death God Under Scrutiny, Naruto's Family Reunion. Orochimaru, Uchiha, you must atone for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body became immobilized, and as the Death God materialized behind him, he revealed a peculiar smile after enduring so much torment. Everything is gone. Let's all go to the Death God's belly together. This Death God does not seem so formidable. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Sasuke, wielding a long sword, swiftly sliced open the Death God's belly and proceeded to catch Arrow, whisking him aside. The sword resembled the Kusanagi, though it was not a physical weapon, but rather a manifestation formed entirely from spiritual energy. Previously, he and Orochimaru had both favored the wooden swords crafted by Arrow. But now, devoid of chakra, Arrow had transformed it into a specialized weapon designed to harm spiritual entities. Orochimaru-sensei, I've retrieved the half of Kurama, and I entrust my father's soul to you, along with my gentle mother. Please assist in bringing them back. Naruto, currently preoccupied with the haughty and ostentatious Sasuke, dashed forward after the Death God's belly was sliced open. He utilized his nine tails as a conduit, yanking over the other half of the nine tails chakra. The spirit that followed, once manifested, was promptly handed over to Orochimaru, and Naruto then moved beside Sasuke, cradling the nine tails in his arms to monitor their merging. The third Hokage was truly on the brink of death. Kakashi stood beside Hatake Tsukumo, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen sacrifice his life to activate this forbidden technique, and shook his head with a smile, unrestrained. The Shiki Fujin was a technique that could almost certainly obliterate its target, yet now he could only watch as those youths bullied the Death God. It was truly amusing. Uchiha Izuna, let go of me. That is the Death God. While he is still here, seize him. He shall be the next research subject. Senju Tobarama, suspended mid-air with several holes punctured through him, conceived a new idea upon witnessing the Death God being effortlessly cut open by Sasuke. Having grown weary of researching ninjutsu and sensing that senjutsu was no longer novel, he now wished to investigate this Death God. Izuna was tempted to inflict further wounds upon Senju Tobarama, but upon seeing the howling Death God attempting to flee, he reluctantly released Tobarama and instead drove 9 flying swords into the Death God. As these swords pierced the semi-ethereal spiritual body, it rapidly began to solidify into a genuine spiritual form. The Death God summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen's life sacrifice was thus captured. What a splendid subject! Uchiha Izuna, can you contain him? If you send me back, this will provide ample material for my research. Senju Tobarama circled the Death God twice, growing increasingly satisfied, eager to delve into the nature of this energy. As for Konoha, if it is lost, then let it be. It was his brother who initially sought to establish Konoha. As the second Hokage, he merely took on the mantle of maintenance and oversight of the Uchiha clan. Tobarama, Senju Hashirama, hearing his brother's intention to return, was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he just expressed a desire to find a way to break free from constraints? Brother, do not get too close to Uchiha Madara. Chansha glanced at his elder brother and the distant figure of Uchiha Madara, letting out an annoyed huff before turning back to silently urge Uchiha Izuna to act swiftly. Despite being sworn enemies, their sentiments and thoughts aligned on certain matters. The enmity between the Uchiha and Senju, forged through blood and sacrifice, could never be reconciled. If what you said were of any value, I would not even consider casting aside that brother. Izuna scowled in the direction of Madara and Senju Hashirama, disdainfully huffing before swiftly carrying off both Senju Tobarama and the sealed Shinigami. Although a battle had indeed commenced, he had noticed the remarkable synergy between his brother and Hashirama, a synchronization that left him and Tobarama feeling quite vexed. Madara, feeling equally frustrated, swung the arm of his Susanoo, forcefully clearing Hashirama's wooden construct aside, intending to rush over to explain himself to Izuna. He was genuinely not acting in collusion with Hashirama. However, as Tobirama's brother chose to retreat to the ceiling space, the writhing roots beneath the ground ensnared the feet of Susanoo, preventing Madara from advancing. What a splendid day it is! Ero, embraced by Sasuke, stood atop the ruins. Reflecting joyfully, he observed Orochimaru performing the Edo Tensei, witnessed Izuna confining Tobirama and the Shinigami, and saw the mutual thrashing between Madara and Hashirama. Of course, there were also the anguished howls of Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul and the mangled form of Shimura Danzo, lingering in a state between life and death. Yet today's achievements were continuously being refreshed, truly delightful. Naruto, Mother's precious child. Upon her resurrection through Edo Tensei, Uzumaki Kushina's first sight was of Naruto, cradling the little fox. Without a hint of hesitation or inquiry, she rushed to embrace him. In contrast, her husband, Namake's Minato, upon his return, instinctively directed his wrath toward Orochimaru. However, before he could even reach Orochimaru, a black cat, appearing unexpectedly before him, sent him sprawling several meters away with a swift paw. Do not fret. Such trivial matters can be handled by Orochimaru. There is no need for your constant protection. Izuna took the place of the cat, cradling it in his arms, gently grooming its fur, while subtly reminding the smug Orochimaru not to take pride in his protection. Such an attack requires safeguarding. Orochimaru, you are truly inept. Minato, come here. Kushina called out urgently, noticing Minato's intention to strike again. Unlike Minato, who was oblivious to the situation, she had previously been pulled from the Pure Land by Orochimaru. That encounter was brief, her soul lingering only for a moment, during which she had learned a few details about Naruto. Kushina, how do you feel now? Minato, jolted back to reality by her call, disregarded the others and embraced both Kushina and Naruto. However, Naruto's current state was merely an afterthought in Minato's mind. Mother, I saw you with Kurama. You told me to eat well. Naruto pressed his face against Kushina's shoulder, expressing his awareness of her concern and affection. As he spoke, Kushina listened, her heart aching for the suffering her child endured. However, as the conversation continued, Kushina sensed something amiss. Naruto harbored significant grievances against Minato. Chapter 237. The Conclusion of Konoha. Accomplished achievement unlocked. Shiki Fujin, the Shinigami, is also a dish. Reward. 150,000 points. Achievement unlocked. After Tobirama Senju, please call me researcher. Reward. 10,000 points. Achievement unlocked. The Conclusion of Konoha. Do not offend Uchiha. Reward. 30,000 points. Achievement unlocked. The Reunion of the Uzumaki Family of 3. Reward. 10,000 points. In just a short span, 4 new achievements have been unlocked as Naruto embraced his family, adding a remarkable 650,000 points to his total, bringing his current score to an impressive 28,850,000. Brother, do you think Naruto will make a move? Ero suggested Sasuke check on Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was nestled in Kushina's embrace, their reunion warm and blissful. Minato, who attempted to join them, was temporarily overlooked by the mother and son. This was not mere oversight. It was a conscious choice to disregard him. Should he utter anything inappropriate, not only would Naruto retaliate, but Aunt Kushina would likely incapacitate him on the spot, while Naruto would endeavor to portray his plight as infinitely tragic. Sasuke was well aware of Naruto's flair for dramatics from their school days. Thus, whether Minato would suffer depended entirely on his ability to satisfy Naruto. Perhaps he needn't say anything at all. Brother, let us not forget there is a little fox that has regained consciousness nearby. Ero observed the large-eared fox emerging from Naruto's embrace, scanning its surroundings. Just by watching the fox's shifting expressions, he realized Minato was in for a world of trouble. Having been sealed and split in two, Kurama could not possibly forget such grievances. Yet, it would not harm Naruto. Thus, the millennium-old fox would devise a method to exact revenge without inciting Naruto's ire. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at the large-eared fox that blinked cutely at Ero, disdainfully narrowing his eyes, but refraining from exposing the fox's intentions. After all, Though Naruto was somewhat troubled, he remained a steadfast companion, partner, and friend. Kurama sought to give Naruto a chance to vent his frustrations, and he would not allow that to be compromised. Kushina, Naruto has not been entirely truthful. Over the years, he has endured not only the scorn of Konoha, but also the presence of this man you have sought. As Naruto expressed his past grievances had been repaid, Kurama pressed his little paw over Naruto's mouth and turned to recount the tale to Kushina. In a straightforward manner, he conveyed the memories he had witnessed, sharing them with the family of three. Naruto needn't have done this, but Kurama deliberately guided him through recollections from his perspective. In essence, it was a revelation. Naruto, you have suffered immensely. You could have avoided such hardship, yet your father was foolishly consumed with thoughts of the village. Finally, when you had someone to protect you, your parents' lingering chakra and intentions manifested within the seal, but that oblivious father insisted you protect Konoha. Naruto was unafraid. Mother has returned. Even if Minato lacks sense, she would surely guide him to become a worthy father. Kushina, witnessing the conveyed memories, gently comforted the bewildered Naruto, whose mind was still reeling. This memory began from the moment Kurama was sealed, encompassing Naruto's childhood experiences and hardships in the village. Just hearing about it was nearly unbearable for Kushina. But Kurama had now forced the family to relive it all. Overwhelmed with sorrow, upon seeing Minato's insistence that their son protect Konoha, Kushina could no longer contain her emotions. She released Naruto and, with a benign smile, turned to Minato, who remained equally dazed, and with a swift motion, sent him flying over 100 meters away. The furious blood-red pepper showcased her ferocity once more after decades. Xianglin, you are truly gentle indeed, Shueiwei remarked sincerely, glancing at the Uzumaki clan member enveloped in the formation on the ground, then back at the astonished Xianglin. The compliment left Xianglin too indifferent to respond. They were now awaiting the conclusion of the Konoha incident, anticipating the return of Lord Orochimaru with young Master Arrow. Although there may be a few more members of the Uchiha clan, such as the unmistakably unique Uchiha Sasuke, who bears a striking resemblance to Lord Arrow. The black mist enveloping the formation has rendered Konoha a mere ruin. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are engaged in an unending clash, while Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito merely observe, stepping in occasionally to shatter remnants of the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen has perished, yet both he and Shimura Danzo have had their souls extracted, seemingly bound to remain in this state for the foreseeable future. Tsunade is still present, albeit having been taken to Kakashi's side, leaving behind a handful of survivors among the debris. That should suffice. Let us depart, Arrow affirmed, noting that no further accomplishments could be achieved here and choosing not to linger any longer. Certain plans had reached fruition and numerous tasks awaited completion. Yes, let us go. Sasuke nodded, cradling his brother, Izuna, and turning his gaze toward Izuna. The orchestrator of the destruction of Konoha appeared to be none other than Uchiha Izuna, with Orochimaru merely playing a supportive role. Brother, it is time to leave. Izuna huffed, glancing at his sibling, still engaged in combat with Senju Hashirama, feeling quite displeased. However, he did not attribute blame to his brother. The primary reason was their inability to overcome Senju Hashirama. Regardless of his brother's enhancements, Hashirama always seemed to possess an answer, consistently outmatching them. This relentless sense of fate was truly vexing. As Uchimadara ceased his assault and released Susanoo, he hurried to find Izuna. Not far behind, Senju Hashirama also halted and quickly followed suit. With their battle concluded, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito exchanged glances, deactivating their Susanoo and joining the retreat. Meanwhile, Kushina, filled with remorse, accompanied Minato, offering apologies to Naruto. It was a family reunion, albeit a strained one, with the large-eared fox in Naruto's arms glaring disapprovingly at Minato. The era of Konoha had come to an end, and the Uchiha clan would soon settle in the Land of Rice. With many feudal lords and nobles having perished in Konoha, the remaining Kage might seize this opportunity to forge a new world, free from the influence of the ordinary weaklings of the past. Should any seek vengeance, They were welcome to declare war in the land of rice. Uchiha Izuna, representing the Uchiha clan, announced their future endeavors to the living outside Konoha. Though only 6 individuals remained, one of whom was a boy devoid of chakra. The Uchiha clan was far from annihilated. The Uchiha clan would once again rise to instill fear in the ninja world. As for the Senju clan, they were not entirely extinguished, for Tsunade remained. As long as Hashirama could encourage Tsunade to bear children, there remained a glimmer of hope for revival. The concern over Tsunade's age and her ability to conceive was perhaps a matter still open to possibility. After all, Orochimaru was exceedingly busy and would never assist the Senju in any experiments for lineage continuation. Chapter 238, Kyuubi. Naruto should make a good brother. The family joining Sound Ninja Village included Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, Kurama, and Nara. In the office of the Sound Shadow, Yakushi Kabuto received a sizable stack of lists from Mizuki, commencing the latest tally report. Konoha's larger clans had nearly all but vanished, yet many smaller families remained. Following the statistics, the confirmed number of ninjas had already reached 5 digits. Did the Uchiha clan not join Sound Ninja Village? Nara Shikaku sat in his chair, listening as Yakushi Kabuto recited the family names, realizing he had not heard that particular name. The Uchiha's decision to abstain from joining the village was an edict from their new clan leader, as Lord Orochimaru had stated his intent to protect his disciples, thereby aligning with the Uchiha. Yakushi Kabuto lamented this turn of events. Their esteemed Lord Orochimaru had been led astray by Uchiha Ero. It was Orochimaru who had salvaged them and established Sound Ninja Village. Yet after taking in that troublesome brat, even Orochimaru had seemingly become part of their family. The distinction between Sound Ninja Village belonging to the Uchiha and the Uchiha belonging to Sound Ninja Village was a matter of profound difference. However, they would not obstruct Lord Orochimaru's decision. Everyone present, be it Inuzuka, Akimichi, or the summoned Kakashi and Minato, stood in stunned silence at this revelation. Orochimaru, the Orochimaru, having already joined Sound Ninja Village, they had heard whispers of Orochimaru's past ambitions regarding the Sharingan. What did this signify now? Unable to acquire it, he chose to join instead? Have you concluded your meeting? Lord Orochimaru has indicated that preparations for our welcoming ceremony are complete. We are merely awaiting your arrival. Naruto knocked on the window, cradling the large-eared fox as he greeted those inside. A welcoming ceremony was to be held today, with Kagaya, Sujetsu, and the now-recovered Shikamaru eagerly awaiting their presence. Let us proceed to the celebration. We can address other matters later, Nara Shikaku suggested, rising and patting Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino's shoulders to urge them not to linger. Come on, Naruto, do not carry it all the time. It may frighten the villagers. Minato remarked helplessly, pointing at the adorably mischievous large-eared fox. Just recently, it had been ferocious and terrifying. Now it had transformed into a pet. Yet, no matter how small and charming it appeared, it remained a tailed beast, Kyuubi, capable of devastating an entire village with ease. Look, I told you you would have issues with me. After I accompanied you for over a decade, he returns wanting to confine me again, resentful of my presence hindering your father-son bond. It is he who fails to satisfy you, but blames me for being an obstacle. Kyuubi lamented, its large ears drooping as it clung to Naruto's shoulders, bemoaning the negligence of a father who failed to fulfill his responsibilities while casting blame upon an innocent. Regarding the incident that led to its release, resulting in the demise of Kushina and Minato, Kyuubi had conveniently shifted the blame onto Obito. After all, it was guiltless, merely a victim. It and Naruto had relied on one another for over a decade. Kyuubi was well-behaved, and in Sound Ninja Village, tailed beasts were permitted to roam freely, with Niji's family often visiting neighbors for offerings. Naruto gently patted Kyuubi's head, holding the large-eared fox a little tighter, casting a glance back at Minato, whose disapproval was evident even in his eyes. Naruto shook his head and shared details about the tailed beasts before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them to Ero's doorstep. The tree remained lush and verdant, with the area surrounding Ero's home devoid of any obstructions. The welcome ceremony was underway in the plaza beneath the tree. Arrow was at the buffet table, preparing sauces, creating a base flavor for everyone to customize according to their preferences. Arrow, Naruto's troublesome father, has bullied the fox again, Kyuubi exclaimed, having leaped from Naruto's embrace to cling to Arrow's leg in complaint. Are you certain it wasn't you who bullied Uncle Minato? Arrow teased, gesturing for Kyuubi to hop onto his shoulder while he continued preparing for the upcoming feast. It is not the case. I did not utter a word, nor cast a glance in his direction. It was merely Naruto who held me close, asserting that I should not be outside. He must believe that tailed beasts should be confined within cages. Gyulama perched upon Aluo's shoulder, his petite paws tugging at Aluo's hair, continuing to lament the injustices inflicted by both Feng Shui men. Alternatively, one could simply give him a good beating. After all, the body revived through Edo Tensei cannot perish as long as his soul remains intact. If one desires to strike him, they may do so without hesitation. Aluo shook his head, unwilling to intervene in the grievances between Gyulama and both Feng Shui men, and even less inclined to mediate. For him, it was of no consequence, as the tailed beast posed no threat. In fact, they could engage in playful antics together. However, for both Feng Shui men, the nine tails represented the very embodiment of the murderer who took his beloved's life. Yet, what fault lies with Gyulama? He was merely powerful, captured to serve as a summoning beast, and due to others' inability to summon him, he was imprisoned, transformed into a vast reservoir of chakra. Had anyone else occupied his position, once released, they would surely seek to obliterate Konoha and the ninja who sealed him. Thus, entangled in this web of grievances, each party has their own sense of injustice and anger. Why engage in a futile struggle against the indomitable? Instead of fighting, one might as well devote their time to training. Naruto has already promised me that once certain matters are settled, he shall grant me my freedom. Gyulama whispered softly into Aluo's ear, conveying his pact with Naruto. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. During your idle moments, practice transformation techniques. Even if you are not fond of it, occasionally transforming into human form might prove beneficial. Otherwise, others will endeavor to impart to you the profound implications of being non-kin. Observing Gyulama's hopeful gaze, Aluo felt compelled to remind him that mere words do not guarantee action, a truth that even Naruto is subject to. Consider Hinata Niji, now busy preparing ingredients with Team Guy. Reflecting upon Naruto's past promises reveals that certain declarations cannot be entirely trusted. The initial promises were heartfelt, yet individuals inevitably grow, evolve, and, influenced by various current factors, may choose to forget past sentiments and pledges. In a few years, as Naruto matures, who can say whether he too will share the same concerns as others, fearing that Gyulama, if released, might wreak havoc, even if he does not harbor such thoughts. The mere act of intending to release the Nine Tails will prompt many to convey to Naruto the madness and peril associated with it. Gyulama is simply a tailed beast, a fox. When the time comes for Naruto to make a choice, it will not be a matter of equal standing. Umans, for the sake of their own safety, possess a commendable rationale for sealing a tailed beast. Would Naruto prefer a brother or a sister? Gyulama, feeling a tad dejected, pondered for a moment before posing a question that nearly caused Aluo to tremble with laughter. Did Gyulama wish for Naruto to experience the joys of being an older brother? Nevertheless, it was indeed an intriguing notion. After all, with Kushina and Minato long deceased, they could no longer bear another child to bestow upon Naruto the role of an elder sibling. Chapter 239, Naruto, I too, wish to be a good brother. Uzumaki Naruto, whose child are you holding? Inazuka Kiba, having familiarized himself with his sister's new living environment, approached to greet his old friends, only to witness Naruto emerging from the house beneath the tree, cradling a small child. Mine, this is my sister, Egio, Naruto exclaimed, clutching the 2-year-old girl clad in a red dress, glaring at Kiba to deter him from encroaching. Initially, he intended to assist in organizing the ingredients while Gyulama played with Aluo. However, after a brief period, Aluo mentioned that Gyulama seemed unwell, prompting him to take the fox outside for a check. given that Aluo's yard offered some protective measures. Even if Jiulama were to encounter issues, he would not disrupt the others. Yet, once they reached the yard and the gate was closed, Naruto transformed from cradling a large-eared little fox into holding a small baby. This baby bore a striking resemblance to him, particularly with her golden hair and blue eyes. "What an adorable little one," she proclaimed, insisting that henceforth, in public, she would address him as her brother, thus preventing Naruto's parents from feeling discontent upon seeing the fox. With Jiulama considering his feelings and willing to assume the role of a sister, Naruto joyfully embraced his newfound identity as an older brother. "You have a sister?" Kiba stared in disbelief at Naruto and the child in his arms, both wearing expressions of astonishment. "Uzumaki Naruto, he actually has a sister." This revelation sent Kiba racing off to spread the news. By the time Uzumaki Kushina and Bo-Fon Minato arrived, they found a group of youths gathered, instructing Naruto on how to care for his sister. Why did the Nine-Tails suddenly wish to transform into a human? Sasuke merely glanced over before approaching Aluo, inquisitively asking him to elucidate the situation. Previously, he had accompanied Izuna to the newly established Uchiha compound, which, although sparsely populated, still adhered to the standards befitting a clan. Upon returning, he was met with Naruto's foolishly jubilant demeanor. Truly, it was utterly ridiculous. Originally, Jiulama was merely a manifestation of chakra, yet after years of cultivation, he had developed a complete soul, now merely possessing a new form. Aluo winked playfully. Although he was the one who suggested the transformation to Jiulama, he would never admit it. Moreover, he did not lie. After years of diligent practice, if Jiulama had not achieved any results, it would have been a wasted effort. Most importantly, with Jiulama's soul now possessing a human form, he could never return to the Ten Tails. Even if, for some reason, Jiulama willingly offered himself, he could not achieve the fusion with the Ten Tails. Thus, he truly is Naruto's sister? Sasuke glanced back at Naruto's foolish expression, still feeling somewhat pained by the sight. Such a silly smile. Naruto was delighted, and Ujio was equally elated, which sufficed. As for others, Naruto is our friend, and Ujio often expresses her desire to present us with gifts. So we need only concern ourselves with those who treat us kindly. The feelings of others hold no relevance to us. Aluo waved his hand in front of Sasuke, urging him not to overthink. Indeed, it has always been Ujio who has protected and accompanied Naruto. Sasuke regarded Aluo, who was winking and grinning, with an odd expression, then nodded, reaching out to remove the gloves from Aluo's hands. The food ingredients had been abundantly prepared. It was time for his younger brother, who had worked tirelessly, to take a break. Naruto and Ujio were indeed familiar friends. As for Bo-Fon Minato, or any other individuals from Konoha, who has the time to concern themselves with them? Aluo, Sasuke, look, I'm also a brother now. This is my sister, Ujio, who has been by my side since childhood. I owe my survival in my younger years to Ujio's protection. She is truly well-behaved, Naruto exclaimed, lifting Ujio as he approached Aluo and Sasuke, eager to showcase her. Of course, he was primarily worried that Sasuke might inadvertently reveal too much, so he preemptively informed him of the situation. Ujio is now capable of solidifying her form. This is promising. Moving forward, you must also be prepared to embrace the responsibilities that come with being an older brother. Sasuke patted Naruto on the shoulder, adopting the pose of a self-proclaimed responsible older brother, reminding his companion to strive diligently. Being a brother is a title, a source of immense happiness, yet it signifies a greater array of responsibilities to bear. Of course, I shall not fall behind you, Naruto declared, raising his fist in a spirited proclamation, vowing to outshine Sasuke in the endeavor of becoming a good older brother. Foolish. Initially, there was a slight concern that Mingren might encounter trouble, but observing his current performance, Zwisu simply responded with a familiar phrase. This guy is far too complacent. Brother, let us return home and tidy up. Mingren, do your best. Although it is certain that you will not surpass him, for my brother is the finest of siblings. Alo chuckled as he glanced at Mingren and Ujio, simultaneously declaring that his brother was the best. Zwisu's laughter was somewhat exaggerated in response to this proclamation, while Mingrun, after a foolish grin, glared indignantly at Zhuasu's departing figure. He cradled the Jew in his arms, pondering how he might triumph even once or twice in their sibling rivalry. His expectations were modest. Winning just once would suffice. After all, Zhuasu had always cared for his younger brother, while the bond between him and a Jew was still in its nascent stages. However, he need not think for long, for a scowling Bofeng Shui Min and Kushina, who was visibly upset for the first time since a resurrection, approached him. Chapter 240, Mingrun, if you are troubled, come and tell your teacher. Mingrun, tell your mother, why did you allow her to become your sister? Kushina stood before Mingrun, extending her arms to embrace him. Her son had endured too much suffering, all intertwined with the Nine Tails. Why must the Nine Tails be transformed into a little girl? And why must Mingrun take on the role of her protector? Because during the times I was despised by those around me, it was a Jew who constantly shielded me. Now that you all dislike a Jew, it is only natural that I should protect her. I understand that a Jew's presence has caused my mother to be bullied since childhood, and it was because of a Jew that you perished on the day I was born. Nevertheless, it was a Jew who safeguarded me, confined in the shadows of the seal. She was always there when I fell ill, when I was injured, when I went hungry, and when I felt wronged. Without a Jew's repeated encouragement, I would not have survived to this day, nor would I have had the chance to reunite with my parents. Mingrun, feeling aggrieved, leaned against his mother's arm. Parents are of utmost importance. He had yearned for familial affection since childhood, but the Nine Tails were equally significant. It does not seek to protect you simply because it would perish alongside you. Even-tailed beasts, though capable of resurrection, fear death just the same. Bofeng Shui Min's fists clenched in anger, wishing to seal the Nine Tails once more. The relationship between a tailed beast and its Jinchuriki could not merely be one of protection. This was undoubtedly a deception by the Nine Tails, a scheme to ensnare Mingrun. Kushina gently patted Mingrun's back. She was not opposed to Mingrun's amicable relationship with the Nine Tails, but transforming a tailed beast into a human and treating it as family would render Mingrun an enemy in the ninja world. Neither the hostile ninjas outside nor the comrades within the village would accept such a Mingrun. The soul of a Nine Tails is already human. If you are concerned about her lack of a corporeal form, I can extract some of Mingrun's cells to cultivate a physical body for the Nine Tails. At that point, aside from differences in gender, all her genes could mirror Mingrun's. Orochimaru and Uchiha Izuna approached, standing at the door and observing this farce before offering a suggestion. As the child of their household stated, the Nine Tails is human, so she shall be regarded as such. Previously, she trained in a human soul form. Hence, the Nine-Tail soul has already undergone self-transformation. As for the body, it is merely a vessel. Creating a fleshly form is quite simple. Currently, Shui Yue and Xianglin have already mastered this type of cultivation operation independently. No, Bofeng Shui Min turned to Orochimaru, his demeanor still brimming with suspicion and ire. After being resurrected, he was essentially under Orochimaru's control, unable to break free. Now, this individual was again deceiving Mingrun, attempting to forge a peculiar bond between him and the Nine Tails. Orochimaru, I entrusted you to you. As her brother, I shall ensure her well-being. I am a ninja. I can undertake missions to support my sister. She need not have any ties to my parents. She is simply my sister, Uzumaki Mingrun. Mingrun gazed at Orochimaru, his eyes suddenly alight with hope. He broke free from Kushina's embrace and hurriedly placed the small Iju before Orochimaru. Gene replication would yield a sister nearly identical to him, save for her gender. Thus, would it not be akin to Zhuasu and Alo? Certainly, if one day you find them to be a source of distress, you may inform me directly. I have previously sealed Alo and Zhuasu's parents and can do so again, ensuring they will not cause you unhappiness, nor will they be seized as tools by certain entities. Orochimaru effortlessly lifted the petite Iju, ruffling Mingrun's golden hair. His ominous tone leaving Mingrun and the others in a state of shock. Sealing Mingrun's parents was not a significant issue, as they had been resurrected by Orochimaru. However, the claim that he had previously sealed Alo and Zhuasu's parents raised numerous questions. Those present understood Alo's status and position under Orochimaru. Why? Why would Alo and Zhuasu's parents be sealed? Were they aware? Mingren raised his head, looking at Orochimaru, who appeared serious, and voiced the collective confusion. Because Alo was killed by his father under the watchful eyes of his parents and older brother. Do not doubt, I was also there, witnessing the frail child, who had never received parental love, perish under his father's chakra attack, while his mother and brother looked on. Uchiha Obito emerged from a sudden spatial vortex, carrying several freshly made confections. Observing Mingren's dazed expression, he gently patted the top of Mingren's head, having said all that needed to be said before swiftly making his way to Alo's house, opening the door and stepping inside. Is what he said true? Mingren still found it hard to believe. He knew that Alo had died on the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, yet he could not fathom the truth. Alo. At that time, apart from Zhuasu, my father and mother, all chose to let Alo go first to the Pure Land. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara approached, stopping beside Mingren to discuss this matter before continuing on their way, entering the courtyard. How could this be? They were his biological parents, were they not? Why? Mingren recalled how fragile Alo had appeared before leaving Konoha. That day, he had stood in front of Zhuasu, while Alo had sadly remarked that it was their shared birthday. It seemed that was Alo's first birthday celebration. Later, they were resurrected, yet their behavior was still disappointing, which led to my decision to seal them. Mingren, if you share similar troubles, since you call me teacher, I can assist you with certain matters that need not be overly complicated. When Orochimaru smiles, he still retains that eerie demeanor. At this moment, he did not elaborate further to Mingren, merely reiterating his willingness to seal certain individuals. After all, they had maintained hostility towards him since their resurrection. Alo had once expressed a desire for Orochimaru to be happy. When hostile entities appeared, if they could not be changed, then one must find a way to make them disappear. Of course, considering Mingren's respectful address of him as teacher, he would allow Mingren some additional opportunities. Chapter 241, Uchiha Obito. With a strong ally, Uchiha Madara can do nothing to me, Orochimaru-sensei. I entrusted you to you. As for my matters, I will give them serious consideration. My bottom line is that I absolutely cannot allow anyone to harm a Jew. However, I believe that although my parents have not been by my side since my birth, they must still love me. Naruto lowered his head, wiping away his tears, and reiterated his request for Orochimaru to take good care of a Jew. Regarding his parents, he could not ask Orochimaru to seal them away, so he could only strive further, hoping they would not entertain any thoughts of harming a Jew. Stay safe. I will take a Jew to the Arrow family to reside temporarily. It is unsafe for her outside. Orochimaru, cradling the obedient little girl with 9 tails, glanced around at the gathering crowd and entered the courtyard of the Arrow residence alongside Izuna. The large gates opened and closed, separating 2 distinct environments and atmospheres. Kyubi, you are quite the actor. How shameful. The 3-tailed Isabu lay sprawled on the table, helplessly spinning in circles under Uchiha Madara's finger. Yet it did not hinder its mocking of a certain shameless fox. After all, in the presence of Uchiha Madara, they all received similar treatment. There was no point in getting entangled in such matters. Mind your own business. I have already severed my connection with the 10 tails. What you're doing is quite dangerous. One day, if Otsutsuki Kagaya takes notice, she can directly extract my power and merge it back with the 10 tails. A Jew jumped onto the table, playfully patting Isabu's shell, proudly flaunting her current status. Go away, I detest noisy children. Isabu lamented, flicking its tail, wanting to toss that troublesome fox out. Being reabsorbed into the 10 tails was possibly the predetermined fate of all 9-tailed beasts. However, once they gained independent consciousness, they would never willingly allow their existence to be eradicated. Yet, as of now, only Kyubi had succeeded. It had even transformed into a human-like soul, which was simply outrageous. A Jew? Uchiha Madara raised his hand and, under Kyubi's astonished gaze, lifted her up. It was no trouble. Previously, when following Naruto during training, she was often held and played with like a cat by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. However, Uchiha Madara, please do not smile so peculiarly. Izuna, look at this little fox. She is quite adorable, isn't she? Uchiha Madara, holding a Jew, turned to find Izuna. in his eagerness to strike up a conversation. He had completely forgotten that it was Orochimaru and Izuna who had brought a Jew over. Poor Kyubi, reduced to a toy to amuse his younger brother. After Uchiha Madara left, the two-tailed Nibi leaped over to join Isabu, watching Uchiha Madara coax Izuna. Orochimaru, can you really cultivate a little girl using Naruto's cells? Uchiha Obito inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. It was quite normal for Orochimaru to conduct experiments, but Naruto was a boy. Actually, you could use your cells to cultivate a new body for that Lin sister. Would you like to give it a try? Arrow, tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard, chimed in with a new suggestion upon hearing Obito's question. The spirit of Noera Rin had already been recovered, but whether or not she should be revived remained uncertain. Uchiha Obito was indeed someone whom many wished to tear apart in vengeance, yet Arrow harbored no animosity towards him. Even though Obito played a part in the Uchiha massacre, Arrow had long ago presented him with an overwhelmingly warm gift. Thus, for Arrow, he was simply a well-behaved member of the Uchiha clan, perhaps someone who had once hoped for his survival and even cried for him. That Lin may not necessarily agree. When I have the chance, I'll ask her. If she doesn't mind me, I would naturally look forward to her revival. Obito's face flushed crimson in an instant as his gaze flitted about, avoiding the eyes of those gathering around. What a foolish boy. Izuna shook his head, accepting the little nine-tailed girl from Madara, feeling a growing disdain for this junior clan member. However, the boy's abilities were commendable. It was no wonder he had caught his brother's attention. Remembering how his brother had tricked Obito, Izuna couldn't help but think of the so-called Eye of the Moon plan. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He shot a glare at Madara, who had taken a Jew inside to find some snacks, temporarily wishing to ignore his foolish brother. Why is Izuna angry again? Uchiha Madara mused, feeling he had done nothing to provoke such feelings. Madara, this isn't about Izuna being angry. Rather, he has simply never calmed down since those past events. Each of your actions back then could keep him fuming for quite some time. Obito felt he should resent Uchiha Madara, yet he was unable to confront him, and with Rin still with Izuna, he could only occasionally provoke the latter verbally. After all, Izuna had stated that the Uchiha clan had only a few members, and they should not suffer casualties due to someone's pettiness. This is what it means to have a strong ally, even if it is just to make you uncomfortable. You must endure it, even if you are unhappy. Arrow, I am certain I did not brainwash Uchiha Obito, did I? Arrow continued to tend to the flowers and plants, observing the interactions among these individuals. Occasionally, he would vent to the system, lamenting how the Uchiha clan's personalities were becoming increasingly twisted. Host, please do not doubt. Uchiha Obito is inherently cheerful. He has merely lost the people he cared about and has been ensnared in a dream created by Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu. Now that the dream has shattered, the girl he adores will still smile at him, and he may have the chance to return to her side. The system, weary of Arrow's complaints, reminded him once more that for certain individuals, they were merely returning to their true nature, just as the increasingly lively Orochimaru, the gentle and introverted Nagato, the confident and sunny Kurenai, and Deidara, who was preoccupied with creating new products to bolster the old man's health. This cannot be considered a change. Rather, it is simply that they can now pursue what they desire. Let him revel in this for now. Once the welcome celebration concludes, Naruto's family of 3 will surely come to settle accounts with Obito. Arrow thought of Naruto's family, and then glanced at Obito, who was deliberately provoking Uchiha Madara, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. If he were to be beaten to death, let Izuna collect his soul and send it to reside with Noera Rin in the sealing space. That sealing space has already begun to transform. Once the welcome celebration concludes, he must venture to certain locations to seize energy. He had long been eyeing the dens of those little monsters. Chapter 242. Arrow, he sleeps amidst the blossoms. I hope everyone can integrate into the village more quickly. At the welcome celebration for the newcomers, Orochimaru, as the leader of the Sound Village, needed to step forward and deliver some formal remarks. However, today he refrained from any brainwashing, simply uttering a few words before delegating the responsibility to Kabuto and Uchiha Itachi. Swiftly making his way to the only courtyard beside the square, it seemed as though something had occurred. Nara Shikamaru had already recovered his health and now stood among the younger generation. Watching Orochimaru hurriedly depart, a sense of unease washing over him. Could it be that something happened to Ero? It seemed that some incidents had already transpired. During the Chunin exams in Konoha, the line between truth and falsehood had become utterly incomprehensible. Ero was fine. He merely needed to rest. These years had been spent tirelessly earning money while bearing the burdens of his family's massacre and his own vengeance. He was utterly exhausted and simply needed a break. Kurenai stood nearby, holding a blooming red flower, her head lowered as she spoke about Ero. Indeed, he merely requires rest, and once he has recuperated, he shall return. TheUchiha lowered his head, his long hair obscuring his face. Yet the choked voice and the droplets falling to the ground left those unaware of the situation around them utterly terrified. You speak of rest, yet why do you weep so sorrowfully? This will lead others to believe that your notion of rest carries an entirely different implication. What are you all saying? Aluo simply intends to return home for a brief slumber. You must be intentionally deceiving us. How cruel! Naruto felt a twist in his heart, grunting towards Xianglin and TheUchiha before turning to dash outside the great doors, pushing them open to rush inside. However, as the door creaked open, the scene in the courtyard became clear to the nearby boys and girls. The garden was in full bloom, vibrant flowers flourishing in abundance. Yet amidst this beauty lay the quiet figure of the youth, Aluo. The sight startled Naruto, causing him to burst into tears. He stumbled forward, attempting to reach out to feel Aluo's warmth and breath. Be careful not to trample the flowers. Each one was painstakingly cultivated by Aluo. Sasuke suddenly appeared, seizing Naruto by the collar, forcing him to observe Aluo from a distance, forbidding him to approach any closer. Sasuke, why is Aluo lying on the ground? He will catch a chill in this wind and rain. Take him back inside to rest. Naruto struggled against Sasuke's grip, angrily kicking at his calf. What is happening? This is no time for peculiar antics. One must return to a comfortable bed for slumber. Aluo has always mentioned that he requires the softest mattress for sleep. He cannot breathe well while resting in here. These are his beloved flowers, nurtured by his own hands. Sasuke released Naruto, cautiously approaching Aluo, crouching down to touch his tousled black hair. Even in repose, his unruly locks refuse to be subdued. Aluo will awaken. He surely will. Naruto stood frozen, his gaze fixed upon Aluo, whispering words not as inquiries to Sasuke, but as affirmations to himself. This sorrowful scene saw the two youths in the courtyard bowing their heads, tears falling, while those outside the gates who knew Aluo stifled their cries. Even Uchiha Itachi, after hastily issuing a few commands, vanished swiftly. No one knew where the other Uchiha were, but their absence only heightened the feeling of sorrow and some unseen despair. Yet, amidst this melancholic atmosphere, an entirely different scene unfolded in Aluo's living room. I had previously stated that they would undoubtedly succeed. There would be no issues. Aluo lay on the sofa, munching on snacks handed to him by Izumi, cradling a black cat in his arms. This was not a mere feigned death. His body was temporarily sealed and placed in the courtyard. Besides confusing certain beings, there was another reason. His body required the spiritual energy transmitted from the earth's veins. Temporarily entrusted to the system, it would not abandon his soul, but the ethereal form of his spirit would facilitate his tasks outside. Sasuke's sorrow was not merely for show. Uchiha Itachi stood nearby, observing Aluo's state, his feelings mirroring those of Sasuke outside. Moreover, Sasuke's sorrow and anguish were compounded by his regret and resentment towards his past actions. I understand, thus I previously mentioned the hardships that lay ahead. I shall be departing for an extended period. The Sound Village and the Land of Rice will be entrusted to you. Before my return, aside from my brother and Orochimaru-sensei, no one else must approach me, or else further calamity shall ensue. Aluo sat up, passing another snack to Izumi and discussing essential matters to be cautious about. Some things must not only be acted upon, but genuinely require vigilance. Should one discover him in this state of slumber, the potential for destruction could be far greater than if he were awake, and any subsequent explanations would be exceedingly troublesome. This task shall fall to me. but I can only assure the safety of ordinary individuals. Should any sage arrive, I cannot guarantee my strength against them. Obito, holding the little Agio who attempted to scratch his face, sat on the sofa, raising his hand to indicate that he would entirely take charge of Luo's physical protection. Moreover, he cautiously mentioned his own uncontrollable existence. After all, their current adversaries included the likes of Otsutsuki and various sage-like creatures. Although he did not entirely comprehend why Luo referred to these sages as little monsters. If they truly arrived, it would save a great deal of trouble. Ancestor, I am currently unable to undertake many tasks. The control over that matter shall be yours. The most crucial aspect is to keep an eye on your brother, preventing him from being awakened by any notions of brotherly affection between Indra and Ashura. Just the thought of it infuriates me. A true brother, he does not disregard, yet he allows himself to be swayed by some ancient brotherly bond. Ancestor, please take the time to discipline him. It is truly infuriating. Luo grasped Izumi's arm, temporarily entrusting him with managing the ceiling space. The focal point remained on Uchiha Obito, who was watching intently. Uchiha Obito was free from Indra's influence. Yet no one could guarantee that he would not revert to his erratic behavior upon encountering Senju Hashirama. Chapter 243, Uchiha Brothers, prepare yourselves mentally. Senju Hashirama is not returning for the time being, which allows me to adjust. Brother, do not cause any disturbances. In the ceiling space, Izumi followed the blueprint Luo had previously provided, initiating a new round of construction. However, Uchiha Obito, hovering nearby, frequently leaned in to observe and pointed out discrepancies. It was indeed rather infuriating. Izumi, are you truly in control of the changes within this space? Uchiha Obito still found it hard to believe. Even witnessing Izumi making adjustments firsthand, he remained convinced that Luo was deceiving him. I previously mentioned that my soul is bound to Luo. Thus, I possess the authority to manage these matters on his behalf. Brother, do not attempt to harm him. Concerning the soul, if I perish, he may not necessarily follow. However, should he encounter misfortune, I shall dissipate first. Izumi turned to meet his brother's gaze, knowing that certain words, even if spoken, would not fully convince him. Yet, it was true that they had previously deceived him. However, prior to Luo's soul departing, they indeed entered into a binding agreement. Furthermore, after this binding, he discovered that Orochimaru had already approached him much earlier. That fellow has been up to no good from the start. Fortunately, he was able to keep an eye on things. Otherwise, Luo might have been spirited away by Orochimaru without their notice. Why? Despite being a descendant by blood, he is a soul whom even Otsutsuki Kagaya cannot erase. You must understand he is unlike Sasuke or Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Obito confirmed that no other presence was nearby and could not restrain himself from asking a question that had long lingered in his heart. That child, Uchiha Luo, may indeed be a more perilous entity than Otsutsuki Kagaya. He cannot be considered a true Uchiha, unworthy of such sacrifices from Izumi. Before he became Uchiha Luo, who was he? He wished to express that he would listen if I spoke, but would not inquire if I chose silence. He never concealed his uniqueness. Rather, he simply hoped for my safety. I am aware that he deeply cares for me, an ancestor separated by generations. He taught me the art of cultivation, yearning for my existence to endure longer. He exerted his utmost efforts to ensure my well-being. Kwana tucked away the scroll in his hands, gazing at Uchiha Ban, who emphasized Luo's unusual identity, and smiled as he shook his head. The soul once bore another identity, yet now he stands as an Uchiha, which presents no contradiction. Furthermore, Luo is merely Luo. His identity as an Uchiha marks the inception of our acquaintance, but any relationship requires nurturing. Familial bonds are no exception. The affection rooted in mutual protection will only deepen. Yet as disappointments accumulate, even the strongest of emotions may erode. At times, I envy Sasuke for having a brother who wholeheartedly loves him. In moments spent basking in moonlight upon the rooftop, I occasionally wonder, had our roles been reversed, with me as the elder and you as the younger, would things have unfolded differently? The younger sibling might care more for the elder, while the elder bears the weight of countless considerations. Reflecting on those years, I could only watch as those two mischievous boys demonstrated their brotherly affection before me. And a sense of melancholy enveloped me. Those brothers would occasionally tease me, their playful antics resembling little devils. However, it is precisely their exuberance that eased the brutality I experienced upon returning, soothing my turbulent emotions. Uchiha Ban, now devoid of the inclination to discuss Luo, observed Kwana's sorrowful gaze. Any explanations or apologies eluded him. He could attribute many matters to his defeat by Senju Hashirama, yet under Kwana's watchful Mangekyo Sharingan, he felt that every justification, every word, inflicted pain upon Kwana's heart. Brother, I shall no longer harbor resentment towards you. I have learned to seek the reason within myself. It was my folly. I believed that I, Uchiha Kwana, was of utmost importance to you. Thus, after I sustained grievous injuries, I sought to use my life to thwart your desire for reconciliation with the Senju. The blood of our clan, the life of my brother, and my own eyes. Gifted to you as the last brother, I thought their worth would suffice. In the fleeting moments of my existence, my mind faltered, as Kwana recounted his foolishness. He grew increasingly at ease, his smile softening considerably. Having spoken his piece, he disregarded Uchiha Ban's reaction and forcefully expelled him. After Luo provided him with a contract, he indeed held a secondary dominion over this sealed space. As for Orochimaru, that fellow had been preoccupied lately, especially with the research on the Uchiha clan's genetic inheritance. He would not disrupt this place for the time being. Kwana, Uchiha Ban, found himself ejected and directly beside Orochimaru. There he observed the sullen Uchiha Itachi and the smug, serpent-eyed Orochimaru, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Orochimaru, what brings you here? You ought to witness this. It pertains to the legacy of your Uchiha clan. You should properly educate this young man on who desires the Uchiha bloodline to continue. Orochimaru's grin was menacing as he stepped back, allowing Uchiha Ban to guide the currently troubled Uchiha Itachi. This matter held little concern for Orochimaru. He merely sought to conduct research, indifferent to whether it involved Uchiha, Uzumaki, or Hyuga. For him, it was merely an experiment, a pursuit of results. What do you mean, Orochimaru? Who requires the Uchiha legacy? Is it not my brother and this young man, his brother? Uchiha Ban contemplated the relevance of this to him, but recalled Kwana's repeated insistence on the necessity of the Uchiha legacy. Moreover, it is the Uchiha clan, not the Konoha Uchiha. Thus, it is a matter he must oversee diligently. Itachi, if you feel inadequate, then perhaps Sasuke should take your place. After all, one of you must contribute to the continuation of your lineage. As for Luo, do not entertain such thoughts. After his demise, he cannot produce offspring. His body merely appears to be alive. Though Sasuke is still under 13, his youth may be a factor, yet with Orochimaru collaborating with Senju Tobirama, they should be able to facilitate this step. Having lived for many years, Uchiha Ban spoke with an air of authority, well aware of how to compel Uchiha Itachi to comply. Moreover, Itachi had not expressed any unwillingness to cooperate. He merely felt a psychological dissonance after receiving a plethora of information from Orochimaru, as Uchiha Itachi quickly asserted that there was no need to substitute Sasuke. And, as the elder brother, he could shoulder the responsibilities. Orochimaru diligently conveyed the happenings here to Luo. Upon receiving the news, Luo, who had just arrived at the Toad Cave, wore a simple smile. Brotherly affection is commendable, unless these two can rectify their thoughts. How can we honor Kwana and Sasuke in their concern for their elder brother? Chapter 244, Myobo Kuzan. The disturbance of the wandering souls within the stone statues of Myobo Kuzan reside the souls of past challengers. The system, upon Luo's entrance into Myobo Kuzan, detected and displayed the information of those sealed souls. Most had entered Myobo Kuzan many years ago, becoming stone frogs as a result of their failed trials. Souls imprisoned within stone frogs. Could this be a weapon left for me? Luo surveyed the stone frogs around him, his ethereal form smiling as he floated into the air. He relished observing the spirits. They could seek vengeance. Host, please ensure your safety. The system had no other suggestions. It merely needed to ascertain that Luo remained unharmed. Since Sasuke, Naruto, Orochimaru, Uchiha Kwana, the Nine Tails, Uchiha Ban, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama had cultivated spiritual power. Luo's spirit had become increasingly liberated and unrestrained within this world. This was an unexpected boon that the system had not initially calculated. Luo, what should we do now? Should we strike directly? When Kurizetsu was pulled over by Luo, he observed the stone frogs around him with keen interest regarding the impending actions. They were finally about to dismantle the Toad Cave. Do not rush. There's no need for us to intervene in dealing with these little demons. Kuro, you should learn well. If you wish to act from the shadows, ensure that no one knows it was you who did it. Luo's figure was spectral. His finger raised as a sphere of spiritual energy formed a barrier, encircling both him and Kurizetsu. What is this little demon? Kurizetsu, finding himself unable to escape from Luo's confinement, felt no concern. He merely wished to understand the origin of this peculiar term for the little demons. It sounded rather odd. I assumed you would know. I possess memories of a past life and have recently regained some recollections. In times long past, I took great pleasure in dealing with those unruly little demons who overstepped their bounds. Luo's demeanor was calm, yet as he spoke, Kurizetsu could not help but tremble. The notion of regaining memories from a previous life was indeed daunting, especially as the spirals of spiritual energy beyond their protective barrier instilled a sense of fear in Kurizetsu. If you find yourself feeling frightened, transform into a feline form and perch upon my shoulder. I am currently occupied and lack the time to soothe you. Casting a glance at the aggrieved, wide-eyed Heiju, Luo shook his corporeal shoulder, offering Heiju a place to find a semblance of security. I had thought this fellow was fearless, yet suddenly he seems so timid. I am not afraid. I merely sense that this entity possesses immense destructive power over non-corporeal beings. Heiju, unwilling to admit his trepidation, quickly liquefied and transformed into a small black cat, resting upon Luo's shoulder. He simply felt the need to change forms. It was certainly not because he believed Luo would not harm a cat. Your perception is not mistaken. However, this is not merely destruction, but also a form of salvation. Soon, you shall witness this. I hope the little demons do not flee too swiftly, for once they escape, you will have to search for them everywhere. Luo smiled as he advanced step by step, the surrounding barrier of spiritual energy moving in tandem with him. In his wake, the stone frogs began to crack. More and more stone frogs fractured, startling some small toads, while others remained to observe. Some fled to inform the Great Toad Sage. Unfortunately, the Great Toad Sage, also known as Toad Maru, was not present in the Toad Cave at that moment. Toad Maru was currently with Otsutsuki Kagaya, near the ruins of Konoha, presumably in search of further clues regarding the destruction of Konoha. Toad Bunta, a notably powerful toad within the Toad Cave. Might you wish to personally test your mettle against him? Luo, observing the chaos among the toads of Maiboka Mountain as they scurried in all directions to investigate, poked the little black cat on the head, inquiring if it wished to personally dispatch one. I shall not, as you suggested. It is best to wait until the matter concludes, ensuring no one discovers who is responsible. Heiju shook his head. Despite his disdain for the toads, he did not feel compelled to resolve the issue himself. Previously, Luo had advised him to conceal himself well. Now this inquiry was clearly a jest. Very well, if you choose not to venture forth, should you feel fear later, simply close your eyes and do not look. Everything here may exceed your imagination. Luo clasped his hands together before him, palms touching, and as he drew upon his spiritual energy, a short flute materialized in his grasp. The control flute, a weapon he once wielded as a formidable antagonist in a previous realm. Of course, this was not the tangible weapon of his past, but rather a temporary weapon crafted from his spiritual energy. As he twirled the flute in his hand, gazing at the toads racing about and the shattered stone frog statues, Luo floated gently upward, distancing himself from the ground. Pain. Heiju watched as Luo ascended and began to play the silent flute. Before he could comprehend the surrounding events, he felt his form twisting uncontrollably, as a thought entity capable of transforming into various forms. Even his black cat exterior could not be maintained, and he rolled off Luo's shoulder. Fortunately, Having existed for millennia, he sensed impending danger and, using the last vestiges of his control, coiled around Aluo's arm like a rope. Is this a puppet technique? The system recognized that Aluo's elevated soul freedom endowed him with greater strength in controlling such abilities. However, this control was fundamentally different from the soul manipulation techniques of the previous realm. You must understand, I am a soul that loves to learn. Aluo played the silent flute while conversing with the system within his mind. The stone frogs around them had completely shattered, and streams of souls burst forth, swiftly consuming the energy of Mangekyo Mountain before beginning their assault on the toads, both large and small. Previously, only the toads of Mangekyo Mountain observed the commotion of the challengers. After the challengers transformed into stone frogs, they became mere playthings for the toads. Now these liberated souls, having feasted on energy, turned their appetite toward the toads. The small toads could not escape. Some of the larger toads fled, while others attempted to shield the smaller ones. Until a reverse spirit summoning technique was cast, a white-haired figure stood between Toad Bunta and the lingering souls. Chapter 245. Jiraiya was pulled away. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the sage of Mangekyo Mountain, known for his penchant for writing. He was once a student of Sarutobi Hiruzen and a former companion of Orochimaru. As Aluo set down the flute, Heiju transformed back into his black cat form and resumed his perch on Aluo's shoulder, informing him of the newcomer's identity. Orochimaru once stated that I was of utmost importance. However, since this is a former ally of my teacher, I do not intend to take action against him. The attack of these lingering souls cannot harm the living unless absolutely necessary. Aluo toyed with the flute between his fingers, observing Jiraiya attempting to intervene, yet completely oblivious to the lingering souls. He shook his head and turned his attention elsewhere. It is entirely normal for lingering souls to consume little demons. However, from the very beginning, I have not allowed these lingering souls to show any interest in the living. When humans intrude upon the battlefield of demons and spirits, the demons may harm humans, yet spirits almost never take action against them. For spirits are entities that cultivate both corporeal and spiritual essence, while spirits cannot be expected to attack one another if they cannot physically interact. This is simply implausible. Unless a spirit has achieved corporeal form, they can at most observe and cross paths. You are indeed quite concerned about Orochimaru. Be wary of your brother feeling jealous. Heiju observed the lingering souls passing through, while Jiraiya remained completely unaware, his eyes narrowing with amusement. Such a brotherly affection. It is acceptable. My brother understands my nature. Yet you must consider this, your mother. When faced with you, an Otsutsuki Kagaya will not side with you. As someone who exhibits a clear inclination towards brotherly affection, Aluo, after being teased by Heiju, swiftly jabbed back at this mama's boy. Otsutsuki Kagaya, even in her advanced age with a face full of wrinkles, remains a child in the eyes of Otsutsuki Kagaya. After all, Kagaya on the moon possesses a blend of naivete and obsession regarding emotions, occasionally experiencing maternal outbursts. How can you be certain she will not? I shall contemplate further. My mother is simply too kind to Kagaya, unwilling to concede, yet acknowledging the truth in his words. Heiju found himself in a predicament. He was acutely aware of his identity. While he considered himself his mother's child, in her heart, only Kagaya and Yuki were her true children. This realization was profoundly sorrowful, yet immutable. Her lack of affection towards you stems fundamentally from her absence during your upbringing, having never nurtured you through the formative years. There are still 2 years remaining. Once we resolve the territories of these 3 demons, would you care to visit the moon and allow your mother to experience the joy of raising a well-behaved son? Aluo spoke to Heiju about a sudden plan he conceived while observing the battle ahead. Judging by the current circumstances, they had a 2 to 3 year wait ahead of them, during which they ought to seek out some engaging endeavors. I cannot do it. Heiju found the idea intriguing, but ultimately relinquished it upon reflection. If he could perform as effortlessly as Aluo, he would not still be unable to rescue his mother. Moreover, he did not wish to botch the act. Such a failure would only deepen his mother's disdain for him. You cannot, but I certainly can. Aluo had already devised a plan for executing this scheme. There was no way he would allow Heiju to retreat helplessly in his moment of hesitation. It is merely a matter of playing the role of a beloved, obedient child. While the current Heiju might not be capable of such, what if Heiju were to undergo some transformation, temporarily losing his memory? However, this matter could not be rushed. First, they needed to resolve the 3 sacred lands before venturing to the moon to converse with Princess Kaguya. Are you also going to be a son for mother? Heiju gazed at Aluo for a considerable time, then blinked his feline eyes with a sense of grievance, slumping onto Aluo's shoulder. Indeed, this little rascal's acting skills could fully allow mother to experience what it means to have the best son. Moreover, he lacked paternal and maternal love. If mother cared for him, this little mischief maker would undoubtedly be overjoyed. However, this would also make him envious, as having this little one as a brother would feel quite strange. I believe you should temper your imagination. I have an elder brother, ancestors, friends, and relatives. I harbor no interest in becoming part of your family. Aluo squeezed the short flute in his hands, striving to maintain his composure and refrain from striking down this willful entity. What peculiar line of thought is this? You lack maternal affection. Strive for it yourself. Do not presume that everyone desires such a thing. Yet, mother is exceedingly gentle and kind. Heiju wished to emphasize once more that his mother is the best. But when the flute was directed at him, he wisely chose to remain silent. This was indeed something that frightened him. He feared being shattered and never seeing mother again. Jiraiya, you must leave. Venture forth to find the great Toad Sage and inform him that Toad Bunta has been devoured by intangible entities, feasting upon the lingering souls that gnaw at him. He has attempted to escape, but all efforts have been in vain. Myobokuzen has become an inescapable grave for them. Now they can only place their hopes on Jiraiya. After all, he is human, unlike them. Only by allowing Jiraiya to escape and seeking out the great Toad Sage to disclose their plight can they ensure the sage remains vigilant. I'll give it a try. Jiraiya was uncertain if he could escape. After several attempts, he could only shake his head in resignation, realizing he could not leave Myobokuzen. It seemed to be a spatial blockade, yet even now, they remain unaware of the identity of their enemy. Toad Bunta was becoming increasingly agitated. Yet no matter what methods he employed, he could not harm the transparent beings that were consuming his flesh and energy. He sensed that these were human souls, some of whom retained vague memories, seemingly those who had come to Myobokuzen. However, how they had transformed into this state and become frenzied, gnawing at everything in sight, remained a mystery. It was utterly exasperating to be devoured without understanding the cause, to perish not knowing who was responsible, helplessly watching oneself being consumed piece by piece. It might be possible, as Jiraiya continued to experiment. After repeated failures, he suddenly observed spatial distortions around him. Ultimately, he cast one last glance at Myobokuzen, only to find that the place had become even more desolate than outside Mangekyo. In the next moment, after the spatial transition, he found himself in an underground plaza. Before him stood Orochimaru, who had just expended a significant amount of chakra to pull him back, alongside a visibly anxious Tsunade. Tsunade sought Orochimaru's assistance, as she had unexpectedly triumphed in 3 rounds of cards against Naruto, who was known for his unbeatable luck. Initially elated by her victory, she grew uneasy when Naruto remarked that if a consistently losing person suddenly won, it could mean someone dear to them had been sacrificed. At that moment, she sensed impending doom. Abandoning her still winnable cards, she conceded and relinquished her initial stake along with her winnings to Naruto, urging him to take her to Orochimaru. She had no other cherished ones left. Kato had perished in the Pure Land, and her 2 grandfathers were not truly alive. With Shizen by her side, the only one she might still care about were her former teammates. Upon finding Orochimaru, he remained unfazed, leaving only Jiraiya, who was lost to her. She merely hoped for the best, insisting that Orochimaru must retrieve him. She believed that Orochimaru's intelligence network could accomplish this. However, she could never have anticipated that Orochimaru would employ a method reminiscent of summoning techniques to bring a disheveled, yet unharmed Jiraiya before her. Chapter 246, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. You actually imprisoned me. Tsunade, Orochimaru, have you also encountered the sage's sanctum? Jiraiya observed the two before him, quickly piecing together that similar incidents had transpired in their respective sage sanctums. Tsunade had won at cards and sensed trouble, prompting her to summon him. Orochimaru's serpentine gaze scrutinized Jiraiya, disdainfully turning to leave. He was merely assisting Tsunade in her search. Orochimaru, come back. What has transpired in the sage's sanctum? Tsunade intercepted Orochimaru, insisting he listen to Jiraiya's account. The sage's sanctum is in turmoil. This is not merely about Jiraiya and Myobo-Kuzan. She and Orochimaru also have ties to the sage's sanctum. If there's a chance, I hope something happens in the Dragon Cave. You two can discuss it slowly. I must return to my experiments. Orochimaru regarded Tsunade for a moment before circumventing her and continuing his departure. The three great sanctums are undoubtedly facing crises. That little rascal is having quite the fun. Yet, such an entertaining affair does not involve them, but rather Heiju. I must speak with Sasuke about how certain incorporeal beings have transformed into black cats, luring away children. As a guardian, I must intervene. What does Orochimaru mean? Jiraiya felt somewhat bewildered. The sage's sanctum had been destroyed. He was unable to escape. Yet Orochimaru had brought him here. And what is Tsunade's card game? This was Oto Geikure. Ever since Konoha's disappearance, he had accompanied his grandfather here. Orochimaru indeed had significant experiments ongoing. He was not merely making excuses. Tsunade leaned against the wall, observing Jiraiya's poor condition, and succinctly explained the current situation. Your grandfather, the first Hokage, has truly returned? Tsunade's revelation shocked Jiraiya to his core, causing his mind to falter. The legendary figure, the god of ninjas, who had been deceased for so many years, had returned. He had heard whispers of this news several times outside, but had dismissed it as mere falsehoods or impersonations. Yet now, it was Tsunade conveying this information, and she could not be mistaken. Several have returned, including the second Hokage who took the Shinigami with him. They are uncertain where they have gone. Grandfather mentioned that they might need to develop something before they could reunite with the second Hokage, along with Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Tsunade's emotions were complex as she spoke of these deceased individuals. While she should be joyful about the return of her kin, the first act of these revenants was to destroy Konoha. Although she did not feel obligated to protect Konoha, it remained a place of her upbringing and fond memories. The return of the dead blurs the line between life and death. This poses a grave danger to the living. For a long time, Jiraiya had been searching for the prophesied child. Thus, his considerations encompassed a broader scope. The boundaries of life and death have been shattered. With the living and the dead intertwined, the world has descended into chaos. He pondered whether the prophesied child, destined to save the world, would emerge to restore order. Jiraiya, you cannot possibly be suggesting that I should convince my grandfather to return to the Pure Land, can you? Tsunade initially intended her remark as a jest, but upon witnessing Jiraiya's change in expression, her gaze hardened. That is her grandfather. Although deceased, he now bears no difference from the living. He is her reclaimed kin, capable of protecting her even in her 50s, just as he did in her childhood. Anyone who dares to harm her grandfather shall become her enemy. I did not intend this. But the return of the deceased will surely bring calamity to the realm of the living. If life and death were devoid of fear, the human heart would shed most of its shackles. Jiraiya endeavored to elucidate, yet he remained resolute in preventing this World Cup from being compromised. However, his words merely elicited a cold snort from Tsunade, who subsequently turned and exited the underground square. When he attempted to pursue her, he discovered that he was in a sealed location, unable to exit through the doorway traversed by the two individuals. Orochimaru, Tsunade, is it you? Have you orchestrated this? After numerous unsuccessful attempts to escape, Jiraiya suddenly felt a chill enveloping him, realizing the peculiarity of his surroundings. This place might, like Myobo-Kuzan, be ensnared by an identical spatial isolation technique. However, unlike there, he was not subjected to unseen attacks, and someone even brought him food. Senior Jiraiya, what kind of house do you require? What type of bed and bathroom do you need? Are there any specific requests? Yamato, dressed casually, had been called in to assist and was responsible for providing Jiraiya with accommodations. Furniture and amenities were not to be overlooked. Even Kakashi advised him to take extra care, ensuring a comfortable living environment for Jiraiya. Am I not permitted to leave? Jiraiya's previously volatile emotions had calmed considerably as he regarded the innocent-looking ninja seated on the ground before him. The meal provided was satisfactory, consisting of his favorite dishes, presumably prepared at Orochimaru's behest. That guy, having gone to such lengths to arrange housing and show concern for his well-being, why could he not simply release him? No, that esteemed individual has decreed that Gamamaru and Otsutsuki Yui conspired for millennia, nearing the sanctification of the demon clan, while the human race's status continues to deteriorate. Should this plan be thwarted, the demon clan would become the overlords of the human race. Thus, you cannot be allowed to roam freely and cause chaos. Yamato recalled some idle chatter he had overheard prior to his arrival and slowly relayed that information to Jiraiya. He truly could not pretend nor deceive, therefore, he spoke only the truth. Previously, Naruto and Sasuke had mentioned that within the frog cave of Myobo-Kuzan, the so-called Sage of Frogs turned individuals into stone frogs, utilizing them as mere toys. Thus, he certainly could not allow Jiraiya, who had been deceived by demons and still believed in their divine power, to remain ignorant. Indeed, this individual even referred to himself as the Sage of Frogs, clearly having undergone severe brainwashing. However, Naruto was not incorrect. This individual possessed a kind heart, having merely been misled by frogs from a young age. Much like how Naruto had recently reprimanded his father and provided earnest education, the once-deceased fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had come to understand that children require protection. Regrettably, young Ero remained in slumber. Otherwise, perhaps this method could also be employed to enlighten young Ero and Sasuke's parents. Chapter 247, some claim that Obito is guarding the spirit. Sasuke, look at Yamato. He claims he cannot act, yet his performance surpasses even that of Kakashi-sensei. Naruto sat in a chair, observing the images projected on the screen, critiquing the remarkable acting skills of those who deemed themselves honest and simple. Kakashi found himself unjustly implicated in the critique. Naruto, do you harbor significant grievances against me? Kakashi, with his mask and medical bandages covering half of his face, suddenly loomed large in front of Naruto. He was a patient, recovering from severe injuries. After all, this rascal always dragged him out for light-hearted banter. The other day, he had overheard Aunt Kushina mention how frequently they would mooch off meals, leading Naruto to never experience home-cooked food. Cheyenne lounged on the sofa, playing with Kurama, and glanced at Kakashi with a smile, offering a gentle reminder. He has never received parental affection, while your team was always well cared for. Naruto likely refrained from dragging you to the training grounds out of consideration for your injuries. Kakashi wished to suggest that Naruto could simply confront Obito. However, upon mentioning Obito, he was reminded of the events he had learned about recently, the unleashing of the Nine Tails that led to the demise of Naruto's parents. All of it was orchestrated by Obito. The day after Ero fell into slumber, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki arrived at Ero's doorstep, hoping to discuss the grievances of the past with Uchiha Obito. Yet, as they inquired through the open door, Uchiha Madara emerged, claiming control over Obito's actions, stating that anyone seeking a confrontation should direct their attention to him. The fact remained that neither Minato nor Kushina, even with Naruto's assistance, could contend against Uchiha Madara. This was an unalterable truth. Thus, Obito had not left Ero's premises to date. Aside from Sasuke's visits, Obito would only briefly retreat indoors for rest, otherwise remaining quietly amidst the flowers, watching over the slumbering young boy. Yesterday, the curious Hashirama Senju had stopped by for a glance, only to provide a rather ironic comment. That kid Obito seems to be guarding the spirit of that little rascal Ero. The casual remark from the god of ninja led to a pursuit by Uchiha Madara, resulting in a significant expansion of what was once the Valley of the End. Thus, when would that little rascal Ero awaken? As for Uchiha Obito, you shall resolve that matter yourselves. I shall remain here to guard Ero, and no one shall dare to disturb him at this time. Sasuke regarded the images displayed on the screen, finding Yamato's attempt to persuade Jiraiya rather futile. Nevertheless, he would not intervene. Ero had deemed it necessary to confine Jiraiya, preventing him from participating in the affairs concerning the demons and Otsutsuki Yui. The terms demon and monster had only recently emerged in common parlance. Whether it was the frogs of Myobo-Kuzan or the snakes of the Dragon Cave, they had transitioned from their former titles of sages to the universally acknowledged identity of monsters. Most summoning beasts harbored no objections, as they had previously served merely as combat companions. The distinction between demon and beast was inconsequential to them. The concepts of demons and monsters had gradually become clearer in recent promotions. A demon is a sentient entity among flora and fauna, capable of communication and thought, representing a collective identity. Conversely, the term monster carries additional connotations, often associated with malevolence. I know, I've already informed my parents that grievances can be settled later. No one is to disrupt Arrow's rest, not even me. As Naruto spoke of Arrow, his fingers clenched tightly. While he understood Arrow could venture forth with his spirit, the sight of Arrow nestled amidst the blossoms during his daily visits stirred deep emotions within him. After enduring so much, they could finally reunite Arrow and Sasuke, sparing them the need to roam the land of sound. Yet, it was Arrow who had lost his chakra and now faced perilous challenges to confront hidden dangers. They wished to assist, but could only strive harder in their training, becoming stronger to prevent future subjugation. You certainly cannot. You always speak too much. Perhaps, when you have the time, you should visit and converse with that confined individual. He is Uncle Minato's teacher, and it would be entirely appropriate for you to extend a greeting. Cheyenne proposed to Naruto. The mere fact that young Arrow was in slumber had already caused considerable concern. This troublesome boy continued to display such sorrow, as though something had befallen their master. Moreover, she was still unable to contend with this troublesome child. Let's talk about it later. I'll check it out when I'm ready. As for my father, let's not mention it to him. Otherwise, he might bring up some distressing topics, which would only bring me unhappiness for a moment. After a couple of rounds, it will be fine, but my mother is different. She truly becomes sad for a long time. Naruto lifted his gaze to the two figures on the screen. Although Dato Senpai appeared somewhat dazed, he was nonetheless performing admirably. The other individual was someone Naruto had not encountered before. Merely gazing at him, there was no real concern. Who would harbor thoughts about a stranger? However, previously, he had reconciled with his father and had heard much about this person. The stories of teacher-student affection and care were abundant, and even the name he was given was that of a protagonist from this individual's novels. Whether they were like a master and disciple or akin to father and son, Naruto was disinterested in learning the truth. Yet, during his moments of suffering, this person had not been present to offer any solace, a fact he was acutely aware of. Thus, he wished to avoid disrupting the recently established warm atmosphere of his home due to this individual. Therefore, let's all be cautious. I will go shopping with Aunt Kushina. What shall we have for dinner? Naruto, you don't want to have Ichiraka ramen again, do you? Xianglin stood up, cradling the drowsy Aju, intending to find someone to accompany her for a stroll. As she reached the doorway, she suddenly turned back to Naruto and inquired about dinner. I will eat at home, Xianglin, I beg you. Upon hearing the mention of dinner, Naruto instantly sprang to his feet, clasping his hands in front of Xianglin. His mother's culinary skills, once bolstered by the initial warmth of maternal love, had become quite perplexing. Very well, I shall assist. Aunt Kushina only needs to look after Aju. Xianglin affectionately ruffled Aju's hair, casting a sympathetic glance at Naruto before departing the secured office with the little one. After their exit, the others present regarded Naruto with exasperated expressions. Meanwhile, in the village, a long-haired man carried 3 servings of Ichiraka ramen towards Orochimaru's laboratory. One was for him, one for Orochimaru, and the last for Arrow, who had expressed a desire for it. Although he was uncertain why Arrow, currently in a spiritual state, suddenly craved Ichiraka ramen, he was willing to fulfill his brother's wishes, even if the request baffled him. Chapter 248. Hey Ju, you must not trust me so easily. Arrow, how can you eat? You are not even human right now. Where's the food going? Hey Ju, now transformed into a cat, circled around Arrow. They were still in Myobo-Kuzan, where most of the frogs had perished, with only a few half-dead ones being torn apart and consumed by the remnants of souls. However, that was not the primary concern. He gazed at Ero, who was leisurely eating Ichiraka ramen, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wasn't he supposed to be a spiritual entity, unable to behave like the living? I was hungry, so I borrowed the body for a bit. After I finish, I'll return it. If you want something, just tell me, and I'll have Orochimaru-sensei prepare it for next time. Ero ate his noodles, lightly tapping the other end of his chopsticks on Heiju's head, urging him to be quiet. It was merely a bowl of noodles, yet it seemed to be treated as if the sky were falling. Heiju lay on Ero's shoulder, feeling wronged as he pawed at his face, momentarily at a loss for words. He knew this kid could deceive with the ease of drinking water. He had claimed he would remain in the blossoms and not merge back for 3 years. Yet now, for a mere bite to eat. He had brought the body over just to use it briefly. You little rascal, deceiver, grand deceiver. Ichiraka ramen is still so delicious. Speaking of which, that hand-pulling uncle is quite remarkable. He opened his shop shortly after Konoha was founded, right? Despite the many incidents that followed, including the Nine-Tails attack on the village over a decade ago, his shop has thrived. It is said that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo visited Ichiraka ramen when they were quite young. Once Ero had his fill, his physical form reverted to a spiritual state. He sat upon a skeletal longsword, contemplating the eroding Myobo-kuzen while discussing Ichiraka ramen with Heiju. Although he was certain that the hand-pulling uncle was an ordinary person, the longevity of his ramen shop surpassed even that of the third Hokage's tenure. You must be mistaken. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who took his students to eat ramen. Heiju shot Ero an exasperated glance, correcting certain inaccuracies in his statements. Perhaps it was Jiraiya who took his students out for ramen. Ero tilted his head and smiled at Heiju. After all, Konoha has numerous records of teachers taking their students out for ramen. I'm aware. I simply do not pay attention to an ordinary noodle shop. Heiju turned away, pridefully refusing to admit his own lack of information. Who would bother to focus on a simple person's noodle shop? Such an obsession is indeed peculiar. Perhaps it is because it is genuinely delicious and affordable. Ero suddenly stood up, casually expressing his thoughts as a slight tremor appeared in his fingers. Spiritual energy enveloped him, and as his fingers moved irregularly, the remnants of souls still reveling in the destruction of Myobo-kuzen began to dissolve rapidly. One by one, the remnants transformed into spiritual particles, and the entire Myobo-kuzen was drawn into a vortex of spiritual energy along with the energy from the earth's veins. This power appears quite useful. Are you not afraid I might desire it and secretly take it from you? Heiju observed the rapidly materializing vortex of spiritual energy, feeling a genuine pang of desire, yet unable to partake. However, his inability to indulge did not prevent him from commenting on Ero's complete lack of wariness towards him. You cannot. Ero, feeling slightly melancholic, found the topic rather dull. This fellow do not joke around. What could you possibly steal? No, you cannot even steal a ghost. The only reason I brought you here is that you are incapable of taking anything, nor can you cause any destruction. Moreover, I intend to alter you as well. Yet, such blunt truths need not be spoken aloud. If Heiju were to cry, he would have to comfort him. After all, he had made Heiju weep more than once or twice. You must not trust me too much. Heiju, upon being told he could not, fell silent. After a while, he awkwardly uttered a sentence to Ero. He was well aware that if conflicts arose with his mother in the future, he would inevitably harm Ero. So he could only warn Ero not to trust him completely at this moment. Yes, I will not fully trust you. Take a break if you are tired. I still have much to do. Ero smiled and tilted his head, his happiness growing as he observed Heiju's evasive gaze. This Heiju must have misunderstood. Nevertheless, he found Heiju to be quite entertaining, albeit a bit foolish. But that was entirely normal. Otherwise, he would not have failed for a millennium. I do not need to rest. Although I cannot be of assistance, I can still converse with you. Heiju, now in the form of a cat, adapted a feline demeanor, lounging on Ero's shoulder, his head at the front and tail at the back, occasionally flipping over to paw at Ero's face. Very well. You may keep me company, and I shall not be too bored. Ero noted Heiju's seemingly spoiled response, reaffirming that no matter who it was, they appeared rather adorable after transforming into a cat. However, Sasuke's transformation into a cat was the most amusing, the quintessential proud feline. Sasuke is likely training again now. The modifications to the ceiling space must wait until he has extracted the 3 great sacred lands before allowing Sasuke and Naruto to enter. Currently, their training has been taking place in an underground training ground in the Sound Village. Within the training ground, constructed with intricate formations, Sasuke, Naruto, along with Junmar Lakarin, and Hinata Niji, were observing from the resting area. At this moment, the arena was the stage for a duel between 2 members of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara. Their confrontation, seemingly reliant on physical prowess, occasionally revealed hints of what appeared to be ninjutsu, though it was not merely a supplementary technique. This spectacle excited the young onlookers immensely. "Brother, that's enough. Let Sasuke and Naruto take their turn," Izuna called out, stepping back to signal the end of their bout. The brothers' sparring was intended to provide the youth with diverse perspectives for their learning. Combat training was never a rigid practice. Much like certain ninjutsu and taijutsu that have been passed down for generations, they could evolve and improve through understanding and integration of foundational principles. This process required individual comprehension from the youth, rather than contemplation from the elder generation. After all, the true essence of their combat styles was something the younger ones could not simply emulate. "Sasuke, I will definitely defeat you," Naruto exclaimed as he jumped into the arena, pointing emphatically at Sasuke, who was sauntering down with his hands in his pockets. Sasuke's retort was a dismissive "idiot," laced with disdain. "You're infuriating, Sasuke," Naruto shouted, his temper flaring as he quickly appeared beside Sasuke, initiating their fight the moment they departed from the observation area. "Pathetic," Sasuke declared lightly, vanishing from his original position and reappearing next to Naruto, his hand, enveloped in chakra, slicing toward Naruto's neck. Just before he could be struck, Naruto evaded and retaliated with a wind-infused kick. Their battle, now infused with chakra, appeared far more exhilarating and perilous than the previous brotherly spar. As training continued, Ero was busily engaged, also observing the duo's performance, which had an undeniable theatrical quality. "Their synergy is truly remarkable," he mused. Chapter 249, Kuros. "I am Mama's boy, it's over now. Myobo cousin has collapsed. Let us proceed to the long earth cave," Ero declared, cradling a black cat as he departed from the now ruined Myobo cousin, which had fused with the external world, rendering it inaccessible. "This way. The long earth cave is quite easy to locate. The snakes there are rather straightforward. Those who fail the trials are simply devoured, with no risk of petrification." The black cat, lounging comfortably on Ero's arm, yawned. After leaving Myobo cousin, it indicated the whereabouts of the long earth cave. The long earth cave is quite appealing. Why do they all aspire to transform into dragons? This time, it will be less troublesome. Upon reaching the entrance of the long earth cave, Ero, sensing the ambience of the place, suddenly transformed into a large black cat. The initially transformed Kuros found himself bewilderingly perched upon Ero's fluffy shoulder, his little paws grasping the black cat's fur, eagerly awaiting to see Ero's next move. In the ensuing moments, Kuros witnessed a one-sided hunt executed by the black cat. Towering over humans, the black cat adeptly pounced on the serpents, its sharp claws tearing into their vital spots. While there were no gory scenes of consumption, the souls of the snakes and their bodies disintegrated amidst the tempest of spiritual energy unleashed. It seemed that cats possessed a certain brutal obsession with snakes. "From whence do you hail, cat? Why do you disrupt the tranquility of my long earth cave?" inquired the white serpent sage, who had transformed into an elderly woman, attempting to halt the black cat's frenzied hunting. "The snakes are delectable," the black cat replied, its gaze flickering expectantly as it prepared to leap, claws poised against the white serpent sage. The arrogant white serpent sage, observing the seemingly innocuous feline, dismissed it as no threat and attempted to evade and retaliate. However, she soon realized that she had underestimated the situation. Invisible strands of spiritual energy had bound her in place, rendering her powerless. With a gentle sweep of its paw, the cat extracted her soul, and the tempest of spiritual energy obliterated her essence. Kuros had nothing further to say, quietly resting on the black cat's shoulder, watching as Arrow, transformed into a cat, dealt with the various snake dens within the Long Earth Cave. When the Long Earth Cave had been reduced to ruins, Kuros finally spoke up. Arrow, is something amiss? You seem rather anxious. Indeed, I am quite anxious. I wish to return home to enjoy my brother's cooking, Arrow replied, reverting to his human form while still holding the black cat as he walked along the path. After contemplating earnestly, he offered an explanation. Anxious, returning home, to eat, brother complex. Kuros was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Arrow could possess such a profound brotherly attachment. You promised 3 years, yet within half a month, you've resolved 2 locations. Was your previous 3-year plan a mere jest? If not, shall we wait another 3 years before venturing to the Wetbone Forest? I am certainly not in a hurry, and it seems you're not either. Arrow halted, casting a hesitant glance at Kuros. Not in a hurry? You genuinely aren't? After all, someone else is more anxious than you. I am anxious. Let's depart, Arrow, quickly to the Wetbone Forest, and after that, we shall ascend to the moon. I know you are the best, Kuros exclaimed, his eyes wide with realization of a crucial truth. After the 3 great holy lands, the moon awaited, where he could finally meet his mother. How could not be anxious? He was indeed in a hurry. Oh dear, my brother complex has been scorned by someone. Noting Arrow's impatience, Kuros resolved to remain still. What being a brother complex? I'm also a mama's boy. Arrow, you should hurry. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can return home to savor your brother's cooking. Sasuke is waiting for you. Kuros glanced at his little paws, slowly pacing atop Arrow's shoulder, mimicking the clingy demeanor of the 2-tailed beast. Very well. To avoid witnessing a certain mama's boy sorrow, let us proceed to the Wetbone Forest, and then to the moon. Acknowledging Kuro's earnest efforts in massaging his shoulders, Arrow activated a teleportation point, appearing in the slime-filled Wetbone Forest. The Slug Sage, a massive soft-bodied worm with potent corrosive abilities. Sound Ninja Village. A month had passed since the conclusion of the Konoha incident. The village was bustling today, as the newly appointed Kazekage, Gaara of Sunagakure, arrived early with his guards. In the morning, the Tsuchikage, accompanied by several guards, also made an appearance. The Mizukage arrived somewhat later, just in time for lunch. Kimogakure was reluctant to attend, but still showed up at the Sound Ninja Village's gates by evening. Aside from the current 4 great ninja villages, several members of the Akatsuki organization had also come to join the gathering. After dinner, in a conference room within the Sound Ninja Village, the leaders of the 6 factions entered, each accompanied by a guard. Did the Uchiha clan not send representatives? Reikage inquired, observing the 2 representatives from the Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru and an inconspicuous bespectacled man with white hair. The primary reason for their gathering was to discuss potential collaborations between the ninja villages and several great nations. This matter had initially been instigated by the Uchiha clansmen during the Konoha incident. Is there really a need for a meeting if any member from the Uchiha clan shows up? Regardless of who it is, do we require deliberation? Orochimaru remarked disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Reikage as he instructed Kabuto to distribute the meeting documents. Presently, the only Uchiha likely to attend the meeting at the Sound Ninja Village was either Uchiha Madara or Sasuke, both known for their notoriously difficult temperaments. Though reluctant to admit it, the reality was clear. If Lord Uchiha Madara were to arrive, there would be no discussion, only obedience to his commands. The Mizukage, brushing aside her hair, spoke with evident admiration for that great figure. There is no way around it. They're simply too formidable. A few flattering words can render them in the Mist Village more at ease, so why must one approach with a furrowed brow and discontent? As for the Reikage, she currently perceives him as somewhat lacking in intellect. Having arrived at this juncture, the objective is clear to all. Why complicate matters when it is prudent to be cautious? In the end, it would not only be the Reikage facing misfortune, but also the Cloud Village. After all, they witnessed Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara departing the village together, only to soon cultivate a vast expanse of trees in a valley outside the Sound Ninja Village. Chapter 250. Iailuo. nobility? Aren't they all quite sensible? Now, let us discuss matters of importance. The newly appointed daimyo of the 5 great nations should have already ascended to their positions. Our Mangekyo has received correspondence from them regarding a collaborative discussion, yet their notion of cooperation entails declaring war on the Sound Ninja village. The TheUchiha produced several letters and handed them to the standing Kuratsuchi, instructing her to present them to Orochimaru. These letters had arrived over a fortnight ago. And it was not just our Mangekyo facing this predicament. Other villages found themselves in similar circumstances, prompting this gathering. Our Mist village received a letter from the new daimyo of the water country as well. However, their envoy and correspondents were rather considerate, merely suggesting that we might lend our support. The Mangekyo raised her hand, and Ao retrieved several letters from behind her. Subsequently, the Raikage placed a stack of letters upon the table. As all eyes turned to Mangekyo, Temari, standing behind Ai Luo, produced 2 copies of the cooperation contract between the Wind Country and Mangekyo, which were already duly signed. Unlike you all, I have brought this to Shoero, to demonstrate that I have fulfilled my earlier commitments. The daimyo's office is nothing extraordinary. Shikaku merely placed his claws upon their heads, and they all obediently signed. How fragile they are! Ai Luo waved a document, ensuring that the assembled Kage took note. What discussions, what nobility, what daimyo. During my time in Konoha, the members of the Uchiha clan set a fine example. When faced with the specter of death, they may even relinquish their positions as daimyo. Thus, you ninja villages are willing to be threatened by the daimyo and the common folk, yet now you come to lament? Shikaku finds your plight amusing. Threatening the daimyo with tailed beasts? Raikage, might this be a bit excessive? If they cease to allocate missions to the ninja villages, what shall we do? The Mangekyo felt a chill. The temperament of the Raikage and his methods seem akin to a child throwing a tantrum. The contract is quite clear. Any noble of the Wind Country found to have assigned missions to other ninja villages will incur double compensation to Mangekyo based on the task's success value. A first offense results in double, a second quadruple, and a third octuple. Temari waved another document. Initially, she and Kankuro found it somewhat outrageous. However, Ai Luo pointed out that when Konoha was previously manipulated by Arrow in this manner, they dared not raise a single objection. For no one wishes to pay extra on certain foundations. Following the new agreement reached 2 weeks ago, the nobles of the Wind Country have been diligently adhering to the terms, and on the day Ai Luo became the Kazekage, they almost universally presented 2 congratulatory gifts, one for Mangekyo and one specifically for Ai Luo. The relationship between the Wind Country and Mangekyo is harmonious and prosperous. The current daimyo and nobles of the Wind Country would never dare allow Mangekyo to engage in conflict with other ninja villages. Should war erupt, they would be compelled to provide at least half of the ninja casualties on the battlefield without compensation, effectively reducing the likelihood of war significantly. Yahiko was present as well. He is now the leader of the Akatsuki organization, standing beside Nagato. Since returning to the Rain Village, Nagato has stepped back, primarily focusing on recuperation or protecting Yahiko alongside Conan. After all, given Yahiko's current condition, any injury would reveal the truth of his reincarnation through impure world reincarnation, and they wished to keep this a secret. Yahiko, upon reviewing the documents he received from Temari, felt that they bore resemblance to the patterns Arrow had previously described. In the past, wars between ninja villages were fought over the acquisition of missions. The nobles of the great nations controlled the right to assign missions, inciting ninja to compete. After the battles concluded, the distribution of missions and remuneration was determined by the outcomes. Much like the previous Chunin exam in Konoha, the daimyo and nobles watched the ninjas fight, fearing that the battles were not sufficiently intense, lacking the thrill they desired. There were even directives issued to ninja villages, dictating that failure to achieve certain kill counts would lead to a reduction in mission payment. What does this mean? Are ninja villages no longer permitted to engage in war? The Raikage felt an ominous sense upon hearing the Akatsuki's assertion that inter-village conflict could be averted. If ninja villages are unable to wage war, would that not eliminate the advantage of the Cloud Village? should the Reikage wish to initiate conflict. We have several combative elders here who would be delighted to visit your cloud village for some spirited engagements. Their recent moods have been rather discontented, and a good fight might serve as a release. Kabuto raised his hand, resting his chin thoughtfully for a moment, before suddenly lifting his head, striking his palm with a fist, and proposing a serious suggestion. War is something we of the Sound Ninja Village could certainly pursue. After all, those two elders are exceedingly idle, spending their time outside the village competing in tree planting. We of the Mist Village have decided to adopt the methods of Mangekyo. Should those elders wish to engage, they need not journey to the water country. I am certain that the new daimyo of the water country will be even more accommodating. The Mizukage hurriedly expressed her stance, promising to ensure that the water country remains orderly upon her return. However, she hoped that the Reikage would display a bit of backbone, allowing the rest of us to observe the spectacle from afar. We of Awagakure also aspire to learn from Sunagakure. Grandfather, given your advanced age, I shall take charge of these discussions. Temari, greetings. I am Kuratsuchi. Ero has frequently spoken of you, often praising your gentleness and thoughtfulness. Kuratsuchi playfully patted her grandfather's shoulder, and without needing the Tsuchikage's input, she naturally took on the responsibility of this negotiation. Moreover, she gently wrapped her arm around Temari's shoulder, immediately finding common ground. Sister Temari, so gentle and considerate, always looking after others. Sister Kuratsuchi, beautiful and charming, who also excels at crafting delicious sweets. In truth, we should invite Conan to join us. Yahiko observed the two girls, now instant friends, and thought of their home, where Conan often inquired about Ero, wondering how he was faring. Surely, they would have much to discuss together. By the way, how is that boy? I inquired this morning, yet you provided no clear answer. We are not here to steal him away. It has simply been a while since we last saw that rascal, and I wish to see if he has grown taller. The Tsuchikage raised a hand to stroke his white beard. Since their arrival, they had yet to encounter Ero. Moreover, the people of the Sound Ninja Village seemed particularly evasive regarding Ero's whereabouts. Occasionally, when they encountered someone familiar with Ero, a simple inquiry would prompt the other party to divert the conversation, which felt quite peculiar. Chapter 251. Reikage, the table you shattered was crafted by Ero. Ero is diligently training at home. This is a crucial moment and should not be interrupted. If you wish to meet him, you must wait until his training concludes. Orochimaru, holding several documents, lowered his head to obscure his expression, speaking in a somewhat peculiar tone regarding Ero's situation. Although his voice was naturally eerie, this particular state aroused suspicion among the observant. The words of Ing evoke much contemplation. I have never heard him mention any form of cultivation that necessitates an extended period of seclusion from the outside world. On Ai Luo's arm, grains of sand began to stir. Initially, he held mere suspicions, but now he was certain that Aloe was indeed embroiled in significant trouble. Let us first address the matter at hand. Once concluded, you young ones may seek out the other youths from Inrin village for some amusement. I believe Ing would not object to the socializing of the younger generation. The Earth Shadow regarded Orochimaru, suggesting a method he deemed most insightful. Among those youths akin to Aloe, a few appeared quite innocent, likely capable of yielding some valuable information. Feel free to proceed. If you are to adopt the methods of Sunagakure, then let us discuss the opinions of the Reikage, or perhaps broach the subject of sending those two elderly gentlemen for a visit to Kimobikure. Orochimaru lifted his gaze towards the Earth Shadow, his tone ominously shifting as he turned towards the Reikage. Today's assembly primarily focused on the Reikage. The Kazekage Ai Luo was notably obedient, at least to Aloe. The Water Shadow, an ally of the Akatsuki, had a complicated relationship with Inrin village. Were it not for the necessity of sheltering Yuin village, the Akatsuki might have considered relocating to Inrin village. The Earth Shadow, being a direct collaborator with Inrin village, would follow the course of action as long as it did not cause harm to Awagakure, thus reaping the benefits. Hence, the Reikage stood as a target, likely unable to escape unscathed, especially considering the past misdeeds of Kimobikure. The abduction of a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, although fostering a bond between her and Minato, had left Uzumaki Naruto with a deep-seated grievance against Kyomobikure. The kidnapping of Hyuga, Hinata, indirectly led to the demise of Niji's father. And Niji himself bore unresolved animosity towards Kyomobikure after the destruction of the Hyuga clan. Subsequent provocations from Kyomobikure, including attempts to conspire with Konoha and ambush Inrin village, could be dismissed as minor grievances. However, one particular incident stirred a semblance of sympathy from Orochimaru towards the Raikage. This incident traced back to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara, in his effort to placate his younger brother, chose to ignore Senju Hashirama and repeatedly emphasize the irreconcilable nature of the past murder of Izuna by Tobirama. This unexpected display of brotherly affection left Hashirama feeling despondent, as he, too, had lost a brother. As an elder sibling, he could not allow himself to be outdone by Madara. Thus, Kyomobikure became the target of Hashirama's desire for vengeance, compelling him to prove himself a better brother than Madara. Consequently, the Raikage and Kyomogakure were destined for misfortune. Our Kyomogakure did not arrive uninvited. From the moment the Raikage entered the gates of Inrin village, he felt the weight of scrutiny, and now, openly threatened, his fury surged as he slammed his palm onto the table. The seemingly sturdy table shattered beneath his hand. This table was crafted by Alo using Mokutan. You see, Alo would never possess chakra again, and thus such tables would cease to exist. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and swiftly retreated to the doorway, even pulling two whispering girls along with him. As he finished speaking, a claw of condensed sand emerged from where the Raikage stood, ensnaring him in its grasp. You scoundrel! How dare you smash Alo's table? Today I, Shikaku, shall teach you the lesson of not overstepping your bounds. Shikaku appeared upon Iai Luo's shoulder, launching an attack on the Raikage before Iai Luo could intervene. What had begun as a calm meeting swiftly escalated into chaos, prompting the Earth Shadow and Water Shadow to make a hasty exit. They were merely there for the spectacle and had no intention of becoming embroiled in such conflict. As for the table, it was not entirely fabricated from Mokutan. The materials were sourced from trees Alo had cultivated outside Inrin village. The Earth Shadow, upon exiting, muttered his disbelief at how he had been unaware of Alo's newfound industriousness in furnishing the newly constructed meeting room. What had instigated this altercation? Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji, along with Shikamaru, were resting in a nearby square, discussing the potential ramifications of the day's meeting. Just as the conference commenced, a massive hole was blasted into the building, with a large sandy creature engaged in combat with the Raikage. That individual over there must be the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Why isn't he intervening? Is he concerned that escalating the battle might alert the Nine Tails? Niji observed the skirmish from a distance, while the building was damaged. It was of little consequence, for just days prior, Hashirama and Madara had quarreled, resulting in similar destruction. Such incidents were commonplace. Repairs could be arranged later, and if urgency arose, they could always call upon Yamato for assistance. However, this situation felt peculiar. The Raikage was battling Shikaku, yet the Eight Tails Jinchuriki merely watched with arms crossed. Something was amiss, very amiss. If he refrained from engaging, it would merely be a spar between the Kazekage and the Raikage. Should he choose to act, it would escalate into a confrontation involving tailed beasts from both villages. A substantial difference in nature. Shikamaru reminded them that it was not solely a matter of tailed beasts. Shikaku was the Kazekage's summon. The identity of the combatants significantly altered the nature of the conflict. Yet, as he watched the sand whirl, he felt an involuntary pang of pain. When Alo had previously remarked that he should endure some injuries, he had assumed it merely meant physical harm. In reality, it had entailed a temporary body swap, forcing his soul to endure a torturous experience unlike any other, though it had ultimately enhanced his control upon returning to his original form. The despair and agony of that time would forever haunt him. Hey you, what are you staring at? If you dare to gaze at my brother in such a manner again, I swear I will fan you out of Inrin village. Temari had been engaged in conversation with Karui when the commotion erupted, and she was swiftly escorted away by Yakushi Kabuto. However, before she could greet Naruto and Sasuke, She noticed that this once feeble boy was now regarding her brother with an oddly intense gaze. This boy couldn't he possibly be plotting to harm AI Luo? Could he? Chapter 252, Shikamaru. I have gathered so much information. This is quite troublesome. Violent girl, did you come to Inran village just to brawl? Shikamaru turned to glare at Temari, recalling her large fan and remembering just how combative she had been, even when she had been administering life-saving medicine. It did not alter her inherently aggressive nature. Who was looking for fight? It was that Reikage who smashed Aloe's wooden table, provoking Shikaku to rage. Temari, stung by the term violent girl, retaliated by delivering a sharp slap to Shikamaru's shoulder, ensuring he understood the gravity of the situation. To label her violent was truly unbecoming. After all, Aloe had stated that Sister Temari was the gentlest of all. Aloe's wooden table? Shikamaru tilted his head, glancing at Naruto and Sasuke, seeking clarification on the matter. The building that had just been damaged had been constructed just days earlier by Yamato and several Earth-release ninjas. The furniture had all been crafted by Yamato using Mokuton. How had it suddenly transformed into something created by Aloe? The design of that table had been taught to Yamato by Aloe. Naruto scratched his somewhat long golden hair, chuckling lightly before providing a brief explanation. Back during their time in the Land of Waves, their numbers had been rather large, necessitating a larger dining table for their meals. Later, it was discovered that the table, placed indoors, served well as a conference table. Thus, they provided several meeting rooms with such ornate round tables. Shumaru and Lemuru simultaneously turned their gazes towards the two shadows still engaged in battle. This indeed was a significant misunderstanding. However, it could hardly be classified as such, for it was evident that someone had deliberately spoken falsehoods. Ahem, it seems I misremembered. The table crafted by young master Luo was in another conference room, which Kakashi and Bluffing Shuemen had both encountered. After receiving a glare from Sasuke, Yakushi Kabuto approached and whispered, reiterating that this was indeed a misunderstanding. Regardless, that table existed. It merely bore a striking resemblance, leading to his error. If Reikage were to take things seriously, Shoha could not triumph over him. Bluffing Shuemen interjected to redirect the focus of the young ones away from the table discussion towards the crux of the matter. Shoha was indeed formidable, but Reikage's prowess surpassed his. Shoha was no match. Regardless of his strength, the priority now was to ensure he engaged in a battle within Odogekure, causing some destruction, and subsequently fled alongside the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise, how could those two confront the village of Kumogakure to demand reparation? Uchiha Itachi emerged from the gates of Luo's residence, observing the group conversing outside and emphasizing the central issue at hand. Once a battle ensued, regardless of the outcome, Reikage and Kumogakure would inevitably face misfortune. It was unavoidable. After all, certain individuals who had perished long ago, now existing in a liminal state, suddenly aspired to be benevolent older brothers. Such circumstances would frustrate not only Reikage and Kumogakure, but would leave anyone feeling discontent. For that person, once hailed as the god of shinobi, earned such a title through genuine strength, not a mere fabrication by Konoha. Kumogakure had pilfered for years, accumulating a considerable haul. It remained uncertain whether it sufficed for this instance of compensation. Bluffeng Shuemen sighed, torn between the desire to join the fray. Although he could not fully grasp certain matters concerning Odogekure, he resolved not to intrude upon others. However, he held a strong inclination towards creating some chaos in Kumogakure. He had heard that his mother had nearly been abducted by them in her teenage years. At that moment, Naruto, synchronizing with Bluffing Shuemen's thought, sighed, providing both father and son with a rationale to stir trouble in Kumogakure. You all go ahead. I shall remain with Luo. Sasuke, not wishing to expose Naruto's hidden intentions, waved his hand and turned to enter the courtyard, the gate once again shutting behind him. Meanwhile, Shumaru, who had been focused on Luo, caught sight of a figure lying amidst the flowers during the brief moment the gate opened and closed. Is that Luo? What has happened to him? Shumaru then grasped Luomaru's collar, demanding clarity on Luo's condition. Why is he lying there? Why hasn't he emerged despite the chaos in the plaza? Be quiet. Luo is merely asleep. He will return once he awakens, Luomaru replied, feeling the warm tears rolling down his face, sighing in a somber tone as he spoke of Luo's situation. He is simply asleep. He will surely awaken, right? Shumaru's hands trembled, her eyes reddening as she fixed her gaze on Luomaru, fearing his denial. He will. He will awaken soon. He is truly just asleep, merely in slumber. Luomaru reached out, steadying her as her arms weakened. Recently, a few members of the Akatsuki had visited, and upon observing Luo's condition, one woman had turned to weep upon embracing her companion. Now, another from Mangekyo was crying. That one, from Mangekyo perhaps? It seemed to be the granddaughter of Tsuchikage, who had overheard their conversation, thus her eyes were also reddened. The popularity of that individual was indeed astonishing. I wish to see Luo. Luo, having witnessed Reikage demolish half a small building with a single punch, retreated with Shoha when someone from Otogakure emerged to intervene. Observing Shumaru's tearful demeanor, he understood that something had befallen Luo. However, he could not ascertain the specifics at that moment. At the very least, he was aware that Luo occasionally enjoyed placing his body in slumber while his spirit roamed freely. Given the current situation, rather than Luo being in a deep sleep, he preferred to believe that Luo's spirit had ventured out to play. Let's wait. Sasuke has just passed, and they should not open the door now. Luomaru shook his head, suggesting Luo bide his time. As someone not entirely in the know, yet possessing considerable information, Luomaru often felt sorrow for being privy to too much. He could speculate that the Luo lying there might merely be a shell or perhaps a counterfeit. Yet, the whereabouts of the true Luo remained uncertain, or perhaps he had indeed appeared but remained unrecognizable. Both possibilities existed. A few days prior, he, along with Sasuke and Naruto, had visited Kakashi, whose vision had fully recovered. He had inadvertently overheard Kakashi inquire of Sasuke how many times Luo had swapped identities with him at some point in the past. Thus, he was now uncertain whether the Sasuke he had known in Konoha had ever undergone such a transformation. On the other side, Reikage was abruptly kicked out by the sudden arrival of Uchiha Madara. Upon recognizing who it was, Reikage, along with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and their accompanying guards, turned to flee in the next moment. The youths continued to gaze at the large door, their expressions melancholic. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, Sasuke glanced at Luo before observing the quietly vigilant Obito, turning to ascend the stairs. Upstairs, two bedrooms awaited, one belonging to Luo, the other to him. Upon opening the door, intending to rest in his room, Sasuke abruptly halted as he stepped inside. On the other side, the bedroom door, closed for over a month, swung open from within. "Brother, I have returned." The semi-ethereal Luo stood at the threshold, smiling and greeting Sasuke. He had returned, at least for the time being, no longer needing to concern himself with that dark entity. "Luo, welcome home." In the next instant, Sasuke activated his Shunshin, appearing before Luo and embracing his returning brother. During the past month, aside from Jiraiya being brought back and confined by Orochimaru, no information related to Luo had surfaced. Oh, and there was Uchiha Itachi, who had quietly procured food to be sent to Luo by Orochimaru. However, when he approached Orochimaru to request that it be delivered to Luo, Orochimaru had claimed that Luo was too busy to eat. Orochimaru was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. "Brother, do not inform anyone else of my return, not soul." Luo listened as Sasuke recounted recent events and lamented about certain individuals causing disturbances in the village. After hearing much, Luo patted Sasuke's arm and spoke of something significant. "I, Uchiha Luo, am not yet able to return. Yes, I want to tell them. No one shall hear. Not even Orochimaru." Sasuke nodded, understanding that Luo had not directly returned to his body, clearly indicating that the time was not yet ripe. As previously mentioned, it would take approximately 3 years, and now only a month had passed. Did this imply that Luo would remain in a spiritual state for the foreseeable future? As for Orochimaru and the ancestral Izuna, they would undoubtedly uncover the truth. Although he wished to comfort his brother, certain matters had to be plainly stated. Some truths simply could not be concealed. Moreover, during the forthcoming period, he would frequently collaborate with Izuna to complete the arrangements within the ceiling space. Sasuke felt a pang of sorrow, yet resignedly acknowledged that those two were indeed different for a Luo. The knowledge they possessed surpassed that of this elder brother, revealing his own inadequacies. Indeed, it must be due to his own weaknesses. Brother, you should rest first. I need to check on the progress of our esteemed ancestor. Kwanai over there. Our forthcoming training will likely take place in that vicinity. Alo, choosing to ignore Sasuke's inner turmoil, redirected the conversation towards other matters. At this moment, he found himself incapable of explaining certain soul contracts to Sasuke, thus deeming it best to remain silent, as clarity eluded him. After coaxing Sasuke to return for some rest, Alo ventured into the ceiling space. The two original ceiling spaces had long since merged, but now they had been divided into three distinct parts. One section served as a large laboratory, complete with a plaza capable of simulating various experimental environments. Senju Tobirama was currently engaged here, having disassembled much of the Shinigami into numerous components, and in due time, he would dismantle it entirely. It must be noted, however, that the Shinigami in this world was rather grotesque, even in its energy form, its appearance bordering on the abstract. The second section provided a tranquil living environment, where a young girl, albeit with unrefined spiritual techniques, was diligently watering newly sprouted vegetable leaves in the fields. The first area was approximately the size of the former Konoha, while the second area spanned the entirety of the land of rice fields. The third area, however, was a near replica of the entire shinobi world, complete with its mountains and waterways. Alo briefly surveyed the first and second regions without disturbing the two individuals who were earnestly engaged in their experiments and daily lives. He then materialized next to Quan Nai in the third area. Alo, have you finished your tasks? Quan Nai was adjusting the natural patterns of the nearby sea area. Despite having some reference information, multiple experiments were necessary for a comprehensive understanding. Upon seeing Alo's sudden appearance, he reached out to steady him, inspecting him thoroughly to ensure no harm had befallen his soul before he felt at ease. For now, this is sufficient. The three sacred lands have been extracted, including the souls of the Kagaya, Black Zetsu, and the Otsutsuki Kagaya. The moon remains untouched for now, and I have not tampered with those Byakugan, unless Kagaya herself releases the Ten Tails. However, the Ten Tails is a divine tree, which does not equate to Kagaya herself. Alo took charge of the oceanic setup, adjusting it while recounting his actions to Quan Nai. Initially, the Kagaya was to be eliminated, yet the soft-bodied creature approached him, displaying a pitiful demeanor. In the absence of any conflict, Alo decided to bring back the nearly powerless Kagaya, allowing it to grow gradually in the living area without alarming the young girl's soul. As for Black Zetsu and Kagaya, he took Black Zetsu to the moon, where he extracted only Kagaya's soul after locating the divine tree within the seal. He subsequently found a white Zetsu to assist the temporarily memory-sealed Kagaya in creating a sun through yin-yang release. The system indicated that Kagaya would not discern the authenticity of the yin-yang release, and Black Zetsu merged into this new body as Kagaya subconsciously employed the technique. This was a promise Alo had made to Black Zetsu, to reunite mother and son and to transform him from merely a mass of will. Now, this mother and son duo resided in the ceiling space, not within the three designated regions, but in a temporarily activated illusion space that allowed time to accelerate, fostering a deeper familial bond between them. Can Kagaya revert back to the divine tree? Quan Nai listened intently as Alo shared much about his care and protection of Black Zetsu. Although he felt a bit awkward, he had no intention of intervening. However, could providing Kagaya with a new body allow her to survive long enough to revert back? Kagaya's obsession was to have an obedient and understanding son, to remain unscathed, and to prevent the destruction of the world. Now that she had a good son, they would be left undisturbed, rendering her invincible. In Alo's world, there were currently no living beings, and as long as he did not perish, he would not affect this world. Alo gazed at the shimmering surface of the sea, smiling as he looked at Quan Nai beside him. He had granted Black Zetsu the future he desired, fulfilling Kagaya's persistent wishes. Thus, the Ten Tails, the divine tree, along with those white Zetsu, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the Byakugan clan on the moon were merely the rewards bestowed upon them by mother and son. Moreover, the enchanting and gentle Kagaya, with her sweet smile and burgeoning skills in pastry making, along with the little Zetsu, who would scurry over to him, calling for "Aloe brother, hug me," were far more endearing than the divine tree itself. As for their future, they would eventually regain their past memories. Memories would resurface in fragmented forms, and only when they focused solely on their present existence could they access the entirety of their past. Chapter 254. 3 years later. It snowed in Odanin Village 3 years later. Odanin Village remained unchanged. Since the complete destruction of Konoha 3 years prior, Odanin Village had become a formidable entity that no one dared to provoke. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, although not part of Odanin Village, resided within it, periodically asserting their presence nearby, making it impossible for anyone to ignore or forget them. The previous 5 great shinobi villages had diminished to 4 due to Konoha's disappearance. The Land of Fire found itself liberated, free from the constraints imposed by its own shinobi village. Yet when collaborating with the other 4 nations, they were subjected to additional fees. The Kazakige, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and even the Reikage, who had been thoroughly defeated 3 years prior, reached a tacit understanding. Their tasks would be compensated at standard rates, while any missions undertaken outside their respective territories would incur marked-up fees. The 4 great shinobi villages established a uniform system, maintaining consistency in task levels and compensation ranges. Yakushi Kabuto, the messenger from Konoha, had arrived once again, urging the need to expedite certain matters. The relentless monthly deliveries from a messenger had become quite burdensome. Karen, bearing a stack of documents, entered the office and, upon seeing Yakushi Kabuto seated behind the desk, urged him to address some issues promptly. The Land of Fire, unwilling to establish its own shinobi village, was relying on Odanin Village to accommodate them. What a fanciful notion! Who would concern themselves with the fate of the Land of Fire? I cannot manage such matters. If you find their repeated visits bothersome, you should consult those too. Unless they give the word, we cannot directly reject the Land of Fire. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses, indicating a more definitive approach to Karen. Although Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were not daily presences in Odanin Village, their influence remained palpable. 2 years ago, when the Land of Fire inquired, they had planned to refuse outright, suggesting that the Land of Fire establish its own shinobi village. However, these two had expressed their discontent and refused to allow it. Let them refuse. After all, Odanin Village is situated within the Land of Rice Fields, which belongs to Odanin Village. Why should we concern ourselves with the affairs of the Land of Fire? Karen dared not bring up such matters with them. Where is Lord Orochimaru gone? He hasn't returned to the Uchiha clan to conduct examinations on those children again, has he? Karen was certain she would not dare inquire about the Land of Fire situation from those two. Perhaps we should discuss something else, like Uchiha Itachi's children. Although they were cultivated in the laboratory by Lord Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi is rather excessive, visiting Lord Orochimaru every few days. It is normal to check when issues arise, but the frequent inspections during peaceful times are simply outrageous. Uchiha Itachi acted with intention, deliberately allowing us, Lord Orochimaru, to be disturbed by the children. Shueiwa entered, presenting the latest experimental report to Yakushi Kabuto. He too wished to voice his frustrations, even contemplating delivering a beating to Uchiha Itachi, yet found himself unable to do so. In the initial year of stabilization, Lord Orochimaru managed everything. However, with the birth of the numerous children from the Uchiha clan in the second year, he delegated various responsibilities to these individuals for management. Most of the office work was handled by Yakushi Kabuto and Xianglin, while research fell under the purview of Junmaru and Shueiwa. Although those who previously belonged to Konoha gradually became involved in the work, certain core matters remained beyond their reach. Nevertheless, Hatake Kakashi and the heir of the Nara clan were gradually integrating into the management, and the interactions among them were amicable. As for some who once held the title of Hokage or were clan leaders, they maintained a relatively stable existence. However, they too were not idle. needing to oversee the tasks and training of their clan members, alongside managing their family businesses. In the hidden Sound Village, there were a few idlers who greeted everyone with enthusiasm. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Namikaze Minato, these three deceased figures, were not a secret in the hidden Sound Village. Uzumaki Kushina occasionally strolled with Namikaze Minato, but most times she cradled a little girl resembling Naruto. The ninjas of the hidden Sound Village were well aware that this little girl was the most ferocious tailed beast, the Nine Tails. Occasionally, the little girl would also carry the Two Tails or lead the Three Tails out to play. Kazekigura visited twice a year, and when he did, one could still see the figure of Shikaku, the One Tail, in the streets of the hidden Sound Village. Yet in the past 2 years, it was not only Lord Orochimaru who lacked the time to manage village affairs. As his students, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto also appeared infrequently in the village. Some speculated that they might be training in underground facilities or perhaps visiting the Uchiha household in the land of rice fields to assist with childcare. Was that outside? Has it started to snow? Xianglin and Shueiyue complained about a certain member of the Uchiha clan. However, as they prepared to step out and continue their work, Xianglin glanced at the suddenly falling snowflakes and, looking down at her short sleeves, instantly felt a chill. How could it snow at this time? Something must be amiss. Is this snow, perhaps, a celestial phenomenon? Yakushi Kabuto rushed outside, observing the snow, sighed, and swiftly performed the body flicker technique, intending to seek out Lord Orochimaru. Regardless of the reason, this occurrence was undoubtedly abnormal. No need to go, it's just Haku. Junmaru ascended from below, shaking his head to calm him down. ISNT, he using ice release? Shueiyue looked at the snow. The air had turned chilly, making it improbable that it was merely the result of that individual's ice release. It must be that Lord Arrow has returned. The source of this wind and snow lies in that tree, as today is Haku's day off, and he was seen heading there earlier. Junmaru shook his head, smiling as he gazed at the large tree at the village's center. It had grown over 50 meters tall in the past 3 years. Its canopy, albeit modest, was sufficient to shade the entire central square of the village. From the moment the tree began to flourish, he had known that Lord Arrow had returned. However, for some reason, he was unable to meet everyone just yet. The snowflakes cascading down from the tree's canopy were likely a welcoming ceremony for Lord Arrow's awakening. Lord Arrow has returned. Xianglin, disregarding whether the news was true or not, leaped from the 3rd floor and dashed toward the square. Let us go and see. That young master has finally returned. After sleeping for 3 full years, he must be quite exhausted. Yakushi Kabuto chuckled, shaking his head as he utilized the body flicker technique toward the central square. Off we go. Junmaru, wait. Hey, when did you run off? Wait for me. Shueiyue called out to Junmaru, only to turn and find himself alone. The snowflakes grew denser, and the people of the hidden Sound Village emerged to witness the unfolding events. In the central square, figures arrived, glancing at the tightly shut gates and then at the tree enveloped in a mysterious aura. Chapter 255, Arrow's Return. Obito's complaints, long time no see. I'm back. Arrow perched on a branch, observing the gathering crowd below, waving to greet them. He had returned. His body had been in slumber for 3 years while he busied himself with constructing his own little world and training Sasuke and Naruto. Naturally, he had not forgotten about the Byakugan clan on the moon, but he had already sent Niji there, and the eyes had nearly finished absorbing their energy. Arrow, why haven't you grown taller in 3 years? Xianglin leaped onto the branch, wrapping her arms around Arrow, only to notice something amiss. Everyone else had transitioned from the ages of 13 or 14 to now being 16 or 17, a period known for rapid growth. They had all grown taller. When Sasuke returned a few days ago, he was already 8 meters tall, but Arrow remained exactly as he was 3 years ago. He had essentially been dormant for 3 years. Did they expect him to wake up and instantly transform from a little kid into a tall individual? Obito sat on the courtyard wall, observing the anxious expressions of the young ones, sarcastically ridiculing their unrealistic notions. It is entirely normal not to grow taller. Moreover, that little brat has a body that no one but Sasuke can touch, and he has been guarding it for 3 years. 3 years. He couldn't even sleep properly. If it weren't for the wood release cells maintaining him, he would have perished. But what about that little brat? Just before his return, he had taken Obito to that place, where he encountered Rin. His Rin, even with a functional body now, could never grow up. A soul, even if clad in the shell of a living being, could only persist in the form it had at the time of death. Yet this small girl, Rin, had to care for these 3 troublesome boys as if she were their elder sister. 3 years, a full 3 years. Even if Arrow called out to Rin every day, even if Naruto proclaimed Rin to be the best, even if Sasuke no longer bore that scornful gaze that made one want to punch him, Rin herself had not matured. By the way, there's also a little rascal who looks 3 or 4 years old. That little brat even made Rin carry him. Don't think that just because he has taken on the guise of a fair-skinned toddler, he would go unrecognized. That little rascal is Kagaya, an ancient being of 1,000 years, and yet he clings to others like a genuine child. Now that Arrow has returned, back in his own body, this group of people truly believes he has suffered immense grievances. This realization brought a pang of anguish to Obito, as one who knew the truth. Shut your mouth. Arrow was merely sleeping. You are the one who is truly dead. Shueisha stood outside the wall, glaring at Obito, itching to give him a good beating. However, she could not approach. The walls of Arrow's home were insurmountable. Whether I am dead or not, I know not. However, he has perished more than once. At 8 years old, I mourned for him. At 13, I kept vigil for him. I truly cannot seem to get along with that little brat. Seeing others get riled up, Obito felt his previous discomfort dissipate considerably. Thus, he couldn't help but provoke the young ones further, for what he said was the truth. Moreover, keeping vigil for 3 years. Some people use words like that to describe him, so he might as well own it. After all, at most, he would just be mocked, while the premise of the vigil was that Arrow had indeed been dead for those 3 years. Let's see who feels worse. Dato, you have endured much in these past 3 years. Let us step outside the village and converse about certain matters. Wufeng Shuemin, holding his wife's hand, approached. He had reluctantly grown accustomed to their daughter over these years. Thus, now that the architect of their demise could emerge, it was time to bring closure to the events of the past. Let us proceed. Some matters indeed require resolution. Dato turned to face the couple, his previously cheerful demeanor now subdued. He closed his eyes to gather his emotions, leaping from the courtyard wall and walking towards the outskirts of the village. It was time to conclude this chapter. Regardless of whether the outcome was life or death, he could accompany Rin, no longer burdened by the affairs of this world. In that realm, Rin truly existed, radiating warmth and joy every day. A world with Rin, a tranquil and warm existence, was his true home. Shuemin-sensei and Gyo Shinai-jia, along with that scoundrel Kakashi, should remain in this world, preferably not to intrude upon his and Rin's life too soon. I shall take a look. Kakashi arrived a moment too late, observing Dato and the couple's silhouettes, and instinctively attempted to pursue them. However, he was halted by a wall of ice before him. Remain here. Dato is seeking his demise. Arrow shook his head, urging Kakashi not to follow. Yet, upon hearing this, Kakashi quickened his pace in pursuit. Regardless of their past, he could not bear to witness Dato perish. Arrow, have you mastered ninjutsu? Shikamaru gazed at the ice wall, realizing it was ice release. Cease your hiding and join us for a conversation. This reflective mirage is indeed effective for concealment. Arrow shook his head, tilting his head to the other side. After his statement, the strikingly handsome materialized from a layer of ice, appearing within their view. The ninjutsu belongs to me. Arrow-sama lacks chakra, and I heard from Dato that Arrow-sama may no longer grow. Typically reserved in speech, now slowly settled down against a tree trunk, surveying the individuals below, and began to discuss significant matters. It is not that I cannot grow. It simply feels unnecessary. Being smaller is preferable. Otherwise, I might end up like my elder brother, pressured to care for a multitude of children. Arrow expressed his reluctance, clarifying that he simply did not wish to mature, not that he was incapable. Well, Arrow, you should take the time to visit. They are rather obedient. Uchiha Itachi, having received word, rushed from the Uchiha clan's estate, only to overhear such a disheartening remark before Arrow even noticed him. So, Arrow chose not to grow to avoid the burden of raising numerous children, like himself. What a peculiar situation. It must have been Orochimaru who said something to skew Arrow's understanding of maturity so absurdly. Brother, I have heard from Sensei that the little nephews and nieces are quite delightful. Therefore, I shall refrain from visiting. I have just returned and my body is still adjusting. I need to rest. Truly, I must rest. Arrow waved his hands repeatedly. He had no desire to visit the new Uchiha estate to encounter those mischievous toddlers. Barely over a year old. The last time Sasuke visited, he was overwhelmed by their antics, ultimately releasing Yoryu to entertain the children. As a result, Yoryu returned after half a day, having withdrawn into silence for a month. Chapter 256. Dato has perished. Kakashi's revelation. Dato has died. After a brief conversation, Kakashi sprinted from a distance, cradling Dato's lifeless body. Even though he sprinted in an attempt to intervene, ultimately, nothing could alter the outcome. Dato's chest had been shattered by a Rasen shuriken, his insides obliterated. He now utilized chakra merely to maintain Dato's form, allowing him to carry him back to Arrow. He knew Arrow had the ability to resurrect the dead. Thus, if Dato could stand there awaiting his demise, he could also be revived. This is truly a troublesome situation. If you are punished, I will not shield you. Sister Rin will undoubtedly weep in distress. Arrow leapt from the tree, gently patting Dato's head before extracting his soul. The soulless remains, under Kakashi's horrified gaze, transformed, half into withered wood and the other half into a pool of blood, scattering upon the ground. This sight not only shocked Kakashi, but also plunged the previously conversing individuals into stunned silence. He had once been reduced to a mere fragment of himself, surviving solely due to wood release, by providing him sustenance. Observing the stunned crowd, Arrow sighed, shaking his head as he briefly recounted Dato's circumstances. The Dato of your had not died, yet he was merely alive in name alone. Now, he had perished completely, and since Dato was slain by Buofing Shuemin, he had inadvertently achieved two accomplishments. Achievement unlocked. Shuemin and Dato, master and student mutual slaughter. Reward, 10,000 points. Achievement unlocked. Ninja master and student finally engaged in master killing student. Reward, 10,000 points. This achievement filled Arrow with sorrow, evoking thoughts of his own teacher. Fortunately, his teacher currently seemed impervious to death, alleviating concerns about the ninja world tradition of students slaying their masters. Could Dato undergo Edo Tensei? I still have words to share with him. Kakashi had never anticipated that Dato would perish so swiftly. The blood pooling on the ground seemed to mock the absurdity of his earlier quarrel. He had not yet apologized to Dato or welcomed him back, nor had he inquired about how Dato had spent those years. He had assumed there would be ample time, now that Dato returned without danger. They could always wait for an opportune moment to reminisce. Yet Dato had simply died. His corpse left no trace, and the blood was seeping into the earth. Let us proceed. I shall introduce you to him. Engaging with spirits outside can be daunting for others. Tomorrow at noon, I will treat everyone to barbecue. For now, I must address this matter. Arrow noted Kakashi's state, recognizing that he had been significantly disturbed. The spirit of Dato beside him also blinked, seeking his aid. Therefore, he resolved to first escort him back, leaving the rest for tomorrow. I shall return for you at noon. Xianglin waved her hand, pulling Shueiyue and Jun Malu towards the Inin building. She would return tomorrow, needing to prepare herself mentally today. And then there was Duoyu. He was on a mission today, and once he returned, she needed to discuss with him the importance of maintaining emotional stability, regardless of Arrow's growth. Whether he matures or not is irrelevant. As long as he is back, that is sufficient. Be careful not to trample my flowers and plants. Arrow waved for the others to depart first. After Kakashi entered, the main door closed. Observing Kakashi standing there, flustered, Arrow pointed to the plants on the ground, advising him to tread carefully. Just as Kakashi cautiously lifted his foot, taking a few steps forward, he suddenly became alert, raising his head to gaze at the eerily familiar, yet subtly different courtyard, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. This fool Kakashi, in his spirit form, Dato, perched upon the courtyard wall, waving at Kakashi, who was scanning the surroundings. Upon entering the courtyard, they had been transferred to this realm. The courtyard, flowers, and the two-story building were all identical to Ero's home, mirroring the one in Inin village. However, in this place, spirits only appeared somewhat translucent yet visible. Uchiha Dato, do you truly wish for death? Kakashi turned, disregarding Ero's presence, leaping onto the courtyard wall and delivering a kick to Dato, sending him tumbling away. This scoundrel, does he truly wish for death? Despairing thoughts of death disregard the feelings of those who remain. Such is the nature of caprice. Dato, a startled exclamation escaped the lips of a young girl, who hastily set down the child she was holding and rushed over, her face a mask of terror. Rin, Kakashi turned to face the approaching girl. It was Rin, the very same who had perished before his eyes, the one he had tragically slain. Dato, what has happened to you? How could you be dead? You promised to live well. Rin reached out to embrace Dato, her gaze falling upon his translucent spirit, tears cascading down her cheeks. Just moments ago, Dato had been alive and well. How could he have succumbed so swiftly? Even if death allowed him to accompany her, she had never consented to such a fate. Death was a profound agony. Rin, everything in that world no longer pertains to me. From now on, I can remain here forever. We shall be together always. Dato opened his arms and returned Rin's embrace, not perceiving death as anything negative. He could be by the side of the girl he adored, living in a realm devoid of conflict and peril, a dream he had longed for. Dato, you fool, you big idiot. Rin scolded him playfully, before falling into a contemplative silence. The events had transpired. Dato had indeed arrived. Could you two perhaps postpone your embrace? Who will explain to me what is happening? Who is that child? Kakashi observed his former teammates, who had both met their demise before him, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. They were dead, yet they were still present, entwined in each other's arms. Moreover, who was that child, the small toddler gazing eagerly at Rin and Dato? It was not that he wished to think ill of the situation, but there were too many incongruities to comprehend. He could no longer rely solely on his understanding of this perplexing development. That child, well, in the future, Rin and I will take good care of him. I should be able to be a good. Dato patted Rin's shoulder, signaling her to refrain from elaborating. And with hesitation and conflict, he vaguely explained the child's circumstances. The information was scant, yet the more obscure it became, the more likely misunderstandings arose. And indeed, Kakashi had misinterpreted the situation. You Uchiha Dato, how could you? Kakashi glanced from the adult Dato to the youthful Rin, and then to the cherubic child, his eyes widening in disbelief. You imbecile, Dato, perhaps you could die a few more times. Mommy, Rin Nichin is being held by a man. Is he a bad person? The small child, Juriai, was taken aback, dashing back while calling for his mother to come and see. Mommy, hurry. Rin Nichin is about to be taken away by a ghostly man. Chapter 257, Kagaya's Memories. Even true recollections can undergo brainwashing. Dato felt an urge to curse that little rascal. However, upon seeing the gentle and strikingly powerful Kagaya emerge from her home, he admitted to himself that he felt intimidated. Although Kagaya was not the god tree, her strength was undeniably formidable. Just half a day prior, Rin had mentioned how this gentle Aunt Kagaya had bested both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. It was akin to an elder chastising a child. She was said to have effortlessly conjured a stick to pursue them. The incident arose when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had accompanied Naruto and Sasuke in 2 battles. For reasons unknown, they began to argue and somehow ended up bullying the small Juriai. After several tosses, Juriai had burst into tears, drawing the attention of Kagaya, who was busy experimenting with Rin in the kitchen. And Kagaya, I am Dato, Uchiha Dato. In her presence, Dato politely rose while holding Rin and greeted her respectfully. Of course, had he not been cradling Rin, he might have made a more favorable impression. Can you cook? Can you do laundry? Can you tidy up the house? Can you grow vegetables? Can you hunt? Kagaya regarded Dato with a knowing glance, quickly deducing the identity of the newly deceased spirit. Then, she bombarded him with a series of questions, leaving him bewildered. This topic he would certainly feel shy about. Dato should be able to learn, right? Kakashi now grasped the situation. That child belonged to someone else, so Dato had not committed any nefarious acts. Seeing Dato's dazed silence, Kakashi once again deemed him foolish, lightly tapping Dato's spirit on the head, urging him to clarify his stance. Such an idiot. Yes, I can do everything. Dato finally reacted, more assertively than Kakashi had anticipated. Indeed, he was capable of all manner of tasks. First, let us resolve the issue with my body. Although I am a spirit, lacking a physical form is rather inconvenient. Aluo, could you come here? I seem to have encountered some new memories. Kaguya, holding Herson, approached, casting a disdainful glance at Dato before seeking Aluo for a private discussion. Her memory fragments occasionally surfaced, yet they remained hazy, compelling her to analyze what may have transpired in the past. This latest fragment was troubling, seemingly connected to her child. He was so young. If there were potential dangers, it was better to address them early on and seek Aluo's assistance in analyzing the situation. If possible, they should resolve it, but even if it proved challenging, she must be prepared to safeguard her child from harm. Rin-chan, why don't you take them outside for a bit? Aluo, who had been watching the unfolding drama, was now called upon by Kaguya and had no choice but to temporarily abandon the spectacle, accompanying her to their home. Upon returning, Jiraiya was set down and immediately scampered over, climbing onto Aluo's lap. He occasionally experienced fleeting memories, but regardless of their nature, they did not hinder his affection for this elder brother, Aluo. Aluo, did I have other children in the past? Kaguya observed her son, who had already nestled into Aluo's embrace, and with a gentle smile, began to recount some of her previously encountered memory fragments. In those memories, she had 2 sons. Yes, 2 brothers, but I would not recommend seeking out that part of your memory just yet. That was a matter from 1,000 years ago. What do you recall? Aluo's words trailed off as he suddenly paused, redirecting his inquiry to Kaguya about which memories she had begun to recover. He was aware of the details. Yet at this moment, he hoped Kaguya could once again delve into her recollections and earnestly explore what those memories entailed. The system had previously duplicated Kaguya's memories and sealed them away. The fragments were divided into many parts, controlled by Aluo, who decided when to reintegrate specific memories. He would not alter Kaguya's original recollections, yet the sequence and focus would differ, leading to shifts in emotional responses. Aluo's intention was to ensure that when Kaguya ultimately regained her complete memories, she would still prioritize her 3rd son and harbor only disdain for the 2 who had betrayed her. They betrayed me. Kaguya endeavored once more to recall that painful memory, filled with anguish and confusion. Her children, to whom she had entrusted her power, had sought to end her life with the very strength they had received from her. Death. Surely it cannot be the end. When she had first been brought here by Aluo, she had already been informed that she had been sealed away. Mommy, Jiraiya, without needing any prompting from Aluo, eagerly jumped down and rushed to embrace his weeping mother. Do not cry, Mommy. Kaguya cradled her youngest son, meeting his worried gaze, swiftly wiping away her tears. She has another child, her precious treasure. The memories of the past are incomplete. She is unable to reclaim her former strength, and her recollections can only return gradually. However, those past memories should not affect the present child. There is no need to rush the restoration of memories. Dear Twin'sFake, with diligent cultivation, regaining strength and memories is merely a matter of time. Do not fret. Some memories, along with their causal relationships, can only be comprehended once they are fully restored. Aluo sighed as he observed the deep bond between mother and child, then stood up to offer a word of comfort before departing the Twin'sFake household. He had many tasks to attend to. The memories of this mother and child, along with various household matters, should be sorted out by them. The recovery of memories has been accelerating, and it shouldn't be long before they are fully restored. Yeah, everything you desire, Aluo Gidge has been doing his utmost to fulfill. After your memories return, you must be well behaved. Aluo, what is going on with that brat Dato? Is he truly seeking death? Kwanai inquired about Dato as Aluo returned home. Regardless of his status as a Uchiha, his demise seems far too simplistic. Moreover, he is waiting for death without even attempting to evade it, which leaves his ancestor feeling compelled to seek an explanation. In the past, when he released the 9 tails, Bo Feng Minato and Xian Wu Jiu Xinai perished, and now he is repaying with his own life. He has long wished for death. Just look at how happy he is now. Grinning foolishly, Aluo shook his head, feeling an overwhelming urge to critique Dato's reckless behavior. Even if Dato's death granted him several achievement rewards, it could not alter his mood filled with grievances. Chapter 258, Sasuke. There's always someone trying to take my brother. So be it. He has worked hard over the past 3 years and is a good child. But it is indeed a pity. Quan Nai sighed, not wanting to dwell further on Dato's situation. It is indeed unfortunate. A good child has fallen into the hands of Uchiha Madara. Your Uchiha clan has truly been a source of distress. Aluo, come with me to see what peculiar remnants the Shinigami left behind after his disappearance. Senju Tobirama appeared nearby, snorting in disdain at Uchiha Madara before swiftly changing the subject, urging Aluo to examine the remnants left by the Shinigami. Go ahead, I will keep an eye on them. Quan Nai was tempted to poke a few more holes in Senju Tobirama, but since there was a pressing matter at hand, he could not delay. After all, in this small world, he could venture anywhere. Dealing with Senju Tobirama could be postponed. Have you awakened some peculiar hobby? Aluo glanced at Senju Tobirama, leading him directly to the experimental square, but he genuinely wished to voice his frustrations. This individual, who 3 years ago would have tried to avoid seeking out suffering, has recently taken to seeking out Quan Nai, requesting to be pierced by her flying sword time and again. If being attacked enhanced his cultivation speed or provided training for resilience, Aluo would find it understandable. Yet the reality is that there are no benefits whatsoever. I can't leave, can I? Senju Tobirama paused, then turned around, gazing down at Aluo with a peculiar smile. Yes, you cannot leave, even if the soul dissipates. It can only disperse and reassemble within this world. Aluo nodded, having previously informed Senju Tobirama that he would never be allowed to leave. Not even for a brief glance outside. I initially gave him a cut, but he has been piercing me for 6 or 7 years. It should have ended long ago. Since you all do not intervene, I can only find a way myself. Senju Tobirama earnestly informed Aluo that he was deliberately making Uchiha Quan Nai lose interest in torturing him. How could it have taken so long? In recent years, the sword had been used to pin down the Shinigami. Your reasoning is rather implausible. Shaking his head, Aluo pointed to the 9 flying swords suspended in the square, reminding him that the evidence remains. Could you at least be mindful of the circumstances when fabricating tales? I did not specify that it was those swords. He could use shuriken, kunai, or wooden swords. As he glanced over, Senju Tobirama appeared even more sorrowful. The Uchiha clan, from the eldest to the youngest, is all wicked, insidious, brutal, and detestable. Your affairs do not concern me. Let us first observe the circumstances under which the Shinigami was disassembled. Your work is indeed meticulous. Aluo turned to the nearby shelf, where numerous seals contained the results of Senju Tobirama's research over the past 3 years. This included fragments of the Shinigami disassembled into pieces, as well as various experiments involving the transformation of soul energy. When it comes to horror and madness, a research laboratory always ranks first. The construction of the Shinigami's power is somewhat akin to our spiritual energy, yet not entirely the same. I believe we can draw inspiration from it for some experimental modifications. Senju Tobirama stood nearby, exuding joy as he spoke of his findings over the years. This demeanor was reminiscent of Orochimaru when he had achieved a favored research outcome and sought to share it. In certain respects, they truly are akin to one another. We need to conduct some experimental calculations. I will go greet my brother and fetch Orochimaru-sensei. We will be busy with experiments in the coming days. Aluo nodded, suggesting that after conducting checks, he would have Senju Tobirama wait a moment while he went to find Sasuke. Sasuke and Naruto were training in 2 separate areas, with Orochimaru recently observing nearby. Brother, you and Naruto continue training. I will take our teacher over for a small experiment. Aluo greeted Sasuke, who had stood up, waving cheerfully before seizing Orochimaru's arm and leading him away. Sasuke sighed, shaking his head in resignation, and continued his training. Over the past 3 years, aside from their initial separation, they had mostly been together eating and training side by side, so there was no lingering sadness of parting. However, Orochimaru was becoming increasingly irksome. Even Kwanai had mentioned that they must be wary of Orochimaru. That snake is too clingy and often pretends to be weak. Their child is almost becoming part of Orochimaru's family. When the time comes, Aluo had previously informed others that he would treat them to barbecue at noon tomorrow, and they should all join. Kwanai appeared at Sasuke's training spot a little later to inform him of the arrangements for tomorrow. I understand. I will take that fellow out in the morning. Sasuke nodded, finalizing the plan. After Aluo proposed various directions and hypotheses, Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama recorded numerous experimental directions. Aluo returned home to the Ninja village, arriving by morning. Aluo, you haven't rested again? Sasuke, who had come out slightly earlier than Aluo, leaned against the door, waiting for him to return, and pulled him over for a checkup. His complexion was excessively pale, and his eyes bore evident signs of fatigue, a clear indication of his lack of rest and excessive mental exertion. Brother, conducting experiments can be quite demanding, and your training is exhausting as well. I have not complained at all. Aluo looked up at Sasuke, who towered above him, increasingly enjoying his role of being spoiled. Lunch is in 2 hours. You should take a nap first. Do you need me to sit beside you? Sasuke ruffled Aluo's hair and pushed him into the room, urging him to sleep quickly. Initially, when Aluo acted spoiled, he felt that his younger brother was finally behaving like a child, needing his older brother's care and attention. However, as time passed and occurrences accumulated, while a younger brother deserves pampering, there are still things that must be managed. Things like staying up late to conduct experiments without sleep or sneaking out while asleep must be overseen. It's all that rascal Orochimaru's fault. He has led Aluo astray. Chapter 259, Aluo hosts a barbecue. Trouble in the land of lightning. Aluo, you have finally returned. I must tell you that at noon, Naruto was waiting at your doorstep with Shikamaru and the others. When the door opened and Aluo emerged, Naruto eagerly stretched out his arms, embraced him, and dashed towards the barbecue restaurant. As they ran, Naruto recounted all the good deeds, misdeeds, and foolish acts that Sasuke had committed over the past 3 years. In terms of performance, Naruto had clearly honed his skills. Put Aluo down, you rascal. Xianglin, witnessing Naruto's swift escape, was instantly infuriated and gave chase. No way, you violent girl. Stay away from Aluo. He has just woken up. What if you hurt him? Naruto leaped onto the rooftop, continuing his flight. In their pursuit, the others could only hastily follow towards the barbecue restaurant. Sasuke, however, had already arrived at the entrance ahead of them. Vortex Naruto. Sasuke reclaimed Aluo and pulled him behind him, glaring at Naruto with an expression that suggested he was ready to fight. Enough of the noise. Everyone is waiting. Let us eat. Aluo hasn't had anything to eat for so long. Be careful. Kakashi emerged from the restaurant, intervening to prevent the impending conflict. Brother, let's go eat. I haven't had barbecue in ages. Aluo tugged at Sasuke's arm. As Sasuke turned around, Aluo assertively pulled him into the restaurant. After they entered, Naruto followed suit, along with Xianglin, Shikamaru, and the others. Watching the boys finally enter the restaurant peacefully, Kakashi sighed at the door, his feelings somewhat complicated. Obito had died, and he had found comfort in knowing that Obito and Rin were together in a warm world. He felt both gratified and melancholic at this outcome, reminiscing about the joy and bittersweetness of being reminded to take care of himself and to live well. Most surprisingly, the little rascal who had brought him into this mess yesterday had forgotten him upon leaving today. Had it not been for Mr. Izuna throwing him out, he might have been the subject of rumors about following Obito to the afterlife. Hey, Kakashi, why are you standing outside? Waiting for me? The ever-enthusiastic Might Guy, clad in his iconic green jumpsuit, approached Kakashi and enveloped him in a warm embrace. I know you both are emotional, but it's time to eat. Move aside. Don't block the entrance. Following closely behind was Yuhi Kurinai, who playfully kicked the shins of the two men to encourage them to find another spot to embrace. Everyone has been waiting. If you two block the entrance, how will others get in? Don't be shy. We know you are destined rivals. Narashikaku chimed in as he patted Kakashi on the shoulder before entering. Ahem, moonlight night breeze. arriving with his wife, cleared his throat upon seeing the two. But before he could speak, Kakashi, having been shoved aside by Might Guy, turned to him and pushed him into the restaurant. Today's gathering included not just a handful of youths, but also several former elite jonin and special jonin who had reserved a private room for drinks. Inside the bustling dining area, Aluo sat obediently in a chair, surrounded by a group of teenagers who appeared to be 3 or 4 years older than him. Clearly a protected target. "Don't eat anything too spicy," Sasuke remarked with unusual seriousness, watching everyone who served food to Aluo, worried that someone might make a mistake. Aluo complied, eating whatever Sasuke offered him. The meal was lively, filled with Naruto and Sasuke, who had just returned from a secluded training trip, alongside Aluo, who had been asleep for 3 years. Yet, there was one familiar face, long unseen, who still had not made an appearance. Trouble in the Land of Lightning. Just after lunch, as the group of teenagers lingered, the golden-haired Minato Namikaze appeared at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, accompanied by an injured individual covered in blood. "Dad, what happened?" Naruto exclaimed, rushing out to see the injured ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. Puzzled as to why his father would return from there with someone in such dire condition. "Yesterday, Kushina and I set off to the Land of the Moon for a little relaxation, but we encountered this person at the border. A powerful chakra storm has erupted in the Land of Lightning, and we do not yet know the details," Minato explained, tossing the injured ninja to the now medical ninja Sakura Haruno. Looking back at Naruto, Minato felt a twinge of worry and wanted to say more, but he refrained from saying too much in front of others. Their child had grown up. Although he could not fully grasp what was about to unfold, he understood that Naruto would soon step onto the battlefield. "Where's Mom?" Naruto scanned around, wondering if his parents had quietly gone on vacation and hoped they hadn't abandoned his mother due to the troubles in the Hidden Cloud Village. "Kushina took a Gyo to see Lord Orochimaru," Minato replied, his mouth twitching as he pointed Naruto in the right direction to check on them. How strange, he mused, that his son still seemed to think he was unreliable. "What happened in the Hidden Cloud Village?" Aluo inquired, leaning at the door, observing the injured ninja being treated on the ground. A tree, a very large tree, appeared suddenly, and many strange individuals attacked anyone they encountered, binding them up. The injured ninja relayed as he received treatment, striving to provide as much information as possible. This tree appeared within the vicinity of the Land of Lightning, attacking both civilians and ninjas indiscriminately. This revelation evoked immediate associations among those familiar with the Otsutsuki concept. "Otsutsuki has emerged. Brother, it's Gamabunta. He has gone mad," Aluo exclaimed, poking the activated Sharingan within Sasuke, revealing the mastermind behind the chaos. "Isn't it Otsutsuki Kinshiki?" Naruto turned to Aluo, realizing that the situation was diverging from what everyone had anticipated. Otsutsuki Kinshiki summoned the 10 Tails, but the 10 Tails did not reclaim the power of the tail beasts. Thus, they now need the people of the Land of Lightning and Otsutsuki Kinshiki himself to fill the void of the divine tree. Aluo's gaze drifted, as if sensing something or speaking casually. However, in truth, the system was broadcasting live. Previously, during their time in the Wetbone Forest, they had raised a slug for 2 years before releasing it. The slug had gathered information, and its purpose in re-emerging was to relay this information to Gamabunta. Now, 1,000 years ago, Gamabunta could easily sway Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Continuing to manipulate Otsutsuki Kinshiki into undertaking significant actions was not unusual. After all, Gamabunta had always possessed a prophetic ability, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, sealing his mother away, sending his brother to the moon, and orchestrating the plans that would wear down the wills of his 2 sons. All of these matters were, in some way, related to Gamabunta's reminders. Chapter 260, The Divine Tree Not Yet Activated, requires the filling of the tailed beast's Aluo. How did you know that Gamabunta is controlling the current situation? Although Minato had become accustomed to certain matters beyond his family over the years, he still found it hard to believe that such a significant event was orchestrated by Gamabunta. As I observed the small creature causing a commotion once again, I as an exorcist, can at least manage the fundamental tasks of positioning and reconnaissance. Aloe raised his hand, and a dazzling orb of light flickered, swiftly transforming into a large projection screen, towering over 10 meters, hovering in the center of Inin Village's plaza. This unexpected phenomenon drew the villagers out, gathering to witness this extraordinary spectacle. The luminous projection focused on the grand tree, displaying a swirling panorama that alternated between close-ups and distant views for all to see. Beneath the tree stood Otsutsuki Yui, surrounded by the white Zetsu, along with numerous individuals bound and suspended from its branches. Additionally, on a nearby hill, nestled within the grass, lay a small toad, its eyes eagerly fixed on the tree, occasionally murmuring words of encouragement for Otsutsuki Yui to succeed. The real-time captured images and sounds, featuring close-ups, compelled Namikaze Minato to concede that the situation was developing in a manner he had never anticipated. No, this is inconceivable. How could the Sage of the Toads engage in such world-destroying actions? Jiraiya was brought forth by Orochimaru, with Tsunade beside him, her face contorted with anger, yet rendered speechless. I have established a communication link with the 4 great ninja villages. Those with the necessary devices can connect, while those without are left unable to do so. Orochimaru assigned the task of watching over Jiraiya to Tsunade, then ascended to the rooftop of the In Shadow building, swiftly activating the prearranged signal equipment. As the connection was established, translucent screens began to materialize in the plaza. "Aloe, you're awake!" exclaimed Gaara, who had spotted Aloe on the shared screen, leaping from his chair in excitement to greet him. "Indeed, I just awoke yesterday afternoon. It has been quite a while, and you've grown, Gaara." Aloe waved back with a smile, recalling the days spent playing, watching sunsets, and building sandcastles with his childhood friend, now grown. "Aloe, once this is all settled, I shall visit you in Inin Village." From the Tsuchikage side, Kuratsuchi stepped forward, waving at the projection, while the Tsuchikage glared but did not intervene. "Kuratsuchi, let us set a time to visit together once we're done. I've accomplished what you mentioned last time. I'll tell you more about it when we go. And let us bring Konan along." Upon hearing Kuratsuchi, Shikamaru also joined in, bringing along the seemingly aloof Konan from the Rain Village. After all, they were simply going to enjoy Inin Village. The more, the merrier. "Konan, let us go after we finish up, and bring Deidara too. He mentioned wanting to return to see you." Yahiko, seated in a chair, glanced back at Deidara, who was hiding by the door, casually booking him for the trip without discerning whether he was keen or indifferent. "Yahiko, that rascal Deidara has been acting up again lately. I appreciate your care for him." The Tsuchikage noted how quickly his granddaughter returned to her place, indicating she had matured and developed her own thoughts. Nevertheless, Deidara, despite his antics, was overall quite commendable. The Tsuchikage is too modest. Deidara has recently been busy with missions, reportedly to acquire something new in Inin Village. His diligence warrants our consideration. Yahiko smiled gently, once more voicing Deidara's thoughts under the watchful eyes of many. Over the past 2 years, he had heard from Konan that Deidara was overly cautious, silently undertaking tasks, worried that any revelation might cast a negative light on the Tsuchikage or Kuratsuchi. Yet, in reality, there were far fewer troubles than he imagined. Deidara was not a rogue ninja. Their Akatsuki organization was no less significant than any major ninja village. Of course, while there were some rogue elements within the organization, those unfavorable labels had long been shed. "We can discuss your matters later. Let us schedule a time for me to join in on the fun. For now, let us focus on the pressing issues at hand. Reikage, can your side still hold up?" The Mizukage, listening to the casual banter among the three, felt compelled to interrupt their reminiscing. He needed to address various issues while stifling his irritation at having to endure their idle chatter. Currently, Mangekyo had not been entirely overrun, but the situation suggested it was merely a matter of time. Killer Bee had been temporarily sealed, yet I anticipated that the seal would not last long before being discovered. The Reikage, frustrated, found himself without options, compelled to clarify his situation. The clearer he articulated the matter, the more lives could be saved on their side. Activate the transmission. Once the 8 Tails is released, send it over. Otherwise, Mangekyo and the Land of Lightning will be utterly obliterated. Aloe gazed at the divine tree, which was not entirely the divine tree, for a moment before proposing a suggestion as the Raikage sought assistance. The emergence of the divine tree in the land of lightning aimed solely for the Eight Tails. That one do. Half of the Eight Tails has already been consumed. If its location is discovered again, the Eight Tails will be entirely lost. The Raikage, thinking of Killer Bee and the Eight Tails, dismissed this suggestion as unwise. If the Eight Tails were devoured, the tree's assault on Mangekyo would become even more ferocious. The situation with Shikaku appeared alarming. Could that tree control the tail beasts? Around Gaara, the sand began to shift, an indication that Shikaku was on the verge of rampaging. It had been many years since he could communicate with Shikaku and coexist peacefully, and such a situation had not arisen since. The nine-tailed beasts had originally separated from the divine tree, and now Otsutsuki Yui was summoning them back. Gaara, let Shikaku go, and take Nibi and Sanbai with you. Alo smiled at Gaara. Beside him, the two-tailed Nibi and the three-tailed Sanbai appeared, both exhibiting signs of unstable agitation. Damn it, Shikaku will not perish there. Gaara, you wait, Shikaku will return. Initially reluctant, Shikaku reluctantly detached from Gaara upon seeing Alo's intention to send Nibi and Sanbai along. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, the large tanuki nuzzled against Gaara affectionately before dissipating into sand. Meanwhile, beside Alo, the small cat and turtle sighed helplessly before vanishing and reappearing before Otsutsuki Yui, just as they had before, encircling her. Chapter 261. Who calculated whom? You release me just like that. I shall prepare. The Raikage, infuriated, wished to strike someone, yet found several capable of retaliating in Inin village. Seeing numerous tailed beasts converge before Otsutsuki Yui, he realized he had no choice but to transmit the Eight Tails. At the very least, he could preserve something. Alo, don't we need to assist over there? Haruno Sakura, having been drawn into an illusion, had matured over the years and participated in the battle against the divine tree. Now, gazing upon the familiar yet distinctly altered divine tree, alongside the once kind sage of six paths, now a seemingly deranged Otsutsuki Yui, she was uncertain whether everyone should engage on the battlefield. You need not go. Your presence would only be a hindrance. Brother, you and Naruto should proceed. Once the divine tree has grown, we will act. Alo shook his head, then turned to Sasuke and the eagerly awaiting Naruto. What Otsutsuki Yui was currently undertaking was precisely what they had been anticipating. Thus go forth. After all the planning, it was time to unveil the final result. You must not go. Nothing is more important than your safety. Sasuke lowered his head, embraced Aluo with both hands, patted his back, and then released him before departing. He made his way to the battlefield via the teleportation array. This array had been developed in collaboration by Senju Tobarama and Orochimaru over the past 2 years. It was not typically activated, but a backup had been established for the 4 major ninja villages and the Akatsuki organization. Currently, the Eight Tails have been extracted from its Jinchuriki and transported to the sea, enabling the major ninja villages to teleport to Mangekyo or directly above the waters of the Land of Lightning. Should we not go? Yahiko pondered, feeling it inappropriate to send just 2 youths into such perilous circumstances. No need. If we go, we must also consider your safety. Stay home and guard well. If Otsutsuki Kagaya wishes to sow chaos, it will be effortless for him, as he is a sage of the 6 paths. Many will be willing to believe and follow him without hesitation due to his identity, Aluo replied, shaking his head. He did not wish for anyone to disturb this chaotic scenario. Sasuke, Naruto, and Izuna, you must seize that uncertain opportunity that is bound to arise. Host, your heart is experiencing a surge of tension. The system interjected, reminding Aluo to take heed. I have been here for nearly a decade. You criticize me when my heart is still, yet now that my emotions are stirred, you mock me? Aluo felt a sense of grievance. System, you are bullying the host. This is not right. Host, are you being playful? The system calculated a rather absurd result in response to Aluo's reaction. I am merely demonstrating that my heart is alive. I have been planning this since several years ago. If this time fails, I must wait another decade, which is far too time-consuming. Aluo leaned back, feeling somewhat pleased as he observed Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was already at sea with several tailed beasts. He paid no mind to those behind him, allowing himself to be weakly protected while he continued to focus on the projection ahead. Kakashi felt as though he were being pierced by the gazes of those around him. Nevertheless, he needed to support Aluo, ensuring his well-being, for otherwise the situation could become even more precarious. Aluo, that is Sasuke and Naruto, they will not be in danger, right? Haruno Sakura looked at the large screen projection, her heart racing despite the knowledge that they were well prepared. They will be very safe, Aluo assured, nodding. He was resolute in not allowing Sasuke and Naruto to take unnecessary risks. Thus, it was time for the two who were to take the risk to make their entrance. Deep in a sea area near the Land of Lightning, a tree was rapidly growing above the water surface. The trunk and branches of this tree were adorned with soft bark resembling bandages, upon which hung numerous individuals. Under the oppressive power of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the tailed beasts lined up with vacant expressions, willingly merging into the body of the 10 tails one by one, as their strength filled the vessel. Otsutsuki Kagaya felt a sense of satisfaction from the increasing power, only to be abruptly halted by a troubling realization. The 9 tails was missing. No matter how he summoned, conjured, or searched, he could not find any trace of a 9 tails, as if it had simply ceased to exist. A tailed beast is a mass of energy. How could it possibly be gone? Even if absorbed, the chakra of the 9 tails would never vanish. Kagaya, I warned you. That soul, which should not exist, has already significantly impacted you. Now, the 9 tails is under its control. If you cannot completely eradicate it, you will be the next to be controlled and subsequently disappear. The enormous, dephantomized figure transformed back into the small toad Gamamaru, appearing on a tree branch and shaking his head at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Their only chance lay in eliminating that suddenly appeared soul. The living soul, immensely powerful, was tempting but posed an even greater threat. Yet, during the cycle of reincarnation, even Otsutsuki Kagaya could not inflict harm upon that soul. Such a formidable soul represented nothing but a threat to beings like them. The current Myobo Kuzan reflected the future he had most dreaded a decade ago. Yet, he could not avoid it. If he did not eliminate that anomalous soul, they would have no path to survival. He no longer relied on the world as inhabitants. As long as he could eliminate that young man, he could place his hopes upon Otsutsuki. A somewhat incomplete Otsutsuki Kagaya would not suffice. Thus, he would summon more of his kind. While the Otsutsuki were dangerous, their millennia of experience could enable them to accomplish many tasks, and subsequent Otsutsuki would not pose a significant problem. The crux of the matter was that the reincarnated soul within the Uchiha family must be eliminated. Chapter 262. The scheme. Aluo was somewhat fatigued. Otsutsuki Kagaya, cease this at once. Senju Hashirama rushed from the land of fire to the land of lightning, then from there to the sea. No one had informed him about the teleportation array, so he was genuinely unaware of such a convenient means of travel. Stop wasting time talking. Not far behind him, Uchiha had also pursued, glaring at Otsutsuki Kagaya with equal fury, harboring significant resentment towards this so-called sage who had existed a millennium prior. It was he, this Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had orchestrated a scheme 1,000 years ago, preventing him from finally putting his brother's spirit to rest. Indra, Ashura. Upon seeing these two, Otsutsuki Kagaya not only remained unperturbed, but also regarded them with a look of affection, extending his hands towards them. This sudden shift astonished the spectators gathered in the plaza of the Sound Village and several major nations. What was this strange development? And who were Indra and Ashura? Children, let me tell you a tale from a millennium ago. Otsutsuki Kagaya floated upwards, looking down upon the two expressionless figures, recounting certain events from 1,000 years past. Kagaya, from the village of Kagaya, sealed her mother for the sake of the world. Subsequently, her brother ascended to the moon, while she remained here and bore 2 sons. Thus, you worry that twins can seal their parents, fearing being bound by your own sons, leading to a cycle of endless conflict where each generation kills the other, leaving the survivor to languish in regret? Your heart is indeed dark, darker than Hashirama's. After hearing the tale, Madara suddenly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. glaring at Otsutsuki Kagaya as he verbally lashed out. Today, I finally have the chance, regardless of whether he could win or not. The catharsis of venting his frustrations was enough to make him eager to return home and boast to his brother. Madara, how dare you claim my heart is dark? I never intended to deceive you. It is he. Senju Hashirama turned back, feeling wronged at being labeled as the epitome of a dark heart. A grown man squatting on the water's surface, tracing circles with his finger. This scene evoked complex and sorrowful impressions among the distant onlookers regarding the god of ninjas. Was that truly Senju Hashirama? However, considering that the Sage of Six Paths accomplished such feats in the past, Hashirama's current behavior of merely squatting and drawing circles seemed rather trivial by comparison. Host, utilizing brainwashing techniques in this manner is quite novel. The system. Observing the emotional responses of those present as Otsutsuki Kagaya recounted his tale, promptly commended its host. You have deemed this a brainwashing ability, and since it is available, why not use it? It appears that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama will not be easily deceived. Once they unleash their powers, it will truly begin. I'm feeling rather greedy for energy right now. Aloe squinted as he gazed at the projection. He had been meticulously setting things up, waiting for a significant Otsutsuki to arrive and unlock the door to energy harvesting. In the past, he believed that experiencing familial and platonic love was quite sufficient. When this world came to an end, he thought it would be inconsequential. However, at some point, he found himself growing fond of the people in this world. Thus, he resolved to become stronger, powerful enough that even if he departed, he could return. Moreover, he aspired to bring along those dear to him to explore new worlds. Achieving such growth was daunting, yet his world seemed to evolve even more swiftly than he could. With a solid foundation in energy, he now found his interest solely in external energy entities like the Otsutsuki. The host's happiness is our priority. With sufficient energy, we can exist in this world for an extended period, long enough for you to grow weary before embarking on a new journey. This world is truly feeble. After you alter the main and supporting characters, it will inevitably conform to your patterns. The system relayed its current calculations, expressing disdain for the world's subtle capitulation. Aloe understood that he had no immediate plans to leave. Once the portal activated, he would require the system to fulfill its duties as agreed, sharing the energy equally, 50-50. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Aloe blinked and rested his head on the arm of the person behind him, briefly closing his eyes. Despite being a soul that had traversed numerous worlds and existed for many years, orchestrating such an elaborate scheme and triggering it all at once was still exhausting. Currently, the array beneath the sea was set. The consciousnesses of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had established a tentative direction, while the tailed beasts were under control. Alongside Hyuga Niji's return from the moon, these elements were already in motion, and the subsequent operations would be entrusted to the system. Additionally, there were Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Azuna, and Senju Tobirama. These four were the most suitable and formidable disruptors. Chapter 263. Uchiha Luo is an outsider. Uchiha Sasuke declared. That Uchiha Luo is not your brother. He is merely an invader, a destroyer. Amidst the scattered debris, Otsutsuki Kagaya observed Sasuke, who wielded a wooden sword capable of cleaving the divine tree. She revealed what she believed to be her final trump card. Uchiha Luo is not truly an Uchiha. Aloe is my brother. Regardless of his identity as Uchiha Luo or any past life, he is my brother now and forever. Sasuke had initially intended to follow the plan, severing branches that fell into the depths. Upon hearing Kagaya's words, he glared at her, swinging his wooden sword furiously before stepping back to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. He did not possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, nor did he desire the power that required sacrificing family. His eyes, awakened to protect Aloe, were never born of sorrow. As purple flames ignited around him, Kagaya realized their destructive power was consuming her strength, and despite her efforts, she found herself helpless. Sasuke, how have you managed this? Naruto, who had been attacking alongside Sasuke, began to sense that Kagaya was unexpectedly engulfed in flames, feeling as though he had overlooked something significant. Dismantle it completely. Aloe has a fondness for those creatures. Sasuke urged Naruto to work diligently. The cat, the raccoon, and that turtle must survive to be brought back. Understood. Naruto, recalling those who had been consumed, dismissed any concerns regarding Sasuke's potential secrets. One held Kagaya in check while the other dismantled the tree. At that moment, cooperation was unnecessary as long as they performed their respective roles. Observing from the sidelines, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama exchanged glances before retreating. Even as spirits, they wished to avoid any entanglements. Particularly Madara, who had often lamented that none of the surviving descendants of the Uchiha clan were normal. You are all mistaken. He is the true invader, the greatest threat to this world, and he should not exist. As Kagaya felt her power siphoned by the flames, she began to persuade, emphasizing how unique Aloe's identity was. You Otsutsuki are the outsiders, intruding upon other worlds and transforming them into energy for consumption. Do not attribute your actions to Aloe. Naruto broke off a branch and hurled it at Kagaya. Before he was even born, your ominous warning caused Aloe to lose his parents' love. Now, you attempt to attack in such a manner, trying to turn everyone against him. The question of existence is not for you, a destroyer of worlds, to decide. This world belongs to itself, not to you Otsutsuki. Izuna and Tobirama appeared, two spirits hovering in the air, fixating on Kagaya's fleeing essence. Encircled by the flames, she could not escape. However, this was merely the beginning. That boy is undoubtedly the one with the darkest heart in your Uchiha clan. Tobirama wished to declare that the troublesome boy was certainly not one of theirs. Some things were better left unsaid, as certain taboos should not be touched. He was bound by circumstances, and the opportunity to witness this scene was only granted through flattering words. Yet, it was merely a glimpse. If Izuna released his hold, he would return to the experimental grounds. Aloe is truly obedient, Izuna thought, uninterested in Tobirama's expression. To him, Aloe was a good child. Meanwhile, the scene of tree dismantling on the sea was mirrored in the plaza of In Shinobi Village. Kagaya's repeated insistence that Aloe was an invader led onlookers to glance his way. As certain information spread unchecked, it became increasingly relevant. In Konoha, rumors circulated that the three young Uchiha could not cultivate chakra due to poison during gestation. It was already peculiar for one twin to be affected. Now, the truth was even more absurd. Kagaya could not even kill an unborn child. It was evident that she had attacked, but could not succeed, resorting to dreams to manipulate the former clan leader and his wife, hoping they would eliminate the child after birth. Though Kagaya was no virtuous being, the Sage of Six Paths was immensely powerful. A fetus he could not destroy was indeed terrifying. Be quiet, someone retorted. What does it matter? We are merely spectators. None of us can provoke this situation. Thus, the presence of so many outsiders was acknowledged, including the Otsutsuki. Be cautious, came the murmurs. The discussions swirled around, most keeping their distance from Aloe. Host, your identity as an outsider has already been partially defined by some individuals, the system warned Aloe, cautioning that failure to manage this perception could lead to unfavorable consequences. What does it matter? Those from the past bowed their heads to the trio with horns. The current ones will soon understand that the essence of existence is not contingent upon whether they belong to this world. Aloe could hear the surrounding discussions, their volume irrelevant to him. He need not concern himself with their opinions. Those with intellect would remain composed, not only refraining from whispers, but also from showing any semblance of closeness. So much evidence had proven that he was indeed different. The battle continued in the visuals, with Naruto dismantling the divine tree, causing a portion of the white Zetsu and captives to plunge into the depths. The three entities soared into the air, ensnared by Quan Nai's grasp. These were Shohi, Yu, and Jifu. As for the other tailed beasts, they had sunk into the depths of the ocean along with the god tree, serving as materials for the activation of the teleportation array. Aluo was merely familiar with them, as well as with those who cared for them. Chapter 264, The Conclusion of Otsutsuki, the system entered sleep mode. Tsunade, you have seen and heard it, that Uchiha Luo. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade, pondering whether she truly comprehended that these were invaders from beyond. He was uncertain if he could still perform acts of salvation for the world, especially since the great Toad Sage had continually deceived him. However, like Otsutsuki, Uchiha Luo was indeed an outsider. My grandfather and great-uncle are formidable, aren't they? Tsunade scrutinized Jiraiya for a moment longer and ambiguously mentioned the two esteemed figures. On the screen before them, both the first and second Hokage were visibly present. Both are undoubtedly powerful, Jiraiya replied, somewhat perplexed. They have been in the Pure Land for decades. Can you not use your intellect? This is no longer an era where death brings finality. My great-uncle, with his fierce temper, despised the Uchiha, yet now he floats beside one. Do you still fail to comprehend? Tsunade's voice was barely a whisper, yet the threat and helplessness within it made Jiraiya acutely aware of reality. Even the first and second Hokage could not escape. Even in death, they were dragged back. For them, the prospect of survival was futile, and in death, it was even more impossible. Indeed, an unsolvable predicament. A few days prior, my grandfather mentioned that Danzo's soul had yet to dissipate. Even the spirits of the deceased could be tormented for over 3 years. Concerned that Jiraiya might remain oblivious, Tsunade divulged a piece of information that, while not a secret, was known only to a select few. Jiraiya had lost the desire to discuss further. At the very least, that young man, a Luo, had not committed any world-destroying acts, and moreover, he had vanquished the Otsutsuki who devoured the energy of this world. Host, the portal has been activated. The system alerted a Luo as the energy reached the requisite standard to open the portal to the Otsutsuki realm. Let us extract it. First, replenish the consumed energy, and then we shall split it evenly. I will take a brief rest, as soon I must prepare for energy regulation in the small world. A Luo confirmed the distribution with the system once more and then continued to rest, leaning against the arm of the individual behind him. Subsequently, the spiritual energy of this world would rise, albeit only touching upon the peripheries. The majority would belong to him and the system. Otsutsuki, this is all energy. He could not absorb such quantities himself, but his world could consume them, and whatever it absorbed would belong to him. Extraction commencing, the system declared regarding the energy, naturally not one to refuse. On the ocean's surface, several individuals and spirits were discussing how to deal with the captured little toad. Suddenly, a series of luminous rings emerged from the ocean depths, and within the flickering light, a new Otsutsuki materialized. It was he. This was the work of the invader, for he had summoned the Otsutsuki here. Toad Maru gazed at the newly appeared Otsutsuki, his eyes betraying an unmistakable joy, immediately attributing the event to Uchiha Luo. This time, he was not mistaken. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated it. For years ago, I laid the formation beneath the sea, ensuring that Otsutsuki Kagaya would perish there, thus unlocking the portal for the Otsutsuki clan and drawing forth all those who had either visited or had yet to visit this world. Aluo remained with his eyes closed, yet his voice resonated through the plaza of Inin village. The arrival of the Otsutsuki was his doing. Hence the energy transformed from the Otsutsuki also belonged to him. In this world, if there were no disturbances, he could slightly reap the benefits. Should any dissent arise, they could part ways, leaving him with nothing. You little brat, you initially claimed you would let me witness something, but instead, you deceived me into providing cover while you buried the formation at sea. The Tsuchikage remarked in a projection nearby, accusing a Luo of trickery. However, despite his indignant tone, a smile was evident on his face, reflecting his current good spirits. The Tsuchikage was well informed. The Mizukage sighed, envious of the benefits Iwagakure had accrued early on, as well as the wealth of information they possessed. Sand Village was not even worth comparing. After all, the Kazekage had played in the sand alongside the young master, a Luo, and was rumored to have watched the sunset together. Yet, upon glancing at the frowning Rakage, she felt a slight sense of balance restored within her. The battlefield's location had long been established in the waters near the Land of Lightning. Although Kirigakure had not gained substantial benefits, they could at least conduct some ordinary trade without harboring any grudges. Another Otsutsuki. The onlookers quickly shifted their discourse from the initial topics of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Uchiha Luo, to the latest excitement. Yet another Otsutsuki had arrived, and yet another had perished. This Otsutsuki was more formidable than the previous one, and this demise was even more catastrophic. The earlier reverence for the Sage of Six Paths dissipated entirely with the shattering of the Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, Luo, also regarded as an outsider and having not denied such an identity, was gradually being contemplated in an entirely different light. Sunko, this world is tolerable. Having garnered some benefits, I am now inclined to contribute. Luo sensed the goodwill continuously directed towards him, along with an increasing tide of admiration and reverence, prompting him to feel an urge to vent to the system. This is a form of exchange. The host has eradicated the Otsutsuki that would have caused further destruction, leading to world stability and energy restoration, naturally eliciting some feedback from the world. The faith of ordinary people constitutes a fundamental response that this world can provide. The system assessed the world's feedback with a hint of disdain. It mattered not. It was extending goodwill, and he had no desire to depart, so this was quite satisfactory. Luo found contentment in this outcome, no longer preoccupied with his surroundings, and began to wholeheartedly manage the growth of the small world. As time progressed from noon to evening, and then to the following day, the array on the ocean's surface remained active, repeatedly drawing in members of the Otsutsuki clan. There was no need for Sasuke and the others to intervene. The array would swiftly obliterate the approaching Otsutsuki first. All detectable Otsutsuki have been successfully extracted. The system notified Luo at noon the next day, indicating completion. It was over. Well done. This energy will suffice for my cultivation for quite some time. Luo remarked as he surveyed the abundant energy within the small world, feeling exceedingly pleased. He could now live comfortably for an extended period. This sensation was truly delightful. Detected that the plot line of this world has completely vanished. The world's disposition is friendly. The host may reside here permanently. Should the host occasionally feel bored and wish not to leave, the system can awaken to facilitate a chat. The system conducted a thorough check once more, confirming the absence of any threats to its host, preparing to enter standby, sleep mode. Though it had absorbed a wave of energy, it aimed to conserve resources for future use. I will miss you, Luo softly spoke to the system before it fell into slumber. Should you miss me, just call for me. The system's parting message lingered in Luo's mind, prompting him to feel the need to voice a complaint. However, the system had already entered sleep mode, and awakening it now seemed rather excessive. Nevertheless, he truly wished to express, do not learn everything to utilize. Chapter 265, Luo. Yesterday was exhausting. I inadvertently forgot. Luo, we have returned. The portal that Sasuke and his companions have been utilizing across the sea has completely vanished. After conducting multiple inspections and confirming that everything was in order, they returned to the Odanin village. Upon seeing Ero awaken, Sasuke, moving with remarkable swiftness, opened his arms and embraced his rushing younger brother. They had returned, all troubles resolved, no longer needing to fret over the clandestine machinations of Otsutsuki or the Toad. You've worked hard, welcome home. Ero hugged Sasuke, and then turned to greet Naruto, who was waving at him, alongside the stoic Senju Tobirama, not to forget the ever-watchful Izuna, holding on to Tobirama. The primary reason for Tobirama's visit was to observe, and the stipulation for not being sent back directly was that Izuna had to hold on to him. Izuna indicated his disinterest in grasping someone's arm, suggesting that if he did not wish to be held by the shoulder, he wouldn't mind switching to holding Ero's white hair instead. Ero, how are you feeling now? You must be tired, right? Izuna still expressed some concern, as the Otsutsuki clan was evidently formidable. Ero had been in a state of unconsciousness since the beginning, only awakening when they returned. Kakashi pointed out without hesitation that this young master certainly had not had it easy. While it could not be ruled out that he was feigning weakness, the fact that he could rest comfortably against Sasuke's arm and drift into slumber warranted a serious discussion with the boy's guardians. It's not that severe. Once you return home for a nap, you'll be fine. Ero lowered his head, not genuinely fatigued, but rather feeling the effects of having completed a long-awaited task, which naturally led him to desire some rest. In other words, after finally finishing what had been on his mind, he simply wished to laze about like a languid fish. I just need a good sleep. Last time I slept for 3 years. Senju Hashirama had also returned, yet his presence today was notably subdued, and he went unnoticed without uttering a single quip, although they all understood that sleeping for 3 years was not literally the case. It nonetheless resonated as a fact for most. Ero glanced at the gazes around him and obediently retreated. From here on out, he could truly indulge in eating, drinking, and reveling, leaving all other concerns aside for the time being. He was determined to be a blissfully lazy fish. First, he would return home to rest. Anything that required attention could wait until after he woke up. No more extended slumbers. Noticing Ero's reluctance to speak further, Sasuke embraced him and made his way home. Naruto initially intended to catch up, but was pulled back by Senju Hashirama. Upon returning home, Ero did not succumb to the allure of slumber amidst blooming flowers, but instead settled down on the couch, eagerly awaiting his brother's cooking. He only ascended to bed after satisfying his hunger. This slumber lasted a day. When Ero finally awoke and stepped outside, he observed preparations underway in the square. Some were cooking, others arranging decorations, setting tables and chairs, while others counted attendees and their positions. "Good afternoon, everyone." Ero leaned against the wall, smiling as he greeted everyone. He felt slightly weak, having accomplished such a strenuous task, and now warranted extra care. "Ero, you woke up so quickly this time." "No other intentions here, Shikamaru." "What are you doing?" Inazuka Kiba, accompanied by his canine companion Akamaru, approached while transporting tables and chairs, smiling as he greeted Ero. However, Shikamaru was quick to take the lead in conversation, indicating that such matters should not be discussed openly, since there was nothing to worry about anymore. Ero could now enjoy daily rest. Observing the concern of those around him, Ero's smile widened. He realized that in this world, he was indeed a good person cared for by many. Yes, next is to rest well. Young Master Ero, please take a seat and let us know if anything seems amiss, and I'll have him adjust it. Mizuki came over to support Ero, instructing Lee to bring a sofa, and once it was set down, allowed Ero to rest in the shade. Others quickly brought over small tables, snacks, fruits, and beverages. The previously unoccupied area beneath the tree was rapidly transformed into a cozy, resting nook. "Where's Niji? Has he not returned yet?" Ero reclined on the sofa, noting the absence of someone among the youthful workers who had returned to their tasks. Niji had suddenly mentioned he was off to train and had not yet returned. "Tenten, do you have any idea where Niji went?" Tenten shook her head, indicating that she was also unaware. It seemed that no one else knew either. Perhaps they had simply forgotten to inform him that everything had concluded due to fatigue from the previous day. Ero grabbed a cushion brought by Shikuro to shield his face, explaining in a muffled voice. "So where exactly did Niji go?" Shikamaru's mouth twitched as he restrained the urge to remove the cushion, voicing the crucial question for everyone. The forgotten fellow, was he off to undertake some significant endeavor in secret? While Sasuke and Naruto battled Otsutsuki Kagaya, even Niji had quietly ventured to do something. They were all of similar ages, left to merely watch events unfold in Odanin Village. "P.S. controlling the moon," Ero whispered, yet everyone present comprehended his words. "Tenten, let us have Niji tidy things up a bit. Whenever we have nothing to do, we can take a vacation on the moon, as the control of the moon now belongs to your Niji." Ero moved the cushion slightly, revealing half of his head and laughing at Tenten, whose expression shifted from surprise to shyness. Teasing young couples was undeniably amusing. "Niji and Tenten, have you two become an item?" Lee, as a teammate, appeared utterly bewildered. His two comrades had quietly become a couple. "Shikamaru, have you and Temari confirmed your relationship? Are you heading to Sunagakure, or is she coming to Odanin Village?" Noticing everyone's gaze fixed on Tenten, Ero casually revealed yet another couple's secret romance. "Such matters you could simply ask me about, Ero. After marriage, I will naturally reside in Odanin Village, but I still need to work daily in Sunagakure. Fortunately, with the transportation array, I can go in the morning and return at night, ensuring I one-team miss dinner at home." Temari approached, standing beside Shikamaru. Their relationship had not been a recent development. Even Karui had seen Shikamaru and called him brother-in-law. Indeed, I'll be transitioning my work tomorrow. I haven't taken a break in 3 years and need some time off to stay in Sunageki with my family for a few days. Shikamaru's face flushed slightly, and he made an effort to appear composed when others glanced his way, determined not to lose face in front of his future girlfriend. The atmosphere was thick with romantic tension. How nauseating. Ino observed Shikamaru's visibly robust demeanor, shook her head, and turned to Sakura, pulling her shoulder as they returned to arranging decorations and flowers. Ino, are you also considering entering a relationship? Sakura inquired, somewhat conflicted, as she watched Ino fiddling with the flowers. During their school days, they had both admired Sasuke, but now, not at all. I was merely wondering if you had someone you liked, Sakura. If you do, you must express your feelings so that the other person knows. Ino replied, smiling sweetly at Sakura. Love and marriage? Such matters held no allure for her. Ino. Sakura blinked in surprise, momentarily dazed by Ino's beaming smile. Hey Sakura, come to my house, and I'll teach you how to arrange flowers, shall we? Sure. Chapter 266, Arrow. I'm truly happy right now. Finale. Niji has returned. Our hidden hero. Upon spotting Niji's return, Lee rushed over to greet him, playfully teasing. Niji's eyes. Inazuka Kiba also approached, only to realize that Niji's eyes seemed to be malfunctioning. Temporarily unable to exert complete control, it is best to seal it for now. Once mastery is attained, restoration will follow. Ningxi chuckled and shook his head. Although he could not see, it did not hinder his perception of the surroundings, merely differing from what one might observe with the naked eye. Meanwhile, the young master reclining on the sofa appeared to be asleep. Having been taken by them daily to prepare snacks, he merely sat there waiting for their cleanup, as he could not see. Alo glanced at Ningxi and gestured towards the vacant side of the sofa, suggesting he take a seat and wait. The evolution of the Byakugan is indeed quite challenging to control. It was not that he truly forgot yesterday. It was simply that at that moment, Ningxi had yet to learn how to seal away this pair of eyes that could inadvertently cause significant trouble. When I arrived, I encountered Tion. How are you now? Is your chakra still unable to recover? Ningxi sat down, casting a glance at Alo outside, his eye twitching before steadying. In his line of sight, Alo's soul and body appeared to be in a state of dislocation. He seemed to understand why Alo lacked chakra. It was intentional, was it not? I naran li pusas no chakra. You were not here yesterday. Oh, it's Satsuki Yui, and that Gamamaru had already stated that I do not belong to this world. Alo sighed, engaging in casual conversation with Ningxi. You had chakra before. I am certain I could see it then. Ningxi sensed something amiss with this topic, but continued based on the information he knew. If he had never possessed it from the outset, then who were those he had known and interacted with before? That was not Alo's chakra. Indeed, Alo had borrowed it from others, Sasuke, myself, Orochimaru-sensei, the Nine Tails, and so forth. Essentially, it was never his own. Naruto, carrying 2 fish, returned just in time to hear Ningxi's words. After handing the fish to someone nearby, he approached to clarify why Alo had previously been able to utilize chakra, although uncertain why Alo insisted on this. Since he claimed to have never possessed chakra from the beginning, then so be it. Shikamaru and the others were too exasperated to comment any further. They glanced at the large fish brought back, exchanged knowing looks, and shook their heads as they went to help prepare the ingredients. It was best not to dwell on such information, as it truly was beyond their comprehension. Alo, Sasuke, said he went to catch a wild boar. Why hasn't Teehee returned yet? Naruto sat on the sofa, seizing the opportunity to mention Sasuke's tardiness. He went to pick some fruits. Alo enjoys these. Sasuke returned as well. Although he was a step slower than Naruto, it was because he had to find something more delectable for his younger brother. Damn you, Sasuke. Where did you find these? I have been around there several times and never saw such fruits, Naruto exclaimed, jumping up to question Sasuke about the source of the fruits. In the garden, Sasuke briefly mentioned a location, causing Naruto to wilt. In the garden, within the living area, he seldom returned there. Orochimaru-sensei, Alo, currently enjoying freshly cut fruit, waved to greet Orochimaru upon his arrival. Don't let him eat too much fruit before dinner. He hasn't had a proper meal in a long while, and his body needs an adjustment period. Orochimaru approached, ruffling Aloe's tousled hair. The adjustment period he had heard from others, though he felt it unnecessary. He always took his roles seriously. After all, his most cherished student had been in a slumber for 3 years, completely devoid of nourishment. I know, Orochimaru-sensei. Don't fixate on these trivial details, Aloe said resignedly, placing the fruit platter in front of Sasuke. He was aware that his prolonged slumber had caused concern among everyone. Thus, he decided to behave like a good child, for he would not grow significantly in the short term. It's fine. Eat as you wish. These are all nutritious. Just right for you. Sasuke cast a sideways glare at Orochimaru before continuing to feed his younger brother. Orochimaru-sama, all 4 major ninja villages and the Akatsuki have arrived. Will you be attending this meeting? Yakushi Kabuto had searched around and, upon hearing that Orochimaru was at the plaza, hurried to find him. It was normal not to attend previous meetings, but this one was different. Matters regarding the world structure, he was currently unable to address. Aloe, aren't you going to join the fun? Orochimaru inquired, as the focus of this matter remained with the ninja villages, keen to gauge Aloe's attitude. I want to go. I'm lazy and just want to enjoy good food and fun. The affairs of the ninja villages and countries have nothing to do with me. Aloe shook his head, resolved not to concern himself with such trivialities any longer. Initially, he merely wished to be a layabout in this world. However, from the age of 8 to 16, over 8 years, he could finally indulge in play without worry. Understood, continue to enjoy, we will keep watch. And no one would dare disrupt your games. Orochimaru smiled and nodded. This child spoke of play with such seriousness. How could they possibly interfere? Henceforth, whether on either side, they would ensure he played joyfully and carefreely. Brother, as long as I do not grow up, you will always protect me and take care of me, right? Aloe tilted his head toward Sasuke after Orochimaru departed. Regardless of whether Aloe grows, his brother will always protect and care for him, remaining by his side. Sasuke looked down at Aloe, solemnly making a promise. No matter who he was in the past, once he entered this world and became his younger brother, he would eternally be his brother, someone he must protect. Even if, in the future, they were to journey to other worlds, he would always follow, protect, and cherish him. I will also protect you, brother. Aloe raised his hand, pressing it against Sasuke's palm. Within his palm, a soul contract merged with Sasuke's essence. Although Aloe was currently very happy, Sasuke's joy lasted only a few seconds. Upon sensing the presence of 2 others, his expression grew increasingly perilous. He understood now why Izuna had previously urged him to remain vigilant, to always be wary of Orochimaru. Those 2, but brother is the most important. Aloe beamed even more brightly. Orochimaru-sensei, you may soon face another wave of pursuit. How dreadful. Yet, with the protection of loved ones, he felt truly happy now. The sensation of happiness was indeed exquisite.